Chapter 1, I advise you to be kind system. Have you guys heard about it? There was a strange incident in the zoo yesterday. An orangutan pretended to be sick and tricked the keeper into a cage, and then even locked the door. After committing the crime, this orangutan escaped in a hurry, and it is said that up to now no one from the zoo has recaptured it. What? There's such a thing? What about the agreement that animals can't become sperm after the founding of the country? This ape's IQ is also too horrible. You don't have to say. You mustn't underestimate the intelligence of these animals. The other day I was lying on the sofa and casually said I was hungry, and my era took its dog food and put it in my hand. You just say 6 or not. Your era is definitely not a purebred, and a purebred era will definitely pull you into the toilet. Upstairs, get lost. Listening to you guys say this, I also remembered, last night I forgot to feed my cat Master. I didn't expect this thing to first give me a sultry look, and then kicked over my foot wash basin. Looking at the various posts about animals messing things up that had suddenly sprung up on the N-City forums, Tang Yen had a helpless look on his face and thought to himself that it really was the world that was progressing, and the times when it really was already different. Ding, I urge you to kindly system for your service, please choose the mode. A blue screen suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, with 2 buttons on it, demon space, mall. However, the mall button was gray. Tang Yen stretched out his hand and gently clicked on the demon space button, and 10 storage grid-like things appeared in a row in front of him. And above these grids, there was a line of words. Demon space, for every demon that the host takes in, a mark will be imprinted in the space, and the demon can be taken into the space at will. Note, because of the limitations of the host's strength, the demon space can only hold 10 demons for the time being. So, that escaping gorilla is a demon? Looking at the picture in front of him that no one else could see, Tang Yen asked curiously. You could say that gorilla has already awakened its spiritual intelligence and possesses a certain amount of power. It's currently a level 1 minor demon. The somewhat mechanical voice in his head explained. The source of this mechanical voice came from his mind, from a system that called itself I persuade you to be kind. As for why such a thing suddenly appeared in his mind, the matter had to start from 3 days ago. 3 days ago, the school just summer vacation, Tang Yen rushed to the rental house, did not expect halfway very blood encountered the car broke down. Tang Yen would like to say, you broke down also even if, but you fall out of the sky and what is the meaning? That's right, Tang Yen was smashed by something falling from the sky, and almost didn't have a dipper on the spot. But when Tang Yen wanted to find the culprit, he couldn't find anything, but his eyes glanced at the side of the road and realized that a small rabbit had appeared at some point and cast a mocking gaze at him. He was so grumpy. When did even a rabbit know how to mock people? But before he could teach this little rabbit a good lesson, the little rabbit had already disappeared without a trace. Then a mechanical voice appeared in his mind. Ding, I advise you that the kindness system is at your service. Now that the world has changed drastically, the aura has returned, and demons are about to run rampant. As the chosen one, you have to cheer up. It's over, being smashed out of hallucinations. I'm going to day you immortal bored. This was Tang Yan's first reaction. Ding, host, you are not hallucinating. I am the I persuade you to be kind system, specialized in catching demons, and the host is the person chosen by this system. The voice in his head sounded again. Tang Yan's face became incomparably odd. This nymphette really had something talking in his head. You come out, or I'll die for you. Tang Yen grabbed a knife and put it on his neck, threatening. Che, I'll find someone else if you die. The voice was no longer so mechanical, but had more of a mockery. Tang Yen instantly wimped out. He was a person who cherished his life. After all, when a person died, there was nothing left. Of course, he was also a very wary one, so he didn't believe it immediately, but planned to observe for a while. So for the next 3 days, he was all about understanding this so-called I persuade you to be kind system in his mind. According to this I persuade you to be kind system, that is the return of spiritual chi on the earth, the animals inhaled the spiritual chi, began to produce spiritual wisdom, and have all kinds of power, and these animals are called demons. Among the demons, level 0 demons are the weakest, and the higher the level, the stronger the strength of the demons. As long as he catches a demon, then that gray mall will be lit up, and he can exchange various things from it. As for what exactly this variety of things were, Tang Yen wasn't clear for now. But during these 3 days, he had finally determined one thing, it was all true. These animals have all become fertilized. Does that mean that one day I'll also be locked up in a cage and be viewed by all sorts of animals? As soon as he thought of this, Tang Yen involuntarily shivered, turning his gaze to that gray mall button. According to the system, that meant that he would activate the mall when he subdued a demon, and after each demon was subdued, he would gain the corresponding points, which could be exchanged in the mall for a variety of items, all of which seemed to be used against demons. But where am I going to subdue demons? Tang Yan rubbed his brow with some headache. Was it possible for him to go after that gorilla? No kidding, Tang Yan estimated that he wouldn't last more than a single move under it before he was hooted to death by its slap. Just when Tang Yan was having some headaches, he suddenly felt a sudden pain in his feet, making him yelp uncontrollably, then looked down and his eyes widened violently. What a big ant! Tang Yan swore that he definitely didn't mean to swear, he was really shocked. Only to see an ant appear under his feet. This ant was pitch black, while the size was actually about as big as his fist. At this moment, it was gesticulating at him with open teeth and claws, and the look seemed to be saying, "Hey, kid, get out of the way, you're in the way." Level 0 Demon, Ant King. Capture earns 100 points. Just as Tang Yan was incomparably surprised, a piece of information appeared in his mind without warning. This is a demon? Looking at the information in his mind, Tang Yan suddenly revealed an ant-like smile as he looked towards the Ant King. The Ant King had recently swelled a bit, and lately, somehow, the world in front of it seemed to have changed, becoming very clear, and its consciousness wasn't as vague as before, only knowing to follow its instincts. It seemed to have a consciousness, and it realized that it had become so powerful that even the nearest Ant King was directly ate over by it. It became the boss of the neighborhood, and all the ants were at its beck and call. But just now when it was taking a walk, a human blocked its way. Instead of scurrying around in fear at the sight of a human as it did before, it kicked at the human's feet with unrivaled confidence. Let's see how powerful my Ant King is. The Ant King was a little smug, ready to fight this human in front of him to the end. Until this human took out something. Ding, congratulations to the host, conquering the Ant King, gaining 100 points, the mall is officially open. Listening to the beep in his head, and then seeing that there was indeed an additional ant seal in one of the grids of the demon space, the anti's smile on Tang Yan's face became even more intense, and lowering his head to look at the Ant King nibbling on a lollipop that was just smelling good, he muttered, "This is taking in the ants? It's too easy." That's right, the powerful Ant King couldn't resist the aroma emanating from the lollipop, especially the moment the lollipop reached his mouth, instantly feeling that the ant life had no regrets. Thus, the first demon Tang Yan had taken in was born. Tang Yan didn't pay attention to the Ant King anymore, but couldn't wait to open the mall. He was really curious about what was in this mall. When he opened the mall, he was stunned. The mall was divided into two sections, feats and equipment. He randomly clicked on the feats and techniques section, only to see countless commodities displayed on it all at once. Luohan Fist, 100 points. Blistering Wind Steps, 100 points. Bagua Palm, 100 points. Then click on the Equipment column, the same display of countless commodities. Ordinary Pistol, 100 points. Grade 1 Armor, 100 points. Iron Sword, 100 points. At the very top, there was an eye-catching note. The current level of the mall was level 1, and only a portion of the goods could be displayed to raise the level of the mall. The host was requested to capture the demon as soon as possible. Could this be the plugin? Tang Yan scanned the pile of commodities displayed in front of him and sked. At the same time, a golden light flashed in his eyes. In fact, when he was sure that this world was about to change drastically, Tang Yan realized that this "I advise you to be kind" system he had obtained was definitely an extraordinary thing. Now once he opened the mall, sure enough, this is simply a living plugin. But I only have 100 points now, I can only exchange one item, what should I exchange? Looking at his balance of only 100 points, Tang Yan fell into deep thought. The world has changed, it has become dangerous, animals have a spirit, and have their own abilities, so in this case, humans appear to be a bit weak. Can't you see that ants have gotten so big? If one day you were walking on the main road, and a mutated snake ran out and swallowed you in one bite, there would be no place to cry. So Tang Yan immediately realized that before the world changed completely, it was better to raise his strength as the first task. So Tang Yan first didn't bother with the equipment column. Compared to resorting to external objects, he was more focused on the enhancement of his own strength. Luohan Fist, that's you. After half a day of selecting, Tang Yan's gaze was placed above the Luohan Fist system. I want to purchase the Luohan Fist. Ding, purchase successful, 100 points deducted. Right at this instant, Tang Yan only felt countless information pouring into his mind, and at the same time, he only felt a seemingly familiar power traveling throughout his body, causing him to uncontrollably swing out a fist. Bang! Only a slight explosion could be heard as his fist actually exploded with a sonic boom when it hit the air. Is this the Luohan fist? Feeling the explosive feeling of power coming from his hands, Tang Yan's eyes were a little fiery. Chapter 2, Mo's Pet Shop. Just as Tang Yan was about to try the power of the Luohan fist again, he suddenly felt something poking his feet, and when he looked down, he realized that the Ant King was poking him non-stop with one of his legs. At the same time, a message entered his mind: more. More? Tang Yan was first stunned, then turned to look at the Ant King and said, "You said you still want lollipops?" The Ant King seemed to have understood his words, nodding his head non-stop, looking at Tang Yan with a burst of amazement. Although he was already sure that the world had changed greatly, and animals were different from before, but the first time he saw an ant actually able to communicate with people, he couldn't help but feel amused, so he took another lollipop and handed it over. The Ant King saw the lollipop, excitedly turned a few circles in place, and then hugged the lollipop and nibbled it, watching Tang Yan once again revealed an ant-like smile. But then he looked at the Ant King as if he thought of something, and asked, "Since you're a demon, what abilities do you have?" Hearing Tang Yan's words, the Ant King first glanced at him, then put down the lollipop, came to the security door, and took a bite at it. Click! A piece of the security door was directly bitten off, while the Ant King spat out the residue and continued to nibble on the lollipop. Tang Yan, at $%. Hiss. It was only after a long time that he drew a breath of cool air and a cold sweat broke out on his body. To know that this security door is stainless steel, this Ant King bite actually directly gnawed off a piece, if just to their feet also bite on a bite. Wiped the cold sweat, this world is really too dangerous. Just at this moment, a phone ringing sound, Tang Yan took out his cell phone to see, and found that it was his diehard friend Wu Hao calling, so he pressed the answer button. "Hey, little Yanzi, what are you doing? I have good news for you. A friend of mine has opened a new pet store, and there is a shortage of manpower inside. Do you want to go over and try?" A big grinning voice rang out from the other end of the phone. "Pet store? Okay, let's meet up." Hearing this big grinning voice, Tang Yan's heart warmed slightly, then he had a bright idea and said. Tang Yan is 20 years old this year, is a junior student, born in the countryside, parents are authentic farmers, Tang Yan childhood, although the family is poor, but also enough to eat. But in Tang Yan's senior year of high school, his father accidentally broke his leg while doing farm work, and the family, which was originally only able to have enough to eat, was immediately plunged into a crisis. In order to treat the leg injury, the family spent most of its savings, and the father was also disabled, so the family's financial resources were immediately reduced, and the mother could only do some manual labor work, barely maintaining the family's food problems. Tang Yan has been very understanding since he was a child. In order not to add to the burden of the family, he took advantage of his free time to do part-time jobs to earn some living expenses. The guy who called him was called Wu Hao, one of his few friends. Wu Hao naturally knew about his family's situation, so even though he usually didn't say anything comforting, he tried to help him in different ways. Tang Yan was watching and remembering. Although he was poor, he also knew who was sincere to him. After chatting a few more sentences, Tang Yan and Wu Hao agreed on a time and place to meet and hung up. "You watch the house here, I'm going out." After hanging up the phone, Tang Yan looked at Ant King and said. The Ant King squinted at him and stretched out a few feet, his meaning obvious. Tang Yan picked at the corner of his eye, then took a few more lollipops and threw them over. And only then did the Ant King nod in satisfaction, and swaggeringly climbed onto his bed, rolled over, and hugged the lollipop on all fours and ate it. Nima. Tang Yan corner of the eye wildly. Twitching, he forced himself not to give this goods a few rounds of Luohan punch, opened the security door that was missing a corner and walked out. The place where he and Wu Hao agreed is exactly the pet store that his friend just opened. The name of the pet store was called Mo's Pet Shop, and Tang Yan opened his own $300 to find a cottage smartphone, swept a bicycle, and rode over according to the navigation. About half an hour later, Tang Yan came to the place where Meng Meng Pet Shop was located, and from afar, he saw Wu Hao and a tall woman standing at the door. Seeing Tang Yan walking over, Wu Hao hurriedly went forward to greet him, then pointed to the tall woman and introduced, "This is the owner of this Meng Meng Pet Shop, Chen Meng Meng, Sister Chen." Saying this, there was to the tall woman, "By the way, Sister Chen, this is the friend I told you about, Tang Yan." Only then did Tang Yan take a closer look at this tall woman. There was a moment of amazement in his eyes. This was a woman who looked to be 25 or 26 years old, with a head of black hair draped behind her back, and an incomparably delicate face. What surprised him the most was that this woman was actually not much shorter than him. It was important to know that he wasn't too tall, but he was also 1 meter 8. It's just that her chest is a bit flat, and her name is not relevant to this figure. Chen Mengmeng, on the other hand, nodded with a glance at Tang Yan as a greeting, and then said, "Since it's Wu Hao who introduced me here, then you can go to work today, and for salary, 5,000 a month." Tang Yan didn't expect this to be finalized, first froze, then smiled and said, "Then thank you, Sister Chen." Tang Yan wasn't a cutie. He didn't study a specialty related to animals, but yet he was directly hired, which was obviously looking at Wu Hao's face. "Well, I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. Wu Hao, take him in to take a look. I've already greeted him at the store." Seeing Tang Yan agree, Chen Mengmeng nodded faintly, then greeted Wu Hao, got into a BMW and left. Seeing Chen Mengmeng leave, only then did Wu Hao put his arm around Tang Yan's shoulder. He laughed, "Little Yanzi, Sister Chen is a female tycoon. If you show off a little bit of flirtation and please Sister Chen, you won't have to worry about anything in this life." Tang Yan's head immediately crossed a few black lines, opened Wu Hao's hand and said, "Can't you be serious?" Wu Hao then smiled, then looked at the budding pet store in front of him, and said seriously, "Little Yanzi, don't say that brother doesn't take care of you. This budding pet store is specially opened by Sister Chen in order to rescue stray animals. If you take good care of these animals, Sister Chen is happy, and lift you up a little bit, and you don't have to worry about anything in the future." Tang Yan sniffed and said with the same seriousness, "Thanks a lot." In fact, from the moment he understood that the "that I advise you to be kind" system he had obtained was a marvelous treasure, Tang Yan knew that his own life was destined to change, and that his future achievements would definitely not be bad. Naturally, he didn't need Chen Mengmeng's promotion. And the reason why he agreed to come for an interview was because he didn't want to reject Wu Hao's good intentions, and secondly because of this pet store. He had to know that he was in dire need of demons now, to earn points and then improve his strength, and the animals in this pet store were likely to have the existence of demons. Wu Hao smiled, then led Tang Yan into the pet store. The pet store wasn't big, but it was exquisite, and inside sat an old man and a young girl in a white dress, looking only 16 or 17 years old, but very kawaii. Watching Tang Yan and Wu Hao walk in, the old man lifted his head and smiled. "Xiaohua, this young man next to you is the new employee, right?" Wu Hao and the old man obviously knew each other, and immediately agreed, "Yes, Elder Hua, his name is Tang Yan, I'm sure Sister Chen has already explained." With that, Wu Hao turned to Tang Yan again. "This is Elder Hua, a veterinarian, and that little girl is Elder Hua's granddaughter, Hua Yule." "Hello Elder Hua, hello little friend." Tang Yan greeted with a smile. The old man who was called Elder Hua by Wu Hao nodded his head, to the point where the little girl glanced at him and hummed, ignoring him. Tang Yan rubbed his nose, somewhat puzzled. He didn't remember when he had offended this little girl. "Since you're here, Tang Yan, then this pet store is yours." And at this time, Elder Hua suddenly stood up, smilingly saying to Tang Yan. Tang Yan instantly froze and looked around, saying, "Elder Hua, where are the others in the store?" Hearing Tang Yan's words, Elder Hua also froze, saying, "The others? You're the only one in this store. Why, didn't Girl Chen and Xiao Hao tell you? I'm alone?" Tang Yan's face was a bit odd. "Ahem, that, little Yanzi, Sister Chen said that this pet store isn't that big, as long as you don't let your pet starve. And this place doesn't sell pets to the public, so if someone comes to adopt a pet, just register the information and verify their identity, so one person is enough." Wu Hao coughed and explained. Okay. Tang Yan rubbed his nose and nodded. In this way, a salary of 5,000 wasn't too high. "Tang Yan, there's my number on top of the phone book. If there's a little one in the store that's not feeling well, just give me a call." Elder Hua gave an explanation, then handed the keys and other things to Tang Yan and left with that little girl. "Little Yanzi, I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. I'll leave this pet store to you." Wu Hao also greeted and left. In the blink of an eye, the pet store was left with a somewhat confused Tang Yan standing in place. "This is too hasty, isn't it?" Tang Yan touched his nose with some tears and laughter, then he heatedly laughed strangely. "I wonder if there are any little demons in this pet store?" Thinking of this, Tang Yan then carefully surveyed this budding pet store. It could be seen that the pet store should have gotten someone to specially design it. Although it wasn't big, it was exquisite, and some of the necessary equipment was also readily available. There were already quite a few animals in the pet store, and at this moment, all of these animals actually raised their heads, their eyes blinking without blinking as they stared at him. At the same time, a message suddenly entered his mind. "Is this the new human who came to help us shovel poop? It's so ugly looking." Tang Yan's face stiffened violently, then his eyes looked around sharply as he gritted his teeth and said, "Who was it that said I was ugly just now? Stand out yourself, I promise not to get you killed." Hearing Tang Yan's words, all the animals cocked their heads, seemingly unaware of what he was talking about. Only in a small corner, a lazy big fat cat suddenly raised its head, a hint of humanized surprise in its eyes. Chapter 3, The Big Fat Cat. The big fat cat was lying in an inconspicuous corner, so if you didn't look at it specifically you wouldn't even be able to find it. But who was Tang Yen? He was a man with a system. Ding, found level 0 demon, big fat cat. Capture will earn 100 points. Looking at the eye-catching logo that appeared on the top of the big fat cat's head, Tang Yan's eyes instantly became incomparably bright, so bright that the big fat cat's hair stood up all over its body. He, little cat, were you the one scolding me just now? Tang Yan rubbed his fists together and walked over towards the big fat cat with a hefty, strange smile. Tang Yan was very excited now. He felt that he had really made the right choice coming to the pet store. See, just after he came, there was a big fat cat demon waiting for him here. And when that big fat cat saw Tang Yan walking towards him, his body quickly stood up, his eyes vigilant as he looked at this new shoveling human. Looking at the humanized vigilance in the big fat cat's eyes, Tang Yan silently sighed. It really is a demon. Only how should I take it? According to the system, as long as you make the demon identify or submit to yourself, you can subdue it. But cats aren't like ants, who feel no regrets about their ant life when given a lollipop. Since soft is not good, then we can only come to the hard way. So Tang Yan took out a knife and pressed it against the big fat cat's neck, threatening, "Recognize me as your master or I'll castrate you." If this was seen by someone, it was estimated that Tang Yan would be treated as a psychopath. Threatening a cat? Could a cat understand? However, after that big fat cat heard Tang Yan's threat, he then looked at the knife on his neck, a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes, then he stretched out a claw to make a light stroke at the knife. Thud! The body and handle of the knife instantly turned into two pieces and fell to the ground. The big fat cat stretched its back, its eyes teasingly looking towards the guy who dared to threaten his shoveling. Old fat cat doesn't give out. Do you think I'm that era next to me? The era next to him? However, the next moment the big fat cat froze, because when he looked at the guy who shoveled, he didn't see the imagined expression of awe in having seen a ghost. Instead, on the contrary, it became more excited. The light emanating from those eyes gave it a bad feeling. In the next moment, the big fat cat found a casserole-sized fist flying towards itself. Its pupils dilated violently as it tried to dodge, but the speed of that fist was just too fast, so it was directly hammered away by that fist and then fell hard onto the ground, a dumbfounded look all over the cat's face. Looking at the big fat cat being beaten on the ground by itself and unable to get up, Tang Yan skimmed his mouth and said, "Don't pretend, get up." After all, a demon was a demon, it had already changed in nature from the animals of old, he just didn't believe that he would beat a demon to the point where it couldn't move after using only 5 points of strength. Even though this demon was only a level 0. Sure enough, hearing Tang Yan's words, the big fat cat violently turned its head towards him, all of its fur exploding out, meowing with a screech as it waved its claws and clawed at Tang Yan. The speed was actually strangely fast. Since having an incomparably clear consciousness and powerful strength, how had the big fat cat ever suffered from this anger today? It wanted to beat this pooper scooper to the ground as its own cat litter. But when Tang Yan saw the big fat cat pouncing towards him, instead of being afraid, he licked his lips in excitement. He was worried about not having a place to show off his Luohan fist, and he just happened to run into this level 0 demon big fat cat, so when would he wait if he didn't verify the power of his Luohan fist? Luohan fist! Tang Yan shouted coldly, his hands waved rapidly, countless fist shadows appeared out of thin air, and all of them smashed against the big fat cat. When the big fat cat saw Tang Yan being so fierce, a trace of panic flashed in his eyes, but by this time, the roaming fist shadows had already fallen, so the big fat cat was once again smashed on the ground. This time, the big fat cat really couldn't move. How about it? Convinced? Tang Yan came in front of the big fat cat that couldn't move, and hemmed and hawed. The big fat cat, on the other hand, stared at Tang Yan, its eyes spitting fire, as if it wanted to eat Tang Yan. Tang Yan took a look and instantly knew that this big fat cat was definitely not convinced. Looking at the appearance, if he had the chance he would definitely still come at him with a few claws. So Tang Yan began to rub his fists, as if talking to himself, "Oops, recently the hand's a little itchy, why don't you be my sandbag, help me stop itching how?" Upon hearing this, the big fat cat's hair stood up all over its body, and its eyes were incomparably terrified. Although it could feel that this human's fist could not cause fatal damage to it, but if it was beaten up every day, wouldn't it hurt to death? So the big fat cat shook its head vigorously, and a hint of pleading appeared in its eyes. Seeing this, Tang Yan nodded with satisfaction, and said to the big fat cat, "Then are you convinced?" At this time, how dare the big fat cat hesitate? Immediately, he nodded vigorously, indicating that he was convinced. At the moment when the big fat cat nodded, Tang Yan saw the pattern of the big fat cat appear in one of the grids of the demon space, and the system's beep sounded. Ding, congratulations to the host, accepting the level 0 demon big fat cat, obtaining 100 points. Tang Yan instantly smiled with an open brow, saying that it seems like it's still faster to solve problems with violence. It seems like there will be less BB in the future if you can get your hands dirty. Tang Yan didn't know that it was because of this idea of his today that led to how many large and small monsters in the future chose to submit only after being given a fat beating. In his heart, Tang Yan looked at the big fat cat on the ground. The mood is not the same, this goods from now on can be their own people. So immediately said with a heartbroken heart, Egu, this is whose little cat how so poor, actually lying on the ground. Said rush to pick up the big fat cat, bring small dried fish, stuffed into the big fat cat's paw, smilingly said, eat it, in the future buy me to cover you. The big fat cat was a bit confused as it stuffed a small dried fish into its mouth, looking at the smiling Tang Yan, some of it was tearless. Because just a moment ago, it was still thinking of finding an opportunity to sneak attack this shoveling human, but the next moment a strange feeling swam through its mind, and it actually became incomparably more obedient as it looked at this human. Even just now by this human brutally beat, also feel inexplicably sour. What kind of sick feeling is this heck? The big fat cat's mind was a bit broken. If Tang Yan knew what was in the big fat cat's mind, he would definitely burst out laughing. The reason why the big fat cat felt this way was naturally because of the system. Since the moment this big fat cat nodded its head, Tang Yan had already become its master, while it could never be betrayed. Gaining 100 points again, Tang Yan opened the mall, but after looking at it for half a day, he didn't think of what to buy. After all, there were too many things in the mall, and he only had 100 points. If he bought this one, he would want that one as well, which was simply a form of torture. Forget it, wait until there is a need to exchange it. Thinking of this, Tang Yan closed the mall and sat down on the chair. The earth had just recovered from the age of aura. Some gifted animals had already awakened their spiritual wisdom and possessed power, while others had not yet awakened. Just like in this pet store, only one animal, the big fat cat, had spiritual intelligence, and the others, although baptized in aura with more spirit than before, had not yet reached the point of opening their spiritual intelligence. However, Tang Yan knew that it was only a matter of time before these animals became spiritually intelligent. So right now the most crucial thing is to have a good relationship with these animals. Think about it, as long as you have a good relationship with these animals, then as soon as they awaken their spiritual intelligence, they will automatically recognize themselves as their masters, so won't the points come in by the bucket load? However, this is a matter of time. At the moment, it is better to see how the outside world has become. Thinking of this, Tang Yan opened his cell phone and went to the N-City forum to see if there were any posts about animal anomalies. But a moment later, Tang Yan was shocked to find that there actually weren't any posts about animals, and even the post about zoo gorillas that he had read only a short while ago was gone. Could it be that someone deleted it? Tang Yan pondered. This was obviously someone who didn't want more people to know about these things about animals acting strangely, presumably for fear of causing panic. After looking at it for a while longer, he realized that there really weren't any useful posts, and prepared to exit. But just as he was returning to the homepage, a new post suddenly caught his attention. Only to see that the title of this post reads, "Unbelievable. Era has become a spirit." The post was categorized under the spirituality tab. Tang Yan was curious, Era became sperm? How? So he subconsciously opened the post. Just today, when I went home, I found that there was movement in my child's room. I curiously walked in and found that my Era was helping my child with his homework. You guys say, is this Era a demon? That was the content of the post. Tang Yan almost didn't choke on his own saliva when he read it, his face full of speechlessness. This Era is estimated to have awakened spiritual intelligence, but I didn't expect this Era to write homework. What skills are awakened by this Nima? So Tang Yan flipped through the comments at the bottom. Netizen, I'm the siren you can't get said. The owner is stupid, right? Era writing homework? You're bluffing? Netizen Cucumber Spring said, in my opinion, the owner or send your family Era go to school, do not delay people. Netizen Play Your Little Ding Ding said, +1. Tang Yan would like to continue to scroll down the comments, but the next moment above actually shows that the post has been deleted. Deleted? Tang Yan frowned, he still wanted to ask where this Era was now? To know that this was a demon, demons can be points, But the post had already been deleted. Tang Yan could only helplessly retreat, waving at the big fat cat that seemed to have recovered. Fat cat, come over and rub my shoulders. Although there were 1,000 reluctances in his heart, somehow the big fat cat couldn't help but come behind Tang Yan, stretching out his two meaty paws and massaging them for Tang Yan. Yes, this is the place, use some force. Tang Yen, on the other hand, grunted with satisfaction. The big fat cat raised its head and looked up at the ceiling, suddenly feeling that its cat life was pitch black. What the heck kind of sins had it created? Chapter 4, The Fat Cat Sues. At noon, Tang Yen didn't go back to the rental house. With the Ant King watching over the house, he wasn't worried at all. If some little thief stole into the house, hey, that little thief would have a good time. Shoveling, I'm hungry. And just as Tang Yen was leisurely sifting through the items in the mall, a message suddenly appeared in his mind. Tang Yen froze, turning his head to look at the big fat cat on the side. This thing was staring at him blearily, one of its paws still rubbing its meaty tummy non-stop. Tang Yen's head instantly drew several black lines, then gritted his teeth and looked at the big fat cat, saying, "What did you call me?" Being a little weak from Tang Yan's eyes, the big fat cat once again transmitted the message, shoveling ah. Dang! A popping chestnut instantly knocked on the big fat cat's head, hurting it as it clutched its head. Remember, you have to call me master in the future. Tang Yen rolled his eyes and said. Saying that, after a moment of contemplation, he continued, or call me Tang Yen is fine. Oh. The big fat cat nodded aggressively. Seeing this, Tang Yen squinted at it and said, also, in the future, shovel your own, don't think of counting on me. Facing Tang Yan's powerful lewd authority, the big fat cat was speechless and could only give in. It couldn't fight, and its heart was still inexplicably looking forward to that chestnut just now. What could it do? It is also very desperate. Although being shouted at by a cat as a pooper scooper was very unpleasant, Tang Yan still took out cat food and dog food and fed some to the big fat cat and other animals. After feeding each animal, Tang Yan sat back down, but before he could get his butt warmed up, a small figure walked in. Tang Yan fixed his eyes on it. Wasn't it Elder Hua's granddaughter Hua Yule? What is this little girl doing here? So Tang Yan's face squeezed out a smile and asked, little friend, what's the matter? Unbeknownst to him, Hua Yule just glanced at him and came in front of the big fat cat. And the moment the big fat cat saw Hua Yule, it was like seeing a loved one. The cat food was not eaten, all of a sudden pounced on Hua Yule and meowed. While that Hua Yule was stroking the big fat cat's head with her hand, she suddenly changed her face, turned her head, and angrily said to Tang Yan, you bullied Wang Kai? What? Shrimp? I bullied Wang Kai? Tang Yan was dumbfounded. When did I bully Wang Kai? And who is Wang Kai? Tang Yan turned his head and found the big fat cat hiding in Hua Yule's arms, stealing glances at him with one big eye, and hastily shrinking back when he saw his gaze looking at him. Tang Yan's face instantly became incomparably odd as he pointed at the big fat cat and said, it's called Wang Kai? Hua Yule nodded her head, that delicate little face full of anger as she continued, that's right, why are you bullying it? Tang Yan was immediately puzzled. He did use Luohan fist to teach the big fat cat to be a cat, but this big fat cat had recovered almost as much. How did this Hua Yule know that she had bullied it? So Tang Yan looked at Hua Yule suspiciously. How do you know I bullied it? Did it tell you? The last sentence was purely Tang Yan's joke, but he didn't expect Hua Yule's eyes to suddenly flash with a hint of panic, and hurriedly said, I just know. You bullied Wang Kai. I'm going to tell Sister Meng Meng later so she can expel you. Although the panic in the little girl's eyes flickered, Tang Yan still caught it, and his heart suddenly stirred. To know that he could hear what the Ant King and also the big fat cat expressed was because of the existence of the system, but this Hua Yule just hugged the big fat cat for a while and knew that she had bullied the big fat cat. Could it be that the big fat cat told her? That means this Hua Yule actually understands animal speech? Thinking of this, Tang Yan's eyes suddenly narrowed falsely as he coldly asked, you understand it talking? No. No, not at all. Hua Yule was startled when she saw Tang Yan's sudden question and hurriedly denied it. But this little girl was obviously not good at telling lies. Her little face was suffocatingly red, her eyes couldn't stop looking around, that little look, it was adorable. Seeing this, Tang Yan, which still don't know that he was guessing right, for a moment some shock, in the heart asked, System, what do you think is going on here Ding, the host is really making a fuss. Humans are also animals. With the return of aura, other animals have spiritual intelligence and possess their own abilities, and it's normal for the best of the human race to awaken their abilities in advance. The system immediately treated him with contempt in his mind. Tang Yan, on the other hand, drifted off, murmuring, doesn't this mean that there are quite a few humans like Hua Yule on Earth today? Shaking his head and putting this matter down for the time being, Tang Yan once again looked at Hua Yule, revealing a strange uncle-like smile and said, that, little friend, how about we make a deal? Seeing Tang Yan's expression, where did Hua Yule not know that the secret she had kept for almost a month had been discovered? For a moment, she asked with some caution, what kind of deal? It's simple, if you don't tell your sister Meng Meng about this, I'll help you keep the secret. Tang Yan said smilingly. Actually, Tang Yan didn't care about Hui Yi or telling Chen Meng Meng about it, but he thought this little girl was fun, so he wanted to tease her a bit. Hui Yul, on the other hand, was silent for a moment when she heard Tang Yan's words, then said, okay, but you have to promise me one thing. Oh? What is it? Tang Yan asked curiously. Don't bully Wang Kai in the future. Hui Yul looked at the big fat cat in her arms and said. Tang Yan's face instantly revealed a sunny smile that made the big fat cat involuntarily shiver, saying, don't worry, Wang Kai is so cute, how would I bully it? This dead fat cat, Hui Yul had just arrived and was suing him, it seems to be somewhat missing his Luohan fist. Seemingly sensing the danger, the big fat cat raises its head violently, barking at Hui Yul for a while, and a trace of tears seeps out of those big eyes. Hui Yul, on the other hand, stroked the big fat cat's head and comforted, alright, Wang Kai, don't be afraid, he won't bully you with me around. The big fat cat's desire to survive was obviously unusually strong, and wanted to meow a few more times, but with a glance of her eyes, she saw Tang Yan grinding his fists on the side, that look, murderous. The cat's face immediately collapsed. It knew that its cat birth was over. Hui Yul saw that the big fat cat stopped talking, so she put it down, then ignored Tang Yan and went back to teasing the other animals. Tang Yan, on the other hand, lifted up the big fat cat, stroked its head, and said smilingly, little fatty, you seem to have a bit too much meat, it looks like you need to lose some weight. Master, I don't get fat on a single nod, I'm so skinny, how can I get fat? The big fat cat winced and hurriedly said. He, is that so? Tang Yan smiled brightly, then said, since this is the case, in the future, you can accompany me every day to practice boxing. Meow. The big fat cat instantly wailed and pretended to be a dead cat, causing Hui Yul over there to turn her head to check out the situation. Tang Yan, on the other hand, very gently barred the big fat cat on a blanket and smiled at Hui Yul. Wang Kai is probably tired and wants to take a rest. After glancing at the big fat cat to make sure it was fine, Hui Yul once again returned to her original position and whispered to a golden hair. Tang Yan was watching with amusement, so he went up and asked, little friend, when did you learn this skill of being able to talk to animals? Hui Yul, on the other hand, glanced at him coldly and said, I'm not called a little friend, I have a name, it's Hui Yul. A little embarrassed by the little girl's dislike, Tang Yan couldn't help but touch his nose and said, alright then, how about I call you Yue from now on? Hui Yul didn't say anything, obviously acquiescing. After a moment of silence, Hui Yul suddenly said, it seems like a month ago, I suddenly understood small animals. I don't know what's going on. A month ago. Tang Yan was in deep thought. A month ago seemed to be the day of the 7-star streak that happened once in 10,000 years. Could it be because of the 7-star streak that led to the return of the aura? But no matter how much he asked in his mind, the system didn't answer his question. Forget it, don't think about it, it's useless to think about this. Just when Tang Yan was being very patronizing and stopped thinking about it more, his cell phone suddenly rang, and it seemed like someone had sent him a text message. Tang Yan opened his phone and realized that it wasn't a text message, but an advertisement pushed by a video software. According to past habits, when he saw the advertisement Tang Yan would immediately block it, but today he didn't. Because he was attracted by the title of this advertisement. Shaolin Kung Fu reappears. Shaolin Abbot Master Intelligent punched through a 20-centimeter tree with one palm. Underneath was a video link. Tang Yan curiously clicked in, and a video soon appeared. In the video, a monk in a robe stood in front of a large tree and suddenly slapped out a palm, only to hear a bang. A large tree with a diameter of about 20 centimeters was instantly pierced through. At once, the pop-up screen was a piece of 666, but it was mixed with many people saying that it was a special effect and not real. Ignoring what the pop-up screen said, Tang Yan's complexion was a bit gloomy. He was practicing Luohan fist, so his vision was also a bit. The abbot in the video from the power to the end of the hole, this is the special effects cannot be done. There was only one possibility that the abbot in the video really knew martial arts. Tang Yan asked himself, if he were to use his Luohan fist against this tree, he would also be able to punch through it, but not as easily as the abbot in the video. It seemed that this abbot's strength was above his. This world really is a world of hidden tigers and dragons. Sighing, Tang Yan exited the video and prepared to look for other videos to see if he could find one or two experts, but just as he launched the video, he realized that the video from just now was actually gone, and when he clicked on the connection again, he found that the video connection was no longer working. Sure enough, Tang Yan austere did not search for the video again, but looked deep into the door. He had a premonition that in a short while, this world was going to completely change. Chapter 5, Ogre, Don't Run. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Tang Yen explained to the big fat cat to take care of the little animals, then closed the door of the pet store and prepared to go back to the rental house. The pet store wasn't very far from the rental house, so Tang Yen didn't bother to ride a bicycle, but chose to walk. The night in the city was still relatively lively, but the location of Tang Yan's rental house was a bit remote. Because it was cheap. So walking, the road only left him alone, in the dark light, looked silent and gloomy. Tang Yen this, to no fear of emotion, after all, he has long been accustomed to. But today, there seems to be something wrong. Tang Yen frowned as he walked, because he couldn't feel any sounds around him, not even the cries of bugs. Bang! Just then, something seemed to have fallen on the ground with a thud. Who? Tang Yen let out a cold shout, his gaze like lightning looking in the direction the sound came from, but it was empty. Could it be that I'm overthinking it? Shaking his head, Tang Yen muttered with some doubt. But just as he was about to continue walking, his body's sweaty hairs exploded, an extremely dangerous feeling came from his back, causing him to roll aside in a donkey roll without being able to think too much. And at this time, Tang Yen turned back to look, his scalp instantly a little numb. Only to see a pitch-black tall figure appear behind him. This figure had the shape of a human, only that its entire body was covered in hair, and it was actually a gorilla. A gorilla? Could it be? Tang Yen frowned, thinking of a post he had seen on the forums earlier. A gorilla had run out of a zoo in the city. Could it be this one? Ding, found level 1 demon, gorilla. Capturing it will earn you 500 points. Sure enough, the next moment the system's voice was heard in his head. And when that gorilla saw that Tang Yen had actually dodged its attack, a hint of surprise appeared in its large eyes. But it was only a surprise, its whereabouts had already been discovered by the human in front of it, and it had to solve the human in front of it, or else it was definitely going to be captured back. Roar! It then roared angrily and pounced towards Tang Yen, its speed strangely fast. Seeing this, Tang Yan's face was bitter. He didn't expect his luck to be so good, meeting 3 demons in one day, and this one was actually a level 1 demon. The power of a level 0 demon was terrifying, let alone a level 1 demon. Tang Yen knew that if he was slapped by this gorilla, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to see the sun tomorrow. Watching the gorilla pounce, Tang Yan's face gradually calmed down as he angrily shouted out, Luohan fist. The figure was fully displayed at this moment, because Tang Yen knew that if he hit something at this time, the one who would suffer would definitely be himself. Bang bang bang! The moment they exchanged hands, Tang Yen felt a strong force coming, shocking his arm. This gorilla's strength was actually above him. But the gorilla was a gorilla after all, although it had a great strength because of the awakening, but its attack had no rules and regulations. In comparison, Tang Yan's Luohan fist was an authentic fist, so for a while, the two began a fierce struggle. But in this struggle, Tang Yen still had the upper hand. The casserole-sized fists landed on the gorilla's body from time to time, emitting a dull ringing sound, as if striking muffled thunder. Although the gorilla's strength was great and his skin was thick, he could not touch Tang Yen, and he roared in anger. However, as he fought, Tang Yen frowned. His fists were extremely powerful and made a huge noise on the gorilla's body, but he knew that it didn't cause any substantial damage to the gorilla at all. If this went on, when his strength ran out, then he was afraid that he would be left to be rubbed by the gorilla. No, we can't go on like this, we have to think of a way. Tang Yan's mind turned sharply, searching for a solution. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Remembering the 100 points he had gained from subjugating the big fat cat, he was worried that he didn't know what to redeem. Wasn't this the best opportunity right now? Restraining gorilla goods. Tang Yan dealt with the gorilla's attacks while quickly searching through them all, and suddenly glanced at a commodity. He. Tang Yan laughed obscenely, laughing as the gorilla that was roaring in anger had a bad feeling about his scalp. System, I want to redeem this Millennium Kill. Ding, the Millennium Kill is successfully redeemed, deducting 100 points. At the same time, Tang Yen only felt a wave of information pouring into his mind. His hands had a special feeling. Looking down, his hands actually had an extra pair of golden glittering gloves. This service is really comprehensive. Tang Yen looked towards the gorilla, the corner of his mouth revealing a hint of an evil smile. Millennium Kill. The next moment, a miserable scream violently came out from the gorilla's mouth, only to see its hands covering its buttocks, its hairy face squeezed into a piece, as if it was suffering from great pain. Tang Yen didn't care about this, he only knew to kill it while it was sick. So once again, he performed the Luohan fist and smashed it hard against the gorilla's head. As for the gorilla, the pain in his juju hadn't subsided, and Tang Yen attacked again, so he could only endure the pain and block. But humans were always cunning, and Tang Yen was no exception. Seeing that the gorilla used his hands to protect his head, Tang Yan's mouth slightly raised. This guy fell for it. Millennium kill. Another millennium kill. Roar. The gorilla roared up to the sky, covering its buttocks with both hands, screaming miserably. This despicable human actually sneak attacked its most vulnerable part twice. This was simply unforgivable. However, seeing Tang Yan's hands clasped together once again, the gorilla showed horror, then covered its buttocks and ran away wildly. This fellow was actually scared and wanted to escape. Seeing that his millennium killing deadly restrained the gorilla, where else would Tang Yan let it escape? You have to know that this is a level 1 demon, which is 500 points. What a pity to run away. Demon, don't run. So Tang Yan roared, his face full of excitement. He chased after it as if he were flying. The gorilla's chrysanthemum was damaged. Naturally his speed was not fast, and he was limping when he ran. Tang Yan chased after it in a short while, and then his Luohan fist greeted him with a life-threatening punch. The gorilla now finally it is not afraid of Tang Yan's Luohan fist, but fear that this despicable human suddenly give it 1,000 years to kill off. Sure enough, just as it blocked this despicable human's shot of Luohan fist, the corner of this despicable human's mouth suddenly revealed a weird smile. It instantly anticipated something bad and subconsciously covered its buttocks with both hands. But it was already too late. The familiar pain came violently. It finally couldn't stand it anymore, looking at Tang Yan with horror, a hint of pleading in its eyes. Looking at the pleading in the gorilla's eyes, Tang Yan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, by now his physical strength was almost consumed. If he still couldn't subdue this gorilla, he was afraid that he would have to withdraw. So Tang Yan's mouth revealed a hint of bad smile, said, "Are you convinced?" Seeing Tang Yan's familiar smile, the gorilla subconsciously clamped its legs and nodded its furry head vigorously, fearing that Tang Yan would give it another shot if he wasn't satisfied. Ding, congratulations to the host, accepting a level 1 demon, gorilla. Gained 500 points. Looking at the 500 more points in his balance all of a sudden, Tang Yan instantly smiled with a wide-eyed grin, then reached out with a wave of his hand, and the gorilla disappeared into thin air. And the golden glittering glove on his hand disappeared as well. Tang Yan knew that this glove would only reappear when he performed the millennium kill. Of course, the gorilla was included in his demon space. After all, the gorilla is not like the Ant King and the big fat cat. This guy is really too much attention. It's better to put it away. All of a sudden more than 500 points, Tang Yan instantly have a kind of become a rich person feeling, look to the goods in the mall or a little look at the eyes. And at this time, ding, because the host has taken in a level 1 demon, the mall has begun to fully upgrade. As the system voice fell, the mall in front of him erupted in a burst of light, and when the light ended, Tang Yan fixed his eyes and was dumbfounded. Only to see that all the commodities in the mall had changed. In the category of feats, 9 Yang Shinggong First Layer, 500 points. 9 In Sutra First Layer, 500 points. Great Compassion Thousand Leaf Palm, 500 points. Weapons, Submachine Gun, 500 points. Submachine Gun, 500 points. Dragon Slaying Sword, 500 points. Small Sword of Light, 500 points. Tang Yan looked at these commodities, almost every mouthful of old blood sprayed out, just felt like he had gotten rich overnight, and in the blink of an eye turned into a pauper's feeling. This life's ups and downs are really exciting. But once this mall is upgraded, the goods inside are obviously much more upscale. Tang Yan looked at the commodities above and muttered. 500 points was considered a lot for a mall that hadn't been upgraded, but the upgraded mall could only redeem one type of commodity. It was still very poor. After thinking for a while, Tang Yan's eyes looked into the gongfu, and after hesitating for a while in his heart, he said, "System, I want to redeem the first layer of the 9 Yang Divine Power." Ding, redemption successful, 500 points deducted. In an instant, Tang Yan only felt a searing power traveling through his entire body, and a faint golden light emerged from his entire body. Is this the legendary inner strength? It's really strong. Feeling the sudden heavenly power in his body, Tang Yan clenched his fist, his face full of sighs. Luohan Fist was only an external martial art. Although extremely powerful, it was limited, but this 9 Yang Divine Power was an internal martial art, capable of cultivating the existence of internal power. The difference between the two was not 1 point. Although this 9 Yang Divine Power is only the first layer, but Tang Yan is very confident, if he encounters a level 1 demon like the gorilla again, using the Luohan Fist along with internal force, that gorilla will definitely not last more than 10 moves under his own hands. This was the power of internal force. Tisk, poor, still poor. Feeling this powerful strength within his body, Tang Yan once again looked at those feats in the mall, and became a little misty-eyed. But there was no way, he was poor now, and very poor. There were no points at all. He could only look at the various commodities in the mall and drool. Looks like we have to hurry up and catch the demons. Muttering, Tang Yan rushed towards the rental house. Chapter 6, Era becomes a spirit. Not long after Tang Yan left, two people suddenly appeared here, a man and a woman, both wearing night clothes and with their faces covered with face masks, so that they could only judge the gender of the two from their figures. A fight just happened here. At this time, the woman suddenly spoke. Well, there are animal hairs on the ground, it should be that gorillas. The man crouched down, looked at the hairs on the ground, and said faintly. Could it be that something had a fight with that gorilla? The woman asked curiously. That's right, and that gorilla was clearly no match, I just don't know what happened afterward. The man's voice was a bit grave. Hiss. The woman, on the other hand, huffed out a breath of cool air, then said, according to the assessment, I'm afraid that gorilla is already at level 1 strength, right? It's actually still not an opponent? Could it be that the one fighting the gorilla is also a level 1 awakened beast? The man shook his head, his leaking eyes narrowed vainly, and said in a deep voice, no, the one fighting with it is a human. A human? The woman exclaimed, incredulously saying, a human fighting that level 1 gorilla still managed to gain the upper hand. Wouldn't that mean that this human strength is at least the 5th stage of body refinement? The man nodded, his voice was also a bit incredulous. What happened here must be reported to the top as soon as possible. There is actually a body refinement 5th stage powerhouse out there that we don't know about. We have to find out his identity as soon as possible. After saying that, the man and woman nodded at the same time before disappearing into the darkness. Tang Yan naturally didn't know what happened afterward. At this moment, he had already returned to the rented house. Just after opening the door, he saw that the Ant King was holding the remote control and watching the TV. What was playing on top of the TV was none other than Animal World. I'll go, it's true that it's a guy who has become a spirit, it actually knows how to watch TV. Tang Yan froze for a moment, marveling in his heart. While the Ant King saw him return, he dropped the remote control and grunted as he climbed onto his shoulder, rubbing his face with his head non-stop. You're hungry, aren't you? Seeing this, Tang Yan was speechless, once again taking out a few lollipops and handing them to the Ant King. At the same time, there was also some pressure. This collected demons, even if he put them in demon space, he still had to give them food. Now that he only had 3 demons, it was fine. When there were more demons in the future, just the food problem would be enough to give him a headache. Still have to find a way to make money, it's not easy to feed this big family. Thinking of this, Tang Yan released the gorilla from the demon space. The gorilla just came out and subconsciously covered his eyes somewhat fearful. Tang Yan was speechless for a while and said, don't worry, since you recognized me as your boss, I won't treat you badly. With that, he took out all the fruits at home and placed them in front of it. Eat. When the gorilla saw these fruits, its eyes instantly lit up. Perhaps it was starving. It didn't hesitate and grabbed the fruits and wolfed them down as if it was a starving ghost. Well. Looking at the gorilla's eating appearance, Tang Yan pondered for a while. I'll call you Big Black from now on. Hearing Tang Yan name himself, the gorilla stopped eating and kept pounding his chest with his hand, making thumping noises, seemingly satisfied with the name. As for you, you'll be called Little Black from now on. Seeing this, Tang Yan smiled faintly, then touched the Ant King, who was nibbling on a lollipop, and said. The Ant King also nodded happily, expressing satisfaction with his name. After that, Tang Yan took a bath and fell into a deep sleep. As for Dahe, the gorilla was reincorporated into the demon space by him. After all, the rental house was just this big, it wasn't enough for this big guy to sleep in. The next day, Tang Yan bought some fruits and put them at home, then let Big Black and Little Black look after the house, and then set off to the pet store. Just as he opened the door of the pet store, the big fat cat scurried over and called out, Master, you're finally here. Needless to say, this thing would only be this affectionate when it was hungry. Since redeeming the first layer of the 9 Yang divine power last night, Tang Yan only felt that his entire body was filled with power, and along with that, his mood was also much better, so he didn't look for the big fat cat to practice boxing like he said yesterday. Instead, he waved his hand at it and said, Isn't the cat food over there? Go eat it yourself. This kind of cat animal has a characteristic that is lazy, especially the big fat cat. This kind of body position, it is even lazier. Hear Tang Yan so say, big fat cat face are wrinkled to a piece, full of grudges look at Tang Yan, then extremely reluctant to get their own claws to get cat food to eat. However, the other animals hadn't fully opened their minds. Tang Yan still fed them some food one by one. The world of animals was very simple. Whoever treated it well, it would spare no effort to maintain trust in you. So as soon as the little animals in the store saw Tang Yan feeding them, they all wagged their tails in unison, looking extremely happy. Seeing this, a smile gradually appeared on Tang Yan's face. These would all be points in the future na. Feeding the little animals, Tang Yan pondered how to get money fast, not waiting for him to think of any good way. Hui Yueli's small figure walked into the store. Tang Yan was not surprised. Through a simple conversation yesterday, he knew that this girl seemed to have a good relationship with Meng Meng Pet's boss, Chen Meng Meng, and loved small animals. It happened to be summer vacation time, so she would often come over. Seeing that Hui Yuel didn't have the intention to take care of herself, Tang Yan also didn't bother with her, but opened his cell phone to browse the forum. Just after opening the forum, Tang Yan froze. Because he saw a post. The poster of this post Tang Yan was still familiar with. This was actually that Home Era helped children do homework that person sent. Only to see it written, "Help! My family's era has become essence. There is no master over to help me collect it. The price is negotiable." Below is a line of phone numbers. Tang Yan subconsciously memorized the phone number, but before he could scroll down, the post was deleted. Tang Yan wasn't surprised when the post was suddenly deleted, but fell into deep thought. That era must have opened its spirit. I just don't know how many levels of demon it is. Regardless of how many levels of demon it is, it's hard to find a deal that earns points and gets money for this kind of skill. Tang Yan thought twice and decided to contact the poster. After all, it wouldn't be good if he was slow to get started and someone else got there first. But before he could make the call, two people suddenly walked in outside the pet store. The two people who came in were a man and a woman. The man had a face of horizontal meat, the woman was heavily made up, and a feeling of dirt came out. As soon as the two people walked in, they first surveyed the pet store, and then only heard the woman say, "Yo, this is the pet store that Chen Meng Meng invested in? It doesn't look too good." The man with a face of horizontal meat on the other hand did not say anything, but used his eyes to look for something in the store, seemed to be not looking for it. A hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Then he looked towards Tang Yan and asked, "Hey, where's your store owner?" Tang Yan frowned slightly. This guy didn't even have the most basic manners. It was really annoying. However, he couldn't figure out if this guy was someone Chen Meng Meng knew, so he said in a nonchalant manner, "She's not here, boss. May I ask if you're here to adopt a pet?" Although he was a bit reluctant to have his points adopted away, Tang Yan knew that this pet store was not his own after all, so he had no right to keep it all to himself. He was thinking that when he had the money, he would buy these pets, and then no one would be able to take these little guys away from him. Hearing Tang Yan say that Chen Meng Meng was no longer in the store, the disappointment in the man's eyes became even more intense, and he said to the woman beside him, "Shaoli, let's go." "Go? Why go?" The woman is obviously extremely understanding of the man, naturally know the purpose of the man. The heart cannot help but angry that Chen Meng Meng is not just better looking than her, taller. The other where compared to her Zhang Li? However, the man beside her is always on that Chen Meng Meng cannot forget, which makes her feel incomparable anger. The more she thought about it, the more angry she stepped forward and pointed at the pets in the store and said, "How do you sell these pets? I'll buy them all. Doesn't Chen Meng Meng like to rescue these? After I buy these dogs, the dogs will be sold to the dog meat store, and all those cats will be drowned." Look at her expression. Hearing Zhang Li's words, Tang Yan's eyebrows couldn't help but wrinkle up. He originally had extremely poor senses for this woman. The powder on her face fell off to make a cake. He didn't expect that her heart was also so vicious. Even when the big fat cat heard Zhang Li's words, it also raised its head, some killing intent hidden in the cat's eyes. The big fat cat was rescued before it was abandoned. It was already wary of humans. I didn't expect that someone would actually want to drown it today. Did it really think that it was as cowardly as it used to be? Sensing the big fat cat's killing intent, Tang Yan walked over and stroked its head to calm it down, then looked at Zhang Li and said, "This young lady, all the pets in this store are not for sale. Only one person can adopt one. And it must be a kind owner. According to what you just said, you are not qualified to adopt these pets." Tang Yan thought that he always liked to be polite first, unless he couldn't help it and didn't want to endure it. While Zhang Li heard Tang Yan's words, she instantly exploded, pointing at Tang Yan and cursing, "What are you? I can't buy anything with my money? I tell you, I am willing to spend money to buy these things. It is these blessings. Today you have to sell even if you don't. A little white boy under Chen Meng Meng's bed is just a little white boy. What qualifications do you have to control my old lady? Whole a shrew scolding posture. What quality of upbringing in front of this Zhang Li is like nothing." Sure enough, jealousy makes the face completely different. Mudman still has 3 points of fire, let alone Tang Yan, this big young man? A cold light flashed in his eyes. Tang Yan's hand seemed to be inadvertently patted on the big fat cat's head, and the big fat cat, as if it had gotten some orders, pounced on Zhang Li. When Zhang Li saw the big fat cat lunging towards her, she was so scared that she hurriedly used the bag in her hand to block it. But the big fat cat is a level 0 demon, how could a small bag block it? Only to hear a few sounds, the bag was torn into pieces by the big fat cat, and Zhang Li's face immediately had a few more blood marks. Chapter 7 Big Black's New Trick. Get lost. Seeing that Zhang Li was injured in the blink of an eye, the man was furious and tried to kick the big fat cat with his foot, but the big fat cat just lightly clawed, and the man's leg had several more bloodstains, and his pants were torn with several holes. Agu, you fat cat! How could you hurt a guest? Stop it! Tang Yan hurriedly shouted from the side in a hurry. He said he was in a hurry, but he stood still and just shouted a few times. That look was definitely a movie star level performance. Ah! Although Tang Yan secretly said to the big fat cat that he had to keep a sense of proportion, but even so, Zhang Li was scratched all over her body, and her mouth was screaming non-stop, in a sorry state. The man was also a little suspicious, hurriedly pulling Zhang Li fled out of the pet store. Seeing the two people fled, the big fat cat only then proudly watched cat walk back to the original place. Really can't believe that such a fat guy actually beat the two adults can't fight. Well done. Tang Yan walked over and stroked the big fat cat's head, smilingly said. He was unable to hit someone, in that case he would be sent to the police station, but the big fat cat was different. This thing was an animal. Even if that Zhang Li wanted to sue the big fat cat, the police couldn't go out and arrest a cat. You can communicate with Wang Kai? And right at this moment, a somewhat astonished voice suddenly rang out. Tang Yan turned his head to look, but found Hui Yul, this little girl, was staring at him with unblinking eyes, those big eyes full of curiosity. Tang Yan secretly slapped his head. He had overlooked that this little girl was still there just now, and couldn't help but snort and say, "No, I'm not you. How could I possibly communicate with Wang Kai?" Those who didn't know thought that Tang Yan was scolding the little girl in a roundabout way. Hui Yul heard Tang Yan say this and didn't ask anymore, but just stared at him with weird eyes, tilting her head without knowing what she was thinking. Being looked at by Hui Yul with some scalp numbness, Tang Yang secretly warned the big fat cat not to expose him, then walked to the side and called the phone number he had just written down. Hello? You are? The phone was quickly connected, a woman's voice, and there seemed to be some fatigue in her voice. Ahem, hello. Tang Yan coughed and organized his language. I heard that your family's era has become a spirit, isn't it? Upon hearing Tang Yan say this, the woman instantly became agitated, and said in a rushed voice, That's right. It's true, I saw my family's era helping my child with his homework when I got home that day, and as the days passed, it finished my child's summer vacation homework. I was scared to death. I've never seen such a strange thing. And no one will believe it when I tell it. Are you a master? Can you help me solve this? As long as you can solve it, the price is negotiable. The other end of the phone said a whole lot. Her tone was very excited. Obviously Era's homework really scared her. Tang Yan was listening to a head of black lines. What kind of monster is this Nima? What kind of demon is this? And finished her summer vacation homework? Is this Nyan still an Era? Although somewhat speechless, Tang Yan still said, Oh, this you can rest assured, and don't be afraid. If you believe me, I'll go to your house at around 9 o'clock this evening, and help you solve this matter. When the woman heard this, she didn't have any hesitation, and hurriedly reported her home address, and then instructed Tang Yan in 1,000 ways to make sure he rushed over, because that Era was doing her homework again. I can't even pull it. After hanging up the phone, Tang Yan just wanted to rest for a while, but saw that Zhang Li and that man with a gang of police walked in. Just after walking in, Zhang Li pointed at Tang Yan and yelled, Yes, that's him. He's the one who condones pets to hurt people. Comrade police officers, hurry up and arrest him, as well as seal this pet store. Hearing Zhang Li's words, one of the captain-like policemen took a step forward, frowning as he looked at Tang Yan and asked, Young man, is there such a thing? Before Tang Yan could say anything, the man next to Zhang Li spoke up, Comrade police officer, it's definitely this kid who made the pet scratch us. You guys quickly arrest him. The man's sudden interjection caused a hint of displeasure to flash through that policeman's eyes, but he ignored him and looked at Tang Yan instead. Tang Yan didn't expect these two guys to actually come back so quickly to find a scene. He couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. If it was someone else, the surveillance video in this store hadn't gotten done yet, and with these words, he definitely wouldn't be able to escape his responsibility. But he is Tang Yan. A man with a system. System, transfer the recording just now to my cell phone. Tang Yan said in his mind. Ding, transmission successful. Tang Yan opened his cell phone, found the file transmitted by the system, and opened it. Instantly, the conversation that had just taken place was instantly transmitted into everyone's ears, and in the recording, Tang Yan had been very polite and hadn't abetted the pet's words of attacking them. All that was there was Zhang Li's shouting and cursing that was like that of a shrew. So Zhang Li instantly dumbfounded. She in any case did not expect, in front of this kid will be recorded, this guy is full of support? And that police captain, after listening to the recording, his face gradually sank, looked at Zhang Li, coldly said, Ms. Zhang, what else can you say? The recording was all there, what else could she say? Just her face clouded over, and finally stared at Tang Yan with eyes full of sinister venom. Tang Yan see this, is a shrug, now he is not before, if this Zhang Li still do not die, he does not mind letting her taste what is called the taste of fear. Because of the recording, Zhang Li was arrested for filing a false police report, and the police copied away the recording, allowing Tang Yan to simply make a statement. After educating the big fat cat, they all left. I didn't expect that, you're quite smart. As soon as the police left, Hua Yul said faintly. Thanks for the compliment. Tang Yan, on the other hand, rubbed his nose and said. Knowing that the first function he discovered since he got the system was the system's recording function, he didn't expect that it would actually come in handy today. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was already evening. Because he had promised the woman to help her subdue the era that would do her homework, Tang Yan didn't rush towards the rental house, but went directly towards the address given by the woman. But Tang Yan didn't know that at this time, his rental house had come to a person. Su Zhixiong was a bit depressed. As the first batch of awakened human beings, his talent wasn't very strong, so in the organization, his strength was considered to be at the bottom of the list, so he could usually just do the task of spying. This time, a mission was sent down from above, and it was for him to roam around the neighborhood to see if there were any awakened people. As for the reason, it seems to be because an awakened gorilla ran out and fought with an awakened person, and the result was that the awakened person was incredibly powerful, and the gorilla couldn't do anything about it. Su Zhixiong has heard, that is a level 1 awakened beast. It is equivalent to the existence of the 5th stage of human body refining. To be able to suppress the existence of a level 1 awakened beast, it goes without saying that it is powerful. He is only a 2nd stage of body refining awakened person. If he met that expert, will not be killed in seconds? But who asked him to have a low status? He had no choice but to accept this probing mission. At this time, he had already checked dozens of homes, and did not find anything abnormal, until he came to the door of a small rental house. There seems to be movement inside. Su Zhixiong's face tightened as he carefully came to the window and looked inside the rental house. At this look his eyes immediately widened. What did he see? He saw a gorilla and a fist-sized ant in the rental house. The gorilla was holding a banana, the ant was holding a lollipop, and in front of it was a TV, which was turned on, and it was actually playing Animal World. A gorilla and an ant dating together to watch Animal World? Su Zhixiong felt a little messed up, this is also too unbelievable. But then, as if he thought of something, he muttered, is it hard for the gorilla to be that level 1 awakening beast? As soon as he thought of this, Su Zhixiong could no longer remain calm. We have to go back and report to the top as soon as possible. There's definitely something wrong with the owner of this rental house. But before he could leave, a large furry hand violently grabbed his clothes and directly dragged him into the rental house. Then Su Zhixiong saw that the gorilla was hugging its arms and looking at him coldly. Gulp! Su Zhixiong couldn't help but gulp a mouthful of saliva, his body shivered. This was a level 1 awakening beast equivalent to the 5th stage of body refining. This was going to be a dead end. Squeezing out an ugly smile on his face, Su Zhixiong carefully said, Big Brother Ape, if I say it's all a misunderstanding, do you believe me? However, Big Black ignored him and instead looked at Little Black and transmitted in spirit, Little Black, the master explained what to do if there are thieves? Xiao Hei tilted his head, thought for a while and said, the master said, let us watch the house, if there are thieves, we will catch them first, teach them a lesson, just don't get them killed. When Big Black heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. Teach a lesson? This one is good. The master's move to subdue me was truly terrifying. I, Big Black, also want to learn it. I was worried that I had no one to practice with. I didn't expect a thief to come, it's great. Oh yes, what was the name of the master's terrifying move? It seems to be called the 1,000-year kill. Big Black thought for a while, eyes all excited, then hee strange laugh, laughed Su Zhixiong that is a burst of scalp nama. Since the master's move is called Millennium Kill, then let you taste my Big Black's new move, Diamond Millennium Kill. Just at this moment, Big Black suddenly moved, clasped his hands, revealing his middle and index fingers, and closed them tightly. Then, a miserable scream came from the rental house. The sound was incomparably miserable, Fortunately, the soundproofing of the rental house was better, otherwise it would certainly scare the neighbors. Xiaohei looked at the miserable scene in front of him, his body shivered a little, and his eyes looked at Dehei with some pity. This poor Dehei, the master should be so subdued it. Fortunately, Xiaohei was only subdued by a lollipop. Chapter 8, The Era Who Can Do Homework. The location Tang Yan and the woman agreed upon was called Huimin District, and just as he arrived at the location, he saw a woman in her 30s standing at the entrance of the district, looking around, seemingly waiting for someone. Tang Yan's heart stirred as he went forward and asked, "May I ask if you are Sister Zhang?" The woman heard Tang Yan's voice, turned her head, looked at Tang Yan's young face, and said uncertainly, "You're the master?" Tang Yan rubbed his nose, thinking that such a dog-blooded thing had actually happened to him, and hastily digressed, "Sister Zhang, it's not important whether I'm a master or not, what's important is that I can solve your family's era's problem." As soon as her own era was mentioned, Sister Zhang's face revealed a poop-eating expression, and regardless, she pulled Tang Yan towards the neighborhood. While walking, she said, "Do you think the world has changed? My family era has been raised for a year, usually when it is more love to make a fuss, but also often tear the house, now it's good, do not make a fuss, the sofa to the mouth or not tear. On the contrary, with my child to grab homework to write." You say this is not a monster? What kind of dog can do homework? Tang Yan did not reply. To be honest, he was also a bit curious, era in the eyes of the people that is 2 plus stupid, and specially able to tear home. If other kinds of dogs awakened to be able to write, it would still be acceptable, but this era writing homework, how to see how incongruous Sister Zhang's family lives in the 5th unit 401, Tang Yan quickly followed her to the door, not yet opened the door, inside the faint sound of a child's cry. Sister Zhang instantly changed her face, hurriedly opened the door and rushed in. Tang Yan's face was also grave, and he followed. Waiting until he could see the situation in the house, Tang Yan's head revealed a few black lines. Only to see that there was a half-human tall era and an 8 or 9-year-old boy in the room, and at this moment, the boy was tugging at a workbook with "Summer Math Intensive Training" written on it. At the other end of the book was an era, biting the book and not letting go. At this time, the boy said with a sobbing voice, "Xiaoha, you don't want to rob me of my homework. Last time you helped me to finish my homework, the teacher found that the handwriting was not right, thought I was lazy and let someone else write it on my behalf, and punished me severely. Now if you grab my homework again, I'll still be punished." Saying that, he cried out. As for that era, she was still biting her homework book without letting go of her mouth, and her eyes that looked so two-dimensional were filled with longing. This kind of longing, Tang Yan was very familiar with, because back then, his class flower deskmate had shown this kind of expression during class. It's a shame that this era isn't sent to school. Tang Yan muttered in his mind. Sister Zhang was watching anxiously from the sidelines and didn't dare to go up to help. After all, this scene in front of her was too weird. Her own era actually grabbed homework with her own child again. This is too perverted. Can only be to put the gaze of help on Tang Yan. Feeling Zhang's gaze, Tang Yan slightly coughed, ready to go forward to subdue this era. After all, now he is cultivating the first layer of the 9-yang divine power, coupled with the Luohan fist, that self-confidence is definitely considered to be inflated. But ding, found level 2 demon, husky. Taking it in will earn you 1,000 points. Hearing the system's sudden beep, Tang Yan almost didn't stare his eyes out. This homework-robbing husky in front of him was actually a level 2 demon, fake right? If you don't believe me, look at this bastard's purebred appearance, 2 to no friends, it's actually a higher level demon than Big Black, this is also too unbelievable. Although his heart does not believe, but the system's judgment is certainly correct. This thing is indeed a level 2 demon. Tang Yan was in a bit of a bind. If it was a level 1 demonic beast or a level 0 demon, he would be able to subdue it in a minute, but a level 2 demon would be a different story, and he didn't know what other abilities this era had awakened. This is not to say that he can't beat a level 2 demon, but to fight that the noise is absolutely big and scary, even this building will be demolished. Obviously, this was not Tang Yan's purpose. And when Sister Zhang saw Tang Yan's delayed action, she couldn't help but get anxious, because at this time, Era had already managed to snatch the homework book from the boy's hands, and was sitting squarely on the desk that was originally prepared for the boy to write up his homework. Sister Zhang whispered, "Master you quickly think of a way as long as you can solve this matter, the reward and so on will certainly not treat you poorly In fact, she also has no way out. She also reported to the police, but after the police came to her home, this era seems to return to its original appearance, natural stupid plus natural 2. Causing the police to educate her severely, and said that reporting a false police report was against the law. No matter how she explained, no one believed her. Even she thought of sending Era away, but this era seems to recognize the road, no matter where to send, can run back. Later on, her husband threatened Era with a knife to make Era leave. But this Era, it actually bit a bunch of her cosmetics to threaten her. How is her life so bitter? Thinking of this, Sister Zhang is almost anxious to cry. Seeing this, Tang Yan knew that it really wouldn't work if he didn't make a move to solve it. Of course, it was impossible to fight, at least not here, it still had to be civilized. So Tang Yan walked over and carefully sized up this Era. This Era looks very pure, very joyful, but at this time it is concentrating with a paw pinch a pen, writing and drawing on a blank piece of paper. Tang Yan look, actually in the calculation of an application problem. Not to mention, the handwriting was quite nice. Seems to have calculated the result, Era excitedly straight drooling almost out. Tang Yan sat on his butt next to him, then wrapped his hand around his dog's neck and laughed, "Brother doing your homework nah?" Sister Zhang beside him flashed a hint of shock in her eyes when she saw Tang Yan actually greet a dog. Thinking to herself, this big brother couldn't have slipped out of the mental hospital, right? Should I call the police? Era glanced at Tang Yan's arm on his neck, then barked twice in dissatisfaction. At the same time a message came into Tang Yan's mind, "Who are you? Let go of your hand, don't disturb Ben Ha's homework." Seeing the message in his mind, Tang Yan's face revealed a hint of a smile. Being able to communicate meant there was a chance to subdue this Era. Thinking of this, Tang Yan also didn't take his hand back, instead he looked at the homework laid out on the desk and said, "Brother Era, you're really something, I don't even know this question, you can actually do it." As soon as he heard Tang Yan say this, Era looked like he had received some great appreciation, raising his head high, his eyes full of complacency. That's natural, Benha is a fighting dog among dogs, as long as Benha studies hard, in the future, he will definitely be able to marry a white rich dog and walk up to the peak of dog life. Tang Yan was shocked, even Era had such a big ideal, thanks to his roommate who still often played games in the dorm room. Really a shame for the roommate, a shame. Roommate? So Tang Yan patted Era's back and swore, "Since you have such a big ideal, I will definitely wish you luck. Come with me, I will definitely help you." But unexpectedly, Era glanced at him and directly said, "No go, you take me for two. This place is so good, why should I go with you?" The expression on Tang Yan's face froze, his arms scrunched tightly around Era's neck, and he droned in a low voice, "I advise you to be kind." Era's eyes narrowed, and a wave of energy surged from its body. "This is afraid of you." Ha. Ha brother, just kidding. Tang Yan felt that energy in Era's body, and immediately let out a loud laugh, saying, he was not afraid of that energy, but was afraid of endangering other ordinary people. So he let go of Era and came to Sister Zhang's side, saying, "Sister Zhang, this guy is not easy to deal with." Sister Zhang hurriedly asked, "What should we do then?" Tang Yan's eyes rolled back and suddenly hemmed and hawed, saying, "Don't be anxious, wait for me to come back." Saying that, he went out the door, looking at Sister Zhang dumbfounded, thinking that Tang Yan should not run away, right? But she was obviously overworried. Not a moment later, Tang Yan came back, and also holding a large pile of books in his hands. Holding these books, Tang Yan came to Era's side and said with a smile, "See what these are?" Era's eyes glanced lightly, and in the next moment, her eyes widened as she exclaimed, "Homework." Tang Yan smiled smugly, "That's right. Not only is there homework here, there are also many poems and articles. As long as you study them all, then you can definitely step onto the peak of dog life. Era's eyes snowed brightly, his eyes filled with desire for these books, and he just wanted to pounce over and enjoy swimming in the sea of knowledge, but he was blocked by Tang Yan. "These are my things, you can't move them without my permission," Tang Yan said indifferently. "Benha doesn't care, Benha wants to study, Benha wants to do his homework." Era gave a low roar, wanting to bump Tang Yan away. But Tang Yan secretly used his inner strength, and no matter how much Era bumped, he stood still. Seeing that he couldn't get his beloved homework, Era became anxious, and the powerful energy in his body gathered again, vaguely trending to explode. And at this time, Tang Yan suddenly said in a seductive voice, "As long as you leave with me, then not only will these homework be given to you, but I will also buy you more homework, how about it?" "Really? On what basis does Benha trust you?" Era's eyes were full of skepticism. Tang Yan shrugged, "If I lie to you, you come back on your own, are you still afraid?" He said, "You want to come back even after you've gone with me? I'll have to ask if my Millennium Kill agrees with me. I haven't tried the power of the Millennium Killing, which has been enhanced with internal force." As soon as Era heard Tang Yan say this, he cocked his head and thought for a while before nodding, "All right then." Tang Yan finally smiled, although he hadn't yet received the system hint that he had already subdued Era, but he believed that as long as this guy went with him, then he wouldn't worry about subduing it. Chapter 9, The Diamond Millennium Kill. Tang Yan still took Era and left, although Zhang's sister was reluctant, but did not stop, and even before leaving, she also stuffed $3,000 into Tang Yan's pocket. This demon dog finally left, this can be assured. Holding a pile of homework, pocketed $3,000, Tang Yan's mood extraordinarily comfortable. Of course, it would be perfect if there wasn't that drooling, glowing-eyed Era by his side. Hey, when will you give the homework to Manhwa? At this time Era suddenly asked. Let's talk about it when we get home. Tang Yan squinted at it and said indifferently. The light in Era's eyes flickered, then annihilated. If it wasn't for the fact that this human had promised to provide itself with more homework, it would have wanted to let this human taste its master Ha's power right now. With the inner strength of the first layer of the Nine Yang divine power, Tang Yan was very fast, plus it was nighttime and there weren't many people on the road, so he didn't ride his bike either, and instead ran wildly with all his might. The figure was like a stringed arrow. Era as a level 2 demon, speed naturally needless to say, very easy to follow up, but the eyes from time to time drifted to the homework in Tang Yan's hands. It was afraid that Tang Yan would accidentally spill his homework on the ground. If it did, then don't blame it for Master Ha not being close to the dog. Soon, Tang Yan came to his own rental house. Before he entered the door, he felt something wrong, and then reached out to open the door. Only to see the not very big rental house inside, big black holding arms in one place hee sneer, small black stood in the big black shoulder teeth and claws, how to see how like two bandits. And in front of the big black and the second black, there is a dying person lying on the ground. Tang Yan's face instantly darkened, thinking that these two guys hadn't gotten themselves into trouble. At this time, Big Black and Two Black also discovered Tang Yan, immediately and happily called out, Master, you're back. The tone was very excited, the kind of excitement that was like a child who had gotten 100% on a test and wanted to be praised by their parents. Tang Yan's face was grim as he looked at the dying man lying on the ground and asked, what's going on here? Upon hearing Tang Yan ask, Big Black and Little Black were obviously more excited. Big Black patted his chest and said, Master, this guy was sneaking around outside, he looks like a petty thief. Luckily Big Black, was resourceful and caught him in time and taught him a hard lesson. That's right. Xiao Hei chimed in from the side. A hairy thief? Tang Yan dawned, since it was a hairy thief, it was indeed necessary to teach him a good lesson. Looking at Tang Yan in front of him, Su Zhixiong realized that this should be the owner of this rental house. But he didn't feel the fluctuation of energy. There were only two possibilities for this situation. One, Tang Yan was an ordinary person, and the other was that Tang Yan's strength was so far beyond his that he couldn't perceive it. Looking behind him at Big Black who was holding his bladder and sneering, Su Zhixiong didn't need to think about it to know that Tang Yan definitely belonged to the second kind of awe. At this time, Tang Yan squatted down, frowned, looked at the small thief in front of him, and said, Say it, why did you steal? But before Su Zhixiong could speak, Tang Yan added in a tone of hatred, Look at you, you look like a human being, why don't you know how to find a decent job? I told you not to study hard when you were in school, and now you know how to steal chickens and dogs, you're not even as good as Era. Su Zhixiong was instantly enraged, I'll admit that you're stronger than me, but you insulted me with a dog, this is absolutely intolerable. Until his eyes subconsciously looked behind Tang Yan, the expression on his face instantly became incomparable. Only to see behind Tang Yan, and Era was sitting upright, both paws holding a book, seemingly mesmerized. #%. Su Zhixiong only felt 10,000 alpacas whistling through his heart. Tang Yan naturally saw Su Zhixiong's gaze and pointed at Era, then pointed back at him and educated, Look, if you have half of our Ha's learning spirit, then you wouldn't be mixed up in such a situation. Alas, it's better to send you to the police station. Remember to study well when you come out and look up to the spirit of other people's Era more often. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and prepared to call the police. Seeing Tang Yan wanting to call the police, Su Zhixiong instantly struggled out of his inner collapse and hurriedly said, Don't. I'm actually a government agent. Tang Yan snorted, thinking that thieves nowadays had quite a few tricks up their sleeves. Seemingly anticipating Tang Yan's disbelief, Su Zhixiong hurriedly pulled out a small book from his pocket and handed it to Tang Yan, You can see for yourself. Tang Yan took the book with skepticism and opened it, his eyes narrowed. Only to see the following written on it, N-City Animal Control Group Level 0 member Su Zhixiong. Strength, 2nd level of body refining. There was also a steel seal stamped on it. Animal Control Group, refined body 2nd level. Tang Yan's thoughts raced in his head. By this time, he had already determined that the guy in front of him did indeed belong to a certain organization which was called the Animal Management Group, and they also had an accurate division of strength. Thinking about it, a glint flashed in Tang Yan's eyes, this was a good opportunity to learn more information. So Tang Yan revealed a kind smile, as if he had just seen Su Zhixiong lying on the ground, and said enthusiastically, Brother Su, why are you lying on the ground? Quickly get up, don't catch a cold," said Su Zhixiong and helped him up. As for Su Zhixiong, the corners of his mouth were twitching, but due to the situation being extremely unfavorable to him, he didn't dare to say anything. Helping Su Zhixiong up, Tang Yan suddenly had a dark complexion and drank it. Dehei, what did you do to this guest? Truly unintelligent. Big Black's face became aggravated as he whispered, Master, I just tried out my new trick. What new trick? Tang Yan subconsciously asked. Su Zhixiong on the other hand, his face suddenly changed. Although he didn't know what the gorilla had said, he subconsciously clamped his legs and had a bad feeling in his heart. Big Black, on the other hand, silently clenched his hands, index and middle fingers together. Drill. Stone. 1,000. Years. Kill. A shadow crossed, accompanied by a scream. Tang Yan was dumbfounded. Xiaohei's lollipop fell to the ground, and even Era, who was mesmerized by the book, also held the book a little farther away from Dehei. Sure enough, actions are always more shocking than verbal expressions. Master, this is the new trick I learned from you. I named it Diamond Millennium Kill. How is it? Powerful, right? Big Black flaunted with a successful strike. Su Zhixiong knelt on both knees, legs together, hands covering his buttocks, face pained, tears streaming down his face. The heavy blow to the Jew part once again caused his body as well as his mind to suffer a considerable blow, vaguely doubting life a little. Misunderstanding. Tang Yan was a bit intolerant and hurriedly explained for Big Black. Su Zhixiong didn't care if Tang Yan was an expert or not at this time. His face suddenly became gloomy as he droned lowly. I don't care what kind of person you are. Today, you've already broken the law by instructing these awakened beasts to attack the members of the animal management team. You'll just wait for someone to be sent over from above and then accept an arrest. The smile on Tang Yan's face gradually disappeared, a cold light flashing in his eyes, and instead of the enthusiasm he had just shown, he said coldly, So, there was no room for negotiation from the start? The body began to emit a biting aura, a powerful pressure came to the face. Su Zhixiong only felt that he was breathing under this pressure with a short stop. This aura is a strong person of the 7th stage of body refinement. Su Zhixiong exclaimed furiously with disbelief in his heart. Although it had long been anticipated that the young man in front of him was an expert, but he had not thought that Tang Yan actually had the strength of the 7th stage of body refining no matter what. He had to know that the leader of their in-city animal management team was only at the 8th stage of body refinement. Cold sweat seeped out of his head, and Su Zhixiong greeted the guy who sent him to scout hundreds of times in his heart. Originally, I wanted to let you live, but since you said so, then I can't let you go. Tang Yan coldly snorted. Saying that, he was about to make a move. Don't. Fear appeared on Su Zhixiong's face as he hurriedly shouted. Tang Yan secretly sighed in relief and lowered his hand, but his face remained cold as he asked, What else do you have to say? This is all a misunderstanding. I'm a member of the animal control group. A few days ago a gorilla ran out of the zoo. This gorilla is an awakened beast, so our people went after this gorilla. Last night, we had already hunted down this gorilla, but we found traces of someone having a fight with this gorilla, so our sub-captain sent me to check out the situation. I really don't have any malicious intentions. As long as you, my lord, can let me go, I definitely won't say a word about tonight's events. Otherwise, with your strength of the 7th stage of body refinement, my lord, you can kill me at any time. Seeing Tang Yan give himself a chance to explain, Su Zhixiong hurriedly said. Tang Yan's face didn't move, as if he had no intention of asking, I'm afraid that my strength of the 7th stage of body refinement isn't much of anything in the eyes of your animal management team, right? Hearing Tang Yan say this, Su Zhixiong hurriedly said, No, my lord, the leader of our in-city animal management group is also the strength of the 8th stage of body refinement. Your strength is a very powerful existence wherever you put it. Tang Yan's heart stirred. Then you say, are there any strong people above body refining? But unexpectedly, Su Zhixiong gave him a glance full of strangeness. My lord, don't you know? The earth has just recovered its aura not long ago. Currently there are only 10 strong people above body refining. Those can all be strong people with internal power of qi refining. Su Zhixiong didn't reveal the identities of those 10 qi refining powerhouses, and Tang Yan wasn't going to ask, but instead looked at him and warned, since that's the case, you can leave. But if you dare to leak the slightest bit of what happened today, you know the consequences. Behind him, Big Black clenched his hands at the right time, extending his middle and index fingers, which quickly came together. Su Zhixiong only felt a vague pain in his juju, and busily nodded his head in agreement, then carefully bypassed Era, who was looking at the book, and limped out of the rented house. Tonight's memories were unforgettable for the rest of his life. So much so that every time he saw an ape in the future, he subconsciously clamped his legs. Later the Jianghu person, clamp legs Little Prince. Chapter 10 Fish So Lovely. Watching Su Zhixiong limp away, Tang Yan fell into deep thought. Although Su Zhixiong hadn't said much, he was still able to obtain a lot of information from it. First, the recovery of Earth's aura was no longer a secret in the eyes of some people, and some people even already had methods of cultivation. Second, some of the animals that had become demons were called awakened beasts, and there were even organizations that specialized in capturing these awakened beasts. Thirdly, the cultivation levels had already been divided. At present, he only knew of the 2 levels of body refining and chi refining, and it was worth noting that there were 10 gifted cultivators who had already reached the level of chi refining. Of course, Tang Yan wouldn't be naive enough to think that there were only 10 chi refining level cultivators in this world. This world was bound to have those strong people who cultivated silently. Is having internal energy a chi refining powerhouse? Clenching his fists, Tang Yan pursed his lips. Fortunately, he had tightened up a lot when he exerted pressure on that Su Zhixiong. It would be bad if he scared him to death. And it was also true that he hadn't thought about silencing him. After all, he wasn't a person who killed innocents indiscriminately. He just hoped that Su Zhixiong would be a bit more sensible. Sighing, Tang Yan suddenly felt someone poking his back. Turning his head to look, Dahe pointed at Era, who was reading a book on the side, and asked, "Master, this guy is the one you brought back, ah? Don't touch me with your hands." Tang Yan, on the other hand, was a bit disgusted as he dodged some distance away. This guy's hand had performed the Diamond Millennium Kill, so Tang Yan was disgusted. "Oh." Big Black gave an aggravated "oh," thinking that after you used Millennium Kill on me, you even rubbed against me sometimes. "From now on, it will be your companion. Well, just call it Xiaoha." Tang Yan still explained. However, he didn't think that Era raised its head and said, "Such an earthy name has become a thing of the past. From today onwards, this Ha has officially changed its name, and it will be called Senior Brother." Senior Brother. The corners of Tang Yan's mouth twitched, squinted, and realized that it was reading the legend of the eagle-shooting heroes. This bastard shouldn't think of himself as Guijing, right? I'm afraid this is the worst time Guijing has been hacked. However, at the moment, this Era has not been subdued, so it can be as happy as it wants to be. When Big Black heard Era's words, he stomped over and affectionately wrapped his arms around Era's neck, saying, "Senior Brother, you're so powerful, you actually know how to read books. I, Dahe, can't. Otherwise, you teach me to read books, I teach you Diamond Millennium Kill how?" Era straightly rolled his eyes. "How great is Benha's pursuit? How could he learn something as unimpressive as you? Unless you buy me a lot of homework." Era thought for a moment and said. Tang Yan on the side stroked his forehead inside long and hard. When this animal has a spirit, life really becomes a thief exciting ah. The next day, Tang Yan still went to the pet store early. As for the rental house, there was one more guy, a self-proclaimed elder brother Era. Last night, Big Black as well as Little Black finally agreed with their senior brother, the Era, that as long as their senior brother taught them to read, they would find a way to get their homework. So before dawn today, Tang Yan saw the 3 guys in the house sitting together reading the Golden Lotus Plum aloud. The scene was out of control for a while. Tang Yan that took a lot of perseverance not to kick these 3 out of the rental house, and later came to the pet store. Just into the pet store to see the big fat cat is disgusted with a shovel shoveling their own excrement, and then reorganized the cat litter, which washed a paw, the beauty of eating cat food. Tang Yan looked amused, went up and pinched the big fat cat's face, laughed, "Not bad, becoming diligent. Big fat cat eyes full of grudges, if not in the way of you this big devil king's authority, this fat cat need to personally do it? Alas, it's really not easy for a cat to live." After feeding the other little guys, Tang Yan laid down on a chair, took out his cell phone, and browsed around. With the return of Earth's aura, all sorts of things that were previously unimaginable would happen anytime, anywhere, and to learn about the world's strange events, the internet was definitely a good thing. Although the information would soon be deleted, it was enough for him to read it before it was deleted. Sure enough, it didn't take a while for Tang Yan to refresh to a message. News had come from Africa that a lion had slipped into a human city, and had currently eaten over a dozen humans. The police have suffered heavy losses in order to capture this lion, and it is rumored that even a gun can't kill this lion. The bottom of the comments are naturally not believe, although the lion is very fierce, but to say that the gun cannot be killed, this is also too ridiculous. And only a minute after this message appeared, it had already been deleted first. Tang Yen stroked his chin, eyes heavy. This lion is a demon undoubtedly, just do not know what level, but even the gun cannot be killed, that level is certainly not low. Tang Yan's heart once again gave birth to a sense of urgency. These days he encountered some of the more docile nature of the demons, as long as they do not provoke them will not harm humans, but there are always some evil demons in the darkness eyeing the tiger. In comparison, the vulnerability of humans was obvious. I'll go back and drug my senior brother, and if it doesn't give in, let Big Black give it a diamond millennium kill. Tang Yan secretly decided. For the sake of points, he had already given up his moral bottom line. At 9 in the morning, Hui Yule reappeared, gently glancing at Tang Yan before coming to the little animals and inquiring if Tang Yan had bullied them. In particular, she asked around the big fat cat for a long time. However, due to Tang Yan's authority, the big fat cat did not dare to say anything even though it had 1,000 grievances in its heart. Hearing that Tang Yan didn't bully them, Hui Yule nodded with satisfaction and then accompanied them as they played, Hui Yule's giggling and crisp laughter coming from time to time in the pet store. Hui Yule seemed to have a natural ability. The animals in the pet store trusted her and played with her. Tang Yan was envious. If he had this kind of ability, would he still worry about catching monsters? A morning's time quickly passed. Lunch ordered takeout, glanced at Hui Yule who was still playing hide and seek with the big fat cat, thought about it and ordered two. Soon the takeout was delivered, and Tang Yan shouted at Hui Yule, "Yule, it's time to eat." Hui Yule lifted her head and looked at the two meals Tang Yan was grabbing in his hands and froze in place. Tang Yan was a bit strange and stepped forward. "I didn't know what you like to eat, so I just ordered something random." Opening the packaging of the lunchbox, inside were 2 portions of pickled fish. The color was superior, the taste was charming, and it was appetizing at first glance. Seeing this, Hui Yule's face changed, then she chirped, "The fish is so cute, how can you eat it?" Tang Yan bristled, hugged the box of pickled fish and ate it. An hour later. Hiccup. A satisfied burp emerged from Hui Yule's small mouth, and looking at the box in front of her, there was no longer a single piece of fish fillet to be found. It was obvious that it had all entered Hui Yule's stomach. Looking at Tang Yan's smiling but not laughing gaze, Hui Yule's small face turned slightly red, somewhat stuttering as she explained, Master said, "Wastefulness is shameful." For the first time, Tang Yan felt that this little girl was still quite cute. Packing up the garbage, Tang Yan was ready to feed the little ones in the store. But just at this moment, a group of people suddenly poured in outside the store. Some of this group of people had dyed red hair, some had dyed yellow hair, and even more excessively, there was a guy with a head full of green hair. A look of "I'm a gangster." Tang Yan frowned, then smiled and walked up, saying, "Are you all here to adopt a pet?" One of the redheads with a toothpick in his mouth suddenly snorted, then came to the side of the big fat cat and lazily said, "That's right, I'm here to adopt a pet. I see that this big fat cat is just fine. Bring it back home for a few days and use it to make soup most appropriately." Said to reach out to grab the big fat cat. What kind of cat is a big fat cat? It was a level 0 demon. Recently, the big fat cat's mood was already not good. The had to be shoveled by itself, the cat food had to be taken by itself, and usually had to give that demon king master a massage. He meowed that it was already not easy. Now there is actually someone who wants to scratch himself with his hands, and wants to make soup out of it. It's really that the era next to him can tolerate it, but this fat cat can't. Only to see the big fat cat's eyes sharply squinting at the red hair, a fat cat turned around, and his tail fiercely smacked on the red hare's face, making a snapping sound. Red hare's face immediately had an additional blood mark. The red hare was obviously blinded by this tail, and by the time he reacted, a fiery pain had already traveled to his face. Endless rage rose from the red hare's eyes as he waved his hand and said furiously, "Smash! Smash it for me! Also, break this guy's legs for me." As soon as the other hares heard red hare's words, a trace of viciousness flashed in their eyes as they looked at each other and walked towards Tang Yan with a fierce smile. Seeing this, Hui Yule's small face turned a little white, but she stubbornly stood with Tang Yan and didn't back off. At this moment, Tang Yan's face was calm, but in fact, his heart was already seething with rage. He could already see that this group of people had deliberately come to pick a fight. In that case, there's no need to endure. At this time, a purple hare had already taken a stool and smashed it against Tang Yan's head. If this was smashed, he would definitely end up with a bloody head. But before he smashed it down, a huge fist transformed into a residual shadow had already smashed into his face, and that purple hair was like a kite with broken strings, flying out, ruthlessly smashing on the ground, wailing. The other hares haven't reacted yet. Countless fist shadows fell out of thin air, while they only felt a violent impact feeling coming from them. The whole person also flew out. For a time, inside and outside the store, there was a lot of wailing. Casually resolving these guys, Tang Yan looked like he had done something insignificant, wiped his hands, then looked at the only one standing in place, but with trembling legs, the red hair, and said indifferently, "I'll only ask once, who told you to come and pick a fight?" In the face of Tang Yan's unruffled aura, and listening to the screams coming from beside him, the redhead only felt his mind go blank, and said with a trembling voice, It's Zhang Zhengli. She offered $50,000 to let us smash the store, and by the way, break your legs. Good Zhang Li. Originally, I didn't want to get into it with her, but I didn't expect this woman to be so vicious. Tang Yan's eyes narrowed vainly as he lifted his foot and kicked red hair out of the store, a hint of killing intent radiating from his body. He didn't know that behind him, Hui Yule looked at Tang Yan's tall back that slightly emitted a murderous aura, the light in her eyes flickered, and the corner of her mouth revealed a smile. Chapter 11, The Evil Cat Tells First. What happened just now seemed to be a small episode that didn't stir up any storms. Around 3 in the afternoon, Hui Yule seemed to have something to do and left, and greeted Tang Yan before she left. Tang Yan instantly had a feeling of being flattered. This little girl is usually very high and cold, and now that she's gone, she'll actually greet him, which is really a bit unaccustomed. However, when the little girl left, Tang Yan squinted at the big fat cat. The big fat cat felt Tang Yan's gaze, a small dried fish in his hand snapped and fell to the ground, his cat face wrinkled together. However, it still consciously came to Tang Yan's back, stretching out its 2 meaty paws and massaging Tang Yan. Yes, a little heavier. Tang Yan grunted in comfort. The big fat cat looked at that devilish face, it couldn't wait to go up and scratch a few claws. This hateful devil master, why is it so annoying? But the lustful authority was there, what could it do? If I had known that cat life is so painful, I would have reincarnated as Era. The snoozing Era next to him? How come it's always me? Soon, it was already 9 o'clock at night. Tang Yan closed the door of the pet store and returned to the rental house. But the moment he just opened the door of the rental house, Tang Yan almost killed a fire in the millennium. Only to see the rental house, the senior brother stood on the cabinet, the big black hand holding a broom, below stood the small black, as well as a pile of ants. That ants are extremely large in number, almost spread all over the rental house. At this time, only to hear the elder brother wailed, Big Black put the broom head on the mouth, opening the ghost wailed up, dead to love. The following with the Ant King as the leader, swaying up from side to side, this nymphets who do not know also thought that in a concert. What are you guys doing? Tang Yan blackened his face, the corners of his mouth twitching, his voice a little low. A good rental house, since there were more of these guys, it seemed like it hadn't subsided. Hearing Tang Yan's voice, the few guys in the house were startled. Big Black hurriedly threw away the mop, elder brother also snapped and jumped down from the cabinet, and Ant King was playing with his feet. Seeing the 3 guys as if they were little kids who had done something wrong and were waiting to be chastised by their parents, Tang Yan was angry and at the same time somewhat amused. Sighing helplessly, Tang Yan pointed at the room full of ants and asked, Little Black, did you get all of these? Hearing Tang Yan's question, Xiaohei hurriedly said, Master, they are all my little brothers, let them come over today to see Xiaohei my new home. Tang Yan's heart stirred, so they are all capable of following your commands? Yes, Master. Tang Yan nodded thoughtfully, then waved his hand, let them go first. Oh. Xiaohei agreed, then with a wave of his foot, all the ants crawled outside neatly as if they had been instructed by something, looking quite disciplined. After all the ants retreated, looking at the 3 guys in the house, Tang Yan had another headache. Going on like this is definitely not a solution. Sooner or later, something will happen. Not to mention there was one more Era. As the saying goes, rivers and mountains are easy to change, but nature can't be changed. Although senior brother liked to read books and write homework, the kind of Era in his bones couldn't be changed for a while, and who knew what Big Black and Little Black would do with Big Black one day while he wasn't at home to commit Era's crimes. Have to find a way to break them up, or use something to attract their attention to keep them from committing diabolism. If Xiaohei was there, he could always bring it with him, and De Hei's goal was too obvious, and he couldn't bear to take it into the demon space. As for elder brother, this guy hadn't been subdued yet, and it would still cost money and take time to prepare if he drugged them. But he wasn't comfortable with these 2 guys staying together. Just when Tang Yan was having some headaches, his eyes inadvertently looked at the desk and his eyes snapped open. Walked to the desk, opened the cabinet, took out a very worn laptop. This laptop is he spent $1,000 from the second-hand market, don't look very old, but the configuration as well as the speed is still okay. Opened the laptop, connected to the next door Wi-Fi, Tang Yan to the senior brother waved, let it over. Elder brother suspiciously walked up, whimpered, shouting Manhwa? Nothing much, later Benha is going to do his homework. A hint of a smile appeared on Tang Yan's face as he said, "Don't you like reading books and writing homework? I have a treasure here that has endless books and endless homework." Upon hearing that there was such a magical thing, senior brother's eyes were as bright as several hundred watts of large light bulbs, and he roared anxiously, "Quickly! Quickly give it to Benha! Benha can't help it." Tang Yan had a chill. If this was heard by others, they would think that I had done something to an era? A black line flashed across his head as Tang Yan began to teach his senior brother how to surf the internet and find information. And senior brother is worthy of being an era that can do homework. IQ is not much worse than a human. In a short while the operation is very skillful. Looking at elder brother's fascinated look, Tang Yan revealed a touch of smile. In this way, not only save a lot of money to buy homework, but also can restrain elder brother, simply the best of both worlds. As for Big Black, after pondering for a few minutes, Tang Yan suddenly said, "Big Black, from now on, you are allowed to go out and play." Big Black was obviously a bit incredulous of what he had heard, and froze for some seconds before asking dully, "Master, what did you just say?" Tang Yan sighed lowly in his heart. Orangutans like this animal originally like freedom, not to mention that Big Black had been locked up in the zoo for a long time, and had been hunted for so long, plus staying in the rental house for so long, I'm afraid that he had long been suffocated. So he smiled and said, "I say you can go out and play." Roar, "Thanks, master." Big Black saw Tang Yan reconfirming, and was instantly happy, coming forward and hugging Tang Yan and bouncing around, while Tang Yan was almost suffocated by it. After a slight tremor of his inner strength shook Big Black away, Tang Yan said with a serious face, "However, you must remember that you must never let anyone discover you. If anyone is unfavorable to you, go find me. Don't hack against touch." He was naturally referring to those people in the animal control group. Big Black also knew that he had to listen to Tang Yan in this matter, so he nodded seriously. Who? Tang Yan was finally relieved. This way, there would be no fear of these three guys getting together, with senior brother watching over the house, the Ant King by his side, and Big Black roaming around outside, checking out any demons in the meantime. It was just perfect. After taking a shower, Tang Yan sat down on the bed, running the 9 Yang Divine Power. Although it was only the first layer, but Tang Yan didn't dare to slack off. Anything used to the extreme is a skill. Internal martial arts was no exception, not to mention that this was directly instilled into him by the system. He always had to build a good foundation. After a night of cultivation, Tang Yan clearly felt that the internal energy in his body had purified some more. Opening his eyes, he realized that his senior brother was still sitting in front of the computer, and was currently spitting out a video. Tang Yan fixed his eyes on it and was almost not blinded by the brightness. This bastard actually abandoned his homework and was watching Animal World. On it, there were 2 dogs in love. Seemingly sensing Tang Yan's gaze, Senior hurriedly closed the video and searched for study materials in a serious manner. The speed was as fast as lightning. It seemed that after a night of fumbling, it was already very skillful at using the computer. Holding a smile in his heart, Tang Yan did not break it down, but walked to the bathroom, washing his face and brushing his teeth. Big Black has already disappeared, presumably unable to resist going out to sneak around. The little Black lying on his pillow is sleeping soundly, mouth also murmured lollipop. After washing up, explaining to his senior brother to keep an eye on the house, Tang Yan grabbed little Black and put it in his pocket, and went to the pet store. Arriving at the pet store, the big fat cat was unsurprisingly full of disgust as it shoveled its own poop, and as soon as it saw Tang Yan walk in, a grudging look appeared in its eyes. Yesterday's massage pressed for nearly 5 hours. Even though it became powerful, it almost didn't die of exhaustion, after which it still had to take its own food, clean up its own litter, and shovel its own poop. Thinking about it is very aggravating. Tang Yan didn't know what was in the big fat cat's mind, went up and pinched its face, smiling, "Good morning. Master, good morning." The big fat cat purred sweetly. It was also helpless. If it didn't, the great demon king would definitely take it to practice boxing. Seeing this, Tang Yan was satisfied. After a period of time of his conditioning, the big fat cat understood much better. Putting his hand into his pocket, he grabbed the Ant King and placed it in front of the big fat cat, saying, "Here, got you a playmate." Under his own eyes, Tang Yan wasn't afraid at all that these 2 guys would cause any trouble together. "Thank you, master." The big fat cat thanked sweetly. Aha! Tang Yan nodded in satisfaction and went to feed the other little guys. Only the big fat cat and the Ant King were left staring at each other. Although they were also level 0 animals, the Ant King was clearly at a disadvantage. Looking at the tall big fat cat, the Ant King gulped and took the initiative to greet them. "Hello." The big fat cat's fat face suddenly revealed a trace of humanized treacherous smile. Little ant, hello. A minute later. This side, and that side. The big fat cat waved its claws in an old-fashioned manner and commanded. In front of it, the Ant King was holding a shovel even bigger than it was, weaving in and out of the cat litter. The Ant King was on the verge of crying, thinking that it was the king of ants, but actually planted on a big fat cat, and now it was reduced to helping the big fat cat shoveling. Isn't it stealing people's occupation as a pooper scooper? Big fat cat on the side of the cat face complacent. Demon King master, it cannot beat, but a small ant it cannot beat it? Thinking that he wouldn't have to shovel in the future, the big fat cat wanted to fly up happily. At this time, Tang Yan walked over, seeing such a scene, his eyebrows raised, squinting at the big fat cat. When the Ant King saw Tang Yan come back, he jumped straight up in excitement. He wanted to tell his dear master about this big fat cat bullying him, so that the master would take it out for him. But unexpectedly, when the big fat cat saw the arrival of the Demon King's master, it came to Tang Yan's side first and rubbed its furry head against Tang Yan's hand, then pouted. Master, the little ants you brought are really enthusiastic. It's going to help me shovel poop at the drop of a hat. The Ant King instantly spat out 3 liters of blood. Master, it is the evil cat that complains first. The cat is the first to complain. Chapter 12, Hua Yule's Trouble. Cats as creatures are contradictory, fierce and frightening, cute and heartbreaking. Although he knew that this one was pretending, Tang Yan still couldn't help but look at the pitiful Ant King, grabbed it and put it in the sink to wash it before glaring at the big fat cat. In the future, Xiao Hei will be your partner, don't bully it. The big fat cat hurriedly nodded its head. After these few days of getting along, it had already figured out the truth. Don't try to go against the great Demon King's wishes, otherwise the one who suffers will always be itself. With Tang Yan's backing, Little Black shook off the water on his body and proudly circled around in front of the big fat cat, looking at the big fat cat secretly gnashing its teeth, but unable to do anything about it. That's right. Tang Yan nodded his head in satisfaction, pinched the big fat cat's cheeks, and returned to his seat with a smile. Not a moment later, Hua Yule came. But this time, Hua Yule didn't bother teasing the little pet, but came straight to him. Tang Yan raised his head in some surprise and asked, what's the matter? Hua Yule bit her lip, seemingly hesitant, but still said, can you do me a favor? Tang Yan raised his eyebrows, asking for his favor? What favor? Looking at Tang Yan's puzzled gaze, Hua Yule continued, there's a class reunion tonight, I want you to go with me. Tang Yan immediately wondered, isn't a classmate reunion normal? Why do you want me to accompany you? There's a guy that's been bugging me. Hua Yule bit her lip, a hint of helplessness appearing on her face. Tang Yan was stunned and subconsciously said, someone is annoying you? You mean someone is pursuing you? What do you mean? Couldn't it be? Seeing that Tang Yan actually reacted this way, Hua Yule's eyes widened and her tone was murderous. Then she grunted, forget it if you don't accompany me. I don't mean that. What I mean is that I'm going to be at the store at night and can't get away. Seeing Hua Yule angry, Tang Yan explained. Although Hua Yule was only 16 years old, she was definitely a beauty embryo, and in the future, she would definitely be a woe-is-me level beauty. And in this era where elementary school students would fall in love, Hua Yule having suitors was nothing new. It's just that he's 20 years old this year and hasn't even had a girlfriend, and now a 16-year-old brat is bothered by suitors. When really, it's even more difficult for him to accept than his senior brother's love of homework. Don't worry, I already greeted Sister Meng Meng yesterday, you don't have to watch the store tonight. But he didn't want Hua Yule to directly block the back way. Then. Okay. Helpless, Tang Yan could only agree. It wasn't just attending a party of a bunch of brats, was he still afraid of it? It's a deal. Seeing Tang Yan agree, Hua Yule excitedly clapped her hands, then went to play hide and seek with the big fat cat again. And Little Black had already burrowed into Tang Yan's pocket when he saw an outsider walk in. Still, the master's pocket is warm. It was July, and this guy wasn't afraid to cover up his heat rash. In the blink of an eye, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Hua Yule looked at the time and said to Tang Yan, let's go. Tang Yan naturally didn't object, since he had promised someone, he couldn't go back on his word. So after feeding the little one some food and explaining that the big fat cat was keeping an eye on the pet store, Tang Yan followed Hua Yule out the door. After leaving the door, Hua Yule called a cab, and Tang Yan sat on the co-pilot. Master, go to Hong Yun Hotel. Hua Yule said crisply. Okay. The cab master was a middle-aged uncle in his 40s, and when he heard Hua Yule's words, he instantly agreed. Little girl, going to Hongyun Hotel is to attend some kind of party, right? The uncle is obviously a very good conversationalist, and asks smilingly after the car starts. However, Huayul is naturally colder in character, so she simply gave a simple hum and left it at that. The uncle seemed to be a bit embarrassed, so he turned on the car's radio. Only to hear the radio broadcasting a news story about how at this year's pet intelligence competition, a golden hare was evaluated and actually had an IQ equivalent to that of a 10-year-old human child. This was simply unthinkable. Sitting on the co-pilot, Tang Yin slightly side-eye, can have such an IQ. It seems that this golden hare is already in the state of awakening. Wait until the full awakening. I am afraid that the IQ will reach the level of adults. The driver uncle saw Tang Yan's appearance, suddenly said, "How? Young man, you seem surprised? Aren't you surprised, uncle? That's equivalent to the IQ of a 10-year-old child." Tang Yan asked rhetorically. The driver uncle then shook his head and laughed. "If it was a month ago I might not believe it. But now I believe it." Tang Yan's heart stirred. "What do you mean by that?" "This is a long story." As soon as the uncle saw Tang Yan's curious query, he was instantly energized. The uncle said, "I have a parrot at home, and I like to teach it to talk in my normal time. And this parrot of mine was very obedient, bringing a lot of fun to the house. But a month ago, it changed." "What happened?" Tang Yan came to be interested. "Alas." Uncle suddenly sighed, his face somewhat tangled as he explained, "That day, I fed it as usual, and looking at the way it ate happily, I wanted to tease it a bit. I then said, 'Eat vigorously, and when you are fattened up, I will take it to make soup.' I didn't expect it to immediately stop eating, grabbed the cage and shouted at me, 'My day Nima. Let me out.'" As Tang Yan listened, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch, and with a squint, he realized that Huayul was also listening with her ears sideways, her lips tightly bitten, seemingly stifling her laughter. And at this time, only to hear the uncle say again, "I was stunned. I subconsciously asked, 'Who taught you that?' But I didn't expect that guy to scream at me, 'You bad old man, what do you care who taught me that? You actually want to stew me, you let me out.' I'm dumbfounded. A bird can actually understand human words and can even talk to me. This is too unbelievable." Tang Yan said in his heart that this was clearly a one-sided scolding fight, alright. What happened afterward? At this time, the little girl Huayul suddenly opened her mouth and asked. Uncle mused for a while, seeming to fall into reminiscence before slowly saying, "Afterward, I explained to it for half a day before it believed that I was joking. But after that, we quarreled whenever we met, to the point where even I can't argue with it anymore." Saying that, a hint of a smile appeared on the uncle's face. It was obvious that although he had quarreled with a parrot, he wasn't angry, instead he was enjoying himself. "Now you guys believe you know why I'm not surprised that a golden hare has such a high IQ." Tang Yan immediately pretended to be shocked and nodded, exclaiming, "Truly the world is a big place." Huayul in the backseat skimmed her lips, but didn't say anything. A guy who could communicate with Wang Kai, it would be hell if she believed what Tang Yan said. Soon, the car had arrived at its destination. Tang Yan said goodbye to Uncle and followed Huayul towards the hotel. After chatting in the car, Tang Yan had already determined that the parrot in the uncle's house was definitely an awakened demon, but Tang Yan didn't think of taking this demon. Because looking at the uncle's smiling appearance, it was obvious that he had deep feelings for the parrot. Although he was short on points, he wouldn't do anything to take away someone's love. The Hongyun Hotel was a 5-star hotel with luxurious decorations, a favorable location, and expensive prices. Tang Yan was still a bit surprised that Huayul's classmates were able to hold their reunion here. Huayul was obviously familiar with this place, leading Tang Yan around the left and right corners before arriving at a large private room. Entering the private room, Tang Yan found that quite a few people had already gathered inside, all about the same age as Huayul, but these people were dressed very maturely, with quite a few of the men wearing suits, and the women dressed in floral splendor. If only these guys were also demons, I'd have to take them all in. Tang Yan sighed in his heart as he watched. The people in the box also noticed Huayul walking in, and a few people immediately went forward to greet her. "Egu, the goddess is here. Please, 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 I've reserved a seat for you." "Goddess?" Tang Yan froze, turned his head and glanced at Huayul. This little girl is actually a goddess? Her hair hadn't even grown back yet, at best she was called a little beauty. Seemingly sensing Tang Yan's skeptical gaze, Huayul stretched out her small hand, wanting to pinch the flesh around his waist. As for Tang Yan, how fast was his reaction speed? He easily pinched Huayul's hand, his eyebrows flirting. This little girl actually dared to pinch herself, what a good deed. By Tang Yan's big hand pinch, Huayul body shocked, "Want to pull out the hand, but whereas Tang Yan's strength to the end of the small face suffocated red, also failed to pull out. This scene was naturally seen by all the people in the box. They all looked at each other, and then looked at the top of the table, a man in a white suit. Saying that it was a man, it actually didn't count at all, because this person's face looked like he was only 16 or 17 years old, and even though he was wearing a white suit, along with meticulously combed hair, he couldn't stop that childish aura. His name was He was a rich second generation, and it was rumored that the zoo in city was owned by his family. He felt the crowd's gaze, eyes slightly narrowed, although he was only 16 years old, but because of the family's reason, led him the same age to mature a lot. But after all, he is only a 16-year-old boy no matter how mature, but belongs to the teenagers portion of the rebellion as well as impulsive is not erased. Now see his long time cannot chase Huayul by an old man grabbed the hand, how can he not angry? If Tang Yan knew that he was an old man in front of this He, I'm afraid that he would immediately call Big Black and let him taste what is called the power of the Diamond Millennium Kill. Too damn blind. He's only 20 years old, okay? Oh, you are a student, who is this? At this time, He still couldn't help but speak out, although his face was with a smile, there was gloom in his eyes. Huayi just wanted to speak, but Tang Yan took a step ahead and said smilingly, I'm Ye's older brother, I don't feel comfortable with her coming out alone, so I followed her here. Said, also meaningful look at Huayul, he has seen a lot of movies and TV shows, in this case, there is a 80% chance that he will be inserted into a boyfriend or fiancé identity. Little girl, want to use me as a shield, you think I'm horizontal and vertical are too Huayul nodded her head calmly, that's right, he's my loved brother. The smile on Tang Yan's face instantly froze. Chapter 13, The Hairy Crab Mobbing Incident. As the saying goes, the Taoist is 1 foot tall, the devil is 10 feet tall. A master's move is a deadly move. Huayul instantly completed the KO. The smile on Tang Yan's face instantly stiffened, and He also froze in place. Unlike Tang Yan, He was infuriated. The corners of his mouth twitched a few times as he asked with a leathery smile, "You student. How come I haven't heard that you have a boyfriend? This uncle shouldn't be an actor you found, right?" Hearing He's words, the people in the box all laughed, their eyes somewhat teasing. They knew that this guy He was not a kind person, instead he was sinister, they just needed to watch the show. Tang Yan's eyes widened, not believing everything he heard, he was actually called an uncle? This kid couldn't be presbyopic. Seeing Tang Yan's somewhat frantic appearance, the corner of Huayul's mouth was revealing a hint of a smile as she said with an angled head, that's right, I just like uncle. An immature guy like you, it's impossible for me Huayul to like. At this moment, Tang Yan suddenly felt a deep malice from Huayul. And when the people in the box heard Huayul's words, all of them revealed surprised gazes, and then nodded thoughtfully, no wonder so many people in the school couldn't succeed in pursuing Huayul, so it turns out that she likes uncles. Tang Yan. I'm only 20 years old, asshole. He's face was grim as he stared at Tang Yan, his tone low, even though you're the one that Yuer's classmate likes, I'm not going to give up, I'm definitely going to compete with you on a level playing field. Tang Yan was thunderstruck at that moment. Who the hell is this Nima running out of a middle-aged teenager? Trouble, can you grab it back, don't accidentally get hit by me. Somewhat powerlessly waving his hand, Tang Yan said, forget it, don't bother with little kids. Saying that, he was ready to leave, this party hadn't even started yet, and it had made such a mess, if he stayed any longer, I'm afraid that he would really be unable to resist calling Big Black to come over and give this middle-aged teenager a few rounds of Diamond Millennium Kill. Huayul saw Tang Yan preparing to leave, and naturally wouldn't stay. She originally did not like to participate in this class reunion, mainly because of being pestered some annoyed, coupled with the pet store saw Tang Yan's hands, thought of borrowing Tang Yan to help himself to solve the trouble in the future at once. Since Tang Yan was ready to leave, she naturally wouldn't stay here. But while Tang Yan wanted to leave, someone else wasn't willing. Only seeing He's face change several times, he suddenly opened his mouth to retain, wait. Tang Yan and Huayul turned their heads at the same time, looking at him curiously. He's face, on the other hand, squeezed out a trace of a smile, it was me who was abrupt just now, I apologize here. But the dishes have already been ordered, so let's just have a meal before we leave, as an apology. This time, Tang Yan looked at this 16 or 17-year-old guy with some surprise, he didn't expect this guy to be a bit of a city dweller, which some adults are afraid of not being able to do. Eyes looked toward Huayul, after all, is to accompany this little girl to participate in the party. Huayul tilted her head in thought, not knowing what came to mind, nodded, and said, all right then. A hint of a smile appeared on He's face, and with a wave of his hand, he said, then everyone take your seats. Then he shouted at the waiter again, "Waiter, you can serve the food now." While the food hadn't come up yet, he who began to get close to Huayul, and kept inquiring about Tang Yan's information. Huayul was a bit impatient, so she said, "He who, how come the food hasn't come up after such a long time? If the food doesn't come up again, I'll leave with my love brother first." Tang Yan's mouth twitched at the side, pretending not to hear. He who heard Huayir say this, also a little strange, already past 10 minutes, according to reason should have been on the dishes, how come there is no movement until now? So he called the waiter, asked, "What's going on? How come the dishes we ordered haven't come up until now?" The waitress was a girl in her 20s, and once she heard he who asked this, a strange look suddenly appeared on her face, saying, there was a small accident in the kitchen." "A small accident?" He whose brows furrowed as he coldly grunted, "Even if there was a small accident, can't we still serve the food?" This waiter face strange color more thick, hesitant to speak. When he who sees this, his face is a bit unpleasant, isn't this clearly hitting his he whose face? What's more, Huayul is still watching from the sidelines, so he feels even more humiliated. So he angrily said, "Call your manager, if you don't give me an explanation today, this matter is not over." The waitress was a bit indignant, thinking that it was the first time she had seen a brat with such a big temper, but when she thought about what happened in the kitchen, she knew that she couldn't explain and could only call the manager. "Egu, isn't this young master he? You came without informing us." The manager was a middle-aged man, and it was obvious that he knew he who, as soon as he came up, he said with a bit of a nod and a bow. He who seemed to be satisfied with the middle-aged man's attitude, and glanced at Tang Yan with some arrogance, as if to say, "Uncle, see, even the manager of a 5-star hotel is nodding and haggling to me. Can you do it?" Tang Yan really wanted to grab the small black in his pocket and paste his face. "I have no objection to you showing your sainthood in front of people, but why do you want to show your sainthood to me in front of people?" In front of the crowd, in front of an invisible wave of sainthood, he who gas also subsided most of the time, nodded and said, "It's like this, we ordered the food here, but there is a delay in serving the food. I would like to ask what's going on here." The manager frowned and looked at the waiter beside him and asked, "What's going on?" The waiter then came to the manager's ear and said something, and the manager's face turned strange, but then said with a smile, "Young master, it's not that we're not serving the food, but indeed there was a little accident there in the kitchen." Hearing this answer again, he who also became curious and asked, "What kind of accident has happened? To actually not even serve the food?" This manager was obviously a little hesitant, not knowing whether to say or not to say. He who, on the other hand, looked as if he had been brushed off, and said with an unpleasant expression, "What? Do you think I don't deserve to know? How could I?" The manager hurriedly compensated with a smile, then clenched his teeth and said, "It's like this, there was a mob fight in the kitchen." He who dawned on him, then mocked, "I say, you are at least a 5-star hotel, how could a mob fight happen?" Upon hearing this, the manager was a bit torn, then said quietly, "It wasn't the people in our hotel who gathered in a mass brawl. Could it be that someone is deliberately looking for a fight?" Neither. The manager shook his head. "Since it wasn't people in your hotel brawling, and it wasn't someone else looking for a fight, can it be that it was the ingredients in your kitchen that were fighting?" He who skimmed his mouth. Unexpectedly, the manager slapped his thigh, "Young master, how did you know that? The hairy crabs in the kitchen are all fighting into a ball, our people can't even pull them back, and there are people who are injured from pulling the fight." The expression on Ihu's face froze, then became gloomy again. "I say manager, do you think this joke is funny? Or do you think he who, amusing? No, young master, what I said is really true." The manager said hurriedly. "If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it either." The manager sighed in his heart. What the hell is all this? How is it that even hairy crabs can't be messed with these days? To the side, Tang Yan heard the manager's words and his face moved. Because he didn't doubt the truthfulness of the manager's words at all, which meant that there were actually several hairy crab demons in the kitchen. At this time, he who was skimming his lips, "See how you're saying it like it's true, really treating us like little cuties. I don't know what you're talking about. Unless you take us to see it in person, today's matter is not over." The manager was a bit hesitant. If it was someone else, he could have ignored it, but the one in front of him was the He family's youngest son, he really couldn't afford to mess with him. So he thought about it and sighed, "All right then, you guys come with me. However, young master, I can say in advance, it's fine for you to take a look, don't get close, otherwise if you get hurt, our hotel won't be responsible." How could he who believe his words? He waved his hand full of concern and said, "Okay, I don't blame you guys, okay? Seeing this, the manager didn't say anything else, but led the crowd towards the kitchen. Outside the kitchen stood a few chefs. These chefs are full of cold sweat, pacing back and forth at the door, looks very anxious. When they saw the manager coming over, they hurriedly greeted him. Aha! The manager nodded indifferently, then said to the several chefs, "Open the door, young master, he wants to see what's going on inside." "This, manager, can't, the inside hasn't finished fighting yet," the several chefs looked at each other and said with some hesitation. Seeing this, he who took a step forward and said, "Don't give me any pretense. I want to see how the hairy crabs fight." Saying this, he didn't care about the reminders of the several chefs, but once again stepped forward and reached out to open the kitchen door. Seeing this, Tang Yen at the back subconsciously blocked in front of Huiyul. He didn't know what level the hairy crab demon inside had already reached, but he knew that even if it was a level 0 demon, it wasn't something an ordinary person could deal with. As for this guy He-Hu, it depends on his luck. After all, he is not the Virgin Mary. People want to die, it is hard not to lick your face to save them. At this time, He-Hu has opened the kitchen door, just ready to step in. Just at this time, a sudden change. A knife suddenly shot out from the kitchen, bringing up a wind sound. I don't know if He-Hu was a traitorous luck or what. This knife just barely grazed the top of his head, chopped off a handful of hair and flew to the back. And the rear was exactly where Tang Yen and Huiyul were. Seeing the knife flying towards him, Tang Yen didn't panic in the slightest, reaching out and grabbing it, accurately grasping the hilt of the knife, watching the people around him jump in fear. If this didn't grasp steadily and grab the blade, the consequences would be unimaginable. Tang Yen didn't care. With his current strength, even if he grabbed the blade, he couldn't be injured. And at this moment, he who seemed to have been scared silly, his legs went limp and he fell to the ground with a thud. Hearing the ringing, the crowd's gazes looked once again, and at the same time, they also saw the scene in the kitchen. Chapter 14: The Great Harvest. In the kitchen, a mess, food and tableware and so on scattered all over the place, as if a scene after a storm. And right on the table, there are 7 hairy crabs standing. These 7 hairy crabs are a few circles larger than ordinary hairy crabs, especially the pair of large pincers. A pot of stew I'm afraid can't. Of course, these, however, could not attract the attention of the crowd. Because on the pincers of these hairy crabs, there were all kinds of weapons held. These weapons had kitchen knives and spatulas, and there was also a hairy crab holding a rolling pin. The atmosphere of the scene was grave. Just at this moment, a hairy crab raised its pincers in the chopper to another hairy crab holding a shovel to cut. The hairy crab with a spatula hastily used the spatula to resist. The chopper cut on the spatula actually issued an ear-splitting collision sound, and even sparks. The other 5 hairy crabs were also not willing to show weakness, have fought together. For a time, 7 hairy crabs shuttle in the kitchen, tableware and ingredients flying, is simply a living scene of science fiction movie. As for the crowd outside the door, they had long been stunned. What did they see? They actually saw hairy crabs fighting, and even saw a hairy crab break a steel pipe with its pincers. Was this still a hairy crab? This was an alien creature invasion, right? Just as everyone was scared silly, they didn't realize that Tang Yen, who was standing at the side, suddenly wiped his saliva. 1, 2. 7 level 0 demons. This is going to be hairy. Looking at the eye-catching markings on the heads of the 7 hairy crabs, Tang Yen almost danced with excitement, not realizing that he was just accompanying someone to a classmate reunion, and all of a sudden he encountered 7 demons. This was 700 points. But just as he was thinking about how to subdue these 7 hairy crabs, the battle situation in the kitchen changed a bit more. He saw the hairy crab with the chopper make a horizontal sweep, cutting off the shovel of the hairy crab with the shovel, and then make a vertical slash, slashing at the head of the hairy crab. If it was hit, that hairy crab would probably be split in half. This also meant that 100 points would be gone. Tang Yen couldn't let such a scene occur, and not caring about the presence of other people, he took a step forward and shouted, "Stop it!" This roar was mixed with internal force, shocking the eardrums of the crowd with some pain, and the hairy crabs in the kitchen with kitchen knives also stopped fighting and looked over at him. Being stared at by a group of hairy crabs, Tang Yen was suddenly a little uncomfortable, so he touched his nose and laughed. "We are all hairy crabs, there is something to discuss. Why do we have to kill each other?" Hearing Tang Yen actually talking to a group of hairy crabs, all the people behind him were all horrified. One of the females came to Huiyul's side and asked in a low voice, "Yule, has this uncle of yours just been released from the mental hospital? He's actually talking to a bunch of hairy crabs." Huiyul didn't say anything, she just looked at those hairy crabs. A month ago she suddenly had the ability to talk to animals. At the same time she knew that the world seemed to have changed. Animals seemed to have gotten smarter and more powerful. The hairy crabs in front of her were the best proof, and she was also eager to see what Tang Yen was up to. And those 7 hairy crabs saw Tang Yan talking to them. They all seemed to be a bit surprised, glancing at each other. That hairy crab with the chopper first transmitted a message. This grandson stole my daughter-in-law. I won't share the same fate with it. That hairy crab said, pointing with its large pincers at the hairy crab that almost had its head chopped off. Looking at the information coming from his mind, a black line clattered across Tang Yan's brain, and the corners of his mouth couldn't stop twitching. As for Hui Yul behind him, he directly snorted out a laugh, making the people around feel a burst of puzzlement. Just when Tang Yan didn't know what to say, the hairy crab that almost got his head chopped off spoke, "You fart. It was clearly your daughter-in-law who seduced me first. It said that my big pincers are incomparably majestic, and the child I give birth to will definitely look like me in the future." Nonsense 7. My daughter-in-law can't be like that. I'll chop you to death. The slashed hairy crab was furious and said that he was going to continue to do so. The slashed hairy crab was startled and grunted as it climbed down from the table, then hid behind Tang Yan and said, "Human, as long as you save my life, I'll hang out with you from now on." Unexpectedly, when he heard its words, the big crab with a knife stormed out. "Do you still want to be by face? How dare you ask a human for help? If you are a hairy crab, then fight with me. I want to see whether your pincers are powerful or mine." The other 5 hairy crabs were not too big for their britches, and they all raised their pincers and called out, "Fight! Fight! Fight, you sister!" Tang Yan muttered in his heart. Definitely couldn't let them fight any longer. If they did, their points would be gone. So Tang Yan prepared to use violent means to subdue them. But right at this moment, a small hairy crab that hadn't fully awakened its spiritual intelligence suddenly crawled out from a corner with great effort, and then came in front of the nabbing knife hairy crab, gesticulating incessantly with its pair of small pincers. The knife hairy crab looked at the small hairy crab's gesticulation, the knife in his hand snapped and dropped, and then unbelievably roared, "What, my daughter-in-law eloped with the lobster?" After roaring, it suddenly turned its eyes and stared at the hairy crab behind Tang Yan, calling out fondly, "Brother! It's me who wronged you. I'm sorry. Please forgive me." At this time, the hairy crab behind Tang Yan walked out horizontally and sighed, "I told you long ago that your daughter-in-law seduced me first, but you didn't believe me. Now I believe it. Brother, please, you must forgive me." "All right. I forgive you." After saying this, the 2 hairy crabs hugged each other, speechless. Seeing this, the other 5 hairy crabs also laughed out loud and touched each other with their pincers before embracing. The original situation of immortality had all of a sudden turned into a brotherly love, warm and touching. Tang Yan, at #%. Hui Yul, at #%. This is too far-fetched. Tang Yan felt like he couldn't accept this, the picture was too bizarre. Just as he was in the wind, a hairy crab looked at Tang Yan and said, "Human, thank you so much. If you hadn't stopped me, I would have killed my brother for sure." The other hairy crabs nodded their eyes together in agreement. Before Tang Yan could say some polite words, a burst of system beep suddenly came from his mind. "Ding, congratulations to the host, conquering the level 0 demon hairy crab, gaining 100 points. The beep sounded 7 times, meaning that all 7 hairy crabs actually agreed with him. He also gained 700 points as a result. This time, it was considered a bumper harvest. Ding, demon space, storage is full, please upgrade the host as soon as possible. But before he could be happy for long, the system's warning suddenly sounded. Tang Yan opened the monster space and found that the 10 grids were indeed full: 7 hairy crabs, a gorilla, an ant, and a big fat cat. As soon as the monster space was full, it also meant that in the future, he would only be able to stare at the monsters when he saw them again, because there was no way to subdue them. So he frowned and asked in his mind, "System, is there any other way to upgrade demon space?" There was a note on the demon space that as long as he raised his strength, the space would naturally be upgraded, but he had already reached the level of chi refinement, and the space still hadn't been upgraded, so I'm afraid that he had to go further before he could do it. But he couldn't afford to spend it now, he had to think of another way. Ding, there is. As long as the host makes a level 3 or above demon identify with you, the demon space will also be upgraded. Level 3 demon. Tang Yan laughed bitterly. His senior brother at home was only a level 2 demon so far, but just from the view of that energy hidden in its body, when it came to fighting, he could at best suppress his senior brother by a single step. If he met a level 3 demon, he was afraid that he really couldn't fight it. Let's take a step and see what happens. Although he couldn't fight a level 3 demon yet, he had just gained 700 points, so as long as he exchanged the right goods, he wouldn't necessarily be without a fighting chance if he met a level 3 demon. As for right now, it was better to find a way to take the 7 hairy crabs away first. So Tang Yan suddenly raised his head and pointed in a direction and yelled, "Look, there's a demon." Everyone subconsciously looked in the direction Tang Yan was pointing, while Tang Yan took advantage of the fact that the crowd's attention wasn't on him, and with a wave of his hand, all 7 hairy crabs were taken into the demon space. Only when the crowd realized that they had been cheated did they turn their heads, glaring angrily at Tang Yan. Tang Yan was shrugging with an innocent face. "Sorry, I misread it." The anger on the faces of the crowd intensified, and some even muttered, "So it's a psychopath, isn't it?" Just now, Tang Yan talking to a group of hairy crabs had already made them suspect that he had mental problems, and now he was being nervous. It was inevitable that they would think Tang Yan was a psychopath. Tang Yan naturally also heard the muttering, but he didn't get angry. This was good, to the point that it saved him from having to explain. "Ha! Where are those 7 hairy crabs?" At this time, someone suddenly exclaimed, but realized that all 7 hairy crabs had disappeared. "Should not run away, right?" someone muttered. "Oops." Another exclamation attracted the crowd's attention. "Just now I only focused on looking. I can't believe I didn't take a picture and send it to my friends. Hairy crabs gathering for a mass brawl, this is definitely big news." "Right. Why didn't I think of that?" A group of people stifled their wrists. But no one noticed that Tang Yan and Huiyul had already disappeared into the crowd. Walking out of the hotel, Huiyul's gaze was fixed on Tang Yan, her eyes flickering, all of them curious. Tang Yan was looked at somewhat unnaturally, helplessly asking, "What are you looking at me like that for? Where did you get those hairy crabs?" Huiyul asked with a smile. "How should I know?" Tang Yan was a bit vain. "I saw it all." Tang Yan was silent for a long time before slowly saying, "You'll know later." Now that the aura between heaven and earth was becoming more and more dense, the speed of animal awakening was bound to accelerate, although someone was deliberately hiding it all now. But there will come a day when it can't be concealed. By that time, the earth would be overrun with demons and monsters. There is destined to be a battle between humans and demons. Whether they will end up living in peace or fighting a war is anyone's guess. Chapter 15: Senior's New Profession. Huiyul recruited a cab and went home. Tang Yan didn't bother to take the car, but ran back to the rental house. Since practicing internal force, he has saved a lot of money on this fare. Returning to the rental house, he found that it was brightly lit inside. Dahe was not there, presumably outside the wave. Only the elder brother sat in front of the computer, using 2 paws to constantly strike the keyboard. Tang Yan was immediately interested, smilingly asked, "Elder brother, what are doing?" Elder brother raised his head and glanced at him, then said faintly, "Writing a novel." Tang Yan was pouring water to drink. When he heard his senior brother's words, he almost didn't spray the water he just drank into his mouth. He walked behind his elder brother and took a look. "Hey, this guy is really writing a novel." The name of the novel is called The Legend of the Husky. Tang Yan briefly looked at the outline. It seems to be about a husky awakening spiritual wisdom, obtaining powerful abilities, and since then embarking on the road to the pinnacle of the feat of the 2nd generation of dogs, punching the evil dogs, and surrounded by beautiful dogs. Tang Yan was completely shocked. There's still this kind of operation? This really deserves to be a refined era. The brain circuit is novelty. Elder brother looked at Tang Yan's dumbfounded appearance, proudly raised his dog's head and said, "This Ha's novel has currently been seen by Big Z Chinese Network's editor-in-chief, Beard, and will soon meet with the readers." Tang Yan has been shocked speechless, then his heart is a movement, smilingly wrapped around the neck of the elder brother said, "Elder brother, since you are so powerful, I will discuss one thing with you." "What is it?" "Say it." Elder brother said with bravado. "When you sign up, how about filling in my bank card number?" Tang Yan laughed. "I'll take that as something. You're providing such a good thing to Ben Ha, of course the bank card number will fill in yours." The senior brother said with disinterest. Besides, it didn't have a bank card. Even if it wanted a bank card, it would still scare people to death when it went to the bank. "Ha, then thank you, senior brother." Tang Yan laughed, suddenly feeling that this one had become incomparably smooth. He was worried about not having the funds to feed this large family, but he didn't realize that his senior brother had started making money. This was really an unexpected joy. Taking a shower, lying on the bed, looking at his extra 700 points, Tang Yan fretted, because he didn't know what he should exchange for good again. Right now I have Luohan Fist, Millennium Kill and the first layer of 9 Yang Divine Power. These are all more offensive techniques. I have to find a more defensive technique. Thinking over it, Tang Yan was ready to exchange a feat with strong defense, in which case it would be a great guarantee for his own safety. Thinking of this, Tang Yan no longer hesitated and began to quickly search through the shopping mall. Not long after, his eyes just lit up. Golden Bell Mask Enhanced Version, 500 points. This is it. System, I want to redeem the Admiral's Mask Enhanced Edition. Ding, redemption successful, 500 points deducted. Like a torrent of information surging into his mind, everything about the Admiral's Mask Enhanced Edition all melted together, and his physical body changed radically at this moment. This enhanced version of the Golden Bell Shroud is really strong. Not only is the flesh as hard as diamond, but it is also able to use its internal power to form a large bell outside of its body, and its defense is so strong that even bombs won't be able to help me for a while. Looking at the majestic information in his mind, Tang Yan couldn't help but sigh out. It was really because this Golden Bell Shroud enhanced version's defense was too perverse. This way, even if I meet a level 3 demon, I don't have to be afraid. Shaking his hands and feeling the changes in his own muscles, Tang Yan smiled with satisfaction. However, 700 points had turned into 200 points all of a sudden, and the key thing was that these 200 points couldn't be spent, because the lowest priced items in the upgraded mall required 500 points to redeem. Helplessly shrugging his shoulders, Tang Yan no longer thought much about it, sitting cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate. As for elder brother, he was so engrossed in writing novels that he couldn't help himself. The next day, Tang Yan woke up from his cultivation. It was only 5 o'clock, but the sky was already numb and bright. Glancing at his senior brother, he found that it was lying in front of the computer, seemingly asleep. It must be that it was harder to code. Elder brother, for this family expenses, hard work. Tang Yan was moved and prepared to cover it with a blanket. But just as he took a step closer, elder brother popped up, then covered the computer with a claw. At the moment the computer was covered, Tang Yan vaguely saw 2 Ara doing sports that were inappropriate for lesser dogs. Instantly a head of black lines. Elder brother was a bit vain, didn't meet Tang Yan's eyes, head tilted, simply pretended to be asleep. Looks like we have to find a way to find a for senior brother. Tang Yan sighed helplessly. The thought of an Ara sneaking around every night to watch a movie while he was asleep gave him a numbing sensation. Shaking his head, Tang Yan headed for the bathroom. After washing up, Tang Yan went out, then came near a river closest to his house, and with a wave of his hand, 7 hairy crabs appeared out of thin air. Master. The system had a characteristic that any demon that was included was incredibly loyal to him. These 7 hairy crabs were also very eagle-eyed, and when they saw Tang Yan, they directly called out to their master. Tang Yan nodded his head in satisfaction, then instructed, "This river will be your home from now on. Remember not to get caught by humans, and keep me informed if anything happens." The hairy crabs were different from a few other guys. The only way to best cultivate them was to put them in the water and let them develop on their own. This was a decision Tang Yan had considered for a long time before making. The 7 hairy crabs naturally wouldn't disobey Tang Yan's orders, promising to climb into the water with a clatter, disappearing in the blink of an eye. After having an early breakfast, it was already around 7 o'clock when Tang Yan came to the pet store. Casually throwing Little Black to the big fat cat, Tang Yan went to feed the other little ones. Once again looking at each other, the big fat cat meowed with a strange smile. "Little ant, we meet again." Realizing that it wasn't good, Little Black wanted to escape and seek shelter from Tang Yan, but he was pressed down on the table by a fat paw and couldn't move. "What do you want?" Xiao Hei asked with some nervousness. "Not doing anything." The big fat cat tilted its head and revealed its sharp teeth. A minute later. "My name is Xiao Hei, I am an ant king. Since my awakening, I am the boss of the ants around me, and then I met my master, who gave me delicious lollipops and gave me a name, which made me feel very happy. Until I met a big fat cat, I couldn't beat it, and then became an honorable shoveling officer." Looking at the big fat cat lying on the side, lazily yawning, Xiao Hei felt that his future was dark. "Fat cat, come here, give me a massage." At this time, Tang Yan's voice suddenly came from over there. The big fat cat face stiffened, then walked over like a walking corpse. "My name is Big Fat Cat. Since my awakening, no animal dared to bully me, until I met the great demon king later on, and since then, I have to shovel my own, get my own cat food, and give the great demon king a massage. But luckily, I found a new pooper scooper, the little ant. Heavier, didn't eat breakfast." Tang Yan squinted at the big fat cat and said with dissatisfaction. "Oh." The big fat cat nodded stiffly, using great force. Tang Yan grunted in comfort. In fact, he had long seen everything Big Fat Cat did to Little Black, but didn't stop it, because he felt that it was quite good. If these two fellows messed around, it would be a headache. Just when Tang Yan was about to be pressed to sleep by the Big Fat Cat, the doorway suddenly walked into a person. Tang Yan opened his eyes and looked. then he couldn't help but frown. The person who came was actually Zhangli. Moreover, this Zhangli in front of him seemed different from before. Tang Yan's eyes narrowed vainly, because he felt a strange fluctuation from Zhangli's body. This fluctuation was not like internal force, but a very strange energy. Just as Tang Yan was pondering, Zhangli looked around and the corners of her mouth suddenly rose slightly. If a day ago, she was still jealous of Chen Mengmeng, then today, she no longer had Chen Mengmeng in her sights, and even had a feeling of disinterest. It was because since yesterday, she and Chen Mengmeng were no longer in the same world. If one had to draw a line, then Chen Mengmeng was just a mortal, while she, on the other hand, was a god. That's right, she was a god. Just yesterday, she learned that she spent $50,000 to hire punks actually by Tang Yan all injured. A moment of panic, did not step steadily, fell into a river, will not be able to water. She thought she was bound to die. But what she didn't expect was that at the moment she was about to die, a wonderful feeling surged into her whole body, and then she was surprised to find that she could actually breathe in the water. And she was also able to manipulate the water current. This discovery first made her panic, but then she calmed down, and after that, she was ecstatic. Because she thought of a possibility. She possessed a supernatural ability. At this moment, Zhangli looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. In this era, everyone knew what possessing superpowers meant. It meant that she was the protagonist of this world. On this day, Zhangli dumped her boyfriend. Because the current boyfriend was no longer worthy of her. As for today, she came here because he wanted to teach this lowly man who caused her to enter the police station a good lesson. So she looked at Tang Yan and suddenly laughed. Do you know what the difference between a god and a human is? It's that a god can dictate a person's life and death at will. After saying that, she only saw her wave her hand violently, and as if summoned by something, the water in the pet store gathered crazily in the air, then clattered towards Tang Yan. Looking at the large mass of water pouncing towards him, Tang Yan frowned slightly and clenched his fist, a hint of golden light interspersed on top of it. Luohan Fist. Countless fist shadows appeared out of thin air. The water gathered in the air was instantly vaporized by the internal force on the fist shadows, while the speed of the fist shadows didn't decrease, smashing against Zhangli's face. Only to hear us scream, Zhangli was directly smashed without any surprise, and ruthlessly thrown out of the store. Nervous? Inside the store, Tang Yan muttered softly. Chapter 16 The Prude Pig. This is impossible. Tang Yan didn't strike a death blow, but Zhangli also almost fainted from the pain, but at this moment, she couldn't care about the pain, because the scene that just happened scared her. The roiling fist shadow that was mixed with infinite might gave her a feeling of death. What frightened her even more was that the means Tang Yan had used were actually even more incredible than her. Could it be that he's also a person with superpowers? And the superpowers are even more powerful than mine? As soon as she thought of this, Zhangli became a bit flustered, and seeing that Tang Yan didn't chase her out, she didn't care about the astonished gazes of the passers-by, and fled as if she had left. Only when she left, a trace of unwillingness flashed in the depths of her eyes. Looking at Zhangli's back, Tang Yan stroked his chin, pondering. It had only been a few days since he had seen Zhangli. She actually had the ability to control water. It seemed that she had also been affected by the revival of the aura to obtain this ability. No wonder he had felt a strange energy from Zhangli's body. However, this was not unusual. According to the system, anything was possible in the era of aura revival. Only this time, Zhangli had been taught a lesson and would surely stop. Thinking of this, Tang Yan also did not bother to think too much, continue to lie down and let the big fat cat give himself a massage. The big fat cat was full of bitterness, but had to listen to the instructions of the great demon king, Two Fat Paws Busy. The little black who was shoveling poop at the side was so happy, even shoveling up poop was more forceful. Not long after, Hui Yule came. But this time it was Tang Yan's turn to ignore her. Last night this little girl made him a shield thing that made him very upset, although Hui Yule was young and didn't want to take it personally, but it didn't mean that he didn't have a temper. Hui Yule obviously knows she's in the wrong. When teasing the little animal, she also used her afterglow to steal a glance at Tang Yan from time to time, several times wanting to say something before she stops. Tang Yan pretended not to see, and asked the big fat cat to pour himself a glass of water. The big fat cat, on the other hand, kept using its eyes to ask Hui Yule for help, wanting to get out of its misery. However, Hui Yule was already a bit weak, so how could she help big fat cat? So she pretended not to see it. The big fat cat was about to cry. Thinking that this is the end, even Hui Yule is in the big demon king's lustful authority yielded, the future days will not be even more difficult? Thinking of this, the big fat cat suddenly felt a blackness in front of his eyes and almost didn't faint to death. But soon under Tang Yan's gaze, he climbed up with a grunt and ran over to continue massaging. The next time Tang Yan had a very leisurely, nothing to do with their own domestic cottage cell phone on the internet. In the internet, he found that the things about the animals out of the obvious increase and the deletion of all the deletion cannot be finished. Even the matter of last night's hairy crab mobbing appeared for a few seconds before it was deleted. Just as Tang Yan finished reading the last message and was about to close his cell phone, a video suddenly appeared in his eyes. The video was titled, Divine Miracle. Immortal Trail discovered in Wudong Mountain. Tang Yan raised an eyebrow and opened the video, realizing that the video was very blurry. It seemed to be a sneak peek from a faraway place, and after zooming in it became even more unclear. But even so, it was still possible to see a blurry silhouette jumping above the bushes at a surprisingly fast speed, and in the blink of an eye, the trail was gone. The video was only 10 seconds long, but Tang Yan was able to surmise that this person's strength was definitely at the so-called qi refining stage. This was because only with internal power in the body, it was possible to control the power perfectly and be so light. Phew! Exhaling a breath, Tang Yan looked up at the ceiling. He always had a feeling that the day when the aura would completely return seemed not far away. Is this all true? Just then, a curious voice came from behind him. He turned his head, but saw that Hui Yul had come behind him at some point, and was looking at his cell phone with a curious gaze. Tang Yan didn't say anything, just nodded, indicating that it was true. This little girl had already awakened a step ahead of schedule. Sooner or later she was going to know these things, and there was nothing to admitting it. But this was obviously not the answer Hui Yul wanted to get. Her little mouth couldn't help but pout slightly, muttering a little meanie before picking up the big fat cat and walking off to the side. The big fat cat was suddenly picked up. Instead of being angry, it was filled with tears. It was finally out of the clutches of the great demon king. The happiness of this moment was about to overwhelm it. Soon, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Tang Yan returned to the rental house and found that Big Black was actually there. This thing was sitting next to his senior brother, staring at the computer, and from time to time, he even exclaimed, "Senior brother, your novel is so good, you're really great. I, Big Black, am convinced." A gorilla with a face of adoration expressed its submission to a era. This picture was really a bit spicy to the eyes. So Tang Yan washed his eyes and asked Big Black, "Where did you run off to these past few days?" Big Black heard his master ask, "Where dared to slack off," scratched his head and hemmed and laughed. "Master, didn't go anywhere, just wandered around the human city and found a lot of fun." Said, "It seems like it remembered something," patted his chest and said, "But master, you can rest assured, absolutely no human found my trace." Tang Yan nodded his head in satisfaction. He indeed hadn't heard anything about Big Black recently, and to his surprise, no one had continued to come to his rented house to check it out, so it must be that the guy called Su Zhixiong hadn't said anything about him. This is also what Tang Yan wants. Although his strength has now reached the refining of qi don't know how many stages, can be considered a strong person, but the reasoning of the muffled voice he still understands. Low profile is the king's way. A night without words. The next day, just arrived at the pet store, Tang Yan's cell phone suddenly rang. Looking at the caller ID, Tang Yan froze, because this number is exactly his old home phone number, so he hurriedly connected the phone. "Xiao Yan na, something happened at home." As soon as the phone was connected, a woman's voice came from inside. This voice Tang Yan was familiar with. It was his mother Jiang Mei's voice. Hearing that something had happened at home, Tang Yan only felt like his mind was about to explode, and hurriedly asked, "Mom, what happened?" There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while, causing Tang Yan's heart to sink, and then he only heard Jiang Mei say, "You know about the boar that was raised at home, right?" "I know, what's wrong?" Tang Yan was puzzled. That boar was caught and raised by his dad Tang Jiangwo last year, in order to fatten it up and kill the meat to eat in the new year. Could. Then Tang Yan reacted, "Now that the aura has returned, that boar shouldn't have turned into a demon as well." Sure enough. Only to hear Jiang Mei continue, "I don't know what happened, that boar bit off the cage and ran away." Tang Yan breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that the boar that turned into a demon had hurt someone, so he comforted, "Mom, forget about it if it ran away, wait for me to go back and re-buy you guys a new one." But unexpectedly, Jiang Mei sighed, "If that were the case, your father and I would have been heartbroken for a while at most, but that's not how it happened. After that boar ran away, it didn't leave the village too far. Instead, it hung around outside the village every day, and when it saw a woman from the village go out, it went up to harass her. The great lords of the village organized themselves and tried to catch it, but I don't know what happened. That pig was frighteningly strong and had thick skin, so people couldn't do anything with it at all. Xiao Yan, you studied in the city and have seen a lot. Do you know what's going on here?" Tang Yan listened to the black lines on his head. This boar is a demon without a doubt, but he didn't expect that this pig is actually a pig of color, specializing in harassing women. After all, it was his own pig that brought trouble to the villagers. Tang Yan knew he had to go back, so he comforted, "Mom, don't worry, I know what's going on, I'll rush back right away." After hanging up the phone, Tang Yan came to the front of the big fat cat. The big fat cat was lazily basking in the sun. As soon as he saw Tang Yan come over, he subconsciously stretched out his paw to give him a massage. Looking at the big fat cat's reflexive little look, Tang Yan's face revealed a smile, then stroked its head and said, "Well, no need for a massage today. In addition, to explain one thing to you. Master, feel free to say anything, I'll definitely accomplish it." The big fat cat enjoyed Tang Yan's caresses and didn't forget to show its loyalty. "When Huiyul comes later, just tell her that I have something to go out for a few days, let her help look after the pet store, come back and count me as owing her a favor," Tang Yan explained. As for the big fat cat, once he heard that the great demon king actually had to go out for a few days, he was so happy that he almost didn't jump up, but he still held back and nodded vigorously. "Master, don't worry, I'll definitely complete the task." Tang Yan nodded in satisfaction, then left the pet store. With the big fat cat and Huiyul watching over the store, he wasn't worried at all. As for the rental house, he didn't have to worry even more. With his senior brother there in big black, he didn't have to worry at all. But is this really the case? You have to know that although senior brother the Scoods is a level 2 demon, but the body is a era. The big fat cat looked at Tang Yan's back as he left, tearful in an instant. The great demon king is really gone. The days without the rule of the great demon king are so good. When Tang Yan returned to his old home by car, it was already 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and from afar he saw a group of villagers with hoes, shovels and other farming tools gathered together, seemingly discussing something. At this time, someone also found Tang Yan. A middle-aged uncle immediately greeted loudly, "This is not Xiao Yan." "Back. Second uncle," Tang Yan politely shouted. "Aha." Second uncle nodded, then called out behind him, "Jangwo, your son is back." Not a moment later, a figure limped over, and behind it was a middle-aged woman, precisely Tang Yan's father and mother. Seeing Tang Yan, the two old faces showed surprise, but then Tang Jangwo complained to Jiang Mei at his side, "I say the child's mother, a little thing, have to call Xiao Yan outside is already tired enough, but also let Xiao Yan back to do." Jiang Mei instantly quit, and cursed at Tang Jangwo, "You old man, you caught an immodest pig yourself, and now you're causing trouble for the villagers. There's nothing you can do, but you can't notify little Yan?" Seeing this, Tang Yan wiped his cold sweat, then said interruptingly, "Mom and Dad, you guys stop arguing, where is that immodest pig?" Speaking of that pig, Tang Jangwo let out a sigh and said, "Alas, I don't know what happened, this pig seems to have changed overnight, its strength is terrifying, the hoe smashed on its head didn't do anything at all, the people in the village said that this pig has become a spirit. And whenever there are women out in the village, that pig is like a fly seeing. Ahem, anyway, it's all kinds of harassment of women in the village." Tang Jangwo said, saw the unkind gaze of Jiang Mei beside him, and hastily changed his words. Then pointing to the mountain behind him, he said, "Here, that pig has just been driven to the mountain by us, but it will definitely come down again tomorrow, because this isn't once or twice." Chapter 17. I urge you to be kind. Did you go up the mountain? Tang Yan stroked his chin and pondered for a few seconds, then said, "I'll go up the mountain to take a look." But it was quickly vetoed by Jiang Mei. "Xiao Yan, this is no joke. That pig is so strong that it can casually arch over even a several hundred-pound boulder. It will be dangerous if you go up the mountain." Tang Jangwo chimed in, "Yes, Xiao Yan, you can't go up there." The villagers nodded their heads similarly. Tang Yan's heart warmed, but he knew that now was the best chance to deal with this pig demon, because once that pig came down the mountain, with so many villagers around, it was not good for him to directly strike. There was no way around it. He could only tell a well-intentioned lie, saying, "Mom and Dad, just don't worry, I've met this kind of situation in the city, so I'm sure I can deal with this pig." But Mr. and Mrs. Tang Jangwo obviously didn't believe it and wanted to stop it. However, at this time, a stout youth with a fork suddenly walked into the crowd and said in a jarring voice, "Uncle Tang, Auntie Jiang, why don't I go with Brother Yan? I will definitely protect Brother Yan." "Xiongzi, it's you." Seeing this youth, Tang Yan called out in surprise, "Brother Yan, long time no see." Xiongzi touched his head and greeted with a simple smile. This stout youth named Zhou Xiong was Tang Yan's partner from childhood, but Zhou Xiong dropped out of high school and had been doing farm work in his hometown, while Tang Yan had been going out to school to do part-time work because he wanted to lighten his family's burden, and speaking of which, he hadn't seen each other for a long time. Zhou Xiong is his name, stout and extremely strong, as if a small bear. But even though Zhou Xiong stood out and said that he would go up the mountain with Tang Yan, Mr. and Mrs. Tang Jangwo still expressed their concern and said that they would not allow Tang Yan to go up the mountain. And at this time, an old man suddenly walked out and said, Jangwa, you guys just rest assured, with Joe showing this kid in, it's impossible to let little Yen this child get hurt, don't forget to drive away that pig who contributed the most strength. Besides, since Xiao Yan he has a way to solve this pig, let him go up and take a look, he is the only one university student in our village, he has seen a lot, you guys shouldn't underestimate him. This old man was none other than the village chief, Li Fugue, who had quite a lot of prestige in the village. As expected, once they heard Li Fugue say this, Mr. and Mrs. Tang Jiangwo hesitated, and only after a long time did Tang Jiangwo solemnly instructed, remember, if there is any danger, you must run away quickly, safety first. Tang Yan breathed a sigh of relief, then answered with his mouth full, took a machete handed over by Jiang Mei, and went up the mountain with Zhou Xiong. Brother Yan, when we meet that pig later, you hide behind me, let me deal with that pig. Walking on the mountain road, Zhou Xiong said with a grave expression on his face. Aha! Tang Yan nodded his head and didn't say anything, but carefully searched for traces about that immodest pig. To be able to remain unharmed under the siege of so many villagers, he was afraid that it was at least a level 1 demon, he had to settle this pig as soon as possible to prevent it from continuing to wreak havoc outside. Both being children living in the village, they were very familiar with the mountain, and in a short while, Tang Yan and Zhou Xiong found some clues at the same time. Look at this footprint, it should be that pig's, and this footprint is very new, that pig is probably not far away. Zhou Xiong pointed at the footprints on the ground and analyzed. Tang Yan also found it and chased after it with big strides. Zhou Xiong hurriedly followed. But chasing after it, Tang Yan suddenly realized that the footprints had disappeared, as if they had never appeared. Zhou Xiong squatted down and carefully searched in the surrounding area. After searching in a circle to no avail, he touched his head and muttered, strange, how did it suddenly disappear? Is it hard to believe that this will also climb a tree? Tang Yan was pondering where this pig could be. When he heard Zhou Xiong's muttering, he subconsciously looked up. The next moment, his eyes widened. Only to see a large tree not far ahead. There is a fat ass, there is a tail on top of it, seems to feel Tang Yan's gaze, a pig head with a long nose and big ears violently turned over, and he came to a deep stare. I white blue. This pig can really get on the tree ah. Tang Yan spat in his heart. Zhou Xiong followed his gaze upwards, also saw the pig, and could not help but exclaim, Brother Yan, your family's pig has really become a spirit. It actually still climbs trees. Seeing that it had been discovered, the pig no longer hid, and directly jumped down from a dozen meters of the tree, and its huge size landed on the ground with a loud boom, shaking the surrounding fallen leaves and smashing out a large pit. Seeing this, Zhou Xiong's face changed. Holding a fork, he blocked in front of Tang Yan, and with a wary face, asked in a low voice, Brother Yan, what should we do next? Tang Yan sidestepped and walked in front of Zhou Xiong, narrowing his eyes. Ding, found level 1 demon, pig. Due to demon space being full, it cannot be collected for the time being. After understanding the pig's information, Tang Yan asked indifferently, why are you harassing the village women? Seeing Tang Yan talking to a pig, Zhou Xiong's mouth opened slightly, rather puzzled. In his heart, he muttered Yan went to school in the city, did he learn pig language? As for the big fat pig, when it saw that Tang Yan didn't attack him and actually spoke to him, a trace of humanized surprise appeared in its eyes, then it grunted a few times while a message was transmitted into Tang Yan's mind, I remember you. You were the one who tugged on my tail in the first place. The corner of Tang Yan's eyes twitched. When Tang Jiangwo caught a pig and came back, he happened to be at home. At that time, this pig was still small and quite cute, only its body was dirty. So his heart is a move, hit a pot of water, just want to give this little pig seedling a bath, but of course this pig will not obey, he grabbed the pig's tail, hard to give a rub bath. I didn't expect this guy to actually remember after awakening his spiritual intelligence. With a hint of embarrassment on his face, Tang Yan coughed and digressed, cut the crap, why are you harassing the women in the village? If you don't tell me, don't blame me for being rude to you. Unexpectedly, the big fat pig glanced at him full of scorn, seemingly saying, just this little arm and leg of yours? It's not enough for my old pig to kick with a pig's hoof. Being despised by a pig, Tang Yan couldn't bear it any longer. Just when he wanted to make a move, the big fat pig spoke again. My old pig is a genius, after awakening, I have infinite strength, and I'm not bad, so I'll definitely be a pig in the future. But as the saying goes, a beautiful woman matches a hero, and after thinking about it, only a human beautiful woman can match my old pig. The pig held its head high, as if it was announcing something big. Then Tang Yan almost vomited blood. I've seen people being shameless, but I've never seen a pig being shameless. So Tang Yan gritted his teeth and said, I advise you to be kind. Humph. The big fat pig hummed disdainfully, just with you two you want to subdue my old pig? It seems like I won't be able to do so if I don't give you guys a little color, old pig. The big fat pig said, and suddenly exerted his strength. His fat pig body seemed to be weightless at this moment, and his body shape was extremely fast as he slammed over towards the two of them. If this was hit solidly, a large stone would probably be shattered. Tang Yan just wanted to perform the Luohan fist, but a figure sprang out from the back, a fork ruthlessly thrusting at the big fat pig's head. It was actually Zhou Xiong. Zhou Xiong, holding the fork in pig head collision, issued a sharp sound. The pig head is like steel, without any traces of injury. The speed is still unabated, till the fork was bending, and then snapped. Seeing this, Zhou Xiong's face changed greatly, yelling, "Brother Yen, run! I'll take the rear!" Saying this, he rolled over onto the big fat pig and grabbed both pig ears, wanting to subdue it. However, the big fat pig is a level 1 demon, not to mention its strength, but also its thick skin. Zhou Xiong soon became a bit unable to catch it. Tang Yan was a bit surprised at the sight, because the hands Zhou Xiong had just shown were not something an ordinary person could possess. Could it be that Zhou Xiong he actually awakened early? Then Tang Yan's gaze lit up in thought. And at this time, Zhou Xiong could no longer hold on and was directly flung away by the big fat pig, then only saw that big fat pig let out a low roar and rushed towards Tang Yan. "Brother Yen, quickly dodge!" Seeing this scene, Zhou Xiong's face turned pale as he shouted. However, Tang Yan let out a cold snort and let out a low shout, "Luohan fist." The 9 yang true qi in his body revolved, and once the Luohan fist was performed, the fist shadows with internal force in the sky fell like rain, bringing up gusts of air-breaking sounds. When the big fat pig saw this, its eyes were full of panic, because under the shadow of this roaming fist, it was even a little difficult to breathe. But at this time, it was too late to dodge, because the fist shadows had already arrived in front of it. Boom! 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 A burst of explosions like firecrackers rang out in the mountains, and the big fat pig's huge figure flew out directly and fell hard on the ground, not moving a muscle. The Luohan fist that is mixed with internal force is actually as terrifying as this. Tang Yan also did not expect the full strength of the Luohan fist with internal force to actually be so powerful. A level 1 demon in a single glance was dried over by him. As for Zhou Xiong, who was lying on the ground, was dumbfounded. Is this still human strength? Bear, are you alright? Coming to Zhou Xiong's side, Tang Yan asked with concern. It's fine. Zhou Xiong shook his head and said. Tang Yan wasn't surprised. Looking at Zhou Xiong's appearance, he had indeed awakened some kind of ability ahead of time, so naturally he wouldn't be easily injured. But he didn't say anything either, and instead came to the big fat pig that was lying on the ground, regaining some strength, and gasping for air. I've long advised you to be kind, you didn't listen, now you're suffering, right? Tang Yan squatted down and said with a smile. When the big fat pig saw the smirk on Tang Yan's face, his body's pork trembled, then pleaded, "Don't you kill me, my old pig is at least the one you watched grow up." Tang Yan wanted to retort, but realized that it made good sense. However, in truth, Tang Yan did not think about killing it, because it was 500 points off. Once the monster space was upgraded, these 500 points would be a large amount. Only, before demon space upgrades, he has to persuade it to be kind, otherwise it will continue to plague the village. Won't he have to tearfully eat a few big bulls at that time? Chapter 18 Monsters Ahead. When the big fat pig slowed down a bit, Tang Yan took it down the mountain. In the world of people, having money and status gave them the right to speak, while in the world of monsters, whoever had the biggest fist was the boss. After seeing Tang Yan's power, the big fat pig also had the intention to submit. However, Tang Yan's hand was still a bit heavy, and the big fat pig grunted in pain all the way. But Tang Yan didn't care. The recovery power of a level 1 demon was extremely strong, and it would not be long before it fully recovered. Soon, the 2 men and 1 pig had arrived at the village. There were still quite a few villagers standing outside the village. Tang Jiangwo and his wife were among them, and the moment they saw them return, they all greeted them. But after seeing the big fat pig behind them, the villagers picked up hoes and shovels, their eyes all guarded. Tang Yan hurriedly stopped them, saying, "Everyone, don't worry, this guy has already been subdued, it won't be dangerous." The villagers, on the other hand, were skeptical, but after seeing that the big fat pig had indeed lost its previous aggressiveness and was standing obediently at the back, they gradually relaxed their guard. Then someone said, "It's still you, little Yen, who is capable, subduing this pig so quickly." Yeah. There were so many compliments that Tang Yan was a bit embarrassed. Hearing the villagers praise his son, Tang Jiangwo's face flushed red as he clapped his hands and said, "In that case, then I'll slaughter this pig tonight. How about everyone coming to my house together to eat meat?" Good. The villagers burst into cheers. But the big fat pig behind him was dumbfounded when he heard that he was going to eat himself. This can't be done. So it hurriedly arched Tang Yan's leg with its snout, and there was pleading in the pig's eyes. Tang Yan naturally won't let his dad slaughter the 500 points. Oh no, the big fat pig hurriedly stopped. Dad, this pig can't be killed. Why? Tang Jiangwo was puzzled, and so were the villagers. Tang Yan pondered for a few seconds, suddenly his eyes lit up, then said, this pig already has a spirit, killing it will create sin. But the villagers didn't believe him in this statement, there was a skeptical look in their eyes. Seeing this, Tang Yan also knew that he had to let the big fat pig perform, so he looked at the big fat pig and said, turn over a heel for everyone to see. Big fat pig, in fact not stupid, know that their lives all rely on Tang Yan, so hastily turned over a heel, as if the hundreds of pounds of meat does not exist. When the villagers saw such a marvelous scene, they couldn't help but be amazed, and someone said, flip it again. The big fat pig then hastened to flip another heel. Now the villagers completely convinced, the big fat pig surrounded in the center. Some people will try to ask, you understand us to speak? Big fat pig nodded. Then you learn a dog's bark. Woof. Ha ha ha. Is really psychic. For a while, the villagers were having fun, completely forgetting about the matter of killing the pig. Tang Yan retreated to the side and silently prayed for the big fat pig. But after this, the big fat pig's life was saved. As for what would happen in the future, it would depend on its own destiny. Brother Yin, you seem to have changed. At this time, Zhou Xiong came to his side and suddenly whispered. Tang Yan looked at the big man in front of him and asked with a smile, how have you changed? Zhou Xiong thought for a moment and said seriously, got stronger. Tang Yan couldn't deny it, then patted his shoulder and said seriously, if you have any problems, just come to N City to find me. Aha! Zhou Hu nodded vigorously. The two of them smiled at each other, neither of them inquiring about each other. Next, Tang Yan stayed in the village for a night and set off on his journey back to N City the next day. Before he left, he gave the big fat pig some detailed heart guidance, instructing it to learn to be kind and protect the villagers, or else he would immediately return to kill the pig and eat its meat. As for the big fat pig, after some of his careful guidance, the whole body trembled with excitement, and the pig's eyes flashed with tears, indicating that it accepted the teaching. And then guaranteed to resolutely complete the task, so Tang Yan was relieved to go. The bus traveled for 4 hours, then arrived at N City. At this time there was still a distance from the station. But when the bus traveled to a bridge it suddenly stopped. What's going on? Why isn't it moving? I'm in a hurry. Immediately, someone complained in dissatisfaction. Then came the driver's voice, the road ahead is closed, we can't go. The road is closed? Tang Yan was puzzled, this was a road with very high traffic flow, why was the road suddenly closed? Wouldn't this be the rhythm of a traffic jam? Bang! Then just as Tang Yan was puzzled and the crowd was complaining, a gunshot suddenly broke through the sky and entered the ears of the crowd. The crowd was startled, and before they could react, there were several more gunshots in succession. Listening to the size of the gunshots, it seemed to be not far ahead. There's someone shooting. Everyone was shocked, they were just ordinary citizens, usually used to being comfortable. How had they ever heard the real version of gunshots? And the gunshots were so close to them. For a moment, it was a mess. Tang Yan also realized that it was not good, so he secretly got out of the car, and then found that the bridge was already blocked with cars. Many people heard the gunshots, they all got out of the car, and then retreated towards the back. But Tang Yan did not follow the crowd retreat, but toward the direction of the gunfire came sneak touch over. He guessed that a real-life version of a police battle was being staged in front of him. This was a live blockbuster that didn't cost anything, he had to go and join in the fun. How to say it, Chinese people have a characteristic, that is, where there is a hustle and bustle where they like to go. Tang Yan is no exception. Tang Yan is no exception. It's just that ordinary people don't dare to go up to the hustle and bustle in front of them. Come to one end of the bridge, Tang Yan found that here has been a group of police with police cars to isolate, and these police are holding guns, aimed at the front, as if facing a big enemy. Tang Yan came to the top of the railing and raised his head to look forward, wanting to see what was going on in front of him. And right at this moment, his brows suddenly furrowed, then he looked towards his right, where 3 silhouettes were rapidly approaching. These 3 silhouettes were extremely fast, their figures jumping on the bridge as if they were walking on the ground. And naturally, these 3 people were no ordinary people, surprisingly, they were all awakened. Seemingly sensing Tang Yan's gaze, one of the middle-aged men frowned, but didn't say anything, instead continuing to jump forward. However, a youth who looked about the same age as Tang Yan behind the middle-aged man came to Tang Yan's side. This youth was average-looking, with a pockmarked face, not very tall, and chewing gum in his mouth. After he came to Tang Yan's side, he first sized him up, then frowned and said, "This place is dangerous, not suitable for ordinary people to gather around, quickly leave." Tang Yan naturally had to put on a shocked face, pointing at the youths and saying incredulously, "Was that light power you guys just performed?" Seeing Tang Yan's shocked look, a hint of smugness flashed in the youth's eyes, then with his hands behind his back, he raised his head and said in a deep voice, "You don't need to know what you shouldn't know." At this moment, under the breeze from the bridge, the youth looked forced. Tang Yan almost didn't paste his face with his Luohan fist, but he was now thinking about how to extract more information, so he endured it. So he said adoringly, "Senior, you're so powerful. What exactly happened up ahead?" Looking at Tang Yan's adoring gaze, the youth's heart was obviously greatly satisfied, his body straightened even more, and his face was filled with an inscrutable look. The youth, named Zhang Paki, had suddenly awakened a month ago, and then was recruited by the Animal Control Group, making him realize everything. He was actually a gifted awakened person, which meant that he was destined to be a bit more powerful than others. All signs pointed to the fact that he was a genius. This feeling made him enjoy himself, especially in front of those ordinary people, feeling their gazes of admiration. Paki Zhang even felt like he was the protagonist of this world. Paki Zhang was immersed in his own world of masturbation, but Tang Yan was speechless. "I'm afraid this guy is a two. I'm afraid this guy is a douchebag. The pockmarks on his face can even fry vegetables, and he's still pretending to be a pussy." So Tang Yan shook his head and sighed helplessly, also not ready to inquire, turned away, looking for an opportunity to personally go to investigate the probe. Zhang Paki also reacted at this time, seeing that Tang Yan actually turned around and left. How could this work? He hadn't pretended enough. So he hurriedly called out, Hey, wait. Senior, is there something wrong?" A trace of doubt appeared on Tang Yan's face. Zhang Paki on the other hand was a bit embarrassed. He couldn't say, "Let you wait just to see me continue to pretend?" Then wouldn't this image of him as a high-ranking person immediately crumble? "Eyes turning," he said with a grave expression, "Do you know why this place is closed?" Tang Yan's heart stirred, but his face was unmoving, his eyes showing adoration. "Senior, I'm just a small person, naturally I don't know. But to a great person like you that is sure to know." "Who?" Zhang Hemsun immediately sighed with relief. This horse's ass is simply shot to his heart, this force to pretend to be really strong. And so the heart that share of comfort. Strength dissipated, Zhang Paki only backhand said, "This respect of course no." The front appeared a monster, this respect this time to come is out to subdue this monster. Well, in order to pretend to be a full set, this bastard directly called himself this honored one. But Tang Yan didn't care about these fancy things, but his eyes were slightly glowing. Monster? Could it be that there are points in front? No, there are monsters in front? Looking at the battle made around here, it seemed that the level of the demon wasn't low. Thanks for informing me, senior. Thinking of this, how could Tang Yan hold back? Casually arching his hand, he ran towards the back. In the blink of an eye, he was gone. Paki Zhang had wanted to still play the pussy for a while, but Tang Yan disappeared in the blink of an eye, such that he couldn't help but be a bit dismayed. Boring. Muttering, Paki Zhang jumped towards the front. He had heard that the awakened beast ahead was quite powerful, and he was going to assist the police in maintaining order. As for dealing with that awakened beast? Forget it, he was only at the 4th stage of body refinement now, going up there would only send him to his death. He could only leave it to the team leader who was at the 8th stage of body refinement to deal with it. Chapter 19 Look, there's a warrior. Tang Yan came to a remote place on the bridge, and when no one paid attention to him, he did a flip and came directly under the bridge, groping towards the front. This bridge is called Pretty Bridge, 5.8 kilometers long. Under the bridge is the endless Pretty River. The bottom of the bridge is dozens of meters high from the surface of the Pretty River. Of course, such a little height for Tang Yan cannot produce a sense of fear. After all, even the big fat pig jumped down from a dozen meters of trees or no matter, let alone him. Soon, Tang Yan arrived at the edge of the bridge, which was already an isolated area. With a flash, he scurried out from the bottom of the bridge and hid behind a car. At the same time he also saw the scene in the encirclement. A buffalo with an earth-colored glow was running around wildly, and wherever it went, both cars and buildings were all smashed to pieces. And in front of this bull, a silhouette was jumping rapidly, but this silhouette was obviously not a match for this buffalo, and although he was not hit by the buffalo due to his sensitive stance, he was forced to keep retreating. Ding, found level 3 demon, buffalo. Taking it in will earn you 2,000 points. A shiny logo flashed above the buffalo that was emitting an earthy yellow glow, and Tang Yan was nearly blinded by the brightness. At this moment, Tang Yan's heart was shouting, this buffalo was actually a level 3 demon. As long as he catches this level 3 demon, then he will not only gain 2000 points, at the same time, demon space will also be upgraded. Think about it, all have a kind of drooling impulse there. The buffalo that was charging across the street suddenly felt its asshole tighten, causing it to subconsciously stop, its eyes vigilantly scanning back and forth, but it did not look for the source of that invisible sense of crisis. And just as it hesitated, that damnable human once again came in front of it and kicked at its head. Moo! With an angry roar, an invisible ripple centered on it and scattered in all directions before it ruthlessly crashed into that human figure's body. The silhouette was unable to dodge in the face of this ripple, and was directly knocked away by the ripple. A mouthful of blood violently sprayed out of his mouth, and his breath became weak at this moment. Yui felt the taste of blood coming from the corner of his mouth, his eyes were all bitter. No matter what, he did not expect that this awakened beast had actually reached the level of level 3. Although he was the leader of N-City's animal management team and a strong body refining 8th stage, he still had no chance of winning against a level 3 awakened beast. And at this moment, after the buffalo injured Yui with its sound wave, it charged straight at him with a furious aura. It wanted to get this human in front of it killed. Because none of the humans were good. Shoot! Stop it! Seeing this scene, a police commander in the distance hurriedly ordered shots to be fired. For a while, gunshots rang out like firecrackers. However, when the bullets landed on the buffalo's body, they were blocked by the layer of earth-colored light, and the buffalo was unharmed. Moo! Although the bullets couldn't hurt the buffalo was furious, and with a long roar, it actually stopped walking towards Yui, and instead ran wildly towards the police officers. Seeing this, Yui's face became incomparably pale and yelled, "Retreat!" In fact, he didn't need to be reminded. The police also realized that it was not good at this time and fled, while the buffalo gently arched and flew away several police cars, and then rushed towards the pretty bridge at an unabated speed. Not good. Quickly stop it. There are still quite a few ordinary people on the bridge. Yui yelled anxiously. The police officers didn't care about the danger at this time, raising their guns and shooting wildly in an attempt to stop the buffalo. But the buffalo's eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of playfulness, not caring about the bullets that landed on its body, arching over one private car after another. Those citizens who hadn't evacuated too far were terrified when they saw a bull that was more powerful than a bulldozer, and they didn't care about their favorite cars, fleeing madly for their lives. However, the beautiful bridge is full of cars, coupled with panic. Escape will inevitably happen when the accident. Chen Mengmeng at this time on the accident, she retreated in the process. High-heeled shoes were broken, feet also sprained, a little move, feet on the heart of the pain. Looking at the buffalo less than 50 meters away from himself, and then looked at a car like a bubble general was stopped flying, Chen Mengmeng pale, without the slightest blood color. On the other side, looking at the buffalo rushing into the pretty bridge, Zhang Mazi came to Yui's side and said with a somewhat trembling voice, Group leader, what should we do now? This fellow had seen the power of the buffalo and was also terrified, because with his current strength of the 4th stage of body refining, he was afraid that he would be killed in seconds in a single glance. Yui frowned tightly and said in a deep voice, quickly go and notify the nearest army and ask them to bring their weapons to help. This awakened beast has already reached level 3, ordinary weapons can't do anything to it. Yes. Zhang Mazi also realized this, and with a promise, he hurriedly went to call for help. Yui, on the other hand, went to help evacuate the crowd. However, Tang Yan, who was hiding not far from them, was in a hurry as he heard Yui and Paki Zhang's conversation about getting the army to come over to help. Although this buffalo is a level 3 demon, strong, but the army has a huge variety of weapons, killing power of the weapons are not a few. Under the attack of these weapons, even if it is a level 3 demon, I am afraid that it will be blown cooked off. How can this be done? He had managed to find a level 3 demon with great difficulty, he definitely couldn't be blown cooked. We have to conquer this buffalo before the army arrives. With this thought in his mind, his gaze looked towards the surroundings, and he happened to see a cosplay clothing specialty store scattering clothes on the ground. His eyes immediately lit up. There! The buffalo was getting closer and closer, but Chen Mengming's walking speed was getting slower and slower, because the pain coming from her feet made her pretty face turn white, and she couldn't move fast at all. Huffing and puffing. Right at this moment, a heavy panting sound suddenly came from behind her. Chen Mengming turned around in horror and realized that a pair of reddish eyes were staring at her in death, and it was none other than that monster-like buffalo. The buffalo looked at the human in front of it, its bull eyes flashed with a hint of killing intent as it slowly walked towards Chen Mengmeng. It wanted to trample the human in front of it. Feeling the oppressive feeling coming from the buffalo, a deathly aura came to her face. Chen Mengmeng was paralyzed on the ground and closed her eyes in despair. She knew that she was doomed today. It's just that when her parents find out, they will definitely be sad. There were also those little animals, and I don't know if there was anyone to help them after I died. Even Yu Hui, who had rushed over not far away, sighed, knowing that a fresh life was about to be lost under the hooves of a bull. However, just at this moment, look, there's a warrior! A cry of alarm suddenly entered everyone's ears. Chen Mengmeng, who had already closed her eyes and waited for death, opened her eyes, and like everyone else looked up. Only to see a figure rush in like a bolt of lightning. This figure wore a black cloak, a bucket hat, and was blocked by a white veil in front of him, while a low, explosive voice came out, "Sins, stop!" The voice was like muffled thunder, shaking the eardrums of the crowd. This is... Yu Hui's face was shocked out. This is a qi refining expert. As for Chen Mengmeng, she only felt a flash in front of her eyes, and that warrior had already arrived in front of her, then punched at the buffalo's head. Boom! There was a loud bang, waves of air surged, the warrior took a step back, and the buffalo similarly took a step back. Don't go yet! Just as Chen Mengmeng was dazed, a low voice came, and it was the warrior who was reminding himself. Chen Mengmeng opened her mouth, wanting to say something, and at the same time, there was some doubt in her eyes, because she always felt that this low voice had an inexplicable familiarity. And this so-called warrior was naturally Tang Yan, who had taken this outfit from that cosplay clothing boutique in order to not expose himself. But what he didn't expect was that he actually met his boss Chen Mengmeng here. And he had even saved Chen Mengmeng. This was too much of a coincidence. But right now, he was dealing with a level 3 demon. Chen Mengmeng, an ordinary person here, obviously had danger, so he once again reminded in a deep voice, "Quickly go, it's dangerous here." "Thanks." Chen Mengmeng then reacted, said thank you, hurriedly climbed up, then limped backward. In another place, Yu Hui also reacted, and in a few jumps, he arrived not far from Tang Yan, and respectfully said, "Senior, this is a level 3 awakened beast, be careful, as long as you drag it out until the army arrives, you can put it to death." Tang Yan said in his heart, if that's the case, what the hell is the old man showing up for? Definitely need to subdue this level 3 demon before the army comes. So with just a faint he set his eyes on that big buffalo. "Why are you committing murder in the city?" Tang Yan looked at the buffalo and drank lowly. The buffalo also sensed the aura on Tang Yan's body, its eyes a little wary, but after hearing Tang Yan's words, it roared angrily, "Because you humans deserve to die. Old cow, I just became an adult and started working for you humans, worked hard all my life, and at the end when I couldn't do the farm work, you humans trafficked me to the slaughterhouse. Wanting to eat my meat. Do we buffaloes inherently owe you humans?" Hearing the buffalo's roar, Tang Yan was silent, and only after a few seconds did he slowly say, "If you continue to make trouble, you will be beheaded sooner or later, but as long as you come with me, you will be safe." But unexpectedly, the buffalo roared furiously, "Damnable human, you still want to cheat me?" Saying this, its body's earth yellow glow became even more intense, its body actually leapt high, a sideways turn, and a bull's hoof kicked at Tang Yan's body. Tang Yan did not expect this buffalo said to move its feet, hastily cast Luohan fist blocked a bit, but the body was directly kicked away. Hiss. Good strength. This blow, Tang Yan immediately felt the dreadfulness of a level 3 demon. That hoof, even a steel plate will be kicked through, if not for his flesh with a golden bell shroud protection, an arm is afraid to have been wasted. However, the buffalo got the foot with one blow, but there was no intention to stop. That huge body was actually incomparably flexible, the rear hooves kept kicking, even the air was emitting a burst of sonic booms. Humph. Since this is the case, then don't blame me. Tang Yan was also enraged, shouting angrily, looking at the cows but facing him, he decisively used his mastery, Millennium Kill. Chapter 20, The Bells Are Ringing. Chapter 20, The Bells Are Ringing. A pair of golden glittering gloves appeared on his hands. Tang Yan clenched his hands tightly, his middle and index fingers coming together as a mysterious power surged into his fingertips. Dang! With a dang sound, the invincible 1,000-year kill actually failed at this moment, as it was directly blocked by the layer of earth-colored light on the buffalo's body surface. The buffalo was startled, hurriedly pulling some distance away from Tang Yan, only to feel a vague coolness in its juju. This human was too despicable. It actually dared to use such an underhanded trick, if not for the fact that it felt bad and used its entire body's energy to protect its chrysanthemums, then it would have been in deep trouble. Yu Hui on the side swept a few black lines over his head, and his gaze became wary as he looked at Tang Yan. Senior's tactics are so special. Tang Yan, on the other hand, was a bit embarrassed and said shyly that it was a mistake just now. Should I try again? Try again? The buffalo's eyes spewed fire, it hadn't seen such a shameless human. Human, die. Roaring angrily, the buffalo's entire body exploded with earth yellow light. The cow's body transformed into a stump at this moment, its speed was truly amazingly fast. Tang Yen collected his smile, his face became grave, he took a deep breath, and drank lowly, Luohan Fist. Internal energy surging, Luohan Fist was performed, the surrounding air shook, countless fist shadows appeared out of thin air, against the buffalo that rushed straight to the ruthless smashed. Boom! 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 The low-impact sound continuously resounded. Tang Yen only felt that his fist landed on top of an incomparably thick steel plate, smashing his own hand was a bit painful. And the buffalo is not good, was smashed again and again. Roar. For a moment, a man and a cow were equal. But beautiful bridge and parked on the bridge of private cars is a disaster. Around the guardrail and private cars were all broken or lifted off, from time to time also issued a sound explosion. While evacuating the crowd, Yu-Hui watched the battle on the bridge, his eyes a little hot. Because he could feel just how strong this man and bull were, just the aftermath emanating from the battle was making him feel unable to stop his heart palpitating. Is this the power of a chi refining powerhouse? It's really powerful. I just don't know which one of the top 10 powerhouses this chi refining powerhouse is? Yu-Hui continuously sighed in his heart. At this time, Zhang Mazi came to his side and asked cautiously, "Team leader, that guy who was fighting the awakening beast is so strong." "Humph, that's a chi refining powerhouse, can he not be strong?" Yu-Hui squinted at him and grunted. Zhang Paki instantly looked shocked, even his speech was a bit stuttered. Refining? A chi refining powerhouse? My god, I actually saw a battle between chi refining powerhouses. This is what a senior na. This is what a master is. Saying that, Zhang Paki revealed an incomparable gaze of adoration towards the strong man on the bridge who wore a bucket hat and a black cloak. If he knew that this strong man he worshipped was the guy he pulled back to watch himself pretend to be a pimp, I'm afraid he would die of fright on the spot. Yu-Hui was naturally aware of Zhang Paki's virtues. This guy was arrogant just because he had awakened early. This time he had seen a truly strong person, he would be a bit more restrained in the future, right? Then he asked, "Paki Zhang, let you notify the nearest army, have you notified them?" Zhang Paki returned to his senses and nodded his head hurriedly. "Already notified, it will arrive in about half an hour." "Half an hour? Senior should be able to stall it," Yu-Hui muttered. But right at this moment, his face suddenly changed, his gaze snapped to the battlefield, and he exclaimed, "Not good. Senior is in danger." For his part, Paki Zhang was somewhat bewildered as he looked towards the battlefield. In the middle of the battlefield, Tang Yen and the buffalo once again clashed and separated from each other. His eyes were grave, the strength of the level 3 demon far exceeded his imagination. Even if he had the golden bell shield to protect his body, he was still being beaten and his blood was churning, and if he wanted to completely subdue this buffalo, he would probably need to spend quite a bit of time. But the army was coming soon, he really didn't have much time off. For a while, Tang Yen felt an incomparable headache. As for the buffalo, after clashing with Tang Yen so many times, it was obvious that it hadn't gained any advantage, and it couldn't stop gasping for air. The strength of the human in front of him was likewise beyond its imagination. "Human, you're very strong. However, I will definitely kill you, old ox." At this moment, the buffalo suddenly raised its head to the sky and let out a long roar. A stream of yellow light visible to the naked eye suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and then they all gathered in the direction of the buffalo's throat. This Nima was going to zoom in. Tang Yan's face was alert. "Go to hell. Moo." A thunderous cow cry emanated from the buffalo's mouth, and a car closest to it was actually directly shaken apart and then dismembered. Not good. Tang Yan secretly said a bad word, his hands suddenly clenched tightly, bursting into a roar, "Golden Bell Shield." The internal energy in his body surged crazily at this moment, then coalesced on the surface of his body. At the same time, a golden bell solidified out of nowhere around Tang Yan. Only to see that this large bell was inscribed with arcane runes, the golden light flickered faintly, a breath that was like the flood era permeated out, and when it landed on the bridge, it emitted a buzzing chime. And at this moment, the buffalo's thunderous bull call soundwave had already arrived in front of Tang Yan, and then ruthlessly slammed into this big bell. When a melodious and crisp bell sound rang out, turning into a ripple that spread out towards the surrounding cars were instantly lifted off the ground, and even the buffalo was shaken back and forth by this ripple. The ripples drifted out hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye, and the crowd that was retreating only felt a wave of power coming at them before they were directly toppled to the ground. Although Yu-Hui wasn't tipped over, the clothes on his body were blown around for a long time. This is a long-lost mastery, the Golden Bell Shroud. No, the Golden Bell Shroud is definitely not this powerful. Yu Hui's heart was so shocked that he could no longer use words to describe it, and his entire being was even a little numb. Ever since the day when the 7 stars were linked together and the spiritual chi returned, those supreme geniuses who had awakened in advance had discovered that the ancient martial arts secrets that had been passed down were actually able to be cultivated. There are even people with ancient martial arts all the way up, leaving them a big cut. And this Golden Bell Shroud is one of the ancient martial arts, but has long been lost, now circulating only the weakened version of the Golden Bell Shroud, but even so, is the existence of all the awakened to snatch their heads. However, looking at the silhouette on the bridge that was wrapped in the golden bell, Yu Hui didn't know how he should explain it. As for those ordinary citizens who didn't know about the return of Aura, they had already been dumbfounded. Shouldn't this be a scene that only happens on TV? But how did it come to life in front of their eyes? In the crowd, Chen Mengmeng looked at the back of the bridge that was wrapped in a golden bell. There was bewilderment in her eyes, curiosity, and a hint of doubt, because she always felt that this person was not someone she had seen before. In the middle of the field. This was also the first time that Tang Yan completely performed the Golden Bell enhanced version, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful and cool. It actually shook the buffalo back at once. The buffalo stopped and shook its head, only feeling a blur in front of its eyes. The bell sound just now seemed to be able to directly impact its soul, causing it to almost not faint. And just as it was about to launch another attack, it suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from its asshole. Stiffening, it turned its head, only to find that a silhouette had appeared behind it at some point, and it was none other than that powerful human. Watching the buffalo look towards him, Tang Yan sneered, "Millennium kill. Another millennium kill. Moo." The buffalo had already almost consumed the earth-colored ability on its body in the hit just now, so how could it block Tang Yan's millennium kill now? For a time, it could only scream in agony. As a result, the scene of the battle, which had just been fantastical, changed all of a sudden. Only to see a warrior wearing black robes and a bucket hat with his hands clenched, index and middle fingers together, chasing after a buffalo shouting 1,000-year kill. The buffalo, on the other hand, wailed in pain and scurried around. The people in the distance looked at each other in dismay, only to feel a large flock of crows flying over their heads. Where is the promised warrior? Where's the cool battle that was promised? The picture style is off. Hello. In the middle of the field. Finally, under a strong millennium kill, the buffalo was unable to withstand the pain and snapped to the ground, pleading, "Humans, please don't use that millennium kill again. Can't I just admit defeat, old ox?" Tang Yan raised an eyebrow and faintly asked, "Then have you conceded?" "Conceded," the buffalo hurriedly said, fearing that if he spoke slowly, he would suffer another strike of that terrifying 1,000-year kill. At the same time, "Ding, congratulations to the host, for subduing a level 3 demon, the buffalo. Gained 2,000 points. Ding, congratulations to the host, accepting a level 1 demon, pig. Gained 500 points. Ding, because the host collected a level 3 demon and met the conditions, demon space is upgraded. Currently the host can collect 20 demons. Ding, because the host took in a level 3 demon, the Imal has been upgraded 2 levels in a row." A large string of prompts suddenly rang out from Tang Yan's mind, causing him to let out a sigh of relief that he couldn't help but feel. So he hurriedly opened them all. Merit technique. 9 Young Divine Power, second layer, 2,000 points. Rulai Divine Palm, 2,000 points. The first layer of Yi Jin Jing, 2,000 points. Equipment. Small Missile, 2,000 points. Dragon Slayer Knife, 2,000 points. Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle, 2,000 points. Looking at the brand new commodities in the mall, Tang Yan's brows were suddenly furrowed. Pointing at the second layer of the 9 Suns Divine Skill, he asked, "Didn't you say that the mall has risen 2 levels in a row? How come the 9 Suns Divine Skill is still on the second level? And it still requires 2,000 points to redeem?" According to the rules of the previous exchange, the first layer of the 9 Suns Divine Power needs to exchange points 500. After catching the level 2 demon, the mall should be upgraded. By then the second layer of the 9 Suns Divine Power exchange points should be 1,000. This 2,000 points should be able to exchange the third layer of the 9 Suns Divine Power is off. This Nima's pitiful system, it shouldn't be eating kickbacks. Tang Yan was furious. However, "Ding, if the host is willing, I can transfer the second layer of the 9 Yang Divine Skill to the third layer. Only the second layer of the 9 Yang Divine Skill can't be sold, so host, you'll create your own second layer." Tang Yan was instantly dumbfounded and laughed along. System, I was joking, don't take it seriously, don't take it seriously. At this moment, Tang Yan wanted to cry without tears. Had I known that it would have been better if I hadn't taken in those 7 hairy crabs in the first place, it wouldn't have been necessary to take in a level 3 demon before a level 2 demon could be taken in. This is simply a big loss. Chapter 21. Impact. Suddenly there was a burst of neat footsteps as well as a roar from the front. Tang Yan looked back and realized that the army had already come and brought quite a few tanks with them. At this time, it would be better if he didn't slip away. With a wave of Tang Yan's hand, the buffalo was then put into his demon space, and then the soles of his feet lightly stomped, jumping towards the pretty river amidst countless people's cries of surprise. Senior, wait! Yu Hui was startled and shouted, but at this moment, Tang Yan had already disappeared into the rolling pretty river. Well, at least tell me where that cow went. Yu Hui covered his forehead, feeling some egg pain, making such a big commotion, and there are quite a few casualties. Even that level 3 awakened beast was lost. How can he explain to the top? Paki Zhang, clean up the mess. Sighing helplessly, Yu Hui gave an explanation and headed towards the army. Somewhere in the lower reaches of the pretty river, a figure suddenly shot out of the water and then landed steadily on the shore. Internal power surged, the clothes on his body were instantly dried, and Tang Yan was finally relieved. Although the consequences caused by the 2 consecutive upgrades of the mall made him very unhappy, overall, the harvest this time was still very large. Not only had he collected a level 3 demon, his points had also reached 2700. At the same time, the demon space had also been upgraded, and as long as he redeemed the 2nd layer of the 9-yang divine skill, his strength would also be further advanced. System, start redeeming the 2nd layer of the 9-yang divine skill. Ding, redemption successful, 2000 points deducted. Huge information flooded into his mind. Tang Yan only felt his internal energy at his dantian begin to surge, then expand, and finally stop. The current internal power is at least twice as much as before. Feeling the abundant power within his body, a hint of a smile appeared on Tang Yan's face. But then looking at the points that were only 700 left, he sighed helplessly. He's become a pauper again. It was already past 2 in the afternoon when he returned to the pet store. The door of the pet store was open, and just after walking into the store, he found that the big fat cat was lying on all fours in front of the window, beautifully basking in the sun. Tang Yan lightened his footsteps and came in front of it. The big fat cat was basking in the sun, but it found a shadow blocking its sunlight. This was simply unforgivable. Eyes snapped open, a hint of sharpness flashed in its eyes. It would like to see exactly who dares to block its meow adult Xiong. Great Demon King. Looking at that familiar face, feeling the aura that was imprinted into his soul, the big fat cat let out a shriek and scurried up. Tang Yan had a head full of black lines, picked up the big fat cat with one hand and asked, Big Devil King is the nickname you gave me? Master, how could I possibly give you such a nickname? You are the noblest angel, the greatest human. The big fat cat cried with a cat face, hastily explaining. At this moment, even Tang Yan could feel its powerful desire to survive. You're bullying Wang Kai again. Right at this moment, a crisp voice rang out, but it was Hui Yul who walked over, snatching the big fat cat from Tang Yan's hands, dissatisfaction on her small face. Free from the clutches of the devil, the big fat cat looked like it had found a relative, grasping Hui Yul no longer wanting to let go. Tang Yan rubbed his nose, looking at the neatly cleaned pet store, and smiled at Hui Yul. Thanks a lot. Just write off what happened the other night. Hui Yul said faintly. Tang Yan was stunned, then lost his smile and nodded, not saying anything more. And at this moment, Hui Yul suddenly tilted her head and carefully sized up Tang Yan, saying, You and his figure are very similar. The tone was somewhat meaningful. Him? Tang Yan had a puzzled look on his face. Who was this him? As if knowing that Tang Yan would show this expression, Hui Yul took out a delicate cell phone from her pocket, then opened and tapped out a video and handed it to him. Tang Yan took the phone and curiously tapped the play button. A familiar image appeared in his eyes, only to see that in the image, a person wearing a black cloak and a bucket hat was constantly jumping on a bridge, while on the opposite side of the silhouette was a water buffalo whose entire body was emitting an earthy yellow glow. A person and a bull constantly collision, the surrounding cars randomly be lifted off. Just at this time, that buffalo suddenly up to the sky long roar, and that the silhouette of the body around the body is the emergence of a golden bell. The naked eye can be seen in the soundwave impact on the top of the big bell, issued a clear and crisp ringing of the bell. Such a shocking scene, if not that the picture quality is obviously shot with a cell phone, also thought it was an upcoming Hollywood blockbuster. And the picture was half an hour long, ending with that silhouette jumping into the river. Tang Yan's face was a bit stiff, Wasn't this the scene where he fought with the buffalo just now? How did it reach the internet so quickly? And it hadn't been deleted yet. Eyeing Hoyul, Tang Yan said with some constipation, "This person is wrapped in a black robe. Where did you see the similarity between my figure and his?" "I didn't say that you and his figure are similar." Hoyul still tilted her head, a hint of cunning flashing in her eyes. Tang Yan was silent. He actually fell for it. "Moreover, you also waved your hand back then, and those 7 hairy crabs disappeared." Blast! Tang Yan had the urge to spit out blood. He thought he had hidden himself well, but he didn't expect to be poked by a 16-year-old little girl as soon as he returned. Doesn't he want to lose face? But being poked and prodded is one thing, admitting it or not is another. Returning the phone to Hoyul, reclaiming it in the big fat cat's despairing eyes, and then sitting down on his butt on the chair, signaling the big fat cat to give himself a massage, but not replying to Hoyul's words. Seeing this, Hoyul skimmed her small mouth, but didn't continue to ask anything or rescue the big fat cat, instead going to tease the other small animals. Lying on the chair, enjoying the big fat cat's massage, Tang Yan opened his cell phone and inquired about online developments. Sure enough, only less than an hour had passed, but the internet was already noisy. Opened the browser, casually flipped through, all about the battle that happened on the pretty bridge today. It had even been top-ranked. Tang Yan looked and saw that it had been played 5 million times, 1 million likes, 300,000 discussions, and 800,000 retweets. So fierce. Tang Yan was shocked to know that this was only an hour past. It was simply unrealistic to have this data, unless someone was purposely promoting this video. A flash of light suddenly flashed in his mind, associating this event can be suppressed, the video has not been deleted. To say that there is no one behind the scenes pushing the waves, Tang Yan killed also do not believe. But compared to the people behind the scenes, Tang Yan was more interested in what the public thought. Curious to click on the comments. First floor, First Jinlu, haven't watched the video yet. Second floor. This video really fake? Special effects it is. Third floor, I can prove it's real because I was there at the time. It really is too shocking. Just the aftermath of the battle has toppled hundreds of people. Fourth floor, upstairs, identification is complete. Fifth floor, the third floor is exaggerated, right? You know that rumor mongering is against the law, but also the aftermath of the battle overturned hundreds of people? Why don't you say you can go to heaven? Sixth floor, I am the cow, I can prove that the third floor is true. Seventh floor, sell the movie, click my avatar to see details. Eighth floor, I just want to say one thing, if this video is fake, why the official did not delete it, and did not carry out rumor? Instead, they put the video on top? Ninth floor. 10th floor, could this all be true? Is there really a warrior in the world? Are all the legendary martial arts real? The comments were first silent, and then the number of comments began to skyrocket, as everyone frantically searched for the source of this incident as well as its development. After the efforts of many netizens, videos of different perspectives of the battle between humans and animals were exposed one by one, and with the official authorities not stopping it, the online discussion was a hot mess. Until then, those once fleeting videos were also turned out one by one, and for a while, they stirred up 1,000 waves. Who? Closing his cell phone, Tang Yan let out a breath. Although he had long known that this day would surely come, he didn't expect that it was because of this battle of his that it became the beginning of the coming of the new world. But it's good that no one knows that the warrior is me. Thinking of this, Tang Yan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and smile. However, after glancing at Hoyul, who was teasing a kitten, he skimmed his lips, except for this little girl. Time is passing by, the internet has been noisy, the video about Pretty Bridge Warrior and Buffalo Battle is spreading more and more fire, not the slightest intention to stop. The main character of the incident, Tang Yan, was leisurely lying on the chair, enjoying the big fat cat massage. The big fat cat massage level is getting higher and higher. When there is an opportunity is not sent to the massage parlor, earn some pocket money. The big fat cat is being massaged suddenly hit a cold shiver, doubtful look around, I do not know how, recently always feel that there are unruly people want to harm it. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Tang Yan, as usual, closed the door of the pet store and went back to the rental house. Only this time he took the big fat cat with him. This guy's massage level was getting higher and higher, and he really couldn't let go. Big fat cat at %. But Tang Yan just arrived at the rental house downstairs, but found that it was crowded with people, and these people are holding a dog in their hands, golden hair, era, corgi, all kinds of categories of dogs. And the owners of these dogs are looking around, that look seems to be waiting for something. Just then. Coming. Coming! Suddenly someone let out a cry of alarm. Tang Yan's eyes showed curiosity, and he thought, what's coming? Could it be that there was even a big star doing good deeds in this Thai place of his? Just as he was a bit puzzled, a figure violently appeared in his eyes. Only to see this silhouette behind a big tail, head high, that looked very two faces, at this time as if the king of the world generally arrogant. But what made Tang Yan's jaw drop in shock was that this bastard was actually a senior brother. As soon as the senior brother appeared, the surrounding dogs couldn't help but wag their tails, as if the horny wolves who had been starving for decades had seen the most beautiful women in general. Those dog owners, on the other hand, rushed up in a swarm, only to hear someone shouting, "Today to my corgi first." Such a smart era, as long as the mating is successful, the future pups will definitely be smart too. Tang Yan almost went blind. It's fine for those holding dogs, but what's the meaning of the one holding a cat? Chapter 22, Yoo-hoo, Shoveling. Surrounded by the crowd of dogs, but he didn't see any panic from his senior brother, instead he stretched out a paw and pointed it at a Pomeranian. Surrounding people, a burst of exclamation, especially the owner of that Pomeranian, is a burst of eyebrows, said to the crowd, "Sorry, this time it's my Pomeranian's turn." When the crowd saw this, they shook their heads and sighed, and someone said, "Alas, wait for the next one." As he spoke, the owner of that boomerang untied the rope around his own boomerang's neck, and then he only saw his senior brother come to Boomerang's side, and with a wag of his head, he walked towards the upper floor. Boomerang's tail wagged, and his ass followed. The people around them waited quietly in place as if they were not surprised by this. But Tang Yan, who was watching from afar, almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood. This damn ghost also knew that senior brother was taking Bomei up to do something. What? You ask, what kind of business? Of course it's the big matter of passing on the family name. Only one day has passed, and my rental house has turned into a secret base for senior brother's mating? Tang Yan pressed his millennium kill to death to keep it from going off, otherwise he wasn't sure if elder brother would be able to stand up and walk the next day. With a black face, Tang Yan waited in place for about 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, a Pomeranian ran out of the hallway, tongue fluttering and shaking its head, seemingly extremely content. And behind it, was followed by an arrow with small broken steps, but it wasn't precisely the senior brother. When the surrounding people saw elder brother come out, their eyes instantly lit up, all of them looked at it expectantly. The elder brother was shaking his head, looking around at the other dogs, as if the ancient emperor was choosing his consort. Seeing this, where could Tang Yan hold back? With a black face, he walked up, but just as he stepped forward, he was pushed back. "Don't cut in line." The man glared at Tang Yan ferociously, his eyes unkind, and the large wolf dog it was holding barked twice at Tang Yan before turning his head and looking fondly at his senior brother. The corner of Tang Yan's eyes jumped slightly. "My house is upstairs." Only then did the man react. Looking at the two-handed Tang Yan, he smiled awkwardly. "Sorry, I thought you were jumping the queue to come here." Tang Yan nodded expressionlessly, the crowd parted, he came in front of his senior brother, and the man-dog instantly locked eyes. "Yo, drink, shoveling." The senior brother froze for a moment, then the dog's mouth tilted, paws clapped, and he barked cheerfully. Looking at that heartless stupidity, Tang Yan pinched the bastard's neck and yelled lowly, "Lousy only went out for a day, what have you done to Lousy?" Senior brother did not expect Tang Yan said hands on hands, a time was pinched straight, rolled his eyes, the body surged out of a force, want to shock away Tang Yan, but at this time Tang Yan has already cultivated the second layer of the 9 Yang divine power, level 2 demon, which can have an impact on him. So when its energy just rose, it was strongly suppressed by Tang Yan. The senior brother was pinched by Tang Yan and rolled his eyes, the people around him couldn't stand to watch, so someone called out, "Who are you? What are you doing? Quickly let go of Genius Ha." Genius Ha? This bastard? Tang Yan's nose was almost not crooked, he was able to bring other dogs to his rental house to mate. This is also called a genius? So he turned his head and said, "I'm the owner of this husky." What? You are the owner of this genius husky? The crowd all revealed surprised gazes, and then one by one, their eyes glowed. That look was somewhat familiar to Tang Yan, wasn't it exactly the way that they held in their hands looked at their senior brother? However, just when he was a bit wary, someone suddenly said, "Hello, may I ask if this husky of yours can borrow a seed?" As if he was afraid that Tang Yan wouldn't agree, the man continued, "The price is negotiable." Upon hearing this, the crowd hurriedly nodded their heads, then looked at Tang Yan with an expectant look. In fact, they had searched for the owner of this husky with a super high IQ before, but they hadn't found him, so they discussed that since they hadn't found the owner, they would first bring their own dog to borrow the seed. Now that the dog owner is back, they naturally can't do what they did before. However, they were not willing to give up, so they could only express their willingness to use money to solve the problem. Tang Yan had a stomach of anger, but when he heard the words "price is negotiable," his eyes instantly brightened, looked down at his brother who was pinched and rolled his eyes, and suddenly laughed. The elder brother looked at Tang Yan that suddenly revealed a smile, only to feel a coolness on the balls to come. 2 o'clock in the morning. In the rented house. Tang Yan was lying on the bed, counting a bunch of banknotes in his hands. Roughly looking at it, there had to be tens of thousands of dollars. And right next to the bed, there was a husky lying on all fours and gasping for breath, only to see its tongue hanging down, a look of being about to die of exhaustion. Elder brother, good job, I didn't expect you to have this skill. Tang Yan prettily put the money away, then looked at the four-folded senior brother with a smile and said. The senior brother looked at that nasty smile and only felt that this human was simply a devil. For whole hours it hadn't stopped the whole time. A full 24 ES, God knows how it got through it? It didn't want to experience that scene again in its life. It tried to resist, but the strength of this human was beyond its expectations, and it had no chance to resist at all. Thinking about it, a line of tears suddenly left from its eyes. If the heavens could give it another chance, it would definitely not be naive enough to believe in this human's words and be tricked by a pile of homework. The big fat cat lying on the quilt at the side saw this, and secretly sneered in his heart, "Stupid dog, the great demon king dares to mess with it, it really is impatient to live." Tang Yan looked at the corners of his senior brother's eyes actually shed tears. In his heart, he knew that this bastard had finally suffered, and thought that he would certainly grow a memory in the future. In these 4 hours, he also probably know the cause of the matter. After he left, the senior brother a dog in the rental house to write a novel, suddenly some card text, and then went out to look for inspiration. Wandering, it came to the park, picked up a found chalk and did arithmetic problems on the ground. This strange sight soon attracted the attention of some dog walkers, and all of a sudden, they were shocked as a heavenly dog. Think this is a genius husky. So on the spot, let their own female dog and brother into a good thing, in order to give birth to the dog pup's IQ higher. This scene was seen by other dog walkers and followed suit. There was the scene before. The point is that the senior brother actually enjoyed this and came to the rescue. Even luring people under the rental house. Just thinking about it, Tang Yan had the urge to hammer this bastard to death. It was too damn humiliating. Good performance today, continue tomorrow. At this time, Tang Yan added. As soon as the senior brother heard this, it was actually going to continue tomorrow? Wouldn't this be killing its dog? Hurriedly jumping up, its head shaking like anything, it pleaded, "Don't, Manhwa doesn't want to touch you again in this life." Tang Yan was immediately happy. When I wasn't at home, weren't you quite capable of making a fuss? Why are you wimpy now? Senior brother's head drooped. Can you really blame it? The genes in his bones were there, and he was also desperate. Seeing this, Tang Yan asked with a smile, "Are you convinced?" Convinced. Convinced. Elder brother was originally still a bit reluctant, but once he thought of those hungry ES, he instantly wimped out and busily nodded his head. Ding, congratulations to the host, for subjugating a level 2 demon, husky. Gained 1000 points. Listening to the system's beeping, Tang Yan immediately smiled with blossoming eyebrows, and his gaze towards his senior brother became obedient. The points had already reached 1700, and he was looking at adding another 300 to be able to redeem goods again. On the other hand, the elder brother suddenly had an illusion, always felt that there was something that pinched its throat for committing crimes. There was also the fact that it always had an impulse when it looked at the human in front of it. What kind of impulse? Senior cocked his head to think, and his eyes suddenly lit up. There was an urge to call out to his master. What kind of perverted impulse is this, he woof? Elder brother was a bit despondent. The next few days, Tang Yan lived a very leisurely, nothing to practice, bully the big fat cat, and in the store and Huiyuel mixing words, the day to a free and easy. But the network is noisy. As for the reason, naturally, because of the video of the beautiful bridge battle, that a man and a cow showed the power of deeply shocked everyone's heart. Of course, in the meantime, many people are skeptical that this is a hype, but with a variety of videos as well as evidence exposure, so that people have to accept, it all seems to be true. However, while the internet has made a lot of noise, the government has not taken any action, neither explaining nor refuting the rumors, but just letting things develop. Until 3 days later, an order quietly spread throughout the country. 3 days later, Tang Yan sat on a chair in a pet store, enjoying a massage from a big fat cat while playing with his cell phone. He found that although 3 days had passed, the heat about the Battle of Pretty Bridge, instead of weakening, was getting hotter and hotter. In this regard, Tang Yan watched with great interest. After all, what's the saying? Yes, running away after pretending. It's so damn exciting. His image of a warrior has become a hidden object of worship for many people. Recently, he can always see the warrior wearing a cape passing by the pet store door. I do not know which family's middle-aged teenagers sneaked out. Every time he sees this, Tang Yan can't help but be amused, and Huayul on the side rolls her eyes. And just as he was watching, his university's class group suddenly sent out a notice. 3 days later, the whole school's big physical examination. Please make sure that all students return to the school, not allowed to be late, not allowed to take leave, and even more so, not allowed to not come. Otherwise, they will be severely punished. The notice was very short, but the severity of it made Tang Yan raise his eyebrows slightly. Knowing that this was the summer vacation, why would there suddenly be a school-wide physical examination? And the consequences of not going were so serious? Sure enough, as soon as the notice came out, the group began to clamor, with students expressing their dissatisfaction one after another. And at this time, the counselor suddenly spoke up. It's okay if you don't come, but this physical examination concerns your future development. Don't blame me for not informing you if you miss it. When this remark came out, everyone was puzzled. Chapter 23 National Medical Examination. Tang Yan was likewise a bit puzzled. This medical checkup had a gross connection with future development? Just as he was pondering, Huayul's voice suddenly came from behind him. Physical examination? You guys want a medical checkup too? Tang Yan turned his head and found that Huayul had stood behind him at some point and was curiously looking at his cell phone. You're spying on my privacy. Tang Yan angrily yelled down. Huayul sneered, I'm looking at it openly and honestly, it's just that you haven't noticed. Tang Yan was instantly helpless, knowing that with his current strength, he would immediately be able to detect someone approaching within 10 meters, but this perception fell on Huayul's body, and it seemed to have no effect at all. No matter how he went about sensing, he couldn't sense Huayul's presence. Tang Yan pondered for half a day, thinking that this should be one of this girl's abilities. But this ability was too perverse. If Huayul was his enemy, wouldn't he be shaded to death in minutes? But fortunately, this girl didn't have any thoughts about him other than liking to stand behind him silently and watch him play with his cell phone. At this time, Tang Yan looked like he suddenly remembered something and asked, could it be that you guys need a physical examination too? Aha! Huayul nodded, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. The school sent out a notice saying that they'll have all students return to the school 3 days later for a physical examination, and that everyone is required to be present. Looks like this is a big action, Tang Yan sniffed, pondering, this physical examination definitely wouldn't be that simple. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Tang Yan asked his senior brother to keep an eye on his home, and the big fat cat to keep an eye on the pet store, and then rushed to the university he was at. His university was called Qingmu University, and it wasn't very far from the pet store. He just transferred 2 buses and had already arrived at the entrance of the university. During the summer vacation, the entrance of the school should be relatively depressed, but today there were quite a few students coming in and out. It was obvious that although many students were dissatisfied with the inexplicable notice, they didn't dare to really not come. After all, they didn't want to be disciplined either. In this regard, Tang Yan was not surprised, and did not stop at the entrance, but directly came to his class. His major is called agronomy. As for why he enrolled in this major in the first place, in fact, Tang Yan thought it was very simple, that is, to learn some knowledge, and then return to his hometown, to help the village to improve the environment and develop agriculture. Agronomy is considered a relatively remote specialty, so the number of applicants is not a lot. In the Qingmu University, agronomy majors only a class, and a class in only 50 people. When Tang Yan came to the class, he found that quite a few people had already come. And seeing someone come in, everyone in the class subconsciously looked up, and when they saw that it was Tang Yan, they lowered their heads again with a lack of interest. University is already like a small society. The interaction between people is not as pure as that in junior high and high school. Tang Yan's family situation is naturally known to everyone, coupled with the fact that he usually has time to do part-time jobs to earn some living expenses, extremely low-key, so it's easy to be forgotten and ignored. Tang Yan of course also knows this, but he also does not care, found a back seat and sat down, quietly waiting. Waiting was boring. Tang Yan was ready to close his eyes and cultivate, but just then, a voice suddenly rang out, "Everyone, be quiet for a moment." Tang Yan raised his head and realized that there was a person standing on the podium, and that person was none other than their class president Han Xiujie. As soon as the class crowd saw Han Xiujie speak, they immediately quieted down. Many people's eyes had an expectant light. That look unknown people thought it was a big leader who was going to speak. In this regard, Tang Yan did not surprise. 3 years, he naturally also knows the situation of Han Xiujie. I heard that it is a rich second generation, the kind of family thieves rich, and the looks are not bad, so quite popular. Seeing everyone looking at himself with anticipation, Han Xiujie was obviously extremely satisfied, nodded, and said with a smile, "I'm sure you're all very curious as to why the school would suddenly send out a notice for us to come back for a physical examination, right?" As soon as these words came out, everyone nodded in unison, and then they reacted, saying, "Class president, could it be that you know what's going on?" Han Xiujie angled his head, a slightly smug look on his face, and said, "I also learned this from my mayor's aunt." "Wow! Squad leader, you're awesome." There was a gasp of amazement at the bottom. The gaze towards Han Xiujie also became worshipful, although they had long heard that Han Xiujie was a rich second generation, but they didn't realize that his aunt was actually the mayor of the city. Tang Yan sat at the back, listening to Han Xiujie's clearly aggravated accent of mayor's aunt, only felt a burst of speechlessness, but he did not look down on these students who were obviously intentionally marveling at the meaning. Han Xiujie is rich and powerful, they are so flattering, is only for their own future to be able to embrace the thigh, find a good way out. All of this was unjustifiable and normal. Feeling the adoration of the crowd, the smugness on Han Xiujie's face became even more exuberant as he pressed down with his hand and continued, "So do you guys want to know what the hell is going on?" "Want," the crowd said in unison. Excluding the element of bashfulness, the crowd indeed wanted to know why the school suddenly took the wind out of its sails to make all the students come back for physical examinations. "Since that's the case, then I won't hide it because you all will know sooner or later, I just know it ahead of time because of my mayor's aunt." Han Xiujie nodded, his face suddenly becoming excited as he said, "Do you guys still remember that video from the other day?" "The video?" The crowd froze, and then someone's eyes lit up as they hurriedly asked, "Squad leader, are you talking about the video of that warrior on the pretty bridge fighting that buffalo that bubbles with light?" Han Xiujie gave that person an appreciative look, then nodded, "That's right. It's that video. And we're having this physical examination because of that video." The crowd was dumbfounded. What does this medical checkup have to do with that video? As if he had already known the crowd's reaction, Han Xiujie said with a face full of excitement, "That video we watched was absolutely real, there was absolutely no special effects in it. And that warrior is a powerful awakened one." Awakened? Listening to the fresh words coming out of Han Xiujie's mouth, the crowd only felt that their brains were not enough. They could only look at him with expectant gazes, hoping that he would continue. And Han Xiujie didn't let the crowd down, continuing, "There is a kind of human in this world called awakened, and awakened have incredible abilities, like the warrior kind." Saying that, he suddenly lowered his voice and slowly said, "And listening to my mayor aunt, our city will be divided into a special school, and our medical checkup this time is to select some extremely talented and potentially awakened people to go to this school to learn those incredible abilities." Wow! The moment these words came out, there was really an uproar. They didn't expect that this physical examination would actually be like this. And the moment they thought that they might also be able to enter that special school and learn those incredible abilities, all of them were not able to remain calm. For a while, the class was as bustling as a food market, and everyone couldn't calm themselves down. And at this time, the corner of Han Xiujie's mouth suddenly hooked up an arc and released a heavy bomb. "Actually, I've already had my physical examination in advance, and I've qualified for the talent, reaching the level 4 talent, and I've been admitted to that special school in advance." The class exploded once again. Now everyone's gaze towards Han Xiujie not only revealed bashfulness, but also more envy, knowing that they had all watched that video. That a golden bell, randomly knocked away vehicles, like superhuman strength has long been deep in their hearts, how can they not envy? Tang Yan sat at the back, to the most calm one, because he had long guessed the general, so there is no surprise. He was surprised Han Xiujie said that level 4 talent is what it means. So with a twinkle in his eye, Tang Yan asked loudly, "Class president, may I ask what is meant by level 4 talent?" Han Xiujie was waiting for this sentence, didn't expect that it was actually Tang Yan who was usually often ignored by him who asked, couldn't help but look at him appreciatively, thinking that this kid who usually didn't show off was actually able to help him pretend to be a bit of a pussy at this time. It was really out of his expectation. So he straightened his collar, said proudly, "This well, but also from the beginning. You have to know that there are so many people in the world, not everyone is qualified to become an awakened person, and this time there is a qualification division, so to speak. The qualification is divided into 0-9 level talent, 0 level talent is the weakest, 9 level talent is the strongest. And those below level 0 talent have no chance of becoming awakened." The crowd listened to the seemingly understandable look at Han Xiujie's gaze as a bit strange. Level 9 talent is the highest, he is only level 4, it does not look good. Well, seems to understand the crowd's thoughts, Han Xiujie immediately shouted with a thick neck, "Do you guys think that level 4 talent is very low? Let me tell you, it's not. So far, the strongest gifted human discovered is only a level 7 talent. Even humans with level 4 talents are few and far between. Oh. So that's how it is. You're great, class president. The crowd was suddenly enlightened, followed by a burst of horse's ass. When Han Xiujie saw the crowd praising him once again, he couldn't help but proudly hold his head high, knowing that when his talent scores came out, his father designated him as the company's heir on the spot, thus showing how outstanding his talent was. Hearing this, Tang Yan then asked in his mind, "System, is it true that those below level 0 talent don't have a chance to become awakened?" Ding, not necessarily. When the aura is completely revived, everything is possible. Even if you don't have a talent and are stimulated in some way, it's possible to become an awakened person and have powerful abilities. Just like Zhongli, for example. Hearing this, Tang Yan secretly nodded, then curiously asked, "System, then how about my talent?" The system was silent. Tang Yan was anxious and continued to ask, "Hey, you could at least say something. Let me understand." "It's garbage," the system said faintly. Tang Yan had a head full of black lines. Chapter 24: The Needle Bends. Very trashy. What do you mean it's garbage? Can't you be more euphemistic? Like saying you're just talented in a non-obvious way. Or that you eat with your face, it's not like you eat with your talent. Tang Yan slandered in his heart. But Tang Yan didn't care too much, because talent seemed to be somewhat useless in his case. After all, not everyone was the one who had something like points. Knowing what he wanted to know, Tang Yan lost interest, so he closed his eyes and silently operated the 9-yang divine power. And this scene naturally fell into Han Xiujie's eyes. Han Xiujie was undoubtedly born with a golden spoon in his mouth, and had grown up in other people's envy and praise all the time over the past 20 years, so it was reasonable to say that he was already somewhat immune to the sound of compliments. However, at this moment, Han Xiujie was immensely enjoying the envy and compliments of the crowd. Precisely because his birth point was different, he stood at a different height and naturally knew more than others. He knew that the current world was no longer the original one. Thinking about the video of the pretty bridge battle, an undisguised fire was born in his eyes, because he believed that he could have that kind of power in the future as well. Or even stronger. Since that was the case, what was the big deal about enjoying the envy and compliments of others? Everything was as it should be. Until he saw Tang Yan sitting at the back with his eyes closed and a disinterested look on his face. What an ignoramus, after all, it's from the poor countryside, originally thought it was quite on the up and up, didn't expect it to be just an idiot. It's impossible to become an awakened person in this life. Han Xiujie coldly snorted with some displeasure in his heart. At this moment when one should have accepted the envy of the crowd, suddenly someone expressed a face of indifference. That feeling was like eating a fly for dinner, it was unbearable. If Tang Yan knew what Han Xiujie was thinking, I'm afraid he would have sprayed him with saliva on the spot. This is really lying down and getting shot. Just when Han Xiujie was a bit upset, the door to the classroom was suddenly opened, and then he saw a man in his 30s walk in with 3 people. That man in his 30s Tang Yan naturally recognized, it was his counselor Ma Feng. As for the 3 people behind him, there were 2 nurses wearing white coats, while the other was a man wearing a special garment, very young and at the same time with an air of arrogance on his face. When Tang Yan saw this person, his face instantly became odd, because this person was actually Su Zhixiong. Yes, it was the same guy who had enjoyed the big black diamond millennium kill for the first time. Tang Yan hadn't anticipated that their meeting again would be here no matter what. However, it was obvious that Su Zhixiong hadn't noticed Tang Yan's presence, or rather, he hadn't even meant to look squarely at everyone present. This was not to be blamed on Su Zhixiong, although he was only a small minion in the animal management group, but that was also a body refining second stage awakened. Here in the ordinary people, he still had the capital to be proud of. As the 4 people walked in, the classroom instantly fell silent. Counselor Ma Feng coughed, then said aloud, "This physical examination is very simple, as long as everyone cooperates with the 2 nurse ladies to draw some blood." When the crowd heard this, they were a bit surprised and excited at the same time. After all, after Han Xiujie's explanation, they were all a bit impatient. So someone called out, "Draw me! Smoke me! Smoke me first! Smoke me first!" The crowd all revealed longing gazes, staring at the 2 nurses, with a look as if they were old men who had been horny for decades. The 2 nurses were obviously startled, and took a step back in unison, somewhat at a loss for words. Ma Feng's face is a little dark. Is this really his student? Just as Ma Feng was about to say a few words, Su Zhixiong suddenly stood out, only to see him frowning and pointing at a student in the first row. "I don't have time to fool around with you guys, let's start with you." The tone was a bit stiff and cold, as if a big leader commanding a small shrimp. The students were all a bit offended, but no one said anything, and the air was a bit quiet. Seeing this, Ma Feng knew that he had to stand out. Squeezing out a smile on his face, he said, "I forgot to introduce you all. This is the leader sent down from above, the leader with real skills." When he said the last sentence, Ma Feng obviously aggravated his tone of voice, especially on the 3 words "true ability," almost a word of pause. Ma Feng had been waiting outside the door for a while and naturally heard Han Xiujie's speech, so he believed that the crowd could still understand the meaning of his words. Sure enough, when the crowd of students heard his words, they instantly associated it with the video of the pretty bridge battle. There are real skills. Could it be that this leader who was filmed from above was the awakened one that Han Xiujie was talking about? The more they thought about it, the more likely it was. The gazes the crowd looked at Su Zhixiong were all a little different, a kind of admiration and respect. Su Zhixiong naturally also felt the change in the crowd's attitude, and a smile finally appeared on his face. The feeling of being worshipped was quite good. So he nodded, then said to the 2 nurses, "Start." Aha! The 2 nurses didn't hesitate and separately took out the tools for drawing blood, then began to draw blood from one of the students in the first row. The students naturally had no objections and cooperated. Only when it was Han Xiujie's turn, he suddenly said, "I don't need to be drawn." The voice was not loud, but it was loud enough for everyone to hear. Su Zhixiong's brows immediately wrinkled. The task given to him from above was to oversee that every person had to have their blood drawn, and failing to complete the task would be severely punished. But now there was actually someone who refused to draw blood. Wasn't this making trouble for him? So he stepped forward and stared sternly at Han Xiujie and asked, "Why did you refuse to draw blood?" Han Xiujie, on the other hand, had a hint of arrogance on his face as he said, "My father is Han Changli, and I've already passed the test, and the test result is a level 4 talent." A few simple words, but it made Su Zhixiong's face change. Han Changli he naturally recognized, a famous entrepreneur in this city, in charge of the Han Group, worth hundreds of millions. But that didn't shock him. What shocked him was that Han Xiujie said that he was actually a level 4 talent. What this meant, no one knew better than him. This was simply a genius. He had to know that he was only a level 1 talent, and a genius with a level 4 talent was definitely not something he could afford to mess with. As for whether or not Han Xiujie's words were true, he didn't doubt it at all, because all of those high-ranking figures' children had indeed been tested. Thus, Su Zhixiong's face immediately had an extra smile on it as he said, "So it's young Master Han. Since young Master Han has already been tested, there's no need to draw blood." With that, he turned his head and said to the 2 nurses, "You guys go draw blood for the other students." Aha! Han Xiujie nodded in satisfaction, his gaze glancing in the direction of the others. As expected, the students were all wide-eyed and full of envy when they saw the leader sent down from above but so kind to Han Xiujie. Han Xiujie, on the other hand, was filled with redness as he glanced at Su Zhixiong, sneering in his heart, "So what if you're an awakened? Hearing about my background and my talent, wouldn't you still have to be respectful?" As for Su Zhixiong, he naturally knew that Han Xiujie was pretending to be a pussy with him, but he couldn't get mad, not to mention that he couldn't afford to mess with Han Xiujie's family background, but just his level 4 talent wasn't something he dared to mess with. As the first batch of awakened people, he knew too well the horror of level 4 talent. As long as it grows up, it's definitely a big man. So he could only smile. On the other side, after the nurse finished drawing the previous student's blood, she came to Tang Yan's side. "Classmate, please roll up your sleeves," the nurse said softly. "Oh, okay." Tang Yan agreed. Since the system had said that his talent was trash, he naturally didn't have to worry about what consequences this medical checkup would cause. After all, he just wanted to be bored and didn't want to be noticed. Sleeves were rolled up by him as the nurse looked for the meridians and made preparations, saying softly, "If you're afraid of pain, turn your head away, it'll be better if you don't look." Many people have an inexplicable fear of blood draws, so this is also something she says once every time she draws blood. Tang Yan was obedient and turned his head away. Although he wasn't afraid of pain. But after a while, he felt that something was wrong, because a minute had passed. How come the little nurse hadn't stabbed him with the needle? Doubtfully, he turned his head, but saw the little nurse staring with wide eyes and an unbelievable look. Tang Yan was even more puzzled. What is this little nurse doing? What are you staring at if you're not drawing blood? Is it possible that you can draw blood just by staring? Hey, Miss Nurse, why don't you stab me? So Tang Yan kindly reminded. But saw that little nurse reacted violently, and then looked at Tang Yan with the gaze of looking at a monster, whose hand was still holding a syringe and a needle that had been bent into an exaggerated shape. "You?" The little nurse's eyes widened as she looked at the guy in front of her, her eyes all unbelievable. What had just happened? She prepared everything, so she picked up the syringe and prepared to draw blood, but this guy's skin was like steel. No matter how much she poked and prodded, it couldn't be broken, and then the needle in her hand bent. Looking at the syringe that bent into an exaggerated shape, Tang Yan was also a bit dumbfounded. Because only now he realized that he had cultivated the golden bell shield, so it was impossible for his skin to puncture an opening even if he stabbed it with a knife, let alone a small syringe. This would be a bit embarrassing, And the situation here naturally attracted the attention of the crowd. After all, everyone was waiting for the nurse to draw blood. But when they saw the twisted syringe, their faces were all a bit odd. What's going on? At this time, Su Zhixiong frowned and asked Drilly. Being used by Han Xiujie as a stepping stone for pretending to be a pimp had already made him very upset, but now it seemed that someone else was messing with him, which caused his fire to erupt all of a sudden. Then he walked over with a sullen face. He wanted to see who dared to make trouble? But when he walked around the little nurse and saw the slightly dumbfounded Tang Yan, he almost didn't fall to the ground. At the same time, a coolness suddenly arose at the chrysanthemum. Chapter 25, It's because of thick skin. If you were to ask Su Zhixiong what is the last thing he wants to see? The first was the gorilla, and the second was the man who had once allowed the gorilla to hurt him. That man's name was Tang Yan, an awakened of the 7th stage of body refining. This was the information he knew in that rented house that held a dark memory of him. However, he didn't tell anyone about that man, because he knew that it was too easy for an awakened of the 7th stage of body refining to kill him. He thought that after so many days had passed, he had already forgotten about the man who had made the gorilla hurt him, but when he met again, his heart was broken. He wanted to run away, but his legs were a little weak. So a smile that was worse than a cry appeared on his face and he asked, what happened? The words were a little trembling, and his insides were trembling as well. His afterglow darted around, but luckily that gorilla wasn't there. Tang Yan naturally also saw Su Zhixiong's appearance. In his heart he couldn't help but sigh, this poor child, it looks like he should have been shadowed in his heart by the big black. Only the surrounding people were confused. What's wrong with the leader? Why is his head sweating? Is it a fever? Oops, can an awakened person also have a fever? Although the nurse was also curious about what happened to Su Zhixiong, she still pointed at Tang Yan and replied, this student's skin is too thick, the needle is bent. Tang Yan had a black line on his face. Looking at the bent needle again, he suddenly realized, you damn well have a point, I can't even refute it. As for Su Zhixiong, he was about to cry when he heard the nurse's words. Could Tang Yan's skin not be thick? That was a body refining 7th stage awakened. Once it was exerted at full strength, the entire school building could probably be demolished. But could he say this? He couldn't. He was afraid that if he said it, Tang Yan would slap him to death. Seeing that Su Zhixiong didn't say anything, the nurse thought that he didn't believe it, so she reached out and took another needle, caught Tang Yan's arm, found the right meridian and stabbed it. Then she saw that needle bend into an exaggerated arc, and then only heard a soft snap. The needle actually snapped. On the contrary, Tang Yan's arm, not even a layer of skin was broken. For a while, the scene was a little weird. Everyone's eyes widened, somewhat in disbelief. How is this guy's skin so thick? Even the needle had broken. Tang Yan was a bit embarrassed, weakly explaining that, I grew up living in the countryside, often doing farm work, so my skin is a bit thicker. Saying this, he looked at the nurse, why don't you try again with a different hand? After saying that, he handed over his left hand. The nurse nodded dumbfoundedly and prepared her work, changing the needle again and stabbing it towards Tang Yan's meridians. Tang Yan, on the other hand, secretly urged his internal force to return his left hand's skin to a normal person's state, and the needle in the nurse's hand was then smoothly stuck in. Seeing the needle smoothly stabbed into the tendons, everyone let out a sigh of relief, looking at Tang Yan with a hint of pity, while secretly breathing a sigh of relief. Seeing the scene just now, they had thought that Tang Yan was an awakened. But the moment the needle was stuck in, they all relaxed. In their subconscious, how could someone like Tang Yan, who had no presence, be an awakened? Probably not even a level 0 talent. It turns out that it's the rough skin from working dry, it's really from the countryside, it's really pathetic. Han Xiujie was likewise somewhat relieved, looking at Tang Yan and secretly sneering, if such a lowly person is also an awakened, then it is really a disgrace to the awakened. As for Tang Yan, looking at the surrounding a look of dawning realization, some speechless, does he meow also believe? He himself doesn't believe it, right? Soon, the nurse finished drawing blood, plugged the wound with a cotton swab, and then labeled Tang Yan's information on the container with Tang Yan's blood, and came to another student. Only when she left, the nurse gave Tang Yen a deep look. Tang Yen saw ant-like care in this glance. God anti-love. Tang Yen slandered in his heart, but when he saw that none of the surrounding students were paying attention to this side, he was still relieved. He didn't want to have too much attention. If he became famous, in the future, if he robbed someone's demon, wouldn't he be able to rely on it? But... Leader, is there anything else? Looking at Su Jixiong, who stood motionless in front of him, Tang Yen said with a smile. And Su Jixiong violently reacted, head shaking with a rattledrum-like, hastily said nothing, and then ran out of the class door, killed not to go in. The surrounding students looked puzzled for a while. Am I that scary? Tang Yen touched his nose, somewhat speechless. Due to the positive cooperation of the students, the blood draw progressed very quickly, and when all the students were finished, Su Jixiong hurriedly left with 2 nurses. Without turning his head back. As if there was some kind of flooding beast behind them. Since the blood draw had been completed, the students naturally wouldn't continue to stay and got up to leave. Tang Yen also rushed towards the pet store. Returning to the pet store, he found that Hui Yul was also there, so he greeted, "Finished your physical examination so quickly?" Aha! Hui Yul nodded her head, then a pair of big eyes just stared at Tang Yen's face. Tang Yen was made uncomfortable and said, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Hui Yul retracted her gaze and said faintly, "Look online." Tang Yan's heart stirred as he opened his cell phone, entered the browser, and clicked on the N-City forum. Instantly, a striking title appeared in the center of the forum: "An animal management school will be established in N-City." No content, no introduction, just a title. But just this title alone made people daydream. Because Tang Yen had already looked at the comments underneath, except for a portion of people who expressed uncertainty, others actually all associated it with the Battle of the Pretty Bridge, as well as the nationwide physical examination. Animal Control School. Tang Yen stroked his chin and fell into thought. If there were no surprises, this animal management school was created for those talented unawakened people. And the name of the school was Animal Management. I'm afraid there's a deep meaning in it as well. It seems that with just the manpower of the Animal Management Group, it is no longer capable of managing those animals that have regained their spirit. Tang Yen muttered in his heart. Because he had a deep understanding. What? You don't believe it? Not to mention anything else, is there still less trouble caused by that douchebag of a senior brother alone? What's more, how many douchebags are there under the sky? And how many things will they do? Just thinking about it, Tang Yen had the urge to mourn for the people in the animal control group. Now that the school was suddenly founded, Tang Yen could imagine that this was the beginning of a battle between humans and animals. Maybe we'll become classmates. Oh. At this moment, Hui Yul suddenly spoke out. Tang Yen skimmed his mouth and squinted at her. That's not necessarily true. Since the system had said that his talent was garbage, he himself didn't think he could pass the talent test, but Hui Yul had awakened her abilities a month ago, so there was definitely no problem entering this school. Hearing Tang Yan's answer, Hui Yul was frowning as she asked suspiciously, "You didn't draw blood?" "Pumped it." Tang Yan replied with a sentence, but instead of explaining, he sat down on a chair and grabbed the big fat cat, signaling it to give him a massage. The big fat cat was full of grudges, spreading such a master, it was also drunk. Seeing that Tang Yan had no intention of explaining, Hui Yul thought about it and didn't ask much. Only as in the big fat cat under the gaze of surprise to hold it back, play hide and seek. The upcoming establishment of the Animal Management School, coupled with the National Grand Physical Examination, undoubtedly put down a heavy bomb in everyone's heart. The country was abuzz all of a sudden. The streets and alleys were all talking about this matter. A day later, a more explosive news spread throughout the N-City Forum. Animal Management College was officially established today, the establishment of the new campus of the city's first high school. And plans to enroll in recent days. As soon as the news came out, N-City was once again in an uproar. The new campus of the city's first high school actually turned into an animal management college? The crowd was a bit surprised, but it would not be difficult to accept. Because although the new campus of the city's first high school is a high school, but it covers a huge area, and the most important thing is that the new campus of the city's first high school was built only about a month ago, and no students have moved in. Now it is just right to turn into an animal management college. Some people purposely went to the new campus of the city's first high school to take a look, and found that the sign there had already been replaced with a golden sign, Animal Management College. The picture was spread to the forums, causing a commotion. Tang Yen naturally saw the picture as well, and exclaimed that it was quite beautiful, and at the same time he received a notice from his school, "All students please rush back to school today." This time, the notice was very simple, and it didn't emphasize that everyone had to be there, nor was there any punishment. But all the students were boiling. They didn't expect to have the results so soon, because it was only a day past. But no matter what, no one complained this time. Everyone was flushed with excitement and couldn't wait to rush back to school. After all, the lure of the 3 words awakened was just too great. Tang Yan also returned to his school, and when he arrived at his class, he found that it was already full of people, and everyone's face was more or less tense. He found a seat at the back and sat down, waiting patiently. In fact, he didn't have to wait for long before a silhouette walked in, and this silhouette was no other than Su Ji-xiong. As Su Ji-xiong approached the class, his eyes subconsciously looked towards the back of the classroom, waiting to see that familiar face, and unconsciously tightened his legs as he always had a feeling of a gust of coldness coming over him. But thinking of his mission, he still calmed down and looked around the room and said, "Below, those whose names I read, come up to the stage to receive a copy of the notice." The notification letter need not be thought of, it must be the acceptance letter of the Animal Management College. The crowd subconsciously clenched their fists, full of anticipation. Chapter 26 Level 0, Inferior. Wang Lu. Su Ji-xiong didn't drag his feet and directly reported the first name under the crowd's expectant gaze. The gazes of the crowd instantly looked towards a boy with glasses. That boy obviously also didn't expect that he was the first to be called, and for a moment, somewhat in disbelief, he pointed his finger at his nose and muttered under his breath, I actually passed." Seeing this, Su Ji-xiong frowned slightly and said with some impatience, "Hurry up and come up to get your notice." "Oh." Only then did Wang Lu react and hurriedly agreed twice, his face showing ecstasy before receiving a lace-encrusted notice from Su Ji-xiong's hands. Name, Wang Lu. Age, 20. Talent, Level 2. I'm actually a Level 2 talent. Looking at the eye-catching line on the notification, Wang Lu let out a shout, his mouth almost smiling to the back of his ears. What? Wang Lu is actually a Level 2 talent. That's really lucky. You know that the class president is only a Level 4 talent. There was a burst of unbelievable shouts at the bottom, and the eyes looking at Wang Lu became envious. This was a Level 2 talent, it was considered very powerful. Next, Li Meng. Just as the crowd was envious, Su Ji-xiong directly read out the next person's name. A girl with freckles froze, then walked up to receive the notice with an excited face, not forgetting to wave to the crowd. The next person. Su Ji-xiong reported the names of 4 people in a row, and all 4 people walked up with joy, receiving the notice as if they had gotten a treasure. But the atmosphere suddenly became a little quiet at this moment, as the crowd saw that there was only one notice left in Su Ji-xiong's hand, meaning that only one person amongst them would be able to get the notice. Who would it be? Everyone was holding their breath, staring at the only remaining copy of the notice in Su Ji-xiong's hand, their heartbeats unconsciously accelerating. Su Ji-xiong held the remaining copy of the notification in his hand, his face a little odd, his gaze glancing at Tang Yan in the back without leaving any traces. He finally opened his mouth and said, "Next, Tang Yan." Wow! When Su Ji-xiong read out the last person's name, the scene was in an uproar. Because this last person was actually Tang Yan. A Tang Yan who was often overlooked and even forgotten by everyone. Unbelievable. Jealous. Envious. Shocked. All sorts of emotions welled up in the hearts of the crowd, and the air was a little quiet. Tang Yan was also stunned, because he had never thought that he could also be admitted to the Animal Management College. He had come here today purely to play the field, in order to see if he could hear any useful information. But he was actually accepted. Didn't the system say that his talent was crap? Could it be that it was a mistake? Walking up suspiciously, Tang Yan took the notice from Su Ji-xiong's hands. Name, Tang Yan. Age, 20. Talent, Level 0, Inferior. Tang Yan was in a ditch. What the hell is this? Talent, 0 level, even so, what do you mean by adding a lower class behind it? Su Ji-xiong looked at Tang Yan, whose face was a bit dark, and was ready to run away. This is not his fault. To know that at the time of the blood test, indeed detected that Tang Yan's blood has the talent of an awakened person, but this talent is very weak, so weak that it can almost be ignored. The group discussed it for half a day and decided to admit Tang Yan, but his talent was categorized as Level 0. However, they felt that Tang Yan's talent didn't seem to reach Level 0. After some discussion again, the talent was finally given Level 0, Inferior. In fact, like Tang Yan's talent, even if awakened will not have much achievement, but with the Earth's aura return speed faster, animals continue to awaken, while the speed of human awakening is very slow, they cannot help. Because of the lack of people. Only Su Zhixiang was puzzled in his heart. He had felt Tang Yan's aura. It was definitely the aura of an awakened person of the 7th stage of body refining. Of course, he didn't say it. Regardless of Tang Yan's talent, the strength was right there, and it wasn't something he could afford to mess with. I told you long ago that your talent is trash. Just as Tang Yan was a bit dazed, the system's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Only then did Tang Yan come back to his senses, skimming his lips and not saying anything. Because the system was right, it wasn't that he didn't have talent, but that his talent was just trash. Tang Yan, I didn't expect you to be accepted as well. We'll be classmates again in the future. By the way, what's your talent level? At this time, an excited voice suddenly rang out. It was Li Meng who walked over with the notice and asked with a smile. Among the class, aside from Han Xiujia who hadn't come, there were a total of 5 people who had been admitted, one of which was a level 2 talent, and 3 of which were level 1 talents. There was also one, naturally Tang Yan. As Li Meng spoke, she had already come to Tang Yan's side, sticking her head towards the notice in Tang Yan's hand. Level 0 talent. Inferior? An exclamation of surprise violently came out from Li Meng's mouth, and immediately a pair of eyes looked toward Tang Yan in surprise. Ha ha ha. Immediately afterward, a roar of laughter ensued. So it's a level 0 talent, and it's still inferior. Ha ha ha. I told you, I didn't even get accepted, but Tang Yan did, so it's just bad luck. He, level 0 inferior. If it were me, I'm afraid I wouldn't have the face to see anyone. The crowd laughed and talked cheerfully. He, being laughed at. A cold laugh from the system suddenly came from his mind. Tang Yan, on the other hand, rubbed his nose and looked at each of his so-called classmates in front of him, suddenly revealing a bright smile, raising the notice in his hand. Actually, you guys are right, my talent is indeed very poor. There was a hint of a smile, and a hint of contempt on the faces of the crowd. But I still have a notice, The laughter came to an abrupt end. Looking at Tang Yan's bright smile and neat white teeth, the crowd's mouths opened, their expressions as hard as if they had eaten a fly. Yes, even though Tang Yan's talent was only level 0 and inferior. But so what? People still had a notice. And they didn't. Didn't this mean that they didn't even have a level 0 talent? But thinking this in their hearts, they couldn't admit it. If they did, wouldn't they be slapping themselves in the face? So someone said disdainfully, what's there to be proud of, it's just the lowest level of talent. Going to the Animal Management Academy is also in existence at the bottom of the pile. That's right, although we weren't accepted, but this might be temporary. When our talent is tapped out, it's not likely that we'll be level 0 talent. When these words came out, the eyes of the crowd immediately lit up, as if they were comforted. They nodded their heads. Looking at the scene in front of him, Su Zhixiang was secretly shaking his head, suddenly having a trace of sympathy for these classmates, although he didn't know why Tang Yan's talent was so low, but just based on Tang Yan's strength of the 7th stage of body refining, it was enough for these people to look up to. The poor thing was that they just didn't know. Without giving them too much time for self-congratulation, Su Zhixiang coughed and said, You 5, just take the notice and report to the Animal Management Academy a week later. After saying that, with a slip of his feet, he was ready to slip away. However, just as he moved his body, a ghostly figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and then a large hand clapped on his shoulder. It was heavy and firm, making his body unable to move. When he looked up, what came into his eyes was a smiling face, not handsome, but durable. But it was this face that made him couldn't help but tighten his chrysanthemums. And the owner of this face was none other than Tang Yan. Leader, don't be in a hurry to leave, I still have questions I want to ask you. Tang Yan looked at Su Zhixiang, who was showing a bitter face, and said with a smile. With his current state of mind, he naturally wouldn't get angry with these students. After all, he wasn't in the same world as these people anymore. What he was interested in now was information about the Animal Management Academy. This student, what question do you want to ask? Su Zhixiang felt his legs shaking a little, squeezing out a forced smile on his face. Glancing at the surrounding classmates, Tang Yan knew that this wasn't the place to ask questions, so he took Su Zhixiang's shoulders and walked outside. A group of students looked at Tang Yan and Su Zhixiang, who walked out of the classroom shoulder to shoulder, and were a bit confused for a moment. But then someone reacted and exclaimed. I didn't realize that this guy Tang Yan, who usually doesn't show off, has suddenly gotten the hang of it, and actually knows how to hug his thighs. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the 4 people holding the admission notice in their hands suddenly lit up. Yes, although they were admitted, but for this new world also only heard Han Xiujia said a little, the rest do not know anything. The main thing now was to find a thigh, give it a good hug, and learn more about this world. As soon as they thought of this, the four were not calm, because they saw that Tang Yan had already gotten there first. Hurriedly chasing out of the classroom, but where were Tang Yan and Su Zhixiong? This guy Tang Yan is really treacherous enough, ah! The four of them muttered indignantly and left helplessly. The topmost floor of the teaching building. Elder, what are you doing? Looking at Tang Yan, who was stroking his chin and revealing a strange smile from time to time, Su Zhixiong's face was wary, and his voice trembled a little. He was afraid that if he didn't pay attention, his chrysanthemums would be hit hard again, that kind of soul-crushing and painful flavor he didn't want to experience once more in his life. And Tang Yan looked at Su Zhixiong, who tightened his legs, knowing that he couldn't scare him anymore, so he smiled and said, "Don't be nervous, I just want to ask you a few questions." Hearing that Tang Yan only wanted to ask a few questions, Su Zhixiong obviously relaxed a bit, then patted his chest and said, "Senior, just ask, as long as I can say, I will definitely answer." Tang Yan nodded. What is the true intention of creating the Animal Management Academy? Hearing Tang Yan's question, Su Zhixiong was slightly stunned and somewhat puzzled. What kind of question was this? Chapter 27, Is Brother-in-Law a Monkey? Although he didn't understand why Tang Yan asked this question that in his opinion was well known to all awakened beasts, he still answered. As the spiritual chi of heaven and earth became more and more dense, the number of awakened beasts continued to increase, and more problems were caused, so our animal management group alone could no longer handle it. And so the Animal Management Academy was smoothly born, in order to screen humans who have the talent to become awakened, teach them martial arts, or help them awaken. When their abilities reach a certain level, they can choose to graduate. After graduation, students can choose to join the animal management team or accept a job arranged by the organization. Saying that, Su Zhixiong paused for a moment, his tone becoming cautious. Senior, right now our animal management group has been divided into two factions. One faction advocates for peaceful coexistence with awakened beasts, while the other advocates for the capture of awakened beasts. After all, recently, there have been quite a number of incidents of awakened beasts wreaking havoc and injuring people. Take your gorilla for example, it hurt quite a few people and destroyed quite a few public objects after escaping from the zoo. If those in the group see it, I'm afraid there will be some trouble. When he said the word gorilla, his face skin visibly twitched, obviously recalling the unpleasant past. Well, I'll pay attention. Tang Yan, on the other hand, nodded. What Su Zhixiong had said was similar to what he had guessed, and now he was just confirming it. As for Dehei's problem, he wasn't worried at all. He had already warned Dehei not to hurt anyone or destroy, and it was naturally impossible for Dehei to violate his orders. He was more interested in what Su Zhixiong said, that the Animal Management Academy would teach martial arts. Although he had a system that allowed him to exchange for all kinds of martial arts, there was one more condition before that, and that was points. And in order to gain points, one had to capture demons. But the problem came again. Although the demon space had been upgraded, the capacity had only changed from 10 to 20, which was still too little for him. There was only so much space. He naturally had to consider the level of the monsters he would capture in the future. Monsters of too low a level would gain very few points, so he had to capture some higher level monsters. After all, the space was limited and could not be wasted. But how rare was a high-grade demon, and even if he met one he wouldn't necessarily be able to beat it. So when Su Zhixiong said that the Animal Management Academy would teach martial arts, his heart immediately became interested. Since points were hard to come by, wasn't there a ready-made opportunity to learn other martial arts right now? It seems like the Animal Management Academy is something I must make a trip to. With this settled in his mind, Tang Yan didn't make things difficult for Su Zhixiong and left after asking a few more small questions. Walking through the campus, Tang Yan listened to all the talk about the Animal Management College all around him, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart at how receptive humans really were. It had only been a few days, and people seemed to have slowly accepted the existence of awakened people as well as demons. Little Yenzi. And just as he was sighing in his heart, a surprised voice suddenly came from behind him. This voice was familiar to Tang Very Yan. It was none other than his nemesis Wu Hao. Sure enough, as soon as he turned his head, he saw Wu Hao waving at him non-stop. And what made Tang Yan feel surprised was that beside Wu Hao, there was also a person standing. This person was no other than his current boss, Chen Mengmeng. At this moment, Chen Mengmeng was staring at him, her brows slightly furrowed, as if she didn't expect to meet him here. Do I count this as absenteeism caught in the act? Looking at Chen Mengmeng's appearance, Tang Yan laughed bitterly in his heart. Only how was Chen Mengmeng also at Qingmu University? He clearly remembered that on the pretty bridge, Chen Mengmeng's foot was sprained, and it was only a few days ago that the foot injury was healed? Chen Mengmeng looked at the man in front of her and frowned slightly, because she always had a familiar feeling, and this familiarity quickly became clear, and then gradually overlapped with a silhouette wearing a long robe and a bucket hat. Could it be him? Chen Mengmeng's heart was shaken, but then he secretly shook his head, thinking it was impossible. He had heard Tang Yan's voice, it was completely different from that person's voice, just about the same height. And how could that kind of character work in her store? Maybe it's just my illusion. Shaking her head, Chen Mengmeng suppressed the doubts in her heart as Tang Yan had already walked over. Tang Yan of course didn't know what was in Chen Mengmeng's mind. If he knew, he would definitely be shocked, because this woman's intuition was also too scary. "Howsy, Sister Chen." He walked up to the duo and greeted them. Chen Mengmeng nodded slightly, while Wu Hao rolled his eyes and said, "Can't you kid change your name?" "Okay, little Howsy." "Wu Hao." "Ha? Little Yanzi, what you are holding in your hand is the notification letter of the Animal Management College?" While Wu Hao was a bit speechless, he suddenly realized the notice Tang Yan was holding in his hand and couldn't help but shout in surprise. "Aha!" Tang Yan shrugged and handed the notice to Wu Hao, saying, "It's indeed an admission notice from the Animal Management College, only it's a bit dodgy." Unsure, Wu Hao took the notification in confusion and saw the information on it at once. Level 0. Inferior? Wu Hao opened his mouth wide, his face somewhat odd. Chen Mengmeng on the side also had a somewhat odd face, but the depths of his eyes were clearly relaxed for a few moments. A grade 0 inferior talent, it seems that it really isn't him. Chen Mengmeng mumbled with a sigh of relief in her heart. "Ha? Sister, why are you here?" Without waiting for Tang Yan to say something, a puzzled human voice suddenly came over. Tang Yan glanced sideways and found a man dressed like I'm a cockney walking over. "This is Sister Chen's younger brother, Chen Haoyu. Sister Chen came here this time to help him with his suspension procedures." At this time, Wu Hao suddenly came over and whispered. Tang Yan suddenly realized, no wonder he would meet Chen Mengmeng here. It turned out that her brother was also in Qingmu University. Only why did he withdraw from school for good reason? Could it be because of the Animal Management College? You guessed? Seeing Tang Yan's expression, Wu Hao nodded and said, "This guy also passed the talent test, so he was also accepted into the Animal Management College. But there's a stipulation from above, although those who pass the test can study in the Animal Management Academy, they cannot fall behind in their cultural classes in this school, or else they will be directly persuaded to leave. And in order for the Chun family to let this guy concentrate on his studies in the Animal Management Academy, they directly withdrew him from the school." Tang Yan was slightly surprised. This was the first time he had heard this information, so that was how it happened. Since Wu Hao was so clear about the Animal Management Academy, he must have passed the test as well, right? Seemingly aware of Tang Yan's thoughts, Wu Hao nodded slightly. "Actually, most of the people in my circle have been tested in advance, and I also passed the test, talent level 4. A hint of pride appeared on Wu Hao's face. A level 4 talent was indeed able to make him proud as well. Tang Yan of course knew that Wu Hao didn't mean to show off. Hearing that he was actually a level 4 talent, his heart couldn't help but be happy for his own diehard friend. Smilingly joked, "Looks like I'll have to hug your thighs when I get there. You kid, come with me on this." Wu Hao, on the other hand, laughed and scolded. Between words, Chen Haoyu had already arrived in front of them. Looking at Chen Mengmeng, he said, "Sister, didn't we agree to rendezvous at the school gate? Why are you here?" Without waiting for Chen Mengmeng to speak, his gaze turned to Wu Hao and suddenly bristled. "I say Wu Hao, you don't want to pester my sister, right? Let me tell you, there's no way my sister will look at you. There's no way I'll let you be my brother-in-law either." Tang Yan's eyes were odd, squinting at Wu Hao's head full of black lines, and he couldn't help but laugh a little. But before he could show his smile, he saw that Chen Haoyu suddenly turned his gaze towards him. Chen Haoyu first looked him up and down, then skimmed his mouth. "You don't want to chase after my sister too, right?" The meaning in his tone was obvious. All pirated goods and not very good looking. Still want to pick up my sister? Dream on you. Tang Yan was instantly mesmerized. "Which eye did you see me chasing after your sister?" Looking at Tang Yan and Wu Hao's dumbfounded appearance, Chen Haoyu said with an angled head, "I advise you to die. My future brother-in-law must be a worldly hero. He'll be wearing the golden armor and holy clothes, stepping on the 7 colored clouds to marry my sister." Tang Yan only felt 5 thunderbolts, then weakly asked, "Could it be that you want your brother-in-law to be a monkey?" Chen Haoyu's face instantly froze, then angrily stared at Tang Yan. "Kid, what did you say? How could my brother-in-law be a monkey?" Tang Yan touched his head and asked doubtfully, "Clad in golden armor and holy clothes, with feet on 7 colored clouds, isn't he that monkey?" "You?" Chen Haoyu was furious. but couldn't refute it, because he realized that what this guy said was so reasonable. Looking at Chun Haoyu's appearance, Tang Yan secretly bristled. This guy looked like a fledgling who had just finished his freshman year. Playing with him, an old bird who was about to step into his senior year? He would be able to play with him and cry in minutes. Alright, Haoyu, Tang Yan is an employee in the pet store, it's not what you think. Just as Chun Haoyu was about to say something, Chen Mengmeng suddenly interrupted him and said with a frown. With that, he apologized and said to Tang Yan, I'm sorry, my brother is just a child's temper, don't be general with him. Seeing Chen Mengmeng actually apologizing with himself, Tang Yan couldn't help but be surprised for a moment. In his impression, shouldn't a young lady like Chen Mengmeng be very arrogant? And now Chen Mengmeng was still his boss. Usually when a boss was at fault, he wouldn't apologize to his subordinates. Looks like saving her once in the beginning was quite useful, Tang Yan secretly thought. So he smiled and shook his head, it's fine. And as Chun Haoyu on the side looked at Tang Yan's bright smile, how could he not know that he had just been teased by this guy? His face was a bit ugly. A small employee actually dared to tease him. Shin Shao, how could this be tolerated? So he sneered, suddenly put his hand into his pocket, gently point. At once, a pair of scarlet eyes appeared in the dim pocket. Chapter 28, The Mantis as a Grasshopper. Ding, found level 0 demon, Mantis. Capture will earn 100 points. The moment those scarlet eyes opened, Tang Yan's mind suddenly resounded with the system's voice. There's a demon nearby? Tang Yan froze, then smashed his mouth regretfully. It's a pity it's just a small level 0 demon. Now that he wasn't the little rookie who had just obtained the system, but a half-cooked old bird, his eyesight was naturally higher. There were still 7 spaces left in demon space, so he naturally wouldn't waste a space because of a small level 0 demon. But just as he wasn't going to care about this little demon, an aura suddenly locked onto him. Then Tang Yan saw that a praying mantis topped with scarlet eyes crawled out of Chen Haoyu's pocket, while those scarlet eyes opened to stare at him in death. Tang Yan's eyes narrowed vainly, and suddenly spread a smile. Not waiting for that praying mantis to attack first, he suddenly took a step in front of Chen Haoyu, and then stretched out a big hand without Chen Haoyu as well as that praying mantis reacting, and directly grasped the somewhat dumbfounded praying mantis in his hand. What an ugly grasshopper! Looking at the praying mantis that was grasped in his hand, Tang Yan sighed out loud. Chen Haoyu. Mantis. What are you doing? You let go of little mantis. And, you asshole, it's a mantis, not a grasshopper. Suddenly reacting, Chen Haoyu pointed at Tang Yan and drank. And the praying mantis that was messing up in the wind also reacted, only feeling like he was going to explode with anger. He was actually being held in the hands of a human, and he was also treated like a grasshopper. These were not the key was that this human actually called it ugly? It was so handsome and martial, with an extraordinary demeanor, and it actually said it was ugly? It was so grumpy. It wanted this human to taste its own power. Ha! Why is there no reaction? The praying mantis was dumbfounded as it realized that its 2 large, strong, and powerful front claws actually couldn't break free of the large hand that was holding it. This big hand was like a piece of hard steel, wrapping it in death, making it unable to move. This made it a little panicked. This was the first time it had encountered such a situation since its awakening, and it squeaked anxiously, constantly looking towards Chen Haoyu for help. Chen Haoyu also found something wrong at this time. He was very clear about the power of this praying mantis, because this was an awakened beast, although it was a level 0, but its strength even if it was an awakened person of the second stage of body refining could not do anything about it. However, he clearly felt the praying mantis gaze for help. Could. Chen Haoyu looked at the smiling Tang Yan incredulously as if he had thought of something. To be able to subdue a level 0 awakened beast, there was only one possibility, and that was that Tang Yan was also an awakened. But how is this possible? Didn't we agree that this guy is just one of my sister's employees? How could an awakened work under my sister? Chen Haoyu panicked, and couldn't help but look at Chen Mengmeng for help. This praying mantis was an awakened beast that the family side had spent a lot of money on, and it was only after he had begged for a long time that his father had agreed to give this awakened beast to him, and now before his pockets were even warmed up, the praying mantis was being pinched in someone's hands, and if his family found out about it, he would definitely be punished. Chen Mengmeng was also in a state of shock at this time. This mantis, she naturally knew what was going on. At the same time, she knew more about her brother's temperament. He must have been disliked by Tang Yan, and was ready to let this praying mantis teach Tang Yan a lesson, but he didn't expect to be pinched in his hands by Tang Yan. Is he really an awakened? Taking a deep breath, Chen Mengmeng felt her thoughts a little confused, but she didn't make a sound, just staring at Tang Yan in a daze. For a while, a strange atmosphere filled the air. Tang Yan naturally took in the expressions of this pair of siblings in his eyes, secretly sneering in his heart. This Chen Haoyu actually wanted to use this level 0 demon to attack him. If it wasn't for the fact that he was still a bit competent, I'm afraid that he would have really suffered today. If he didn't give this guy a little color, really think he has no temper? But there was still surface work to be done, so he revealed a puzzled expression and said, "What are you guys looking at me like that for? By the way, Chen Xiao, just now I found this little grasshopper on you. I was afraid that you would be scared, so I caught it, so you don't have to thank me." "Thank you, sister." Chen Haoyu spat blood in his heart. He kind of saw that this guy was deliberately playing dumb. So he said with a gloomy face, "Quickly return the little mantis to me." Tang Yan opened his innocent eyes. "Chen Xiaoyu, the little mantis you're talking about is a praying mantis, right?" "Nonsense, isn't it being held in your hand?" "That's right." Chen Haoyu clenched his teeth, his voice coming from between his teeth. He was afraid that if he made a move, this guy would pinch the little mantis to death. But unexpectedly the guy shook his head regretfully. "Then I'm afraid Chen Xiaoyu is disappointed. I didn't see the praying mantis, the grasshopper saw one. Chen Xiaoyu shouldn't be saying that this grasshopper is yours, right?" "You." Chen Haoyu couldn't hold back any longer and scolded, "Are your eyes bad or what? It's clearly a praying mantis." "Oh?" Tang Yan looked at him with a smirk and said, "Are you sure it's a praying mantis and not a grasshopper?" "Nonsense. A bumpkin, you can't even tell a praying mantis from a grasshopper." Chen Haoyu mocked. Tang Yan, on the other hand, shrugged indifferently, then looked at the little guy in his hands with a smile. "You say, are you a grasshopper?" Looking at Tang Yan's white teeth that looked unusually bright in the sunlight, Mantis subconsciously gulped, then couldn't help but nod. Those teeth were too scary, as if they were going to eat it. "Look, it's admitted to itself that it's a grasshopper. What else does young Chen have to say?" Seeing the mantis nodding, Tang Yan raised his head, still with that smiling look, but it made Chen Haoyu hate his teeth. "You're calling a stag a horse?" Chen Haoyu roared angrily. No, this is a grasshopper, not a deer." "What a bumpkin, you can't even tell a grasshopper from a deer," Tang Yan said as if he was looking at a silly wave. "You." Chen Haoyu only felt his blood rising in anger, to think that he, Chen Daoxiao, had ever been disliked by a person like this? But just as he was fuming, Chen Mengmeng suddenly stood in front of him and slowly said, "Since this grasshopper has admitted that he is a grasshopper, Haoyu, you should stop talking." "But, sis, this is..." Chen Haoyu was anxious as soon as he heard his sister say this. But was once again interrupted by Chen Mengmeng. "All right, Grandpa is still waiting for us at home, let's hurry back." After saying that, she spared a glance at Tang Yan and pulled the unwilling Chen Haoyu away. Waiting for the duo to walk away, Wu Hao walked to Tang Yan's side a little confused, asking in disbelief, "Little Yanzi, this is clearly a praying mantis, why did you call it a grasshopper? And you kid is quite bold, Chen Mengmeng is now your boss, you dislike his brother like this, aren't you afraid of being fired?" A hint of a smile appeared on Tang Yan's face as he looked at the praying mantis in his hand and slowly said, "From today onwards, it's been a grasshopper." "Don't you think so, little grasshopper?" The mantis shivered. It felt a powerful crisis from this human, which made it unconsciously nod its head. See, it admitted it to itself. Tang Yan shrugged and said, only the smile on his face was somewhat evil. Wu Hao was speechless, but then he looked like he thought of something, looking at the praying mantis in Tang Yan's hand with a surprised expression. "It can understand you, so doesn't that mean it's an awakened beast?" "Well, it should be." Tang Yan nodded slowly, not denying it. Wu Hao stared wide-eyed and put his eyes on him again. Since this was an awakened beast, the only one who could subdue an awakened beast was. "Your kid is already an awakened?" Wu Hao exclaimed in shock. "Purely a fluke." Tang Yan laughed and admitted, but didn't say much. After all, the less people knew about this system thing, the better. And Wu Hao's face instantly revealed a smile. "I was worried that this talent of yours would take a hit, but I didn't realize that you kid is a deep hide. Looks like Sister Chen also guessed that you are an awakened. No wonder she would directly pull that guy Chen Haoyu away." Saying that, his face suddenly became grave and said seriously, "Little Yanzi, since you have become an awakened, then I have to remind you, be careful of the Chen family." "Chen family." Looking at Wu Hao, whose face was grave, Tang Yan's heart moved slightly, but he didn't say anything, but nodded his head to show that he understood. After chatting with Wu Hao a few more times and making an appointment to see him again in a week, Tang Yan parted ways with him and headed for the pet store. Although he had offended Chen Haoyu and even Chen Mengmeng today, and this might cause him to lose his job at the pet store, but he didn't regret it. After all, if he were an ordinary person, he would have been beaten up by this kind of praying mantis today. "Little guy, who told you to send yourself to the door?" Looking at the praying mantis in his hand, Tang Yen muttered. Although he wasn't going to accept this little guy, he couldn't let it go either. It was good to stay by his side and beat up on him. The praying mantis looked at Tang Yan's somewhat evil smile. His body could not help but shiver. It always had a feeling. It seemed to fall into the black hole that could never be broken free. That is a kind of despair, a kind of future darkness rush. Soon, Tang Yen arrived at the pet store. Unexpectedly, Hui Yule had already come, and when she saw him come back, she instantly saw the notice in his hand, raised her eyebrows, and sneered, "Liar." Tang Yen spat blood. How did he become a liar? But after seeing this little girl's gaze, it instantly dawned on him. Hurriedly folding the notice and stuffing it into his pocket, he didn't want to show it to this little girl. If she saw his talent, she would definitely have to laugh at him without him having any way out. Neither of the two noticed that the big fat cat saw Tang Yen come in, but he instantly saw the praying mantis he was holding in his hand. At once, a trace of humanized excitement appeared on that fat cat face. Here comes another pooper scooper. Ah! Chapter 29, Big Fat Cat's New Pooper Scooper. Above a limousine. Sis, that's an awakening beast that the family spent $1 million on, and it was just taken away by that guy? And isn't he your employee, sis? Fire him tomorrow. Chen Haoyu looked at Chen Mengmeng, who was sitting next to him with an expressionless face, and shouted with a furious face. From the time he was born until now, he had never been disliked like today, wanting to vomit blood. The most crucial thing was that his own sister actually didn't help him ask for that awakened beast back, but instead pulled him away. Chen Mengmeng looked at her stormy brother beside her, and couldn't help but sigh in her heart before slowly saying, "A person who can subdue an awakened beast, do you think that we alone can snatch the mantis from his hands?" The expression on Chen Haoyu's face instantly stiffened, then carefully said, "Sister, do you think that guy is an awakened beast?" Aha! Chen Mengmeng nodded her head, an inexplicable light flickering in her eyes. To be able to subdue a level 0 awakened beast, it is indeed only possible for an awakened to do so. And the fact that the mantis couldn't move at all under him shows that this Tang Yan's strength isn't weak. At least he's also an awakened of the 4th stage of body refinement. Body refining 4th stage, Chen Haoyu drew in a breath of cool air. In this time when the aura had just awakened, it was already not easy to be the first to become an awakened person, and an awakened person of the 4th stage of body refining. Even their Chen family did not want to mess with, because no one dared to be sure that this Tang Yen would not stop at the 4th stage of body refining forever. Could it be that we just let it go? Chen Haoyu said with an unwilling face. $1 million was actually nothing to him, but a domesticated awakened beast was hard to find, even though it was only a level 01, but maybe it would advance in the future? Chen Mengmeng however shook her head. A mysterious smile appeared on her face, as if she muttered, "Of course we can't just let it go. Not only that, not only can we not fire him, but we also need to get in touch with this guy." Sis, what are you talking about? Why do we need to contact that guy? Chen Haoyu was in a fog. But Chen Mengmeng was no longer talking. Chen Haoyu saw this, opened his mouth, but did not ask more questions. The car gradually returned to calm. Mengmeng Pet Shop. Right. This is the place. From now on, this area will be under the responsibility of you, little grasshopper. The big fat cat stood up humanly, one paw pointing at a patch of cat litter, while in the midst of the litter, a praying mantis clutched a shovel with 2 confused eyes. Then it was enraged. This damnable fat cat in front of him was actually asking him to shovel? This was simply an insult to it. Dead fat cat. You're looking for death. With a roar of rage, Mantis swung its claws, and the shovel in its hand snapped into 2, then leaped high into the air, turning into a stump and grabbing at the big fat cat. Snapping. But the next moment, it only felt a meaty claw slapping hard on its body, while its entire mantis turned into a straight line and snapped into the cat litter. Little grasshopper. In this fat cat's territory, you still dare to act wild? It was not easy to climb out of the cat litter. A big fat face appeared in front of its eyes, and the fierce light in those big round eyes flashed, flashing it a little afraid. But there was a brand new shovel inserted in front of Mantis. The big fat cat slowly said, "In the future, that area will be your responsibility. What else do you have to say?" Facing the big fat cat's lewd authority, Mantis bitterly pulled up the shovel and silently came to a place and started the journey of shoveling. On the side of the small black looked straight happy. Finally, do not have to be a head. Well, not bad. Seeing this, the big fat cat nodded with satisfaction, then bumbled over to Tang Yan's side and massaged him. Only after pleasing the great demon king would the future days slowly become better. For example, this little grasshopper that the great demon king brought to shovel for it? What did you say? Its name is Mantis? No, 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 if the great demon king says it is a small grasshopper, then it is a small grasshopper. The big fat cat thought in his heart. At 9 o'clock in the evening, after packing up the pet store, Tang Yan rushed towards the rental house. However, this time he didn't bring the big fat cat back, on one hand letting it watch over the pet store, and on the other hand giving time for it to properly temper that little mantis. Chen family siblings. Chen family, I'm looking forward to it. The corners of his mouth sketched out a smile as he once again quickened his pace. Returning to the rental house was already 9:30 p.m., and just after opening the door of the rental house, Tang Yan was startled. Only to see a one-person tall, covered in black hair, and with bags growing all over it pouncing at him. What the hell? Tang Yan punched over, and the black-haired monster was sent flying by him, crashing hard into the wall with a muffled boom, staring the tenant next door into breaking into a fit of rage. Egu, master, why are you hitting me? At this moment, a pained cry came out from the black-haired monster's mouth. Tang Yan was slightly stunned, and carefully surveyed this guy with a bag all over his body, only to realize, wasn't this thing big black? This guy, since obtaining his permission, all day in the outside wandering, do not want to come back. Why did he come back this time covered in bags? Big Black, what's wrong with you? Tang Yan asked with a somewhat odd expression. Dahe was speechless, his eyes dodging as if he was embarrassed to say it. The senior brother who was writing a novel on the side sneered, it's stealing someone's honey and being chased by a swarm of bees. Oh? Tang Yan dawned, then was a bit surprised. Dahe was a level 1 demon, its body was as hard as steel, how could it be stung like this by a swarm of bees? It's hard to believe that. Tang Yan's eyes lit up, is it possible that there are demons in this swarm of bees? And there are demons that are even more powerful than Big Black? As if he knew what he was thinking, Dahe said with a bitter face, Master, there's a very powerful fellow in that swarm of bees, I owe this whole bag to it. This is at least a level 2 demon. Tang Yan stroked his chin and mused, a level 2 demon, that's 1,000 points, although the demon space was limited, 1,000 points was quite a lot for him right now. Dahe, take me to meet those bees. Having made up his mind, he didn't hesitate and directly waved his hand and said, Master, are you trying to avenge my Big Black? Upon hearing this, Dahe immediately shouted in excitement. The corner of Tang Yan's mouth revealed a hint of a bad smile. No, 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 find you a new little partner. 11 o'clock at night, N-City Nantong suburb. Sis, according to the news given by Grandpa, it should be around here. According to the news, a swarm of bees has appeared in this area, and it has been discovered that one of them is able to fire countless bee stings. If the news is correct, this should be an awakened beast. A young man spoke with an excited face. In front of him stood a woman. The woman was dressed in a clean white short-sleeved long dress. Under the illumination of the moonlight, she looked unusually ethereal. The woman was very pretty, her eyes were bright, her flawless face seemed to radiate light at night, and this woman was no other than Chen Mengmeng. And that young man was naturally Chen Haoyu. Behind them, there were a dozen people standing neatly, and surprisingly, these people were all heavily armed, and each of them held a rifle in their hands. One must know that this was China, where gun management was incredibly strict, but these people had a rifle in their hands, thus reflecting how powerful the Chen family was. Listening to her brother's slightly excited voice, Chen Mengming's eyes also flashed with a trace of excitement in the depths of her eyes. She had just returned home when her grandfather told her the news that an awakened beast had appeared here. And according to the intelligence, it was most likely a level 1 awakened beast. Level 1 awakening beast, in the black market has been speculated to 5 million, but still have a price. After all, now the aura of heaven and earth has not yet returned completely, the number of awakening beast is very rare. And once there is news of awakened beasts, no matter cats and dogs or other families or forces will try to find ways to get these awakened beasts. Their long-term vision told them that in this era of the return of aura, only by grasping power would they be able to stand their ground in the future. The Chen family was no exception. So when she learned that there was actually a possibility of a level 1 awakened beast existing here, she didn't hesitate to bring the family's elites here in order to capture this awakened beast. A level 1 awakened beast is already equivalent to the strength of the 5th stage of body refinement, but it can't possibly carry the damage of a rifle. And our goal is to capture it alive, not to kill it, so when we act later, we must not shoot until we have no choice, understand? Turning around, Chen Mengmeng looked at the 14 clan elites in front of her and said in a deep voice. Understood. Very well, then start moving. Chen Mengmeng nodded her head in satisfaction, then with a wave of her hand, the 14 people instantly disappeared into the dark night like ghosts. Sister, as long as we catch this level 1 awakened beast, our Chen family will definitely be able to suppress the Yi family by one step. Chen Haoyu looked at the disappearing 14 and licked his lips in excitement, then as if he thought of something, a trace of anger flashed across his face. The Yi family is also too much. Bearing in mind that their family has opened a zoo with several awakened beasts coming out of it, they want to suppress our Chen family. And they even want to propose a marriage union so that you, sister, can marry that milquetoast brat of he who is only 16 years old. It's simply an insult to our Chen family and sister you. Saying that, he suddenly skimmed his mouth, a hint of gloating in his tone. However, awakened beasts have terrifyingly high spirits. I heard that a gorilla suspected to be a level 1 awakened beast escaped not too long ago, infuriating the Yi family's old man like a storm. And it hasn't been found until now. Chen Mengmeng didn't say anything, only a trace of worry flashed in her eyes. Before the aura recovery, the Yi family's power was comparable to their Chen family. However, after the aura recovery, the gap was gradually revealed. Because under the Chen family's property, there was a zoo. The original zoo was not valued, but at this time has become the Yi family's biggest dependence, because who knows, in the next time, how many awakening beasts will appear in the zoo. Their Chen family also wanted to open a zoo, but just had the idea ready to implement, but was ruthlessly suppressed by the above. Now, no matter which city, are not allowed to open any more zoo. Chapter 30, The Fog Rises. The zoo can't be opened, the family suffers from the Yi family suppression crisis. The only way is to continuously collect awakened beasts, so that there is a chance to resist the Yi family. And this level 1 awakened beast at the moment, their Chen family is bound to get it. Miss, traces of bees have been found. It's estimated that the hive is nearby. At this time, a voice suddenly came from the earphone. Chen Mengmeng and Chen Haoyu's faces were simultaneously delighted, then returned. Don't act rashly first when you find the hive, wait for me to come over. Yes. Go over and take a look. Chen Mengmeng said, walking towards the direction where the signal came from, while Chen Haoyu hurriedly followed. Soon, the two of them converged with the 14 Chen clan elites in the middle of a dimly lit forest. Miss, the one in front should be the hive. What should we do now? A Chen clan elite pointed at a huge beehive not far ahead and said respectfully. Chen Mengmeng's sight looked forward, only to see a huge silhouette looming in the dimly lit woods. Putting on her night vision device, she couldn't help but draw a breath of cold air. This was a huge beehive, more than a few times larger than an ordinary beehive. Around the beehive, surrounded by dozens of bees, like soldiers on guard, staring around vigilantly. Chen Mengmeng's brows furrowed. Such a large beehive was somewhat out of her expectation. We must find a way to lure that awakened beast out, otherwise the bees in the hive will pour out. It will be difficult for us to resist. Thinking of this, Chen Mengmeng said to a nearby Chen clan elite, Did you bring the honey? Brought it. Very good, now start setting up the traps. Chen Mengmeng nodded her head in satisfaction, then commanded. Yes. Receiving the order, the Chen clan's group of elites retreated to 100 meters away from the hive and got busy. Level 1 awakened beasts not only have super high intelligence, but their senses are much higher than other animals. At such a distance, I'm sure that awakened beast will be able to sense the aroma of honey. Looking at the busy Chen family elites, Chen Mengmeng's eyes glittered. As long as that level 1 awakened beast fell into the trap, they would no longer hesitate and quickly withdraw. It was Chen Haoyu who asked with some concern, Sister, is that thing reliable? Don't worry, it's a prison created with a hard alloy. As long as that awakened beast enters it, it will definitely not be able to get out of the trap. Chen Mengmeng said confidently. Only then did Chen Haoyu let out a sigh of relief. Soon, the trap had been completed, and a group of people hid to the side, armed with night vision devices, carefully staring at that huge hive. Half an hour passed. The hive still didn't have any movement. Chen Haoyu was a little impatient and whispered, Sister, is this trap not working? Why is it still? Now. Before the words were finished, he was interrupted by Chen Mengmeng and made a silent gesture to him, then pointed to the hive. And only then did Chen Haoyu realize that the bees that were guarding the outside of the hive suddenly retreated to the sides, and then a fist-sized bee crawled out from the hive. Sister, awakening beast. Chen Haoyu whispered excitedly. A fist-sized bee, needless to say, was undoubtedly an awakened beast. Miss, according to the energy detection, it is indeed a level 1 awakened beast without a doubt. A Chen clan elite with an instrument by her side said in a low voice. Chen Mengmeng nodded her head, but did not speak, instead staring at the fist-sized bee with a deadly stare. After that bee climbed out of the hive, it directly flew up, first circling around the hive a few times before flying directly towards the traps they had set up. In a short while, it had landed in front of the trap. At this moment, everyone held their breath. As long as it flew into the trap, then they had succeeded. However, this awakened bee's IQ seemed to be very high. Perhaps it understood that the sky wouldn't randomly drop pies, and didn't rush to scurry headlong into the trap anymore, but instead circled around. This fellow has a high IQ. Seeing this, Shen Haoyu could not help but sigh in a low voice. And at this moment, the bee suddenly flapped its wings rapidly, and then several small bees were seen flying over, before flying inside the trap. "Don't touch the mechanism," Chen Mengmeng said in a low voice. The intelligence of awakened beasts had long been through some reviews, and level 1 awakened beasts already had intelligence no less than humans, so naturally, their organs weren't the simple kind that could be remotely controlled. Several small bees flew into the trap and landed on top of the honey. Nothing happened. However, that big bee still didn't fly into the trap, but kept vibrating its wings, and all of a sudden, a swarm of small bees buzzed over and started to carry that honey. Shen Haoyu, who was hiding in the shadows, was dumbstruck and muttered, "This awakening beast is so thievish." Then he frowned and looked at Chen Mengmeng. "Sister, what should we do now? This guy doesn't seem to fall for it." Chen Mengmeng similarly furrowed her brows, but she didn't make any moves. Instead, she clenched her teeth and said, "Wait." The wait was long, especially after watching the honey in the trap being moved away by those little bees bit by bit. It was even harder. If all the honey in the trap was moved away, then it would mean that the trap plan had failed. "Damn, big deal, just use force," Shen Haoyu cursed in a low voice. Soon another half an hour passed. The honey in the trap had already been moved most of the way. Just when they felt that the trap had failed, the large bee suddenly flew up and then flew towards the trap. "Ready!" Seeing the sudden peak, everyone's spirits were shaken. Soon, the big bee had flown to the perimeter of the trap and looked at the small bees that were carrying it back and forth, seemingly verifying that there was no danger. Looking at the fragrant honey in front of it, it finally couldn't help but fly into the trap. "Release!" A voice with excitement rang out in the woods. Click! A crisp ringing sound rang out, and where the big bee was, an orb violently popped up from the ground, directly wrapping the big bee inside before it could react. "Success!" Seeing this scene, Chen Haoyu directly exclaimed in surprise. Only to see that not far away, that orb created by the hardest alloy kept rolling back and forth on the ground. It was obvious that the big bee already knew that it had been fooled, and was struggling hard inside. However, even if it was a level 1 awakened beast, it could not break the orb. "Get out of here!" Chen Mengmeng, on the other hand, frowned and ordered. A layer of mist had risen around her at some point, and this mist made her feel a little uneasy. "Yes." The Chen clan elites also sensed something and agreed, hurriedly walking over to the orb, ready to pick it up and leave. But before they could pick up the orb, a sense of weakness spread throughout their entire body, causing them to directly go limp on the ground. "Sister, what's going on?" Seeing this, Chen Haoyu was alarmed and prepared to step forward to investigate the situation. However, when he took his first step out, a sense of weakness also spread throughout his body before he also went limp on the ground. "Not good. Everyone hold your breath, there's something wrong with these mists." Chen Mengming's face suddenly changed, and a hint of panic appeared in those cool eyes. However, the people who were paralyzed on the ground were bursting into bitter laughter, because they knew that everything was too late. Snapping. Just as the crowd was panicking, a sound of slapping was resounding in the mist. Then 6 figures slowly appeared before their eyes. Upon seeing one of these figures at the forefront, Chen Haoyu, who was paralyzed on the ground, cursed in a broken voice, "He who? Is this your trickery? You actually dared to make a move against us. Our Chen family is at loggerheads with you." The leader of the group was wearing a white suit and had a big back hair, dressed like a mature person, but from the boyish face, it could be seen that he wasn't very old. And this person is naturally He Who, the youngest master of the Yi family who has pestered Hui Yule. Behind He Who, there were 5 people standing, 5 people who were also heavily armed, and the rifles in their hands were pointing at the Chen family's people who were paralyzed on the ground. The most bizarre thing was that on He Who's shoulder, there was a greenish snake sitting on his shoulder. This snake was not big, but it had reddish eyes. The snake's letter was constantly gulping, and a stream of mist was spewing out from its mouth. Chen Mengmeng didn't say anything and stared at the snake. If she wasn't wrong, this snake should be the Yi family's level 2 awakened beast. The bamboo leaf green, and the fog around it should also be made by this snake. Careless. Chen Mengmeng stood still, not daring to move, because she knew that if she moved even a little, she would surely be paralyzed on the ground just like the others. The abilities possessed by a level 2 demon were no longer just strength and speed. He Who, on the other hand, looked at Chen Haoyu who was hissing at him, disdainfully skimmed his mouth, and came straight to that orb. Feeling the movement inside, his face couldn't help but reveal a trace of a satisfied smile. "Miss Chen, thank you for catching the awakened beast for our He family. With a bright smile on his face, he who came in front of Chen Mengmeng and said with a smug look on his face. The Chen family's people were really stupid. His dad just revealed a little bit of wind. They didn't investigate carefully. They couldn't wait to bring people to capture this bee. In the end, wasn't it still a dowry for their he family? Looking at he whose smug smile, Chen Mengmeng did not know that she was fooled. So her face became icy cold, and she hummed coldly, "What do you want?" "How?" A hint of playfulness appeared on he whose face. "I don't know if Miss Chen remembers the proposal made by my he family? You and my two families to marry and share the resources of the awakened beasts in city together." Fart. He who, you bastard, your hair hasn't even grown, and you still want to marry my sister? I'm warning you. If anything happens to us, then your he family won't be able to live well either. However, before Chen Mengmeng could speak, Chen Haoyu scolded first. Humph. He whose face became grim as he suddenly smiled coldly. "You guys don't have a choice. If you don't want all of you to die here, then I advise you to be honest." Saying that, his gaze towards Chen Mengmeng flashed with a hint of lechery. "Otherwise, I wouldn't mind having something happen with Miss Chen here." Chapter 31 Robbery. He who, you bastard. If you dare to touch my sister, I will definitely kill you. Facing he whose arrogant aura, Chen Haoyu was trembling with anger, but he couldn't do anything with his flaccid body. Idiot. He who, on the other hand, sneered, "It is said that the Yi family has a genius sister and an idiot brother. It seems that this rumor is indeed true. You think you can change anything just with a few harsh words from you?" Looking at Chen Haoyu shaking with anger, he whose face couldn't help but show a hint of arrogance. Although he was only 16 years old, both his mind and ability far exceeded that of an average adult, so he was deeply appreciated by his father, Healing Feng. And after almost getting his head chopped off by the knife thrown out by the hairy crab last time, his father had even put the only level 2 awakened beast in the family, Bamboo Leaf Green, by his side to protect his safety. But the moment he thought of the hairy crab, his face twisted a little. This is because he suddenly thought of the day when he was scared by that knife and almost peed his pants being watched by Huiyul, making him embarrassed to pester Huiyul anymore. And the reason for all of this, he naturally attributed to that abominable face. That detestable fellow was called Tang Yen. Oomph, when I settle things here, it'll be your turn. With a cold snort in his heart, he had already thought of the scene where Tang Yen would beg for mercy in front of him. In fact, he had long wanted to make a move, but because there was something going on in the family he didn't have the time to leave. The other reason was that he had sent someone to do a good check on Tang Yan's information, and the information indicated that this Tang Yan had a husky in his home. And this husky was most likely an awakened beast. This undoubtedly gave him the reason he had to strike. But these were all things he would do later. Right now, he still had to deal with the matter at hand. In fact, his words about killing the Chen family siblings were just harsh words. Although the He family, was not afraid of the Chen family, but if something really happened to the Chen family siblings, then facing the Chen family's crazy revenge the He family, would still have a huge headache. But if they couldn't kill them, didn't they still have other programs? With a hint of lechery on his face, he looked at one of the He family bodyguards beside him and said, "Did you bring the camera?" "Young master, brought it." "Very good." He who nodded in satisfaction. Chen Mengmeng and Chen Haoyu and the Chen family elite simultaneously changed their faces drastically. "What are you doing?" Chen Mengmeng snapped. Although she was usually very opinionated, calm and collected when things went wrong, and possessed a super high IQ and was known as the Chen family's genius, she was still a woman after all. When she saw the evil smile on He whose face and heard the camera in his words, she had already anticipated what He who wanted to do. Sure enough, in the face of Chen Mengmeng's obvious lack of breath, He who shrugged his shoulders in a dashing manner, "Not doing anything, I just want to have more chips, and I hope that Miss Chen will cooperate." After saying that, directly to the side of a bodyguard made a wink. That bodyguard immediately understand, from the bag behind him took out a camera, open, aimed at Chen Mengmeng. At this moment, Chen Mengmeng's face became incomparably pale. He who, on the other hand, revealed a trace of a reckless smile. Looking at the imperial sister in front of him, he stretched out a hand. Moo. But just when his hand was about to touch Chen Mengmeng's face, a mellifluous cow moo was suddenly heard throughout the woods. At that instant, the bamboo leaf green perched on He whose shoulder looked as if it had been stimulated by something, and violently straightened up, its snake's letter continuously gulping. He whose body also stiffened. Cow mooing? Damn it, why is there a cow mooing here? He who only felt a bad premonition come over him, and sharply drew back his hand, directly ordering, "Quickly, be alert." Yes. The 5 bodyguards instantly surrounded He who in the center, rifles in their hands aiming forward. Chen Mengmeng had already prepared to bite her tongue and kill herself, but she didn't expect a sudden change. A trace of hope flashed in her eyes as she looked around. Dang! Knock! The sound of a cow bellowing fell, followed by a sound of a heavy object falling on the ground resounded in the surroundings, the dull ringing sound, stimulating the nerves of every person. The sound got closer and closer, and a huge figure with a yellowish glow slowly emerged in the mist. Gudong! Looking at the huge figure that wasn't affected by the fog in the slightest, he who subconsciously gulped. Then he saw that the figure gradually became clearer and clearer, and in the end, it was completely reflected in his eyes. Everyone's eyes widened when they saw the scene in front of them. This is a strong buffalo, with large eyes of a gong, shiny horns, and a panting nose. Especially the yellow light that is bubbling on the body, none of them indicate that this is an awakened beast. And the most surprising thing to them is that on the back of this buffalo, sitting horizontally on the back of a figure, this figure is wearing a black robe, wearing a bucket hat on his head. Under the yellow light, it looks mysterious and bizarre. This shape I believe everyone present recognizes, even familiar, especially that buffalo. Is not it the guy in the beautiful bridge battle? Warrior! He whose face changed dramatically. What is called warrior, punishing evil, robbing the rich and helping the poor, martial arts. Can be called warrior. And he just wanted to do the nasty things. Is not the warrior all see to go? Could it be that he would be planted here today? He definitely would not be so willing. At this moment, the Chen family members were all overjoyed. They naturally recognized the identity of the person coming. Wasn't it the warrior on the video? Now the young lady was considered saved. Chen Mengmeng also did not expect that he would meet here to save his life. Warrior, some dismay at the same time. There is also joy in the eyes, cannot help but look at the figure sitting on the buffalo expectantly. But that warrior did not seem to have the intention to speak. The buffalo also stopped, the pair of bull eyes staring at them with disdain. For a while, the air became a bit odd. Warrior! Please save my sister, this bastard wants to do something harmful to my sister. Right at this moment, Chen Haoyu but suddenly shouted out. That originally angry face became incomparably excited at this moment, and its eyes were even filled with admiration as it looked at the figure on the buffalo. This is what a warrior is. This is what a geisha hero is. If only my brother-in-law was this great warrior. Chen Haoyu roared in his heart. After Chen Haoyu's words were finished, the figure on that buffalo let out a faint sound. But just this voice caused the Chen family's crowd to rejoice. On the contrary, he whose face became somewhat unsightly, and the 5 bodyguards around him were even more tense, their eyes filled with scorn. After all, they had all seen that video. That terrifying power, that big clock emitting a golden aura was deeply imprinted in their minds, making them unable to raise a single thought of resistance. He whose face changed a few times. Finally he was not willing to let it go, so he clenched his teeth and said, Warrior, as long as you don't care about this matter, then my family is willing to come up with $50 million to honor you. In his opinion, there was nothing that money couldn't solve. If it couldn't be solved, then it must be that there wasn't enough money. Shameless. Warrior, don't listen to him. As long as you save my sister, my Chen family is also willing to come up with $50 million. Hearing he whose words, Chen Haoyu became anxious and said hurriedly. He who, however, didn't care about him, but stared at the figure and said seriously, I can call for a transfer right now. Chen Haoyu still wanted to say something. That figure, however, suddenly spoke, do you think I lack money? The voice seemed like a smile, echoing in the dimly lit woods, appearing ethereal. When Chen Haoyu heard this, his face was overjoyed and he immediately called out, that's right. He is a great warrior. A warrior who was able to subdue a level 3 awakened beast. Do you think such a character would still lack money? I advise you to get lost. He who froze, then his face clouded over, obviously also thinking about how ridiculous his promise just now was. He was able to subdue a level 3 awakened beast, would he still lack money? However. That's right, I am indeed short of money. The faint voice came again. Everyone was dumbstruck. The smile on Chen Haoyu's face stiffened, Chen Mengming's eyes widened in disbelief, and the Chen family elites were all dumbfounded. Only he who laughed out loud, ha ha ha. Since you are short of money, warrior, I'll call you $50 million right now, as a reward for startling you. The world is really no matter that money can't solve. He who thought proudly in his heart. Warrior, how can you? How can you? Chen Haoyu was incredulous. Aren't you a warrior? Aren't you a master? How can you not have money? How can this be possible? It can be. Although I lack money, I prefer to earn money with my own hands. The warrior said again. He whose face became stiff, and Shen Haoyu reacted at once and laughed out loud. I told you. A warrior is a warrior, how could he accept money from a bastard like you? Without caring about Shen Haoyu, he who slowly asked, so what? So, robbery. A bright short knife was drawn out from behind by the warrior, pointing at he whose 6 people and said. The air froze at this moment. Everyone, oh. Put all the weapons in your hands as well as the money together, I'll only give you a minute. The warrior's voice was very flat, but it made he whose 6 men's scalps tingle for a while. All 5 bodyguards looked towards their own young master. Feeling the gazes of the 5, he whose eyes flickered and he finally clenched his teeth and said, do as he says. It was not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Being impulsive while knowing that the enemy was stronger than him was undoubtedly a death-defying act. He who, was not so stupid. With he whose words, how dare the other 5 hesitate and immediately piled their weapons and money together. Only after all the weapons and money were placed together did he who say, may I ask if you can let us go? The warrior, however, shook his head, the short sword in his hand pointing at the bamboo leaf green on his shoulder. It stays as well. As for that bamboo leaf green, the moment the buffalo appeared, it was already too scared to move. He whose face at this moment was already gloomy and about to drip water. This bamboo leaf green was a level 2 awakened beast that their family had managed to domesticate with great difficulty. Just to give it up, how could he explain it to his father? Chapter 32, Come to the Bowl. What? Not willing? Looking at he whose tangled face, the warrior faintly asked. Before he who could say anything, the buffalo with an earth-colored glow suddenly let out a low roar, and that bamboo leaf green trembled all over, then directly slid off of he whose shoulder, obediently squirming to the weapon piece. Seeing this, he whose face turned a little white, but he didn't dare to say anything else. In front of absolute strength, any struggles he had would be useless. Scram! As if chasing away flies, the warrior waved the short sword in his hand. Go! He who knew that the defeat was finalized and he was powerless to change anything, so he could only wave his hand and leave with the 5 people. This time, the plan was not only unsuccessful, but he also lost 5 rifles and a level 2 awakened beast, and when he returned to his family, he could imagine his father's anger. Give the old man a wait. Wait for all those animals in the zoo to awaken. Wait for me to become an awakened. What kind of bull warrior, what kind of Chen family, I'll make you all suffer. Roaring madly in his heart, he whose eyes flashed with extreme malice, and he disappeared into the woods with the 5 of them. The mist in the woods slowly dispersed, and the Chen family crowd resumed their actions. Warrior! Thank you for saving my sister. Thank you so much. You are simply my idol. After regaining his movement, Shen Haoyu hurriedly climbed up and looked at the warrior sitting on the buffalo with a face of adoration, while the others also had faces of adoration. However, that warrior did not answer, but faced him. Shen Haoyu could even feel that the eyes under that white veil were staring at him playfully. Warrior, you. Shen Haoyu was somewhat at a loss for words. But before he could finish, the warrior's ghostly voice came. I said, robbery. Put your weapons and also money together, you still have 20 seconds. OGA. The Chen clan crowd was dumbfounded, they wondered if they had heard wrong. Didn't the great warrior save them? Shouldn't the warrior be the embodiment of justice? How could he rob them? There are still 10 seconds left. Just as they were dumbfounded, the great warrior's voice came again. The crowd was jolted and hurriedly placed their eyes on Chen Mengmeng. Chen Mengmeng was also a bit confused at this moment, and sensing the gaze of the Chen clan's elite, she clenched her teeth and said, put down your weapons. Clattering. Without the slightest hesitation, the Chen family elite threw all the guns in their hands onto the ground and piled them up. Seeing this, the great warrior nodded in satisfaction, the corners of her mouth underneath the white veil hooking out a smile. This warrior was naturally no one else but Tang Yen. As for this outfit, he had bought it in advance. After all, he didn't want to accidentally be seen with his appearance. And while he had arrived when the Chen family elites were setting up their traps, he hadn't made any moves because he had spotted he whose 6 who were hiding in an even darker place. So he chose to observe from the shadows to see what was going on. So the next thing he saw was a good show where the mantis was catching the cicada and the yellow bird was behind. Only this yellow bird was still planted in his hands. Originally he didn't want to care about this matter, but seeing that he who wanted to do something nasty, he couldn't help it because he saw the determination in Chen Mingming's eyes. That was the determination that held the heart of certain death. The reason why he had deliberately grabbed that level 0 mantis in front of Chen Mengmeng was to give Chen Mengmeng the news that he was an awakened. The reason why he would do this was of course not to make Chen Mengmeng look at him or anything, but for the sake of resources. So naturally, he couldn't watch Chen Mengmeng die, so he struck. Of course, there was a price for him to strike. Looking at the weapons piled up in front of him, Tang Yan was overjoyed. Today's trip was not in vain. As for what to do with these weapons? It's simple, as long as he conquers a demon, he will have the points to exchange props he has already looked after. Space ring, with a size of 5 cubic meters, load these weapons is absolutely enough. Just to his regret, that B didn't seem to be a level 2 demon, just a level 1 demon. But it didn't matter, didn't it leave behind a small level 2 snake? The bamboo leaf green that was hiding by its weapon and shivering suddenly felt itself locked by a dangerous aura, causing it to shake a few times and almost all but cry. Come on, it was a cold-blooded animal. Cold-blooded animal. Why do you want to cry for? Just as Tang Yan was about to drive away the Chen sisters and conquer this little snake, his scalp suddenly tingled, a reaction to sensing danger. Golden Bell Shield. Almost without thinking, Tang Yan let out a low shout. Dang! A melodious bell sound rang out, and a large bell engraved with arcane runes emerged from the surface of his body, the flickering golden light on the bell's face appearing solemn and sacred in the dark night. Whoosh! The moment the golden bell emerged, a burst of air-breaking sound suddenly rang out, and dozens of thorn-like objects emitting a cold light flew in, and then ruthlessly crashed on top of the golden bell. There was another bell sound, and the thorn-like objects crashed on top of the golden bell, emitting a burst of sparks, but they were unable to break through the defense of the golden bell, and the roots fell to the ground. This scene happened very suddenly, everyone even had to react to it. They were shaken by the sound waves that came out of the golden bell. Without looking at the Qin clan's crowd that had fallen to the ground, Tang Yan frowned and stared into the depths of the woods. There was a wave of energy fighting to rush towards him. Buzzing. Suddenly, a dense buzzing sound entered the ears of the crowd, and then all of them realized with horror that countless bees had appeared in their surroundings at some point, and these bees were so numerous that they had completely blocked their sight. Sister, what's going on? Chen Haoyu climbed up from the ground and came to Chen Mengmeng's side, his voice somewhat trembling. What happened tonight was like doing a roller coaster, ruthlessly stimulating his young mind. Originally thought that he had easily taken down an awakened beast, but he had fallen for the He family's tricks, and it was not easy for the heavens to show mercy, and the warrior appeared and drove away the He family. How could I know that I was actually robbed by the great warrior? The tall back of the warrior in his heart instantly collapsed. This is nothing. The key thing is, what is the matter with so many bees appearing around him now? If so many bees are on his body to come so, he can imagine that he will absolutely live and die of pain. Chen Mengmeng was no better at this time, biting her lips, trying hard to keep herself awake, while her mind was searching for a way to break out. But looking at the number of bees around her, she couldn't help but feel discouraged. In this situation, wanting to break out, the possibility was zero. Just at this time, the bees in front of her suddenly parted a path, and then a bee that was the size of an adult's head slowly flew to the front of the crowd, the huge eyes showing a smug and teasing look. Hiss. For their part, the Qin clan's crowd drew in a breath of cold air. This was the first time they had seen such a large bee. Could it be that the awakened beast we just caught was just a small minion? Looking at the swarm of bees around them, Chen Mengmeng's face turned pale. No wonder when they caught that level 1 awakened beast just now, no other bees came to surround them. She originally thought that it was the family's level 2 awakened beast that had gotten them into trouble. Now, it seems that it was just a pawn to attract them, the real queen bee, one in the dark coldly watching them. What a terrifying intelligence. Ding, found a level 3 demon, the king bee. Capture will earn 2,000 points. While Tang Yan looked at the bee king with a big head in front of him, he couldn't help but gulp, although he hadn't felt the existence of this bee king before he came either. But did it matter? I thought that this time, there was only a small bee and a small snake, but I didn't expect a big boss to suddenly appear. This was 2,000 points. Just thinking about it gave me the urge to drool. Ha 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 ha. Stupid humans. Surprise, surprise? Surprise, surprise? Just as he was about to take down this queen bee, a maniacal laugh suddenly echoed through the woods. The voice was a bit shrill, and there was some smugness in its tone. But that wasn't the key was that the voice actually came from the mouth of that king bee. A talking bee? Tang Yan's eyes widened all of a sudden, knowing that the buffalo under his seat was also a level 3 demon, but communicating with him could only be done through the system, for conscious communication. But it was the first time he had seen an animal that directly spoke human language. System, what's going on? Tang Yan asked in his mind with some curiosity. Ding, it should be one of this bee's awakened abilities. Also, please can the host not make such a fuss? It's embarrassing, no? Being despised by the system, Tang Yan's face darkened a bit. But then he was happy again, a bee that can speak human language, catch it and give it training to become a comedian. It's energizing to think about it. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but heave a strange laugh. It seemed unusually clear in the forest. The king bee, on the other hand, was jolted by Tang Yan's smile, and then became a bit annoyed. Right now, it was the one in possession of the initiative, but it would still be frightened. It was too humiliating for it to be the king bee. So he snorted coldly and said, "You humans, not only have you intruded into this king's domain, but you have also captured this king's men. Today, none of you will be able to leave." The Chen family crowd had long been dumbfounded, even Chen Mengmeng was no exception. What the hell did they see? A bee that could speak human words? Then how high should this bee's level be, level 3, level 4? Or even higher? Thinking about this, the crowd only felt chills running down their bodies. A level 2 awakened beast was already beyond their ability to deal with, let alone a level 2 or higher awakened beast. "Little bee, come to the bowl." Just when the crowd was a bit desperate, a voice with incomparable excitement suddenly rang out in the woods. Then a figure rushed towards the king bee like lightning. The king bee was also startled. Where would it have expected that surrounded by its own people there would still be humans who dared to make a move against it? However, it was not afraid. Its tail arched up and its bee stinger was revealed. Watch this king's invincible chain sting. Burst. A burst of bee stings as dense as a rainstorm shot out from its tail and flew towards the silhouette. However, when the bee stings reached the silhouette, a large bell appeared out of thin air, and all the bee stings landed on it, and the sound of the bell resounded through the entire forest. However, the silhouette was unharmed and did not even slow down. When the king bee saw this, it was taken aback. Looking at the figure that was like a heavenly god, it suddenly panicked. It always felt like it was going to finish. Chapter 33, I'm a puppy. As a matter of fact, there was nothing wrong with its feeling, especially when the casserole-sized fist slammed towards it. It knew that it was absolutely no match for this human. Damn it! This king actually underestimated this human. The king bee was furious. All along, it had thought that everything was under its control, and that the human who trespassed into its territory would be punished. However, it had never thought that this human was actually so powerful that even it was no match. Seeing that casserole-sized fist smashing towards it, it didn't dare to touch it hard, and it kept dodging between its wings, shaking rapidly. Quickly stop him! Being hit by the roiling fist shadows without the ability to fight back, the bee king roared angrily. While the bees around it swarmed towards Tang Yan, almost all of them hadn't awakened their spiritual intelligence, and only knew to obey the king bee's orders, even if it meant going straight to their deaths. Looking at the bees flying towards him, Tang Yan frowned slightly and drank lowly, "Little nyo-nyo." Moo! A cow's cry instantly rang out, a ripple visible to the naked eye emanating from the buffalo's mouth, while the bees, as if they were being suppressed by something, fell to the ground, unable to move. Little buffalo? Hearing Tang Yan's name for the big buffalo, the faces of the Chen clan's people were odd. This name, so chic. The buffalo's eyes were also somewhat grudging. Ever since it was taken in by Tang Yan, it had been forcefully instilled with this name, a name that made it feel ashamed. Seeing that all of his minions were put down, the bee king also panicked, shouting, "Human, if you dare to harm this king's people, this king will definitely not spare you." Oh? Is that so? Facing the king bee's unintimidating threat, Tang Yan skimmed his lips, wiped his fists, and laughed. He, let's have a quickie together then. Saying that, he attacked with a display of Luo Han fist. Holy! Seeing this, the bee king let out a strange cry and hurriedly dodged. However, Tang Yan's speed was extremely fast, and the king bee was hit by a fist shadow from time to time, wailing in pain. Human! You dared to hit this king! Agoo! It hurts so much! Human, this king will not share the same fate as you. It hurts, it hurts. Oh! Don't fight! Don't fight anymore! Is it still okay for this king to let you guys go? In the woods, silhouettes glowing with golden light traveled through, and a bee with a large head dodged and flirted, but it was beaten and screamed. The Chen clan's people glanced at each other, all unable to hide the shock in their eyes. They had already tested it with their instruments. This bee king was a level 3 awakened beast, but it was beaten without any power, so how strong should this guy with the cloak be? Refined chi? Or above chi refining? Unimaginable. If my Chen family also had such a powerful awakened, why would I need to be afraid of those bastards from the He family? Chen Haoyu looked at the figure and muttered under his breath, his eyes filled with yearning. Ow. Just as he was fantasizing, a roar suddenly came from the woods, but it was that King Bee who broke away from the battle, his wings constantly flapping as he glared angrily at Tang Yen. Human, you have completely enraged this king. Oh? Tang Yen froze, then said with interest, so? The Bee King stared at Tang Yen dead in the face, a wisp of black smoke slowly emerging from his body, a strong wind blowing around him. This was the rhythm of an amplified move-ah. Realizing that it wasn't good, the Qin clan's crowd retreated, looking for cover, then stared at the Bee King without blinking. Tang Yen also put away his smile, his face becoming grave. However. Whoosh. Human. This king to forget, although you are very powerful, but. Can you fly? Ha ha ha. Come and beat this king. This king is right here waiting for you. Aha aha, my skin is itching, begging to be hit. The king bee swished high into the air, wiggling its fat as studded with bee stingers, and its screams echoed throughout the woods. Chen family crowd at #%. Tang Yan at #%. Everyone had black lines on their heads. This Nima is such a bee. You're at least a level 3 queen bee, how can you be so cheap? The point was, Tang Yan realized that he really didn't have much of a choice. As the king bee had said, he was indeed very strong, and level 3 demons were no match for him, but he really couldn't fly. Ha! Human, aren't you strong? What? Wimped out now? Hit this king ah! Hoof! The king bee circled back and forth in the air, screaming loudly, and from time to time, it even shot out a bee sting, provoking Tang Yen. This bastard was also counting on the fact that Tang Yen couldn't fly. Even if Tang Yen forced himself to lag in the air, then he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer and wouldn't be able to utilize his full strength, so it wasn't in a hurry at all. Sis, is this really a level 3 awakened beast? Why do I feel like it's a rogue? Chen Haoyu was dumbfounded, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. This was the first time he had seen such a cheap awakened beast. Chen Mengming's face was also a bit odd, but she didn't say anything, instead focusing her gaze on the motionless figure. She was curious, what would he do? You wait. Right at this moment, that figure suddenly rolled up his sleeves and pointed at the Bee King hovering in the air, letting loose with harsh words. You come on. This king just has itchy skin. If you have the guts, come up and hit this king. The king bee was not afraid at all. Tang Yen took a deep breath and came directly in front of Bamboo Leaf Green, then grabbed it with one hand. The Bamboo Leaf Green was still preparing to find an opportunity to escape, suddenly being pinched in Tang Yan's hands. It instantly panicked, staring wide-eyed at the snake, its scarlet tongue gulping unconsciously. I'm asking you, are you convinced? Suddenly, the human spoke out. Bamboo Leaf Green didn't know what to do. Why is he asking me if I serve? If you don't serve, I'll stew you in soup. Tang Yan threatened, say. Do you serve or not? Perhaps frightened by Tang Yan's tone, Bamboo Leaf Green subconsciously kept nodding. I serve. I serve. A somewhat childish voice suddenly came from his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host, for subduing the level 2 demon Bamboo Leaf Green and gaining 1000 points. The system's voice rang out, and Tang Yen saw that his points had instantly changed from 1700 to 2700. This meant that he could exchange goods again. Little thing, I'll let you run wild, let you be cheap. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. System, what commodities are there to get this guy down? Ding, recommend host to exchange equipment. I am a puppy. I am a puppy, a great invention from the other world. After using it, all creatures within a 10-meter radius, except the user, will learn to bark on the ground. Method of use, just pour in internal energy. Note, creatures whose strength is higher than the user's, this equipment is ineffective against them. This is such a shameful equipment. Tang Yen was dumbfounded, then he hemmed and hawed and laughed strangely, but I like it. System, redeem I'm a puppy. Ding, redemption successful, deduct 2000 points. With a flash of shimmering light in his hand, a delicate and small statue appeared in his hand, precisely in the shape of a dog. I'll give you one more chance, come down now and be beaten by me, or I'll personally get you down, the consequences are brutal. Tang Yan looked at the king bee in the air, strange smile. At this time, the king bee had already realized that something was wrong, especially when it saw that a small statue suddenly appeared on Tang Yan's hand, making its heart even more uneasy. This king believes you, damn it. You despicable human. If you have the guts, get me down there. Shrieking defiantly under its breath, the king bee was already retreating silently. Want to run? A cold smile crossed the corner of his mouth, and the inner body in his body surged into the I am puppy without reservation. And the king bee flying in the air only felt that he couldn't help but fly down from the sky before landing on the ground. Woof! What made it vomit blood even more was that a dog's bark actually came out of its mouth. Ah 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 ah. So humiliating. The king bee wanted to cry. Seeing this, Tang Yan's playfulness rose. The internal force poured into I am a puppy as if it didn't need any money. Then, woof! Woof! A barking sound came from behind. Tang Yan turned his head in consternation, only to find a row of people standing behind him, led by Chen Mengmeng and Chen Haoyu. A group of Chen family elites were happily learning to bark. He could even see Chen Mengmeng's gaze of shame and anger, and Chen Haoyu's somewhat excited smile. Excited? Aha! This is damn embarrassing. Forgetting that there were still people from the Chen family here. Chen Mengmeng looked at the silhouette and turned her head, desperately trying to stop the strange cries coming out of her mouth, but she really couldn't stop. She didn't know what was wrong with her, she only felt that her cheeks were a little hot, especially when she listened to the group of guys in the family behind her screaming their heads off. She had the urge to immediately faint. Chen Haoyu, on the other hand, was a bit curious. He only felt that he stood up uncontrollably, and then he learned to bark like a dog. This uncontrollable feeling was really strange. He knew that this must be the work of that warrior, because that queen bee was also learning to bark like a dog on the ground. But instead of blaming the warrior, he became even more worshipful. The warrior's powers are pretty awesome, you see. Woof! Simply cannot stop. I have wood? So eager to make a little video. Tang Yan suppressed the thoughts in his mind. He was afraid that if he really pulled out his cell phone, Chen Mengmeng would really fight him regardless. So he pretended that he didn't hear or see the reaction of the Chen family's crowd, and came directly to the queen bee. Little bee, now let's have a good chat. The teasing voice that stopped in the king bee's ears was like the devil's shout, making it shiver uncontrollably. But the mouth is still constantly learning to bark. It found that it is so desperate. Are you convinced? Tang Yan rubbed his fist and asked. Gulp. The king bee gulped, and there was unwillingness in its eyes. Not convinced, huh? As the words fell, it only felt its bee stinger being yanked. Oh, exempt, it's still quite tight? Tang Yan grabbed the huge bee stinger with both hands and pulled hard, but it didn't move. The bee king burst into tears, only feeling that this human was a devil. Convinced, this king is convinced. Just as Tang Yan was plucking away, a message from the king bee suddenly came in his mind. Chapter 34b. Ding, congratulations to the host, for subjugating a level 3 demon, the king bee. Gain 2,000 points. The points became 2,700 again, and Tang Yan burst into a frown. System, I want to redeem the space ring. Ding, space ring exchange successful, 2,000 points deducted. Space ring low level, has 5 cubic meters of space, can be used by dropping a drop of blood. A tight feeling came from his thumb, and when he looked down, it was an additional delicate ring, the very same spatial ring. He couldn't wait to use his internal force to cut his finger. Bright red blood dripped on it, a light flashed, and his consciousness instantly came to a 5 cubic meter space. Is this the space ring? It's truly magical. Tang Yan was bursting with excitement. Master, can you let go of my thorn? Just as he was getting excited, a voice came from a ghostly voice, but it was the bee king looking at him with a grudging face. And one of his hands was tugging on its bee stinger, jerking it externally from time to time. Today, this great master is happy, so I'll spare you. Tang Yan skimmed his mouth and let go of the bee stinger. Then with a wave of his hand, the 19 rifles piled up on the ground as well as a bunch of banknotes were all put into his spatial ring, while the king bee and bamboo leaf green were put away by him into demon space. As for Chen Mengmeng and the others, when they saw that everything was gone with a wave of Tang Yan's hand, their eyes widened in shock. What about magic tricks this is? Of course Tang Yan wouldn't explain, but instead made a jump and once again sat horizontally on top of the buffalo's back. Little buffalo, let's go, he said indifferently. Tonight's harvest was not small, collecting 2 demons, 2 more pieces of equipment, 19 rifles and a bunch of money. It was a huge profit. Glancing at the Chen family's crowd, Tang Yan didn't make things difficult for them. After all, they had already paid the protection fee, hadn't they? The buffalo let out a low chant, then turned his head towards the woods, and disappeared into the distance in the blink of an eye. only leaving behind a dumbfounded Chen family crowd. Sister, what now? Chen Haoyu walked forward, touched his head, and looked at Chen Mengmeng and said. Chen Mengmeng was also a bit messy. There were too many things that happened tonight, so many that she couldn't even react, but when she saw the large orb on the ground, her face only became a bit better. The small level 1 demon Tang Yan didn't take it away. After all, level 1 demons couldn't get into his eyes now. Take this awakening beast with you and return to the clan, Chen Mengmeng said with a clench of her teeth. She had to tell the clan about what happened tonight without the slightest omission. The Yi family had dared to do something so despicable, she naturally couldn't just let it go. Oh. Chen Haoyu nodded, then suddenly came closer and said with a face of adoration, Sister, you just learned to bark like a dog. When Chen Mengmeng heard this, her face instantly darkened. The stupid brother, she really wanted to slap him to death. And Chen Haoyu saw Chen Mengmeng didn't say anything. He thought she didn't believe it. He was a bit anxious. He patted his chest and assured, Sister, what I said is true. It's more like it than all of us. If you don't believe me, ask them. The Chen family elite hurriedly turned their heads, indicating that they did not recognize him. Scram! Chen Mengmeng roared. All right. Tang Yan rode the buffalo to a deserted place and released Big Black, King Bee, and Bamboo Leaf Green all together. As soon as Big Black came out, he saw the King Bee and let out a strange cry, Master. That's it. It's the one that shot me with a needle. The King Bee obviously recognized Big Black as well, and hemmed and hawed with a sneer, so it's the little thief who stole the honey. This king warns you, don't mess with this king, or else this king guarantees to shoot you until your legs go limp. This Big Black is not afraid of you? Do you have the guts to shoot me again? You who? There's really someone who's not afraid to die? You wait, this king will shoot now. Bamboo Leaf Green was shivering on the side. Buffalo watched with great interest. Tang Yan was in a cold sweat. If it wasn't for the fact that they were two different kinds of animals, he would have damn well thought that something super friendly was going on between these two goods. Alright, stop arguing. Helpless, he could only speak out to stop it. Humph. Only then did the two guys hum at the same time, but a look of defiance showed in their eyes. Tang Yan had a bit of a headache. What were these demons that he had taken in? However, that little Bamboo Leaf Green was quite well behaved. So he grabbed the Bamboo Leaf Green and placed it on his palm, saying with a smile, I'll call you Little Green from now on. Thank you, Master. Once again, that somewhat timid and tender voice came from the mind. Master, what about this king? What will this king be called from now on? Seeing that Tang Yan had given Bamboo Leaf Green a name, the King Bee immediately came over, licking his face and said. Tang Yan rolled his eyes and pondered for a moment, just call it Bee. The King Bee instantly froze. Oh haha Bee. Big Black laughed maniacally as he patted his chest on the side. Angry, the King Bee almost stormed off, his eyes looking at Tang Yan with a grudge. Master, can we change it? Tang Yan squinted at him. What? You're not convinced? The King Bee only felt a pain in his tail and hastily nodded. Serves. Serve. Tang Yan then nodded in satisfaction before looking at Bamboo Leaf Green. Little Green, why are you working for the He family? Little Green froze, cocked his head, and said with some embarrassment, Because they give me good food. Well, it turned out to be a foodie. The corners of Tang Yan's mouth twitched. You're a level 2 demon, you were bought just because of the delicious food? Sighing helplessly, looking at these guys surrounding him, he had a bit of a headache again. How should they be placed? Big Black had been hurting and hadn't caused him any trouble, so he could continue to do so. Little Cow Cow's target is too obvious and can only be placed in demon space. If this bee is put out to pasture, it's better to forget about it, sooner or later it will cause trouble. The best thing to do is Little Green, the block is not big, just stuff it directly into the pocket. It's better to bring this one back to the rental house first. Although it was completely possible to put all of these demons into the demon space, but don't forget, in the demon space, they would still feel hungry. He didn't want to prepare food for this large group of demons all day long, that would be too tiring. Making up his mind, Tang Yan directly put the buffalo into the space, letting Dahe go play by himself, tucking in Xiaoqing, and rushing towards the rental house with bees. When I returned to the rental house, it was already 1 a.m. Elder brother sat in front of the computer, strange smile, the harlequin is almost dripping out. Tang Yan was curious, walked up and asked, Elder brother, how is the novel written? Elder brother raised his dog's head, full of dejection and turned the computer screen over. Tang Yan took a look and was stunned. The computer was stuck on a web page with a bright red cover. On the cover was an incomparably godly husky, and underneath was a line of big words, Husky Legend. On the right was a line of data, word count, 300,000, monthly votes, 1W+, recommendation votes, 10W+, favorites, 3W+. At the bottom was the comments section. Woof woof, good looking, good looking. It's so good looking. Trouble the author to write the protagonist more powerful. Am I on the wrong movie set? How can you write about huskies? Are you all real people? Woo. Can't afford to read the book, such a nice book, this dog can't read it. Why is it a husky? Not the majestic teddy? Author, you come out, this teddy promised not to kill you. A large portion of them are positive reviews. Just how do these positive reviews look so strange? As if, these guys are not human. The first time I saw them, they were not human beings. Tang Yan's face became incomparably odd. Could it be that they are all of the same clan as senior brother? No wonder it felt good looking. But where did these guys get their money from? Tang Yan opened his cell phone, entered the N-City forum, and began to rummage around, and after roughly only 3 minutes of searching, a post attracted his attention. Owner, proud teddy, oh my god. What's wrong with this world? My family's teddy has become a spirit. It actually took my money to recharge book coins to read a novel called The Legend of Husky. A piece of 666 at the bottom. Tang Yan looked at it and couldn't close his mouth in surprise. This is too damn metaphysical, right? Elder brother looked at Tang Yan's surprised expression from the side and said smugly, how is it? Manhwa is now a great god. Tang Yan nodded approvingly and patted its doggy head, well done. Master, what is this thing? At this time, B's voice suddenly came, but it was seeing Tang Yan praising a husky that made it a little curious. Only then did the husky realize that there was another huge bee behind Tang Yan, and couldn't help but despise it. It's a computer, this you don't even know. Strangely enough, in the face of his senior brother's contempt, the bee actually did not get angry, and did not even talk back, but came up to his senior brother and said with a smile, brother dog, what is called a computer? You just tell this king? It seems to be very satisfied with the bee's attitude of not asking questions shamelessly, the senior brother said with an angular head, computer is a good thing, look, this is the mouse, this is called the display. Elder brother gibberish said a whole lot, be listening to that called as serious, non-stop nodding. Tang Yan on the sidelines to see these two guys actually get along surprisingly harmonious, cannot help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was worried about how to deal with the bee. It seems that this time there is no need to worry. Didn't care about these two guys, made a small nest for Xiaoqing. He went to take a shower. After taking a bath, Tang Yan just walked out of the bathroom. The bee blocked his way, that pair of those eyes full of desire. Master, I also want a computer. The bee begged pitifully. What do you want a computer for? Tang Yan was stunned. Master, I also want to surf the internet. Otherwise I'll die of boredom. The bee still had that pleading expression, its huge head constantly rubbing against Tang Yan's thigh. Tang Yan frowned, thought for a moment, and said, alright, just buy you one. He wasn't really short of money right now, so buying a used computer was still fine. Most of all, with a computer, he thought that this bee wouldn't get him into any trouble. Hearing Tang Yan agree, the bee buzzed with excitement. Only what Tang Yan didn't realize was that when he turned his head, Bee and his senior brother simultaneously revealed a trace of excitement that was hard to hide. Chapter 35, the eve of the school year. Inside a luxury villa in N-City. Waste. Didn't you promise that the plan was foolproof? I won't say anything about the weapons being lost, but now not only do we have to face the retaliation of the Chen family, but we also lost a level 2 awakened beast. Is this the guarantee you told me? In the living room, a middle-aged man in pajamas was filled with rage, while below him stood a young man in a white suit, only somewhat in a state of disarray, and this young man was no other than He Hu. As for the middle-aged man, he was He Hu's father, the contemporary head of the He family, Healing Feng. Facing his father's anger, He Hu gritted his teeth and said, Dad, originally everything was going very well, but I didn't expect that warrior to suddenly appear. Not only did he ruin my good deed, but he also snatched away my awakened beast. Bull warrior, just an awakened person with a bit of strength. Healing Feng snorted coldly. But was calmed down. In fact, he understood in his heart that this matter was indeed not He Hu's fault, it was just that He Hu was so unlucky that he happened to meet that awakened person. Only this awakened person in the end, who is it? Why can't we find the slightest trace of it? Healing Feng frowned tightly. Since the video of the beautiful bridge battle came out, all the forces, even the officials, were secretly searching for traces of this warrior. But without exception, no one has found a single clue, as if this warrior appeared out of thin air. Now this warrior once again appeared, but it is bad for their he family's good thing. But this person's strength is not only strong, but there must be other powerful awakened beasts by his side. As long as we find this person, and then try to find a way to get rid of them, or recruit them to our he family, then wouldn't the awakened beasts by his side be my he families? At that time, if we want to annex the Chen family, wouldn't it be a breeze? A hint of fire flashed through his heart. Healing Fang slowly said, currently, it seems that this person is still in N City. Since he is still in N City, then we still have a chance. Remember, at all costs, we must find this person. Yes. He who nodded, killing intent filling his eyes. Then he said as if he remembered something, Dad, recently I ran into a guy who seems to have an awakened husky in his house. Do you think it's a direct? Oh. Healing Fang raised his eyebrows, then waved his hand and said, don't ask me what to do if you meet this kind of thing in the future. Yes. He who sniffed, and the corner of his mouth hooked up in a cold smile. Tang Yen, right? That warrior I can't help, but it's still more than enough to clean up a little yakuza like you. Chen family villa. Good he family. How dare you make a move against my daughter? Do you really think that my Chen family is a soft persimmon that you can pinch whenever you want? A middle-aged man with a beard slapped the coffee table, his face incomparably ugly. He was none other than Chen Mengming's father, the Chen family head, Chen Hongtao. Chen Hongtao was now shocked and furious. He didn't expect that the news he had gotten was actually deliberately released by the Yi family to lure them in, and that his daughter had almost suffered abuse. Just thinking about it, he was in a state of fear. He then looked towards the sofa, where an old man in a tang suit with closed eyes was sitting. This old man was none other than Chen Mengming's grandfather, the previous generation of the Chen family's family head, Chen Shangqing. Seemingly sensing Chen Hongtao's gaze, Chen Shangqing slowly opened his eyes, his gaze as sharp as a blade. It was indeed our carelessness this time. Chen Shangqing spoke. Seeing Chen Shangqing's flat face, Chen Hongtao was a bit anxious. Father, the Yi family actually wanted to use such a despicable tactic against Mengmeng. Are we just going to let it go? Forget it? Chen Shangqing suddenly snorted coldly and slowly stood up from the sofa, an invisible pressure spreading out from his body, designing to cheat my Chen family and presuming to defile my granddaughter. This revenge is already irreconcilable. Early tomorrow morning you will convene a family meeting, pass on my order to fully crack down on all of the Yi family's industries. Yes. Chen Hongtao answered in a deep voice, hesitated for a moment, and said, the Yi family has lost a level 2 awakened beast, so their strength must have been greatly reduced. Should we? Their Chen family also had a level 2 awakening beast, and this level 2 awakening beast was a turtle that Chen Shangqing had raised since he was a child. Only, although this turtle was a level 2 awakened beast, it was weaker than the one from the Yi family. Now that the Yi family's level 2 awakened beast had been taken away by the masked warrior, without the protection of the level 2 awakened beast, it would be easy to take advantage of the situation. Chen Shangqing pondered for a while, but shook his head. Now that the Animal Management Academy is about to start, it is not appropriate to let my old buddy make a move, otherwise we will be in big trouble. When Hao Yu and also Meng Meng become awakened and join the Animal Management Group, then we will have no worries. Chen Hongtao thought about it and nodded. If it was any other awakened beast, even if he spared losing it, he would still take down the Yi family, but this turtle had grown up with his father since he was a child, and his feelings were extremely deep, so naturally he couldn't just take it and risk it. Also, although that masked warrior saved Meng Meng, he robbed us of 14 rifles. Should we go and track it down? Chen Shangqing shook his head. This person's character is elusive and strong. If we chase after him and he discovers it, I'm afraid that it will cause unnecessary misunderstandings which will be unfavorable to us. Saying that, the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. Besides, even if we don't investigate, there will be someone who will do it for us. Father is referring to the Yi family? That's right, we just need to keep an eye on the Yi family. Yes. In the rental house. Early in the morning, Tang Yan had already gotten up. Squinting, B was by his elder brother's side, staring at the computer without blinking, while the latest web series ex-girlfriend's current boyfriend was playing on the computer screen. See funny place, the two guys immediately issued a small cute. Like laughter, listening to the side of the small nest in the small green trembling. Don't all demons need to sleep? Slapping his forehead, Tang Yan was somewhat speechless. But this was good, as long as these two guys didn't make a mess, whatever would be fine. After washing up, Tang Yan explained that the three guys in the house shouldn't run around, and headed to the pet store. Before leaving, he still didn't forget to come over, constantly reminding to buy it a computer. Tang Yan repeatedly assured, this goods only subsided, as to catch up with the drama. When he came to the pet store, it was already 8 in the morning. Opening the door of the pet store, Tang Yan found that the big fat cat was lazily basking in the sun in front of the window while the little grasshopper, that is, the praying mantis, was holding a big shovel and diligently shoveling cat poop. What a harmonious and touching picture. Spitting in his heart, he began to feed the other little ones and cleaned up the store. By the time he was done, it was already 9 in the morning. Huayuel's figure appeared right on time, and after glancing at Tang Yan, she directly dragged up the big fat cat and played flying cat in the air. This was Huayuel's latest invention, which was said to allow the big fat cat to experience the general thrill of flying. On top of the big fat cat's head, Xiaohei is desperately grasping its fur, enjoying this pleasure together. From time to time, he even let out a yodeling exclamation. Anyway, it's an awakened beast, its skin is thick and it won't die if it falls, so just let it be. Tang Yan couldn't stop spitting in his heart as he watched. Lifting up his teacup, he suddenly remembered something and asked, Yuer, what's your talent level? Level 7. Huayuel glanced at him and said indifferently. Tang Yan, who was drinking water, almost spat out a mouthful of water. Although he had long known that Huayuel's talent might be very high, but how could he not expect that it had actually reached a direct level of 7? To know that the highest talent discovered so far was only level 7, right? Thinking of this, he subconsciously put his hand into his pocket and stuffed the notice that recorded his level 0 inferior talent inside. It's really a case of people being more angry than people. Huayuel gave him a puzzled look and didn't say anything. In her opinion, Tang Yan's strength was so strong, I'm afraid that his talent or whatever wasn't much worse than hers, so there was nothing to ask. 2 days passed quickly, and during the 2 days, it was surprisingly calm. The Chen family did not look for the door. As if that little mantis has been forgotten, and he was not expelled, a time actually let Tang Yan some bored. In fact, it is not that the Chen family does not want to find the door, but the recent fight with the Yi family is in full swing. In order to be safe, Chen Hongtou has specially explained not to let Chen Mengmeng and Chen Haoyu go out, in order to prevent the Yi family to play dirty tricks. The Yi family did not expect the Chen family's retaliation actually so fierce. He who also had to give up the idea of finding Tang Yan trouble, to focus on facing the Chen family's retaliation. Therefore, Tang Yan became incomparably leisurely. On the 3rd day, the used computer bought for B arrived. Computer back to the rental house, the goods excited in the house buzzing, was a little annoyed by the noise of Tang Yan used the I am a puppy, enough to let the goods barked for 10 minutes before the honest point. Only, in the use of I am a puppy, the internal force used a little more, so the tenant next door also called for 10 minutes. When we met the next day, the tenants next door were masked out. Inexplicably the dog barked for 10 minutes, and may be heard, is a person feel ashamed. And with a computer, the bee will not have to rub a computer with the elder brother, playing that is a happy. After a few days of living together, Xiaoqing is not as scared as before, often see it coiled on the head of the senior brother, spitting snake letters, and the senior brother together to catch up with the drama. Tang Yan saw some worries, this goes on, he has to buy a computer. Alas, the spending is so big, but he is so poor. Soon, another 2 days passed. And this day, obviously different from the other days. The network was on fire, and the messages in the class group had not stopped. What made Tang Yan flattered was that the students who usually never contacted him, sent messages today to express their condolences. There was no other reason for this, because today was the day that the Animal Management Academy started. Chapter 36 Starting School. July 17, 2018, Monday. The sun was scorching the earth like a huge furnace. But such hot weather did not stop the excitement of the crowd. Because today, the much-anticipated Animal Management Academy officially opened. Early in the morning, a school located in the center of N City was crowded with people. A golden sign hung above the school's gate, engraved with 6 big words, Animal Management College. This was originally the new campus of the first middle school, but now it was changed into the Animal Management College. At this time it was already 9 o'clock in the morning, but the school opened without the intention of opening the door, but not a single person complained or left. Because they know that this school is not like other schools, it is linked to the awakened one. With the temptation of these 3 words, even if they were asked to wait longer, they would be willing to do so. What? What do you mean by awakened? In this era of advanced internet, if you still don't know what awakened one means, then you can go to hell. It was precisely because they knew that awakened one represented great power that they were so positive. After all, everyone wished that they too could possess those incredible powers. At 8:45, a clattering sound suddenly reached everyone's ears, and the crowd was surprised to find that the gate had actually opened. At the same time, a voice came from the radio: "Please head to the playground to gather for the opening ceremony." Upon hearing this, the crowd rushed towards the playground with gusto. At the end of the crowd, Tang Yan looked at the scene smilingly and said to Hua Yule beside him, "It seems like we came at the right time." "Aha!" Hua Yule nodded expressionlessly. Both of them were not in a hurry. After meeting at the pet store, they first had a beautiful breakfast before slowly arriving here, thinking that they were both late, but they didn't expect to come just in time. Along with the crowd, Tang Yan and Hua Yule arrived above a playground. Tang Yan deliberately paid attention and found that the people who came here to report were not very old, but not very small either. The oldest, at most, was a year or two older than him, and the youngest was estimated to be 15 years old. It seems that this Animal Management Academy has an age limit for recruiting students. Tang Yan thought silently in his heart. The faces of everyone around them carried undisguised excitement, and they were telling their companions about what they should do after becoming awakened. There were those who were a little more middle-aged, and with a righteous face, they said that they would work hard for the sake of maintaining world peace after awakening, and the key thing was that whenever these words were uttered, they would always usher in a round of applause from the surroundings. Tang Yan had listened for half a day, and had long since been powerless to spit. Maintaining world peace? A tiny demon can you over, right? Compared to the surrounding fervor, Tang Yan and Hua Yule appeared unusually calm and even a bit bored. However, right at this moment, the crowd suddenly became quiet. Lifting his head to look, Tang Yan realized that a man who looked to be about 40 years old was walking towards the high platform of the playground in the company of a few people. Compared to the curious faces of the others, Tang Yan's gaze revealed a rare hint of gravity. Because he realized that there was an energy within this man's body, an energy he was familiar with, it was undoubtedly internal energy. But what really made him gaze was that this man's strength was definitely more powerful than that so-called realm of chi refining. What about the promised only 10 great masters? What about the one who said there were only strong chi refining masters? Can't it be that guy Su Zhixiang lied to me? Tang Yan kept spitting in his heart. Just as he was staring at the man and sizing him up, the man looked over in his direction as if he had sensed something. Tang Yan hastily withdrew his gaze, his heart's gravity heavier by a few points. What a keen reaction! After the man scanned the circle, he didn't seem to find anything, just frowned and continued on his way. But at this moment, Tang Yan fell into silence. All along, he had thought that in this era where Aura had just recovered, he had already come to the forefront of humanity, and that the most powerful people in this world were only at the chi refining level. But today, he realized that he seemed to be wrong, because the strength of the man in front of him was much more than the level of chi refining. It seems that this world is definitely not as simple as I thought. It's me who's a bit of a frog in the well. Touching his nose, Tang Yan let out a bitter smile. At this time, the man and a few people behind him had already walked onto the high platform, while the man stood at the very front. The crowd all subconsciously held their breath, silently waiting for the man's next move. The man looked around, smiled slightly, and then spoke. "First of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Ouyang Hua, and without any surprises, I will be the principal of this school from now on." There was no microphone, no stereo, but the man's voice traveled throughout the entire playground, falling into everyone's ears. And it was incomparably clear. The crowd was stunned by this. Where was the humanoid microphone this? At the same time, the eyes became fiery all of a sudden. Awakened one. This man who called himself Ouyang Hua was definitely a powerful awakened. Although he had already watched the video of the Battle of Pretty Bridge enough, but a living awakened person appeared in front of him, this feeling was undoubtedly like seeing a rare animal, full of curiosity. For a while, everyone talked about it. Seeing everyone talking, Ouyang Hua didn't stop them and let them talk. When the voices were a bit lower, he continued, "I think everyone has pretty much understood what it is to enter the Animal Management Academy. Then I only have one thing to tell you: as long as you all work hard, the strength of a warrior like the one in the Pretty Bridge battle is something that all of you are capable of having." At these words, the entire room was in an uproar. This was followed by heaven-shattering shouts. Everyone was stimulated by his words, and everyone was flushed and excited. Seemingly satisfied with the expressions of the crowd, Ouyang Hua nodded and said, "However, if you want to become a strong person, you have to put in more than enough effort. Without effort, even if your talent is good, it's all for naught. That's all. There will be a teacher who will assign your classes later. Please wait a little." After saying that, the man stepped aside. Then he saw a dozen figures jumping from outside the grass field, that lied stance. Each jump was several stories high, watching the crowd dumbfounded. Tang Yan's eyebrows slightly throbbed, and in his heart, he had already cursed Su Jixion. Because he could feel that these dozen figures all had the presence of internal energy, meaning that these were all awakened in the chi refining realm. However, there was a hint of fire in the depths of his eyes, and he knew that his trip had not been in vain. Chapter 37 Genius and Scum? A dozen figures quickly arrived on top of the high platform, an invisible aura emanating from them, causing everyone to be uncontrollably quiet. Tang Yan took a closer look. There were a total of 14 of them, both male and female. All of them had majestic internal energy in their bodies, so it was no surprise that they should be the chi-refining powerhouses that Su Jixian was talking about. Now, please ask the tutors to pick their students. Yanghua said faintly from the side. 14 people nodded their heads at the same time, then with a single leap of their bodies, they arrived in front of the crowd of students. This heap of you are my students. A big black-faced man pointed at the 2 rows of students in front and said indifferently. Crowd. To not be so hasty. Moreover, you're only a pile, your whole family is a pile. The crowd spat in their hearts. Tang Yan was also a bit speechless. Why was this picture a bit off? The tutors moved very quickly, the selected students were directly taken away, and soon arrived at the last batch of students, precisely Tang Yan's batch. And there was only one last person left out of the 14 mentors. Just when the crowd was a little nervous, a silhouette slowly walked in front of them. At this moment, everyone's mouths turned into an O shape. This was a woman, or rather a beautiful woman. The woman seemed to be 25 or 26 years old. Her face was absolutely beautiful, and her jade-like skin seemed to be transparent under the sunlight. Especially that is like a devilish body, slender legs, the original unremarkable uniform and her perfect body reflection, become extraordinarily tantalizing. Hiss. Just a moment ago from a distance hadn't realized that our tutor is actually a great beauty. Oh my god, I'm so lucky. It's as if I've fallen in love, she's the goddess of my dreams nah. No more, I'm going. Each of the remaining students' eyes went straight, and their harangues were on the verge of flowing out. The students who were taken away by the other tutors were all pounding their feet and chests when they saw this scene. How come they didn't have such good luck? Tang Yan was also a bit surprised by the beauty of this woman, but once he thought that his mentor was a great beauty, his mood seemed to be all good. Seeing the smile that appeared at the corner of Tang Yan's mouth, Wei Yule at the side coldly said, "Pervert." Tang Yan's breath stuttered, and 10,000 alpacas raced past in his heart. He just laughed. How did he become a pervert? Before he could utter a rebuttal, that beautiful tutor spoke first. Hello all students, for the next month, I'll be your tutor. My name is Xiaolan, you can call me Tutor Xia. Now please ask the remaining students to follow me. Saying that, Xiaolan was the first to walk forward. That swaying figure looked dazzling to the crowd. However, the crowd still followed. Soon, the crowd followed Xiaolan to a staircase classroom. The large classroom was almost full of people. Tang Yan and Hui Yule found a seat at the back. Looking forward, Tang Yan realized that there were roughly hundreds of people in the entire ladder classroom, and at this moment, these people were looking at Xiaolan with nervous eyes. After all, this wasn't the same place as before, where one came to take cultural lessons, but to learn martial arts. Looking at the crowd's expectant gazes, Xiaolan faintly smiled and said, I know what everyone is looking forward to, and I can clearly tell you that what you were looking forward to will definitely appear. A cheer went up from the crowd, and their gazes became even more fiery. But before that, please hand in your notices so that I can familiarize myself with them. Upon hearing this, the crowd naturally wouldn't object, and they all took out their notification letters and handed them over to Xiaolan's hands. Tang Yan thought about it and didn't want to be special, so he handed in his own notice along with Hui Yule's. Soon, all the notifications had been handed over to Xiaolan. And Xiaolan began to briefly flip through them. Most of them are level 1 and 2 talents, and there are also a few level 4 talents, so it looks like I'm lucky. While looking, Xiaolan secretly nodded her head. These were all within her expectations. But as she flipped through the pages, she suddenly stopped at a notice. Only to see it written on it. Name, Hui Yule. Age, 16. Talent, level 7. Xiaolan drew in a breath of cold air, and then a dazzling gleam erupted in her eyes. Genius. Absolute genius. No matter what, she had never thought that there would actually be an absolute genius with a level 7 talent in her class. One must know that the highest talent discovered by humans so far is only level 7. Moreover, this Hui Yule is only 16 years old. Gosh, it's a great deal of money. Resisting the excitement in her heart, Xiaolan raises her head and asks with a smile, which one is Hui Yule's student? Steeply called by name, Huayul slightly froze, but still stood up and said, "Instructor Xia, I am Huayul." As she said that, she tilted her head and looked at Xiaolan with a puzzled expression, as if asking again, "What's the matter with looking for me?" But she didn't know that her subconscious action was the one that instantly adored everyone. Crouching. Trough. What a cute sister. That's so cute, sister, do you have a boyfriend? How about you look at me? I can't, I thought I had already sunk when I saw Tutor Xia, and now there's a kawaii little loli, gosh, I'm going to sink. Looks so skinny and weak, I want to protect her. Looking at the crowd's flamboyant expressions, as well as the bottomless words, the corners of Tang Yan's mouth twitched slightly. Huayul? Cute? Cute? Skinny? To hell with all of them. The moment Xiaolan saw Huayul, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but show a hint of a smile as well. Not only do men like beautiful things, women are no exception, and when Xiaolan saw that the genius of her class was actually an incomparably cute little sister, she couldn't help but feel a little joyful in her heart. So she smiled and said, "It's fine, I just want to get to know the genius of our class who possesses a level 7 talent." Wow! However, the moment Xiaolan said this, the entire room erupted in an uproar, and there was an undisguised shock in everyone's eyes. To say that just now, they just thought that Huayul was pretty and couldn't help but be excited. Then now when they heard that Huayul was actually a level 7 talent, everyone was instantly shocked beyond words. My god, this Huayul is actually a level 7 talent. You have to know that I'm only a level 1 talent, how big of a difference must this be? It's true that people are more angry than people, even if she looks so cute, her talent is actually so heaven-defying, how can she let us live? I've decided. From today onwards, Huayul is my goddess. Cut. You're shameless. You don't even look at how old you are, and you're still thinking about an old cow eating young grass. The classroom is in chaos, but without exception, everyone's gaze towards Huayul becomes envious, worshipful, jealous, or marvelous. When Huayul saw this, she frowned but didn't say anything. Her small face was bland, as if she couldn't feel the surrounding chatter at all. Seeing Huayul's expression, Xiaolan also understood what was going on and hurriedly spoke out, "Alright, everyone be quiet, next." Saying this, Xiaolan once again casually flipped the notice, but her voice was suddenly stuck, and her expression became incomparably odd at this moment. The crowd was unsure, all of them looked at Xiaolan in confusion. However, Xiaolan's mood at this moment, to describe it in one sentence, was that of a dog in the sun. Because in her hand just happened to stop on a crumpled notice. Name, Tang Yin. Age, 20. Talent, level 0, inferior. Talent level 0, inferior? This was the first time she had seen such a tricky talent. What did this mean? A genius had come to her own class, and a scum? Of course, she didn't mean to look down on this Tang Yan, she was just a little curious. To be able to make those guys from the animal control group give an evaluation of level 0 inferior talent, it must have been entangled for a long time as well. Unable to help it, she had a hint of curiosity about this Tang Yan, so she raised her head and asked, "May I ask which one of you is Mr. Tang Yan?" Tang Yan was slightly stunned, and then as if he thought of something, he couldn't help but secretly laugh bitterly, but it was nothing to deny, so he stood up and said, "I am." Seeing Tang Yan stand up from Huayul's side, and also being named by Xiaolan, the crowd once again burst into an uproar. Can it be that this Tang Yan is also a level 7 talent? Holy Buddha, what kind of monster class have I been assigned to? That's right, I thought I was already very powerful with this level 3 talent, I didn't expect to suffer a blow as soon as I arrived, ugh. Boo-hoo, want to cry. Obviously, the crowd had misunderstood, thinking that Tang Yan was also a genius with a level 7 talent. Even Huayul misunderstood. Xiaolan also didn't expect everyone to misunderstand, but she didn't say anything and prepared to let Tang Yan sit down. But just at this moment. Where is he a level 7 talent, but it's just a level 0, and a lower level 0 talent at that. A cold laugh suddenly came from a corner. The crowd turned their heads to look, but they saw a man dressed in a designer outfit staring at Tang Yan, with a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Seeing the crowd look over, the sneer at the corner of the man's mouth became even more intense as he stared at Tang Yan and faintly said, "Am I right, Mr. Tang Yan?" Tang Yan's brows wrinkled slightly when he saw this man who suddenly spoke out. Because this man was no one else, but actually his class president in his class at Chengmu University, Han Xiujie. Just now, because of the angle, he hadn't paid too much attention, so naturally, he hadn't realized that Han Xiujie was also there. However, the crowd obviously didn't believe what Han Xiujie said, and someone immediately asked loudly, "Who are you? How did you know that?" "And as far as I know, the lowest talent is only level 0, what's with the lower level 0 you said? You didn't make it up, did you?" Upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly realized, right. Wasn't it agreed that the minimum talent was only level 0? What the hell is this level 0 inferior? However, in the face of the crowd's skepticism, Han Xiujie was not flustered and slowly stood up, saying quietly, "You're asking me who I am? I can tell you that Tang Yan and I come from the same school and are in the same class, while I am his class president. What I said just now is in no way false." Chapter 38. I just love him. Han Xiujie's current mood was indescribable. In short, it wasn't good. He didn't go to school on the day the talent test results came out because he happened to have something to do that day. Moreover, he had gotten his acceptance letter a long time ago, so it didn't matter whether he went or not. However, he was still more concerned about how many people in his class were accepted. Because anyone who was accepted was given the chance to become an awakened. And awakened people represented talent. Although their Han family was rich, it was still much worse than those big families, so for the sake of his family's development, of course he had to find a way to recruit some talents. So he was keeping an eye on the class group. When he heard that Tang Yan had actually been accepted as well, his face became extremely unsightly. Because before this, he had already predicted that how could a poor country bumpkin like Tang Yan have awakened talent? But the truth had slapped him hard in the face. However, when he saw that the people in the group said that Tang Yan's talent was only level 0 and inferior, he was instantly delighted. With such a trashy talent, even if he was allowed to enter the Animal Management Academy, what would happen? He'd still be a piece of trash? So he didn't care, and instead went to recruit a few other admitted students at ease. But what he didn't expect was that after coming to the Animal Management Academy, he was actually once again assigned to a class with Tang Yan. This was simply a case of someone sending him a pillow when he wanted to sleep, because in his opinion, Tang Yan was simply the perfect candidate to set him off. After all, he was a genius with a level 4 talent, and he only shone when he was set off by the weaker ones. But before he could make a name for himself, there suddenly appeared in the class an exceptional genius with a level 7 talent. And the possessor of this level 7 talent was also a little beauty. The moment he saw Huiyuel, Han Xiujie admitted that his heart was moved. A genius with a level 7 talent and such a pretty face, if he was able to pick her up, not only did he get the person, but he also possessed a talent with a level 7 talent. It was like killing two birds with one stone. However, he saw Huiyuel actually sitting with Tang Yan, which made him a bit upset. Although he was upset, he couldn't go up and drive Tang Yan away, could he? Wouldn't that be too unseemly? What about leaving a bad impression in Huiyuel's mind? So he also endured, looking for an opportunity to strike. If you don't say so, people, when genius reaches a certain level, even the heavens help. No, others thought that Xiaolan had called out Tang Yan's name because he was also a genius with a level 7 talent. But he knew that it wasn't, it was because Tang Yan was a complete and utter loser. Looking at the envious gazes around him, Han Xiujie knew that his chance had come. So he spoke the truth in a very righteous manner. Sure enough, when he said the last sentence, the entire room burst into an uproar. Could this all be true? There really is a rank 0 inferior talent? This is too metaphysical, isn't it? Whoa. I suddenly want to cry. I thought that my level 0 talent was already the bottom of the existence. I didn't realize that there are even lower talents than mine. Hey, this time there is a good show to see. Our class has produced an absolute genius with a level 7 talent. I didn't expect that there is also a loser with a level 0 lower talent. One heaven and one earth. When the crowd saw Han Xiujie swearing so convincingly, they clearly chose to believe his words. For a while, the gazes towards Tang Yan turned incomparably teasing. Even Huiyuel slightly opened her small mouth in some disbelief. No wonder this guy didn't show me his notice. Thinking of this, Huiyuel suddenly felt a bit amused. But she doesn't care, so what if it's a rank 0 inferior talent? This guy was already a freak, and talent and all that was just an illusion. Han Xiujie had been secretly observing Huiyuel's expression, and when he saw Huiyuel's slightly open little mouth, he instantly realized that she also didn't know about Tang Yan's talent. He could even think that this despicable guy Tang Yan had been hiding his talent, trying to rely on some crooked ways to attract Huiyuel's attention. This was too shameless. It was time to save the innocent young girl. So he had what he thought was a very handsome smile on his face and said, "Miss Huiyuel, there are a lot of crooks nowadays, so I hope you won't be fooled. Just like that guy beside you, obviously his talent level is very inferior, but he pretends to be a genius, you must not be fooled. Listening to Han Xiujia's faint voice, the surrounding people frowned at the same time. They could sort of see that this guy spared no effort in belittling Tang Yen for the sake of Huiyuel. But this tactic was too disgraceful. Huiyuel didn't say anything, her small face was cold as she looked at Han Xiujia. Seeing this, Han Xiujia secretly frowned, thinking that this shouldn't be so he smiled once again and said, "By the way, I forgot to introduce myself, my name is Han Xiujia, level 4 talent." His words instantly caused a commotion. Almost all of the people here had level 1 or level 2 talent, the occasional level 3 talent was already considered high, and level 4 talent was definitely considered a genius. Unexpectedly, this Han Xiujia was actually a level 4 talent. Unable to help it, the gazes of the crowd towards him became envious. Feeling the changing gazes of the crowd, the smile on Han Xiujia's face grew more and more exuberant, and his entire person was brimming with confidence. "Miss Huiyuel, it is said that when geniuses and geniuses get along with each other, a mysterious energy is created, and this energy is able to promote each other's progress. I believe that if we help each other on the path of the awakened, we will definitely progress at a rapid pace." Han Xiujia had a gentlemanly demeanor, and with that sunny smile, he was really a little bit handsome. When the people around them heard this, they were speechless for a while. This bastard's skin was also too thick. Only they didn't say anything, but instead looked towards Huiyuel. Huiyuel looked at the confident Han Xiujia and suddenly smiled, her smile clear and charming. At least most of the people looked dumbfounded. Han Xiujia was also a bit mesmerized, but more than that, he was excited because he had a feeling that his method worked. However, "Oh? You said you're a genius? Then do you have a level 7 talent? Or weaker, do you have a level 6 talent? If you can't, do you have a level 5 talent?" Huiyuel blinked her big eyes and asked with a curious expression. The smile on Han Xiujia's face instantly stiffened a bit, while the people around him had an expression of watching a show. Feeling the expressions of the people around him, the corners of Han Xiujia's mouth twitched, but he still managed to maintain his smile as he slowly said, "As far as I know, the strongest talent currently available to human beings is only level 7. Admittedly, Miss Huiyuel is the genius standing at the top. However, level 6 and 5 geniuses are extremely rare, and it's probably hard to find them in the Animal Management Academy, so I think that a level 4 talent is actually already very strong." Listening to Han Xiujia's explanation, the crowd couldn't help but nod their heads. In fact, what he said wasn't wrong, level 4 talent was indeed a genius. However, Huiyuel sighed and slowly said, "Alas. Actually in my mind, level 5 talent is already the weakest, and below level 5 talent are all garbage." The clear and plain voice slowly floated in the classroom, everyone was subdued by her sentence. Anything below a level 5 talent is trash? What domineering words! Not true. All of their talents were below level 5, wouldn't this be scolding them all in? There was some anger in the hearts of the crowd. However, when they looked at that angelic face and thought of that terrifying level 7 talent, they were instantly deflated. If they were to be spoken to like this, they would definitely be unconvinced, but Huiyuel uttered these words. How does it feel so reasonable? The crowd spat madly in their hearts. Han Xiujia's face turned green. Ever since his talent came out, he had been living in envy and appreciation, but when one day, someone told him that his talent was garbage, how could he be calm? However, he had no way to refute it, because standing in front of him was a demon with a level 7 talent. He had the courage to say all talents below level 5 are trash. So that's why my mom won't let me play with Cutie. Play. Seeing Han Xiujia's expression, Huiyuel suddenly withdrew her smile and said lightly. But Tang Yen, who had been sitting by the side watching the fun, almost sprayed out, and his gaze towards Huiyuel became different. Although he had long known that this girl was not an oil lamp, but he had never really felt it, and today was a feast for the eyes. Just pity Han Xiujia. As a matter of fact, from the time Han Xiujia stood out and spoke about his talent to the time he kept belittling him later on, he didn't have the slightest desire to get angry. Because in his eyes, this guy was clearly a clown, so what did he need to get angry with a clown? The reason why he didn't say anything was because he just wanted to see what Huiyuel's girl's reaction would be. Sure enough, this girl didn't let him down. The people around him, on the other hand, couldn't help but laugh when they heard Huiyuel's last sentence. But as they laughed and laughed, they felt that something was wrong. Below level 5 talent was garbage, not to play with the cutie. Playing, wouldn't that mean that they were not only trash, but also cuties? Again? The crowd felt their hearts clogging up a bit. Han Xiujie was on the verge of exploding with anger at this point. He didn't expect things to actually develop to this point. Picking up a girl didn't work out, but was humiliated instead. Just thinking about it gave him the urge to vomit blood. However, when his eyes swept to Tang Yan, who was happily sitting by the side, his eyes suddenly lit up and he said aloud, "Since Miss Huiyuel said that those below level 5 talent are all trash and cuties, then wouldn't Tang Yan sitting beside you be the fighter amongst the trash and the cutie pie? Is it possible that Miss Huiyuel likes you? Could it be that this is what you like, Miss Huiyuel? Ha ha ha." After saying that, Han Xiujie only felt a great sense of relief and laughed out loud. Looking at Han Xiujie's vent-like laughter, Huiyuel glanced at Tang Yan, a hint of cunning suddenly appearing in her eyes before she nodded her head in full view of everyone and slowly said, "That's right, I just like him." For a moment, a needle fell in the classroom. Chapter 39 Division of Strength. But Tang Yan now really sprayed, looking at Huiyuel's cunning gaze in her eyes. How could he not know that he was being punked by this little girl? He could imagine that within a few days, news like genius beauty maiden confessing to a grade 0 inferior loser would spread throughout the campus. And he would also become the man of the hour. Only that he would be the kind of person that was envied and despised. Tang Yan was somewhat speechless in his heart. But looking at Han Xiujie's stiff smile and his black as coal face, he felt quite pleased. "You." Han Xiujie felt like his lungs were about to explode with anger. He had thought that how could a genius like Huiyuel who possessed a level 7 talent admit that he liked a scum with a level 0 inferior talent? But he didn't expect that Huiyuel would actually admit it directly. "Where's your pride as a genius? Can you be a little more reserved?" Han Xiujie was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. "Alright, I'll sit down." Just as Han Xiujie was somewhat unable to get off the stage, a gentle voice suddenly rang out. However, it was Xiaolan who spoke. Xiaolan's face looked relatively calm, except that there was a hint of contempt when she scanned over to Han Xiujie. She was most ashamed of people like Han Xiujie, trampling on other people's dignity at will for their own benefit, but after all, Han Xiujie was also her student, and although she was somewhat ashamed of Han Xiujie's behavior, she still had to stop this farce. At the same time, she also glanced at Huiyuel as well as Tang Yan with deep meaning. She naturally saw that Huiyuel seemed to be teasing Tang Yan, and this Tang Yan. From the time I read his name, to Han Xiujie's outburst until now, he hasn't shown any anger, this stamina. It seems this little guy isn't simple either. Xiaolan's eyes flowed as she murmured in her heart, only the talent is indeed a bit poor. But fortunately, with this little genius Huiyuel in place, it doesn't matter if it's almost as bad. And hearing that Xiaolan had spoken, Han Xiujie then let out a slight sigh of relief and hummed, sitting down, only for a cold light to flash through his eyes. Ever since he was a child, he had never lost face in front of so many people. "Tang Yan, you wait for me." Han Xiujie roared in his heart. Tang Yan, on the other hand, shrugged indifferently, then suddenly came up to Huiyuel and said gruffly, "I advise you to be kind. I won't accept a little girl like you whose hair hasn't even grown." Huiyuel froze, then a hint of shame flashed in her eyes. How did she not know that this guy was flirting with her? With a cold snort, she said, "Who are you?" "My mom won't let me talk to cutie pie." "Play." Tang Yan's face stiffened slightly, a little vain. He had forgotten that this chick already knew about his talent. He smiled sarcastically and didn't say anything else, who let his talent be a bit of a dud. After a brief count, there are a total of 97 people in our class, 1 person with a level 7 talent, 3 with a level 4 talent, 10 with a level 3 talent, 35 with a level 2 talent, 35 with a level 1 talent, 12 with a level 0 talent, and 1 person with a level 0 inferior talent. Right at this moment, Xiaolan's voice once again came from the podium, attracting everyone's attention. Seeing the crowd looking towards her, Xiaolan smiled faintly. "So is everyone ready to become an awakened?" At these words, everyone's eyes widened. What does Instructor Xia mean by this? Asking if we're ready to become awakened ones? Could it be that we can become awakened on the first day of school? My goodness, I shouldn't be dreaming, right? The crowd was talking a lot. They had thought that today was just an opening ceremony. Wanting to become a real awakened person would have to wait for some time, but they didn't expect that the first day would be the first day to get straight to the point. This is simply not too exciting, okay? Seemingly satisfied with the crowd's reaction, Xiaolan nodded and said again, "I believe that everyone wants to become an awakened one, but do you know the true meaning of an awakened one?" Upon hearing this, the crowd all shook their heads in confusion. They know that as long as they become an awakened person they can have superhuman strength. As for the meaning of it, ghosts know? Seeing this, Xiaolan seemed to be no exception and explained. Everyone knows that awakened people have great power, but this power is divided into 2 kinds. One is called innate power and one is called acquired power. The so-called innate power is the ability to suffer a certain stimulus or blow, thus stimulating the hidden attributes within their body, thus possessing incredible power, such as the ability to control flames or control water. This type of awakened person has another name that I'm sure you're not unfamiliar with. They're called alterans. The crowd suddenly came to a realization. The people present, who had naturally read movies and novels and whatnot, of course they all understood what an alien meant. And at the thought that they might also have the power of an alien, they were all flushed with excitement. But there was still a calm classmate who asked, "Instructor Xia, then what is meant by acquired power?" Hearing this student's inquiry, Xiaolan smiled faintly. "That's what I'm going to tell you next." Admittedly, although an innate awakened person possesses great power, the conditions for wanting to become an innate awakened person are very harsh. That is, they only have the chance to be awakened under extreme anger, or life and death. I believe that everyone is not willing to gamble with their own lives, betting that they will be able to be awakened. Hearing this, the crowd all winced in unison, while smacking their lips a little. They had just been filled with excitement to become innately awakened, but they had to risk their lives to succeed. At the thought of this, quite a few people were a bit backed up, so they turned their expectant gazes towards Xiaolan, hoping that this innate awakener would not be so dangerous. Xiaolan also did not hang on to her appetite. Seeing the crowd staring at her closely, she directly spoke, "And the acquired nature awakened person is much safer. I believe everyone has seen martial arts movies, right?" The crowd nodded their heads at the same time, then as if they thought of something, their mouths slightly opened and there was some incredulity in their eyes. Xiaolan nodded. "That's right. What I mean by acquired sexually awakened person is that everyone can strengthen their physique by practicing some martial arts secrets. As long as they cultivate to the qi refining stage, they can have internal power, just like this." Saying that, Xiaolan suddenly waved her hand. A faint light suddenly emerged from the center of its palm, then gently slapped on the blackboard behind her. A muffled sound rang out, and the poor blackboard was directly slapped with a large hole, leaving a small palm print. Hiss! The crowd couldn't help but draw in a breath of cool air, while their eyes became incomparably fiery. Such a powerful force deeply shook their hearts. This chick has such majestic internal strength. Tang Yan, who was sitting at the back, was also startled, although he had long sensed that Xiaolan's body possessed internal force, but the moment she struck just now, he realized that he had still underestimated her. The majesty of this Xiaolan's internal force was probably not much worse than even him. It's true that there's a sky beyond the sky, and there are people beyond the people. Tang Yan slightly smacked his lips. But at this time, he was more curious about how this realm of awakened people was actually divided. So he pretended to look adoring. "Instructor Xia, you're so powerful, what level are you? Also, how is the strength of an awakened person divided?" When the crowd heard this, they immediately brightened up. Right, they had already understood what it meant to be an awakened, but they still didn't know how awakened was divided. Xiaolan froze slightly and turned to smile. "There's no harm in telling everyone these now. The division of strength of the acquired sexually awakened is currently divided into 4 great realms, from low to high: body refining, qi refining, acquired sexually awakened, and acquired sexually awakened. Each major realm is further divided into 10 minor realms. For example, my current strength is the 5th stage of qi refining. As for the innate awakened, they are currently scarce in number and their strength is not well defined, so there is no accurate division of strength yet. However, one thing is certain: the strength of innate awakened people is very strong. Even if they have just awakened, they still have a strength comparable to around the 5th stage of body refining. Oh! When the crowd heard this, their mouths opened wide and there was some envy in their eyes, but when they thought about the conditions of wanting to become an innate awakened person, they would be better off honestly going as an acquired awakened person. So someone asked doubtfully, "Then, Instructor Xia, what is the realm after innate?" Xiaolan helplessly spread his hands and said, "Actually, I don't know either, because no one has reached that realm yet." The crowd then suddenly realized, thinking about it, it seemed that it was only in recent days that weird things happened frequently on Earth, and it had only been 2 months at most until now. However, there were smart people who instantly seemed to have thought of something. No one had reached the realm after innate, so they didn't know what it was. Doesn't this mean that someone on Earth has already reached the innate realm? Seeming to know what the crowd was thinking, Xiaolan shook her head and said, "There hasn't been an awakened person in the innate realm on Earth, but there are 10 awakened people in the realm after innate." Tang Yan listened to Xiaolan's words from the back, and in his heart, he had long been unable to stop himself from spitting madly. That guy Su Zhixiong had told him long ago that Huaxia had 10 qi refining realm powerhouses, the most powerful human beings at the moment, and now there are 10 Hotian realm powerhouses? I believe you a ghost-o. However, the information that Xiaolan uttered made his heart slightly aghast. According to what Xiaolan said, she was now an awakened person at the 5th stage of qi refining, and his strength was a little bit higher than Xiaolan's, and he was estimated to be at the 5th stage of qi refining, or was about to break through to the 6th stage of qi refining. But compared to those in the Hotian realm, I'm afraid the difference is more than 1.5. When he thought of this, he suddenly thought of that principle called Ouyang Hua, whose internal force in his body was as deep as the sea. Could it be that he was an awakened person of the Hotian realm? It seems like we still need to capture high-level demons as soon as possible to improve our strength. Tang Yen muttered softly. Alright, since everyone has pretty much understood, let's officially begin. Xiaolan's voice once again came from the podium, and the classroom became hot once again. Chapter 40 Awakening Potion. As soon as Xiaolan's words fell, the door to the latter classroom was opened, and then 5 men in uniforms walked in from outside. These uniforms Tang Yen recognized. It was precisely the uniform worn by the members of the animal control group. The 5 men walked in and nodded at Xiaolan, then stood directly in front of the 5 students. Those 5 students were at a loss and looked at Xiaolan with a look of help. Xiaolan, on the other hand, smiled faintly and said, "Relax, they won't hurt you, you just need to cooperate." Upon hearing this, the 5 students were a little more at ease, only that they were still looking at the 5 men in front of them with some fear. The 5 men didn't care about their expressions, they just looked at each other, and then directly pointed a finger on top of the foreheads of the 5 students. A bit of light rose from the 5 men's fingertips, while the faces of the 5 students became confused at this moment. When the surrounding onlookers saw this, their faces were tense, they didn't understand what the hell was going on and could only wait quietly. After about only a minute or so, the 5 men let out a sigh of relief at the same time, and then let go of their hands. The 5 students also snapped out of their daze. Ha! There seems to be something extra in my mind? The body forging decree? 18 stances in total? Capable of strengthening the body? My god, could this be the legendary technique? A cry of astonishment came out from the mouths of the 5 students before they danced around excitedly. The surrounding people were first stunned, then they reacted. Could this be teaching them martial arts? As soon as they thought of this, the crowd's breathing became ragged and they all looked at Xiaolan. As if Xiaolan had already anticipated the expressions of the crowd, she nodded and said, "Now you understand why I said that all you need to do is to cooperate, right? Because the more cooperative you all are, the faster the process of imparting martial arts will be." Yes, Instructor Xia. We will definitely cooperate to the fullest. At this time, how could the crowd still have any doubts? They all excitedly assured. Aha! Xiaolan then nodded in satisfaction. With a glance of her residual light, she realized that Tang Yen, who had a rank 0 inferior talent, was actually fuming at. This fellow didn't listen to what I said either? Frowning slightly, Xiaolan muttered in her heart. Only seeing Tang Yen staring straight ahead, his eyes not blinking and his whole body stiff, it didn't look like he was dazed? Yet was Tang Yen really dazed? Of course he was. But instead of being bored and dazed, he was stunned. Just as those 5 men were imparting martial arts, the system's beep suddenly rang out. Ding, congratulations to the host, the Ant King has been upgraded to level 1, gaining 500 points. Ding, congratulations to the host, the Big Fat Cat is promoted to level 1, gaining 500 points. Ding, congratulations to the host, 7 Hairy Crabs promoted to level 1, gaining 3,500 points. 3 consecutive beeps shook his head a bit. Looking at the remaining 5,200 points displayed on the panel, Tang Yen wanted to say and then beat up the Big Fat Cat to see if this was true. System, what's going on here? Gulping, Tang Yen asked suspiciously in his mind. How did those level 0 little demons of his own suddenly upgrade? Of course, this wasn't the key was that he hadn't realized until now that not only would he gain points for capturing demons, but also the demons he had captured could be upgraded, and there were points rewarded after the upgrade? This was too awesome and too happy. Ding, just now the aura of heaven and earth steeply strengthened a little bit, and as the host's demons, they naturally have some privileges, so the system automatically captured the aura within a 100-meter radius for them, so they got upgraded. There's this kind of operation? System, I really love you. Tang Yen only felt that the happiness came too suddenly, making him a little unable to bear it. But how come the other demons didn't upgrade? He then inquired as if he had thought of something. Ding, insufficient aura. Okay. Tang Yen was dazed. But it didn't matter, after knowing that the demons he had collected could not only be upgraded, but also rewarded with points, it was enough. Besides, his points had instantly become 5,200, which meant that he could exchange the goods twice more. This wave of warmth scent was too loving, wasn't it? What should I redeem myself? Then he was a bit worried again. When he didn't have points, he could only look at the items in the mall and drool. When he had points, he was a bit worried again, because there were too many good things in the mall. He didn't know what was good to redeem. Right. Then, his eyes suddenly lit up and he instantly thought of something. Although his current strength was very strong, the video of the pretty bridge battle had directly exposed his methods to everyone's eyes, so he must not just do it in front of people, and once he did it, he would definitely expose his identity. So he now needed to have other skills to cover himself up, redeeming a new martial art? No, he didn't think so. He had already decided that his true strength is his bottom card. As for what to use to disguise, didn't instructor Xia say that innately awakened people were strong? System, is there any equipment that can allow me to awaken the innate ability in my body? Ding, recommending the host to purchase Awakening Potion. Awakening Potion, a kind of magical potion that can make people awaken the natural energy in their body. The awakening ability is random, one person can only take a bottle. Purchase points, 2,000. Quantity, 3. Looking at the large pile of information that suddenly appeared in front of him, Tang Yan had a burst of surprise, and laughed in his heart. System, you are really powerful. Just exchange this awakening potion for me. Ding, the awakening potion was successfully exchanged, and has been automatically deposited into the space ring. Deduct 2,000 points. The points turned into 3,200 all of a sudden, but Tang Yan didn't have any heartache. His consciousness sank directly into the spatial ring and found that 3 bottles of drinks were lying there. Wait. Drinks? Looking at the 3 glass bottles in front of him, it was written, watermelon flavor. Tang Yan had a head full of black lines. But what the system produced was definitely a fine product. Although the packaging was a bit dodgy, he was still very sure that this was the real awakening potion. It's just that this awakening potion can only be drunk by one person, but now there are 3 bottles, he drinks 1 bottle, what should he do with the remaining 2? Throw it away, that's too much of a pity? Sell it? Forget it, the effect of this thing is too horrible, he doesn't want to set himself on fire. Tang Yan? Just as he was pondering, a shout suddenly came from his side, only to see Hui Yul looking at him with a puzzled expression, her gaze like that of an idiot. Tang Yan's old face flushed, he had just put his whole heart on the system, directly forgetting the environment he was in, his lewd. His lewd smile must have been seen by Hui Yul, this little girl. He was just focusing on the system and directly forgot about the environment he was in. Hui Yul. Right. How did I forget about this girl? Let this girl try the effects of this awakening potion first. Thinking of this, his eyes instantly lit up and the corners of his mouth curved out. Hui Yul only felt an evil aura come over her, making her frown as she couldn't help but feel like she was being targeted by something. Not caring about Hui Yul's expression, Tang Yan secretly took out a bottle of awakening potion from his spatial ring and directly handed it to Hui Yul. Thirsty yet? Please have a drink. Hui Yul's eyes narrowed vainly, she clearly remembered that Tang Yan didn't have anything in his hands. Why did a bottle of drink suddenly appear? What was even stranger was that one was also invited to have a drink. There must be a conspiracy. Hui Yul glanced at the drink in front of her, it had the words watermelon flavor written on it, as if it was a bottle of drink. Only she didn't take it, but instead those bright eyes stared at Tang Yan with a smile or a laugh, as if to say, I've seen through your plot. Tang Yan was a bit frazzled by Hui Yul's stare, after all, he was trying to get Hui Yul to try out the effects. Of course, he also gave it to Hui Yul because he was sure that the product of the system would be a fine product and couldn't possibly be harmful. But looking at Hui Yul's appearance, it seems like she's looking at a lewd man who's doing child trafficking. Blah blah blah. Tang Yan was a bit annoyed and took back the awakening potion, saying, don't drink it even if you don't want to, it's a good thing, if you don't drink it, I can't wait for you to do so. At these words, Hui Yul was a bit dazed, looking at Tang Yan's somewhat annoyed appearance, as if she had discovered a new continent. I didn't say I don't drink. Ghostly, she snatched the awakening potion from Tang Yan's hand, opened it and gently took a sip. After one sip, her eyes instantly lit up. It was delicious. She swore that she had definitely never had such a delicious drink. So also ignoring Tang Yan's surprised gaze, she drank the entire bottle of awakening potion in a few swallows. Seeing Hui Yul drink the awakening potion, Tang Yan asked somewhat nervously, what do you feel? Hui Yul tilted her head in confusion and said, what can I feel? Does good taste count? Tang Yan's brows furrowed slightly. No feeling? It shouldn't be? Didn't it say that drinking the awakening potion would be able to awaken an ability? Why was there no reaction? System, what's going on here? Tang Yan inquired in his mind. But the system didn't give a damn about him. Just then, 5 silhouettes suddenly appeared in front of him. Classmate, please cooperate. A low voice suddenly came out, followed by a finger directly pointing at his brow. Tang Yan raised his eyebrows slightly, but didn't dodge, because he was also curious about what that forging body decree was. Soon, he felt a stream of information pouring into his mind, and he didn't resist, allowing that information to be branded into his mind. Not a bad tactic. It was the first time he had seen the means of directly branding information into a person's mind, and he couldn't help but be a little surprised. Only after the information was transmitted did Tang Yan realize that this forging decree turned out to be just an ordinary technique to enhance one's strength. This couldn't help but make him a little disappointed. Wow! Just as the finger on his forehead left, a loud gasp suddenly sounded in the classroom. Tang Yan opened his eyes and suddenly felt an energy fluctuation around him, subconsciously turning his head. However, he found that Huiyul, who was sitting beside him, had long hair that danced without wind, and a cold aura continued to emanate from her body as the temperature in the air began to drop rapidly. He even realized that Huiyul's surroundings had actually formed ice. Chapter 41 Ice Ability. An icy aura filled the empty classroom, and a layer of thin ice spread out in all directions with Huiyul as the center. The surrounding students had long been stunned by this scene. Xiaolan and the 5 uniformed men, on the other hand, had their eyes light up, as if they had thought of something, and exclaimed at the same time, "This is a precursor to awakening." A precursor to awakening? The surrounding people were first stunned, then they also reacted, and through Xiaolan's introduction, they naturally understood what this meant. That is to say that Huiyul actually became an innately awakened person? Wasn't it said that it was only possible to become an innately awakened person under extreme stimuli or life and death situations? But what's going on here? Are you playing? The crowd couldn't help but turn their puzzled gazes towards Xiaolan. Xiaolan was also a bit confused at this time. She hadn't expected Huiyul to awaken without warning. This is too heavenly, isn't it? Right. Against the heavens? Her eyes lit up and she immediately said in a deep voice, "The reason why student Huiyul was able to awaken should have something to do with her talent, so please keep your distance and don't get hurt by mistake." Upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly dawned on them and then pulled away. The gazes towards Huiyul became envious. So this is the benefit of having a high talent? This was also too powerful. Of course, Tang Yan knew that this wasn't the reason why Huiyul's talent was so unbelievable, but rather because Huiyul had taken her own awakening potion to awaken. Of course, he wouldn't say it out loud, but instead, he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He had thought that the awakening potion was useless, but it turned out that it was just a longer reaction time. After about 10 minutes or so, Huiyuli's flying hair gradually fell, the cold air around her no longer spread, and Huiyuli's eyes also opened. Stretching out her slender hand, she gently touched the desk in front of her, and at once, the desk was frozen solidly with a layer of thin ice. Then only heard a click sound. The thin ice suddenly shattered, along with the thin ice shattered and that poor desk. Hiss. Seeing this, the surrounding people all drew a breath of cold air. They could imagine that if this layer of thin ice was wrapped around a human body, it would be unimaginable. For a while, the gazes of the people looking at Huiyul became somewhat fearful. It was Xiaolan's face that revealed a radiant smile as she looked at Huiyul and said with satisfaction, "Congratulations to student Huiyul on her awakening and obtaining an ice ability." Although she doesn't understand how Huiyul suddenly awakened, but no matter what, this is definitely a great thing for her. After all, Huiyul is now her student, and for her own student to awaken on the first day of school, this spreads out, and she also has a lot of face, doesn't she? The 5 uniformed men also looked at each other with shock in their eyes. They were well aware of the difficulty of becoming an innate awakened, and they also understood how powerful an innate awakened was. But right now, they had witnessed the birth of an innate sexual awakener with their own eyes, and this had to make them feel shocked. "Congratulations, Instructor Xia." So the 5 of them simultaneously arched their hands towards Xiaolan to express their congratulations, while the smile on Xiaolan's face became even more exuberant. The surrounding students looked at each other in disbelief, then consciously clapped to express their blessings. Only Han Xiujie, who was sitting in the corner, had a twinkle in his eyes and didn't know what the hell he was thinking. Soon, the 5 uniformed men came to the remaining students and began to teach martial arts, while Huiyul walked to Tang Yan's side. "Is that the reason for that bottle of drink?" Hua Yule's sparkling eyes gazed at Tang Yan as she opened her mouth to ask. Soon after drinking that bottle of watermelon-flavored drink, she felt a surge of power rising in her belly, then a feeling of enlightenment naturally appeared in her mind, then she realized that she actually had the ability to make the moisture in the air condense into ice. So she naturally thought of the bottle of watermelon-flavored drink. Tang Yan shrugged and said, "I told you long ago, that stuff is a good thing." Seeing Tang Yan admit it, Hua Yule's eyes flickered and she didn't say anything, only that the way she looked at him changed, becoming somewhat complicated. From Xiaolan's mouth she knew how difficult it was to become an innately awakened person, thus showing how valuable that bottle of drink was. But such an expensive thing, yet Tang Yan gave her a bottle. Why was that? Could it be that he likes me? Her heart jumped slightly. Hua Yule's face flushed a little. This guy, I'm still small, how can he? Beast. Pervert. Hua Yule secretly muttered in her heart. And Tang Yan looked at Hua Yule's sudden blush. He couldn't help but be a bit puzzled. What's wrong with this girl? If he knew what Hua Yule had in her mind, I'm afraid he would vomit blood. Heaven and earth, he just wanted to try the effects of the awakening potion. He definitely wasn't a beast to the point of liking a 16-year-old lowly. Soon, everyone in the class accepted the martial arts inheritance, and the 5 uniformed men retreated with somewhat pale faces, thinking that the inheritance process wasn't easy either. However, the atmosphere in the classroom was still relatively hot, and everyone was discussing about the forging body decree. If it wasn't for the fact that they were still in the classroom, it was probably that they couldn't wait to cultivate the forging body decree. Alright, since everyone has already accepted the martial arts inheritance, then I still have a few things to tell everyone. At this moment, Xiaolan's voice suddenly came out, interrupting the crowd's excitement. Seeing that the crowd quieted down, Xiaolan continued, although the forging decree is an ordinary technique, it is still very practical for those who are new to martial arts, and as long as everyone cultivates it diligently, there will definitely be unexpected results. Tomorrow I will set up a class group, so everyone should add it, and if there's anything you don't understand, you can ask at any time. Speaking here, Xiaolan's words changed, but there's one thing I have to tell everyone in advance. Although we have provided everyone with martial arts, we are very scarce in terms of resources. Therefore, after a month, there will be a redistribution of classes. Anyone who reaches the 7th stage of body refinement after 1 month will be able to become a student in the top class and enjoy the resources, and those who don't reach it, although they will also be able to enjoy the resources, it will be a small amount of resources. The stakes are clear to everyone, I believe. When the students heard this, they looked at each other in disbelief. A sense of urgency began to rise from their hearts, and even their previous excitement dissipated quite a bit. Seeing this, Xiaolan nodded slightly, then smiled sweetly and said, "Of course, as long as some of you become innately awakened, then you will definitely be able to be assigned to the top class a month later and enjoy better resources." At this moment, everyone's gazes were once again placed on Hua Yule, their eyes full of envy. While they were still fretting, others already had 1 foot in the pointed class. Alright, everyone go back. Starting tomorrow, the results of your daily cultivation will be officially tested. Hearing Xiaolan's last words, the crowd instantly left the classroom with impatience. A month's time to reach the 7th stage of body refinement, they didn't dare to waste any time at all. Tang Yan and Hua Yule didn't leave in a hurry, but waited for the crowd to be almost gone before they slowly got up and prepared to leave. Hua Yule, classmate Tang Yan, wait a moment. But before they could walk out of the classroom, a soft voice came from behind them, and when they turned their heads, it was Xiaolan who called out to them. "Instructor Xia, is there something wrong?" Hua Yule asked suspiciously. Xiaolan walks up to the two of them, looking at Hua Yule with all the satisfaction in the world as she smiles and says, "Student Hua Yule, you've just awakened your ice ability, so if you don't understand how to use it, feel free to ask me." Hua Yule froze and turned to nod, a sweet smile also appearing on her face as she said, "Then thank you, Instructor Xia." Tang Yan saw Hua Yule's smile from the side. While he was amazed for a moment, he still remembered that when he first met this girl, she was directly ignored. Now she was actually so polite to Xiaolan. It seems that beautiful women can also attract beautiful women. Just as Tang Yan sighed in his heart, Xiaolan's gaze suddenly rested on him, then said seriously, "Student Tang Yan, although your talent is a bit poorer, as long as you work hard, you still have a chance to reach the 7th stage of body refinement in a month." Of course, this was just purely comforting words from Xiaolan. With a grade 0 inferior talent, it was undoubtedly a fool's errand to reach the 7th stage of body refining in a month. Tang Yan of course knew that Xiaolan was comforting him, but he didn't care, shrugging his shoulders and saying, "Thank you for your concern, Instructor Xia." And Xiaolan couldn't help but secretly frown when she saw Tang Yan's indifferent appearance. She likewise somewhat hated people who clearly didn't have exceptional talent, but gave up without making any effort. In her opinion, Tang Yan was clearly this type of person. However, she didn't say anything more. Instead, she nodded and said a few more words of comfort before leaving. Before leaving, she even added a friend with Huayul. Seeing Xiaolan walk away, Tang Yan looked at Huayul and said, "Your awakened ability is the ice system? What all can you do?" "Aha!" Huayul nodded and thought for a moment, being able to control the moisture in the air and make them condense into ice. Tang Yan's face rejoiced, and he hurriedly said, "Then you quickly get some ice out to cool it down, this damn weather is hot as hell." After saying this, he didn't forget to mutter, "This ability is good. It's simply a mobile air conditioner." Ka-ching! Just as the voice fell, countless ice cubes suddenly appeared, directly freezing Tang Yan into an ice sculpture. Humph! Glancing at Tang Yan and the ice sculpture, Huayul let out a petulant hum, then left the classroom without looking back. Huayul just left the classroom, the ice wrapped around Tang Yan's body instantly shattered and then evaporated out of thin air. Then looking at Tang Yan, nothing happened at all, not even a piece of his clothes got wet. "It's not just a joke, why are you so angry?" "But don't say, this ice sculpture power is quite good, it seems that I also need to find an opportunity to take an awakening potion." "Well, it's best to awaken the ice ability as well, in that case, when you want to eat popsicles, you can do it yourself and have plenty of food." "Ga ga." Behind him came Tang Yan's whispered mutter. Chapter 42 Anchor, B. When he returned to the pet store, he found that Huayul was not there and should have gone straight home. Just as he walked into the pet store, a shadow scurried over with a whoosh. Tang Yan frowned slightly and directly grabbed the shadow in his hands. Fixing his eyes on it, Tang Yan was instantly delighted. The one he grabbed in his hands was precisely the big fat cat. At this time the big fat cat was already a level 1 demon, those eyes were full of spirituality, and Tang Yan was also able to feel that its power was more than a few times stronger than before. However, at this time, the big fat cat was a bit of a mess, its entire body's fur was in disarray, and it was also panting hard, as if it was fleeing from a disaster. "Fat cat, what's wrong with you?" Tang Yan asked smilingly. The big fat cat hugged his neck and meowed, "Master." The little ant, "No. The big ant, it's going to bite me." "Oh?" Tang Yan froze and looked towards the store, only to see a figure slowly walk out of the darkness. Only to see that this figure was as big as a basketball, and its entire body shell was like a special armor, exuding a mighty aura. But this was actually an ant. "Little Black?" Tang Yan called out tentatively. "Master." The next moment, the ant sent a message. It was none other than the Ant King Little Black. "TSK, I didn't expect to actually grow up after upgrading." Seeing that it was really Little Black, Tang Yan couldn't help but TSK. He was now also clear on why the big fat cat was in this sorry state. Although both Big Fat Cat and Little Black had upgraded, Big Fat Cat's appearance hadn't changed much, but Little Black had gotten bigger, and being the same level 1 demon with a similar size, Big Fat Cat didn't have the advantage. And Small Black was oppressed for so long, shoveled so many days of, finally is the turn over farmers to sing, "Want to find Big Fat Cat a snow shame." Sure enough. Xiaohei stared dead at the big fat cat that was relying on him and not coming down, calling out, "Dead fat cat, come down, Xiaohei, wanna fight you." The big fat cat glanced at it and said arrogantly, "This fat cat will not come down. What can you do to me?" Then with a flattering face, he looked at Tang Yan and asked, "Master, massage or not?" After this fat cat's advancement, the level of massage has definitely risen as well. Tang Yan looked at these two living treasures and burst into tears. Directly yanking the big fat cat down, he stared at Little Black and said, "Alright, you two stop messing around, I still have things to do." Humph. With Tang Yan's constraints, the two goods naturally wouldn't fight again, they just glanced at each other and snorted coldly, while calling out to Mantis, "Little Grasshopper, what are you looking at?" "Little Grasshopper?" Ignoring these two guys, Tang Yan sat down on a chair, took out a bottle of awakening potion from his spatial ring, and opened it. Sure enough, it's watermelon flavor. A fresh scent of watermelon hit his face, and as Tang Yan took a sip, his eyes lit up. "No wonder that girl you drank it so quickly. It's really quite tasty." Soon, the entire bottle of awakening potion was all drunk into his stomach. But there was no reaction. Tang Yan wasn't in a hurry, he knew that it needed reaction time. Sure enough, about 3 minutes later, he felt a strange energy rise from his dantian and then swim all over his body. At the same time, a feeling of enlightenment filled his mind. "Come out." After the enlightenment in his mind reached a certain level, Tang Yan let out a low shout, and a flame appeared in his hand with a poof. A fire ability? It's just a little weak. Looking at the flame in his hand, Tang Yen muttered. But was not too surprised. Because the 9 yang divine skill he practiced was a yang attribute technique, awakening a fire ability at this time made sense. It was just that this fire ability of his wasn't very strong, roughly equivalent to the power of the 5th stage of body refinement. Of course, he also knew that this was because he had just awakened his fire ability, which was why it was so weak. When he was given some time to develop, he thought that it would become stronger. But it's enough for concealment. With a thought, the flame in his hand dissipated, and Tang Yen let out a slight sigh of relief. With this fire ability as a cover, he wasn't afraid that he would expose himself. A matter of the heart resolved, Tang Yan's mood also became better, and he began to recline on a chair and browse through the goods in the mall. But there were just too many things on it, and he only had one chance to redeem it, so after looking at it for half a day he hadn't selected a single item. But he wasn't in a hurry, anyway, the points were there, and the goods couldn't run away, so when he needed something, then he could redeem it. Wouldn't that be just right? Time quickly reached 9 o'clock in the evening. Closing the door of the pet store, Tang Yen came to the rental house. Just as he stood in front of the door of the rental house, Tang Yen heard a voice coming from inside. Thank you to my big Bill brother for sending the 666 great sword. Thank you for a king crab from my dog brother. In order to thank you all for your gifts, next, this king will sing a water of forgetfulness for you all. I hope you can enjoy it. Music. Aha, give me a cup of forgetful water. A high-pitched singing voice came from inside the room. No need to think, this voice was that of B. Tang Yan's face was odd, as he realized that B was really quite good at singing. Just what was up with those thanks in the front? Wait, thank you gifts? Tang Yan's cold sweat instantly came down. The B bastard shouldn't be running a live broadcast in his rental house, right? As soon as he thought of this, he instantly became nonchalant, because B's existence of the Yi family as well as the Chun family knew that if this bastard opened a live broadcast and was approached by the Chun family and the Yi family, wouldn't this be telling them that he was the warrior? This stupid bastard. Tang Yan opened the door of the rental house with a black face and came directly behind B. Sure enough, the 4 big words leopard live appeared on the computer screen, while on top of it was a piece of 666 pop-ups as well as the lyrics MV, while B was singing deeply into his headphones. But Tang Yan was relieved, because he realized that although B was on live, there was no video footage of it. Since there's no video footage, the people or animals watching the live stream won't know that it's a B that's singing. Thinking of this, Tang Yan was finally completely relaxed and didn't care about the bastard. But when he saw the ID card next to the computer, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. It was obvious that the reason why B's bastard was able to broadcast live, it was probably registered with his ID card. As for why B thought of live streaming. Glancing at the computer lying in front of the computer, a thieving face of the senior brother, where he still do not know, must be this two goods egged on. In the future, if you give me trouble again, you will stay in the demon space and never come out. Arriving in front of his senior brother, lifting it up and pinching its neck with both hands, Tang Yen threatened. Master, Benha knows it's wrong. Elder brother was pinched and rolled his eyes, hastily admitting his mistake. The only one who could restrain the husky was Tang Yen. Seeing this scene, perched in the small nest of the little green trembling, it originally also wanted Tang Yen to get it a computer to come, but now it does not dare to. Hoof. Tang Yen this cold snort, put down this two goods, shower to go. After the bath, Fanbi seems to live broadcast has been completed, at this time as to the elder brother excited, Elder brother, you are really clever, live broadcast is really more suitable for this king than writing novels. This king has received so many gifts tonight. Saying that, it suddenly found Tang Yen coming out of the bathroom, and flew over in a fart, showing off, Master. I have good news for you, this king is now an anchor. It's only been one night of live broadcasting, and it's already got thousands of fans. Is this king awesome? Looking at this bastard's bragging little look, Tang Yen was angry and amused, but the fire in his heart dissipated quite a bit. Sighing helplessly, Tang Yen stared at it and warned, I don't object to your live broadcasting, but you have to remember that you absolutely can't expose your identity, do you understand? The bee clearly felt the harshness in Tang Yan's words, its entire body couldn't help but tremble, and it hurriedly said, Master, don't worry, I definitely won't expose it. Only then did Tang Yen nod in satisfaction. Then he was a bit curious and asked, you said that you have thousands of fans after only one night of live broadcasting, how did you do it? Live broadcasting wasn't that good, especially if it was like B who had no equipment and didn't show his face, it wasn't easy to attract thousands of fans. Hearing Tang Yan's inquiry, the elder brother on the side suddenly scurried out, angling his head. That's because Manhwa advertised in the novel. So a lot of readers just went and cuddled up. Tang Yan was instantly stunned. There's this kind of operation? Awesome ah. The BL swung its body and said, that's also because this king has that strength to leave so many fans. Saying that, it turned the computer screen around as if offering a treasure, saying, Master, I've received a lot of gifts tonight. When converted into Chinese coins, there must be several thousand. Tang Yan took a look. There was a line of information on it. Anchor, B. Live broadcast length, 4 hours. Live broadcast income, 2,000 yuan. Tang Yan's face was a bit odd, and he even wanted to cry a bit. He, as the owner, was still working at a pet store for only 5,000 a month. But his pet, he could get $2,000 in one night, this Nima. Shame ah. Master, what's wrong with you? Seeing Tang Yan not speaking, B asked suspiciously. Tang Yan then reacted, patted B's head and said, good job, live well, give you extra food tomorrow. Ha ha. Thank you, master. Upon hearing this, B buzzed with excitement. Tang Yan shook his head slightly, not caring about it, but sitting on the bed and contemplating. The matter of his senior brother and the bee reminded him that he already had quite a few demons around him, and none of them were less intelligent than humans. Anyway, this is idle, why don't we all find them a job? This idea seems pretty good. The more he thought about it, the more likely it was. Tang Yan couldn't help but laugh out loud. In this way, not only could this group of guys be prevented from causing trouble, but they could also earn their own living expenses. It was like killing two birds with one stone. It's just that this matter will have to be taken slowly. Chapter 43, What a Good Man. The following day, 8 a.m. Animal Management College. Hey, did you hear about it? Our school has a genius with level 7 talent, and on the first day of school, she became a congenital awakener. Che, I already knew. Is it from Tutor Xiao's class? I heard it's called Huiyuel. There's still a picture of her when she awakened in our school's forum, and the information says that Huiyuel is only 16 years old, but she's so beautiful that she's going to be a beautiful woman who'll be a scourge to the nation and the people in the future. It's a pity, people already have someone they like. What? My goddess actually has a favorite? How is this possible? How is it impossible? This is Huiyuel's personal admission in front of nearly 100 people. This person who can make Huiyuel like someone, that person must also be a genius with extremely high talent, right? Genius? Then you're wrong, Huiyuel likes a scrapper. What does that say? Although everyone knows that Tutor Xiao's class has Huiyuel, a genius with a rank 7 talent, what many people don't know is that in Tutor Xiao's class, there's also a scum with a rank 0 inferior talent. A grade 0 inferior talent? No kidding? Isn't the lowest talent level 0? Lonely and uninformed, isn't it? This level 0 inferior talent is even more trashy than a level 0 talent. What's the name of that guy with the rank 0 inferior talent? Yes, it seems to be called something like Tang Yan. And Huiyuel just loves this guy. Wow. No kidding? A genius with a level 7 talent likes a loser with a level 0 inferior talent? Are you sure this is true? It's true. I'm lying to you, little Gigi. Alas, my goddess must have been deceived, otherwise, how could she like a loser? That makes sense. I'm going to find that Tang Yan for a duel. Rescue the goddess. +1. +2. Listening to the murmurs coming from the campus path, Tang Yan's mouth twitched slightly as he glared at Huiyuel, who had her mouth slightly hooked at the side, happy now. Huiyuel, on the other hand, skimmed her small mouth and sneered, the bottle of drink you gave me yesterday, wasn't it also using me as a guinea pig? So we're sort of even again. Tang Yan's face was stagnant, a little vain. How did this girl guess? Although the things produced by the system will not have problems, but he did want Huiyuel to try the effect to come. Poof. With a delicate hum, Huiyuel also stopped paying attention to Tang Yan and walked towards the classroom, bringing up a cool breeze along the way. That was the power of the ice system. From here, one could see the awesomeness of a level 7 talent. Huiyuel had only awakened her ice ability yesterday, and today she was able to skillfully control the surrounding water vapor. Even Tang Yan couldn't help but be a little awed. When he arrived at the class, quite a few people had already come, but they were all gathered together, excitedly discussing something. Tang Yan sat down at yesterday's seat, listened for a while, and was suddenly enlightened. They were all discussing what they had learned from practicing the body forging decree last night, and many of them said that their strength had been significantly enhanced, while some didn't feel much. And those who didn't feel much, their talents were around level 0 as well as level 1. Han Xiujie was surrounded by the crowd in the center, with a hint of a smile on his face as he had already refined the first stance in the body forging decree, and he had already tested it this morning and found that he was actually able to punch out 100 kilograms of force with one punch. This was the benefit of having a strong talent. Having a level 4 talent, his ability to perceive was too much stronger than others. Feeling the adoring gazes of the crowd, the smile on Han Xiujie's face grew more and more exuberant. At this time, he suddenly spotted Tang Yan sitting at the back, first staring blankly, then the corner of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a cold smile. With a twinkle in his eye, he parted the crowd and came directly in front of Tang Yan. And as Tang Yan looked at Han Xiujie standing in front of him, he raised an eyebrow and faintly said, "Something wrong?" Han Xiujie first glanced at Huiyul, who had her head lowered on the side without leaving any traces, and then said with a smile, "There's not much going on, it's just a matter of caring about how well Tang Yan's classmates' cultivation results are for one night." Saying that, as if he remembered something, he slapped his head and said with a remorseful face, "Oh yeah, almost forgot, Tang Yan's student's talent seems to be a bit bad. It's hard to say if he can read and understand the forging decree, so how could he possibly cultivate it?" Ha ha ha. The people around them all laughed at the words. The gazes towards Tang Yan also became teasing. They had been a little upset with Tang Yan yesterday, and now that they had the opportunity to drop a stone, they naturally wouldn't let it go. Looking at Han Xiujie's hypocritical appearance, Tang Yan's eyes flashed a hint of cold light. It was good that he was too lazy to bother with this guy, but it didn't mean that Han Xiujie was still indifferent despite repeated provocations. Eyes turning, Tang Yan's face suddenly revealed a hint of sadness. Only to see him suddenly cover his chest with one hand and point at Han Xiujie, his fingers trembling a little as he angrily roared, "You insulted me. I don't want to live anymore." But with that, a mouthful of blood sprayed out, and the entire person turned somewhat moribund all of a sudden. The surrounding people were stunned. What the hell is going on? Even Han Xiujie was a bit dumbfounded, not just mocking a sentence. How to vomit blood? Still not alive? Don't be so fragile. Seeing that Tang Yan seems to be dying, Han Xiujie quickly jumped out and said loudly to the crowd, "Everyone, you just saw, I just said the truth, absolutely no hands up, everyone must testify for me." However, after saying that, Han Xiujie realized that the people around him didn't seem to be listening to what he was saying, but rather, they were staring at him with wide eyes, staring at the back of his body, as if they had seen some incredible scene. Frowning, Han Xiujie turned around in confusion. Then he also froze. Only to see that the original dying Tang Yan, at this time, his whole body actually emerged a wisp of flame. These flames burned on his body, but did not damage the clothes on his body. This is the precursor to awakening. Han Xiujie's eyes bulged out, not daring to believe what he was seeing. However, before he could slow down from his shock, the flames on Tang Yan's body suddenly erupted, and those flames instantly wrapped him up. Ah! The scorching flames burned Han Xiujie wailing and screaming, and the people around him rushed to help put out the fire. The fire was quickly extinguished, but Han Xiujie's appearance was somewhat miserable. His hair had already been burned in half, and the clothes on his body had been burned out with countless holes, and even some of the places still had some meat scent. Han Xiujie grimaced in pain, his eyes staring at Tang Yan's direction. However, he saw that at this moment, Tang Yan had already opened his eyes revealing the color of confusion as he looked at his hands and muttered, "I've awakened?" At those words, the corners of the surrounding people's mouths simultaneously twitched, and Han Xiujie's face was gloomy to the extreme. Steeply, as if he had finally reacted, Tang Yan took a stride forward and wrapped his arms around Han Xiujie, the palm that was clipped with hundreds of pounds slapping Han Xiujie's back lifelessly, laughing out loud, "Ha, class president, thank you so much. Without you, I could never have awakened." Han Xiujie rolled his eyes when he was patted by Tang Yan, and when he heard Tang Yan's thank you words, he only felt a hot stream surging into the top of his head, and with a poof, he spewed out a mouthful of blood. Before he could slow down a bit, he was directly pushed away by Tang Yan, who said with a disgusted face, "Class president, you're disgusting." Han Xiujie finally couldn't help himself and sprayed out another mouthful of blood before his eyes closed and he just fainted. "Quick! Classmate Han Xiujie has fainted, quickly send him to the infirmary." When the crowd saw this, several people hurriedly lifted Han Xiujie and went to the infirmary. For a time, the classroom became incomparably quiet once again, everyone staring at Tang Yan, some dullness in their gazes. If they weren't mistaken, just now Tang Yan seemed to have awakened? And the one that had awakened was still a fire ability? Nima! Should it be so hasty? Yesterday, Huiyul's inexplicable awakening had already caused them some excitement, but after all, it wasn't that hard to accept since she had outstanding talent. But Tang Yan's talent was clear to all of them, a level 0 inferior talent, the trash of trash, actually awakened? What the hell was going on here? Right. At this moment, everyone's eyes suddenly lit up, and at the same time, they thought of what Xiaolan had said, that awakening was only possible under extreme anger or life and death. Just now, Tang Yan seemed to be in a situation of extreme anger. Could it be that Tang Yan's awakening was really related to Han Shoujia and them? But this is also too dog-blooded, right? Sure enough. Only at this time, Tang Yan suddenly smiled and said to them, "This awakening is thanks to all of you. Here, just thank you all first." The crowd's cheeks simultaneously twitched, but they still congratulated against their will. Hee, then congratulations to fellow student Tang Yan. In their hearts, however, they had long been repentant. Had they known that falling into a well would lead to Tang Yan's awakening, they wouldn't have done it anyway. This was great. How else were they going to find a sense of superiority here with Tang Yan? He was already an awakened, and he was also a congenital awakened. But what about them? Haven't even seen the shadow of an awakened yet. What a lucky guy. The crowd thought indignantly in their hearts. Then they all returned to their seats resentfully. Seeing the crowd disperse, a meaningful smile appeared on Tang Yan's face. He was worried about how to announce his fire ability, but he didn't expect Han Shoujia to take the initiative to come to his door. What a good guy, nah. Chapter 44, he is Tang Yan. They're all cuties. Are they? When he returned to his seat, Hui Yuel's sultry voice came from beside him. Tang Yan sighed, his gaze deep as he looked ahead and slowly said, "That's why I'm under a lot of pressure and had no choice but to do this." Put. Hui Yuel finally can't help herself and bursts out laughing, then stares at him and says seriously, "I found that you have an advantage." Oh? Tang Yan's eyes lit up and asked expectantly, "What merit?" Shamelessness. Tang Yan's face instantly darkened, no longer paying attention to this girl. What a big truth to speak blindly. Hui Yuel, on the other hand, skimmed her mouth when she saw this and didn't say anything else. Not long after, Xiaolan walked into the classroom with an instrument in her hand. She looks around, her brows slightly furrowed as she asks, "There are still 3 students missing from the class, where are they?" The students looked at each other with a somewhat odd atmosphere. It was only after a dozen seconds that a female student raised her hand and said, "Instructor Xia, they went to the infirmary." Infirmary? At this time, Xiaolan also sensed something wrong and asked with a frown, "What the hell is going on?" When the crowd heard this, they silently turned their gazes toward Tang Yan. Xiaolan's frown deepened, then pointed at the female student who had just raised her hand and said, "Come on, what just happened?" That girl carefully glanced at Tang Yan, and finally didn't dare to resist Xiaolan's words, and told what had just happened. And as Xiaolan listened to the girl's account, those beautiful eyes slowly widened, and her sexy lips opened slightly as she stared at Tang Yan and said, "You've awakened?" As soon as the words fell, the crowd only felt their eyes blink, and the next moment they realized that Xiaolan's figure had already appeared in front of Tang Yan. Then they only saw Xiaolan directly grab Tang Yan's hand and close her eyes. A trace of envy flashed across the faces of the crowd as they looked at Xiaolan and Tang Yan's clasped hands. Tang Yan felt the tenderness in his hand, and a hint of a smile appeared on his face. While others didn't know what was going on, he could see it clearly. After finishing the last sentence, the internal force in Xiaolan's body was running, and her body turned into a stump arriving in front of him. The reason why Xiaolan was able to reach such a fast speed should be because he had performed a light skill. Although he was able to dodge Xiaolan's outstretched hand, he did not. Instead, he allowed Xiaolan to urge a trace of internal energy to probe into his body. Of course, before that, he had blocked all of his internal energy, leaving only that fire energy behind. After about a minute, Xiaolan slowly opened his eyes and exhaled, a bright smile spreading across his face as he slowly said, "Indeed, I have awakened the fire energy." There was some incredulity between the words. Yesterday, Hui Yuel's sudden awakening was already out of her expectation. She didn't expect that today, Tang Yan had also awakened. If it was someone else, she wouldn't be so surprised. The key thing was that Tang Yan's talent was just too weak, but it had suddenly awakened. That was why she had such a violent reaction. But she wasn't so unacceptable. According to what that girl said, Tang Yan was facing ridicule from Han Shoujia as well as so many people at the time. That's why he was angry. Awakening his fire ability under extreme anger seemed to make sense. But what she couldn't figure out was that yesterday, facing Han Shoujia's provocation, Tang Yan clearly didn't have any intention of getting angry, so how did he angrily awaken directly today? She couldn't help but fall into thought. It wasn't until she felt a touch coming from her hand that she came back to her senses. Looking down, she realized that Tang Yan was looking at her with a smile, while her hand was unconsciously rubbing against a large hand that was none other than Tang Yan's. Xiaolan's face flushed slightly, glaring at Tang Yan as she hurriedly drew back her hand. This brat, actually eating her tofu. Tang Yan, on the other hand, innocently shrugged his shoulders. He was inexplicably touched by his own hand, making it seem as if he was a hooligan. After calming down a bit, Xiaolan slowly said, since it's because student Tang Yan unintentionally hurt Han Xiujie when he awakened, then this matter can't be blamed on student Tang Yan. And everyone, congratulations to student Tang Yan on his successful awakening. Snapping. A burst of uneven applause came from the classroom. Everyone's faces were a little odd, because Tang Yan's awakening still had a great deal to do with them. How could this be thought of in any way? Thank you, classmates, you're all good people. Tang Yan, on the other hand, arched his hand in thanks with a full red glow, faint flames lingering on his hand. Seeing this, the crowd only felt a blockage in their hearts, and they all looked away in unison. Directly coming to a blind eye. Alright, next, I'll test the results of everyone's one night of cultivation. Looking deeply at Tang Yan, Xiaolan walked up to the podium and placed the instrument in front of her. This instrument is used to test your strength. Anyone whose strength reaches 100 kilograms is considered to have reached the first layer of body refinement, 200 kilograms is the second layer of body refinement, and so on. Saying this, she glanced at Tang Yan and Huayul and continued, students Huayul and Tang Yan cannot be tested. When the crowd heard this, a trace of envy flashed in their eyes, but their hearts became even more blocked. If they hadn't laughed at Tang Yan wouldn't have awakened, and if he didn't, he wouldn't have this privilege. The key thought that Tang Yan's talent that was only at the lower 0 level could be awakened. They had the urge to spit out blood. It was too sad. After about an hour, all the talents were tested, and not surprisingly, most of them didn't reach 100 kilograms, and only a few barely reached 100 kilograms, and all of these people's talents were around level 4. Xiaolan didn't seem to be surprised, then said, in the future, you will test yourselves every day, and the instrument will automatically detect your strength and upload it to the cloud. This will be your credentials to enter the top class. Alright, now that everyone has added the class group, you can go back and gather in the classroom at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and we will officially start the class. Saying that, Xiaolan wrote a string of numbers on the blackboard, and everyone took out their cell phones to add the group. After adding the group, everyone also slowly left the classroom. Tang Yan had just walked out of the classroom when he was stopped by the 3 people who came face to face. These 3 people had fierce looks on their faces as they stopped him and asked, the student, may I ask, where is Tang Yan from your class? Tang Yan immediately froze. These people were here to find him? Looking at them, they seemed to be here to look for trouble. Just wanted to say that he himself was Tang Yan, but a glance of his eyes found Han Xiujie, who was not far away with a bandage, walking slowly. With a turn of his eyes, he hawed and laughed strangely in his heart, then pointed at Han Xiujie and said, he's Tang Yan. Those 3 people looked in the direction he was pointing, and immediately frowned, saying, are you mistaken? This guy seems to be injured, huh? Tang Yan shook his head and said with a serious face, he really is Tang Yan. You guys are unaware that just now, there were several people inquiring about him, and then they just gave him a lesson. Look, this Tang Yan has been beaten like this. The 3 of them were suddenly dazed. There could be quite a few people who wanted to find Tang Yan for a one-on-one fight right now, and it looked like someone had struck first. Boss, what now? At this moment, one of them looked to the man in the middle and asked. The man in the middle furrowed his brows, then waved his hand and said, since this guy hasn't collapsed yet, he has the ability to fight one-on-one. Let's go up and get him. Otherwise, there won't be any of us left when the time comes. Upon hearing this, a cruel smile appeared at the corners of the 2 juniors' mouths as they slowly walked towards Han Xiujie. Chapter 45 Destruction of the Chen Family. Han Xiujie's mood at this moment was explosive, and his heart was even more incomparably tormented. How is this possible? How is it possible for a level 0 inferior waste to awaken? I don't believe it. This is all fake. Han Xiujie roared madly in his heart. Especially when he thought that Tang Yan had awakened because of him, he felt a pang in his heart. This was nothing. It's fine if you awakened, but can you not hurt the innocent when you awaken? Feeling the fiery pain coming from his body, Han Xiujie's face was incomparably gloomy. However, right at this moment, there was a sudden darkness in front of him, as if something had been placed over his head. Then he felt his buttocks being kicked, causing him to fall to the ground without standing still. Then a torrential rain of fists as well as big kicks landed on his body. Han Xiujie was directly blindsided and only reacted violently when a burst of pain came from his body. Stop! Who are you guys? Why are you hitting me? Han Xiujie shouted. It's you that's being beaten. How does a loser like you deserve to be liked by Huo Yule? Beat. Hit me harder. Han Xiujie was on the verge of crying. Huo Yule likes him? It would be nice if that was the case. Could it be that they had mistaken themselves for that bastard Tang Yen? As soon as he thought of this, he hurriedly shouted, "You've mistaken me for the wrong person. I'm not Tang Yen. Huo Yule loves Tang Yen." The trio's movements visibly lurched. Boss, he said he's not Tang Yen. Are we recognizing the wrong person? Don't listen to him, this kid must have been beaten up and intentionally said that. Keep fighting. Boss is wise. After just a moment's pause, a rainstorm of fists once again greeted Han Xiujie's body fiercely. However, this is a school after all, these three people also have a sense of proportion, but it can be bitter. Han Xiujie, the painwoudan screamed. Not far away, Tang Yen looked at this scene and couldn't help but smack his lips. This is also too miserable, right? After silently praying for Han Xiujie for a while, Tang Yen left. He was afraid that if he watched for a while longer, he wouldn't be able to resist going up and kicking it twice himself. It was just 11 in the morning when he returned to the pet store. Everything was fine in the store, with the big fat cat watching over the store. He didn't have to worry. But what made him depressed was that the Chun family had not been looking for him, which made him wonder, had the Chun family forgotten about him? He still wanted to complete some deals with the Chun family. However, what Tang Yen didn't know was that at this moment, the Chen family was experiencing a huge and unprecedented crisis. Chen family villa. Father, it's not good. The Yi family has gotten a surge of funds from somewhere, and now we have a lot of industries that have lost ground. Chen Hongtao had an anxious look on his face as he looked at Chen Changqing, who was sitting on the sofa. Chen Changqing was also gloomy at this time. Originally, the strength between their Chen family and the Yi family was not much different, and under their full force attack, the Yi family was already suffering heavy losses. If this continued, it would definitely cause the Yi family to suffer a great deal of damage. However, when they were preparing to lay hands on the Yi family's zoo, the Yi family suddenly had a huge amount of money of unknown origin, which made all the preparations they had made all go down the drain, and they also suffered from the Yi family's frantic counterattacks. The Chen family suffered extremely heavy losses. At this rate, our Chen family definitely won't last until tomorrow. According to Yi Lingfeng's style, once their Chen family lost, they definitely didn't have any chance of survival. Chen Hongtao obviously thought of this as well. Bean-sized beads of sweat kept rolling down his forehead as he looked at Chen Changqing with anticipation and said, "Father, it's already at the point of life and death. We can only allow Lord Turtle to make a move." Chen Changqing's face changed color for a long time before he sighed and looked towards a turtle in the living room's fish tank and said, "Old fellow, what do you think?" A burst of lime green light suddenly rose from the turtle's body, and a subtitle made up of water currents slowly emerged in the living room. "I can help you guys get through this time, however, after doing this one thing, I'm going to leave." Upon hearing this, Chen Changqing's face was grim, while Chen Hongtao was full of expectations. Losing a level 2 awakened beast in exchange for the peace and stability of their Chen family, it was well worth it. Chen Changqing was torn for a long time before he sighed and said, "Old buddy, I know that you haven't left because of me. As long as you help our Chen family this time, it will be considered clear between us, and I will never stop you from going wherever you want to go at that time." Good. The turtle nodded and directly popped out of the bathtub, a brilliant green light emerging from its entire body. Seeing this, Chen Hongtao's face was overjoyed. Excitedly, he shouted, "With Lord Turtle's help, that old bastard from the Yi family is dead." However, as soon as his words fell, a loud laughter sounded outside the villa. "Want my life? Chen Hongtao, I'm afraid I've disappointed you." The door of the villa was suddenly kicked open, and a group of people walked in from outside. The leader was none other than Yi Lingfeng, and standing by his side was He Hu. And at their back, there was a huge tiger. Only to see this tiger was covered in red light, and those gloomy eyes revealed an endless ferocious light. Just by looking at it, Chen Hongtao felt a coldness throughout his body. Not good. This tiger is stronger than me. You guys run? At this time, a water screen once again appeared in front of them, but it was the turtle that was staring at the tiger with a deadly stare, its body flickering uncontrollably with green light. Chen Hongtao and Chen Changqing, on the other hand, were as if they were in an ice cellar. Stronger than it? Doesn't that mean that this tiger was actually a level 3 awakened beast? At the thought of this, a look of despair appeared on the faces of both of them at the same time. As expected. He Lingfeng also saw the water screen and immediately laughed out loud. "Go? None of you will be able to leave today. With that, he turned his head to the tiger and said respectfully, "Lord Tiger, it's up to you." Upon hearing this, a fierce light flashed in the tiger's eyes, first glancing disdainfully at the turtle, then roaring up to the sky. A layer of red light shield began to spread out with the tiger as the center, wrapping up the entire Chen family villa in the blink of an eye. Chen Hongtao and Chen Shangqing, on the other hand, felt as if they had been plunged into a quagmire, their movements becoming incomparably slow. Seeing this, a hint of cruelty appeared on He Lingfeng's face, and with a wave of his hand, the crowd behind him all took out their pistols and pointed them at the two of them. Chen Hongtao's face was ashen. Chen Shangqing's eyes flickered as he drank at He Lingfeng. "He Lingfeng, if you kill us, have you considered the consequences?" He Lingfeng let out a cold laugh. "Chen Shangqing, I know what you're playing at, but it's useless. I will indeed have some trouble if I exterminate your Chen family, but compared to your Chen family's huge industry, this bit of trouble is nothing at all. Furthermore, aren't you curious as to how your Chen family was defeated? Actually, there is no harm in telling you, because I traded the zoo to a person for a condition, and that condition was the extermination of your Chen family." Chen Shangqing's face was ugly as he gritted his teeth and asked, "Who is this person?" "That you don't need to know, you just need to suffer death," He Lingfeng said indifferently. Chen Shangqing knew that he had completely planted himself this time, so he suddenly turned his head and said to the turtle at the side, "Old fellow, I beg you for one thing. Please make sure to save Meng Meng and Haoyu. As long as they are still alive, my Chen family still has a glimmer of hope." After saying that, he suddenly roared. His body like electricity rushed towards He Lingfeng. The He family's crowd was startled. Then they calmed down, and He Lingfeng laughed coldly. "I didn't realize that this old thing Chen Shangqing was still unawakened? But under the shroud of Lord Tiger's power, all resistance is futile. Shoot!" Without any hesitation, the He family crowd simultaneously pulled the trigger. But Chen Shangqing erupted with extreme speed. The bullets were unable to hit his body at all. And at that moment, only a red flash was seen in that tiger's eyes. As if Chen Shangqing was bound by something, his figure came to a violent stop, while the bullets fell on his body in a desperate manner, and he quickly collapsed in a pool of blood. "Father!" Seeing this, Chen Hongtao roared and also wanted to rush up, but before he could make a move, a bullet had already hit his brow. His entire body collapsed directly into a pool of blood, with his eyes still staring ahead. Death does not close its eyes. "Humph! Fighting with me?" With a cold snort, He Lingfeng swept a glance at the corpses of the Chen family's father and son with a smug gaze and looked in the direction of that turtle. Where's that level 2 awakened beast?" He Lingfeng asked with a frown. Everyone looked in unison, but the turtle was long gone. Even that level 3 tiger had a flash of bewilderment in its eyes. "Not good. Hurry up and find those two little brats from the Chen clan. Definitely can't let them escape." Suddenly, He Lingfeng shouted as if he had thought of something. "Yes." The crowd after him answered yes and scattered in all directions. As for He Lingfeng, he stood in place, his eyes constantly flickering, and after a long time, he said to He Tiger, "For the next period of time, I'll personally integrate the Chen family's industry. You go and bring people to look for the whereabouts of the Chen family's siblings, and remember, when you find them, immediately exterminate them. Definitely do not leave behind a scourge." A cold light also flashed in He Hu's eyes as he nodded and retreated. Only then did He Lingfeng put on a smile and respectfully said to the tiger, "Thanks to Lord Tiger's help this time, I will definitely offer a reward when I return. I also hope that Lord Tiger can help me put in a good word in front of young Master Huang." Young Master Huang was the one who had helped their He family defeat the Chen family's estate this time, and had sent this level 3 tiger over to help. The Chen family had been tragically exterminated as a result. Of course, it seemed that 2 small ones had escaped at the moment. Hearing He Lingfeng's words, the tiger, however, raised its head proudly and simply ignored him, taking cat steps and walking towards the outside of the villa. The corner of He Lingfeng's mouth twitched, but he didn't dare to have any dissatisfaction. Because no matter if it was this tiger or young Master Huang behind the tiger, he couldn't afford to mess with it. Chen family, if it wasn't for you guys pushing too hard, how would I have given up that zoo? But all of you brought this on yourselves, and it's not my fault, He Lingfeng. With a cold smile, He Lingfeng also slowly walked out of the villa. And from today onwards, there will be no more Chen family in N City. Chapter 46 Giant Mosquito. Afternoon. Animal Management College. I heard that Han Xiujie was beaten up. His face is swollen into a pig's head. I guess he won't have the face to see anyone for a few days. It's really pathetic. That's not true. This guy Han Xiujie is also unlucky. He was taken for Tang Yan and beaten up on the spot. The key thing is that the school doesn't seem to have any intention of punishing the puncher. This you don't know, right? Last night the school rules came out, saying that the world of awakened people is full of cruelty, in order to let everyone adapt in advance, so as long as it doesn't cause any deaths, the school won't care. 666. You did this? Listening to the murmurs of the people around her, Hua Yule squinted at Tang Yan and asked. Tang Yan touched his nose and said with dissatisfaction, "Don't blame me for everything, okay? Didn't you hear that? Those people are mistaking Han Xiujia for me." Hua Yule nodded her head in a tight book. "Then it should be you who did it." Tang Yan spat out blood. "This little girl is toxic, right?" However, this matter really had something to do with him. If it wasn't for him pointing at Han Xiujia and saying that he was himself, Han Xiujia wouldn't have to be brutally attacked by the three big men in turn. But who told that bastard to keep picking on him? He had already suppressed himself very much. Otherwise, if he struck out, Han Xiujia didn't know if he could survive one of his punches. And at this time, Xiaolan walked into the classroom in a graceful manner, that enchanting body with infinite charisma, causing everyone to be quiet. After Xiaolan approached the classroom, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but glance at Tang Yan. 2 days into the school year, Tang Yan's name had been ringing in her ears. First, the lower level 0 talent, Hua Yule's confession of love, then the awakening of the fire ability, and finally Han Xiujia's beating. None of them were related to this Tang Yan. From the information, this Tang Yan is clearly an honest and good student. How did he cause so many problems in just 2 days? Could it be that this guy has awakened some unknown attribute? Doubtful in his mind, Xiaolan didn't say anything, but said to the crowd, "Since people have pretty much come, then today we'll start our first lesson, Awakening Beasts." Awakening Beast? The crowd froze, and then someone raised their hand and asked, "Instructor Xia, what is meant by Awakening Beast?" This student's question is a good one. Xiaolan nodded slightly. "I'm sure you've all seen quite a few posts or videos of animals messing things up on the internet. For example, in the Pretty Bridge battle video, that buffalo with a yellow light is a level 3 awakened beast. Awakened beasts possess an IQ comparable to that of a human's, reaching level 2, and even possessing a variety of supernormal abilities." Speaking here, Xiaolan's face reveals an incomparably grave look, and continues, "Awakened beasts possess even more terrifying abilities than human awakened beasts. A level 0 awakened beast can easily defeat an awakened beast at the second level of body refinement, and a level 3 awakened beast's strength is comparable to that of an awakened beast at the chi refinement realm. As the recovery of heaven and earth's aura accelerates, there are constantly awakened beasts appearing. However, this is not a good thing for us humans, because awakened beasts have high IQs and powerful abilities, so some of them are already dissatisfied with the dominance of us humans, and constantly hunt down and kill human awakened beasts. If all the awakened beasts in the world were to gather, unless nuclear weapons were used, we humans would not have any chance of winning. At that time, the ones squatting in the zoo to be viewed might be us humans." Xiaolan's voice slowly echoed in the classroom, and the atmosphere became incomparably oppressive at this moment. Only now did the crowd understand the gravity of the matter, and why they had appeared here. The current situation of the human race was not optimistic, and they were the last card to change the situation of the human race. Looking at the crowd's grave appearance, Xiaolan secretly nodded her head, then said, "Of course, not all awakened beasts are brutal. For example, the pets that we usually keep, even if they are awakened, they will still be very gentle, and won't casually harm humans. Next I will take you all to meet the real awakened beasts. Please follow me." With that, Xiaolan walked out of the classroom, and the crowd hurriedly followed. Soon, Xiaolan brought the crowd to the school's laboratory, and only after the crowd went in did they realize that in the middle of the laboratory, there was a huge container, and inside the container was a giant mosquito the size of a human head. This awakened beast has reached the level of level 0, it sucked the blood of more than a dozen people a month ago, and it has a high IQ, it's very cunning. The animal control team wasted a lot of effort to catch it. Xiaolan pointed at this giant mosquito and said slowly. The crowd burst into an uproar, looking at this giant mosquito with some trepidation. The mosquito seemed to have been hungry for a long time, and as soon as it saw so many people coming in, it was like a stimulant, banging hard against the container. The container was slammed, but it didn't move at all. "Everyone, don't worry, it can't crash through this container. Now everyone can take a closer look at this awakened beast." Xiaolan signaled everyone not to be afraid and pointed at the mosquito and said. Only then did the crowd put their hearts down, then cautiously came over and carefully surveyed it. Such a big mosquito, such a thick syringe, if it was inserted into my body, it would probably suck me dry in an instant. It's really terrifying. Someone marveled. Yeah, it scares the family to death. People are dizzy of needles. A sister patted her chest with a scared face. Tang Yen, on the other hand, smashed his mouth and muttered with some regret, "It's a pity that it's just a small level 0 demon." According to his current eye level, a level 1 demon was somewhat unappealing, let alone a level 0 demon. The crowd gathered around the container, talking a lot, and many of them pulled up their arms and got on top of the container, teasing, "Come on, suck me." Little mosquito, begging to be sucked. The mosquitoes in the container looked at an arm, buzzing anxiously, constantly hitting the inner wall of the container. But the container was obviously specially made, and no matter how much it impacted, it didn't help. So the crowd became even more unrestrained, constantly teasing the mosquito. Tang Yen shook his head slightly as he watched from the sidelines, and laughed at Huayul. "These guys are also too wicked." After saying that, Tang Yen rolled up both sleeves and stuck them to the outer wall of the container, saying with an arrogant face, "Suck me, suck me. Suck me to death if you have the guts." Huayul's head was covered in black lines. However, right at this moment, a glint suddenly flashed in the depths of Tang Yan's eyes and he retreated again. "There's a change," Tang Yan said in a low voice. Huayul cocked her head, unsure. This mosquito is going to upgrade. Tang Yan had no choice but to whisper. Huayul's face stared nervously at the mosquito in the container, and she really found something abnormal. Only to see that the mosquito had bloodshot eyes at this time. The syringe in front of its mouth was getting a little bit longer, and a wave of energy was converging in its body. Xiaolan also found something wrong at this time. Looking in the direction of the mosquito, his heart was startled, and he loudly shouted, "Everyone quickly leave the container." However, it was already too late. Before her words fell, an ear-piercing sound suddenly came from the container, and then she only saw the mosquito rapidly grow larger, and in the blink of an eye, it was twice as big as before. The syringe in front of its mouth was also twice as thick. Ka-ching! The syringe plunged directly into the container with a click, while the container instantly shattered. The mosquito was instantly freed, and the syringe in front of its mouth poked directly at a nearby classmate. That student was obviously scared silly, and simply forgot to dodge, and could only watch as the syringe poked towards him. If this was poked, he suspected that his body would be pierced through in an instant. However, just when he was somewhat desperate, a fire dragon suddenly appeared, directly repelling the giant mosquito. But it was Tang Yan who had struck. However, his fire ability was clearly not powerful enough, and although the giant mosquito was repelled, it was unharmed and instead flew towards him. Just as Tang Yan was about to cast his fire ability again, a cold aura struck him, and then he saw the giant mosquito directly frozen by a layer of ice, and snapped to the ground. Soon there was no sound. Tang Yan turned his head to look, but he saw Huayul's small icy face looking at the frozen mosquito. The corner of Tang Yan's mouth slightly twitching. "Are awakened yesterday, look at people's ice ability, and then look at their own fire ability, how the difference is so big." At this time, the crowd also reacted and cheered. All of them looked at Huayul with admiration. Just now Huayul froze the giant mosquito with a wave of her hand, which really made them feel incomparably shocked. As for Tang Yan, they automatically ignored it. So what if they waved out a fire dragon? Even that giant mosquito didn't even have its skin burned off. There was no comparison to Huayul. Tang Yan also sensed the crowd's reaction and couldn't help but skim his lips. He also had to admit that Huayul's girl's talent was indeed terrifying. If he just fought her with his fire abilities, he really couldn't beat her. "Thank you, classmate Tang Yan. Without you, I would have died just now." However, that student who had been saved said to Tang Yan with a grateful face. Although the power Huayul displayed was very strong, it was Tang Yan who saved him, and he still saw it clearly. Tang Yan, on the other hand, waved his hand and said with a smile, "I just wanted to act like a pussy, saving you was just in passing." Old iron, solid heart. The classmate had a black line on his head and silently walked to Huayul's side. He felt that it was better for him to thank Huayul. "Well done." At this time, a soft voice suddenly came from beside him, and Tang Yan turned his head to look, only to find Xiaolan looking at him with a smiling face. Somehow, he always felt that there was a deep meaning in Xiaolan's eyes. "Ha, I just reacted subconsciously," Tang Yan said with a snort. "Subconscious?" Xiaolan smiled slightly and didn't say anything. To know that just now, even she didn't have the time to react, but Tang Yan took the first step and struck out, this was already something that couldn't be explained by subconsciousness. This little guy is a bit interesting, ah. Xiaolan suddenly had a hint of interest in Tang Yan. Chapter 47, The Chase. In the afternoon, Xiaolan led the crowd to visit various awakening beasts. However, with the previous lesson, no one dared to provoke those awakened beasts anymore, and they were all honestly being spectators. Tang Yen, on the other hand, was lacking in interest, as most of these demons were level 0 existences, and occasionally he met level 1 demons that he couldn't look at. Finally, when it was time for school to end, Tang Yen and Huiyuel walked out of the school gates side by side. But just as they left the school gates, they were stopped by a person who was none other than Wu Hao. At this moment, Wu Hao's face was grave, his eyebrows were locked, and his entire body was a bit off. Tang Yen was puzzled and couldn't help but ask, "Haozi, what's wrong with you? Did you run into some trouble?" Wu Hao looked around and said in a low voice, "There are too many people here, let's go to a place with fewer people to talk." Seeing this, Huiyuel wanted to leave, but she was called together by Wu Hao. Soon, the three of them came to a cafe box, and after ordering 3 cups of coffee, Tang Yen then inquired once again, "Haozi, what's so secretive, can you say it now?" Wu Hao nodded his head, sighed, and said, "Something happened to Sister Chen's family, the Chen family was exterminated." "What?" Tang Yen and Huiyuel exclaimed at the same time. Huiyuel even directly opened her mouth and asked, "Wu Hao, speak more clearly, how did Sister Mengmeng's family get exterminated?" Tang Yen similarly frowned, somewhat struggling to accept the news. Wu Hao nodded and continued, "I also got the news not long ago, the Chen family villa caught fire, Sister Chen and Chen Haoyu are nowhere to be found, and the rest of the Chen family totaling 16 people all died tragically." Hiss. Listening to Wu Hao's words, Tang Yen couldn't help but draw in a breath of cool air, and a trace of coldness grew in his heart. Although he hadn't contacted the Chen family yet, he could also learn from Wu Hao's mouth that the Chen family was definitely a behemoth. But now this behemoth had not only fallen, but even the Chen family's people had died tragically. Unable to help but ask, "Who did this?" Wu Hao, on the other hand, smiled bitterly and said, "It should be the Yi family who did it, because now the Yi family is taking over the Chen family's properties." "With so many people dead in the Chen family, doesn't anyone care?" Tang Yen asked with some doubt. Alas, Wu Hao sighed, if it was in the past, even if the Chen family was overthrown, it would be impossible for such a tragedy to happen, but this is not the past anymore. Although everyone suspected that this incident was the work of the Yi family just launched a level 1 awakened beast, saying that this level 1 awakened beast went crazy and destroyed the Chen family. And the bodies of the Chen family members had already burned away in a huge fire, so there was simply no proof of death. Tang Yen was silent. Huiyuel clenched her lower lip, full of worry as she asked, "Then where is Sister Mengmeng now?" Wu Hao shook his head, "I don't know, Sister Chen and how you don't know where they are, but for sure, they absolutely can't show up, and now that the Chen family has been overthrown, the Yi family definitely won't let them go." Saying that, Wu Hao turned his head to Tang Yen and said, "There's one more thing, little Yanzi, you'd better move away from the pet store quickly, although it's just a pet store, those pets in the store may awaken at any time, so the Yi family still won't let go of this pet store." This was also the reason why he told Tang Yen about the Chen family's extermination, although he knew that Tang Yen was an awakened person, but in his opinion, it was impossible for Tang Yan's power alone to compete with the Yi family. So giving up the pet store was the wisest choice. Tang Yen naturally knew that Wu Hao was doing this for his own good, but he had no intention of giving up the pet store. After all, after being in the store for so long, he had long ago taken the little ones in the store as his demons. But in order not to let Wu Hao worry, he could only say, "Don't worry, I will." Seeing this, Wu Hao nodded. After finishing his coffee, Tang Yen parted ways with Wu Hao. Returning to the pet store, Tang Yen was a bit surprised as he looked at Huiyuel, who had followed him, and said, "Aren't you going home?" Huiyuel, on the other hand, was biting her lips tightly, her eyes with a prayer, and said against him, "Will you help Sister Mengmeng?" Tang Yen smiled bitterly, "It's not that I don't want to help, but Sister Chen doesn't know where she is right now, how can I help?" In fact, if he really wanted to find Chen Mengmeng, there was still a way. But he didn't want to get into this mess, although Chen Mengmeng gave him a job, but he also saved Chen Mengmeng twice, so they had long been even between them. So he wasn't obligated to help Chen Mengmeng either. And as long as he chose to help, then he would inevitably face the Yi family, and although he wasn't afraid of that, it went against his original intention of smothering the family. As for Huiyuel, a trace of disappointment flashed in her eyes when she heard Tang Yen say this. However, she also knew that this was indeed a bit difficult for Tang Yen, so she didn't say anything more and left the pet store. Looking at Huiyuel's back, Tang Yen shook his head, lying down on a chair and falling into deep thought. The destruction of the Chen family had made him feel the cruelty of the New World. As the aura recovered faster and faster, the strength of human beings was also getting stronger and stronger, and in front of the powerful strength, some of the original laws had become like a piece of waste paper. Is this the cruelty of the awakened world? Tang Yen muttered. Then he lost his smile. According to his character, as long as other people didn't mess with him, then he generally wouldn't take the initiative to mess with others. Unless that person had a high-level demon. Then don't blame him. It's the law of the jungle. He was never a good person. 8 o'clock at night. A remote alley. Two silhouettes were frantically fleeing. Sister, they're about to catch up, you go first, I'll break the back. One of the silhouettes covered his chest, gasping for air, and said with some urgency. No, there are many of them, and you're already injured, my gun still has bullets, I'll stay and break the back, you go. Another figure popped out a gun from his arms, stopped and fired a few shots behind him. A dozen figures followed closely behind them, seeing the gun, they hurriedly dodged, the bullets hitting the wall, making several crisp sounds. Go! None of you can leave. Right at this moment, a cold laugh suddenly came out, then saw a person suddenly jump down from the roof, directly sealing the front path. Awakened one. The two silhouettes came to a violent stop, and under the pale moonlight, two pale faces could be vaguely seen. It was none other than the Chen family siblings. However, at this moment, the two looked at the silhouette blocking their way, and a look of despair appeared in their eyes at the same time. The two of them were still ordinary people, how could they be a match for an awakened? This human is very strong, I can only help you guys delay for a while, you guys find a chance to escape. And just at this time, a somewhat old voice suddenly entered their minds. Their eyes lit up at the same time, this voice was familiar to them, it was precisely the voice of that level 2 awakened beast of their Chen clan. They had escaped from the Chen family villa with the help of the turtle, but had been hunted down. On the way of the pursuit, several times the danger, Chen Haoyu was even accidentally injured, the blood on the wound was absorbed by the tortoise, actually enhanced some strength, but also can communicate with them in the mind. It is also because of the turtle's sudden increase in strength, they were able to escape several times. But now that the Yi family had sent the awakened, it was probably because they wanted to completely wipe them out. As they spoke, a brilliant green aura suddenly lit up in the alley, while those who were chasing them simultaneously fell into a state of confusion. Move! The old voice sounded once again, Chen Mengmeng and Chen Haoyu no longer hesitated and hurriedly ran towards the front. And they had only run a few hundred meters when a furious roar came from behind them, tiny level 2 awakened beast, actually letting me fall for it. Go to hell! A roaring sound came from behind, and it was obvious that they had already exchanged blows. Chen Mengmeng suddenly pulled Chen Haoyu to a stop and looked at him with a serious gaze. Haoyu, the revenge of our Chen family's extermination cannot go unrewarded. With a rank 4 talent, you are the last hope of our Chen family. Listening to his sister's words, Chen Haoyu couldn't help but redden his eyes. Yesterday, he was a carefree young master of a rich family, but today, he was facing the death of his family and being hunted down by people in a life of death. No crying. Looking at Chen Haoyu's red eyes, Chen Mengmeng snapped, Mom, Dad and Grandpa, they're all dead. You're the only man in my Chen family, you absolutely can't have anything happen to you. From now on, we'll walk separately. I'll draw them away, and when you have enough strength, remember to avenge us. Chen Haoyu shook his head vigorously, Sister, I don't want to go by myself, we'll die together if we have to die. Slap. A slap directly hit Chen Haoyu's face. Chen Mengmeng hated the iron and scolded, What time is it, can you stop fooling around? Die together? Then who will avenge Mom and Dad's death? Get the hell out of here. Chen Haoyu clenched his hands, his nails sinking hard into his flesh, then with a clench of his teeth, he naturally turned around and left. He family, I, Chen Haoyu, swear that I will definitely make you pay for your blood. Watching her brother leave, a trace of a relieved smile finally appeared on Chen Mengmeng's face. Turning to look at the gradually approaching figure behind him, he turned around and resolutely ran in the other direction. Separate and chase. A cold voice that contained no emotion came from behind her. Chen Mengmeng unconsciously ran, her legs had lost feeling, until at the door of a rented house, she finally ran out of strength. However, she knew that the person behind her definitely did not give up. But she really couldn't run anymore. Haoyu, remember to avenge your sister. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Chen Mengmeng had already sprouted a death wish. Because she wasn't sure if those people would directly kill her after capturing her. It would be fine if they killed her directly, but she was afraid that if they didn't kill her, that would be terrifying. After all, she was a woman, and a beautiful one at that. But just at this time, the door she was leaning against suddenly opened, and she didn't pay attention and directly stumbled, then planted herself in the rental house. Ha! Acquaintance ah! At this time, a voice suddenly sounded in the room. Chen Mengmeng subconsciously raised her head, and when she saw the scene in front of her clearly, her beautiful eyes unconsciously widened, and her small mouth turned into an O shape. Chapter 48 Clueless Chen Mengmeng. Chen Mengmeng stared wide-eyed at everything in front of her, only feeling that her mind was in chaos. This rented room was not big, a bed and a sofa had pretty much filled up the entire rented room. There was a husky sitting on the bed, and beside the bed there was a table with a computer on it. And that husky was tapping on the keyboard with a serious face, making snapping sounds. Seeing her fall into the rental house, that husky also just looked at her faintly before continuing to tap on the keyboard again. Chen Mengmeng's eyesight was very good and she instantly saw the image on the computer. So Chen Mengmeng was instantly mesmerized. Because she saw that this husky was actually writing a novel. Holy crap! A husky could write a novel? Wait a minute. What is this novel called? Chen Mengmeng fixed her eyes on it, The Legend of the Husky. Chen Mengmeng suddenly remembered a few days ago, her younger brother Chen Haoyu bumblingly came to her with his cell phone, excitedly saying, "Sister, I found a particularly fun book called Legend of the Husky, it's very interesting. Do you want to take a look?" At that time, she also casually flipped through a few times, thinking that the author of this book had quite a big brain. Today she actually saw the author of this book? But the author was actually a husky? Shouldn't it be so amazing? If it wasn't for the fact that she had just gone through a chase, she would have thought she was dreaming. There was also a gorilla in the room, and this gorilla was clasping its hands together, with its middle and index fingers together, gesticulating something all the time, not even looking at her. Of course, none of that was the point. Next to the husky, there was also a computer, which was playing Animal World on it, and right in front of the computer was coiled a small snake that was green all over, and a bee the size of a basketball. It was from the mouth of this bee that the sound came out. The most crucial thing was that this bee she recognized. It was the very same queen bee from that night. And that little green snake was originally none other than the He family's level 2 awakened beast. But weren't they both taken away by the warrior? How did they appear here? Could it be that? Chen Mengmeng's mouth slowly opened wide as a possibility occurred to her. The owner of this rental house is where that great warrior resides. At the thought of this, Chen Mengmeng couldn't help but wonder if she was dreaming once again. This was too unbelievable, right? That warrior was so powerful, how could he live in such a shabby place? And this was also too coincidental. She just casually escaped and ran into the warrior's rented house? However, just as she was rambling, a burst of footsteps suddenly sounded outside the rental house. Chen Mengmeng's face suddenly changed. She knew that the footsteps outside should be the people chasing her. However, she didn't dare to move. Because the ones in front of her should be awakened beasts, especially that king bee, which was a level 3 awakened beast, wanting to kill her would be a breeze. Bang! At this moment, the door of the rental house suddenly closed automatically, and the footsteps outside suddenly stopped. Knock, knock, knock. Not long after, the door of the rental house was suddenly knocked on. Chen Mengmeng's face was tense as she looked towards Bee. The bee also squinted at her before shouting, "Who is it?" "The water meter checker." A low voice came from outside the door. Bee then said impatiently, "It's too late, tomorrow." There was no sound outside the door, and Chen Mengmeng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Boom! However, right at this moment, with a loud boom, the door of the rental house was suddenly kicked open, and outside was standing a man with a gloomy face and a group of black-clothed men with guns. This grim-faced man Chen Mengmeng recognized, it was that awakened who blocked her way. And that awakened person also noticed the bizarre scene in the rented room, and couldn't help but stare. But in the next moment, he looked at Chen Mengmeng and sneered, "So you're here. Suffer death." Saying that awakened one suddenly stretched out a palm and slapped it down at Chen Mengmeng, without the slightest sense of compassion. But before he could take a step out, a terrifying pressure landed directly on his body, causing him to instantly stiffen in place, unable to move. Master has explained that anyone who steps into the room other than those he recognizes will be punished. At this time, a faint voice sounded in the room. But the bee flew up, looking at the awakened person and a group of black-clothed people with a teasing look. And at this time, that awakened one stared at the bee with wide eyes, incredulously, and muttered, Level 3 awakened beast." The tone was filled with horror. He had thought that this basketball-sized bee was just a level 0 or level 1 awakened beast, and he was prepared to take this bee as a pet after killing Chen Mengmeng. But this is actually a level 3 awakened beast just like Lord Tiger? To not be so unlucky? He knew that he was definitely not a match for a level 3 awakened beast. The heart had already sprouted the intention to retreat. Strongly enduring that terrifying pressure, he respectfully said to the bee, I don't know that Lord B is here, there is some disturbance, please forgive Lord B. With that, he gave a wink to the people behind him and prepared to retreat. But in the next moment, a pitch-black figure blocked their way. It was none other than Big Black. That awakened person was somewhat unable to feel the strength of Big Black, and did not dare to act rashly, but could only look at B with vigilance. The bee, on the other hand, asked at Big Black, "Hey, little gorilla, did the master say what to do about the intruder?" Big Black patted his chest and heatedly sneered, "Diamond Millennium Kill." As the words fell, it transformed into a residual shadow, and then he only saw a black-clothed man let out a miserable scream, his hands covering his buttocks, his face pale, cold sweat pouring out, and he directly knelt down. Behind it, a black gorilla with a face full of coldness blew his 2 fingers. Inexplicably handsome. The rest of the people were stunned, only feeling their chrysanthemums vaguely aching. But with BS aura suppression, they can't move at all, and can only look at the gorilla with a face full of fear. Drill. Stone. 1,000. Years. Kill. Big Black shouted coldly, his figure transformed into a lightning bolt once again, and instantly 3 more people fell to their knees with a lifeless look on their faces. Cold sweat broke out on the awakened man's head, he knew that at this rate it would soon be his turn. However, he did not dare to hide, because the bee was staring at him to death. As long as he made a move he would suffer a thunderous blow. Lord B, there must be some mistake. He wanted to admit directly, but the word misunderstanding has not finished. He only felt an unspeakable pain coming from the chrysanthemum. At this moment, his soul seemed to fly out, and then flopped down on his knees, and his mouth shivered straight from the pain. Until this moment, the rental house inside and outside kneeling apiece. Gu Dong. The only one who was fine, Chen Mengmeng, swallowed hard and looked at Big Black with a gaze filled with scorn. At this moment, she realized how lucky she was. Fortunately she had met that warrior twice. Otherwise, she simply didn't dare to imagine. Also, this gorilla was too perverted. What kind of disgusting moves are these? She suddenly thought of the Pretty Bridge video, and that warrior seemed to have used exactly this move to subdue that buffalo. If there's a master, there must be a favorite. Secretly spitting, Chen Mengmeng blushed a little. HM? What's going on here? And just as she was rambling, a man's voice suddenly came from outside the rental house. This voice caused Chen Mengmeng to be stunned, as she seemed to have heard this voice somewhere before. Tang Yen. A name instantly crossed her mind, her eyes widening once again at this moment as she stared tightly at the doorway. It was already 9 in the evening when Tang Yen returned to the rental house. However, just as he arrived at the door, he froze, as he realized that his doorway was knelt down by a group of black-clothed men. This group of black-clothed men all had pale faces and hands covering their hips. This nymphet was clearly a symptom of being hit by the Millennium Kill. Can't it be that thieves nowadays are all organized in groups? With doubts in his heart, he couldn't help but ask, "Who? What's going on here?" As he spoke, he had already arrived at the door, and instantly realized that Big Black was hugging his bladder and sneering. There was no need to doubt that this group of guys must have been baptized by Big Black's Diamond Millennium Kill and were now happily kneeling on the ground. However, when he looked to the side, he instantly saw a pretty face that was staring with wide eyes. Sister Chen? Tang Yen instantly froze. Because the owner of this pretty face was no other than Chen Mengmeng. Wasn't Chen Mengmeng on the run? How could she appear in her own rental house? And what the hell was this group of black-clothed men? Could it be that Chen Mengmeng happened to escape into her own rental house while fleeing, and this group of guys chased them in, and then were taught a lesson by Big Black and the others? What a dog's blood! Tang Yen was mesmerized at that moment. Such a dog-blooded bridge, he could actually encounter it? This was too much of a coincidence, right? Although he couldn't stop spitting in his heart, it was better to deal with the matter at hand first. So he rubbed his nose and went forward to help Chen Mengmeng up, asking, "Sister Chen, are you alright?" Chen Mengmeng acted as if she hadn't heard his words, just staring at him with one eye as if there were flowers on his face. Tang Yen smiled bitterly. He also understood why Chen Mengmeng reacted this way. It was probably because his identity was exposed. Ugh, what is this called? Isn't this forcing me to be the bad guy? Tang Yen thought with some bitterness in his heart. And at this time, Chen Mengmeng also reacted, looking deeply at Tang Yen before slowly shaking her head, saying, "It's fine, thanks." Tang Yen nodded slightly and looked towards the people kneeling on the ground, saying, "Who are they?" "They're here to hunt me down, sorry to trouble you," Chen Mengmeng said with an apology. Tang Yen sighed and said, "Will they reveal my location here?" Chen Mengmeng didn't say anything, the apology in her eyes deepening. Tang Yan rubbed his somewhat aching head for a long time before saying faintly, then they'll all be beaten into plants. He waved his hand, Big Black, I'll leave it to you guys. Chapter 49 Short Notice. Hearing Tang Yan's emotionless, icy voice, the group of black-clothed men instantly panicked. Beat them into plants? This was simply worse than killing them. The awakened man's face was cloudy, he couldn't sense Tang Yan's strength, but just by looking at these awakened beasts around him, he knew that Tang Yan's strength was definitely not weak. It was impossible to fight, so it seemed that only threats had a chance of survival. He pretended to be calm, staring at Tang Yan with a deadly stare, and said in a deep voice, Your Excellency must consider this clearly, we are the Yi family, once you make a move, then it means making an enemy of our Yi family, at that time, the entire Inn city will have no place for you to stay. Tang Yan frowned slightly and looked at the awakened man, You're threatening me? Seeing Tang Yan's expression, the awakened man thought that his threat had worked, and couldn't help but sneer, This isn't a threat, it's the truth, the Yi family isn't something you can offend, if you let us go now, I can. Before the words were finished, Tang Yan waved his hand impatiently and said to Big Black, Drag it out and slaughter it. Remember not to leave traces. Yes. Master. Big Black's face was excited, dragging the two black-robed men outside. These were good targets for practicing the Diamond Millennium Kill, they had to be utilized properly. The awakened man's face changed greatly when he saw this, he didn't expect Tang Yan to be so dry, he couldn't help but shout, You can't kill us. If you kill us, the Yi family will definitely take revenge for us. Noisy. Tang Yan waved his hand, an internal force struck out, and the awakened man was instantly struck, violently spitting out a mouthful of blood and passing out. This is internal force? He's an awakened at the realm of refining qi. These were his thoughts before he fell unconscious. Unfortunately, he never had the chance to open his eyes again. Drag them all out. He sniffed and also dragged a person and flew out. Elder brother also jumped off the bed, head over heels, and dragged a person out. Not long after, that awakened person and a group of black-clothed men were all dragged out. Tang Yan didn't follow them out, although these few demons he had taken in were a bit unreliable, but after all, they all had their own magical abilities, and he still didn't have to worry about handling a few people. Although this also meant that he had indirectly killed someone, he didn't have any mental burden. The demise of the Chen family had shown him the cruelty of the awakened world. If he was merciful today, perhaps tomorrow he might suffer a backstabbing. This was something he saw through. Who would have thought that the warrior worshipped by countless people would actually be my employee, and still live in such a small rental house? And just at this time, a ghostly voice suddenly rang out, but it was Chen Mengmeng who suddenly spoke. Tang Yan turned his head, looking at Chen Mengmeng's somewhat pale and pretty face, but he didn't pick up her words, instead asking, Sister Chen, where's your brother? Chen Mengmeng froze, then a trace of sadness flashed across her face as she said, He and I were being chased by someone, and then we separated and escaped, I don't know how he is now. Tang Yan was silent, then comforted, Sister Chen, I'm sorry for your loss. You know all about it? Chen Mengmeng froze for a moment, then she said indistinctly, It should be Wu Hao who told you. Saying that, a bitter smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. That's right, with the tragic deaths of father and the others, and countless people dividing up the Chen family's industry with the Yi family, I'm sure this matter has already spread. Looking at Chen Mengmeng's haggard appearance, Tang Yan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The original princess of the rich family now fell into such a state, really fate was messy. After a moment of silence, Tang Yan asked, What are you going to do next? Chen Mengmeng's eyes flashed with hatred, and she said without hesitation, Revenge. Good luck. Tang Yan shrugged and didn't say anything to discourage her. Although he didn't know exactly how talented Chen Mengmeng was, he vaguely knew how powerful the Yi family was, and how easy it would be to take revenge. Upon hearing this, Chen Mengmeng clenched her lower lip and looked at Tang Yan, saying seriously, Tang Yan, thank you. Tang Yan, on the other hand, shook his head indifferently and said, A show of hands. If I have the opportunity, I will definitely repay today's favor. I've bothered you more this night, farewell. Chen Mengmeng said, and walked resolutely towards the outside of the rented house. Although she knew Tang Yan's true identity, she hadn't thought of asking Tang Yan to help her with anything. Although she was Tang Yan's nominal boss, Tang Yan had saved her twice, so by all accounts, she actually already owed Tang Yan a lot. Besides, she didn't want to involve Tang Yan. Watching Chen Mengmeng leave, Tang Yan did not stay. Although he sympathized with what happened to Chen Mengmeng, he had no obligation to help Chen Mengmeng take revenge. Let's hope she can work a miracle. Shaking his head, Tang Yan looked at the rickety door of his room, somewhat tearless. That group of people were also really violent, nothing to kick the door, really deserved to die. Muttering, Tang Yan walked forward and began to clean up. Chen Mengmeng left the rental house, came to a dark alley, eyes flashed a trace of bewilderment. She has been separated from her brother, the entire Inn city is the He family hunting them, she now simply do not know where she should go. Just as she was thinking about what to do next, her pupils suddenly shrunk, because she suddenly saw that in the distance, several figures were jumping around like ghosts, and that standard black cloth outfit made her realize that these were definitely people from the He family. Just as she was about to escape, a hand suddenly rested on her shoulder, causing her to be startled, and just as she wanted to resist, a familiar voice reached her ears. "Sister Meng Meng, don't speak, follow me." "You're?" A trace of consternation flashed through Chen Mengmeng's eyes, and before she could think too much, she was pulled out of her spot by a small hand. Half an hour later, Big Black walked into the rental house with a few little ones. Tang Yan had already repaired the door and mopped up the blood on the floor, and at this time, he was leisurely drinking tea, and when he saw them come back, he raised his eyebrows and asked, "Solved it?" Big Black immediately patted his chest and said, "Hee, master, everything is done. I got 3 of them killed. Then senior brother burned them all clean with a single fire." Saying this, he also excitedly gestured his hands, saying with pride, "My diamond millennium kill, now that I've practiced it to perfection, I guess I'll soon be able to catch up with you, master." Tang Yan's forehead was filled with black lines. At the same time, he also felt a hint of sympathy for those black-clothed people, how much pain they had suffered before they died. But encouragement was still needed, so he praised, "Well done." Senior brother suddenly angled his head, hinting madly at Tang Yan. "You know, in the end, it was still it that destroyed the corpse." Tang Yan cried and laughed, stroking its doggy head and said, "Elder brother did a good job too." "Aang, little four. Elder brother said proudly, then jumped back onto the bed and went to code. Big Black also wanted to get on the bed, but was blasted off by Tang Yan. If this big guy got on the bed again, he wouldn't have a place to meditate and cultivate tonight. B, on the other hand, brought his computer to the side and opened tonight's live broadcast. Listening to B's distinctive singing voice, Tang Yan also had to sigh, "This thing is a bit, but the singing talent is indeed very powerful, better than some of the stars. From the gifs that keep appearing on the computer screen, you can see that the audience is still more like its voice." However, the pop-up screen has been clamoring for the anchor to show his face, and whenever this happens, B said cheaply, "The anchor B is too handsome, I'm afraid that you guys will be obsessed with the king when you see him." The pop-up screen was a burst of contempt. Yet no one took its words seriously, and no one thought it was really a bee. Yet the truth was that it was indeed a bee. If those viewers knew that they were watching a live stream of a bee, I'm afraid they would be stunned. Tang Yan spat in his heart. Beside the bee, Big Black and Little Green both looked incomparably envious, looking at Tang Yan from time to time, the desire in their eyes extremely obvious. Tang Yan really couldn't stand the gazes of these two guys, and said helplessly, fine, I'll buy you a computer tomorrow as well." Upon hearing this, the two guys jumped straight up in excitement. It could be seen that they were really happy. Tang Yan smiled faintly and didn't stop them, but closed his eyes and began to study the fire energy in his body. Soon, a night passed. The next day, Tang Yan still got up early, letting the few little ones stay in the rental house and not go out. He went to the pet store. It was still early to class time, so Tang Yan wasn't in a hurry to go to school, but rather enjoyed the big fat cat's massage. Beside him, Little Black was hugging a lollipop and gnawing on it. Little Grasshopper, on the other hand, was busy. Ever since Little Black upgraded, the big fat cat didn't dare to mess with it at will. So the little grasshopper suffered. Early in the morning, we have to shovel cat poop for the big fat cat, then polish the shell on the body for Xiaohei, feed other small animals, busy and happy. 8 o'clock in the morning. Tang Yan let the big fat cat keep an eye on the pet store and rushed to the animal management college. Arriving at the class, it was just 9 o'clock. But what made Tang Yan puzzled was that the little girl Huiyuel actually didn't come today. Just as he was puzzled, Xiaolan walked into the classroom. She first looked around before saying, "Received a temporary notice. A level 0 awakened beast appeared near N City's East Street. This awakened beast has already caused quite a bit of damage and injured a few people. The school has given this matter to our class. Later I will take you all to East Street to capture this awakened beast. I won't take any action during the capture process, it's all up to you guys. If you succeed in the capture, each of you will receive 1 credit. If you fail, 1 credit will be deducted. In addition, whoever is the first to capture the awakened beast can earn an additional 2 credits, totaling 3 credits. The crowd, on the other hand, looked bewildered. This was the first time they had heard of this thing called credits. What was the use of this credits? Seeing the bewildered eyes of the crowd, Xiaolan faintly smiled, then said, the credits determine whether or not you can enter the top class, that is to say, after a month, even if your strength cannot reach the 7th level of body refining. But as long as you have enough credits, then you will be able to enter the pointed class all the same and enjoy the same resources. The moment these words came out, everyone was immediately nonplussed. Chapter 50, Hugging the Thigh. If it was said that what attracted the students of the Animal Management Academy the most right now, the first would be strength, and the second would be the top class. Only when they stepped onto the path of the awakened did they understand how difficult it was to cultivate. Under the fact that they didn't have heaven-defying talent, their cultivation was very slow. And at this time, cultivation resources became something that everyone longed for. But before entering the Animal Management Academy, most of them were children of ordinary families, so how could they have cultivation resources? So the top class became the only way for them to obtain cultivation resources. So they worked their asses off to cultivate just to reach the 7th level of body refining in a month. But the talent was there. Unless you had a miraculous encounter and became a congenital awakened person, how difficult would it be to become an awakened person at the 7th level of body refining in a month? Now that they suddenly heard that as long as they gained enough credits, even if they didn't reach the 7th level of body refining after a month, they could still enter the pointed class, everyone was abuzz. This was undoubtedly heavy news. So someone excitedly asked, Instructor Xia, how many credits do I have to earn to enter the pointy class? Everyone was looking at Xiaolan with anticipation. Xiaolan, on the other hand, shook her head and said, actually, I'm not sure, but what I can tell you is that there are only 10 slots to be able to enter the pointed class by virtue of the credits, which means that after 1 month, only the students whose total number of credits is in the top 10 will be admitted to the pointed class. As for how many points you can gain in a month, it's up to you. As for how to obtain points, don't ask yet, you guys will know. With that, he waved his hand and said, alright, everyone follow me and head to East Street together. After saying that, he was leading the way in front. The crowd of students hurriedly followed. Tang Yan also followed behind, but he wasn't really interested in the points, and hearing that it was to catch a level 0 demon, he was even more disinterested. But it was boring anyway, so it was not bad to follow and take a look. But just as he walked out of the classroom, Tang Yan felt something was wrong. Because he realized that his classmates seemed to be peeking at him. Could there be something on my face? Tang Yan subconsciously touched his face, somewhat puzzled. However, right at this moment, a very fashionably dressed girl suddenly came to his side and said daintily, Classmate Tang Yan, hello. Tang Yan looked at the powder on the female student's face that could be made into a cake if it was snapped off, and almost didn't shout out of his mouth, Ghost ah. But before he could speak, another female student who was dressed in a very small and fresh manner came to his other side and said shyly, Tang Yan, when we catch the awakening beast later, can I team up with you? The female ghost classmate wanted to hug Tang Yan's arm, but was dodged by Tang Yan with a sideways turn. When the little fresh female classmate saw this, a trace of excitement flashed across her face, and took advantage of Tang Yan's dodging to hug his other arm just in time. The female ghost classmate had a grimace on her face, and the little fresh classmate was a little smug. Tang Yan glanced at his arm and yelled lowly, let go. Loosen up. Hurry up and loosen up. If you don't eat papaya, don't hug it. A little bit of rush are wooden. The little fresh student hugged and didn't let go. His thighs were suddenly hugged again, but he saw that the guy he saved from the giant mosquito looked at him with eyes full of admiration, and said with deep emotion, Tang Yan student, from the moment you saved me, I'm your person, please make sure not to leave me behind in this mission to capture the awakened beast. The corners of Tang Yan's mouth twitched as he glanced at the other students, all of whom were showing signs of stupidity. Especially seeing that a fat girl was licking her lips and looking at him colorfully. Tang Yan finally couldn't help it, Blackface secretly took out I am a puppy from the space ring. Internal force gently urged. The surrounding students instantly stood upright, hands drooping in front of them, spitting out their tongues. Woof! A neat barking sound rang out, startling Xiaolan who was leading the way in front. Turning her head, she saw a group of people barking like dogs there, and immediately frowned and said, What are you doing? Tang Yan had already retracted his I'm a puppy the moment Xiaolan turned her head and hurriedly came to her side, walking with her, then said with palpitations, Instructor Xia, did they get rabies? The faces of the students all darkened at once. At the same time, they were also a bit puzzled. How come they wanted to learn how to bark like a dog in a good way? So shameful I have would. Xiaolan, on the other hand, glanced meaningfully at Tang Yan, then pointed to a bus in front of her and said, Alright, don't make a scene, everyone get on the bus quickly now. The crowd let out a sigh of relief at the same time. Their actions just now had been seen by quite a few people, who were now pointing at them. This made their faces turn a little red, and they hurriedly got on the bus. Tang Yen and Xia Lan stood at the back. Tang Yen asked curiously, "Instructor Xia, do you know why Hui Yul didn't come?" Xia Lan looked at him with a smile, then said, "What? Your little girlfriend didn't tell you?" Tang Yen laughed a little awkwardly. "Tutor Xia, Hui Yul and I aren't in that kind of relationship." "Alright, I won't tease you. Student Hui Yul has something to do and has taken a leave of absence," Xia Lan said with a faint smile. "Oh." Tang Yen nodded, but didn't ask more questions. Since Hui Yul had taken a leave of absence because something came up, he naturally wouldn't idly ask what exactly was wrong with people. Soon, Tang Yen also followed Xia Lan onto the bus, and the bus quickly started up, heading to East Street. East Street was located to the east of the Animal Management College, about 20 kilometers away, not very far. So it had arrived in about half an hour. The students who got off the bus looked at Tang Yen with some grudges. Tang Yen, on the other hand, was somewhat helpless. He also knew exactly what his classmates were thinking. Their mission this time was to capture. Although it was only a level 0 demon, its strength was equivalent to the second level of body refining. The students had only entered the Animal Management Academy for 2 days, and even though they had practiced the body forging decree, the strongest of them were only at the first level of body refining, so they were still a little short of strength when facing a level 0 awakening beast. At this time, they naturally thought of two people, Tang Yen and Hui Yul. Because both of them were innately awakened, but since Hui Yul didn't show up today, their eyes naturally focused on Tang Yen. In their opinion, Tang Yen was an innate awakener, and dealing with a level 0 demon would definitely be a piece of cake, and an innate awakener wanting to get into the top class would almost be the nail in the coffin. So if they hugged Tang Yan's thighs tightly, then if they gave them that level 0 awakened beast they captured, wouldn't they get those 3 points? As soon as they thought of this, the students could no longer hold back the temptation and went forward to prepare to hug their thighs. But after getting on the car, they were horrified to find that as long as they were close to Tang Yen, they couldn't help but learn to bark, and the barking was also huge realistic. They once suspected that this is not Tang Yen awakened an ability? But this ability is also too damn disgusting, right? Chapter 51, Level 3 Demon, Groundhog. East Street was located in the more prosperous area of N City, surrounded by large and small stores, with a wide range of goods in the stores, extremely prosperous. Even though it was morning, there were still many pedestrians on East Street. When these pedestrians saw Tang Yen and a large group of people coming down from the 2 buses respectively, they all looked on curiously, and there were even a lot of people talking about it. These all seem to be students, right? Are they here for traveling? No, why would a tourist come to East Street? They are indeed students, but they are not traveling. See the words on the body of the bus? Animal Management College. Oh my god, they're actually students from the Animal Management College? The pedestrians were in a state of shock. To say what the hottest topic is right now, the Animal Management College can undoubtedly rank first. Regardless of whether it was on the internet, or the topics that people talked about after dinner, the frequency of the 6 words Animal Management Academy definitely took up half of it. Because this was a school that cultivated awakened people, and only gifted people could enter this school. After entering this school, one could learn the legendary martial arts and have the ability to fly over the walls. However, the threshold of the Animal Management Academy was very high. Without talent, no matter who you were not in a position to enter the academy to study. Gradually, the Animal Management Academy turned into a holy place of learning in everyone's mind where only geniuses could enter. This also led to the fact that if anyone's child was admitted to the Animal Management Academy, when they met an acquaintance, they only had to say that my child was attending the Animal Management Academy, and they would be able to attract incomparable envious gazes. In everyone's subconscious mind, as long as you become a student of the Animal Management College, you are destined to become a big shot in the future. That was why the crowd was so surprised when they saw so many Animal Management Academy students appearing. As the crowd of students listened to the marveling as well as envious voices around them, each one of them couldn't help but raise their heads with a hint of pride on their faces. The oldest among them was only in his 20s, and the rest were teenagers of 17 or 18 years old. It was the time when vanity was easily inflated, and in the face of the envious gazes of the crowd, they could not help but feel a bit fluttery. And at this time, a man dressed very formally suddenly walked out, then came in front of Xia Lan and said in a respectful tone, "May I ask if you are Tutor Xia? I'm the person in charge of East Street. My name is Lu Yen, and I'm specially here to receive you." But before Xia Lan could say anything, the surrounding students instantly sprayed, "Lu Yen Yuan? Abortion? This name, thief damn meaningful ah. Seeing this, Lu Yuan's face was a bit awkward and looked at Xiaolan. Although Xiaolan was also a bit squirmy, but did not show it, but directly asked, "What is the situation now?" Speaking of business, the faces of all the classmates also became grave, while Lu Yan showed a hint of panic and said, "That's a very big rat, much bigger than an average adult cat. It's very fast and destructive, and quite a few of the businesses on this street have been damaged by it, but we have no way to catch it." Xiaolan nodded, then looked around at the students and said, "Does everyone understand? From now on, no matter what method you use, you must catch this awakened beast for 4 hours. Success will reward each person with 1 credit, failure, each person will deduct 1 credit." Yes. All the students were rubbing their fists. The admiration of the passers-by unconsciously added a strong confidence to them, and they felt that they would definitely be able to accomplish the task. "I've already greeted those merchants, so all students can cast at ease, but please make sure to catch that rat," Lu Yan said at the right time. "Don't worry. It's just a level 0 awakened beast, with so many of us, we can handle it casually." Immediately, a student said with a relaxed face. Although there was no bottom in his heart, he still had to pretend. "Then let's start." Xiaolan didn't poke at it, but nodded slightly and opened her mouth. All of the students flocked into the middle of East Street in unison and began to search for clues. Tang Yan also walked in. However, behind him were a dozen people. Tang Yan was somewhat speechless. He knew what these classmates were playing at. A bad smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth as Tang Yan drilled into a snack bar. "Boss, come 100 skewers of roasted lamb." As soon as he sat down, Tang Yan yelled out, "All right." The boss instantly promised, then looked at the dozen or so students and said, "May I ask what you bosses would like to eat?" The dozen or so students' faces stiffened. They weren't here to eat, they were here to capture the awakened beast. Seeing that Tang Yan really sat down and waited for the food, a classmate couldn't help himself and reminded, "Classmate Tang Yan, we only have 4 hours, if we don't hurry, I'm afraid it will lead to mission failure." The other students nodded their heads at once. Their talents were all very average, and their cultivation of the body forging decree had only made some marginal progress, so it was very difficult to be the first to catch that awakened beast. They could only pin their hopes on Tang Yan. However, Tang Yan was puzzled. "Failure is failure ah, it's not like I need to enter the top class by virtue of my credits." But the crowd immediately felt like a sharp knife had been inserted into their hearts. It was a heart-stabbing ah. Nima. Only now did they remember that Tang Yan was a congenital awakened person. Entering the top class was already a nail in the coffin. Credits were indeed useless to him ah. So they silently turned around and walked out of the snack bar with black faces. Looking at the fact that no one was finally following around him, Tang Yan cheerfully picked up the roasted lamb and ate it beautifully. However, just as he was eating, a figure was sitting across from him, while bringing up a fragrant breeze. Tang Yan raised his head, only to find Xiaolan looking at him with a smile. A trace of embarrassment flashed across his face as Tang Yan pushed the roasted lamb in front of him over, saying, "Instructor Xia, you have some as well." Xiaolan looked at the roasted lamb in front of her, angry and amused, but still said with a stern face, "Student Tang Yan, why don't you go capture the awakened beast?" Tang Yan's eyes rolled and said, "I'll go when I'm full." A small level 0 demon, he didn't want to go catch it. Xiaolan, on the other hand, hated it and said, "Classmate Tang Yan, even though you've awakened your fire ability by chance, after a month, if your fire ability doesn't reach the 7th level of body refining, you'll likewise not be able to get into the top class." "Oh, I know." Tang Yan hurriedly claimed yes, his face incomparably serious, and even took advantage of Xiaolan speaking to jerk a skewer of mutton. Seeing this, Xiaolan inexplicably developed a trace of fire in her heart, but before she could say anything, an explosion suddenly came, followed by the screams of the crowd. Xiaolan and Tang Yan raised their heads at the same time, then walked towards the outside. Only to see that not far away, fire was blazing in the sky, and the crowd was fleeing in panic. Screams rose and fell. And in the midst of the flames, a figure about 50 centimeters tall loomed, endless flames constantly spreading out from its body, burning everything around it. Instructor Xia. At this moment, the students of the Animal Management Academy ran over in a panic. Many of them were grimy. Xiaolan frowned and asked, "What's going on at this point?" The students looked at each other, all of them were at a loss. It was obvious that this sudden explosion made them a bit puzzled as well. And at this time, there was another violent explosion, and a powerful aura came from the figure in the flames. Xiaolan's brows tightly furrowed at this moment, as she sensed a danger. This was a very powerful awakened beast. It was at least a level 3 awakened beast. Damn it! It seems that the intelligence was wrong. Not only is there a level 0 awakened beast here, there is also a level 3 awakened beast. Xiao Lan's face was a bit ugly. No one knew the destructive power of a level 3 awakened beast better than her, and if no one stopped it, the entire street could be destroyed. As soon as she thought of this, she also became anxious and said to the surrounding students, "Quickly go evacuate the crowd, this awakened beast. Leave it to me to deal with it." Yes. The students hurriedly answered yes, and then ran to evacuate the crowd. And at this moment, no one noticed that in an inconspicuous place, someone suddenly wiped his saliva. Ding, found a level 3 demon, groundhog. Capturing it will earn you 2,000 points. Mine. This demon is mine. No one is allowed to grab it from me. Under the firelight, a devilishly excited voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 52. As an exceptionally gifted demon, the groundhog felt that his rat life had reached its peak. He had great power, a group of minions underneath him, and concubines around him, roaming the human world, eating and destroying whenever he wanted to. How majestic and domineering he was. But it also knows that he is now in the world of humans, and it can't drive these humans away until it has more powerful strength. But now it couldn't bear it anymore. Because one of its minions was actually being chased around by a group of humans, and the minions in the neighborhood didn't dare to come out, because the moment they did, they would be killed by the humans. As their boss, if they do not do something, it is simply chilling the hearts of their own little brothers. So it exploded. Endless flames spread out from its surroundings, burning everything. Watching those humans scurrying away in front of its mighty power, its eyes were filled with excitement. From today onwards, I, the Groundhog King, will no longer keep a low profile. Standing in the middle of the flames, the groundhog had a feeling of being in control of everything. However, right at this time, a powerful force suddenly came towards its brain. "You sister! Who dares to sneak attack this rat king?" The groundhog was startled and controlled the flames to block itself. With a muffled sound, the flames were dispersed and its figure fell back a few steps. It then saw a human woman standing in front of it. At this moment, this human woman once again gathered a force and struck at it. The groundhog was furious. This damnable human actually sneak attacked it. It was unforgivable. Waving its small claws, the flames in the sky seemed to be controlled, desperately pouncing towards the human woman. And this human woman was naturally Xiao Lan. At this moment, Xiao Lan's face was grave. She had already determined that this groundhog in front of her was definitely a level 3 awakened beast. And it was considered a very strong existence amongst the level 3 awakened beasts. She was not deceived in the slightest by the groundhog's adorable appearance, but concentrated on resisting the flames. She knew that if she wasn't carefully distracted, she would definitely be burned to a crisp by this groundhog. This was a very difficult awakened beast. It was just that she was a bit strange. How could there be such a powerful awakened beast here on East Street? And the animal control team had actually never discovered it. But still, we have to solve it quickly, or else this place will definitely all be burned down. Xiao Lan looked at the blazing flames around her and knew that she couldn't delay any longer. So she fiercely took a step back, knotted her hands into an odd pose, her internal energy surged, and let out a steep cry under her breath, "Prajna palm." Suddenly, the winds around her were fierce, and a huge palm condensed from her internal energy slapped fiercely at the groundhog with a violent momentum. As soon as those flames touched the palm, as if they had met their nemesis, they dispersed in all directions, and by this time, the huge palm had already arrived in front of the groundhog. Boom! Under the groundhog's shocked gaze, its entire body was directly slapped away and then shot into the fiery maul, and for a while, the sound of houses collapsing was endless. Xiao Lan withdrew her palms, her face was a little pale. Obviously, the move she had just made had cost her a lot of internal energy, making her a little weak. However, it's worth it to be able to subdue this level 3 awakened beast. Xiao Lan let out a slight sigh of relief as she was very confident that as long as she was slapped with this palm, even if it was a rank 3 awakened beast, it would be impossible for it to stand up. However, the next moment, her pupils enlarged violently. Because in the midst of the blazing flames, there was suddenly a short figure that slowly walked out. This figure was a bit lousy, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of its mouth, but it was none other than the groundhog, that level 3 awakened beast. How is this possible? It clearly took a slap from me, why is it only slightly injured? At this moment, Xiao Lan only felt her scalp tingle a little. Because there was not much internal energy left in her body, it was simply impossible for her to be a match for this groundhog. However, she did not know that at this moment, the groundhog was about to explode with anger. She was actually injured. still injured at the hands of a human. This was simply unforgivable. It waited for Xiaolan with dead eyes, its abdomen suddenly swelled rapidly, and the surrounding flames actually all surged into its mouth at this moment. In the blink of an eye, there was not a single flame left in the originally blazing mall. However, Xiaolan was feeling her heart twitching as she felt an aura of death. Ah! Right at this moment, a deafening sound violently issued from the groundhog's mouth. Xiaolan could clearly see that the things around her were rapidly destroying as a pillar of incomparably powerful flames erupted from the groundhog's mouth, targeting none other than herself. Dying? A rueful smile appeared on her face. Xiaolan knew that she wouldn't be able to dodge this strike no matter what, and that as long as she was hit, she would not survive 9 deaths. However, just at this time, she suddenly felt a flower in front of her, then a pair of large hands wrapped around her slender but not too fleshy waist, then a silhouette blocked in front of her. Before she could even react, an ancient large bell glowing with golden light and inscribed with arcane runes enveloped her. At the same time, the flaming pillar had already arrived in front of her, ruthlessly slamming into that ancient bell. Dang! A deafening chime resounded through the heavens and earth, the pillar of flame light was blocked, and that ancient bell was as if it was the most powerful guardian artifact in the heavens and earth. It did not falter in the slightest. It was only at this time that her eyes slowly began to focus. In front of her, a silhouette wearing a black robe and a bucket hat slowly became clear. Her mouth slowly opened wide, her eyes showing an unbelievable expression. Those people who had already retreated far away from the crowd saw this iconic scene and were first stunned, but then they shouted out, "Warrior! Gosh! It's the Great Warrior! There's salvation! East Street is saved!" The crowd cheered, looking towards the proud figure, as well as the ancient golden bell, with incomparable admiration flowing from their eyes. If the Animal Management Academy was the hottest topic, then Warrior was undoubtedly the unified idol of the crowd. The video of the beautiful bridge battle was deeply imprinted in everyone's heart. The powerful force, the big bell that shook the human form, all of them planted a seed of worship in their hearts. Even though they understood that there might be a more powerful awakened person in the world than the warrior, it could not stop them from worshipping him. Because it was the warrior who made them aware of the existence of the awakened, it was the warrior who made them aware of the power of the awakened. Maybe there will be other idols in the future, but the figure of the warrior will never be erased. At this moment, the warrior appeared again and blocked the terrifying pillar of flames. How could they not be excited? Although Xiaolan did not have the excitement of the crowd, but at this time her eyes were also colorful. At the moment she knew she was about to die, a figure fell from the sky and saved her in an extremely shocking way. Even she had to admit that her heart could not help but skip a beat. "It's very strong, be careful." Unable to help it, she voiced a reminder. A low voice came from under the cloak. It was not known if it was an illusion, but Xiaolan also heard some other sounds. It seemed to be the sound of gulping. This warrior that the crowd worshipped was naturally Tang Yan. In fact, he had been hiding in the shadows, ready to wait for Xiaolan and the groundhog to fight to the death before appearing. But he didn't expect that this groundhog actually had such a strong power in its small body, and after receiving Xiaolan's strongest palm, it was actually only slightly injured, and it also spat out a pillar of flames that even he was shocked by. He naturally didn't want such a big living person as Xiaolan to die in front of him, so he took out his cloak from his spatial ring and put it on, and struck out. Since he struck out, then this level 3 demon is his. 2,000 points. Tisk, it's really tempting. Listening to Tang Yan's threat, the groundhog's eyes were filled with vigilance. This human actually blocked its strongest attack. Intuition told it that this human was stronger than it. But since it had decided not to keep a low profile anymore, what did it, Lord Rat King, have to fear? So it held up one of its claws, pointed at Tang Yan, and barked, "Count yourself ruthless. This Rat King will fight you to the death next time." Saying that, with a whoosh, it had already run out hundreds of meters, and only a fat little ass could be seen in the shadows. Chapter 53, The Earth Escape Technique. Without any hesitation, the Groundhog King was able to give in, and after letting out a harsh sentence, he turned around and ran. The crowd was dumbfounded. Tang Yan was also a bit messed up, but after seeing the figure of the groundhog that ran further and further away, he finally reacted and shouted, "Demon, don't run." Then the soles of his feet generated the wind, and his figure chased after it like electricity, only leaving behind a bunch of adoring gazes. Xiaolan was also a bit disoriented, then felt his body a bit soft. The feeling of walking through the gates of the ghosts was really not a wonderful feeling. At this time calmed down, was already shocked out of a cold sweat. "Instructor Xia, are you alright?" At this time, all the students walked up and asked with concern. Only then did Xiaolan return to her senses, then shook her head and said, "It's fine. Since the awakened beast has already escaped, let's leave this place to the police, first count the number of people and go back to the academy." Soon, the head count was completed, and one of the students with a level 4 talent walked up and said, "Instructor Xia, the head count has been completed, and student Tang Yan is missing." Xiaolan frowned and looked around the crowd, asking, "Has anyone seen Tang Yan?" The crowd all shook their heads in bewilderment. Who would pay attention to anything else just now when the incident was so urgent? Still, someone sneered, "I guess Tang Yan was scared by the scene that just happened and sneaked away, right?" The moment these words came out, everyone was surprisingly unanimous in their agreement. Xia Lan's frown deepened. Although the crowd's argument had some grievances in it, it wasn't unreasonable. She had only been in contact with Tang Yan for just 2 days, so she didn't know Tang Yan very well, although the information said that Tang Yan was a very low-key, quiet, typical good boy. But how much of what the information said could be believed? In her heart, she felt a few points worse about Tang Yan again, but she didn't say anything. After all, now that she was Tang Yan's tutor, she wasn't allowed to casually evaluate her own students. "Everyone take a break first, help control the scene, and by the way, wait for student Tang Yan to come back." Xia Lan waved her hand, and everyone went to help save the others. And what about Tang Yan at this time? Naturally, he was chasing after that groundhog. But to his surprise, the groundhog was incredibly fast and could also drill the ground. With a whoosh, it drilled into the ground, and its speed underground was even a few points faster. And he could only track the groundhog based on the scent it emitted. Chasing after it, Tang Yan's brows furrowed. Because he realized that going on like this wasn't a solution at all. If this groundhog went towards a crowded place, it would easily lead to losing it. It was so hard to see a level 3 demon, he wasn't going to just let it go so easily. His footsteps jerked to a halt. Tang Yan directly opened the mall. He still had 3,200 points remaining, and was still able to redeem a commodity. System, what commodities can catch that groundhog? Ding, recommended commodity, Earth Escape Technique. Earth Escape Technique, 2,000 points. After using it, you can travel through the ground at will. Good stuff. Tang Yan's eyes instantly lit up, and he hurriedly said, "System, redeem Earth Escape Technique." Ding, redemption successful, 2,000 points deducted. A huge wave of information surged into his mind, everything about the Earth Escape Technique melting into one at this moment. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Tang Yan's mouth as he nodded his hands in an odd pose and let out a low gulp. Earth Escape Technique. Instantly, the ground under his feet began to ripple like water waves, while his entire body was suddenly plunged into the ground. Is this the Earth Escape Technique? It's truly magical. At this moment, Tang Yan was already underground, but felt no different from the ground, and couldn't help but feel a great sense of wonder. Immediately afterward, he hemmed and hawed and sneered, "Little mouse, this time let's see where you're going to escape." Said, the figure is like a rocket general scampered out. Even if encountered a hard stone, he can also easily cross and over. Speed is incredibly fast. The groundhog couldn't feel the human's aura on the ground, and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. It was a very cautious demon. Although it had great strength, it never exposed itself easily, and today it had no choice but to come out and test the waters. That's right, avenging its little brother was fake, and testing was real. It wanted to try how powerful the current human was. After all, it didn't want to hide in the shadows forever, it wanted to appear in the world of humans in the open. It turned out to be very unlucky. It met 2 powerful humans just after it came out, and the last one that appeared, it had a premonition that it was definitely not a match. So it ran away without even thinking. Luckily, it had now gotten rid of that human. Alas, it seems that this Mouse King will have to find a new residence. The groundhog muttered with some sadness. Then how about you go to my house? Suddenly, a voice rang out. The groundhog replied without thinking, "Do you have good food at your house?" But then it reacted, widening those small eyes and looking ahead. In front of it, a human had appeared at some point. That appearance, it was the very same human that was chasing him. You. The groundhog was surprised and pointed at Tang Yan with its own little paw, all a bit unable to react. To know that this was underground, how could this human appear here? And this human even understood it? This simply subverted its awakened view of rat life. Hey, come on. Baby. Just as it was in a state of shock and disbelief, Tang Yan let out a strange laugh with a heave and grabbed at it with his large hand. It hastily dodged, trying to avoid it with its speed. However, Tang Yan, who had performed the Earth Escape Technique, was not much slower than it, and before it had the chance to perform it, it had already been grabbed by the back spine. At this moment, the groundhog panicked. Ever since it had awakened, it had never encountered such a situation. Its mouth suddenly opened wide, wanting to spew out flames to burn this human. However, he saw Tang Yan's other hand produce a small statue, and his inner strength was violently urged. The groundhog only felt a strange power swimming all over its body, causing it to unself-consciously keep its legs together, its two lower paws drooping in front of its chest, and its tongue sticking out. Woof! Holy crap! What is this? It's a genuine groundhog. Why is it suddenly barking? And it won't stop, will it? It's so humiliating. The groundhog only felt a little skeptical about the rat birth. Looking at the groundhog barking happily, Tang Yan was instantly happy, not to mention, this little look is quite cute. However, it wasn't that easy to conquer it. So he took out a knife from his spatial ring, and then began to gesticulate on the groundhog's body, muttering under his breath. Tisk, look at this little chest, fleshy, roasted, a bite will definitely be a mouthful of oil. Yo, look at this little butt, give it to our family rhubarb to eat, it will definitely make it happy. Aya, look at these little paws, used to make kebabs, absolutely delicious ah. Feeling that sharp knife gesticulating on its own body, seeing Tang Yan's appearance of gulping saliva from time to time, and listening to the words that made it tremble, the groundhog only felt that this human was simply the devil. Do you want to torture the rat like this? However, it couldn't speak, because it had been barking like a dog, but that barking had already taken on some crying tone. When Tang Yan heard the crying tone in the groundhog's voice, his heart stirred and he stopped channeling his internal energy into the I am a puppy. The groundhog also stopped barking. However, it was trembling all over, as the sharp knife was resting against its neck, with internal force wrapped around it. Little mouse, ready to enter this lord's belly? Tang Yan heatedly laughed. The groundhog cried out in fear. Woo-hoo, you devil! This mouse king doesn't want to be eaten by you. I'll get sick if you eat me. The guts of rodents were small, although the groundhog had been awakened and possessed an IQ no less than that of a human, but its character was still timid, or else it wouldn't have been able to hold back in human society until now. At this time by Tang Yan so a scare, already scared at a loss for words. Tang Yan also did not expect it to cry, his heart was crying, but in his mouth he threatened, what are you crying for? Cry again and I'll eat you alive. Sure enough, the groundhog instantly stopped crying, its small eyes staring pitifully at Tang Yan. Seeing this, Tang Yan was happy in his heart. He pretended to ponder, and in the groundhog's apprehensive little eyes, slowly said, it's fine if you want me to not eat you, as long as you're my little brother, I won't eat you. I ask you, are you convinced? There was clearly a struggle in the groundhog's eyes, it was after all a rat king, giving a human as a little brother, it was somewhat unacceptable. However, after feeling the sharp knife on its neck move inward, which still cared about accepting it or not, it hastily nodded its little head and said, serve. This rat king is willing to be your little brother. Chapter 54 Beauty. Ding, congratulations to the host, capturing a level 3 demon, a groundhog. Gained 2,000 points. Listening to the system's beep in his head, Tang Yan burst into a frown, the points had once again turned into 3,200, and there was also an additional level 3 demon, this feeling, simply don't feel too good. From now on, you're my mouse. Tang Yan was satisfied and took away the sharp knife, then touched its head and said smilingly. The groundhog felt the big hand on its head and couldn't help but squint its eyes comfortably. I don't know how, it suddenly no longer felt afraid, but instead gave birth to a feeling of attachment to Tang Yan. Looking at the groundhog's enjoyable appearance, Tang Yan asked with a smile, besides fire breathing and drilling, what other abilities do you know? Hearing Tang Yan's words, the groundhog touched its chin with its small paw, then its body began to rapidly become smaller, turning into the size of a palm in the blink of an eye. Old boss, does this ability count? Groundhog asked in a small voice. Tang Yan, on the other hand, was dumbstruck. This thing could still change in size? This groundhog's ability was a bit perverse. Not only could it breathe fire and drill the ground, it could also change in size. So he curiously asked, can you become even smaller? The groundhog shook his head and said, boss, I can only become this small. Tang Yan was relieved, if this guy could still become smaller, then he wouldn't be able to catch it even with his earth escape technique. Then he had another thought in his mind and asked, what about your biggest? How big can you get? Well, the groundhog thought for a while and said, about the same size as you, boss, but my other abilities will become weaker after I get bigger. Tisk. Tang Yan couldn't stop marveling, this was the first time he had seen such a strange ability. After sighing for a while longer, Tang Yan's heart suddenly stirred. In this way, as long as the groundhog stayed shrunken, there would be no need to hide it. Although many people had seen the groundhog's appearance just now, that was the groundhog's form when it had gotten bigger. Now that it had become smaller, as long as it didn't use its abilities indiscriminately, others would naturally not suspect that they were the same groundhog. After all the groundhogs in the world looked similar, so others couldn't tell. With this thought in his heart, Tang Yan was just a burst of happiness, then looked at the groundhog and stroked his chin. Well, since you've already recognized me as your boss, let's give you a name. The groundhog had a look of anticipation. It had never had a name before. Tang Yan looked at the groundhog's small, delicate, blinking little eyes, and suddenly clapped his hands. There. Boss, what will I be called in the future? The groundhog said with some impatience. Just call it Beauty. What? Tang Yan shouted excitedly. Groundhog. Boss, I'm a male. The groundhog said weakly. What? Not willing? Tang Yan rubbed the knife in his hand and squinted at it, saying. The groundhog, oh no, it should be called a beauty, shook its head vigorously and purred, Boss is mighty. That's a name I like. Seeing that the beauty finally succumbed to his lustful authority, Tang Yan nodded with satisfaction and said, let's go back, remember, no getting bigger without my order, and no using your abilities indiscriminately. Otherwise you'll be locked up. The beauty nodded busily. Only then did Tang Yan lead it through the ground, rushing back. Soon, Tang Yan had arrived at the original place, and from afar, he saw that Xiaolan's group of people were waiting for something there. And at this moment, Tang Yan had an extra cage in his hands, and the beautiful woman in the cage had a lifeless expression. Ha! Instructor Xia, why haven't you guys left yet? Tang Yan walked up and asked suspiciously. Hearing Tang Yan's voice, everyone's gazes turned to him, a hint of contempt in their gazes. Xiaolan said without a trace of humor, the whole class is waiting for you alone, where did you just go? Me? Tang Yan froze, then looked at the crowd's reactions and probably guessed what was going on. So he rolled his eyes and said, just now, I saw that groundhog actually breathe fire, it looked very cool, so I went to buy one, but it's a pity it doesn't breathe fire. Saying this, he flashed the cage in his hand. Only then did the crowd realize that Tang Yan was also carrying a cage in his hand, and inside the cage was a palm-sized groundhog. Crowd at #%. You. Xiaolan was also a bit speechless, looking at Tang Yan's heartless appearance, suddenly a burst of powerlessness. Just now it was so dangerous, this guy only noticed that the groundhog would spit fire? And he even went to buy a small one? How big is this heart? Pretty girl, say hello to everyone. At this moment, only Tang Yan said in a flirty tone. Xiaolan's eyebrows instantly frowned, standing in front of him was only himself. This guy actually didn't call himself a mentor, but called himself a beauty, and his tone was so frivolous, really a bad student. You. She just wanted to get angry, but she saw that the little groundhog in the cage was waving its little paw at the crowd. Tang Yan, on the other hand, raised his head with a puzzled expression, looked at her and asked, Instructor Xia, what's wrong? Xiaolan's face became extremely odd at this moment as she pointed at the little groundhog and asked, what's its name? Beauty. Tang Yan said with a matter-of-fact face, how about it? I gave it this name, it's good, isn't it? Boing boing. Xiaolan almost covered her face and fled. It turned out that this groundhog was called Beauty, and she actually thought Tang Yan was molesting her. My goodness, this is too embarrassing. The students behind her almost sprayed. They had just thought that Tang Yan was molesting Xiaolan as well, and in their hearts, they had sneered that Tang Yan was simply looking for death. I didn't realize that this groundhog was actually called a beauty? Looking at that little groundhog waving its little paw, the crowd was speechless for a while. However, it looks very cute, ah. The eyes of many female students were sparkling. Xiaolan glared at Tang Yan before she waved her hand and said, go back to school. As for the results of this mission, it will be judged by the school. With that, she twisted that slender waist and got on the bus. The crowd of students also got on the bus. Tang Yan looked at that plump back, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a hint of a bad smile, then also walked up. Soon, the bus started up and then drove to Animal Management College. It was already 1 in the afternoon when they arrived at the school. Xiaolan instructed that she didn't need to come to class in the afternoon, so she let everyone disperse. Leaving the school, Tang Yan released the beautiful girl from the cage, then put it on his shoulder, and returned to the pet store. But just as he arrived not far from the pet store, his face changed. Because he saw a field of broken glass. As he approached, the pet store was even more messy. It was as if it had suffered an attack. Just at this time, a petite figure suddenly staggered into the pet store, yet before it could take a few steps, it fell to the ground. Tang Yan took a look, and his heart was immediately startled. Because this petite figure was actually Hui Yul. At this moment, Hui Yul's face was pale, with a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, and her breath was disorganized, as if she had been seriously injured. Tang Yan hurriedly walked over and picked up Hui Yer and asked, "Yer, how did you get injured?" As he spoke, the internal power within his body continuously surged into her body, and it was only after receiving the warmth of the internal power that Hui Yer's face regained a trace of blood, but then her face changed. Grabbing the corner of his coat, she said in a panic, "Sister Meng Meng, as well as the big fat cat and little black were all captured." "Sister Chen?" Tang Yan's brows furrowed as he asked, "How did Sister Chen end up with you?" Hui Yul tightly bit her lips, then slowly said, "It was me who found out about Sister Chen's traces through some small animals, so I found her. Originally, I wanted to help Sister Meng Meng leave N City today, but I was discovered by the Yi family. They sent people after us. I took Sister Meng Meng everywhere to hide, but I was blocked in front of the pet store. They had a level 3 awakened beast. I couldn't beat them. They injured me and then took away Sister Meng Meng and the big fat cat in them." Listening to Hui Yul's slow narration, Tang Yan's face became gloomy. Chapter 55 Deliverance. Although Hui Yul was usually rather high-strung, it was clear from the fact that she came to the pet store every day to play with the little animals that she was actually a very kind girl. That's why Tang Yan had long since taken this girl, who was 4 years younger than himself, as his friend. He was a person who was very afraid of trouble, yes, but it didn't mean that he was still indifferent when people bullied his door and hurt his friends. Seeing that Hui Yul had almost recovered, Tang Yan asked, "Do you know where they kidnapped Sister Chen to?" Hui Yul nodded and said, "Yes, He family villa." Tang Yan pondered for a moment, then said, "Wait for me here, I'll go save Sister Chen." He just wanted to go out, but his sleeve was pulled, but he saw Hui Yul looking at him with a stubborn face. "I want to go too." After thinking about it, Tang Yan agreed, then wrapped an arm around her waist. Hui Yul's face suddenly turned red, her big watery eyes looking at Tang Yan, but her tone was a bit cold as she asked, "What are you doing?" Tang Yan was stunned, then he knew that this girl was misunderstanding, crying and laughing. He said, "Don't worry, I'm not interested in brats, you just need to hold me tight." Said also did not wait for Hui Yul to continue to ask questions. The earth escape technique was instantly launched. The next moment, he and Hui Yul appeared under the ground. Seeing that she suddenly appeared underground, Hui Yul's small mouth slightly opened in astonishment as she asked, "What kind of ability is this?" "It's called punching holes in the ground." Before Tang Yan could say anything, the beautiful woman standing on his shoulder suddenly spoke up and replied. Only then did Hui Yul notice the little groundhog, and looking at its cute appearance, she couldn't help but laugh. "Hole in the ground? What an ugly name." The beauty instantly widened its tiny eyes and pointed at Hui Yul with its tiny paw and screamed, "Boss, she understands me. It's terrifying." Tang Yan slapped the beauty aside with a slap and rolled his eyes. "Don't be poor." Then he turned his head to Hui Yul and said, "Where is the Yi family villa?" "West District Villa Complex." Tang Yan nodded his head and waved his hand. "Beauty, I'll go first, you follow behind." Hui Yul froze, then turned her small face slightly red and said, "I don't know how to travel underground." Tang Yan looked odd, then laughed. "I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about it." Saying this, he patted the groundhog's head. The groundhog, on the other hand, couldn't stop nodding his head and called out, "My name is called Beauty, the boss gave it to me, isn't it nice?" Hui Yul had a head full of black lines. Immediately, her small face was suffocatingly red, and she turned her head aside with a petulant grunt. Tang Yan hemmed and hawed and wrapped his arm around Hui Yul's small waist and began to weave through the ground, heading to the Western District Villa Complex. And the beautiful woman followed behind. After about 10 minutes, he brought Hui Yul to a corner of the Western District Villa Complex. Looking at the block of villas in front of him, Tang Yan looked at Hui Yul. "Which one?" "The one in the middle." Tang Yan nodded his head, once again performing the earth escape technique, and Hui Yul disappeared into the ground. The next moment he appeared, he was already in the middle of the biggest villa. However, he didn't venture out of the ground with Hui Yul, as a burst of footsteps as well as conversations suddenly came from above. "You don't have to say, Miss Chen family is worthy of being recognized as a beauty. That look, that temperament, TSK, if I were to sleep with her for one night, it would be worth dying for." A somewhat lewd voice softly sighed. "Don't daydream. This kind of woman is not something we can get our hands on." Another person mocked. After a moment of silence, the somewhat lewd voice once again lowered its voice and said, "Isn't the Chun clan's eldest miss locked up in the basement? Anyway, it is our turn to guard it next, why don't we too? Taste it? Do you want to die?" The other person was like a cat that had its tail stepped on, roaring lowly. "Do you know why the family head didn't directly kill Chen Mengmeng, but instead captured her and intentionally let the little girl who was injured go?" "Of course I know, isn't it just to make Chen family's youngest, Chen Haoyu, throw himself into the net?" That lewd voice was full of concern. "Anyway, as long as we don't get killed, it's no big deal for us to play around." "Humph." The other person suddenly let out a cold snort. "If it was just like this, why would I need you to say it? I would have already ate her." The reason why no one dares to touch Chen Mengmeng is because Chen Mengmeng is being looked at by Huang Xiao. Once Chen Haoyu throws himself into the net, then Chen Mengmeng will be sent to Huang Xiao. Hiss. The lewd voice suddenly drew a mouthful of cool air. "Brother, thankfully you reminded me. Chen Mengmeng is actually the woman that Huang Xiao wants. Luckily I didn't move, otherwise I wouldn't know how to die." "Good to know." The other person snorted coldly again and said, "Hurry down, we have to keep an eye on it, or there will be good consequences for us." "Good." The sound of footsteps grew farther and farther away, but Tang Yan and Chen Mengmeng, who were underground, breathed a sigh of relief. Listening to the conversation between these two people, they could tell that Chen Mengmeng didn't seem to be in any danger right now. "But who is this Huang Xiao?" Tang Yan asked curiously. Hua Yule shook her head in bewilderment. This was also the first time she had heard of that whatsoever Huang Xiao. "Forget about it for now, let's go to the basement to find Sister Chen first." Seeing this, Tang Yan didn't dwell on it, but said, "Aha!" Soon, Tang Yan brought Hua Yule to a wall in front of a wall which should be the wall of the basement. Without hesitation, Tang Yan stepped out and directly led Hua Yule through the wall. Just after passing through the wall, Tang Yan realized that he was in a small room. Looking at the furnishings of the room, it seemed to be a cell. There was someone else in the cell, and when they saw the person's appearance, Tang Yan and Hua Yule were both stunned. Because this person was none other than Chen Mengmeng. "Sister Mengmeng, are you all right?" Hua Yule hurriedly went forward to ask. As for Chen Mengmeng, she was still a bit confused when she saw Tang Yan suddenly scurry out of the wall with Hua Yule, and only reacted when she heard Hua Yule's inquiry, only for her expression to remain full of surprise. "You are Tang Yan? How did you guys come out of the wall?" Chen Mengmeng asked with some disbelief. Hua Yule, on the other hand, glanced at Tang Yan and said, "It's one of his abilities to walk freely underground, so it brought me here." "Sister Mengmeng, those guys didn't do anything to you, did they?" "It's fine, after they captured me, they locked me up here and left me alone." Chen Mengmeng shook her head. Turning to look at the smiling Tang Yan, her heart was filled with shock. Although it was no longer a secret that awakened people were powerful, the ability to walk freely underground was still somewhat unbelievable to her. At the same time, her eyes flashed, and a decision began to ferment in her mind. "This isn't the place to talk, I'll take you guys out first." At this time, Tang Yan suddenly spoke. "Right, Sister Mengmeng, let's go out first." Hua Yule also nodded hurriedly. Chen Mengmeng nodded, then bowed to Tang Yan and said earnestly, "Thanks a lot." Tang Yan was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, "It's fine." Saying that, he opened his hands. Hua Yule took the initiative to step forward and hug Tang Yan's waist, only Chen Mengmeng was a bit puzzled. "Sister Mengmeng, come over here." Hua Yule then greeted. Chen Mengmeng froze, but didn't ask any more questions, instead walking over to Tang Yan's other side and taking the initiative to wring his other waist. Tang Yan held one in one hand, took a deep breath, and the earth escape technique was unleashed once again, slamming towards the wall. Instantly, the wall was like water, rapidly fluctuating, while Tang Yan's three fell into it, then disappeared, and the wall returned to its original state. Underground, Chen Mengmeng looked at the surrounding soil that had no effect on her heart incomparably shocked. Only by personally feeling the process of traveling through the ground could one understand how amazing it was. Looking at Tang Yan's young face, Chen Mengmeng couldn't help but smile bitterly. Before the Chen family was overthrown, after testing, she possessed a level 4 talent, and she was confident that she was worthy of the name of genius. But compared to this man in front of her, Miss Chen's self-confidence was struck to the core at this moment. Right at this moment, the beauty suddenly weaved her way over from another place and shouted, "Boss, boss! I found that big fat cat." Tang Yan's eyes instantly lit up as he hurriedly asked, "Where is it?" "Well, it's in a big house. And there are a lot of humans there." The beautiful woman thought for a moment, then said, Many humans? Tang Yen froze, then a bad smile appeared on his face. Let's not rush, let's go watch a good show first. Chapter 56, Why Are You Touching Me? He Family Villa Independent Conference Room. The originally serious and solemn conference room was filled with laughter at this moment, and all 32 members of the Yi family's immediate family were gathered here. Every member of the Yi family had an incredibly relaxed and cozy smile on their faces. With the demise of the Chun family, the Yi family had naturally become the largest family in N City, and after annexing most of the Chun family's properties, the Yi family was more than twice as powerful as before. Without any hesitation, in N City, the Yi family could already walk sideways, even the animal management team would give them a break. As the saying goes, people are happy when they are happy. Everyone in the Yi family was in a state of excitement, the smiles on their faces seldom ceased. Big brother, didn't you say you caught a few awakened beasts? Bring them out for everyone to see. At this time, a strong voice suddenly came from the conference room, but it was a middle-aged man who said smilingly. This man's name was He Linghua, and he was He Lingfeng's own younger brother. Right, family head, take it out and take a look. Hearing He Linghua's voice, all the people of the Yi family chimed in. Looking at the smiling faces of the crowd, He Lingfeng didn't get angry, instead, a trace of relief arose. The Yi family had become the largest family in N City under one of his correct decisions. Everyone in the family was encouraged and energized because of him, and their He family was thriving. And he, He Lingfeng, was destined to leave a strong mark on the He family tree. When he thought of this, he always had an unspeakable sense of pride, and his mood became even more relaxed. At this moment, when he heard the crowd's request, he immediately waved his big hand and said, "Come on people, bring those 3 awakened beasts up to me." As the words fell, 3 bodyguards immediately walked up holding 3 cages. The cages naturally contained the big fat cat, Little Black as well as the little grasshopper. However, the cages were made of special materials, so no matter how much the big fat cat and the others struggled, they couldn't get out. Soon, the 3 cages were placed on the conference table. The Yi family members were curious to look at them, especially after seeing Little Black, who was a bit bigger than a basketball. He Ling, on the other hand, said in a spirited manner, "Originally, we just wanted to catch Chen Mengmeng that, but we didn't expect to find these 3 awakened beasts. I have to say, this is an unexpected surprise." After identification, among these 3 awakened beasts, there are 2 level 1 awakened beasts and 1 level 0 awakened beast. As long as they are domesticated, then our He family's strength will be further advanced. For their part, the He family's crowd burst into cheers. At this time, a young man smiled and walked over to He Lingfeng's side, saying in an affectionate tone, "Uncle, when that big ant is domesticated, can you give it to me? It'll surely be a breeze to take it out." He Lingfeng immediately laughed and scolded, "You kid just know how to play all day long. When will you be as capable as your father? Then our He family will be blessed." The young man didn't think for a second, but said adoringly, "It's the Yi family's greatest blessing to have a character like you, uncle. Where else would I need to be?" Everyone say it isn't so. Yes. All of the Yi family members answered yes with a smile. He Lingfeng only felt a burst of joy. Who wouldn't want to hear good words? Especially since these good words had reached his heart all of a sudden, it was even more comfortable for him to hear them. So he waved his big hand and said, "Okay, when this ant is tamed it will be handed over to you kid. Big brother, that cat." Seeing this, the eyes of the rest of the Yi family also lit up as they opened their mouths. For a while, the Yi family members had already started discussing how to distribute Little Black in them. However, at this time, no one realized that in a certain shadowy corner of the conference room, 3 pairs of eyes were staring at them. "They've gone too far." With her body attached in the wall, Huayuel said with an angry face. The big fat cat was her best companion, and Little Black was also very close to her, and now that she saw the big fat cat and them being wantonly divided up by his family, she couldn't help but feel angry. Chen Mengmeng's mouth opened and didn't speak. The beauty, on the other hand, stood on Tang Yan's shoulder and dozed off. At this time, Huayuel suddenly looked at Tang Yan and said, "Tang Yan, didn't you say there was a good show?" Tang Yan, on the other hand, hemmed and hawed and said, "Then let's watch." With that, he took out his cell phone from his pocket and handed it to Huayuel, saying, "Turn on the video function and aim it at them." Huayuel was a bit puzzled, but she did as she was told. Seeing that Huayuel had already turned on the video function, Tang Yan took out the "I am a puppy" from his space ring. Seeing that "I am a puppy" in Tang Yan's hand, Chen Mengmeng was slightly stunned, and then as if she thought of something, her face became extremely odd. Tang Yan naturally also saw the expression on Chen Mengmeng's face. His heart was a little weak, but still pretended not to see, and then fiercely activated the internal force. At this time, the He family's crowd had almost divided up Xiao He and their belongings, and were discussing the He family's next development. But just at this time, snap! Snapping! The row of people in the conference room suddenly had their legs together, their hands hanging down in front of their chests, and their tongues spitting out. When He Lingfeng saw this, he frowned slightly and was just about to ask them what they were doing when he suddenly felt a strange force surging through his entire body. This power made him unconsciously fold his legs together, his hands drooped in front of his chest, and his tongue spat out. For a time, everyone in the conference room was wide-eyed and uncertain. Then, that strange power surged through again, and a strong desire erupted. Woof! A neat barking sound came out from their mouths and then spread to every corner of the conference room. All the He family members were dumbfounded at this moment. What the hell was going on? How come they suddenly learned to bark like a dog when they were fine? And also barking thief cheerful, simply cannot stop. Among the walls, Hui Yueli bit her lips to death, not letting herself laugh out loud, but the pair of big eyes had already curved into a crescent shape, and the hand holding the cell phone was shaking constantly, obviously enduring an unusually hard time. Tang Yan's face showed a hint of bad smile, watching with great interest. Only Chen Mingming's face was a little dark, because she thought of that night. She also learned to bark for half a day. Looking at the heartless bad smile on Tang Yan's face, ghostly, she stretched out a hand, placed it on Tang Yan's waist, and then twisted it hard. Hiss! Like twisting steel. Chen Mingming felt some pain in her hand. Tang Yan, on the other hand, suddenly turned his head and looked at her suspiciously. Sister Chen, why are you touching me? Chen Mingming's face instantly turned red, but she still stubbornly locked eyes with him and said, that night. Ahem. Tang Yan instantly understood and coughed softly, interrupting, the weather was so nice that night. When Chen Mingming saw Tang Yan's obviously deadpan denial, the corner of her mouth twitched slightly and she hummed, turning her head to the side. But then, her ears were red again. What was the difference between this look of hers and a lover's pampering? But Tang Yan didn't pay any attention to Chen Mingming's abnormality. Instead, he patted the beauty and said, Beauty, go save Little Black and the others. Chen Mingming was shaken and whispered, then let go of me, I'll go save those little guys. But now Hui Yule finally couldn't help herself and snorted out a laugh. Chen Mingming glared at her and said, what's a little girl laughing at? Hui Yule's face was odd as she pointed at the groundhog on Tang Yan's shoulder and said, Sister Mingming, he's talking to this little guy's name is Beauty. Sister Mingming, you're making a fool of yourself. Oh. Chen Mingming, at #%. Looking at Chen Mingming, whose face was obviously a bit dark, for the first time, Tang Yan somewhat regretted giving the groundhog such a name. It was too damn easy to invite misunderstandings. But he still pretended not to see it, patted the groundhog's little head and said, go on. The beauty, on the other hand, patted her chest and said, Master, don't worry, leave it to me. After saying that, she fiercely jumped out from the wall. Then her figure quickly grew bigger, turning into the size of an adult in the blink of an eye, strutting towards the conference table. Behind them, Chen Mingming and Hui Yule simultaneously stared wide-eyed. Tang Yan, on the other hand, smiled and said, don't look at the beauty, it's harmless looking, this guy is a genuine level 3 awakened beast. Upon hearing this, Chen Mingming and Hui Yule were suddenly enlightened. If correctly remembered, he already has at least 3 level 3 awakened beasts by his side, and his ability is so incredible. How many more cards does he have? Chen Mingming looked at Tang Yan's side face, and that decision in her heart became clearer and clearer. Chapter 57 Demon Breeder. At this time, the He family members were still happily learning to bark, when they suddenly saw a one-person high groundhog slowly walking toward them, and their eyes instantly glared into a light bulb. Demon spirit? Say it out, you may not believe it, this has a groundhog as big as an adult. Seeing that groundhog walking closer and closer with its short little legs, everyone in the He family was about to go crazy. The key was that they couldn't move at all, and could only watch as the one-person high groundhog slowly climbed up the conference table. Then they only saw that groundhog waving its claws, and they saw that the cage made of special materials, which was enough to trap a level 2 awakened beast, clicked a few times and cracked into 2 halves. At this moment, their eyes had already glared to the maximum due to panic, but their mouths were still happily learning to bark, and they simply couldn't stop. And the big fat cat that regained its freedom shook its body, then showed its teeth towards the crowd. During the period of time it was caught, it hadn't suffered much. Now that it was free, if it didn't retaliate, then it wouldn't be its meow adult. So it took a cat step, slowly came in front of He Lingfeng, stomped its legs, then cocked its crotch, and arc shot out, wetting He Lingfeng all over. After doing this, the big fat cat shivered in relief and gave He Lingfeng a middle finger. Little Black and Little Grasshopper were the most direct, removing 2 wooden boards from the conference table and hitting them one by one on the head. many He family members were hit on the head and hurt with tears in their eyes. Beauty, on the other hand, was clapping and cheering for Blackie and Little Grasshopper. Well fought. Beat these bad guys to death. Inside the wall, Hua Yule waved her small fists, a hint of relief on her face. Chen Mengming's face was more complicated. Her family had been destroyed and her loved ones killed, so naturally, her heart was incomparably resentful, and at this moment, seeing the He family being tortured, it should logically be a great relief. Actually not, her heart suddenly had a trace of regret. If she could personally finish off everyone in the He family, that would be true revenge. So she thought for a moment and pulled on Tang Yan's coat. Tang Yan turned his head in confusion. Tang Yan, can you not kill them first? I want to take revenge myself, she said with some apprehension. Tang Yan froze, then cried and laughed a little. He didn't have the idea of killing so many people from the He family, he just wanted to teach them a lesson. Could it be that I look so fierce? Tang Yan laughed bitterly in his heart. However, he didn't say anything, but nodded and said, "Don't worry, I won't kill them." Saying this, the corner of his mouth revealed a bad smile as he raised his cell phone and said, "Besides, sometimes living is harder than dying." From start to finish, he was not a generous person. Upon hearing this, Chen Mengmeng and Hua Yule's eyes simultaneously flashed with a hint of doubt and uncertainty. The big fat cats and their tossing and turning went on for a full 10 minutes, and just as the Yi family's crowd was about to collapse, Tang Yan suddenly waved his hand and took them all into the demon space. "Let's go." Inside the wall, Tang Yan said, before drilling into the ground with the two of them. Without the interference of I'm a puppy, the Yi family members also finally regained their freedom. "Agu, what just happened? It hurts me to death. Was it that groundhog? Don't let me meet them again, otherwise, I'll definitely skin it." In the conference room, the Yi family's crowd fell down, crying and shouting curses. At the very top of the conference room, He Lingfeng sat paralyzed in his chair, his face so gloomy that it was about to drip water. He had never endured such a great insult before. First, he inexplicably learned to bark like a dog, then he was urinated on by that cat, and he was also opened up by an ant. Just thinking about it, he just couldn't stop his anger. Check. Find out where that groundhog came from at all costs. Also, tell Huang Shao that a level 3 awakened beast has appeared here. I'm sure Huang Shao should be very interested. After a long time, He Lingfeng's roar came from the conference room. After a lot of fussing, it was already around 8 o'clock in the evening. Tang Yan brought Chen Mengmeng and Hua Yule to a secluded place, looked at the sky, and muttered with some regret, "It's a pity, I didn't find that level 3 demon, letting 2,000 points go for nothing." According to Hua Yule, the Yi family brought a level 3 demon monster before injuring her. That's why he came to the Yi family villa. One was to save the big fat cat and Chen Mengmeng, and the other was for that level 3 demon. Before he left, he turned around the Yi family villa and didn't find that level 3 demon, so he couldn't help but feel a bit sad. "Tang Yan, what are you muttering about?" At this time, Hua Yule asked suspiciously. Tang Yan returned to his senses, then shook his head and looked at Chen Mengmeng. "Sister Chen, you'd better hurry up and leave N City. I'm sure that the Yi family has already realized that you're missing by now, so it's not too late to leave." Hua Yule also reacted and hurriedly said, "Right, Sister Mengmeng, I'll send you out of N City now." Chen Mengmeng bit her lips tightly and suddenly raised her head, her gaze staring straight at Tang Yan. Tang Yan was made a little uncomfortable by Chen Mengmeng's somewhat blazing gaze, and just when he wanted to ask something, he saw Chen Mengmeng suddenly kneel down. "Sister Chen, what are you doing?" Tang Yan was startled. Saying so, he wanted to help her up. But she was blocked by Chen Mengmeng, who looked at Tang Yan with a stubborn gaze and slowly said, "The Chen family is gone, my father and them died tragically, my brother is nowhere to be found, and for me to take revenge is harder than climbing up to the sky. So, please accept me as your disciple." When Tang Yan saw this, he froze. Then he let out a bitter laugh. "Sister Chen, I'm a half-wit myself, how can I possibly accept a disciple?" Chen Mengming's gaze was still stubborn, and after hearing Tang Yan's words, a trace of struggle appeared on her face for a long time before she acted as if she had finally made an important decision. Chen Mengming's gaze suddenly became flat, so flat that one couldn't tell what she was thinking. Her voice also seemed like it had lost its soul at this moment. She said indifferently, "I know, there is no free lunch in the world, I can be your lover or even your follower, don't worry, I'm still a virgin." Tang Yan immediately stared as if he had seen a ghost. Hua Yule was at the side, her face complex. No one knew better than her how proud Chen Mengmeng was. Her status as the Chen family's first miss gave her incomparably high horizons and an incomparably proud character. Over the years, there were countless people who pursued Chen Mengmeng, and every single one of them was an outstanding and successful person. However, Chen Mengmeng could not see a single one of them, because she was the Chen family's eldest daughter. She possessed wealth, possessed wisdom, and her excellence made her not worry about her future at all. But today, such a proud Chen Mengmeng was kneeling in front of a man, saying that she could be his lover. Hui Yule couldn't imagine what kind of struggle Chen Mengmeng's heart had gone through. If she hadn't been forced to do so as a last resort, how could she have done so? Will he agree? Hui Yule didn't say anything, but instead looked towards Tang Yan. She hoped that Tang Yan would say yes, because she knew how amazing Tang Yan was, and with Tang Yan's help, Chen Mengmeng's revenge would no longer be a hope. But she also didn't want Tang Yan to agree, because then she would be disappointed in him. And Tang Yan? Still staring wide-eyed. Do you think he was surprised that Chen Mengmeng said she wanted to be his lover? Or that Chen Mengmeng said she was still the original? No. Tang Yan was surprised that when Chen Mengmeng said those words, the system's voice was suddenly ringing in his head. Ding detected Chen Mengmeng's intention to follow, now officially opening the Demon Breeder board. Demon Breeder, as the host's strength grows stronger and stronger, more and more demons and monsters are collected, it's more laborious to manage them, so this section is specially developed. Position, Demon Breeder. Requirements, female, caring, and loyal to the host. Job description, manage the demons and monsters that the host has taken in. Characteristics, during the breeder's management of demons, demon upgrades will give the host a 50% point bonus. Ding, may I ask if the host will sign a contract with Chen Mengmeng to allow Chen Mengmeng to become a demon breeder? Listening to the system's series of beeps, Tang Yan's eyes widened and his heart cried out. This little cutie. It's not going to do it. 50% point bonus This is simply cheating However, after a certain year, Tang Yan recalled today's scene and couldn't wait to cross over and give himself a big mouthful. People want to be your lover, but you only want them to be your demon breeder? Chapter 8 A Great Man. I can teach you martial arts. After weighing his words, Tang Yan slowly spoke. Upon hearing this, the light in Hui Yule's eyes dimmed for a moment, but she didn't say anything, only that her gaze towards Tang Yan became cold, as if she was looking at a stranger. Chen Mengmeng was, after all, someone she was willing to call her sister. She had no right to interfere with Chen Mengmeng's choice. But Tang Yan chose to agree, which was undoubtedly the essence of a display of taking advantage of the fire. Tang Yan's previous image collapsed at this moment. Chen Mengmeng, on the other hand, had a calm face and was not surprised in any way. She understood how tempting she was to men, and she believed that other than no man would be willing to refuse a beautiful woman to be his lover. Obviously, Tang Yan wasn't surprised either. Admittedly, she was a high-spirited woman. When she was captured by the Yi family, she was already prepared to commit suicide, preferring to die. She didn't want to be insulted. It was a kind of despair after having no hope of revenge. But when Tang Yan appeared in front of her in an incredible form, a glimmer of hope suddenly rose in her heart. She saw the hope of revenge. The Yi family had grown in strength and exterminated her family. She was vaguely able to guess that there must be someone behind the Yi family who supported them, and that person's energy was bound to be much more powerful than the Yi family's. In this situation, it would be even harder to take revenge. But she saw hope in Tang Yan's body. Of course, she wasn't thinking about Tang Yan being able to help her go for revenge, because that was unrealistic. What she thought of was that she could follow Tang Yan to learn those incredible powers, so that she could personally take revenge without involving Tang Yan. Of course, she understood even more that there was no free lunch under the sky, and Tang Yan couldn't teach her those incredible powers for free. But she now had nothing, only this pair of skin that still looked good. No one knew how much she had suffered in her heart before making this decision, but she knew that she would never regret the decision she had made. In order to love her grandfather, in order to her parents, in order to her Chen family up and down dozens of lives. She had no choice. And as Tang Yan looked at Hui Yule's expression, he instantly knew that this little girl had misunderstood. So he coughed lightly and said, I can teach you martial arts, but it's not to take you on as a disciple, nor is it to make you, Sister Chen, my lover. Rather, I have a job here, and as long as you agree, Sister Chen, then I can teach you martial arts. In the future, the strength of the demons he collected would definitely become stronger and stronger, and the strength of the demon breeders naturally couldn't be too low, so he wasn't lying about this. Sure enough, after hearing him say this, Hui Yule's eyes lit up once again, but she was still a bit wary. What do you want with Sister Mengmeng? She was afraid that Tang Yan would propose some excessive occupation. Chen Mengmeng, on the other hand, opened her small mouth in some surprise. Tang Yan actually rejected her? However, after hearing that if she did a job, she could learn martial arts, she said without hesitation, "I'll do it." "Sister Meng Meng, you still haven't asked this guy what job he's going to do for you." Huo Yule was a bit anxious at the side. Tang Yan flicked her glossy jade-like forehead and rolled his eyes. "In your heart, am I that kind of bad guy?" Huo Yule snorted coldly. "I didn't know before, but now I seriously doubt it." Tang Yan was speechless. But he was also too lazy to bother with this little girl, and instead said seriously, "Sister Chen, as you know, I have quite a few awakened beasts around me, but I usually can't manage these awakened beasts, so your job is to manage them instead of me." "Sister Chen, are you willing to accept this job?" Tang Yan asked again. Chen Mengmeng slightly froze, then looked deeply at Tang Yan and slowly nodded her head. "Ding, Chen Mengmeng has accepted the demon breeder profession, the contract is starting to be signed." At the same time Chen Mengmeng nodded, the system's voice rang out with it. Then a bit of light suddenly appeared in front of Tang Yan, before transforming into a complex and arcane pattern. This pattern floated in front of Chen Mengmeng before being imprinted into her forehead. Chen Mengmeng touched her forehead, suddenly having an odd feeling, but she couldn't tell what this feeling was. Ding, contract signed successfully. Demon breeder, Chen Mengmeng. Age, 25. Strength, none. Passive skills, demon language, demon pressure. Tip, please host improve the strength of the demon keeper as soon as possible. The stronger the demon keeper is, the easier it will be to help the demon upgrade. Listening to the corporal tone, Tang Yan's heart was happy. 50% extra points, just thinking about it makes him happy. At this time, Huo Yule helped Chen Mengmeng up, her gaze towards Tang Yan suddenly became different. If it had been icy cold before, it now carried a hint of softness. In her opinion, the job Tang Yan was talking about was simply too simple. Wasn't it just a breeder? Did he promise to teach martial arts just by being a breeder? Huo Yule would never believe it. The only explanation was that Tang Yan had actually been preparing to help Chen Mengmeng for a long time, but was afraid that Chen Mengmeng wouldn't accept it, so he had come up with such an obviously made-up occupation in order to put Chen Mengmeng at ease. This was simply a warm man. Well, a big good guy. Chen Mengmeng obviously thought of a peace with Huo Yule. She pursed her lips, her gaze complex, and did not speak. Tang Yan, however, didn't know that these two chicks had already thought of the wrong thing and backhandedly gave him the hat of a good guy. He directly released the big fat cats in them, ready to let them familiarize themselves with Chen Mengmeng first. But something unexpected happened to him. The big fat cat had just come out, and as soon as they saw Chen Mengmeng, it was as if they had seen a natural enemy, and all of them hid behind Tang Yan, gazing at her warily. The beauty jumped onto Tang Yan's shoulder in a flash, exclaiming, "Boss! I don't know what's going on, but I suddenly feel that this is still scary. As if it's going to eat me. Master, I'm afraid." The big fat cat climbed up from behind Tang Yan's back and then hugged his neck without letting go. Little Black shivered on the ground and muttered weakly, "Don't eat me, don't eat me." Tang Yan, at $%. System, what's going on? Tang Yan asked in his mind as he had a head full of black lines. Ding, this is the passive skill of the unique demon breeder demon pressure. Demons that are taken in by the host will automatically fear the breeder. This will make it easier to manage the demons. Tang Yan's mouth opened wide in surprise. This passive skill was awesome. However, the one who was more surprised than him was Chen Mengmeng. Because she realized that she actually understood the language of these awakened beasts in front of her. Could it be that glow just now? Her eyes suddenly lit up. Then she was somewhat shocked, being able to instantly make her understand the language of an animal. What kind of ability was this? Tang Yan was in a good mood at this time. Just now he was worried that Chen Mengmeng couldn't manage these guys who often acted like idiots, but he didn't expect this passive skill to be so powerful. Now he was sort of relieved. So he thought about it, from the space ring took out the remaining bottle of awakening potion and handed it to Chen Mengmeng. Chen Mengmeng subconsciously took the awakening potion, but looked at the 3 words watermelon flavor on it and froze. Huo Yule, on the other hand, brightened up and said, "Sister Mengmeng, this is a miraculous thing, drink it and you can be awakened." I drank it before I awakened my ice ability. Chen Mengmeng was visibly dumbfounded for a moment, looking incredulously at the bottle of drink in her hand. Just this tiny bottle of drink was actually able to awaken a person? When did awakening become so simple? When Tang Yan saw Chen Mengmeng's expression, he then smiled faintly and said, "Since you've already agreed to my conditions, then I will naturally keep my promise. Drink it, and you'll have the abilities that belong to you." Only then did Chen Mengmeng react. Glancing at the smiling Tang Yan with a complicated expression, she said a word of thanks before pouring the awakening potion into her mouth. Tang Yan and Hui Yule were both looking at her expectantly, and wondered what kind of ability Chen Mengmeng would awaken. Chapter 59 The Shadow. Not a moment later, Chen Mengmeng suddenly closed her eyes, and the aura on her body changed slightly at this moment, while a black gas continuously emerged from her body. Tang Yan and Hui Yule both had curious faces. What kind of ability was this? One that can actually emit black gas? The black gas grew more and more, and in the blink of an eye it had completely wrapped around Chen Mengmeng, while her figure actually disappeared into the darkness bit by bit, leaving no breath behind. Tang Yan was now completely stunned. Because even with his perception actually could not feel Chen Mengmeng's trace. It was as if Chen Mengmeng had never appeared. System, what kind of ability is this? Unable to help it, Tang Yan asked in his mind. Ding, the demon breeder has awakened a darkness ability. This ability allows her to completely merge into the darkness, and enables her to travel through the darkness at will. This ability cultivated to the highest level can be summarized in one sentence: she is the darkness, and the darkness is her. Tang Yan had already opened his mouth wide in surprise at this moment. This ability of this one was simply too heaven-defying, right? And at this moment, Chen Mengmeng's figure once again appeared in place. Her eyes had a black aura flickering in them, and her entire person revealed a dark aura. Hui Yule looked towards Tang Yan, puzzled. Tang Yan, what is this ability of Sister Mengmeng's that she has? Chen Mengmeng was similarly puzzled as she looked at Tang Yan. The changes in her own self were only best known to her, but she didn't know exactly what this power of hers was. Tang Yan, on the other hand, spoke in awe. Sister Chen, you're so lucky. What you have awakened is a darkness power. I'm sure you can feel it yourself. You can travel through the darkness at will, and in the darkness, other than people who are much stronger than you, very few people will be able to discover your traces. This ability is like a shadow. Others can clearly see it but cannot suspect that it actually has a shadow with a mind. Upon hearing this, Hui Yule exclaimed, what a powerful ability. Chen Mengmeng, on the other hand, wasn't as excited, but fell into silence. From Tang Yan's explanation, she could tell how powerful the ability she had awakened was, and the reason she was able to do so was all thanks to that watermelon-flavored drink. With her intelligence, she naturally knew how precious that bottle of drink was, and that its value was beyond measure. Yet Tang Yan had given it to her without hesitation. Was it really because she had accepted that so-called breeder's profession that he had given her something so precious? This kind of reasoning she wouldn't believe. Could it be because of her? Chen Mengmeng quickly dismissed this idea. When she had proposed to be his lover, he had refused without hesitation, and she could be sure that there was no hypocrisy in Tang Yan's refusal. Then why was he so good to himself? Looking at Tang Yan's marveled expression, she pursed her lips and murmured, shadow? Perhaps, I can be your shadow. One's shadow. As for why, does it matter? Chen Mengmeng has a small villa in N City, which she once bought as a stranger, and when she is in a bad mood, she likes to come and live here for a while. No one knew about this villa, not even her brother. She didn't expect that a hobby at the time would now become her only residence. Tang Yan stood in the villa and looked up and down, very satisfied. The space was big enough to put many demons. So he looked at Chen Mengmeng and said, Sister Chen, since you've promised to look after those awakened beasts for me, then starting tomorrow, I'll bring all those guys over. Chen Mengmeng nodded her head and nodded, her gaze fixed on his eyes as she said, call me Mengmeng from now on. Tang Yan froze, turning a little twisted and called out, Mengmeng? Aha! The corner of Chen Mengmeng's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. Tang Yan's heart, on the other hand, jumped, then hurriedly turned his gaze, and with a wave of his hand, released all of the big fat cats and other little ones, and even the little oxen and cows were also released. Looking at the villa that suddenly had a large group of animals and a large buffalo, Chen Mengmeng's gaze froze for a moment. Could it be that this guy is really letting me take care of these awakened beasts? If Tang Yan knew what Chen Mengmeng was thinking, he would have rolled his eyes and said, nonsense, joking with you? As for the big fat cats, as soon as they came out, they all hung onto Tang Yan's body, then timidly surveyed Chen Mengmeng. Even the sturdy little bull was hiding behind Tang Yan at this time, only revealing 2 bull horns. Tang Yan pulled down the big fat cat that was hugging his neck and wouldn't let go of its claws with one hand and glared at it. You'll be living here from now on, no naughtiness. The big fat cat's 4 fat paws twitched straight and cried, Master, don't leave me behind, this will eat me. I don't know how, compared to the great demon king, the big fat cat was more afraid of Chen Mengmeng. Chen Mengmeng, on the other hand, had a head full of black lines, hugged the big fat cat from Tang Yan's hands, and said softly, you little thing, how could I possibly eat you? Saying this, she revealed a row of teeth with snow-white teeth. The big fat cat trembled in her arms. It's over and done with. There's a pussy that's even more terrifying than the Great Demon King. The Great Demon King's woman. Huayul suddenly covered her small mouth and looked at Chen Mengmeng in surprise. Sister Mengmeng, you understand them? Before this, she had known that Chen Mengmeng didn't have this ability. Chen Mengmeng didn't say anything, but only swept her gaze at Tang Yan. Only then did Huayul realize this, and a happy smile spread across her face. Today was perhaps the most expressive day for her. Tang Yan, on the other hand, was pondering, thinking that this should be as another passive skill of the demon breeder demon language. Being able to verbalize transportation, this made him feel more at ease. So after a few more words, Tang Yan left the villa under the despairing gazes of a few little ones. Walking down the street with Huayul, Tang Yan's mood could be described as extremely relaxed. His own group of douchebags finally had someone to take care of them for him. It was like getting rid of several big rocks all of a sudden, right? Tang Yan, thank you. At this time, Huayul turned her head and whispered. Tang Yan was flattered and smiled. Sister Chen, she helped me look after the awakened beast. I gave her the power she wanted. This is called helping each other. Huayul nodded her little head, a smile on her face. I understand. You understand a hammer, you understand? Tang Yan secretly rolled his eyes. But the real reason he naturally wouldn't say. After separating from Huayul, Tang Yan went to the used computer market and bought 2 computers to bring back to his rental house. The pet store definitely couldn't go, it was smashed and messed up, and the rest of the critters were all taken away by Huayul's call, so it was useless for him to go. In the rental house, the elder brother is conscientiously coding, B in the live broadcast, big black and small green back and forth. How can the envy in the eyes not be concealed? Seeing Tang Yan holding 2 computers back, the 2 guys excitedly jumped straight. Even Xiaoqing had lost her usual shyness, swishing and patting onto Tang Yan's neck, rubbing her head intimately against his face. Alright, stop it, here you go. Shaking his head helplessly old, Tang Yan handed over the computer to them. Big Black hurriedly held the computer in his arms, couldn't wait to open it, and skillfully operated it. Having watched by its senior brother for so long, it had long since learned how to operate it. To the extent that Xiaoqing didn't have hands, it could only control a massive smoke turned into a large hand to constantly operate. That speed was actually no slower than Big Black. Tang Yan was a bit speechless. This little guy was not even bothering to use his power in order to play with the computer. What a luxury! Looking at the skillfully operating Big Black, Tang Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. Currently, elder brother's occupation was an author, while B's occupation was an anchor. Then Big Black. He suddenly had an excellent idea. System, are there any commodities that can make Big Black a hacker? Ding, recommend host to exchange commodity, advanced hacker chip. Advanced hacker chip, 2000 points. After implanting this chip, you can instantly possess advanced hacker knowledge. Tang Yan slapped his palm. That's you, I'm going to redeem the advanced hacker chip. Ding, redemption successful, 2000 points deducted. After redeeming this item, he only had 1200 points left, but he wasn't distressed at all. This was because he didn't just want to exchange this commodity to find a career for Big Black, but had other purposes. Chapter 60, The Mysterious Ceremony of the He Family. Ding, the advanced hacker chip has been redeemed successfully, please choose the implant object. Big Black. With a flash of light, a tiny chip that was emerald green appeared out of thin air, then flew in front of Big Black and drilled into its forehead with a whoosh. Big Black was startled, looking at Tang Yan somewhat helplessly. Tang Yan then laughed, it's fine, just don't resist. Only then did Big Black feel slightly relieved, and not long afterward, only to see its body shaking and its face twisting, as if it was suffering from some kind of pain. But this situation only lasted for a few seconds before returning to normal. Returning to normal, Big Black stroked its head and excitedly said to Tang Yan, Master, there seems to be something more in my mind. With that, it placed its eyes on the computer in front of it, and after skillfully tinkering with it for a while, it said with a face full of disdain, what kind of crappy configuration? Garbage computer. Tang Yan at the side of the black line straight up, a step forward, snatched the computer over, said, since garbage, then you earn money to buy a good configuration. Big Black instantly wimped out, scratched his head with a fawning face and said, Master, I don't mean that. What I mean is that although the configuration of this computer isn't great, as long as it's given by the master, it's a treasure here in my Big Black. But Tang Yan instantly sprayed. When did this Nima gorilla know how to kiss ass? Throwing the computer to Dahe, Dahe caught it as if it was a treasure and hemmed and hawed and giggled. Tang Yan thought for a moment, took his cell phone out and handed it to Big Black. There's a video in here, you give it to the internet, make it as hot as possible, remember, don't let anyone check your ID. Big Black took the cell phone, chest beat snapping, small meaning. Seeing this, Tang Yan nodded with satisfaction. Then he had closed the live broadcast again before announcing aloud, I found an elegant environment for you guys, and I'll take you there tomorrow. This group of douchebags were finally going to leave their rental house, it was exciting to think about it. But I didn't expect the senior brother to swing his dog's head, no go, I want to stay with my master. Nonsense, you are lazy, right? Tang Yan's tone suddenly became disappointed, that's a real pity, it seems that so many delicious food, fun, and 24-inch big computers can only be given to other demons. As soon as these words came out, a few guys appeared in front of him in a lightning-like manner. Senior brother spat out his tongue, his two paws grasping the corners of his coat and not letting go. Master, Benha has thought it over, a child has to grow up after all, and Benha can't stay in the master's pants all the time and not come out. Benha has decided to go to the place the master said to go to tomorrow to have a hard time. Big Black wiped his tears. Master, in fact, I am very reluctant to part with you, but senior brother, it makes sense, I can't always stay in your crotch, master. Beside, alas, if this king does not go to hell, who will go to hell? Xiaoqing left his harumph. Master, I want delicious food. Roll, roll, roll. Tang Yan instantly lifted the table. You want to stay in my pants, I'm still not willing. This group of douchebags. The next morning, Tang Yan put the four guys into the monster space and brought them to Chen Mengming's villa. Chen Mengming had also gotten up early and was currently teasing the big fat cat. The previously arrogant big fat cat was at this time like a docile plush toy, being casually played with by Chen Mengming. He could feel the despair from the big fat cat's eyes. For the sake of points, it'll be bitter for you guys. Tang Yan sighed silently in his heart. Then he thought joyfully, I wonder when these guys will upgrade? It'll be another hefty amount of points by then. Tang Yan emerged from the ground. Chen Mengming wasn't startled, her face just carried a soft smile as she softly said, You're here? Somehow, Tang Yan always felt as if Chen Mengming had changed. In yesterday, he was able to see hatred in Chen Mengming's eyes, a hatred for the Yi family, a hatred that couldn't wait to destroy the Yi family on the spot. There was also a wave of sadness that was heartbreaking. But today, he saw only calmness and a hint of softness in Chen Mengming's eyes, as if the extermination had not happened at all. He didn't understand the change in Chen Mengming's heart, and of course, he wouldn't say anything. Instead, he nodded and with a wave of his hand, Big Black and the others appeared out of thin air. As soon as they appeared, the eyes of the four guys couldn't help but look around, obviously searching for the delicious food, fun, and that 24-inch big computer that Tang Yan had spoken of. But to their disappointment, they didn't find anything, but saw Chen Mengming. The four guys took a step back at the same time. Big Black muttered, What a scary woman, it feels like I'm being held by her throat. Senior brother shivered his body and clawed, You who, old hag? Xiaoqing muttered, It's over, I thought there was something delicious, but I didn't realize that the delicious thing turned out to be myself. Whoa whoa. The bee was as if it had seen a ghost, and shouted, Master, this king doesn't want to stay here, this king wants to go back. After saying that, the four guys had a tacit understanding to run outside the villa at the same time. Without looking back. Tang Yan and Chen Mengming both had black lines. Then under Tang Yan's stern gaze, the four guys finally came back honestly, only looking like they were still a bit afraid of Chen Mengming. Tang Yan more than once marveled at the power of the passive skill monster pressure. This group of guys are usually so capable of making a fuss, but in the monster pressure below is honest. The four guys Chen Mengming all recognized, Tang Yan naturally did not need to make more introductions. After taking out the computer from the spatial ring and tossing it to them, Tang Yan squinted at Big Black and said, Big Black, did you do well with what I asked you to do last night? Upon hearing Tang Yan's inquiry, Dahe instantly came into the spirit, opened the computer, then skillfully gave an operation, directly broke the wireless network password in the villa, then opened the browser and placed the computer screen in front of them. Tang Yan and Chen Mengming fixed their eyes on it. Only to see the screen is fixed on a video website. There is a video above, the name of the video is called His Family Mysterious Ceremony. Clicking on the video, it was a group of He family members learning to bark. The most spoofing thing was that the bottom of the video was constantly scrolling a line of subtitles. Tang Yan took a look and immediately sprayed. Legend has it that the He family has always had a mysterious ceremony, and every time after the ceremony is held, the He family members will be energized and full of energy, and the He family's business will flourish as a result. Today, the mystery ceremony of the He family, which has confused countless people, finally solved the veil of mystery. In a windy and sunny afternoon, the Yi family's direct descendants gathered. They are all spirited, heroic, extraordinary, they are the pride of heaven, they are the goal of countless people. And today was the day when their He clan's annual mystery ceremony was held. They arrived at a conference room, they laughed and showed off their extraordinary temperament. Look at the handsome and martial middle-aged man at the top, he was the He clan's family head He Lingfeng. This is a legendary man who single-handedly controlled the He clan and led his clan to create splendor. Today, He Lingfeng would lead his clan to organize the ceremony together. The ceremony officially began. All of the He clan clansmen stood up, their legs quickly coming together, their hands drooping in front of their chests, and spitting out their tongues. Gosh, it's worthy of being a legendary mystical ceremony, so shocking and special right from the start. Watch. Patriarch He Lingfeng moved. He made the same pose. Is the ceremony about to begin? Ah. So nervous. Woof. Oh, I can't believe it, the legendary mystical ritual is actually a cheerful barking dog? Are they trying to learn that loyal character in dogs? It's unbelievable. Is this the mystical ritual of the He clan? It's just beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like me. I'll go wash my eyes. The scrolling credits came to an abrupt end. The next thing in the video was the Yi family's collective dog barking, their voices filled with joy, and with the timely music on the video, it actually seemed unusually harmonious. The video had obviously been edited, with no appearance of the beautiful woman, nor his and Huo Yule's voices. Towards the end it also made a string of ghostly videos, giving each member of the Yi family a big facial close-up. Tang Yan and Shen Mengmeng were stunned. This is simply too talented. Tang Yan looked at Big Black, who had a naive smile on his face, and was shocked. How could he not see that this one was actually a high-level black? Chapter 61, Hurt in Your Body, Pain in My Heart. The Yi family was on fire, completely on fire. When Tang Yan arrived at the Animal Management College, he found that the students along the way were discussing this matter. I heard that class wants he who didn't come to school today? Hey, aren't you talking nonsense? That video is all over the school? That he who guy screamed so realistically in the video, how can he still have the face to come to school today? I told you, how did he who improve so fast? So it's because of the family's mysterious ritual. Mysterious rituals, the dog barks invincibly, and is as terrifying as... Listening to the surrounding chatter, Huo Yule turned her head to Tang Yan, who revealed a faint smile and said contemptuously, ventriloquist. The smile on Tang Yan's face instantly stiffened, then he slapped Huo Yule's small buttocks and glared at her, blindly talking about big truths. You rascal. Privacy. Parts being sneak attacked, Huo Yule's pretty face slightly reddened as she gave a delicate grunt and blanked him, turning around and leaving. Looking at the direction Huo Yule left, Tang Yan stroked his chin and heatedly sneered. I'm sure the Yi family has blown up by now, right? He Lingfeng didn't sleep well all night yesterday. Chen Mengmeng had disappeared, not a single trace of her disappearance had been found, and he still had to bear the wrath of Huang Xiao. And there was no news about Chen Haoyu so far. These two people were like a tumor in his heart. One day he didn't get rid of them, one day he couldn't have peace. The most detestable thing was that yesterday in the conference room, they actually learned to bark as a group. This was simply a strange shame. But thankfully, only their He family's direct descendants were present at that time, and others didn't know about it, otherwise this would have been a disaster for their He family. It was only at dawn that he fell into a light sleep, but he hadn't slept for long when the door to his room was knocked on. Who? Eyes snapping open, He Lingfeng's brows furrowed into twists as he droned. Family master, there is something important to report. A trembling voice came from outside the door. Could it be that Chen Mengmeng that has found it? With this thought in his mind, he put on his pajamas and said, "Come in." The door to the room was gently opened, and a man walked in with a tablet computer. What is it? Pouring a glass of water, He Lingfeng asked indifferently. As the head of the family, the most important thing was to remain calm in front of the family members at all times without moving in the storm, so as to give them a spiritual pillar that would never collapse. The man quietly gauged He Lingfeng's face, and with a clench of his teeth handed over the tablet in his hand, saying, "Family master, this matter is beyond my knowledge, you'd better see for yourself." He Lingfeng looked at the man, his face was a little unpleasant, unable to say even one thing. It seemed it was necessary to change an intelligence agent. After hesitating for a moment, he took the tablet and pressed the on button. A striking title appeared in front of his eyes, He Clan's Mysterious Ceremony. Looking at this eye-catching title, He Lingfeng suddenly had a bad feeling as he clicked on the video with a somewhat trembling finger. The next moment, his face became incomparably ugly. Because this video was exactly the image of their family's direct descendants learning to bark like a dog in the conference room, especially when he saw that there was also a line of subtitles underneath, he only felt the heavens spinning and his footsteps stumbled violently for a moment. "Family master!" The man called out in concern when he saw this. Healing Feng propped himself up on the table with one hand, his eyes glazed over, his voice as if coming from hell. "What the hell is going on here? Speak!" The man trembled for a moment, speaking in a sobbing tone. Family master, I don't know, this video has been put online since last night, and this morning it has already spread to various video websites." Healing Feng felt his mind explode a bit. He tried hard to stabilize his breathing and said, "You bunch of losers. Do you still need me to teach this matter? Find out the one who released the video and just get him killed." The man had already knelt down and said with despair in his eyes, "Family master, the other party seems to be a computer expert. We simply can't trace the ID of the person who put the video, and the video spread so fast that it simply can't be deleted." But Healing Feng's eyes suddenly went black, a mouthful of old blood suddenly sprayed out, and the whole person fell straight down. "Family master! Quickly come to someone! The family master has fainted!" The man was shocked and hurriedly exclaimed loudly. A group of people immediately poured in outside, hurriedly dialing for help. The entire He family was in chaos. The culprit who caused all this was the one who came to class with a smile on his face. When Tang Yan came to the class, he found that this guy Han Xiujie was actually there, but the bruises on this guy's face hadn't been eliminated yet, and the whole person looked incomparably wretched. Seeing him come in, Han Xiujie's eyes clearly flashed a trace of malice, and then as if he didn't see it, he turned his head to the side. Seeing this, Tang Yan was instantly happy. "I'm too lazy to bother with you when you're deliberately looking for trouble, but when you don't want to look for trouble with me, I like to bother with you." The corner of Tang Yan's mouth revealed a hint of a bad smile, stepping forward and asking with concern, "Ego, class president, what's wrong with you? Did you fall while walking? Why are you so blind? Next time, you must pay attention to walking, ha." Han Xiujie's face instantly suffocated red. He glared at Tang Yan but had nothing to say, because he knew that he couldn't beat Tang Yan, and in a rash conflict, the one who suffered would definitely be him. With a cold snort, he gritted his teeth and said, "Thanks for your concern, fellow student Tang Yan." Tang Yan patted his shoulder and said in an old-fashioned manner, "No need to thank, you and I are each other's angels, hurt in your body, pain in my heart. Angel your sister. Pain you big man. This shameless." Han Xiujie almost didn't pass out from anger. His mouth kept shivering, as if he was about to cry out if Tang Yan said a few more words. The surrounding people looked strange, wanting to laugh but afraid that Han Xiujie would hold a grudge. For a while their faces were all red. Seeing this, Tang Yan was satisfied and left slowly, coming to his seat. Hui Yule, this chick was obviously angry. Seeing him come over, her head instantly turned to the side, not wanting to pay attention to him. Tang Yan didn't care either, closing his eyes to sense the fire energy in his body. After so many days, his understanding of fire energy was still at the front line, and the power he exerted was only up to the strength of around the 6th level of body refinement. The talent is still a bit poor. Sighing, Tang Yan was in no hurry, as he had already seen quite a few qualification improving goods in the mall, and when he caught another level 3 demon, or cultivated a few demon upgrades on Chen Mengming's side, he would be able to redeem them. Not long after, a sound of high heels on the ground came. Needless to say, it should be Xiaolan arriving. Sure enough, just as Tang Yan opened his eyes, he saw a shapely, seductive woman walk up to the podium. Every time he saw Xiaolan, Tang Yan couldn't help but feel a surge of amazement in his heart. It was as if this woman was born with the ability to charm people, a pair of flirtatious Danfang eyes, white skin that seemed to be able to wring water out of it, and always attracted the attention of the crowd between her knitted brows and her smile. Today, Xiaolan was dressed in a cool and loose dress, but how could she not hide her proud figure? Sometimes, Tang Yan cannot help but take Xiaolan and Chen Mengming comparison, finally came to a conclusion. Xiaolan's family should be planted papaya, and Chen Mengming certainly do not know what is papaya. The difference is too big to compare. When the students in the classroom saw Xiaolan come in, a pair of eyes all looked at her with fire, as if they wanted to swallow her into their stomachs. Xiaolan also didn't mind the gazes of the crowd. With a soft smile on her face, her vermilion lips slightly moving, she slowly said, "Well, yesterday, due to the faulty intelligence, it caused a huge loss, and it also led to everyone's mission not being completed. However, the school is able to understand, and seeing as everyone was actively helping yesterday, we have specially rewarded each person with 1 credit, and those who took a leave of absence yesterday will not be given any additional credits." Upon hearing that there were actually credits, the faces of all the students were filled with excited smiles and cheers. But then they swept Tang Yan with a contemptuous gaze. This guy was on the verge of running away yesterday, and he actually got credits too. It was really unfair. Tang Yan, on the other hand, shrugged indifferently and didn't say anything. Hui Yul also probably knew what happened yesterday, and couldn't help but laugh in her heart. If these guys knew that the guy who fled from the battlefield in their opinion was actually the warrior they worshipped, they also didn't know how they would feel? Everyone be quiet for a moment. There is one more thing to announce. At this time, Xiao Lan's voice came again. Chapter 62 Martial Arts Library. The crowd quickly quieted down. Only then did Xiao Lan slowly say, the school's martial arts library is officially open from today, and it contains all kinds of martial arts techniques and moves, so everyone can go in to read and learn. As the words fell, the classroom was suddenly quiet for a moment. Immediately afterward, a blazing light erupted in the eyes of the crowd, and even Tang Yan sat up straight. A martial arts library? A hint of excitement appeared in Tang Yan's eyes. What was his intention of coming to the Animal Management Academy? Wasn't it just for this? Seeing the expressions of the crowd, Xiaolan smiled faintly. Everyone can go to the martial arts library now, and if there's anything you don't understand about cultivation, you can ask at any time. The crowd instantly dispersed and couldn't wait to run in the direction of the library. Tang Yan and Hui Yul also followed behind the crowd. When they arrived at the library, Tang Yan realized that there was already a long line here, and looking at the line in front of them, there had to be at least hundreds of people. Let's drill our way in. Hui Yul faintly asked. Good idea. Tang Yan nodded in agreement. The two of them came to a place where no one was. Hui Yul took the initiative to hold Tang Yan's waist, while Tang Yan performed the earth escape technique, and the two of them directly disappeared into the ground. When they reappeared, they were already in the toilet of the library. There is no way. In the ground. Tang Yan listened carefully. The library is full of footsteps, suddenly emerged from the ground, scared people not to mention, will also expose himself. So the toilet was the best place to appear. Fortunately, the librarians' toilets were all single toilets, and there was no one there. Let's go. Tang Yan said smilingly. Hui Yul let go of his waist and nodded. The two walked out of the restroom together. But just as he opened the toilet door, Tang Yan instantly felt several gazes focused on him and Hui Yul. Tang Yan looked up and saw that there were 4 students holding an ancient colored book in each of their hands right in front of him, but their gazes were constantly scanning over him and Hui Yul. That gaze, there was surprise, there was playfulness, there was lewdness. Obviously, when they saw him and Hui Yul come out of the toilet at the same time, they coincidentally thought of something inappropriate for children. Tang Yan had a thick skin, so it didn't matter, and he even showed his teeth towards them. Hui Yuli's little face, however, was flushed, glared at Tang Yan, and went to find a book. After Tang Yan left, the 4 classmates glanced at each other. A female classmate said shyly, that was Hui Yi just now, wasn't it? She was actually in the restroom with a man. So shy. My goddess has actually fallen. Wu, why wasn't that man me? A male classmate had a chest-thumping expression. Another female classmate said with a puzzled expression, that man seems a bit familiar. Isn't that Tang Yan? That's the guy Hui Yul confessed to. Another male student said in a jealous tone. The 4 of them suddenly realized at the same time. This was followed by a bewildered look. When did they go in? Tang Yan didn't know that his identity had already been recognized. At this moment, he was already strolling in circles in the library. The library had 3 floors in total. It was very open and should not be a problem to accommodate a few thousand people. Most of the first floor was some ordinary books on boxing and palm techniques, etc. Tang Yan lost interest after a few glances, as these books might be treasures for body-refining stage-awakened people, but they weren't of much use to him. Helpless, he could only think of going to the second floor to take a look. But Tang Yan realized after turning around for a while that his classmates were all reading on the first floor, but no one was going to the second floor. Tang Yan was puzzled as he walked to the stairs of the second floor, only to find that there was an eye-catching few lines of big words right here. The second floor is only open to tutors or students whose strength has reached the chi-refining realm. At the entrance of the stairs, on the other hand, there was a table behind which sat a drowsy old man. Tang Yan was instantly startled when he took a glance at it. It was because he felt a hidden internal force fluctuation from this old man's body, a fluctuation that even he was alarmed by. This old man is an expert. An expert who is much more powerful than even that principal Ouyang Hua. Tang Yan was shocked in his heart. Ha! Just at this time, a voice of astonishment suddenly rang out. This voice might sound ordinary to others, but it was like a thunderbolt in Tang Yan's ears, causing him to feel a wave of dizziness. Then his eyes flashed, and the originally drowsy old man had somehow arrived in front of him, his cloudy eyes glistening as if he had seen something strange. Tang Yan, however, had some numbness in his scalp, because he hadn't even seen clearly how the old man had arrived in front of him. The only explanation was that the old man's speed had been so fast that he couldn't see clearly. Subconsciously, he made a precautionary stance. But the next moment the old man suddenly stretched out his hand and pinched his arm, and then a majestic breath ran into his body without a second thought. Tang Yan was unable to move at all by the old man's pinch, but feeling that the breath inside his body had no intention of harming him, he relaxed, only trying to hide his internal energy as much as possible. After that breath traveled around in his body, it slowly dissipated, and the old man let go of his arm. Not bad. The old man looked Tang Yan up and down and slowly spat out 2 words. His voice was a bit hoarse, and his tone carried praise. But Tang Yan wasn't the least bit happy, because the old man seemed to have discovered something. So he tentatively asked, "Old man, you've discovered everything?" Looking at Tang Yan's cautious look, the old man suddenly laughed, his wrinkles squeezing into one piece, and then slowly said, "Don't worry, you intend to hide it." The old man naturally won't talk too much. "It's only that I haven't seen such a supremely rigid and yang thing for a long time, and I'm just curious for a moment. I hope that my little friend won't be offended." Tang Yan was finally sure that this terrifying old man had already discovered his strength, but hearing his words, he couldn't help but secretly let out a sigh of relief and respectfully said, "Many thanks, old man." Wait. Tang Yan was suddenly startled. This old man said that he hadn't seen something so supremely masculine in a long time? What did it mean? This thing that was so rigid and yang should refer to the 9 yang divine power. But he said that he hadn't seen it for a long time. It's only been a month or so since the Earth's aura revived. How could it be a long time? Could it be that this old man already had internal power before the aura recovery? Tang Yan frowned, a little puzzled. Without aura, one couldn't cultivate into internal force. This was what the system said, but the meaning of this old man's words clearly referred to before the aura recovery. System, what the hell is going on? Ding, the world where the host is located. In fact, a long time ago there was also a spiritual chi. At that time humans could also cultivate internal force, but a long time ago, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth disappeared for some unknown reason, and after the deaths of those humans who possessed internal force there were no more humans who were able to cultivate internal force. But those cultivation techniques were preserved. Some humans had empty gong methods but were unable to cultivate internal force, so naturally they were not willing to do so they created another cultivation method called chi cultivation. Chi is a much weaker energy than internal force, but it can also give a person great power. But the method of generating chi is very difficult, and even overdraws one's life force, so very few people cultivate chi. This old man should have been a strong chi cultivator before the aura recovery. And has already overdrawn a lot of life force. Don't believe me, go ask yourself. Tang Yan then realized, and then asked suspiciously, "System, why are you so nice today? Talking to me so much?" One must know that usually when he wanted to ask the system questions, it would be too lazy to care. Because it's common knowledge and not really a secret. The system said indifferently. Tang Yan had the urge to vomit blood. Common sense? How did he not know? But he was too lazy to argue with the system, and since he knew the reason for it, he naturally stopped dwelling on it. So to the old man asked, "Old man, you this year your gangao?" The old man was slightly stunned, and then said with some complacency, "The old man is 50 years old this year, still quite young, right?" Looking at the old man's "I'm 80 years old" face, Tang Yan's mouth slightly twitched, but his mouth said, "Old man, you're red-faced, people who don't know still think you're 28 this year." This was the most ungrateful sentence Tang Yan had said this year. Chapter 63 Seeing the Kid's Good Looks. "You're trying to get into the second floor, aren't you?" the old man asked. Tang Yan nodded, he was indeed curious about what was on the second floor. "Then go, but the things up there are fine to look at, not allowed to be taken away," the old man said indifferently. After saying that, he slowly returned behind the table and dozed off. Tang Yan touched his nose, then walked towards the second floor. The moment he went up to the second floor, he instantly attracted the gazes of many people. "Who is that? Actually went to the second floor? I don't remember there being such a young one among the tutors?" someone asked in a puzzled whisper. "This person seems a bit familiar, seems like I've seen him from somewhere. Isn't he Tang Yan? He's the guy who Yueli confessed to." Liar. It's not like Tang Yan is a tutor, and his talent is only at the lower 0 level, much less at the chi refining realm, so how could he possibly be qualified to go to the second floor? By the way, Tang Yen seems to be an innate awakener. Could it be that innate awakener can go to the second floor? I see. The crowd was dazed, and then their eyes flashed with a hint of envy and jealousy. The martial arts on the first floor made them treat it like a treasure. The things on the second floor must be even more precious. How could they not be envious? And just at this time, a low clamor suddenly came from the crowd. Look, it's Jiang Mubai. Wow, Jiang Mubai is an absolute genius with level 5 talent. I heard that he is also an innate awakener. I didn't expect him to come here too. Jiang Mubai is really handsome. The gazes of the crowd all turned to the doorway, where a man in a white shirt was slowly walking in. The man had a straight figure and a handsome face. With a faint smile on his face, he walked like the wind, bringing up a burst of low screams like a nymphomaniac. Jiang Mubai, 20 years old, identity background mysterious, rumor is not in city people, has a level 5 talent, and before the beginning of the school year has been a congenital awakening, in the beginning of the school caused a sensation. However, before Jiang Mubai's fame spread more widely, Huiyuel's name spread to everyone's ears, because Huiyuel is the only one in the school with a level 7 talent, and Jiang Mubai and Huiyuel are not so outstanding compared to each other. But that didn't stop the crowd from paying attention to Jiang Mubai. Handsome appearance, mysterious background, congenital awakened, firmly attracted the attention of a large number of people. There were already quite a few fangirls who openly expressed their desire to give Jiang Mubai a monkey. Feeling the whispers of the people around him, the expression on Jiang Mubai's face didn't change in any way, as he had already gotten used to it. His purpose of coming to the library today was naturally also to find a martial arts secret book that suited him, but the things on the first floor were a little too much for him to look at, so he wanted to go to the second floor to have a look. Slowly walking to the stairway, he prepared to go up. The gazes of all the people were with envy. When will they be able to become innately awakened as well? Then they can also see the scenery of the second floor. However, just as Jiang Mubai's foot stepped on the stairs, the old man sitting behind the table opened his eyes and said indifferently, "Don't you know how to read? Only tutors or students who have reached the chi refining realm can go up to the second floor. You think you have reached the chi refining realm?" Jiang Mubai's face instantly stiffened, but then a puzzled expression appeared on his face as he said, "Isn't it true that innately awakened people can also go to the second floor?" As he said that, his palm stretched out and a stream of water slowly hovered in his hand. I've long heard that Jiang Mubai is an innate awakened, but I've only seen him use his ability for the first time today. This should be the water ability that the tutor was talking about, right? That's amazing. Seeing Jiang Mubai casting his ability, there was another murmur of astonishment from the surrounding people, their eyes looking at him adoringly. Jiang Mubai's face also revealed a hint of a smile as he retrieved his ability, then slowly said, "Old man, can I go up now?" The old man, however, looked at him oddly, then said quietly, "Who told you that a congenital awakened person can also go up?" The smile on Jiang Mubai's face froze once again as he pointed to the second floor and asked, "Didn't that student Tang Yen go up just now?" He's neither a tutor nor a student of the chi refining realm, so since he was able to go up, he should be relying on his status as an innate sexually awakened person, right? The surrounding people all nodded in agreement and then looked at the old man. They wanted to see how this old man should explain. The old man suddenly sighed at this time, then slowly said, "That's right, that kid is indeed as you said, neither a tutor nor has he reached the chi refining realm." A hint of a triumphant smile appeared on Jiang Mubai's face. Seeing this, the old man bristled, but the old man didn't let him go up because he was an innate awakening, but rather, the old man saw that kid as agreeable, so he let him go up. But the surrounding people immediately sprayed. What kind of reason is this, Nima? Simply absolute. The corner of Jiang Mubai's mouth twitched. His good tutelage told him to maintain his demeanor, so he said with a kind smile, "Elderly man, so do you see me as agreeable? Not pleasant to the eye." The old man said lightly and closed his eyes again, "No one is allowed to go to the second floor without meeting the conditions, or without permission, otherwise it will be dealt with according to the school rules." The library was quiet. Jiang Mubai's face changed for a while. Only after a long time did he turn away with an ugly face. The surrounding students, on the other hand, wanted to laugh but didn't dare to, and dispersed. When the surroundings quieted down, the old man's eyes suddenly revealed a slit. A low murmur came out from his mouth. Such a supremely masculine internal force, what is that kid's origin? Moreover, that kid is not very old, yet his strength has already reached the chi refining level. Could it be that he has also cultivated chi before? It shouldn't be. How come there is no change at all in his appearance after practicing chi? It's really strange. The second floor of the martial arts library. Tang Yan naturally didn't know what had happened on the first floor, and when he reached the second floor, he realized that the collection of books here was obviously much less than the first floor. So the entire second floor seemed incomparably empty, and he was the only one on the entire second floor at this time. Coming to the bookshelf, Tang Yan carefully flipped through them. Taijiquan, Bagua Pom, Ladder Cloud Vertical. TSK, sure enough, the second floor is all good stuff. After rummaging through it for a while, Tang Yan's eyes began to sparkle. Because he realized that the lowest level martial arts here were not even close to his Luohan fist, and there were even quite a few that were very powerful in his opinion. There are so many good things on the second floor, so what about the third floor? Eyes rolling, Tang Yan curiously walked towards the stairway on the third floor. At the stairway entrance, there was no signage or old grandpa guarding it. It seemed to be just an ordinary stairway that anyone could step on. Tang Yan pondered for half a moment, finally deciding that he would sneak up there quietly. But just as he took a step forward, he realized that he seemed to be blocked by something. Reaching out and touching it, Tang Yan was surprised to find that there seemed to be an unreadable air wall in front of him. A slight force, no reaction. Half strength, still no reaction. Eat milk power. Well, he gave up. With his current strength, he actually couldn't advance the slightest bit. Good fellow, there really are some doors. Tang Yan didn't get discouraged, instead he became more excited. The harder it was to enter, it meant that this third floor definitely had something good. Tang Yan, why are you here? However, just as he was thinking about whether or not to try using the earth escape technique, a puzzled voice suddenly sounded behind him. Tang Yan turned his head, only to find Xiao Lan walking towards him in style. Instructor Xia? Why are you here as well? Tang Yan left the stairway and asked with a smile. Xiao Lan's beautiful eyes carefully sized up the big boy in front of her and smiled. I haven't asked you yet, say it, how did you get up here? The old grandpa at the stairway told me to come up. Tang Yan blinked his eyes and said with an innocent face. Elder Lan let you come up? Xiao Lan's mouth opened wide in surprise. She was very clear about that old man's character. He was dead set on recognizing rules but not people. How could he let Tang Yan come up? But that person's mood she couldn't guess. She silently pressed down the doubts in her heart, then said, the ones on the second floor are martial arts techniques and moves that only awakened people in the chi refining realm would use. You just haven't practiced for long. Don't be greedy, laying a good foundation is most important. Chapter 64 Instant Riches. Tang Yan, cultivation must be down to earth, you can't be hasty. Although you've awakened your fire ability, martial arts cultivation is different. Only one step at a time can you achieve something. Xiao Lan slowly said. In the face of Xiao Lan's bitter words, Tang Yan didn't have any resentment, but only bitterly smiled and nodded his head repeatedly, saying that he would definitely pay attention. After all, there were some things he couldn't say. Seeing that Xiao Lan was going to chime in for a few more sentences, he hastily changed the subject and said, Instructor Xia, what's on the third floor of this library? Third floor? Xiao Lan obviously froze, turned to look at him and said meaningfully, I don't know what's on the third floor, because even our mentor can't get in. All right. Tang Yan rubbed his nose, his heart becoming even more curious about the third floor. But right now wasn't the best time to find out, so he didn't ask any more questions, instead coming to the bookshelf and flipping through it. Seeing Tang Yan flipping through the books like no one else, Xiao Lan couldn't help but secretly shake her head. As a mentor, she had already reminded Tang Yan. But this guy clearly didn't understand the reasoning behind greed in chewing too much. Alas, these martial arts mysteries even I can't fully read and understand, I can only slowly grope, this guy. Forget it, when he tastes his own bitterness naturally won't come back to the second floor. Shaking her head, Xiao Lan came to the bookshelf on the other side and flipped through it. Tang Yan, on the other hand, fell into deep thought. He certainly understood the truth that he couldn't chew too much, so he knew that he had to find a secret book that suited him. Martial arts techniques, he had the 9 Yang divine power, he could not think about the rest. Moves had the Luohan fist, the 1000-year kill was also enough, defense had the strengthened version of the golden bell shield, escape had the earth escape technique, and what was left was only flawed in terms of body techniques. Came to a bookshelf, Tang Yan from the bookshelf to take down a secret book, written on it 3 big ancient words, Ladder Cloud Vertical. Ladder Cloud Vertical Stretch, top like martial arts. After practicing, the body is as light as a swallow, the body shape changes strangely, very easy to confuse the enemy. Tang Yan looked at the introduction of Ladder Cloud Vertical Stretching, and a small smile appeared on his face, indicating that he was satisfied. He then began to carefully watch the cultivation method, and then fell in at a glance. He had at least practiced such techniques as the 9 Yang Divine Power and the Luohan Fist, so his understanding of martial arts naturally wouldn't be bad. It was just that this latter cloud vertical stretching required him to cultivate it himself bit by bit. Time passed in a minute. In the blink of an eye, it was already noon. With Tang Yan's current physique, not eating for a week wouldn't be much of a problem, so he didn't leave, but instead carefully drilled into the cultivation method of ladder cloud vertical stretch. Xiaolan looked at the time and realized that it was already 12 noon, so she put down the secret book in her hands and stretched her waist. Her plump and seductive curves were revealed at this moment. Xiaolan's beautiful eyes glanced in Tang Yan's direction and realized that he was still concentrating, so she couldn't help but tilt her head in confusion and murmured, "Can this guy really read?" However, she didn't ask much, just assuming that Tang Yan was pretending. Shaking her head, Xiaolan slowly walked down to the second floor. At the stairway on the first floor, the old man was still in a drowsy state. Xiaolan thought for a moment, walked up to the old man, and respectfully said, "Elder Long." The old man opened his drooping eyelids, and when he saw that it was Xiaolan, the corner of his mouth immediately revealed a hint of a smile, and slowly said, "So it's Xia girl, what? Cultivation encountered something you don't understand again?" That white tender face of Xiaolan's was a little red, because usually, once she encountered something she didn't understand in her cultivation, she liked to ask this old man for advice. So she hurriedly shook her head and said, "No, Elder Long, I wanted to ask about the second floor." Long Lao suddenly dawned on her and laughed, "You're asking why I let that kid go up, right?" Xiaolan nodded in embarrassment. She was really curious as to what made this old man with strong principles let Tang Yan go up. Elder Long, on the other hand, said with a smile, "It's just that I saw that kid's smooth eyes, so I let him go up." Seeing that kid is easy on the eyes? Xiaolan was stunned. As Xiaolan thought, this old man had strong principles, and since he promised not to tell Tang Yan's secret, he naturally wouldn't. Xiaolan left a little depressed. No matter how much she thought, she hadn't thought that it was actually for this reason. Although Xiaolan had left, there were still a lot of people in the library. For them, the first time they came into contact with so many martial arts feats and moves, they couldn't wait to put their whole heart and soul into it. Although the feats on the first floor could be borrowed out, the borrowing procedure was quite troublesome, so few people did so. Furthermore, there were a few tutors sitting in the hall on the first floor, so they could ask at any time if they didn't understand anything, which made them even more reluctant to go out. And it was only while they were cultivating these feats that they realized the importance of cultivating the body forging decree. When many people saw so many gongfu, they were already thinking of abandoning the body forging decree and practicing it again. But when they tried to do so, they didn't make any progress. It was only at this time that they realized the importance of the forging decree, which was like numbers. If you wanted to answer high math questions without recognizing all the numbers, it was not like having a blank slate and not understanding anything. Time passed quickly. When Tang Yin memorized all of the ladder cloud zone in his hand, he realized that it was already dark outside, and when he glanced at the time, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Time flies. Muttering, putting the secret books in his hands back, Tang Yin left the second floor. When he reached the first floor, he found that there were still quite a few people in the library, and he couldn't help but sigh. No matter if it was before the era of aura recovery or now, there was always no shortage of hard-working people. Long Lao sensed Tang Yan walking down the stairs, opened his eyes and squinted at him before closing them again. Tang Yan, on the other hand, gave a slight salute to Long Lao and left the library. When Tang Yan left, Elder Long's eyes opened again and muttered in a low voice, "This kid is honest, he didn't take a single thing from up there. But this kid seems to have some thoughts about the third floor, ah?" Muttering, the corner of his mouth suddenly revealed an elusive smile. That energy fluctuation under the ground during the daytime should have been made by this kid, right? If in this way he entered the third floor. He. Then there will be a good show. Long Lao seemed to have thought of something interesting. As if he had thought of something, the wrinkles on his face were wrinkled together with laughter. After Tang Yan left the school, he was ready to go back to his rental house. But just as he was about to move, the system's voice suddenly rang out. "Ding, congratulations to the host, and King Xiaohei has risen to level 2, gaining 1,500 points. Ding, congratulations to the host, Gorilla Big Black is promoted to level 2, gaining 1,500 points. Ding, congratulations to the host, Big Fat Cat is promoted to level 2, gaining 1,500 points. 3 consecutive system beeps echoed in his mind, and Tang Yan was stunned. Then he reacted, a trace of undisguised ecstasy appearing on his face. Needless to say, the reason why these 3 guys had been upgraded was definitely due to Chen Mengmeng, because if in the past, if a level 1 demon was upgraded to level 2, he would have gained at most 1,000 points. But now he had gained 1,500 points. This was naturally the extra 50% points bonus brought about by the animal breeder. He had thought that even though Chen Mengmeng had become an animal breeder, it would take some time before he wanted to get those douchebags upgraded. Never did he expect that only one day had passed, and he actually directly upgraded. Should it be so fast? Although it felt a little unreal, but the eye-catching remaining points, 5,700, in front of him told him that it was all true. Instantly rich. Tang Yan sighed happily in his heart. Because he could exchange commodities again, and still could exchange twice. After being excited for a while, Tang Yan wasn't ready to go back to his rental house, but instead, he directly disappeared into the ground and evaded towards Chen Mengmeng's villa. He was curious, what exactly did Chen Mengmeng use to make the big fat cats upgrade so fast? Soon, he had arrived at the entrance of the villa, and found that the villa was brightly lit, with the sound of crisp laughter faintly coming from inside. Ha! Hua Yule, this little girl is also here? The voice was somewhat familiar to Tang Yan, and he couldn't help but mutter when he realized it was Hua Yule's. He then directly entered the villa. However, the moment he stepped into the villa, he was instantly stunned by the scene in front of him. Chapter 65 Level 5 Talent. The decoration of the villa was obviously well designed, cozy and yet luxurious. In the villa's living room, Chen Mengmeng was sitting on the sofa, feeding little Black a lollipop, a calm and elegant smile on her face, as if she was a mother taking care of her child. Hua Yule is playing a flying game with the big fat cat, who keeps flying through the air, ushering the little girl into a fit of giggles. In the center of the living room, there was an 8 immortal table. The 8 immortal table was seated with Big Black, little Nyo Nyo, elder brother as well as a beautiful woman, and there seemed to be something in the center of the table. Tang Yan fixed his eyes on it and realized that they were actually rubbing mahjong together. Behind them, there were also Xiao Cheng and bees watching, and from time to time, there was also a cry of surprise. Senior brother, you're too stupid. It's clearly supposed to play 2 strips. Little Green was in a hurry on elder brother's head. Elder brother rolled his doggy eyes and said in a muffled voice, what do you know, if Benha had played it too, he wouldn't have been able to listen to the cards. But you just let off a cannon. Xiao Qing said angrily, I see you like this 2 stripes, 2 death at home, never mind. Bee was wandering around while chanting, hurry up, there's still one more hand to go for this king. This king will show you what it means to be a sparrow god later. Tang Yan. Ha? You're here? Just as Tang Yan was somewhat speechless, Chen Mengming's voice suddenly came over. The guys in the room glanced at him and went back to doing their own thing. Tang Yan rubbed his nose and came across the sofa, looking at Xiao Hei, surprised. This little guy seems to have gotten stronger. Humph, this is all due to Sister Mengmeng, not only little Black, Big Black Wonkai, they are all level 2 awakened beasts now. Before Chen Mengmeng could speak, Hua Yule walked over with her big fat cat in her arms and said with a proud face. Oh? The surprise on Tang Yan's face became even more intense as he looked towards Chen Mengmeng and said, what the hell is going on here? Chen Mengmeng seemed to be a bit confused as well, she recalled and said, at first these little guys were a bit afraid of me, but after spending a morning together, they relaxed their guard against me, I taught them to play the game, and they were very obedient as well, so these 3 little guys got upgraded. All of this? Tang Yan's mouth moved, stunned. Ding, now you know how powerful the demon breeder is, right? The system's voice suddenly sounded in his head. Tang Yan nodded with a smile on his brow, this was more than powerful? It was simply heaven-defying. Looking at Chen Mengmeng with a soft smile on her face, Tang Yan thought for a moment and asked in his mind, is there a technique that matches Chen Mengmeng's abilities? Ding, suggesting that the host exchange the Gongfu Magic Shadow Decree. Magic Shadow Decree, 2,000 points can be redeemed. A magical gong method that cultivates shadows. Tip, the redeemed merit law acts on others and can only be cultivated from scratch. There are some flaws, but it'll have to do. Tang Yan frowned slightly, then he said, redeeming the Magic Shadow Decree. Ding, redemption successful, 2,000 points deducted. Please ask the host to choose who to impart it to. Tang Yan didn't choose immediately, but instead looked at Chen Mengmeng and said, I have another gongfu here that suits you, I'll pass it into your mind later, don't resist. Chen Mengmeng was slightly stunned, then a trace of excitement flashed through those calm eyes and she nodded. Tang Yan then tapped a finger on her brow and said in his heart, choose who to impart, Chen Mengmeng. Ding, Magic Shadow Resolved transmission in progress. Chen Mengmeng only felt that something kept pouring into her mind, but with Tang Yan's instructions, she didn't put up any resistance and slowly closed her eyes, letting that information pour into her mind. After about 3 minutes, Tang Yan got a prompt from the system and lowered his hand. And Chen Mengmeng also opened her eyes. Magic shadow resolve, cultivate shadow. Chen Mengmeng muttered. Then the light in her eyes flickered, filled with shock. Only she herself could feel just how bizarre and powerful this gongfu was. And such a powerful technique, Tang Yan actually handed it over to her without blinking. Her heart was shaken inexplicably, but Chen Mengmeng didn't ask any more questions. She just squeezed her fists and a soft smile appeared on her face. Seeing Chen Mengmeng suddenly giggle, Tang Yan was a bit puzzled, but he didn't think too much about it, but explained that Chen Mengmeng could contact him at any time if there was anything she needed, and then left. Returning to the rental house, Tang Yan found the equipment column from the mall, then directly locked in equipment. Sinew cleansing and marrowing pill, 2,000 points. After taking it, you can wash your tendons and marrow, and improve your qualifications. Without hesitation, Tang Yan directly said, redeeming the sinew cleansing and marrowing pill. Ding, redeemed successfully, 2,000 points deducted. A porcelain bottle suddenly appeared in his hand, and there was a round and fragrant pill in the bottle. It was the essence cleansing pill. Picking up the pill, Tang Yan directly stuffed it into his mouth. The moment the elixir entered his mouth, it turned into a liquid and entered his stomach, while a powerful medicinal power quickly spread out. Under the impact of this medicinal power, the clothes on his body instantly broke into pieces, a stream of white smoke continuously rose from the top of his head, sweat covered his entire body in the blink of an eye, and his face was twisted together due to the pain. This process lasted for half an hour before Tang Yan felt the medicinal power in his body gradually disappearing, and his entire body was as if he had been fished out of the water, panting heavily. I didn't expect this medicinal power to be so fierce. Tang Yan smiled bitterly. But this medicinal effect is really powerful. Some of the things I didn't understand about fire energy before are now clear. Even my understanding of the latter cloud zone has been strengthened by a few points. A relieved expression then appeared on his face. Although the process of taking the cleansing dan was a bit painful, the effects were worth it. System, what level is my current talent? He asked with some impatience in his heart. Ding, the host has now reached level 5 talent. Tang Yan froze, and then there was a smack of his lips, although he had long known that his talent would skyrocket, but he hadn't expected to go straight from a level 0 inferior talent to a level 5 talent in one go. Sitting on a rocket this is. Immediately, his eyes became hot again. Taking a washing essence and marrow dan effect is so big if you take a few more. However, this idea of his just rose, the system that contemptuous voices coming, host, you cannot be mature, not to mention the essence of the marrow dan can only be taken one, just to say that after the level 5 talent, each level of talent is like the gap between heaven and earth. With the current, mall, level, there is no equipment that can allow the host to raise the talent again. I'm just thinking about it doesn't give it away, does it? Tang Yan muttered somewhat resentfully. Ha! The system laughed coldly. Not bothering with this system that liked to strike people, Tang Yan went to the bathroom and took a shower, then began to sense the fire energy. The next few days were spent by Tang Yan in constantly sensing fire energy and familiarizing himself with the ladder cloud zone. On this day, just like the previous days, Tang Yan reached out and waved his hand. A huge fireball appeared out of thin air before exploding with a bang, the trees around him exploding with debris. After a few days of enlightenment, the power of this fireball is quite a bit stronger than before. Tang Yan nodded in satisfaction. According to his estimation, the power of the fireball he had executed now was already comparable to the full force strike of an awakened person at the 7th level of body refinement. The most delightful thing was that his light skill ladder cloud vertical stretch was also making great progress, and with the combination of his internal force, his speed could already reach around 100 mph, and his body shape was even more unpredictable. At this time, it was already 5 in the afternoon, and Tang Yan wasn't going to cultivate anymore, but suddenly walked towards the library. That's right, he had already thought about it. No matter what, today he must go and see what's on that 3rd floor. When he came to the library, he found that there were still a lot of people here. Without stopping, he directly came to the 2nd floor of the library. The 2nd floor was still so empty, and very fortunately, there wasn't a single person here. Come on, let me see what's on this mysterious 3rd floor. Earth escape technique. With a low gulp, his figure instantly plunged into the wall, and then quietly felt his way towards the 3rd floor. And just at the moment he cast the earth escape technique. The 1st floor. The drowsy old man suddenly opened his eyes and glanced in the direction of the 2nd floor, the corner of his mouth revealing a hint of a smile if any. There's a good show to watch. A low, with a hint of gloating laughter came from the old man's mouth. Chapter 66 Jade the Bunny. Tang Yan was in the middle of the wall, feeling his way towards the stairway on the 3rd floor, and sure enough, he felt a resistance in the stairway. He tried to use his Earth escape technique to cross over this resistance, but it felt like his body was stuck in a quagmire. He didn't panic, instead, a light-hearted smile appeared on his face, as it meant that he could use his Earth escape technique to enter the third floor, although it seemed to be taking a bit of time at the moment. But he wasn't short of time, so the Earth escape technique stayed on, passing through this resistance bit by bit. It was only after about an hour that Tang Yen was able to break free from that resistance with incomparable difficulty, and he arrived on the third floor all of a sudden. When he saw the scene on the third floor, he was instantly a bit dumbfounded. The space on the third floor was still very large, not much worse than the first two floors, but there was nothing in this huge space, just an empty piece. Not right. There was something in front. Tang Yen fixed his eyes on it. It was actually a pile of huge carrots. Could there be a lonely young woman living on the third floor? Tang Yen felt some toothache. It was so hard to drill to the third floor, and you're just showing me a bunch of carrots? Ugh, still have to spend an hour leaving. With a somewhat depressed mutter, he prepared to leave. Knock knock. However, just at this time, a thud suddenly rang out, appearing unusually clear in the empty third floor, as if something had rolled to the ground. Tang Yen looked towards the direction the sound came from and realized that it was coming from Carrot's side. He curiously walked over and came to the back of the carrot, and couldn't help but freeze. At the back of the carrot, there was a small rabbit the size of a palm. This little rabbit was covered in snow-white fur, its two long ears were erect and cute, its azure-colored eyes were filled with a quirky spirit, and its little mouth was constantly chewing on a carrot leaf. Even Tang Yen had to admit that this rabbit was indeed cute. It was as if it was a little elf that had fallen into the mortal world, without the slightest hint of dust on its body. It was a very pure feeling. However, there was no system beep coming from his mind, indicating that this little rabbit was not a demon. Could it be that there really are people living here? And this bunny is a pet kept by someone who lives here? Tang Yen murmured with some doubt, and couldn't help but squat down, ready to pick it up. And at this moment, the little rabbit suddenly raised its head to look at him, then stretched out a small paw. Tang Yen looked at the white and clean little paw, and couldn't help but feel joyful, just ready to go up and touch it. But the next moment his face suddenly stiffened. Only to see that the moment the little rabbit stretched out its paw, a straight middle finger was raised at him. Oops. This violent temper of mine. Tang Yen was instantly infuriated. He was actually despised by a little rabbit that hadn't yet turned into a demon? He stretched out a hand, wanting to grab this little guy and educate him properly. However, his hand stopped 5 centimeters away from the bunny, because he touched something transparent, something he was familiar with, exactly the same thing as the transparent wall at the stairway on the second floor. Tang Yen's face showed a hint of shock. Could this transparent wall be made by this little rabbit? However, before he could think more, a clear and sweet voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Who are you? Is it the master that Mom was talking about? Tang Yen lowered his head, only to see that the little rabbit was surveying him with a curious gaze, those azure-colored eyes seeming to sparkle, causing a wave of pity to arise in his heart. Why don't you answer my words? At this moment, that clear and sweet voice sounded once again. And Tang Yen was finally certain that this voice was exactly what this little rabbit was emitting. Tang Yan's eyes then rolled around, and his face suddenly revealed a trace of a strange marshmallow-like smile as he said gently, "That's right, I'm your master." The little rabbit cocked its little head, seriously sizing up Tang Yen for a long time before letting out a crisp exclamation. Alas, the master is so ugly, you are so unlucky. Tang Yen only felt 5 thunderbolts. Directly thundered over. There were only 4 words left in his mind: ugly looking ugly ugly. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He had wanted to snub this little rabbit, because this little rabbit was clearly not a demon, but seemed to possess strange abilities. If he snubbed and followed his side, he could study it properly. But he suddenly didn't want to lull now, he wanted to eat roasted rabbit meat. And at this time, the little rabbit also finished sighing, and the 2 rabbit ears also stood up, and said crisply, "All right then, from now on you'll be my master." Tang Yen wanted to refuse, but the system's voice suddenly rang out. Ding, the rabbit viewer took the initiative to recognize the host as her master. Contract generation in progress. Only to see the little rabbit's brow suddenly coalesce a small azure-colored bead, which slowly floated up and fell into the top of his forehead, then disappeared. At the same time, a feeling arose in his heart, as if this rabbit in front of him was his loved one, giving him an incomparable sense of affection. Tang Yen was somewhat confused, because he realized that the remaining space in monster space was actually full. What the hell is this? System, is there something wrong with you? Why is monster space full? Tang Yen asked in his mind with some urgency. Ding, there's no problem with the system. The reason why demon space is full is because the remaining space is automatically merged as the residence of Bunny Ewer. PFF. Tang Yen almost every mouthful of old blood sprayed out, looking at the underground blinking this eyes of the little rabbit, viciously said, I don't want to be its master. Hello, can you lift that what contract? And this little rabbit is obviously not a demon, why would it need demon space? Ding, the contract has been generated, and unless the host dies, it can never be lifted. In addition, due to the special nature of this contract, Bunny Jade has become the host's native demon. Once Bunny Jade dies, the host will suffer a severe backlash. No other comment. Severe backlash? How serious? Tang Yen only realized the seriousness of the matter at this point and asked with a frown. Lightly, it will turn into a vegetable. Heavily, it will go up in smoke. Hiss. Tang Yen drew in a breath of cool air. What the hell is going on here? Tang Yen smiled bitterly. It was said that curiosity killed the cat. He had planted a big head today. What did he properly have to go up to the third floor for? Why did he have to go up to the third floor? And why did he admit to being the bunny's master on a whim? He was caught off guard by this contract, so that it has now become a foregone conclusion. Looking at the bunny twitching its long ears, Tang Yen secretly sighed. Since the contract couldn't be changed, he had no choice but to accept it. So he looked at the little bunny and asked, Little bunny, your name is Yor, isn't it? Yes it is, master. The little bunny said happily. Obviously, the contract worked both ways. Tang Yen felt a great affinity towards the little bunny, and the little bunny did the same. Saying that, the little bunny, jumping gently, had come to his big hand, hugging one of his fingers and rubbing it intimately. It had to be said, sometimes men couldn't resist such a cute thing. At least Tang Yen was amused by the cute appearance of this little bunny. He smiled and asked, Yule, why are you here? Without hesitation, the little bunny Jade replied, Mom told me to be here, saying that she wanted me to wait for my master here. Tang Yen raised an eyebrow and asked, Jade, who is your mom? Mom is Mama. The bunny Jade Air said crisply. Tang Yen was choked for a moment, then asked, Then do you know where your mom is right now? He always felt that there was something odd about this. However, the little rabbit Yule was blankly shaking its head, saying, I don't know yet, I woke up in this place. Saying this, it suddenly drooped its ears and whispered, Master, I'm sleepy and want to sleep. After saying that, not waiting for Tang Yen to reply, only to see the little rabbit one little paw scratching and pulling at the air in front of it, an opening appeared out of thin air, and then it just drilled into it. And that opening healed automatically. At the same time, Tang Yen then saw that there was one more tiny figure in the demon space that was huffing and puffing, and that adorable little look was none other than the little bunny Yule. This little bunny could actually enter the demon space freely. Tang Yen was stunned by this scene. Chapter 67: The Losing Bunny. Demon space is a special space that belongs to the system and can only be accessed by demons that have been taken in by him, and only with his permission, but this little rabbit doesn't seem to need to get his permission at all. System. Tang Yen asked in his heart. Ding, don't listen, the Wangba recites scripture. Tang Yen had a head full of black lines. This pitiful system, when did it become so naughty? The system couldn't be counted on, there was nothing but carrots in the empty room, and naturally no clues could be found. Alas, what the heck, it's better to leave first. Shaking his head, Tang Yen prepared to leave the third floor. With his transportation technique turned on, his figure scurried towards the second floor. He was ready to fall into that odd resistance again. However, a scene that surprised him happened. He easily passed through the stairway and arrived on the second floor without any obstruction. Strange. Tang Yen was a bit bewildered as he realized that the invisible wall seemed to have disappeared. Could it be because of the little bunny Jade? As soon as he thought of this, he looked back and forth somewhat as a thief, realizing that there was still no one on the second floor, and only then did he let out a slight sigh of relief. However, he did not know that when he left the third floor, a corner of the third floor, slowly emerged a pair of bright eyes, and then disappeared again. Since the third floor had already been explored, Tang Yen naturally wouldn't stay on the second floor for much longer. Slowly walking down to the second floor, he realized that Long Lao, who was sitting next to the stairway, was sizing him up. Tang Yen saw a hint of doubt in his eyes. Your brat is actually fine? Without waiting for Tang Yen to inquire, Elder Long suddenly opened his mouth. There was some disbelief in his tone. Tang Yen was mesmerized at that moment. What can I be fine with? Tang Yen asked in return. Long Lao frowned and didn't answer his words, but waved his hand, eyes closed, no longer looking at him. Tang Yan touched his nose somewhat breathlessly, and without saying anything else, left the library. Waiting for him to leave, Long Lao's closed eyes once again lifted a slit, only to hear him murmur, "The one on the third floor isn't very good-tempered. Why did this kid sneak up there and nothing happened? Shouldn't he be thrown out on his back? It's really strange." The reason why he knew that Tang Yan went to the third floor and didn't stop it, wasn't it in order to see Tang Yan lying on his back and being thrown out in a sorry state? But things seemed to have deviated a bit from his imagination. Alas, what a bore. Muttering, Long Lao closed his eyes once again. The next day, when Tang Yan woke up from his meditation, he found that the little rabbit ewer was lying on his bed, those azure-colored eyes staring at him without blinking. Seeing him wake up, it immediately said crisply, "Master, I'm hungry." Tang Yan smiled and stroked its soft body, saying, "I'll go buy you carrots later." But unexpectedly, Ewer's ears drooped all of a sudden, and she said breathlessly, "Master, carrots aren't tasty. Can we switch to something else tasty?" Tang Yan froze and asked curiously, "Then what do you like to eat? Say it out and I'll buy it for you." Actually, Master has delicious food on his body. Jade's ears instantly perked up, sucking in her saliva in the process, and said crisply, "Oh?" Tang Yan was puzzled. There was delicious food on him? How come he didn't know? So he said, "If there's anything delicious, just take it and eat it." Upon hearing this, Jade's beautiful eyes narrowed to a piece. "Thank you, Master." Then Jader will not be polite, oh. After saying that, he only saw Jade air suddenly jump up and came to his right hand, then with a scratch and pull at his spatial ring, a gap appeared out of thin air while Jade air drilled headfirst into it. Tang Yan instantly widened his eyes, because this little bunny Jade actually drilled into his spatial ring. One must know that you can't store living things in a spatial ring. If this little guy got cold, he would be finished. So he dives his consciousness into the spatial ring with fear and trepidation, and immediately saw a scene that left him dumbfounded. Only to see the little rabbit Jade kept bouncing around in the spatial ring without the slightest sign of hiccups. Then it came in front of the guns that he had seized from the He family and the Chun family, and hugged a rifle, clicking and clicking as it gnawed away. In the blink of an eye, a rifle was swallowed into its stomach, while its tiny body did not change at all. Tang Yan had been dumbfounded. Just as he froze, the dozen or so rifles placed in the spatial ring had all been wiped out by Jade Child. Hiccup. Only to hear it burp with satisfaction, then silently look at "I'm a puppy" again. Tang Yan instantly reacted and hurriedly pulled this little guy out of his spatial ring. At this time, he was already in a cold sweat. What kind of rabbit is this Nima? How can it eat everything? If it wasn't for his quick reaction, "I'm a puppy" would be gone. This loser rabbit. "Master, what are you doing? I can still eat." The bunny ewer was grasped in Tang Yan's hands, some dissatisfaction twisted a few times, crisply said. Tang Yan's face darkened. "Still can eat? My entire household belongings aren't enough for you to eat in one meal." Tang Yan's heart spat madly. Inexplicably being recognized by a little rabbit, and signing an overbearing contract. He thought that what he brought home was just a cute bunny, but he didn't expect to almost eat all of his belongings. This was too pitiful. However, just at this time, the system's beep was suddenly sounded. Ding, congratulations to the host, the bunny Yule was promoted to level 0, gaining 100 points. Ding, congratulations to the host, the little rabbit Jade is upgraded to level 1, obtaining 500 points. A milky white light suddenly bloomed on the bunny in his hand, wrapping it up in the blink of an eye. The milky white light lasted for a full 10 minutes before it slowly dissipated, revealing the little rabbit Yule inside. Looking at the bunny in his hand, a hint of amazement appeared in Tang Yan's eyes. Compared to before the upgrade, the little rabbit Yule had grown a bit, and its white as snow fur was actually emitting a faint fluorescence at this time, making it look sacred and inviolable. Its azure-colored eyes became even more pure, just like two valuable gems. At this moment, it was like a little elf lost in the mortal world. System, this little guy upgraded because he ate those rifles? Tang Yan asked uncertainly in his mind. Ding, that's right, it possesses the most mysterious devouring body that relies on devouring to enhance its strength. That means as long as the host finds better materials for it to devour, it can quickly upgrade. Tang Yan's eyes instantly lit up. Devouring body? It can upgrade by devouring materials? What was the origin of this little rabbit? This was too terrifying, wasn't it? After thinking about it, he took out "I am a puppy" from his spatial ring. As soon as the little rabbit Yule saw I am a puppy, those azure-colored eyes immediately sparkled, and the two long ears kept twitching, then looked at him pitifully, saying, "Master, want to eat?" Seeing this, Tang Yen gritted his teeth and said, "Then eat it." Said, handed over the "I'm a puppy." His heart was also dripping blood at this moment. The little rabbit Jade is the "I am a puppy" in the arms, revealing two white small teeth. Click. A bite down, the hard-even bomb cannot be destroyed I am a puppy directly by its bite through a gap. Crunch crunch crunch. Then there is a burst of messy chewing, small mouth a move, see Tang Yen swallowed saliva, hate to go up to also bite 2 bites. Just used a minute, 2,000 points to redeem the "I am a puppy" was all the bunny Jade to swallow into the stomach, and it also finally lay in Tang Yan's hands. Crispy voice, good full ah. As soon as the voice fell, the milky white light from earlier reappeared, and the system's beep sounded again. Ding, congratulations to the host, the little bunny Yule has risen to level 2, and has gained 1,000 points. Nothing? Tang Yen was a bit confused, just 1 level up? Ding, rising 1 level is already good. Although the devouring body is terrifying, it also has its drawbacks. After level 1, every time it rises a level, the amount of material energy it requires becomes incomparably terrifying. And I'm a puppy was built with heavenly Xian crystals, which only managed to get it upgraded again. Looking at the little rabbit ewer that was lying in the palm of his hand lazily rolling around, Tang Yen only felt that his eyes were a little black. He had a premonition that the days ahead would be absolutely bad for him. Chapter 68 Friendship Match. With an extra loser rabbit by his side, Tang Yen said that he was under a lot of pressure. It was easy to feed the defeated rabbit, the carrots were a bit hard to eat, but they could make do with what they had. But if he wanted to raise the loser rabbit well, the only way was to keep looking for good materials so that the loser rabbit would upgrade and become powerful. After all, the defeating rabbit was now his original demon, so he couldn't afford to be sloppy. Looking at his remaining 3,300 points, Tang Yen suddenly felt that he was still too poor. On Chen Mingming's side, ever since the big fat cat and the others upgraded, there wasn't much movement these days. After all, on her side, the lowest level demons were all level 2, and I'm afraid it wasn't that easy to rise to level 3. At 8 in the morning, Xia Lan suddenly sent a message in the group, telling everyone to head to the school gym to gather. But didn't say what it was about. Tang Yen was a bit puzzled, but still moved to rush to the school, and this little thing, Yor, didn't go to sleep even after eating enough, but ran to his head to make a nest. Tang Yen also did not drive it down. Head over the little guy came to the school gym. When he came to the gymnasium, he found that there were already a lot of people here, but not just from their class, there were also people from other classes. And in the center of the gymnasium was a huge ring, with Xia Lan and a strong-looking man standing on it. This man Tang Yen recognized, was the mentor of the first class, called Zhao Mang. On both sides of the ring, there were students from class 1 and students from their class, and Tang Yen saw Hui Yule's figure at the very front of the ring on the left. Tang Yen came to Hui Yule's side and asked in a low voice, "What is this for?" Hui Yule glanced at him and didn't say anything, as her gaze had been firmly attracted by the little rabbit Yule on top of his head. What a cute little guy. Hui Yule's eyes glowed as she reached out to touch the little bunny Jade. The little bunny Jade, on the other hand, tilts its head to look at Hui Yule, and with a flash of its body, it dodges Hui Yule's outstretched hand. Although it felt goodwill from Hui Yule's body, its mother had said that other than its master, all others were bad people, so it didn't want to give others a touch. With a few swishes, Yor directly ran off Tang Yan's head and then burrowed into his collar, only leaking out 2 azure eyes as she cautiously surveyed Hui Yule. Hui Yule, on the other hand, was a bit surprised. She was aware of her ability. Not only was she able to understand animals, but she could also make them feel good about her. But this adorable and unlikable little bunny actually avoided her. This was the first time. Little guy, give sister a hug. But Hui Yule didn't give up, but instead gave a rare hint of a gentle smile and said softly. Yor, on the other hand, shook her head vigorously and said in a brittle voice, "Don't." Bad guy. Bad guy? Hui Yule's little face darkened a bit. Ha ha. Tang Yen, on the other hand, couldn't help but laugh out loud. It was the first time he had seen Hui Yule's defeated appearance. He couldn't help but take Yor out of his arms, and under Hui Yule's envious gaze, he stroked the soft fur on its body and said, "That's it, don't give it to the bad guys to hold." Ha ha. Looking at Tang Yan's smug appearance, Hui Yule hated her teeth, but her gaze kept glancing at the bunny Jade in his hands, her eyes full of little stars. Jade's appearance was just too cute. Even Tang Yan sometimes couldn't help but want to touch this little guy, not to mention Hui Yule. Hui Yule kept teasing Jade, wanting to hug it. However, Jade didn't budge at all, and kept her guard up. Seeing that Hoyul was about to use force, Jade Air was frightened and generally drilled into the demon space, not coming out no matter how much Tang Yen called out. Am I that scary? The little girl was a bit downcast, the first time she was treated as a bad guy, and still treated as a bad guy by a cute little bunny. Tang Yen, on the other hand, poisoned his milk. You're not scary, you just look like a bad guy. Hoyul glared at him in exasperation and turned her head away, not wanting to care about him. And at this time, everyone had almost arrived, and Xiaolan, who was standing on the ring, suddenly spoke. Everyone has been practicing for a while now, and has also found the martial arts they want from the martial arts library. And today, I've asked you all to come here because I want to have a friendly match with Class 1. Each class will elect 3 representatives to compete in a match of 2 out of 3 games, and the winning class will each receive 1 extra credit each. When these words came out, the eyes of the students on both sides lit up. The importance of credits was known to those present, and once they heard that there were credits to be taken, they all became excited. As for Tang Yan's class, the gazes of the crowd looked towards Hoyul and Tang Yan. Only 3 representatives could be chosen, so naturally, they were the 3 strongest. The only candidate that didn't need to be doubted was Hoyul, a peerless genius with a level 7 talent, coupled with her status as a congenital awakened. Their class deserved to be the number 1. As for Tang Yan, as much as they disliked him, it was undeniable that he was also an innate awakener, stronger than most of them. As for the last person, I'll do it. Han Xiujie stood out and said with vigor. After so many days of recuperation, the wounds on his face had completely recovered, and his entire person looked handsome and dashing. This was because during this period of time, he had turned all the anger in his heart into motivation, breaking through the 4th level of body refinement in one fell swoop. Coupled with the fact that in the martial arts library, he had learned a move called Black Tiger's Heart, his strength had increased even more, which filled him with confidence. When the crowd heard this, no one objected. They naturally knew Han Xiujie's current strength. This was because the bastard couldn't wait to make a big fuss in the group when he broke through, attracting a flurry of hypocritical compliments. Xiaolan obviously felt the same way, so she nodded and said to Zhao Mang beside her, Instructor Zhao, our class will be fought by Huiyi, Tang Yan, and Han Xiujie. Zhao Mang, on the other hand, nodded and then looked at the students in his class. Jiang Mubai. Jiang Mubai. Jiang Mubai. Upon seeing Zhao Mang's gaze, the students of the first class then shouted in unison in excitement. The faces of the people in Tang Yan's class changed. Jiang Mubai? Why didn't I think that Jiang Mubai was also in class 1? This is the end. Someone exclaimed in a low voice. What are you afraid of? Don't we still have Hoyul in our class? That's different. Hoyul was awakened at the beginning of the school year, while Jiang Mubai was awakened before the school year started. No one knows how strong Jiang Mubai is? What should we do then? Is our class about to lose? Don't panic, isn't it 2 out of 3? Even if we lose 1 game, don't we still have 2? This last sentence was obviously a bit understated, as their gazes simultaneously looked toward Tang Yan. To know that this guy had escaped alone in a dangerous time, if they really fought, could they win? The crowd was a bit bottomless in their hearts. Hearing his students shouting Jiang Mubai in unison, Zhao Mang's slightly stiff face also revealed a smile. He certainly knew about Jiang Mubai's excellence, and as his mentor, he was also very honored. So his gaze looked to one spot. There was a young man dressed in exquisite casual clothes standing there. The young man's face was incomparably handsome, with a faint smile on his face, like a spring breeze. Mubai, what do you think? Zhao Mang laughed. Contributing to the class, Mubai is obliged to do so. Jiang Mubai smiled, dashing and confident. It drew a scream from the group of nymphomaniacs around him. Zhao Mang nodded with satisfaction, then looked towards a not tall, somewhat skinny youth and said, Su Hongwen, you also count as 1. The skinny youth named Su Hongwen nodded indifferently, his eyes flickering slightly with refined light. There is still 1 more spot. Who volunteered to sign up? Zhao Mang said aloud. Me. Tutor Zhao. I'll do it. As the voice fell, one excited voice kept ringing out. Because in their opinion, their side had Jiang Mubai and Su Hongwen, and they were already sure to win, so the last person was no longer that important, so they all wanted to go on the field and show some performance. Seeing this, Zhao Mang frowned and had a hard time choosing for a while. I'll do it. And right at this moment, a soft voice suddenly rang out. However, a woman wearing simple casual clothes slowly walked out. The crowd instantly closed their mouths, and not a single person actually objected. Zhao Mang was also stunned, then he loudly announced, the last person, Xiao Rou will fight. Chapter 69 The First Battle. Xiaoro, as her name suggests. Simple white t-shirt, spotless, tight jeans set off the pair of perfect long legs, a pair of soft watery eyes, shallow smile makes people like spring breeze. Temperament, this thing is real, especially in Xiaoro's body highlighted to the fullest. She just stood there, without powdered pretty face, elegant temperament, but let a person cannot help but marvel, good a gentle girl. When Tang Yan saw Xiaoro for the first time, he couldn't help but flash a trace of amazement in his eyes. In fact, as long as the men with normal aesthetics saw Xiaoro, they couldn't help but look at her a few more times. Nothing to do with beauty, only marveled at the temperament. Both sides had already decided on their candidates, and a referee-like person walked up to the ring and said aloud, "Next, please ask the representatives of the two classes to come up to the stage to draw their respective opponents." Upon hearing this, Han Xiujie was the first to make a jump and landed firmly on top of the ring, his dashing movements attracting a crowd of sidelong glances. The fourth stage of body refinement already possessed a strength of 400 kilograms, and with the usual training, his control of strength was already very skillful. Looking at the envious and worshipful gazes of the people around him, Han Xiujie became more and more spirited. His eyes looked at Tang Yan and Huiyuel with complacency, but he realized that the two of them didn't even have the intention of looking at him, but slowly walked up to the ring. Looking at the bland Tang Yan, a hint of coldness flashed through the depths of Han Xiujie's eyes. "Tang Yan, let you be complacent for a while, and when I enter the top class, you'll have your ass. After all, it's just a loser with a rank 0 inferior talent. Besides." A cold smile appeared on his face as he touched his clothes at his chest, where it slightly moved as if there was something inside. At this time, the representatives of both sides had already arrived at the ring, and the referee took out a small box, allowing both sides to draw their respective opponents in fields from it. Soon, the draw was complete, and the results were already out. Match 1, Han Xiujie vs Su Hongwen. Match 2, Huiyuel vs Xiaoro. Match 3, Tang Yan vs Jiang Mubai. When the results came out, the expressions of the students in the first class were a bit stunned. Then everyone's eyes looked at Tang Yan in the ring with some playfulness. Jiang Mubai actually didn't go up against Huiyuel, but against Tang Yan? The students of Class 1 almost laughed out loud, because the result was already obvious, their Class 1 was going to win. Compared to Class 1, the crowd in Tang Yan's class frowned, and then looked at Tang Yan with some pity. Without a doubt, they likewise thought that Tang Yan was bound to lose. "Are the credits just going to pass us by?" someone said with a bitter smile. "Not necessarily, Huiyuel against Xiaoro, it's very likely that she'll win even if Tang Yan can't win, but this would be a tie at best. That means that the key game is actually the first game? Han Xiujie vs Su Hongwen? Han Xiujie, go for it. Whether you can win or not depends on you." Some people at the bottom immediately shouted. As Han Xiujie listened to the crowd's cheering, his face couldn't help but flash with a hint of excitement. That's right. It was this feeling of having high hopes. He hadn't had this feeling for a long time. Looking at the speechless, thinly built Su Hongwen on the opposite side, a hint of cruelty appeared at the corner of Han Xiujie's mouth. This first battle, he had to win. He could completely imagine that as long as he won this battle, then his status in the class would definitely rise as a result. And he would be able to enjoy how Tang Yan was viciously defeated by Jiang Mubai. At this time, the referee saw that both sides were ready, and immediately waved his hand and said, "First match, Han Xiujie vs Su Hongwen, now begin." Tang Yan and the others went down from the ring, leaving only Han Xiujie and Su Hongwen on the stage. The referee stood on a high platform and said aloud, "In the middle of the match, admitting defeat or falling off the ring is considered a failure. I declare the contest officially begins." At this moment, the crowd all held their breath as they looked at the two men in the ring. Both of them didn't immediately make a move, but instead remained in a holding position. Han Xiujie's face was serious as he stared at Su Hongwen. Su Hongwen, on the other hand, was still expressionless and didn't say a word. Finally, Han Xiujie couldn't hold back any longer and bellowed, slamming his fist against Su Hongwen's face. The fist actually made a cracking sound in the air, thus showing how powerful this punch was. At the bottom of the crowd, a burst of shock, some people even closed their eyes, because this fist had smashed in Su Hongwen's face, but to be able to smash his face down. However, the next moment, a more enthusiastic cry of surprise rang out. Only to see that in the ring, Han Xiujie's fist had already arrived in front of Su Hongwen, and was about to smash up. At this moment, Su Hongwen finally moved, only to see him stretch out a hand and blocked it in front of him. Han Xiujie's fist that caused the air-breaking sound was actually blocked by him with incomparable ease. The power is too weak. Su Hongwen suddenly opened his mouth, perhaps because he hadn't spoken for too long. His voice had some hoarseness in it. Su Hongwen is awesome. Seeing this, the students of Class 1 cheered. On the contrary, on Tang Yan's side, each and every one of them were silent. Tang Yan was watching with great interest, cheerfully saying to Hui Yul beside him, "I didn't expect the Su Hongwen to have two tricks up his sleeve. Look at that invisible forcefulness, it's practically a male piggyback in a novel." Hui Yul, on the other hand, rolled her eyes and said, "Looks like Han Xiujie is set to lose, it's up to me next." As for Tang Yan's loss, maybe others would think he was bound to lose, but she knew Tang Yan's bottom line, maybe the one called Jiang Mubai was very strong, but in front of him, it was still like an adult and a child, not a level. Tang Yan, on the other hand, shrugged his shoulders, a meaningful smile on his face, then looked Han Xiujie up and down, and kept saying under his breath, "Pity, ah pity." It caused Hui Yul to be confused. Han Xiujie listened to the shouts of a class of people, then felt the large hand that pinched his fist. His face was incomparably ugly. Originally, he thought that this was a battle between dragons and tigers, and in the end, he would defeat Su Hongwen with great difficulty and then accept the adoration of the crowd. But the truth was that he and Su Hongwen didn't seem to be on the same level. But how could he be willing to admit defeat? So with a loud roar, his other fist once again smashed towards Su Hongwen's face. But right at this moment, Han Xiujie only felt a flash in front of his eyes as a leg with a residual shadow kicked him hard in the chest, while his entire body flew backwards and fell on the near edge of the ring. Han Xiujie only felt as if his internal organs had shifted, and there was a fiery pain in his chest. His face had turned greenish-purple, partly due to his injuries and partly due to his anger. He had actually been kicked in front of so many people like a dead dog. "You admit defeat." At this time, Su Hongwen spoke once again, without a single fluctuation in his tone, appearing forced. "Admit defeat?" Han Xiujie's face kept changing, and a hint of madness gradually appeared in his eyes. On top of another high platform, Xiaolan and Zhao Mang stood side by side. Seeing Han Xiujie being kicked away by Su Hongwen, Xiaolan's eyes narrowed slightly as she said indifferently, "This Su Hongwen should have the strength of the 6th level of body refining, right? Tutor Zhao's hiding is really deep." On the other hand, a faint smile appeared on Zhao Mang's stalwart face, and when he heard Xiaolan's words, he laughed and said, "This kid Hongwen is usually more low-key, and it was only recently that I realized his strength. It really surprised me." His tone could not help but carry a hint of complacency. It was important to know that Xiaolan's class had produced a genius with a level 7 talent, which had really made the other tutors envious. Now that he saw a student from his own class defeat Xiaolan's student, it was inevitable that he would be complacent. However, the next moment his gaze was suddenly condensed and he shouted explosively, "Stop!" As his voice fell, his figure scurried out like a bolt of lightning. Only to see that on the ring, Han Xiujie's figure crawled up crookedly, while his gaze had become incomparably frantic. "Go! Get him killed for me!" With that, he waved his hand violently, and a palm-sized cockroach suddenly flew out of his sleeve, and a scorching breath spewed out of the cockroach's mouth. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a wall of fire. Su Hongwen's calm and watery face finally changed, and without being able to think too much, his figure retreated rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he had already retreated to the edge of the ring and was about to fall. Su Hongwen violently stopped his body, clenched his teeth, and punched at the cockroach. However, in this way, he would definitely be burned to death by this wall of fire. At the moment of 1,000 shots, Zhao Mang's figure arrived out of thin air and directly shot out to pull Su Hongwen off the ring, then with a wave of his hand, he struck out a powerful chi. The vigor directly passed through the flames and struck that cockroach's body. And that cockroach let out a mournful cry and was directly sent flying, landing beside Han Xiujie's body, its body twitching straight. "Little Chang! What's wrong with you? Are you all right?" Han Xiujie painfully cupped the cockroach in his palm and asked with concern. This was a level 2 awakened beast that his father had used an incomparably precious human connection, plus a large price to buy. If it died, he would definitely be killed by his father as well. Fortunately, the cockroach twitched a few times in his hand and seemed to recover before it bit down on top of his arm and actually started sucking his blood. Han Xiujie's face crumpled together as he felt the pain on his arm, but instead of resisting, he looked towards Su Hongwen, who had fallen outside the ring with an indignant face, and Zhao Mang, who had a somewhat grim expression on his face, and said, "According to the rules, I've won this first match." "Humph." Zhao Mang, however, grunted and said, "What a shameless fellow. Actually carrying an awakening beast on him. If I hadn't reacted in time, wouldn't my students have been undermined by you?" The voice was like a flood bell, and the tone was incomparably angry. The crowd at the bottom even let out a burst of sighs, saying that it was a fair duel. This Han Shou-jie actually used external forces, relying on the fact that he had an awakened beast on his body to win. This is also too shameless. For a while, everyone's gaze towards Han Shou-jie became somewhat contemptuous. Chapter 70 Jiang Mubai is angry. Feeling the contemptuous gazes cast over by the crowd, the corners of Han Shou-jie's mouth twitched slightly. Why wouldn't he want to defeat Su Hongwen openly and honestly, in which case he could also show off his power? But the key thing was that he couldn't beat him. But he absolutely couldn't lose this first match. If he lost, even if he achieved something in the future, everything today would become a stain on his life, and he would completely lose his heart in the class. So he gritted his teeth, ignored the despicable gazes, and looked at the referee. Referee, can you announce the result now? The referee glanced at him faintly and announced expressionlessly, first match, Han Shou-jie wins. Phew. There was a panting sound at the bottom. Someone immediately blurted out, referee, Han Shou-jie just borrowed an external force, this is unfair. Yes, it's not fair. The people from the first class immediately chimed in. On the other hand, on Tang Yan's class side, they all lowered their heads, only feeling uncomfortable as if something was crawling on their faces. I didn't expect this guy Han Shou-jie to be so shameless, actually borrowing external power. Although they also disliked Han Shou-jie's actions in their hearts, but Han Shou-jie was, after all, someone from their class. They couldn't say anything. While facing the anger of the first class, the referee snorted coldly and said, fair? This is no longer the era of comfort you all used to live in. When you guys encounter a real duel, it's either you or me. What's there to talk about fairness? Besides, the fact that this awakened beast is willing to listen to Han Shou-jie means that it's also a part of his power, and that doesn't count as using external force. A single sentence left everyone dumbfounded. Han Shou-jie's face also revealed a hint of a smug smile as he looked towards Su Hongwen and said in a fake and sympathetic manner, I'll take it then. Su Hongwen's face was incomparably ugly, both fists clenched, wanting to rush up. But just at this time, a pair of large hands suddenly patted on his shoulders, while a gentle laughter followed. Mr. Referee, isn't it true that in the ring, as long as you don't hurt your life, you can use any means? But it was Jiang Mubai who stepped forward with a smile on his face, his eyes gleaming as he looked at the referee. The referee then nodded slightly and said, that's right, in the case of not hurting lives, unless the opponent admits defeat or falls out of the ring, the course of the fight doesn't matter. Jiang Mubai, on the other hand, was dazed, then turned to Su Hongwen and said, Brother Su, since the opponent defeated you in such a way, then I'll just help you return it. Su Hongwen frowned, but did not object. And when Jiang Mubai said this, the entire room was in an uproar. A single gaze then turned to Tang Yan, all bloating in their eyes. Obviously, Han Shou-jie's approach to make Jiang Mubai angry naturally need to vent, and Jiang Mubai vent object is of course, and he fought Tang Yan. When the students in Tang Yan's class heard this, they all gave Tang Yan a sympathetic look. This guy was too unlucky. Not only did he draw Jiang Mubai, but he also suffered an innocent implication because of Han Shou-jie. There were no words for this luck. As for Han Shou-jie in the ring, a hint of hidden joy flashed in his eyes. This was simply unexpected joy. He hadn't expected that he had actually angered Jiang Mubai by making this move, and that Jiang Mubai had actually placed his anger on Tang Yan's body. Ha ha! It's as if I can already see this Tang Yan fellow being humiliated. Han Shou-jie laughed wildly in his heart. Tang Yan felt the different gazes around him, then looked at Jiang Mubai who had a handsome smile on his face but a cold light flashing in his eyes, and suddenly laughed, how about I admit defeat now, can I? Ha ha ha! At that, the students of the first class then laughed out loud, their laughter filled with mockery. I say Tang Yan, aren't you a man? The competition hasn't even started yet and you actually started to admit defeat? Should you be such a wimp? That's right, in my opinion, the world of the awakened is too cruel, it's not suitable for you, you're still hiding home to eat milk. Ha ha ha. A burst of mockery from the first class. And the heads of the crowd on Tang Yan's side went even lower. Even the referee couldn't help but frown, unless there are special circumstances, you may not admit defeat before the match. When Tang Yan heard this, he shrugged, suddenly revealing a row of white teeth, saying, alright, then you guys don't regret it. Ha ha ha. The first class once again laughed out loud. Regret? Tang Yan, you're afraid you're not talking in your sleep, right? We'll only regret it if you don't go on stage, because then we won't get to see your sorry ass getting beat down. It had to be said that Han Shou-jie's shameless approach had completely enraged these people in Class 1, so now all of their grievances were focused on Tang Yan. They looked forward to Tang Yan being hung by Jiang Mubai. Zhang Mubai looked at Tang Yan's brilliant smile, but the chill in his eyes became even more profound. In fact, he had long wanted to teach this fellow a lesson. As soon as the school year started, he was supposed to be in the spotlight, but he was overwhelmed by Hui Yule's popularity, and then a level 0 inferior scum actually suppressed him head-on. The reason turned out to be that this Hui Yule confessed to this scum in public. Although his good education told him that he didn't need to care about these false names, he had a small lump in his heart. However, he didn't go looking for trouble with Tang Yan or Hui Yule, which also made him look too petty and uneducated. But then that time in the library really pissed him off. The old man who was watching the stairs let Tang Yan go up to the second floor, originally thinking that he could only go to the second floor by virtue of his status as an innately awakened person. Never thought that the result was that the old man was only looking at this guy's eyes before letting him go up. This made him unacceptable. Wasn't this an indirect way of scolding him for being inferior to Tang Yan? For this reason, he was depressed for several days. And today, he actually faced this Tang Yan, and the heavens seemed to have given him a reason to teach this guy a good lesson. He could finally take out his anger in a righteous manner. Well, at the same time, I can also show off my power. After all, the more outstanding you are, the higher the position you will hold in the future when you enter the animal management team, Zhang Mubai thought silently in his heart. At this time, Han Xiujia had already stepped down from the ring, while the referee announced aloud, the second match, Hui Yi versus Xiao. Please come on stage, both of you. Hearing the referee's voice, Hui Yule walked up to the ring with an expressionless face. On the other side, Xiao also slowly walked onto the ring. A large and a small, two different styles of beautiful women appeared in front of the crowd. The crowd silently gulped. Compared to the first battle, the crowd was actually more looking forward to the second battle, not to mention the outcome of the match, but just the fact that this large and small beauty with two different styles were competing, it looked eye-pleasing. Chapter 71 Illuminating Power. As for Hui Yule, everyone present was naturally familiar with her, the only absolute genius in the Animal Management Academy who possessed a level 7 talent, awakening her ice ability on the first day of school, and becoming the object of countless people's conversation. As for Xiao, not many people knew about it, but everyone who had come into contact with her would be left with a deep impression. This girl was really too gentle, so gentle that talking to her would unconsciously lower the volume of her voice for fear of breaking her gentleness. Some people had deliberately inquired, Xiao seemed to have come from a relatively poor family, and some people had often seen her doing some part-time jobs outside. These days after entering the Animal Management College, some rich young masters had tried to pursue Xiao, and even said that they could support her for the rest of her life. Xiao didn't answer, she just quietly looked at that rich young master with those watery eyes, which were pure and bright. It was said that that rich young master didn't last a minute under Xiao's gaze and fled, and never pestered Xiao again. Xiao's talent is very average, only level 2 talent, usually did not see her how to cultivate, because in addition to her part-time job, she likes to sit in the martial arts library quietly reading books. No one looked down on Xiao, and no one was jealous of Xiao. Because when you get along with Xiao for a period of time, you will always be impressed by this girl's gentleness and kindness. So when Xiao said I'll do it, everyone fell into silence, no one objected. Because of intolerance. On the ring. Hui Yule looks at Xiao in front of her and suddenly gets a little discouraged. She feels that this sister is too weak, and she can't get her hands on her. Seemingly sensing Hui Yule's mood, Xiao suddenly blinked at her and said softly, please make sure you do your best later, don't underestimate your sister. Hui Yule slightly froze, then felt her mood actually calm down without the slightest ripple, as if there was a kind of magic in Xiao's voice. She nodded and said, I will definitely do my best. Xiao smiled, and all of a sudden, the entire ring seemed to brighten up because of her smile. And at this time, the referee also said aloud, the second match officially begins. Hui Yule took a slight breath and suddenly waved her hand, the air around her began to drop rapidly, and some could even see that strands of ice had appeared above the ring. At the same time, a cone of ice suddenly appeared out of nowhere and stabbed at Xiao. Is this an ice ability? So strong. Hui Yule is truly worthy of being a supreme genius with a level 7 talent. How many days has it been? I'm afraid that this ice system power has long exceeded the 7th level of body refining strength, right? Xiao, quickly dodge. The people at the bottom burst into a cry of alarm. And Xiao's face became serious at this moment, only to see that she suddenly placed her hand on her chest and seemed to be muttering something under her breath. Then a white light suddenly emerged from within her body, and in the blink of an eye, Xiao's entire body was enveloped in, and those ice cones actually began to melt a little bit when they encountered these white lights, and in the blink of an eye, they all disappeared. The entire ring became extraordinarily warm under the cover of this white light, without the slightest bit of coldness. The people watching the battle at the bottom were all stunned by this scene. They never knew that Xiao was actually an innate awakened. And what kind of ability was this? Surprisingly, even the ice ability lost its power under this ability. What's more, under the illumination of this white light, their moods obviously became a little bit calmer, and they even had the urge to become Buddhas on the ground. Ugh, I want to become a monk so badly. It feels as if there is no more pursuit in life. It's better to return to the mountains and forests. Actually, becoming a nun seems to be not bad. At this moment, all sorts of thoughts surfaced in the hearts of the crowd, and the entire crowd had the illusion of being immortalized. Tang Yan also looked astonished, because just now he almost had the idea of becoming a monk as well. If it wasn't for his timely operation of his inner strength, I'm afraid he would have fallen into the path. But what exactly was this light? It could actually cause one to have such an illusion? Ding, this is called the light system power. Only those with a good heart, gentle character, and who are not in conflict with the world may awaken the light system power. Host, do you want to marry her home? This will have unexpected benefits for you, yo. Just when he was a bit puzzled, the system's voice suddenly emerged from his mind, its tone full of temptation. Tang Yan, on the other hand, rolled his eyes and ignored it. This pitiful system seemed to be getting more and more humanized. Light system power. Tang Yan stroked his chin. He suddenly thought of Chen Mengmeng. She seemed to have awakened dark system power. Could it be that Chen Mengmeng's heart was dark, and that's why she had awakened the darkness system power? Ding, that's only those with a desperate heart full of persistence could possibly awaken the darkness system power. Host, you're so stupid. You're the one who knows more. Usually when I want to ask you questions you don't answer. When I don't want to ask you, you have to jack in. Tang Yan was a bit annoyed. This pitiful system was also too not taking this host majesty of his seriously. Shay. The system grunted disdainfully and fell into silence. And Tang Yan's gaze was once again placed on the ring, smiling bitterly. Hui Yule, this little girl should have lost. He had almost fallen for it, let alone Hui Yule. Sure enough, under the illumination of the straight white light, Hui Yule drooped her little head and said, "Sister, I just can't lay a hand on her, I admit defeat." Xiao sniffs, then slowly withdraws the white light, then comes in front of Hui Yule, those watery eyes carefully sizing up Hui Yule, and suddenly smiles. "Yule, you're really pretty." Saying this, she stretched out her white catkin and pinched her little face. Hui Yule, on the other hand, breaks into an unprecedented shyness, the depression of her defeat just now dissipating at this moment. "Sister is prettier," Hui Yule said shyly. "I'll be your sister in the future, how about it?" Xiao said with a smile. "Aha!" Hui Yule nodded vigorously without thinking. The duo then chatted directly in the ring. There wasn't the slightest atmosphere of a match. Tang Yan was under the ring with a head full of black lines. This even fought out emotions? Being sold without even realizing it. He muttered in his mind. Second match, Xiao wins. And at this time, the referee's voice rang out again. Only then did the crowd react violently, while the people in Class 1 directly cheered, shouting Xiao's name non-stop. Even the people on Tang Yan's side looked at Xiao with amazed gazes. This miraculous means of Xiao's really amazed them. On a high platform, Xiao Lan's gaze was somewhat astonished as she looked at Xiao's figure and murmured, "Could this be the light system power from the records?" That's right, very surprised, right? At that time, I was just like you. After learning that Xiao had awakened her light system power, I almost dropped my jaw in shock. Next to him, Jia Mang had a face of amazement, but the pride in his eyes couldn't be concealed. Although Xiao's awakening of the light department power had nothing to do with him at all, but Xiao was still his student. Saying that, he looked at a place with a disdainful face, where Han Xiujia was leaving a halo, his eyes unblinking as he looked at Xiao, so he mocked at Xiaolan, "Instructor Xia, the character of that Han Xiujia in your class still needs to be examined more." Xiaolan's face was a bit unsightly. At the beginning, he had a somewhat bad impression of Han Xiujia, because he had wantonly suppressed others in order to emphasize himself. Now, he even took out the awakened beast to get the victory, and almost burned Su Hongwen into serious injuries. Although she won the victory, she was disliked, which made her a bit embarrassed as well. And at this time Zhao Meng suddenly said again, "There's still one more game, it's the real deciding game." Jiang Mubai, he seems to be a bit angry. I hope that Tang Yan from your class knows what he's doing, and concedes when he gets on stage. Otherwise it will be a bit difficult to admit defeat at that time. Xiaolan's brows furrowed slightly as she looked at the calm-faced Tang Yan. Her senses towards Tang Yan were similarly not very favorable, but yet she didn't want to be humiliated in the final round, which would undoubtedly be a blow to him. I hope this guy doesn't die trying to save face. Sighing in his heart, Xia Lan's gaze looked towards the referee. The referee, on the other hand, nodded slightly before announcing aloud, Match 3, Tang Yan vs Jiang Mubai, please enter both of you. Chapter 72 Tang Yan vs Jiang Mubai up. As soon as the referee's voice fell, everyone's eyes looked towards Tang Yan and Jiang Mubai. The difference was that when they looked at Jiang Mubai, their eyes were filled with admiration. While when they looked at Tang Yan, they were all teasing colors. After the first match, Jiang Mubai had already released words to strike back in the same manner. This Tang Yan is also really pathetic. Han Xiujie played a dirty trick to win over Su Hongwen, but it turned out to be him who took the blame. TSK, this last match is sure to be exciting. Will Tang Yan surrender as soon as he gets on the court? Possibly, if he has self-awareness, his best option is to surrender and admit defeat. After all, the gap between him and Jiang Mubai is just too big, and insisting on it will bring nothing but shame. I don't want him to surrender right away. In that case, there will be a good show to watch. Tang Yan will definitely be hammered on the ground by Jiang Mubai. Ha ha ha. You say that, I'm looking forward to it even more. The crowd began to whisper. The people on Tang Yan's side had complex faces. They had already decided that they were going to lose this final round. But being mocked by the opposite side this mercilessly, they were still very twisted in their psyches. But they knew that Tang Yan wasn't even a match for Jiang Mubai, and there was a high possibility that he would admit defeat as soon as he stepped onto the stage, because if it was placed on them, they would do the same. In that case, it would be a bit humiliating, not even having the courage to fight a battle when it wouldn't hurt their lives. It would still be their class's prestige that would be lost if it was spread out. But if they were to harden their heads against Jiang Mubai, they would probably suffer a merciless humiliation. This was really a bit difficult to choose. Please enter both of you. At this time, the referee's voice came again. Jiang Mubai was the first to arrive atop the ring with a handsome backflip, causing the crowd to cheer. Tang Yan, on the other hand, slowly walked up to the ring and stood opposite Jiang Mubai. You're not really going to admit defeat just like that, are you? At this moment, Jiang Mubai suddenly spoke. Could it be that the Manhwa Yule has her eye on doesn't even have the courage to fight me? Jiang Mubai had a smile on his face, but the words he uttered spread throughout the entire stadium. Obviously, he was directly blocking Tang Yan's back way of directly admitting defeat. With his words, if Tang Yan directly conceded defeat, then not only would he lose face, but he would make everyone look down on him, and even implicate Hua Yule. Tang Yan, on the other hand, looked at Jiang Mubai with a smirk, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He could be sure that he had never provoked this Jiang Mubai, but this Jiang Mubai had put out words to teach him a lesson, and now he was even deliberately saying these words. His heart is punishable. So he shrugged his shoulders and said, then don't regret it. Jiang Mubai was instantly stunned, then he snorted coldly, pretending. The crowd under the ring also shook their heads. This Tang Yan really loved to pretend. In a quiet corner of the ring, Hua Yule and Xiao sat together, quietly watching the two in the ring. Hearing Jiang Mubai's words, Xiao instantly looked at Hua Yi by her side and said, Yi, is Tang Yan really someone you like? It had to be said that Xiao's charm was indeed great. Just in such a short while, she was already talking to Hua Yule as if she was really Hua Yule's own sister. Hua Yule, on the other hand, made a big red face and said, no la, in the beginning it was because I wanted to pit this guy, so I deliberately said I liked him. Oh, Xiao nodded slightly, not asking Hua Yule why she wanted to pit Tang Yan, but asked, then who do you think will win this match? Tang Yan, of course. Hua Yule answered without even thinking. Xiao, on the other hand, was a bit stunned, and then she was back to normal as she tilted her head to look at the reaction of the crowd under the ring and said, looking at their expressions, they seemed to be very unfavorable to Tang Yan. Hua Yule, on the other hand, shook her head and said, Sister Xia, you mustn't be fooled by what that Tang Yan guy shows. That family is just a belly-aching man. If you don't believe me, just watch. Oh? Xiao was slightly surprised as she looked at the back of the ring and nodded, alright then, I'll have to take a good look then. If Tang Yan knew that Hua Yule was talking about herself like this behind her back, he would definitely have to smack her little ass. This heartless little girl, thanks to the fact that he had often invited her to dinner. At this time, the referee had already announced the start of the match, and all eyes were focused on the ring. Neither of the two immediately made a move. Jiang Mubai slowly said that Han Xiujie took out his awakening beast to help defeat Hongwen, and I said I would fight back in the same way, so I'll do what I said. After saying that, his foot suddenly stomped above the ring. The crowd looked puzzled, not understanding what he was doing. Then they saw that the surface of the ring was suddenly like a stone falling into the water, rapidly fluctuating. Then a gray, foot-high rat suddenly emerged, while a pair of blood-red eyes stared deathly at Tang Yen. Awakened beast? The crowd exclaimed for a moment. And looking at the way this rat appeared, it's obvious that it has already mastered some sort of ability. This is at worst a level 2 awakened beast. A quick-thinking person immediately said. Listening to the voices coming in, Jiang Mubai nodded his head with a smile on his face and said aloud, "That's right, this is indeed a level 2 awakened beast, and next I will command this level 2 awakened beast to defeat him." With that, he extended a hand and pointed it at Tang Yen. "It's true that the wind and water have turned, Su Hongwen. Jiang Mubai has avenged you this time," someone said to Su Hongwen, who didn't say a word. Su Hongwen, on the other hand, his gaze flickered for a long time before he slowly said, "The one who played dirty tricks was Han Xiujie, not this Tang Yen." Jiang Mubai went a bit too far in doing so. Although he was angry, it was also towards Han Xiujie and had nothing to do with Tang Yen. In fact, when Jiang Mubai offered to fight back for him, he wanted to oppose it because he and Jiang Mubai weren't very familiar with each other. Besides, he could see that Jiang Mubai was a very arrogant person, seemingly gentle, but in reality, he simply looked down on them. But Jiang Mubai suddenly said he wanted to make a counterattack for him. He could guess some reasons. One was that he wanted to build up his prestige, and the other was that Jiang Mubai should have a history with this Tang Yen. But he finally nodded his head because he was just too angry at that time. Now he had some regrets. No matter what, it shouldn't be this Tang Yen taking the consequences. While the person beside him heard him, he was a bit unhappy and said, "Su Hongwen, how are you talking? Jiang Mubai decided to fight back for your sake. It's too heartbreaking for you to say that now." "That's right, Su Hongwen, not to say you're thankful to Jiang Mubai, you can't be like this." A voice of accusation came from his side. Su Hongwen didn't pay any attention to it, he just looked at the ring with a tight gaze. On the ring, Jiang Mubai looked at Tang Yen with a smirk, rather like a cat playing with a mouse, only to hear him lazily say, "Well, next, it's you and its battle. You mustn't be knocked out of the ring by a mouse, that would be too humiliating." That pusillanimous looked at the group of nymphomaniacs underneath with a burst of screams. Tang Yen almost took a knife and stabbed this bastard to death. Why was this appearance so beat up? Tang Yen looked at the rat in the ring, silently opened the system, and looked at the display of demon space being full, and couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. Today he had met 2 level 2 demons, that was a total of 2,000 points. If it wasn't for the loser rabbit taking up the remaining space, then he would have been able to exchange goods once more. "Loser bunny, come out here. Get this rat." Tang Yen glared at the bunny Jade Air, who was hiding and rolling around in the demon space, and gritted his teeth. Jade Child, on the other hand, glanced at him, then said discontentedly, "Bad master, Luinjia isn't the loser bunny." Saying this, it sucked in its saliva for a moment, then wagged its short little tail and said, "Master, Luinjia is hungry." The corners of Tang Yan's mouth twitched. He had eaten so much in the morning, and now he was actually hungry again? He really doubted what this little thing's stomach was made of. How could it hold so much stuff? Then his eyes just twinkled as he heatedly laughed, "As long as you come out and defeat that rat, I'll give you something delicious." Really? The little bunny Jade's azure-colored eyes instantly lit up. With a whoosh, it ran out of the demon space. Chapter 73 Tang Yen vs. Jiang Mubai Middle. As soon as the little bunny Jade appeared, she immediately attracted the attention of the crowd. Then the eyes of the crowd instantly turned heart-shaped. What a cute little bunny! A group of female students even let out a cry of surprise. That white, untainted fluffy fur, petite and adorable body, azure-colored eyes that were still glowing, and 2 long ears that moved one after the other, was simply a cute killer. The little rabbit Eeyore jumped to the top of Tang Yan's head and cheerfully turned a heel. The cute and adorable look made the heart melt. But then someone thought of something and asked aloud, "Tang Yan, you don't think you want to use this little bunny to battle a level 2 awakened beast, do you?" As soon as these words came out, everyone cast contemptuous glances at him. There was even a female student who shouted, "Tang Yan, how could you do this? The rabbit is so cute, how can you bear to eat it? No, how can you bear to let it go to battle? That's Tang Yan, if you're a man you'll go fight by yourself." On the ring, listening to the indignation of the crowd below, Jiang Mubai looked at Tang Yan with interest and said, "Tang Yan, you don't really want to use this little rabbit to fight against my level 2 awakened beast, do you?" Tang Yan, on the other hand, raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Jiang Mubai with a smile on his face. "What? Are you afraid?" "Afraid?" Jiang Mubai froze, then lost his smile. "That's fine, since you won't admit defeat, then let's begin." Saying this, his foot stomped lightly on the ring, while a ferocious light snapped out from the eyes of that large rat, its figure suddenly and strangely disappearing. Tang Yan's eyes narrowed vainly without any panic and yanked the defeated rabbit off his head, saying, "If you want to eat something tasty, then hit that rat flying." Ewer tilted her head, then somewhat reluctantly crisped, "Alright, Luan Jia wants lots and lots of delicious food." Tang Yan rolled his eyes and directly tossed the defeated rabbit. That little short leg stomped in the air, looking at the crowd at the bottom. Their hearts jumped. Such a small rabbit, falling from such a high height, shouldn't it directly fall to its death, right? And at this time, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of the bunny Jade, the blood-red eyes incomparably appalling. It is the mouse. At this time, the rat stretched out a sharp claw and slapped it at Jade. Seeing this, a trace of intolerance appeared on the faces of the crowd. They could already imagine the scene of this little rabbit being torn to pieces by that sharp claw. However, the next moment their eyes widened, only to see that on the ring, the imposing mouse looked like it had been cast to stasis, just fixed in the air, still holding the pose of waving its claws. And that cute little bunny was a tumbling landing on the ground. Then a milky voice suddenly rang out. "Master said that as long as Luanjia knocks you away, there will be delicious food." Then Luanjia is going to start. A white light swept by, the little bunny Jade suddenly bounced up from the ground, and a little foot kicked out, directly kicking at the motionless mouse. Thunk! There was a muffled sound, followed by the sound of glass breaking. Only to see that mouse transformed into a residual shadow flying out from above the ring, and then crashed into the glass on the top floor of the gymnasium, but its speed didn't slow down, and it disappeared from the crowd's line of sight in the blink of an eye. The stadium was silent. Everyone looked at the bunny dumbfounded and subconsciously gulped. Only after a long time did someone murmur in a disbelieving voice, "What did this? I see? That little rabbit kicked a level 2 awakened beast to fly? Oh my god, that little rabbit can actually speak human language." The crowd was a bit unable to accept this result. It was clearly just a cute little bunny. How could it kick a level 2 awakened beast away? Most importantly, this little rabbit could actually spit out human words. They felt a little messed up. On the ring. The smile on Jiang Mubai's face had stiffened. His eyes were equally unbelieving. He hadn't expected that his level 2 awakened beast would actually be kicked away by a little rabbit no matter what. Moreover, this little rabbit even arrogantly raised a middle finger at him. Could this be a rank 3 awakened beast? With a jump in his heart, his face became a bit gloomy. A level 3 awakened beast was already comparable to the existence of a chi refining awakened person, and the current him was no match at all. And he had already put down the harsh words that he would return the favor in his own way, but if he were to take on this rabbit that could only be a level 3 awakened beast, then the one who would fail would definitely be him. The thought of suffering the strange gazes of others after failing, his heart couldn't stop sinking. After the little rabbit Ewer kicked the mouse away, she gave Jiang Mubai the middle finger and ran to Tang Yan's shoulder, her big round eyes staring straight at him. Tang Yan was also a bit surprised. He also didn't know that this little guy could actually speak human language as well, because before it had used its spirit to communicate with him. And its ability was very weird, because he also didn't know why that mouse suddenly stood still in the air. As the same level 2 awakened beast, the little rabbit Jade's combat power was not even on the same line as that rat. Master, delicious. At this moment, Jade Air rubbed her furry little head against his face and said in a milky voice. Tang Yan was helpless. Pretending to put his hand into his arms, he then slowly rushed out a 1-meter-long large knife from his spatial ring. The crowd had just come down from their shock at this point, and when they suddenly saw Tang Yan pull out a 1-meter-long large knife from his arms, they were all a little alarmed. How did this guy hide such a large knife on his body? And he suddenly took out a large knife. Shouldn't he be trying to hack Jiang Mubai to death? Jiang Mubai also reacted immediately and hurriedly made a defensive stance. Seeing Jiang Mubai's defensive stance, Tang Yan skimmed his mouth and said, "Don't worry, I won't cut you. No need to be afraid." At these words, Jiang Mubai's face grew more and more gloomy, but with the little rabbit's deterrent, he didn't dare to attack rashly, only nearly crushing his fists. Tang Yan didn't look at him, but handed the long knife in his hand to Yuer's face and said, "Make do with what you have for now, and I'll be sure to find you something even better to eat later." When Yuer saw the large knife in Tang Yan's hand, her rabbit ears drooped and she muttered, "Stinky master. Lying to Luan Jia." Tang Yan's face darkened as he whispered viciously, "You little thing, you ate so much of my food in the morning, and now you're scolding me? Be careful, I won't give you this knife to eat either." When Yuer heard this, she clutched the big knife in her hands lightning fast and shook her head vigorously, Don't. Saying that, she bit down on the big knife. That big knife was immediately like a piece of tofu, and was bitten out with a gaping hole. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Jade, on the other hand, crunched and chewed. The crisp sound was particularly ear-piercing in the empty gymnasium. Gulp! The people under the stage gulped in unison, looking at the budding rabbit as if they had seen a ghost. Is this a ing rabbit? Why don't you just eat your carrots and eat the knife? Do not know that we are still children, the mental capacity is very weak? The hearts of the people only felt that the divine beasts were flying in the sky, and they almost gave their knees. On top of the high platform, Xiaolan carefully surveyed the bunny ewer and muttered, "What level is this rabbit in the end? Why can't I sense it at all?" However, she looked at Tang Yen again and let out a slight sigh of relief. No wonder this guy dared to go on stage, so it's because he has an additional awakened beast of a not-so-low grade by his side. Somewhere in the corner of the gymnasium, Xiaoro looked at the little rabbit ewer who was holding the big knife and kept biting on it, and for the first time, that pair of bland water-like eyes had a slight fluctuation. "What a cute little guy," she muttered softly. Huayul at the side was also looking at the little rabbit with glittering eyes, but unfortunately, this little guy actually called her a bad person. It doesn't give her a hug either. What a bad little thing. However, when she heard Xiaoro's muttering, a hint of cunning flashed through those bright eyes, and then she hemmed and hawed and laughed, not knowing what ghost idea she was playing. In the ring, Jiang Mubai's cheeks on the other hand trembled. He was somewhat unable to stand. Especially when he saw that the large sword that was a meter long was already almost finished being annihilated. This rabbit shouldn't be cannibalistic as well, right? And at this time, Tang Yen suddenly looked at him with a smile. "It's your turn." A voice that seemed like a smile and not a laugh spread throughout the entire gymnasium. Everyone's eyes sympathized. However, at this time, the person they were looking at was Jiang Mubai. Chapter 74 Tang Yen vs Jiang Mubai next. Obviously, the crowd had now decided in their hearts that the little bunny Jade was a level 3 awakened beast. Are you kidding? A kick to fly a level 2 awakened beast, chewing a steel blade like wax. What is this, not a level 3 awakened beast? They looked at Tang Yan's gaze with some envy. That was a level 3 awakened beast, equivalent to a chi refining realm awakened person. This guy is also too lucky. It's just that Jiang Mubai is going to be unlucky. The faces of the first class were a bit ugly. The duel that was already a sure win had flipped. But the key thing was that they couldn't say anything at all, because it was Jiang Mubai who wanted to return the favor in his own way, and that was why he got a level 2 awakened beast, wanting to teach Tang Yan a good lesson. And Tang Yan was just using the same method to fight back. Only the result was that Tang Yan's awakened beast was of a higher level. If Jiang Mubai had used his true strength to duel at the beginning, and Tang Yan had taken out this little rabbit during the duel, they could have yelled at the bottom for being shameless. But now they could only stare. However, there was still someone who went out on a limb and shouted, "Tang Yan, do you dare to fight with Jiang Mubai in a dignified manner?" When these words came out, the crowd couldn't help but secretly shake their heads. How could Tang Yan choose to fight Jiang Mubai alone? That would be looking for death. However, fine, then I'll fight him squarely. Tang Yan shrugged indifferently, then tucked the hiccuping ewer into his arms. Everyone froze at this. Then they all looked at Tang Yan with the eyes of an idiot. Is this guy really stupid or fake? Don't you have any pussy in your heart? Do you think you're Jiang Mubai's opponent? When Jiang Mubai, who had a gloomy face, heard Tang Yan suddenly say this, a hint of joy flashed in his eyes, but he still murmured without moving his face, "Tang Yan, have you thought about it? Do you really want to fight against me alone?" The implication was that you, Tang Yan, were not as strong as me, Jiang Mubai, so you'd better hide behind the level 3 awakened beast. I'm afraid that an ordinary person hearing this would have reddened their necks and shouted, "Don't worry, I'll do what I say, let your horse come over." But was Tang Yan an ordinary person? Nah. He was now a member of the 14th class. So he stroked his chin and mused, "What you said seems a bit reasonable." Saying this, he pulled out the jade again. When Jiang Mubai saw this, he almost slapped himself in the face. Damn it, I told you to be cheap with your mouth. Tang Yan looked at Jiang Mubai with a smile on his face and said, "Is your heart now very regretful? Do you even want to slap yourself a few times?" Punctured in his heart, Jiang Mubai snorted coldly, then said righteously, "Don't worry, even if you use that awakened beast to fight me, I, Jiang Mubai, will not be afraid. We'll definitely fight to the end." When the people under the ring heard this, they immediately shouted, "Jiang Mubai, you are good. Fight to the end. Jiang Mubai, we will always support you." Jiang Mubai held his head high and looked at Tang Yan with disdain at the corner of his mouth. Tang Yan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This Jiang Mubai would indeed be able to grasp people's psychology. After he said that, it invariably put him on the ground of being a villain, and he gained a glorious image of not backing down in the face of a powerful force even though he failed, and at the same time won the hearts of the people. So Tang Yan smiled and said, "Forget it, I was just joking with you, since it's a competition, it's all about fairness." After saying that, he once again stuffed the disgruntled Yuer into his arms while he was barehanded. Seeing this, the corner of Jiang Mubai's mouth hooked as he directly said, "Tang Yan, you're very good. Now we can start?" Tang Yan thought for a moment and suddenly said, "We can't start yet." Jiang Mubai frowned slightly and asked, "Could it be that you're backtracking again?" Tang Yan, on the other hand, shook his head and said, "I've long heard that Brother Jiang is powerful, and is even an innate awakened. I feel that I'm somewhat unable to fight." Oh? A hint of smugness appeared in Jiang Mubai's eyes, but he still said indifferently, "If a person doesn't try, he will never know what he can achieve." "How do you know you can't beat me if you don't try?" Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in unison, deeply convinced. And Tang Yan also agreed, "What you said makes sense, so in order to defeat you, I'll first have to improve my strength." When these words came out, the crowd first froze, then almost burst out laughing. "Boost your strength a bit? Are you kidding this? What do you think strength is? Is it something you can raise whenever you want?" They suddenly felt as if Tang Yan was stupid. Jiang Mubai was also stunned, then he laughed, "Oh? I wonder how Brother Tang will raise his strength." "You wait." Tang Yan smiled mysteriously. Then he came to the edge of the ring and called out to Han Xiujie, class president, "Come here for a moment." Han Xiujie was watching the show all over the place at this moment, and suddenly, when he was called by Tang Yan's name and everyone was looking towards him, he was suddenly stunned. "Han Xiujie, that means you." Seeing Han Xiujie dazed, Tang Yan called out again. Frowning, Han Xiujie then reacted and asked, "What is it?" Tang Yan, on the other hand, waved his hand and said, "Come over here, I have something to say to you." Han Xiujie's frown deepened, and under the gaze of the crowd, he thought about it and still walked to the ring. Just as he walked to the ring side, Tang Yan grabbed his clothes. "Tang Yan, what are you doing?" Han Xiujie was startled, thinking that Tang Yan wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to shade him, and hurriedly shouted, "Curse me!" Tang Yan, however, ignored him and said bluntly, "Han Xiujie, at #%. Crowd, at #%. The air became a little quiet at this moment, and the crowd only felt as if a large flock of crows had flown over their heads, and the entire crowd was plunged into petrification. "Cursing me? What kind of perverted request is this, Nima?" Han Xiujie was also a bit confused. Facing such an insolent request from Tang Yan, he thought for a moment and carefully cursed, "Bah! You little pig." Then the crowd saw Tang Yan suddenly let go of Han Xiujie's clothes, then covered his chest with one hand, his eyes looking at Han Xiujie with disbelief. "You cursed me? Wasn't it you who asked to curse?" The crowd collectively spat in their hearts. "You actually cursed me so viciously?" At this moment, Tang Yan suddenly roared. His face seemed to have become engorged with blood due to his anger, and his hands were trembling as he pointed at Han Xiujie and said angrily, "What did I do wrong? You actually scolded me?" Looking at Tang Yan's pompous acting skills. Crowd. However, the next moment they froze. Only to see that a trace of flame actually began to emerge from Tang Yan's body, and this trace of flame turned into a blazing fire in the blink of an eye as if it were burning on a parched grassland. And Tang Yan's entire body was wrapped in this flame. It's fire power. What a strong fluctuation. I'm afraid this fluctuation has reached the 7th level of body refinement. Could it be that it became this strong because of anger? The gazes of the crowd all looked towards the aggrieved Han Xiujie, 10,000 alpacas whistling past in their hearts. Is this nymphette really a fake? Didn't I just call you a little pig? Do you need to be so angry? The crowd only felt that it was more difficult to accept than a dog in the sun. And Han Xiujie was on the verge of tears. Tang Yan's first awakening was because of the taunts he suffered. At that time, he had almost repented his intestines. Now that he heard Tang Yan ask him to curse him, he knew in his heart that it was not good, so he carefully cursed. Are you as angry as this? Look at that flame on you that has soared to a meter away. Han Xiujie felt hurt. But somewhere in the gymnasium, Xiao suddenly snorted out a laugh. This laugh really made even the surrounding light much brighter. This Tang Yan is very interesting. She laughed at Hua Yule. Hua Yule, on the other hand, glanced at her small mouth and said, "It's been said that he's a ventriloquist, now you believe it, don't you? Diablo?" Xiao didn't say anything, but instead looked at the Vulcan-like figure in the ring with a smile on her face. There really weren't many things that could make her feel interesting. Above the high platform, the two tutors, Xiaolan and Zhao Mang, were directly in the wind. "Instructor Xia, this student of yours is a bit of an oddball, ah." On the side, Zhao Mang's ghostly voice suddenly came out. Xiaolan, on the other hand, let out a bitter smile. She was also a bit confused now. Didn't it say that innate abilities were hard to awaken? Shouldn't it be so hasty? Chapter 75 Tai Chi Fist. On the ring, Jiang Mubai looked at Tang Yan, whose entire body was ablaze with flames, and a few black lines clearly showed on his forehead. Then he let out a cold snort. "Even if your strength has been strengthened, so what? When have I, Jiang Mubai, ever been afraid?" With that he reached out his hand and a clattering sound followed. A stream of water appeared out of thin air and then transformed into a watermang surrounding him. Water pythonization. Someone immediately exclaimed in shock. However, most people were confused and said, "What does it mean by water pythonization? Haven't you guys seen it in the martial arts library?" Water pythonization is one of the water abilities that can compress water into the shape of a giant python, which can greatly enhance the attack power. However, one needs to have a deep understanding of water system abilities in order to achieve water pythonization. The crowd was dazed for a while, then marveled. Jiang Mubai really deserves to be a genius with a level 5 talent. His sense of water ability is just terrifying. They then subconsciously looked towards Tang Yan, and all of a sudden, they fell silent. Jiang Mubai's name as a genius was undeniable. Because he was always so excellent. But rumor had it that Tang Yan was just a level 0 lower talent loser. Looking at the blazing fire energy on Tang Yan's body, their hearts spat for a while. Is there such a powerful scum? After spitting for a while, their gazes went back to Han Xiujia, who was hiding in the corner and shivering. Could it be that anger can really cause one to awaken innate strength? Why don't we find a chance for me to find Han Xiujia to try it out as well? Han Xiujia, who was hiding in the corner, suddenly shivered. He always felt that there was something staring at him, and there was more than one of these things. In the ring, listening to the shocked cries of the crowd underneath, Jiang Mubai once again regained a confident smile on his face. He looked at Tang Yan, who was wrapped in flames, with a smiling face and said, "Then let me try your strength." Saying that, he pointed his finger at Tang Yan, and the pythonized water column threw off an arc in the air, flying straight towards Tang Yan. Amidst the flames, Tang Yan stared at the watermang, his face grave. This was the first time he had utilized his fire ability to fight. He didn't want to suffer the loss of being gullible. He controlled the flames, forming a fireball in front of him, and smashed it against the watermang. The moment the fireballs and the watermangan contacted, a burst of ear-piercing ZZ sound rang continuously. The speed of the watermangan actually did not reduce, doused one fireball after another, and arrived in front of Tang Yan, although it shrunk by half, but the might was still horrifying. Boom sound, watermang directly hit Tang Yan's body. Tang Yan's body around the flame instantly turned into a spark, dissipated in the air. And the watermang that had shrunk by half also disappeared. The group of spectators at the bottom watched with great joy. This is a true battle between awakened ones. Exciting! However, after seeing the flames on Tang Yan's body being reduced to sparks by a single watermang from Jiang Mubai, he couldn't help but secretly shake his head. It's a pity, although Tang Yan's strength is also good, it seems to be a bit worse compared to Jiang Mubai. Looks like this round is still Jiang Mubai's win. On the ring. Jiang Mubai couldn't help but laugh when he saw Tang Yan's entire form leaking out. I have to admit, it's indeed surprising that a level 0 inferior talent is able to utilize firepower to this extent. However, it's a pity that I'm announcing that the competition is now over. Saying that, Jiang Mubai's eyes suddenly blossomed with dots of light, and then the entire ring began to fill with the sound of clattering water. 4 watermangs suddenly appeared at the 4 corners of the ring. These 4 watermangs were each as thick as a bucket, hovering in the air and bringing up gusts of wind. Then these 4 watermangs hissed up to the sky and pounced towards Tang Yan. A watermang had already broken Tang Yan's body flames. These 4 watermang attacked together. The crowd could already predict the end of Tang Yan's defeat. Tang Yan felt the 4 watermangs pouncing towards him. His face was also a bit gloomy. He still somewhat underestimated this Jiang Mubai. I'm afraid that this Jiang Mubai's level of perception of water power was already comparable to an awakened at the 8th level of body refinement. But wanting to defeat me with these 4 watermangs is still too naive. Ever since he ate the sinew cleansing pill, his talent had been raised to level 5, and his sense of firepower was increasing with each passing day, so all these days of cultivation were not just for fun. His eyes suddenly closed, and when he opened them again they were already filled with flames. The crowd under the ring only felt that the temperature around them was suddenly rising, and then someone exclaimed, "Look! What's that?" Only to see that on the ring, a huge fire python about 2 meters thick in diameter rose from the soles of Tang Yan's feet, then wrapped his entire body in it. Could this be fire pythonization? Geez, so thick? Tang Yan can actually control a fire pythonization as well. The crowd then exclaimed as if they had thought of something. On the high platform, Zhao Mang looked at Xiaolan and said quietly, "Instructor Xia, you're hiding really deeply, this Tang Yan from your class. I'm afraid that his fire ability has already reached the 8th level of body refining, right?" Xiaolan, on the other hand, let out a bitter smile, looking at the figure in the ring that was in the limelight, somewhat helpless. Because she had also only just realized that Tang Yan's strength was actually so strong. On the ring, Jiang Mubai's face couldn't help but change when he saw that Tang Yan had actually gotten a fire python as well, and that it was clearly more powerful than his 4 watermangs. So he gritted his teeth and drank, hop. The 4 watermangs that had pounced on Tang Yan instantly entwined, and in a short while actually formed a watermang that was about the same size as the fire python as well. The two instantly collided together. Boom! A violent explosion sounded. The aftermath of the explosion spread out in all directions, scaring the crowd into constantly retreating, and then looking at the ring, it had already been blown up and nearly collapsed. On the ring, both the fire python and watermang had dissipated. Tang Yan stood in place almost unmoving, while Jiang Mubai had already retreated to the edge of the ring, his face gloomy at this moment. Tang Yan has the upper hand in this duel? Seeing this scene, the crowd couldn't help but jump to this thought in their hearts. It was followed by a breath of cold air. This result was something they hadn't expected no matter what. And at this moment, a laughter suddenly came out, but Jiang Mubai saw a smile return to his face as he took a step towards Tang Yan and said, "I have to say, you are indeed very powerful, and you're actually not even a match for my water ability." Saying that, he paused for a moment, then continued, "However, what I have to tell you is that, in fact, the water ability is just a means for me, my true power is in martial arts." After saying that, a berserk aura violently rose up from his body, shaking his clothes and fluttering uncontrollably. This aura is the 9th level of body refinement. Jiang Mubai's martial arts strength is actually the 9th level of body refining? This is too terrifying. Tang Yan is now completely finished. The crowd was stunned. They hadn't expected that Jiang Mubai not only had a water ability, but his martial arts strength was actually this terrifying as well, no matter what. You have to know that they were only hovering around the 2nd and 3rd layers of body refining until now. Tang Yan, you can force me to use my full strength, you're the first. The corner of Jiang Mubai's mouth hooked into a smile, his aura was like waves, an expert style. But Tang Yan suddenly laughed, "Compare martial arts? Well then, let's slowly compare. System, redeem Taiji Fist for me. Taiji Fist, 2000 points. A magical martial art of the Eastern Kingdom. Ding, congratulations host, Taijiquan redemption successful, 2000 points deducted." Huge information continued to pour into Tang Yan's mind, while the smile at the corner of his mouth grew more and more exuberant. Looking at the smile that suddenly appeared at the corner of Tang Yan's mouth, Jiang Mubai suddenly had a bad premonition. His face suddenly condensed as he stepped out with one foot, his huge fist directly smashing into Tang Yan's face. When the crowd saw this, they all had a nervous look in their eyes. Just now in the sparring match, Tang Yan's firepower was probably already depleted. This time, what was he going to use to withstand the strike of Jiang Mubai at the 9th level of body refinement? And just when Jiang Mubai's fist arrived in front of Tang Yan, about to smash into his face, only to see Tang Yan's hand suddenly drew a circle in front of his chest, and his head slightly deviated, Jiang Mubai's imposing blow immediately fell short. The crowd was all stunned. Luck? Above the high platform, Xiaolan and Zhao Mang's eyes but suddenly lit up and whispered at the same time, "Taijiquan? Tang Yan, you've given me quite a few surprises today." Xiaolan's eyes sparkled as she stared at Tang Yan's back, the corner of her mouth hooking up into an enchanting arc. On the other hand, in the ring, Jiang Mubai felt his punch fall short, his brows slightly furrowed as he turned and swept another punch across the room. This time, he felt that he had struck Tang Yan's body, but it was as if he had hit cotton, making it incomparably difficult for him. He hurriedly separated, his eyes sharp as he looked at Tang Yan and asked, "What kind of kung fu is this?" "Taijiquan, you don't know?" Tang Yan retracted his stance and asked smilingly. "Taiji Fist?" Jiang Mubai was stunned, then he grunted coldly, "So it's this kind of flimsy martial arts. I don't believe that in front of real strength, you can block me?" "Flimsy?" Tang Yan instantly laughed, That's right, Taijiquan does emphasize on softness, quietness as well as weakness over strength. Saying this, he suddenly grinned, but have you heard of violent Tai Chi? Violent Tai Chi? Jiang Mubai froze once again, not understanding what this phrase meant, but the next moment his pupils shrunk. Because Tang Yan's figure actually disappeared at this moment. On the high platform, Xiaolan and Zhao Mang almost didn't jump up as they glanced at each other and shouted at the same time, "Ladder cloud vertical?" That's right. What this Tang Yan just performed should be the library's second floor technique, ladder cloud verticalization. Zhao Mang said with certainty. He also knew that Elder Long had allowed Tang Yan to enter the second floor of the library, but he hadn't expected Tang Yan to actually cultivate ladder cloud verticalization. And looking at the situation, the cultivation was still a little accomplished. However, he didn't know that the one who was most surprised at this moment wasn't him, but Xiaolan beside him. Chapter 76, Don't Mess With Me. Xiaolan's current mood was incomparably complicated. When she was on the second floor of the martial arts library, she had kindly advised Tang Yan, urging him not to be greedy and chew on more than he could chew. Because your talent was there, and also you had only just cultivated for a short while, it was best to start with the basics and not think about learning the martial arts on the second floor of the library. But although Tang Yan agreed on his lips at that time, he didn't leave the second floor, but flipped through the martial arts texts by the bookshelves. At that time, she thought that Tang Yan was pretending, and her heart's feelings towards Tang Yan turned a few points worse. Ladder cloud vertical stretch was already considered a relatively advanced martial art, and even though she hadn't practiced it, she knew just how difficult it was to comprehend an advanced martial art technique. But now only a few days had passed? Tang Yan had actually executed the ladder cloud vertical stroke, and by the looks of things, he had even gotten a little better. This guy must have been laughing at me in his heart at that time. Xiaolan muttered with some shame and anger. When she thought of her bitter words at that time, she blushed for a while. Immediately afterward, her gaze couldn't stop flowing as she muttered, "Does this guy really only have a rank 0 inferior talent?" For the first time, she became intensely curious about this student. Above the ring, Tang Yan had already exchanged blows with Han Xiujia. Tang Yan stepped on the ladder cloud longitudinal foot and drew circles with both hands. His palm winds were like thunder, shaking the air and snapping it. Jiang Mubai's face was grim, and he could only passively fend off, as he simply couldn't keep up with Tang Yan's speed. Moreover, he felt that Tang Yan's strength was frighteningly strong, so in a moment's time he had already seen his body's skin being beaten with bruises and purple patches. Who was it that said this guy was just a scrapper? Jiang Mubai cursed in his heart, and at the same time, he was also aware that at this rate, even if he could remain undefeated, he would probably be beaten into a pig's head. Because he felt that Tang Yan's fists had already started to greet his face. Bastard! Do you really think I can't do anything about you? With a flash of cold light in his eyes, Jiang Mubai suddenly burst out, "White Tiger Claw!" The aura on his body fiercely became overpowering, his hands were in the shape of claws, and when he waved them, the air emitted a burst of sound, directly forcing Tang Yan back a few steps. Tang Yan didn't continue to attack either, but suddenly smiled, "Do you regret it?" What? Jiang Mubai was first stunned, then he thought of what Tang Yan had said before, "I hope you don't regret it." The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, he didn't understand what Tang Yan's words actually meant until now. Regret, a little bit, right? But he couldn't say it out loud, instead he sneered, "I did underestimate you, but it doesn't mean I'll lose." Does it? Tang Yan shrugged. The smile on his face, however, suddenly converged and became facetious, and a cold light began to flash in his eyes. His tone became incomparably cold. "I don't know when I offended you, and I didn't even recognize you before today. But why are you and all of you mocking me mercilessly? Did I eat your family's rice or something? Do I have a beef with you guys? What gives you the right to belittle a person on the basis that he or she is beneath his or her talent? What gives you guys the right to speak your snarky language without fear? Why did you all express interest when Jiang Mubai tried to humiliate me? Or do you guys think that people with less talent are born to be humiliated? You guys tell me, why?" At this moment, the gymnasium was frighteningly quiet. Only Tang Yan's cold and suppressed angry voice slowly echoed in the gymnasium. A look of shame appeared on everyone's faces, and their eyes began to dodge, not daring to look directly at the upright figure in the ring. "Why don't you say anything?" Looking around, seeing that none of the people were meeting his gaze, Tang Yan sneered. Then he looked at Jiang Mubai, whose face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water, and said indifferently, "Since you've already let out a rant, then you have to bear the corresponding consequences." As soon as the words fell, Tang Yan's figure abruptly disappeared. The speed it displayed was actually several times faster than before. Jiang Mubai's pupils contracted violently, subconsciously trying to dodge. However, a huge fist suddenly appeared on his right side, and he was already smashed by it before he had time to react in any way. He only felt a burst of heavenly rotation, and his entire body flew out. And just at the moment he was about to fly out of the ring, Tang Yan's figure reappeared and yanked his feet, dragging him back into the ring. Then he felt his face rubbing hard against the ring. Dang! Dang! Thud! In the ring, Tang Yan's fists kept landing on Jiang Mubai's body, while Jiang Mubai's body was being hit and constantly changing positions. Under the control of Tang Yan's Taiji entanglement technique, Jiang Mubai was just like the goldfish trapped in the fish tank, unable to escape at all. No one in the gymnasium dared to speak, only the muffled sound of fists landing on flesh and Jiang Mubai's miserable screams remained. Boom! Finally, with a boom, Tang Yan delivered a roundhouse kick on Han Xiujie's body. Jiang Mubai, on the other hand, flew out like a sandbag and hit the wall hard before his eyes rolled over and he fainted. When the crowd took a look at Jiang Mubai's appearance, they all drew a breath of cold air. At this moment, Jiang Mubai had lost his previous dashing appearance, the whole person was swollen into a pig's head, his body was even more green and purple, incomparably miserable. Gudong! They then looked at Tang Yan on the ring, who hadn't even wrinkled his clothes, and couldn't help but gulp. And as Tang Yan's gaze swept towards them, they hurriedly avoided his gaze, and "Don't mess with me if you're fine in the future," Tang Yan said faintly, his eyes vaguely sweeping Han Xiujie in the corner. And when Han Xiujie felt Tang Yan's gaze, his body couldn't help but tremble, and he hurriedly lowered his head. Just that little leg was shaking constantly. The corner of his mouth hooked out a cold smile. Tang Yan also had no intention of continuing to stay, striding down the ring and walking towards the outside of the stadium. Along the way, the crowds avoided them, as if they were snakes and scorpions. It was only after Tang Yan had left for a full 3 minutes that the crowd reacted. Rushing forward to check on Jiang Mubai's condition, they found that he had broken several bones, and his entire body was hanging on by a thread of air. They couldn't help but look at each other, a bitter smile appearing at the corner of their mouths. Because they suddenly remembered a saying. Never bully an honest person, because when an honest person gets angry, you won't even have a chance to kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Obviously, Tang Yan was this kind of honest person. Just look at what happened to Jiang Mubai. What a proud and popular person, yet he was beaten up and didn't even have a chance to open his mouth and admit defeat. Even in the end, he was kicked out of the ring like a soccer ball. How much of a psychological shadow must this have caused him? Xiaolan and Zhaomang also walked down from the high platform at this time, and hurriedly asked the crowd to call the doctor over. That kid's hand was really hard. Jiang Mubai in this condition willfully won't be able to get out of bed for a month. Zhaomang checked Jiang Mubai's condition and couldn't help but draw a breath of cold air. Xiaolan, on the other hand, shrugged her shoulders and lazily said, as Tang Yan said, "If you put down your own wild words, you have to bear the corresponding consequences yourself. Tutor Zhao, you shouldn't be unclear about the laws of the awakened world." Zhaomang burst into a bitter smile and said, "Tutor Xia, I didn't mean to blame that kid. It's just a matter of lamenting. In this battle today, Tutor Xia, your class is considered completely famous." When Xiaolan heard this, the corners of her mouth also curved up in a burst of enchanting curves as she said, "I'm also just lucky. There was a genius with level 7 talent in the class, and now that there was suddenly another dark horse that could defeat an awakened person at the 9th level of body refining, she was naturally incomparably happy." But did that little guy really do his best just now? But then such a thought suddenly arose in her mind. But she quickly shook her head. Above the 9th level of body refinement was chi refinement, and she had probed Tang Yan's body with her internal force, knowing that he didn't have the presence of internal force. So it was impossible for Tang Yan to have reached the chi refining realm. Tang Yan was in a much more relaxed mood after leaving the gym. He had always held an indifferent attitude in the face of the crowd's skepticism and mockery, but he was annoyed after hearing it too much. Once today is over, it should be quieter. The corner of his mouth hooked into a smile, and he was ready to leave the school. And at this time a voice suddenly came from behind, "Tang Yan, wait." Turning his head, he found Hui Yule, that little girl, walking over. And by her side, she was actually followed by Xiaoro? Chapter 77 Xiaoro. "Tang Yan, you were so cool just now." Hui Yule came in front of Tang Yan and said with a smile. Tang Yan immediately looked flattered and said, "Miss Hua said I was cool, so I must have been really cool just now." Hui Yule rolled her eyes, then revealed her true colors and said anxiously, "Tang Yan, where's that little rabbit?" Speaking of the three words bunny, Huayul's eyes were shining brightly. Even Xiaoro, who had followed him over, was placing her soft gaze on him. Tang Yan rubbed his nose and understood. So he thought for a moment, and then grabbed the bunny ewer who was napping in his arms. Stinky master. Luan Jia is sleeping. Being yanked out by Tang Yan's big hand, Jade Air opened her big hazel eyes and muttered in dissatisfaction. And Huayul and Xiaoro's gazes instantly focused on it, unable to leave it any longer. Little bunny, give sister a hug. Huayul was even more unable to resist, wanting to hug the little bunny Jade. Yor instantly woke up, and with a whoosh, her figure came to Tang Yan's head, those big azure eyes staring warily at Huayul, milky voice, bad guy. Huayul's head flashed a few black lines, muttering, you little guy, I'm not the bad guy. It's the bad guy. Yor immediately said back. You, Huayul depressedly tooted her little mouth, her eyes a bit grumpy. Tang Yan, on the other hand, laughed out loud and said, little animals are the worst liars, it has already seen that you're a dark-bellied little bad girl. Huayul glared fiercely at him, then hugged the arm of Xiaoro who was smiling but hadn't said anything all along. Sister Xia, he bullied me. Xiaoro, on the other hand, pinched her little face, then turned her head to Tang Yan and said, hello, my name is Xiaoro. Soft voice, sweet smile. Saying this, she extended a hand, naturally generous. Tang Yan was slightly stunned, then also stretched out his hand and shook hers. The entry hand was delicate and smooth, but he didn't have any nasty thoughts, saying, Tang Yan. The two's hands parted, Xiaoro looked towards the jade on top of his head, then those watery eyes stared at Tang Yan and asked softly, can you give me a hug? Tang Yan smiled bitterly, this little guy is a bit scared of life, I'm afraid it's not my. Before he finished speaking, he only saw the jade above his head pop down with a whoosh, then drilled headfirst into Xiaoro's arms. Xiaoro then hurriedly caught, then held it in the palm of his hand, laughing, little guy, what's your name ah? Jade Child then tilted his head and carefully surveyed Xiaoro, then milky voice said, I am called Jade Child. Saying that, a trace of doubt flashed in Jade's eyes, it only felt that this human big sister in front of it was very kind as its master, letting it not have a trace of wariness, and even wanting to get close to it. Xiaoro, on the other hand, said with tenderness in her eyes, it's really a very nice name, and Yor looks very cute too. While saying that, Xiaoro stretched out a hand to stroke its two long ears. The bunny, Yor, on the other hand, closed its eyes with a face of enjoyment, and later hugged one of Xiaoro's hands and rubbed it affectionately. Huayul on the side looked incomparably envious and finally couldn't help but say, Sister Xia, give me the bunny to hug, okay? The little bunny Yor immediately became alert and said, don't, Luan Jia doesn't want to give bad guys a hug. Huayul's head instantly drooped. Seeing this, Xiaoro then smiled faintly before softly saying to the little bunny, Yor, the sister is harmless, so just give her a hug. When Jade Air heard this, she tilted her head and thought for a moment before finally nodding her head and saying, alright then. Saying this, she reluctantly jumps onto Huayul's body. Huayul, on the other hand, hugged the bunny with glowing eyes and rubbed her hands together, and let out a loud, clear laugh from her mouth. Xiaoro was also all smiles as she watched from the sidelines. The forgotten someone on the side had his face darkened at this point. This loser rabbit. What a waste of raising you. Tang Yan spat madly in his heart. At the same time, he marveled at Xiaoro's charm. He was aware of Huayul's ability to be naturally attractive to animals, but the bunny was still unwilling to come into contact with her. But as soon as this Xiaoro appeared, this defeated bunny gave up his reserve and went up to rub up against the other mushroom. If he didn't know that this defeated rabbit was a female rabbit, I'm afraid he would have thought that it was a colorful rabbit. At this time, Xiaoro suddenly turned her head to Tang Yan and said curiously, does Yurit usually eat those things? She was referring to the scene not long ago when Tang Yan fed Jade Air a large knife. Tang Yan reacted with a slight blink of an eye, he thought for a moment and explained, as you know, it's an awakened beast, so it can't be said to be a normal rabbit anymore. And this little guy likes to eat those materials similar to knives. Xiaoro seemed to understand and nodded. After hesitating for a while, she suddenly took out a small ornament from her pocket. This ornament is not big, only the size of a thumb, looking at the appearance as a small sword, also do not know what material is made of, but certainly not plastic. And this small sword was presumably hung around the neck. Xiaoro touched the small sword in her hand, and softly said, first time meeting, there is nothing good, this thing is what I used to get from the stall, and I don't know if this little guy likes to eat? Said, she took the small sword and waved it in front of Yor. And Yor's eyes instantly just lit up, then she vigorously swallowed her saliva. That adorable appearance caused Xiaoro and Huayul to burst into a fit of petulant laughter. Xiaoro also didn't hesitate, seeing that the bunny was really craving for it. She handed over the small sword in her hand. And the little bunny, Yor, crisply said, "Thank you, sister." Hee hee, what a polite little guy. Xiaoro's eyes completed the shape of a crescent moon. After Yule said thanks, she directly held the little sword and crunched and chewed on it, and in a short while, she swallowed that little sword all the way down. "You little thing, why do you eat everything?" Hua Yule, on the other hand, said with a smile. However, the little rabbit ignored her, but instead, its eyes suddenly closed and then curled up in a piece. Seeing this, Xiaoro and Hua Yule were startled at the same time, while Xiaoro said in a bit of a panic, "It won't have problems eating, right?" According to her gentle character, if the bunny had eaten out of order, she would have blamed herself to death. However, Tang Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. This was because he suddenly saw a bit of white light actually begin to emerge from Yuer's body. This white light was familiar to him, as he had seen it this morning. This is a sign of an upgrade. Sure enough, as the white light grew stronger and stronger, it had completely wrapped up Yule, and the system's beep sounded. Ding, congratulations to the host, the bunny jade child has been upgraded to level 3, gaining 2000 points. Tang Yan, Yule it. Seeing Tang Yan not speaking, Xiaoro looked like a small child who had done something wrong, somewhat at a loss for words. Only then did Tang Yan react. Seeing that the other sister was on the verge of crying in a hurry, he hurriedly said, "Don't worry, Yule, it's fine, it's just upgrading." Upgrading? Xiaoro froze, then she patted her chest and said with a sigh of relief, "It's good that it's fine. Such a cute little guy, if something happened because of me, I would definitely blame myself for a long time." Tang Yan, on the other hand, didn't say anything, but fell into thought. He learned from the system that the bunny's future upgrades depended entirely on eating some high-level materials, and even devouring 10 I'm a puppy might not be possible to get to level 3. But now, after eating just one of Xiaoro's decorations, it suddenly upgraded. What did that mean? It meant that the ornament could be a treasure. And a very powerful treasure at that. "Xiaoro, can I ask you a question?" After thinking about it, Tang Yan still asked. Xiaoro, on the other hand, regained her composure and said, "What question?" Not refusing, and not worrying that Tang Yan would pry into her for any news, she just looked at Tang Yan with a smiling face. A little uncomfortable being stared at by Xiaoro's watery eyes, Tang Yan asked, "Where did you buy that ornament from?" Xiaoro froze, then after thinking about it she said, "Well, it was bought from a small stall a month ago. At that time I passed by that small stall and thought that the small sword was very delicate, so I spent $2 to buy it. Unfortunately, then the city engaged in planning, and stalls are no longer allowed there, otherwise there are a lot of interesting things there." Saying this, she said somewhat apologetically, "I'm sorry Tang Yan, I was just looking at you or it's cute, and heard you say that the things it eats are odd, so I took this little sword for it on a whim, not expecting it to cause these reactions." Tang Yan laughed bitterly, "Actually there's no need to say I'm sorry, speaking of which I still have to thank you, it's extremely difficult for this little guy to upgrade, and it's no surprise that the little sword you gave it to eat should be a very powerful treasure, and because of that it's upgraded. As long as you are is fine." Xiaoro was stunned, and then she spread a smile. The smile did not contain any impurities. There was not the slightest bit of heartache because she might have missed out on a treasure. Perhaps in her opinion, a treasure could never be as valuable as a small life. Tang Yan looked at that pure and gentle smile and was a little dazed. This was truly a very beautiful girl. "Hey! Come back to your senses." At this time, Hua Yule's somewhat prodding voice suddenly came over. Tang Yan was then startled and snapped back to his senses. He was actually revealing a flamboyant look at a woman. Don't laugh. One must know that his current spiritual power was very powerful, but he was lost in thought. If Xiaoro had the intention to harm him, then he would have died without even knowing how. Could it be due to the light system power in Xiaoro? Tang Yan pondered in his heart. And Xiaoro blushed a little. Then she shifted her attention to the bunny in Hua Yule's hands and exclaimed, "Yeah, Jade seems to have grown up a bit." At this time, the white light on the bunny Jader's body had already dissipated, while those eyes had become even more animated. Not only that, at this time it was obviously a few points larger than before. Chapter 78 Medical Capsule. When Yule heard Xiaoro's exclamation of surprise, those big eyes instantly glugged, and then with a pounce came to her body, hugging her neck. That furry fluffy hair kept rubbing against Xiaoro's chin. In her mouth, she also kept pampering, "Sister, is there any good food?" Xiaoro was made to giggle by Yule, and when she heard this, she laughed and scolded, "You greedy little guy." However, she still said, "Sister doesn't have any good food on her now, so I'll bring it to you next time if I have it." When Yu heard that there was no more delicious food, she drooped her long ears and said, "All right then." Saying that, she dawdled again. Tang Yen covered his face at the side. Well, this loser rabbit had even used the beautiful rabbit trick for the sake of delicious food. However, he still took a deep look at Xiaoro. Although Xiaoro didn't care at all about that little sword being a treasure. But he was concerned. Only he knew how difficult it was for Jade to upgrade, but it was upgraded by eating Xiaoro's small sword. This was equal to saving him a lot of points. What he lacked the most right now was points, and this was a big favor. It seems like I have to find a chance to secretly return this favor. He thought silently. He didn't know Xiaoro very well, and he could also tell that Xiaolan wasn't the type of person who was petty. If he rashly said the words "I will definitely return this favor to you," he would probably be treated as a lecher with impure motives. Xiaoro and Xiaolan are both surnamed Xia, I wonder if they are related. Looking at the smiling Xiaoro, Tang Yan suddenly thought in his heart. Immediately afterward, he shook his head, thinking that it was impossible. Although both of them were surnamed Xia, but their styles were decidedly different. Xiaolan gave off a very seductive feeling, while Xiaoro was gentle and watery, and they didn't look like each other. So the probability of the two having a relationship is very small. He was thinking so wildly, a phone was ringing. Xiaoro slightly froze, then took out the cell phone from the pocket, pressed the answer button. Just after pressing the answer button, an urgent voice came from inside. "Ro, you quickly come back, your mom had an accident." Hearing this, Xiaoro's originally calm eyes suddenly surged with a wave of undisguised panic. She hurriedly handed over the little rabbit ewer to Tang Yan, and then said, "I'm sorry, I have to go beforehand." With that, she hurriedly walked towards the school gates. Those present were not ordinary people, and Tang Yan and Hui Yul naturally heard the voice on the phone. Hui Yul hurriedly followed and grabbed her hand. "Sister Xia, I'll accompany you." Feeling Hui Yul's small hand, Xiaoro first froze, then with a slight smile, she nodded and said, "Yul, thank you." Hui Yul, on the other hand, shows her teeth. She has a soft spot for this big sister. Right now she was probably in the greatest need of warmth, so she naturally wouldn't look on and not care. Tang Yan stood in place and thought about it, and also followed. Could it be that we can return the favor so quickly? It's better to follow up and take a look first. Tang Yan muttered secretly. Seeing Tang Yan also follow, Xiaoro was a bit puzzled. Tang Yan, on the other hand, smiled. "Maybe I can help with something? Like doing some hard labor or something." Xiaoro was a bit hesitant, but Hui Yul beside her said, "Sister Xia, just let him follow, he's also being kind." Xiaoro then nodded and said, "Thank you then." Tang Yan, on the other hand, smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Xiaoro was worthy of being an awakened with light department power, running at a surprisingly fast speed, but Tang Yan and Hui Yul were still able to follow closely behind. After about 10 minutes, Xiaoro led them to a relatively remote place. The houses here were almost all kind of old houses, dirty and dim. Simply put, it was a slum area. Xiaoro, on the other hand, walked around these old houses for a while before arriving in front of a dilapidated old house. Going up to the second floor, she found that the door of one of the houses was open, and there seemed to be quite a few people inside. Xiaoro hurriedly walked in, while Tang Yan and Hui Yul followed. Soon they entered the house. The space inside wasn't very large, but it was decorated in a very cozy manner, without a hint of dirtiness. And inside the house, there were a few doctors in white coats standing, and at this moment, they were saying something to a middle-aged woman in her 40s. As soon as Xiaoro came in, that middle-aged woman immediately called out, "Ro, you're finally back." While Xiaoro said with an anxious face, "Aunt Hui, how is she doing with my mom?" Aunt Hui had a difficult look on her face, then pointed at the doctor beside her and said, "It's better to let Dr. Tian talk to you." Dr. Tian was a man who looked to be in his 30s. When he saw Xiaoro, a trace of amazement clearly flashed through his eyes, but he still said slowly, "This is Miss Xia, right? Your mother's situation is not very good. According to the results of the last checkup in the hospital, it's already in the advanced stage of brain cancer, and now her condition has obviously worsened. She's already in a coma. I'm afraid she won't survive the night." Upon hearing this, Xiaoro's face instantly turned pale, but she still bit her lip and said, "Thank you, Dr. Tian, I'm troubling you to make a trip." Dr. Tian nodded and said, "Miss Xia had better go see your mother one last time." Saying that, he shook his head and walked out with several other doctors. He could see that Xiaoro's family conditions were not very generous, and the patient was also terminally ill with no cure. Sending her to the hospital in this situation was no longer necessary. After the doctor left, Xiaoro came into a room. The room was set up with a bed. On the bed lay a woman. The woman's face was pale, her hair was already gone, and at this time she had already fallen into a coma. And she should be Xiaorou's mom. When Xiaorou saw her woman, tears couldn't help but fall. This gentle girl at this time was like an abandoned kitten, pathetic. Xiaorou came to the bedside, did not say anything, just carefully covered the quilt for the person on the bed, and then gently stroked the woman's face that was already a little old. I think she also understands that her own mother's life is coming to an end, and all she can do is just to see her one last time. Huayueli looked behind her and wet her eyes, then silently looked at Tang Yan. The meaning in her eyes is obvious. Can you save Xiaorou's mom? Obviously, in her consciousness, although the doctor has returned to heaven, it does not mean that Tang Yan has no way. Seeing Huayuel's gaze, Tang Yan was suddenly a little touched. Although this little girl usually liked to fight with herself, she inexplicably had immense trust in him. In fact, he was also prepared to help Xiaorou out, and in doing so, he was also returning a favor to her. So he asked in his mind, system. Ding, suggesting that the host redeem the medical arts capsule. Medical capsule, 2,000 points. A great invention from the world of the future. After taking it, you can instantly gain advanced medical skills. Tang Yan touched his nose, not thinking to hit this system but came to understand him more and more, so he immediately said, redeem the medical capsule. Ding, exchange successful, deduct 2,000 points. A small capsule suddenly appeared in his hand. Tang Yan swallowed it into his mouth without thinking. The moment the capsule entered his mouth, it melted, while he only felt something continuously surging into his mind, and by the time he reacted, there was already an additional unfamiliar yet familiar memory in his mind. It was precisely all the memories of the higher medical arts. Brain cancer? It seems so simple. Feeling the memories in his mind, Tang Yan muttered. Then he stepped forward under Huayuel's expectant gaze and whispered to Xiaorou, let me try. Xiaorou turned her head and looked at him suspiciously. Huayuel, on the other hand, immediately explained, Tang Yan, he said he has a way to save Auntie. Xiaorou froze, then a bright light suddenly blossomed in her eyes, saying, you can really save my mom? Tang Yan didn't explain, but smiled faintly and said, now is the era of aura recovery, anything is possible. Oh. Upon hearing this, the light in Xiaorou's eyes intensified, then she said seriously, then please. She didn't want to refuse, nor did she have any reason to refuse, as she only had her own mother left as a relative. Tang Yan nodded, then came to the bedside, while in his heart, he recalled the higher healing arts in his mind, and muttered under his breath, fortunately, I have internal power. Saying that, a finger pointed at the woman's brow, the internal energy in his body continuously surging out, then following his fingertip into the woman's head. Chapter 79 Tang Yan, thank you. The internal force in Tang Yan's body surged uncontrollably, and according to the treatment method recorded in the medical capsule, he divided it into several parts and entered the woman's mind. A three-dimensional image appeared in his mind at once. These dark things should be the cancer cells, right? As long as we finish removing them, Xiaorou's mom's illness should almost be cured. With this thought in his mind, Tang Yan didn't hesitate for a second, carefully controlling his internal force to destroy those blackish cancer cells. Because Xiaorou's mom was already in the advanced stage of brain cancer, the cancer cells had spread to her entire body, so it would take a while to clean up. The room seemed incomparably quiet. Xiaorou as well as Huayuel were all nervously looking at Tang Yan. The little rabbit ewer also jumped down from Tang Yan's body, then came to Xiaorou's shoulder, her big eyes dripping, and she didn't speak. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed. Tang Yan's forehead was already oozing with silk sweat, using his internal force with such precision, even he was a bit overwhelmed. But the good thing was that he already felt that the cancer cells on Xiaorou's mom had almost finished eliminating. 20 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Tang Yan finally let out a sigh of relief, then his fingers left Xiaorou's mom's forehead, but his own figure was a stagger. And at this moment, a fragrant breeze flashed by, but it was Xiaorou who saw his weakened appearance and immediately stepped forward to support him. Tang Yan, are you alright? There was a rare hint of anxiety in her voice. Being able to make this gentle, watery woman with calm eyes leak out an anxious look, Tang Yan suddenly had a sense of accomplishment. However, he still laughed, it's fine, it's just overexertion, you'd better go see Auntie, she should be fine. At these words, Xiaorou froze, incredulity evident in her eyes. Although she was willing to let Tang Yan give it a try, she wasn't holding much hope in her heart. After all, she knew the horror of cancer. But for Tang Yan to actually say that he had cured her mom, even she had trouble believing it for a moment. Row row. And just at this time, a gentle call suddenly came from the bed. Xiaorou slowly turned her head, only to find that her mom had already opened her eyes, and those same gentle eyes were staring at her with love. Mom, are you okay? Xia Rou's voice trembled a little. Today was perhaps the day when this gentle and kind girl's mood fluctuated the most. Her mother's condition had worsened and she could have passed away at any time, but now there was a possibility that she had fully recovered. Under the excitement of great sorrow to great joy, it was impossible for anyone to remain calm. Xia Rou, in fact, was also an ordinary girl who had just awakened not long ago. Listening to Xia Rou's voice, the woman slowly sat up from the bed, stretched her arms, and smiled. Well, I feel that my whole body has suddenly become incomparably relaxed, as if nothing has happened at all. Upon hearing these words, Xia Rou's tears were instantly stifled. Whenever she thought that her mother was about to leave her, leaving her alone, she had an unspeakable feeling of loneliness. Then the world changed drastically, the aura revived, and she also suddenly awakened her light system power not too long ago, which gave her the hope of curing her mom. Unfortunately, her power was not able to cure her, so she put her hope on the martial arts library, because there were also some medical books there besides martial arts, but she searched a lot, but there was still no method to cure her mom's illness. So she thought about it for a long time and decided not to hide her ability anymore. Zhao Mang was surprised to learn about her ability and said that she would immediately report it to the animal control group, because there may have the resources to cure her mom. But there was a delay in the results. She knew that maybe she wasn't good enough. So she, who never liked to get involved in fights, volunteered to go to the ring against Tang Yan's class, in order to hone herself and get herself into more people's sights, in which case she would be looked at and qualified to enter the animal management group early. But today, she suddenly heard that something had happened to her mom, and that the doctor had already explained that she would see her mom one last time. At that moment, her world felt like it was collapsing. She had no memories of her father, and the only memories she had were of her mother running around for her, bent over with fatigue every day but still keeping a smile on her face. Her mother was only 43 years old, but she already looked like a 50-year-old, and what the years hadn't yet had time to take away was all taken away in these years of toil. But this thing called fate was just so magical. She met Hui Yul and became instantly familiar with her. Then she noticed a boy called Tang Yan from Hui Yul. She didn't have much of a feeling for this boy, and only looked at him more because Hui Yul seemed to be incredibly confident in him. But that was all. Later, Hui Yul said that Tang Yan was very dark, so don't be deceived by his appearance. At that time, she was still puzzled, but then she saw two different kinds of Tang Yan, who was still smiling despite being mocked by so many people, and didn't seem to have any intention of getting angry. Well, this personality seemed to be somewhat similar to hers, as she hardly ever got angry. But then she saw Tang Yan's overbearing manner, his cold and angry voice making the people in the gym unable to raise their heads, and then later on, he even beat Jiang Mu by half to death in a tyrannical manner. Before leaving, he also said in a foul manner, "Don't mess with me." At that time, she smiled slightly. This is a cool little boy. But it is this little boy who loves to play cool at this time but saved her love mother, saved her only relative. Looking at the pale Tang Yan, she said for the first time in a very serious tone, "Tang Yan, thank you." She didn't say anything like "I'll definitely repay you" or anything like that. 1. Her character didn't allow it, and 2. She really didn't know what to repay him with. Because in her opinion, her mom's life would always be more precious than anything else. Tang Yan, on the other hand, smiled faintly and said, "Actually, you don't need to thank me, because you've done me a huge favor by letting this little Yuer upgrade. So we're considered too clear." He wasn't lying about this. It was only a matter of 2,000 points for him to save Xia Rou's mother, but trying to get the little bunny jade to upgrade, that was definitely not a matter of 2,000 points. So no matter how you put it, it was him who took advantage of the situation. But while he thought so, Xia Rou couldn't possibly think so. In her opinion, that little sword was just something she had bought for $2, and she didn't care if it was a treasure or not. She didn't care if it was a treasure or not. It wasn't as important as her mom's life anyway. It's just that her character made it impossible for her to say this out loud, she could only silently put it in her heart. "Tang Yan, thank you," she said again in her heart. However, while they were talking, Xia Rou's mom on the bed was looking Tang Yan up and down, then a smile gradually appeared at the corner of her mouth. Chapter 80 Stay for dinner. "Young man, was it you who saved me?" At this time, Xia Rou's mom suddenly opened her mouth, interrupting the somewhat silent two. Only then did Tang Yan and Xia Rou react. Not waiting for Tang Yan to speak, Xia Rou was the first to make it to the bed, carefully sizing up her mom, and finding that she was rosy-cheeked and smiling, and that there was indeed nothing wrong with her before nodding her head and saying, "Mom, he's called Tang Yan, and just now, it was Tang Yan that saved you." Upon hearing this, Xia Rou's mom had an even brighter smile on her face before poking Xia Rou's forehead with her hand and saying, "You girl, when did you make a boyfriend? You didn't bring him home until today." With that, she looked at Tang Yen again, smilingly saying, Tang Yen, right, thanks for this time. Don't leave at noon today, stay and have a meal, I'll personally cook and make a delicious meal later, and treat you well. While saying that, she sized up Tang Yen, and kept nodding her head. The young man's facing is good, it's the kind of good man facing that holds a family, Ro, and you together, I'm also relieved. Tang Yen was dumbfounded. Auntie, shouldn't you be concerned about how I cured you? How did it suddenly turn into a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law? The plot is skewed. Hello. Xiaoro's face also turned red as she hurriedly explained, Mom, no, Tang Yen is just my classmate. Xiaoro's mom then looked like I understand, and smiled gently, yes, just a classmate, hurry up, go buy some vegetables and come back, I'm going to cook later, you haven't eaten mom's dishes for a long time. Xiaoro, on the other hand, cried and laughed, knowing that her own mother ironically misunderstood, but seeing that she was about to get up, she hurriedly held her back and asked worriedly, Mom, are you really okay? It's fine, I'm first in feeling that I'm full of strength. Xiaoro's mom then stood up and stretched her arms, her face incomparably flushed. Seeing this, Xiaoro then breathed a sigh of relief, carefully glancing at Tang Yen, realizing that he had a dumbfounded look on his face, suddenly somewhat amused. I don't know what's wrong with Mom today. It wasn't like this before. Could it be that she's too happy because she just got well from her illness to become like this? There was some doubt in her heart, but she didn't have time to think about it much because her mom had already rushed her out to buy groceries. She glanced at Tang Yen with some worry. She also didn't know what her mom would say to her during the time she was buying groceries. As Xiaoro went out to buy food, only Xiaoro's mom, Tang Yen, Bunny, Huiyul and the woman Xiaoro called Aunt Hui were left in the room. However, Aunt Hui had already opened her mouth to the maximum, looking at Xiaoro's mom as if she had seen a ghost, her eyes all unbelievable. When Xiaoro's mom saw Aunt Hui, she was instantly delighted and said, Sister Hui, thank you so much for these days, let's stay and have a meal together later. No, Jolien's sister, there are still things at my house, I'll go back first. After Aunt Hui finished speaking, she left in a hurry. Ma, I've seen a ghost today. I have to go back and digest it, I'm scared to death. Seeing this, Xiaoro's mom didn't get angry, just more enthusiastically said to Tang Yen and Huiyul, Tang Yen and this little girl, you guys wait a little while, wait for Ro, she comes back. With that, they walked to the living room. The living room wasn't big, there was only a slightly worn-out sofa that happened to be able to do about 4 people. Xiaoro's mom enthusiastically poured water and made tea, watching Tang Yen and Huiyul froze. Not long after, Xiaoro's mom finally sat down, first glancing at Tang Yen with satisfaction, and then said with a smile, Tang Yen, how long have you and Ro known each other? When did you start talking? Don't worry, Auntie is not that kind of curmudgeonly person, and Ro she's already 20 years old, it's time for a boyfriend, besides you saved Auntie's life, Auntie won't break up your... Tang Yen looked at the passionate Xiaoro's mom, only to feel some pain in his head, so he hurriedly explained, Auntie, you really misunderstood, Xiaoro and I just met today, and it's not the kind of relationship you imagined. Upon hearing this, Xiaoro's mom, instead of being disappointed, said smilingly, Tang Yen, let me ask you, how does Ro look like? Tang Yen froze for a moment before he replied, very pretty. What about personality? Xiaoro's mom continued to ask. Very gentle. Tang Yen answered without even thinking. The smile on Xiaoro's mom's face grew even wider. Then do you think my family Ro will have boys to like? Well, it should be a boy who would like it. Tang Yen pondered for a moment and gave an answer that didn't defy his heart in the slightest. Xiaoro's mom didn't say anything this time, but looked at him with a smiling face. Being set up. Tang Yen instantly understood the meaning in her eyes. He was also a male. Auntie, Tang Yen was a little embarrassed. Xiaoro's mother suddenly sighed and said, Tang Yen, I can see that you can cure Auntie, you must be a person with great ability, and from the point of view of your Ro conversation, you are not a bad person. If you can come together with Ro, Auntie is still more at ease. Tang Yen was already powerless to spit in his heart. This was too damn hasty, right? If he remembered correctly, they had only met for the first time, right? Could it be that he was sure of his character just based on some conversations? Why was this so fantastical? Don't worry, I'll quietly tell you about Ro's hobbies later on, and make sure you can get along with Ro very happily. Not waiting for Tang Yen to speak, Xiaoro's mom had already spoken. Looking at Tang Yen, who had a bitter smile on her face, Xiaoro's mom had a smile on her face, but in her heart, she let out a bitter sigh. To be so young and possess internal power, this child is not simple. The 20-year period has come and gone, they're also coming to the door soon, right? I thought that I was beyond cure and couldn't take care of flesh. But I didn't expect to be saved by this child. Could this be the fate of heaven? Since I can still live on, then I must not let them take Zwazwa away. Absolutely not. In the next half an hour, Xiaorou's mom began to tell Tang Yan about Xiaorou, including how she understood things when she was a child, how she was self-reliant, to later becoming more and more quiet, more and more gentle and beautiful. Her hobbies, her birthday, and so on. Messi all said again. Tang Yan has long been dumbfounded, but simply cannot insert the words, even the side of Huiyuel are listening to a lot of fun, only occasionally glancing at Tang Yan's gaze with a trace of oddity, and a trace of acidity. This guy couldn't really be trying to chase after Sister Xia, right? What about Sister Chen? He won't leave Sister Chen alone when he has Sister Xia, right? Huiyuel's little head suddenly began to mutter worriedly. Chapter 81, My Beloved. After another 10 minutes, Xiaorou came back with a bunch of groceries. As soon as Xiaorou came back, she saw her mom was saying something to Tang Yan with a smile on her face, and she could still hear her name from time to time. She was a little uneasy and hurriedly walked up and said, "Mom, the vegetables are back." "Ro is back. Quick, you keep Tang Yan company and talk, I'll go cook." When Xiaorou's mom saw Xiaorou, she immediately said with a smile. With that, she took the dishes in Xiaorou's hands and walked to the kitchen. Xiaorou, on the other hand, sat across from Tang Yan, lowered her head and said with a somewhat reddened face, "Tang Yan, my mom isn't usually like this, she should be just sick and too happy, so she's a bit more enthusiastic." Looking at Xiaorou's somewhat shy appearance, Tang Yan suddenly remembered a sentence said by a certain great poet, "Most of all, the gentleness of that lowered head, like a water lotus flower, does not overcome the shyness of the cool wind." This gentle girl who was on the verge of melting hearts away was shy in a way that ordinary people really couldn't stand. Tang Yan was also dumbfounded. It wasn't until Huiyuel beside him poked him fiercely that he reacted violently, only to see Xiaorou's face turn even redder. He coughed awkwardly and hurriedly said, "It doesn't matter, I don't mind." After the words were said, Tang Yan almost found a hole in the ground to drill into, because his words were too damn ambiguous. And it was also too embarrassing. Sure enough, Xiaorou's body obviously stiffened, but then it recovered, and then those watery eyes just stared at him with a smile. Tang Yan was a bit depressed and didn't say anything else. He knew that the reason why he was so out of sorts must have something to do with the light system power in Xiaorou's body. So he asked in his mind, "System, what exactly is this light system power? It can make one's mind as quiet as water when using it, but when not using it can disturb my mind. This is too perverted." "Ding, host, do you want to know why?" "Want?" Tang Yan said anxiously. "Ding, just don't tell you, piss you off." "System, you floated Tang Yan gritted his teeth in his heart. And the two. Pussy system, it was getting better and better at molesting people. Just when he was a bit hairy, the system's serious voice came again. "Ding, this is something that needs to be experienced by the host himself. The system can't tell you, but one thing is for sure, as long as the host picks up Xiaorou, it will have unexpected benefits for you." Towards the end, the system's voice was full of temptation. It was this sentence again. Tang Yan frowned slightly, because when Xiaorou had first exerted her light system power, the system had said something similar, and this was already the second time. Unexpected benefits? Looking at Xiaorou's gentle appearance, he suddenly felt a tremor in his heart. Finding a girlfriend like this doesn't seem too bad. Huiyuel at the side looked at Tang Yan and Xiaorou's eye-to-eye appearance, suddenly hated some teeth itching. This big pervert. He's like this after only meeting Sister Xia for the first time. Big rascal. Big pervert. The little girl kept muttering in her mind. She didn't know why she was so angry. Anyway, it was very upsetting. Of course, it wasn't towards Xiaorou that she was upset, but towards Tang Yan, very upset. The atmosphere continued in such a somewhat bizarre manner until Luo Cholian's voice came from the kitchen. Ro, come over and take the dishes out, get ready to eat." Luo Cholian, also known as Xiaorou's mom. Only then did Xiaorou slowly walk to the kitchen, carrying a plate of dishes to the dining table, then said to Tang Yan and Huiyuel, "Tang Yan, Yuel, come over for dinner." As things stood, Tang Yan couldn't afford to excuse himself, so he sat down at the table. The little rabbit ewer also jumped onto Xiaorou's body with a whoosh and said in a milky voice, "Sister, I'm hungry too." Xiaorou then flicked its little head with her jade finger and laughed. "Say it, what do you want to eat, little guy? Sister will get it for you." Ewer's big eyes instantly couldn't stop glancing wildly towards the only television set in the living room. Seeing this, Tang Yan snatched the little rabbit and smacked its little butt a few times. "You little thing, that's a TV set, you can't eat indiscriminately. Go back and find something tasty for you. Stinky master." Mom said that a girl's butt can't just be given a spanking. The little bunny Yule then straightened up angrily and raised a middle finger at Tang Yen. Tang Yen's face went black. This loser bunny, could you give him some face? Xia Rou and Hui Yule on the side saw this, but they were amused and giggled. This little guy was also too cute. What are you chatting about, so happy? At this time, Luo Qiulian walked out from the kitchen with her rice and couldn't help but say when she saw them laughing so happily. Saying that she saw Yuer in Tang Yan's hand, her eyes instantly lit up and said, "What a cute little guy, wait auntie will get you some food to go." Saying that, she went into the kitchen again and took out a carrot and handed it over. Yuer, on the other hand, drooped her ears, picked up the carrot, and gnawed on it with full reluctance. The stinky master did not give it good food, so it could only take the carrot to pat its stomach. Luo Yulian's face was full of smiles, but her heart was a little shocked. A rabbit that speaks human words. This should be a powerful awakened beast, right? Although her heart was shocked, she didn't show it, but greeted Tang Yan and Hui Yule to eat the dishes. At the table, Luo Qiulian was full of smiles and kept giving Tang Yan dishes, while also inquiring about him, appearing to be in a happy mood. A meal was eaten for a full hour before Tang Yan, Hui Yule, Luo Qiulian and Xia Rou said their goodbyes. Xia Rou, on the other hand, sent them out the door, once again saying thank you seriously before leaving. After sending Tang Yan and Hui Yule away, Xia Rou returned to the house and found Luo Qiulian tidying up the dining table. She hurriedly walked up and said, "Mom, let me take care of all these things, you're just getting sick and need to rest more." While Luo Qiulian shook her head and said, "Don't worry, I know my own body myself, it's really fine." Because of being tortured by cancer for many days, Luo Qiulian had already lost weight, and despite being cured, she also looked thin and weak. But at least after the baptism of Tang Yan's inner strength, her body did have no more problems, and was quite a bit stronger than the average person. It was just that the appearance didn't look good. Alright then. Xia Rou nodded her head in agreement after thinking about it. She knew that her mom wouldn't lie to her. While Luo Qiulian cleared the table, she suddenly asked, "Rou, what do you think of that Tang Yan?" Upon hearing this, Xia Rou then smiled faintly and said, "Mom, I really don't have a relationship with Tang Yan." Luo Qiulian then stretched out a finger to poke her forehead and said, "You girl, Mom isn't a little cutie, of course I know that you guys don't have a relationship. But you just..." This time Xia Rou to be a little puzzled. Because from her own mom's previous behavior, she had completely taken Tang Yan as her son-in-law. And she couldn't say anything, she could only let the misunderstanding carry on, but now that her mom had said this, she was instantly confused. Alas! Luo Qiulian then sighed, then said, Rou, you're already 20 years old, not small, sooner or later you have to find a boyfriend." Upon hearing this, Xia Rou's face instantly blushed. Her character was extremely gentle, and she was pure and kind-hearted, all of which had a lot to do with Luo Qiulian's good education from a young age. At the same time, she had also been instilled by Luo Qiulian from a young age with the idea that a girl always has to marry when she grows up, and that after marrying, she would be a good wife and mother, and keep to her roots, so that she would be happy for the rest of her life. That's why she didn't object to Luo Qiulian's words. Luo Qiulian naturally knows her own daughter very well, so her expression was a bit vicissitude. Rou, Mom is not afraid of death, what I am afraid of is that I will die and leave you alone. You are so kind-hearted and gentle, you don't like to compete with others, so it's easy to be cheated or miss something. Every time I think of this, I don't want to leave this world so soon." Saying that, tears left her eyes. "Mom!" Xia Rou was also a little choked up. Luo Qiulian changed, a smile appeared on her face once again and said, "I think that Tang Yan is good, Mom's cancer he can cure, I think it must be a person with great ability, and Mom is also very accurate in looking at people. Mom doesn't expect the boyfriend you find to be as good as he is, but as long as he loves you enough and has the ability to protect you for the rest of your life, it's fine." Xia Rou fell into silence as she listened to her mom's words. Over the years, there were countless people who had pursued her, but she had refused them all, not that those people were bad people, but because of her mom, she didn't want to fall in love so early. But today, her mom was miraculously cured by that boy called Tang Yan. This undoubtedly left a heavy mark on her heart. But there are many ways to repay, does it have to be with feelings? Xia Rou shook her head. Although she didn't mind falling in love, she didn't want to fall in love in such a way. Although her mom intended to set her and Tang Yan up, did she really have to choose to try? She shook her head again. "My sweetheart, I don't ask for him to be extraordinary in appearance or rich, nor do I ask for him to be clad in armor with auspicious clouds on his feet. I only hope that when faced with despair, he will not abandon me." That way, I will love you for the rest of my life. Chapter 82. One day to kill one of your He family. Location: He family villa complex. Since a video called He Family Mystery Ceremony burst into flames, the He Family Villa complex seems unusually quiet. Even the servants walk carefully, afraid to make noise will lead to some terrible consequences. And where the video appeared in the He family, people are rarely appear in front of the public, hiding in the dark, do not dare to come out. The entire He family seems incomparably depressed. Because it is too damn humiliating. Until today they also do not understand how good suddenly learn to bark. The He family is not without trying to use the family forces to delete the video online, but it simply does not work, because the video publisher seems to be a computer expert. They just deleted not long. The video is a nightmare, will always be another way to come out, and even do not need to review. This led to countless people recklessly discussing the He family and watching them laugh. Internet violence was very scary, even though the He family had experienced great storms, but in the face of the violence on the internet, they resolutely appeared small and fragile. Healing Fang, the head of the He family, has vomited blood several times, and his body is deteriorating. At this time, Healing Fang sat on the sofa in the living room, as if he had not slept for several days, bearded, eye sockets deep-set, messy hair, than before, I don't know how much thinner. He smoked a cigar in a big gulp, his brows furrowed. How many days had it been, and that group of losers still hadn't found the publisher of the video, not even a trace of it. And there were still posts that always appeared on the internet to discuss their He family. Every time he saw these posts, he would storm out, but there was nothing he could do about it. Nowadays, not only were their He family's enemies looking at him for a joke, even their He family's allies were looking at him a bit oddly. And he hadn't gone out for days. Family Master. It's not good. Just at this time, a panicked voice suddenly came from outside the villa, followed by a person stumbling in. Healing Fang was in a state of irritation at this time, and when he saw that his subordinate was actually so indolent, he was so angry that he copied an ashtray and smashed it against the man's head. Drinking, waste. What's all the noise about? Dang. That person was directly smashed by the oncoming ashtray, his head instantly broke a mouth, and the blood was even clattering. That person grimaced in pain, but didn't dare to cry out in pain, but tremblingly walked to Healing Fang. Seeing this, Healing Fang then let out a cold snort and said, "What's the matter with panicking?" The man's body trembled, then he pulled out a white cloth from his arms, which was red on top, and a fishy odor was faintly coming from it. It seemed to be the smell of blood. What is this? Healing Fang's brows furrowed as he asked. Family Master, this was found on the entrance of the villa, it's better for you to see for yourself. The man said carefully. Healing Fang hesitated for a moment, then took the white cloth and slowly opened it, only to see a line written in blood on it, "He family old dog, the revenge of exterminating the family will be avenged. From today onwards, I will definitely kill one person from your He family every day. Until the He family extinction." The inscription, Chen Meng Meng. Ha 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 ha. Could one day kill my He family one person. Good Chen Meng Meng. Do you really think that my He family is something you can kill whenever you want? After Healing Fang read it, he instantly laughed in anger, and then his face became incomparably gloomy as he growled angrily. Family head, should we strengthen our defenses? The subordinate next to him cautiously reminded. Humph. Healing Fang instantly gave him a gloomy look and hummed, "Do you think the Chen family that can kill my He family's people without a word? No way." The subordinate hurriedly shook his head. Not good. It's not good. Family Master. Something bad has happened. And just at this time, a panicked yell once again came from outside the door. This time, Healing Fang could no longer hold back the rage in his heart, and directly took out a pistol from under the coffee table, aiming it at the person who walked in from outside the villa, his voice as if it came from hell, "If you don't give me a bad thing to say today, I'll crash you on the spot." The man who walked in saw the black hole of a gun pointed right at him, and instantly collapsed to the ground in fear, his face pale. Speak. Healing Fang then growled impatiently. Only then did the man react and called out in a crying voice, "Family Master, young master he. What happened to the young master?" Healing Fang suddenly froze, then looked at the bloody book in his hand. A bad premonition swept through his entire body. He hurriedly threw away his pistol, quickly stepped to the man's side, grabbed him by the collar, and asked with a somewhat trembling voice, "Speak. What happened to young master him?" "Young master he is dead." The man trembled and said with shivering lips. Boom! Healing Fang only felt 5 thunderbolts, his entire body was dumbfounded. Just now, someone realized that the young master hadn't gotten up until now, so they boldly went to the young master's room to take a look, but they found that the young master had already died on the bed. That person glanced at the stagnant Healing Fang and said cautiously. Healing Fang's entire body shook, a mouthful of blood suddenly spewed out, yelling, "Tiger child! My tiger child!" The underlings wanted to go up to assist, but they were opened by Healing Fang, then his body staggered towards the room where he who was. Behind him was a group of underlings. Soon, Healing Fang arrived at he whose room. But he stopped at the door, his hands were a bit trembling, he still can't believe the news he heard, how could his only son suddenly die? Finally, he carefully opened the door of the room. Then at a glance, he saw he who lying on the bed, no longer alive. He whose face was peaceful, still in a sleeping position, but the scarlet blood strip on his neck was so blinding. It was thought that he who was directly killed in his sleep. Tiger's son! My son! Healing Fang cried out in sorrow and took a few steps to the bedside, but he was already in old tears. He trembling hand gently stroked he whose face that has been stiff, his face skin constantly twitching, suddenly turned around, the pair of eyes as devouring as staring eerily at the group of people behind him who had heard the news, his voice was as cold as winter, "Have you found the murderer yet?" There was a moment of silence from the crowd, and a man tremblingly handed over a tablet computer. Healing Fang's eyes narrowed vainly as he took the tablet, opened it, and a video appeared in his eyes. The video was clearly a surveillance video. The place where it was filmed was the corridor of their He family villa. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared. The figure was holding a bloodied knife in his hand, and showed a weird cold smile to the camera. And this person was none other than Chen Mengmeng. "I, Healing Fang, swear that I will make your life worse than death." Healing Fang's eyes were glazed over, his roar echoed throughout the room, and everyone was silenced. However, just at this time, a light laugh suddenly came out. Hee, who is it that makes He family lord so angry? Ah! Healing Fang looked in the direction the voice came from with a fierce expression. He wanted to see who dared to laugh out loud at this time. The crowd slowly parted, then revealed an upright figure. The owner of the figure was a man of about 27 or 18 years old. The man had a handsome face, about 1 meter 8 in height, with a smile on his face, and on his shoulder stood an eagle. The eagle's pupils were flickering with a silky light, undoubtedly an awakened beast. And behind the man stood an old man who was walking on wood. The old man didn't say a word and had a drowsy look. And Healing Fang's face was first a bit stunned, then it was ecstatic, calling out, "Du Kuang." After Tang Yan and Hui Yule left Xiaorou's home, they went to Chen Mengmeng's small villa in unison. The difference was that Hui Yule wanted to complain to Chen Mengmeng about Tang Yan's colorful wolf appearance, while Tang Yan purely wanted to go see those little ones, counting that he hadn't seen them for quite a few days. Arriving at the villa, he found Chen Mengmeng cleaning the yard, and the little cow next to her was weeding the yard. Senior brother, on the other hand, was spreading joy with the big fat cat in the yard, looking very harmonious. But when Tang Yan's gaze was placed on Chen Mengmeng, he raised an eyebrow and said, "You killed someone?" Chapter 83 News of a Level 4 Demon. There was an aura on a person, and the aura would change with the surrounding environment. Although Chen Mengmeng's face was bland, the aura around her was obviously somewhat disorganized. And Tang Yan's senses were extremely sharp. Well, he admitted that he was blowing off the power, and it was actually the system that told him that Chen Mengmeng had killed someone. After all, Chen Mengmeng was now serving in the position of demon breeder. As long as Tang Yan was willing, he could completely control any trace of Chen Mengmeng at any time. However, he didn't do so. As for Hui Yule, when she heard that Chen Mengmeng had killed someone, she immediately turned her concerned gaze towards her. Chen Mengmeng, on the other hand, smiled faintly, signaling Hui Yule to rest assured, then nodded naturally. "Well, I killed he who." Tang Yan froze, then sighed. "I'm sure Healing Fang is furious right now, you'd better be careful." He didn't ask Chen Mengmeng why she chose to make a move against the Yi family now, nor did he think of interfering with what Chen Mengmeng did. Of course, he was still worried about Chen Mengmeng's safety. Ever since he saw the demon breeder's heaven-defying attributes, he didn't want anything to happen to Chen Mengmeng. However, as long as Chen Mengmeng stayed in this small villa, he was still very relieved. After all, Chen Mengmeng wasn't the only one here, there was also his large group of demons. The lowest of these monsters were all level 2 monsters, so if any ungrateful ones found their way here, then there would be a good show to watch. Chen Mengmeng, on the other hand, smiled and nodded without saying anything more. Ever since she said the words that she was willing to be Tang Yan's lover, she was like a different person, without her previous condescension, and without the previous wisdom in her eyes. Now she was smiling, but under the smile was an indifference that couldn't be hidden, and her eyes didn't have so many thoughts in them, but became persistent and clear. Or she was more like a shadow, living only for the person who created her, so she didn't need to think or do much at all, she just needed to stand where the sun didn't shine, find a dark corner, and wait silently. Perhaps, when there is a need, she can walk out without hesitation, top the sun, burn herself, burn all the obstacles in front of her. Walking into the villa, Tang Yan realized that there was a row of desktop computers placed in the living room. Big Black, Beauty, Little Green and Bee were sitting side by side. The ones with hands were constantly maneuvering the keyboard and mouse, while the ones without hands were each displaying their powers, manifesting their hands to manipulate the mouse and keyboard. Tang Yan took a closer look and realized that the 5 guys were playing a game called Jerk Off. This game Tang Yan also know, seems to be very hot. Before he also played a few, but was killed by the man machine several times, but also by teammates sprayed the body. So he gave up resentfully. I did not expect that these 5 guys were actually in 5 Black. He was immediately happy. Came behind them and took a closer look. At this look, he was instantly shocked. He saw that the opposite side's Highland Tower had already been pushed bare. Big Black skillfully maneuvered a blindfolded bald head to flash around, hitting the opposite side with a wave of regimentation and directly taking 5 kills. Then Big Black muffled his voice and said to Little Black next to him, "Little Black, it's your turn next time." Xiaohei nodded, then operated a big man with a long sword that looked like a sword to walk up and waited for the opposite side to be resurrected. After the opposite side was resurrected, Xiaohei gave a Hasake, and the opposite side had another wave of regimentation and another 5 kills. Xiao Qing silently opened all the channels and typed, "Call Daddy." The opposite side of a string of ellipses, then weakly typed, "Dad, begging for a belt." Tang Yan, 666. At this time, the 5 guys also realized Tang Yan's arrival, and instantly said with sweet mouths, "Master." Aha! Tang Yan nodded with satisfaction. These 5 guys were all smiling, looking like they were living extremely comfortably, much better than following him. Then he had a movement in his heart, his gaze turned to Big Black and said, "Is there any news about the thing that I asked you to pay attention to?" Upon hearing this, Dahei immediately flung the mouse around, then took the second-hand laptop at the side, a burst of operation, then placed it in front of Tang Yan and said, "Master, you asked me to pay attention to whether there's any news of powerful demons on the internet. I've found one, it's right here in N City's Pretty River." Tang Yan took the notebook and realized it was a post. The title of the post was called, "Powerful Awakened Beasts are suspected to have appeared in the Pretty River, and several rotors have already been sunk." Below it was accompanied by a picture. Most of the pictures were of the rotors before and after they sank. There were also a few pictures that captured a huge blurry shadow in the river. Tang Yan couldn't help but draw a breath of cold air when he looked at the size of those ships. Because the size of the wheelbarrow was very huge, but it was shattered by the crash, and the one that possessed so much power definitely couldn't be an ordinary fish, but a powerful demon. "Master, I think this should be a level 4 demon." Big Black shrunk his neck at the side and said. It was also only a level 2 demon, treating demons higher than itself with instinctive fear. Of course, except for the demons that had been subdued by Tang Yan. A level 4 demon? Tang Yan stroked his chin, some disappointment in his eyes. It wasn't that he felt that level 4 demons were weak, after all, the most powerful ones around him were only level 3 demons. Rather, it was that his demon space was full because of the defeated rabbit, and he simply couldn't capture demons. Unless his strength increased or he caught enough powerful demons to upgrade his demon space, he could only look at a single demon and stare. Level 4 demons. He wasn't sure if he could make the demon space upgrade. And just then, the system's beep suddenly sounded. "Ding, you don't need to worry about this host, taking in level 4 demons is enough to upgrade demon space." Tang Yan was stunned, then frowned and asked, "Wasn't demon space upgraded before because of level 3 demons? How come level 4 demons can also be upgraded?" He thought that it could only be upgraded by capturing at least a level 5 demon. Ding, host thinks level 4 demons are weak? Or just a little stronger than a level 3 demon? Tang Yan raised an eyebrow, somewhat unsure. Level 4 demons, they should also be in the chi refining realm, right? Ding, host, I'm sorry to tell you, level 4 demons have already had an essential leap in strength compared to level 3 demons. Level 4 demons can already be compared to the existence of the Hotian realm. Hiss. Tang Yan drew in a breath of cool air, and then he couldn't help but gulp. He had already met awakened beings of the Hotian realm, and there was more than one of them, one being the dean of the Animal Management Academy, Manhwa, and the one in the library, that dragon elder. Judging from the vast internal force fluctuations coming from their bodies, they were definitely more than twice as strong as him. He didn't realize that a level 4 demon could actually be comparable to the strength of a Hotian. What about level 5? Tang Yen was still thinking that if he encountered a level 5 demon, he would definitely strike out directly. But now it seemed that there was only one consequence of him striking out, and that was being slapped into a meat cake. Pretty river? No matter what, I must get my hands on this level 4 demon. But we have to think long and hard, we can't act rashly. Tang Yen thought secretly in his heart. After all, it was comparable to an awakened beast of the Hotian, and it was still in the water, so he didn't dare to be careless. He family villa. Oh, I'm sorry, he family master, it seems that I didn't come at the right time, your son has unfortunately passed away, I am deeply saddened. The handsome man wore a smile and looked at He Lingfeng indifferently, although he said sorry and sad, his face didn't have the slightest hint of being sorry or sad. It was as if it was just a commonplace polite remark. The corners of He Lingfeng's mouth twitched, his heart was angry, but he didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction because the handsome man in front of him wasn't something he could offend. So his face worked hard to squeeze out a smile, then said, I don't know that Mr. Huang has come to visit, I'm sorry to have missed you. Saying that, he glared at the subordinate next to him and said, why don't you go make tea for Mr. Huang? No need. That subordinate was just about to answer yes, but Duke Huang waved his hand indifferently and said, I have a cleanliness fetish. Family master I came over today because I have something to work with you on. I came to N City this time because I wanted to do something, but I didn't bring many people with me, so I came this time because I wanted to ask Family Master to borrow some people. Of course, as payment, I can promise Family Master a condition. He Lingfeng frowned, somewhat hesitant, pondering the meaning of Duke Huang's words. He was aware of this Duke Huang's origins, to have him personally come to N City on business was definitely not a trivial matter, if he lent someone easily, in the end, they were afraid that the Yi family would be in trouble. As if he knew He Lingfeng's concern, Duke Huang smiled faintly and said, the condition of agreeing to the Yi family head, but it includes catching the murderer of your son O. Upon hearing this, He Lingfeng instantly raised his head, his eyes already red, and he fiercely clenched his teeth and said, good. I promise. Chapter 84 Love Letters. The video of Tang Yen and Jiang Mubai's fight quickly spread throughout the Animal Management Academy. The results were eye-opening. Tang Yen, who was regarded as a loser, had actually hung on to beat Jiang Mubai, who possessed the strength of the 9th level of body refining, while Jiang Mubai didn't even have the chance to admit defeat, and was directly kicked out of the ring by Tang Yen, fainting to death. Jiang Mubai was familiar to everyone. Mysterious background, super high talent, congenital awakened identity plus handsome appearance, was enough to become the object of envy and admiration for everyone. And Tang Yen? It was just a level 0 inferior scum. The attention a scum received was always just sympathy and ridicule. However, this recognized loser was the one who had beaten the Jiang Mubai they worshipped without a fight, especially since Jiang Mubai's swollen pig's head was deeply shocking to their hearts. At the same time, someone also sent out the complete video of the 3 duels. Only then did the crowd understand the cause and effect. Han Xiujie's shameless behavior led to Su Hongwen's defeat, and Jiang Mubai's flirty standout indicated that he would hit back in the same way. Tang Yen, on the other hand, had been despised, mocked, and even abused by the crowd. Yet Tang Yen didn't care in the slightest, even kindly reminding them not to regret it. No one believed Tang Yen's words, which in turn provoked even more wanton mockery. So much so that when Tang Yen issued a series of low and angry rhetorical questions in the video, as well as saying since you've already released your wild words, you have to bear the corresponding consequences, they actually had a kind of uncontrollable excitement. This was the stance of a true powerhouse. Facing the suspicion and contempt of the crowd, he faced them calmly, unperturbed. But when the opponent overstepped the bottom line of his heart, he would sweep everything away with his powerful strength. This is the posture of the awakened in their minds. There is no doubt. Tang Yen was on fire. Surprisingly, there was actually no one to envy and slander Tang Yen. There was only marvel and admiration. A level 0 inferior talent was actually stronger than a level 5 talent genius, which made those with average talents see the hope of rising. After all, they were much better than Tang Yan's talent. As for Jiang Mubai, he had already been hospitalized due to his serious injuries. But strangely enough, Jiang Mubai disappeared that night, and couldn't be found no matter how hard he looked. According to the news from the school, it seems to have been picked up by his family. The next day, when Tang Yen came to the school, he found that people along the way were quietly sizing him up, and the fire in their eyes made him a little uncomfortable. He was also probably able to guess why they were gazing at him in this way, thinking that the battle between him and Jiang Mubai had already been exposed. But this was good, he could save himself a lot of trouble. When he came to the class, he was greeted by a bright smile. Tang Yen, here. Someone greeted him. Coming. Tang Yen touched his nose and nodded in response. Tang Yen, are you thirsty? I'll pour you some water. There's something I want to ask you, how do you usually cultivate? Tang Yen, lacking a little brother? What do you think of me? I can serve tea and water, massage and pound legs, and warm the bed. I can attack in front and defend at the back, so I guarantee that I'm your best choice for a little brother. Goddamn front can attack and back can defend. Tang Yen had a head full of black lines. In his heart, he was bellyaching. He wasn't going to get. It was hard to detach himself from the crowd, but what ushered him in was Hui Yule's smiling but not laughing gaze. Yo! A big name has come? The little girl said in a conspiratorial manner. Tang Yen subconsciously glanced at her small buttocks. Hui Yule's face flushed, as if she had thought of something, and glared at him fiercely. Rascal! The corners of Tang Yan's mouth hooked up into a smile. A little girl who misbehaves needs to be spanked. Turning his head, he realized that there were many more envelopes in his table belly. These letters are all mine? Tang Yen was puzzled and casually opened an envelope. The first thing that was introduced to his eyes was a love heart folded in paper. Love letter? Tang Yen was stunned, then he was happy. This was the first time he had received a love letter. So he opened the love letter, and a line of beautiful little words appeared in front of him. Dear husband Tang Yen, please allow me to call you this. From the moment I saw you, I knew that you are my Prince Charming, and I am not married to you in this life. Oh, you are my heart, you are my liver, you are 3/4 of my life. Tang Yan's face twitched as he grabbed the defeated rabbit from his arms, copied these envelopes and shoved them into its mouth. Because he saw the last line of the letter fell, love you little flower. God little flower, it must be that several 100 pounds of fat in the next class. Tang Yen was a little furious. The defeated rabbit muttered while eating the envelope, Stinky master, this is not delicious at all. Bad master. But his mouth wasn't idle. Hui Yule was heartbroken and carried Yor over, glaring at Tang Yen. Why are you giving it everything to eat? Saying this, she pulled out a smooth metal ball from her pocket and handed it to Yule, saying, Little Yule, eat this. Now the little rabbit jade has no longer resisted Hui Yule. Seeing her take out a piece of smooth metal ball, big eyes instantly bright, took the metal ball, crunching and ate, eating, those eyes are enjoying squinting up. Tang Yen rolled his eyes and ignored this little girl, but quietly waited for Xia Lan's arrival. Before coming, Xia Lan seemed to have said in the group that she had something else to announce. It wasn't long before Xia Lan's figure appeared in the middle of the classroom. Her beautiful eyes scanned the circle, then paused on Tang Yan's body, then left without a second thought. Seeing that almost all the people had come, Xia Lan then slowly said, First of all, congratulations to everyone for defeating Class 1 yesterday, so everyone will each receive 1 credit each. Clapping. The crowd applauded in unison, but their gazes were directed towards Tang Yan in unison. The reason why they were able to obtain credits, the biggest credits still belonged to Tang Yan. Xia Lan also spared a glance at Tang Yan and said, This time, student Tang Yan did well. Tang Yan smiled and didn't say anything. And Xia Lan also withdrew her gaze, saying, I asked everyone to come today because I have something to say. The gazes of the crowd were filled with anticipation. Something to say. Could it be that there was another opportunity to earn credits? Xia Lan did not talk nonsense and said directly, Everyone knows that a powerful awakened beast has appeared in Pretty River, right? Upon hearing this, everyone nodded. Although they spent most of their time in cultivation, they also spent part of their time in entertainment, so naturally, they also knew about the Pretty River awakening beast incident that had recently made a lot of noise. So someone immediately said, I heard that the awakening beast of the Pretty River was very powerful, and many big ships were crashed into the river by it, killing many people. As a result, no one dares to drive a boat in the river now. It's really terrifying. Every time I pass by the Pretty Bridge, I am scared to death, afraid that the awakening beast will jump out of the river, directly destroy the Pretty Bridge, and then eat me. The crowd murmured, and Xia Lan didn't stop it. Only when it was almost time did she speak again, and the thing I'm going to talk about today is about that awakened beast of the Pretty River. The crowd froze, and then their faces turned bitter as they said, Instructor Xia, you don't think you want us to go and catch that awakened beast, do you? So many big ships were all dry-humped. If they went, it was probably not enough for that awakened beast to stuff its teeth. Xia Lan then cried and laughed, Don't worry, it's not for you guys to go catch it. Rather, the animal control group has already sent a powerful awakened to prepare to decapitate this awakened beast on the spot, so the school will be organizing all the students to go to Pretty River to watch the battle. so that you guys can have a good look at the battle between an awakened and an awakened beast." Upon hearing this, everyone's gazes immediately lit up. They had already seen battles between awakened ones, but they had never seen a battle between a powerful awakened one and a powerful awakened beast only. So one by one, they all became excited. Tang Yan, who was sitting at the back, froze, and then his face became a bit odd. It can't be such a coincidence, right? Chapter 85, Traveling to Pretty River. Just yesterday, Tang Yan was still thinking of finding a chance to meet that demon in Pretty River, but he didn't expect to hear the news of traveling to Pretty River today. Listening to Xiaolan, it seems that the animal control group is sending someone to decapitate that demon? Tang Yan frowned, a little egg curdled. That was the demon he had reserved. If it was killed by the animal control group's people, then he wouldn't know when he'd have to wait until his demon space wanted to upgrade again. But then he loosened his frown as he suddenly felt that this might be an opportunity. The demon in the beautiful river was most likely a level 4 demon, equivalent to the strength of the Hotian realm, and was indeed not something that the current him could deal with. But it didn't matter, there were people in the animal control team who could deal with it. As long as the time was right, he could take advantage of their fight to subdue the level 4 demon when they were both defeated. It seems that this time is a wonderful opportunity. Tang Yan licked his lips, his eyes shining brightly. And at this time, Xiaolan also said, "Everyone get ready and head to the playground together, there will be a car there to take you to Pretty River." Chen Mingming's small villa. "Little one, stop fooling around, it's time to eat." Chen Mengmeng laughed and scolded as she picked up the big fat cat that was playing crazy with her senior brother in the yard. Upon hearing this, elder brother and the big fat cat instantly became honest, then obediently sat down on the dining table, following the example of a human, and ate their meal in a very civilized manner. Seeing this, the corners of Chen Mengmeng's mouth carried a trace of a satisfied smile, then took a lollipop and came to Little Black, saying, "Little Black, here, for you." The moment Xiao He saw the lollipop, he jumped straight up and down in excitement, then said sweetly, "Thank you, Master Mother." Master Mother? Chen Mengmeng froze, and then her pretty face was red, and she subconsciously glanced around. There were no objections. Sitting on the sofa, Chen Mengmeng closed her eyes and felt the changes within her body. There was a trace of shock on her face before she muttered, "The demon shadow decree has only been cultivated to the first layer, and my strength has actually increased by 2 times. She couldn't help but have a smiling face that wasn't too handsome, but was memorable to her appear in her mind. All of this was given to her by him, and even this powerful yet bizarre set of demonic shadow decree he had given to her without hesitation. Slowly opening her eyes, Chen Mengmeng looked towards the well-behaved little ones in the villa, a trace of tenderness appearing on her face. Then her heart suddenly moved, because somehow, she suddenly had a feeling that as long as she injected the energy in her body into the body of these little ones, there will be unexpected gains. After hesitating for a moment, she came to the nearby Xiao He, placed her hand on Xiao He's hard shell, and the darkness power in her body that had been baptized by the magic shadow resolve continuously surged into Xiao He's body. And right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Only to see Xiao He tremble, actually starting to actively absorb the darkness system power within Chen Mengmeng's body. The absorption speed was incomparably terrifying. A trace of panic suddenly appeared on Chen Mengmeng's face as she realized that her hand simply couldn't detach from Little Black. And the power within her body was rapidly disappearing. In the blink of an eye, less than half of her power was left. Just as she was thinking about what to do, she suddenly felt a loosening at her palm, and her hand actually detached of its own accord. However, her face was a little white, as she had already lost half of her power. This half could not be replenished without 10 days and half a month. Instead, her next step was to go to the He family villa. Killing one person from the He family in a day was not something that was said for fun. Chen Mengmeng was a bit dazed. Then she looked at Xiao He, but found that its eyes were tightly closed, its body was flickering with a silky light, and a powerful aura was continuously surging out of its body. This is an upgrade. A flash of shock flashed in her eyes, and then she smiled. If he knows that another little one has upgraded, he should be very happy, right? Chen Mengmeng thought dully. Then she slowly stood up, her face turning grim as she took one step, her entire body transforming into darkness and disappearing into the villa. Even if she lost half of her strength, she was fearless. He family, prepare to meet the god of death. Ding, congratulations host, and King Xiao He has risen to level 3, gaining 3,000 points. Tang Yan had just arrived at the playground when the system's beep suddenly sounded in his head. He was first stunned, then his mouth grinned as he muttered, "Upgraded again? Chen Mengming's side is really powerful." His eyes were filled with joy. He felt that letting Chen Mengmeng become a demon breeder was the most correct choice he had made so far. It had only been how many days, and it had brought him a considerable amount of extra points. And his current points had reached 4,300, enough to exchange for 2 items. Just thinking about it gave him a burst of joy. Hua Yule saw that Tang Yan was suddenly as cute as a baby. As giggly as she was, she couldn't help but move away from him and pretend she didn't recognize him. This little cutie. It's too embarrassing. Tang Yan, you guys are here too. And just at this time, a soft voice suddenly came. But they saw a slender figure not far away slowly walking towards them, that beautiful face, gentle eyes, it was none other than Xia Ro. Sister Xia. As soon as she saw Xia Ro, Hua Yule instantly called out happily. And before Tang Yan could say anything, the Yuer on top of him jumped onto Xia Ro's body with a whoosh, then hugged her neck and rubbed it affectionately. Sister, I miss you so much. Sister also misses you. Xia Ro's eyes curved into an arc, gently stroking the bunny's head, smiling. Yuer instantly showed her original form, drooling. Sister, is there any delicious food? Xia Ro froze, then she laughed and scolded, you greedy little thing. Saying that, after hesitating for a moment, she took out a long metal bar from her pocket and handed it over to Yuer's little paw and said, specially prepared for you. Jade Child immediately said a thank you, then beautifully hugged the metal bar and nibbled on it. Tang Yan looked on in envy. This little guy was also too popular. Hua Yule carried a metal ball with her for the sake of giving it food, and even Xia Ro, who was a one-sided friend, also carried metal with her, presumably prepared for it as well. Tang Yan, thank you so much for yesterday. Today my mom even told me that if I met you, she would invite you to my house for dinner. At this time, Xia Ro suddenly turned her gaze to him and said with a smiling face. Her voice was still so gentle, and there was no artifice in her words, as if she was talking about a very normal thing. But where else would Tang Yan dare to go to Xia Ro's house? Because her mom was too enthusiastic, almost shouting good son-in-law at him. Although he didn't mind, he couldn't resist. So he smiled politely and said, I will definitely go when I have the chance. Xia Ro obviously saw something in his expression, her face slightly flushed, and she didn't say anything, but instead teased the little rabbit Yuer. Soon, a bus appeared outside the playground. A muffled voice also rang out from the loudspeaker, please enter the bus in an orderly manner, the destination of this trip is Pretty River. Hearing this, Tang Yan smiled, let's go. Xia Ro and Hua Yule nodded, then headed to a bus together. He Family Villa. He Family Master, how is the situation over at Pretty River? Du Kuang sat on the sofa, crossing his legs with a lazy expression as he looked at He Lingfeng, who was frowning tightly at the side, and asked indifferently. He Lingfeng immediately replied respectfully, the Pretty River neighborhood has been blocked off, and the surrounding area is full of people from the Animal Management Group. I heard that the students from the Animal Management Academy will also be heading there later. Du Kuang nodded, then stretched his back and said, it seems like that side is going to make a move, so I should go and take a look as well. Seeing this, He Lingfeng instantly became a bit anxious and hurriedly said, Du Kuang, didn't you promise me? Don't worry. Du Kuang waved his hand and said in a flat tone, since I promised you something, I will naturally do it. Saying that, he put down the eagle on his shoulder and said, with it here, no awakened person will be able to escape his senses, and no one will be able to kill one more of your He family. As soon as the words fell, he saw that the eagle's eyes suddenly released an intense light, and his figure flew out with a whoosh. Everyone was startled by this sudden scene, and Du Kuang was the first to react, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he said, look at this, speak of the devil, and the devil will come. Upon hearing this, He Lingfeng also reacted and hurriedly shouted, immediately blockade the villa. Today, Laozi must catch that. And then make her life worse than death. The old man who was standing behind his Du Kuang, who was on the verge of dying, suddenly raised his head and looked towards the direction where the eagle flew away, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. However, he then hid it, once again turning into that Walking Dead look. Du Kuang then waved his hand and said, since the murderer has already appeared, and with my awakened beast in place, he will definitely not be able to run away, so I'll take a step first. With that, he slowly walked towards the outside of the villa, and the old man behind him immediately followed. He still had very important things to do today. A level 4 awakened beast? This time, this duke is determined to win. With a cold smile, Du Kuang slowly disappeared into the distance. Looking at the direction where Du Kuang disappeared, a scowl gradually surfaced on He Lingfeng's face. He didn't care what Du Kuang's had to do, he only wanted to catch Chen Mengmeng that right now, and then let her taste what it means to be in hell. Chapter 86 I'm not little anymore. As the longest river in Asia, the Pretty River is about 6,000 kilometers long and spans 11 provinces. Pretty River has a long history of existence. The river is rich in resources. Near the Pretty River, generation of human beings almost rely on these resources to make a living. However, in recent days, a powerful awakened beast appeared in the Pretty River of N City, which destroyed countless small and large boats, resulting in the fact that no fishermen dare to fish on the river now. As for what the awakened beast is, in this era of advanced information, I believe there are not many people who do not know. It was precisely because they knew how powerful the awakening beast was that the hearts of the people were filled with scorn. Especially the residents living in the riverside, usually do not dare to approach the beautiful river, for fear that the powerful awakened beast will suddenly emerge from the river, and then a mouth for you to swallow. But today, the residents in the neighborhood were looking a bit excited. Because they had been informed that a powerful awakened would be sent from above to kill the awakened beast in the river, returning peace to everyone. At 7 o'clock in the morning, a cordon had been drawn near the Pretty River, and the Pretty Bridge was temporarily closed to traffic. Although this would lead to a lot of inconvenience, there were very few people who complained. After all, this was a good thing to do for the people, so they naturally wouldn't object. And there were also quite a few people who curiously stood close to the riverside and watched the action. Although there were many videos on the internet of awakened people performing divine abilities, but after all, they were only videos. How could they be as shocking as seeing them with their own eyes? At around 9 in the morning, a bus suddenly came from the distance, and pedestrians gave way. As soon as they saw the buses traveling over, a police officer immediately pulled open the cordon blocking the Pretty Bridge, allowing these buses to enter the Pretty Bridge. Seeing this scene, there was immediately someone who was puzzled and said, "What are these buses for? Didn't they say that there might be danger on the bridge? How did they drive their cars up there?" Hearing his query, another person immediately said, "Don't you see the words on the buses? Animal Management College. The ones sitting inside are definitely students from the Animal Management Academy." When these words came out, the crowd instantly dawned on them. And then a trace of envy appeared in their eyes. Nowadays, the Animal Management Academy had gradually become the Holy Land in everyone's mind, and those who were able to enter the Animal Management Academy were geniuses in their eyes. They're getting off the bus, sure enough, they're all students of the Animal Management Academy. At this moment, someone exclaimed. However, they saw that those buses had stopped, and there were constantly student-like people coming down from the buses. In a few jumps, they came to the top of the railing and stood with their arms folded, looking down at the Pretty River. Drawing a gasp from the onlookers. Tang Yen was naturally among them, and he couldn't help but sigh a little as he stood high above, overlooking the endless Pretty River. With such a large area, if he were to search for that level 4 demon alone, he wouldn't know when he would find it. "This is the first time I've seen Pretty River from this angle, it's really spectacular." An exclamation came from the side, but it was Huoyul, the little girl, who was looking left and right with some excitement. Tang Yen skimmed his mouth and said, "A brat is a brat." Upon hearing this, Huoyul's little face instantly darkened. She glared at Tang Yen and angrily said, "I'm not small anymore." Saying this, she held up her small, just developed breasts, as if to say, "Look for yourself, blind guy." Tang Yen touched his nose, subconsciously glancing at Xiaoro on the side, then comparing it to Huoyul's. He couldn't help but smash his mouth. There's no way to compare. Xiaoro obviously also felt Tang Yan's somewhat unorthodox gaze, and her face instantly turned red. Then quickly gave him a blank look. But this blank stare did not serve as a deterrent, but instead it showed the woman's shyness to the fullest. The surrounding people who kept gawking this way saw this expression of hers, and watched in a daze of ecstasy, and some even failed to stand still and almost fell into the river. Tang Yen was also a little shaken. Huoyul, on the other hand, indignantly muttered, "Rascal, rotten egg." And then carefully glanced at Xiaoro's chest, and then looked at himself, could not help but a burst of discouragement, really cannot be compared. Or not go back and ask Meng Meng's sister, what is the method? Huoyueli muttered in her heart, then shook her head vigorously. Meng Meng's sister's is almost the same as mine, asking is definitely also a waste of time. Thinking of this, she suddenly became a bit annoyed and rubbed the bunny jade vigorously in her hands. The bunny jade was rubbed by her. A rabbit face are confused. And just at this time, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Look, there are so many small boats there." Tang Yen turned back to his senses and looked towards the river. Sure enough, not far away on the river at some point there were more than a dozen small boats. The small boats weren't big, just 7 or 8 meters long, and from afar, they looked like pieces of wood floating on the water. When the small boats gradually approached, the crowd realized that there was a person standing on each small boat. The one at the head seemed to be an old man, who was wearing a loose set of green-colored Taoist robes, holding a whisk in his hand, and under the blowing of the river wind, he quite had a feeling of floating in the air. And behind the old man, there were a dozen or so people wearing uniforms. Among these people were both men and women, who were vigilantly surveying the surroundings, a stark contrast to the old man's bland appearance. It's the people from the animal control group. Although there was some distance between them, the crowd still recognized the uniforms they were wearing and couldn't help but shout excitedly. Immediately after that, they were looking forward to it. Before they came, they already knew that this time, there was a strong person who had come to kill the awakened beast in the pretty river, and it seemed that the old man at the head was that strong person. This couldn't help but make them hold their breath, their gazes closely following the old man, quietly waiting for that awakened beast to appear. However, at this moment, Tang Yin frowned. Although he was some distance away from the old man at the head, he could feel the aura faintly coming from the old man's body. This was an awakened at the peak of the qi refining realm. Not Ho Tian? Tang Yen muttered with some disappointment. Originally, he had thought that the animal management group would come this time with at least an awakened at the Ho Tian realm, but he hadn't expected it to be just a peak qi refining. Although a peak qi refining was much stronger than any of their mentors, it was still far from enough to take down a level 4 demon whose strength was comparable to the Ho Tian realm. As for the dozen or so people behind the old man, their strengths were all below qi refining, and they wouldn't be able to help at all when battling a level 4 demon. Clatter. And just at this time, a loud splashing sound suddenly came from the distance. It instantly attracted everyone's attention. Tang Yen raised his head, his eyes narrowing vainly as he looked into the distance. Only to see that a huge black shadow had appeared in the river at some point. This black shadow was extremely fast in the water, and almost in the blink of an eye, it had appeared in front of everyone's eyes. And the target of this black shadow was exactly the dozen or so small boats. At this moment, everyone was clenching their fists nervously. They knew that a great battle was about to begin. Only Tang Yen was stunned. How come it's a level 3 demon? Chapter 87 An Uneasy Feeling. Ding, found level 3 demon, giant catfish. Due to demon space being full, it cannot be taken in for the time being. In Tang Yan's eyes, the black shadow in the water had an additional eye-catching logo on its head, level 3 demon, giant catfish. Looks like this time was for nothing. Tang Yan covered his forehead, and his entire being became listless. This feeling was like a beautiful woman posing incomparably seductive to you, only for you to have your pants off, only to discover that this beautiful woman was a man pretending to be a man. Just as Tang Yan was depressed, the black shadow in the water had already swum to the dozen small boats. The dozen or so members of the animal control group were like enemies, and one of them, a leader-like man, fiercely bellowed out, "Ice!" Upon hearing this, a woman stepped forward and slapped one palm towards the river. Endless cold air gushed out from her body. The river water centered around her began to rapidly freeze, and in the blink of an eye, 100-meter radius had become a world of ice. Is this an ice ability? It's really awesome. The onlookers were all wide-eyed, their faces full of amazement, feeling the awakened's ability so close. Whether it was visual, auditory, or tactile, it had an unspeakable shock. Rumble. However, just at this moment, a violent rumble came from the surface of the river. The black shadow at the bottom of the river directly broke through the layers of ice and appeared in front of the crowd. It was a huge catfish that was about 20 meters long, and that bloody mouth directly bit at the small boat of a dozen people. Not good, quickly retreat. The dozen people quickly bounced off the small boat and landed on top of the solid ice. And with that giant catfish's bite, the small boat instantly turned into a sky of debris. The thrilling scene watched as the crowd couldn't stop exclaiming. And that giant catfish snapped and fell on top of the solid ice, those tyrannical eyes staring at them. When the dozen or so people saw this, they wanted to rush up. But right at this moment, a faint voice suddenly came out, slow. The voice was not loud, yet it spread throughout everyone's ears. Even the onlookers on the riverside could hear it clearly. The crowd looked in the direction the voice came from and realized that it was precisely the voice coming from that old man in the green-colored Taoist robe. Seeing the gazes of the crowd looking towards him, the old man smiled faintly and said, "This is a level 3 awakened beast. You and the others are no match for it. It's better to let the poor Taoist come." The voice was soft and ethereal, calming one's heart. The gazes of the crowd instantly became sparkling. This is a high-level person. Look at that breezy aura, casually speaking words that can travel so far. It's really something. Tang Yan's mouth, on the other hand, twitched, muttering, "This old Taoist priest is really extravagant." While others didn't know, he knew that to transmit a voice this far, it required a large amount of internal energy to be provided. Even though this old man was a strong person at the peak of chi refining, after finishing these two sentences, he had to consume at least one layer of internal energy. On the surface of the river, the old Taoist told the dozen or so members of the animal management team to step back to the side while he swung his duster and lightly droned, "Sinful animal. Suffer death." Just as the drink fell, his figure suddenly disappeared in place. The place where he appeared in the next moment was already in the sky above the giant catfish, and then he slapped his palm down. A trace of panic flashed in the eyes of the giant catfish, and a strange sound was emitted from its mouth. The ice underneath its body quickly broke, and it once again drilled into the river, its huge figure quickly scurrying towards the distance. Obviously, it had already sensed the powerful aura of the old Taoist and knew that it could not defeat it, so it was already preparing to escape. The old Taoist pounced and saw the giant catfish trying to escape, and immediately snorted coldly, "Want to run? Not that easy." Saying that, he suddenly threw the duster in his hand into the air, while the beast hairs on the duster violently spread out and transformed into a spike, shooting straight at the escaping giant catfish. With the old Taoist priest's internal power on it, the speed of the shooting was incredibly fast, and the giant catfish was instantly stabbed into a hedgehog. Not long after, a stream of scarlet blood surfaced on the surface of the river. Obviously, the giant catfish had been seriously injured. But it didn't die, still scurrying towards the distance without stopping. Seeing this, the old Taoist priest suddenly took a long sword from the hands of a member of the animal control team, and his body's internal energy surged and was injected above the long sword body. That sword withstood the old Taoist's thick internal force and continuously emitted a burst of sword sounds. "Go!" Then only to see the old Taoist holding the sword with one hand, his mouth exploded with a cry, the long sword in his hand that was filled with internal energy whooshed into a stream of light flying towards the distant black shadow. Boom! The long sword easily pierced through the water and directly stabbed into the giant catfish's body. The internal force exploded at this moment, and the long sword instantly broke into pieces, wreaking havoc madly in the giant catfish's body. In a short while, the giant catfish stopped swimming, slowly floating up from the water. Blood dyed the surface of the river red. The crowd of onlookers were first stunned, and then they cheered. "Oh my God! It's really too powerful. Is this the power of the strong? I've seen a lot today. Dead, this thing is finally dead. The river is finally safe. We can go fishing in the water again." 666. Regardless of whether it was the ordinary people on the sidelines or the students of the Animal Management College, they all cheered excitedly at this moment. The gazes towards the old Taoist also became respectful and worshipful. That was a level 3 awakened beast, but the old Taoist had directly killed the giant catfish in a few moves. This was also too powerful. Tang Yan was also a little awestruck. The old Taoist's last strike seemed to be a very powerful martial art. Gathering his entire body's internal force surging into the sword, when the longsword stabbed into the giant catfish's body, the old Taoist priest again somehow detonated the internal force. The longsword shattered, the fragments mixed with the internal force instantly destroyed all the organs in the giant catfish's body. This was also the reason why the giant catfish died so quickly. If this sword was stabbing towards me, I wonder if my golden bell shield would be able to block it? Tang Yan muttered in his heart. He felt a little mysterious. That old Taoist priest was already at the peak of chi refining, his body was incredibly thick with internal force, and he didn't exactly put I was able to resist this last sword. The giant catfish died. The people from the animal control group got its body ashore. The surrounding fishermen saw this and disregarded the cordon, and came forward to watch. A 20-meter-long catfish, they wouldn't have dared to imagine it before, and today they had to take a good picture to remember it no matter what. "Tang Yan, should we go take a look as well?" At this time, Xiao asked softly. Tang Yan shook his head slightly, his gaze falling on the river surface that had already regained its calm, slowly frowning. Somehow, there was always an uneasy feeling in his heart. He always felt that it didn't seem so simple. The author does not want each chapter so short, but the author does not dare to write more, and then write a little more will be on the shelf, to the current collection, after the shelf will certainly be on the street. This book is a buyout book. If the street, it is likely to be cut off. So it is better to endure it. When the collection went up, after the shelves will be updated to speed up, maybe each chapter will also be short, but the amount of a day is certainly enough. Chapter 88 Sudden Changes. Chen Family Villa. Chase. That is injured. Definitely can't run far. Remember, don't kill her first when you catch her, I'm going to torture her properly. Healing Feng's face was twisted, his eyes releasing a bloodthirsty light as he roared loudly with some nerves. After roaring for a while, he calmed down a little, and then respectfully said to an eagle on the side, "Lord Eagle, I'm still troubling you to join us." The eagle arrogantly raised its neck, then slowly nodded. Seeing this, He Lingfeng was overjoyed and hurriedly led a group of family elites out of the villa. Although he didn't know why Chen Mengmeng that suddenly became an innately awakened person, but so what? Wasn't it still seriously injured by Lord Eagle's claw? And with Lord Eagle following behind, he didn't believe that Chen Mengmeng could escape? Half an hour later. Family head, the clues break off here. If nothing else, Chen Mengmeng should be hiding in this villa. A He family elite respectfully said to He Lingfeng. Essence flashed in He Lingfeng's eyes as he looked ahead. This was a small double-story villa that wasn't very big, and there was a small courtyard around the villa, and at this moment, the gate to the courtyard was tightly closed. So these days Chen Mengmeng that is hiding here? Can really let me good looking But today let's see where you run? He Lingfeng let out a cold laugh and waved his hand. Immediately someone understood and came in front of the courtyard gate, ruthlessly kicking at the gate. Clang! The gate was instantly kicked open, hitting the courtyard wall with a loud clang. The cold smile at the corner of He Lingfeng's mouth became more and more obvious as he had people surround the entire villa while he walked into the villa's courtyard under heavy protection. Just as he entered the villa's compound, he saw a cat as fat as a pig sitting on the steps, surveying them with a crooked head. That cute and adorable look was enough to charm a large number of people. However, at this time, He Lingfeng had already been overwhelmed by hatred, and felt very upset by everything he saw. How could he find a cat cute? So when he saw a fat cat that actually dared to block his way, he instantly became furious. "Dead cat, get out of the way," He Lingfeng said angrily. Then he kicked at the fat cat on the steps. Pretty river. At this moment, the pretty river was surrounded by jubilation. Countless people gathered around the giant catfish, talking excitedly, and many people even took out their cameras and started to take pictures to remember it. After all, the 20-meter-long catfish was the first time they had ever seen it. Compared to the onlookers, the students of the Animal Management College were more interested in the old Taoist priest. The old Taoist's power stimulated their hearts, causing them to involuntarily create a surge of determination to become stronger. "Hey, rascal, what are you looking at?" At this time, Huayul suddenly opened her mouth and asked. But she saw that everyone else was excitedly discussing this old Taoist priest, but only Tang Yan was frowning at the river, not knowing what he was looking at, so she couldn't help but open her mouth to ask. Xia Rou also noticed that Tang Yan was out of sorts, and couldn't help but look at him with a puzzled gaze. When Tang Yan heard this, his gaze slowly retracted, and he didn't have the heart to fight with Huayul, but instead, his brows remained locked as he said, "It always feels like something's wrong." The animal control team side was already cleaning up the giant catfish's corpse, and the old Taoist priest had drifted away, so it was reasonable to say that everything should be over. But somehow, the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger, and this uneasiness came from the river. Hearing Tang Yan's reply, Xia Rou and Huayul were obviously a bit bewildered. Not right? They felt that everything was quite normal. At this time, the little rabbit ewer was the one who suddenly said in a milky voice, "Master, are you talking about the big guy in the water?" "The big guy in the water?" Tang Yan's trio froze, then subconsciously looked towards the dead giant catfish on the shore. Sensing their gazes, the bunny jade waved her two long ears and said, "It's not it. It's that big guy in the water." Tang Yan was shaken, and then he only felt his scalp go a little numb. He finally realized what was wrong. The river was too calm. So calm that he couldn't feel a single sign of life. As if it was just a pool of stagnant water. But this was a pretty river, how could there not be some fishes and shrimps in it? The only explanation was that there was a powerful demon here, causing the fish and shrimp to have scattered and fled. As soon as he thought of this, he subconsciously looked at the crowd standing not far from the riverside taking pictures again, and his face finally changed. He just wanted to voice out a reminder. However, just at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The originally calm river water suddenly violently churned up, as if there was some behemoth underwater that was turning over. Rumble. What followed was a deafening rumble. The rumbling sound instantly attracted the attention of the crowd. They subconsciously looked towards the surface of the river, and with just a glance, they were all scared out of their wits. Only to see that the river had somehow lifted a huge wave more than 10 meters high, and this huge wave was lapping towards the shore. "Run!" Some unknown person shouted out, and only then did the crowd wake up as if from a dream, frantically running towards the distance. But most of these people were ordinary people, how could their speed be as fast as the giant wave? Before they could run far, the giant wave had already reached them. In the blink of an eye, all of them had been swallowed by the giant wave and disappeared into the water. The sudden scene startled the crowd on the bridge, and by the time they reacted, the people on the shore had already been swept away by the river. Everyone, save the people. At this time, Xiaolan's figure suddenly appeared. Her face was grave, she shouted, and jumped towards the bridge first. Her figure floated like a butterfly to the surface of the river, then her toes tapped on the water, and with one hand probing into the water, a person was already pulled up by her and brought to safety. The other instructors jumped down one after another and started the rescue. It was then that the crowd of students reacted, and those who were above the fourth stage of body refinement jumped into the river without hesitation. Tang Yan hesitated for a moment before also jumping down and participating in the rescue. As for Hui Yul and Xiao Rou, they had long since displayed their respective abilities to rescue people on the river. System, what's that thing in the water? Being in the air, Tang Yan hurriedly asked in his mind. Ding, the other party dived too deep, the system didn't capture its appearance information, but making such a big commotion, this is most likely a level 4 demon. Level 4 demon monster, Tang Yan's eyes flashed with a trace of gravity. It seemed that his feeling wasn't wrong, the one that really caused the large ship to sink should be this level 4 demonic monster. As for that level 3 giant catfish, it was probably out for a walk before it was killed. Too late to think more, he had already reached the river and grabbed a woman who had fallen into the water and darted towards the shore. Then, also ignoring the woman's uncontrollable thanks, he went to save another person. Awakened person worthy of being an awakened person. Under the concerted efforts of so many students and teachers, it didn't take a while for the people who fell into the water to be almost saved. But just as the crowd let out a sigh of relief in unison, a cry of alarm suddenly came over. There is a child on the river. Everyone looked towards the river in unison, but they saw a small figure in the center of the river that was clattering vigorously, and along with it, there was a burst of terrified cries. Oh my God! That's my daughter! Please save my daughter! At this moment, a young woman suddenly cried out. Then she directly knelt down towards the crowd with endless pleas in her eyes. Seeing this, immediately, someone couldn't help but say, "Don't worry, I'll go save her." With that, a dozen or so awakened who were above the fifth stage of body refinement swam towards the center of the river. The crowd then relaxed. It was still easy for so many people to save a child. But before those dozen awakened could swim halfway, someone pointed at the distance and shouted in horror, What's that?" Tang Yan drove in the direction of that person's finger, and his pupils instantly tightened. Only to see a huge fin on the river not far away. This fin was more than 10 meters long. It looked like a sail from afar. But Tang Yan instantly recognized this thing as a fish fin. Because the system's voice suddenly sounded, "Ding, found level 4 monster, great white shark. Capture will earn 5,000 points, while Demon Space and Maul are upgraded." Great white shark? Damn it! How could there be a great white shark in the pretty river? Shouldn't this guy be a sea creature? Tang Yan's face became incredibly ugly. Because the target of this great white shark seemed to be precisely the child who had fallen into the water. Chapter 89, Crossing the River with a Reed. The crowd was dumbfounded by the sudden appearance of the huge fin. It was only when they reacted that they yelled at the man swimming towards the center of the river, "Come back quickly! There's danger!" Those dozen awakened people also discovered that huge fish fin, their faces changed at the same time, and then they desperately swam back. But in this way, the child in the center of the river was in danger. When the child's mother saw this, a look of despair appeared on her face as she kept pleading, "Please save my child, she's only 7 years old." A trace of intolerance appeared on the faces of the crowd, but when they saw that huge fin, they flinched. They did want to save that child, but that more than 10-meter long huge fin was also too terrifying, and they likewise didn't want to save someone and thus take their own lives. Besides, there was also the possibility that they themselves would be taken in if the person was not saved. My goodness! That's a shark! How can there be a shark in the pretty river? What a big shark! A shark bigger than a ship. And at that moment, as the fins approached, the crowd got a good look at the behemoth in the water, and for a moment they all screamed in horror. The child in the center of the river seemed to sense the danger as well, and fluttered even more violently, wanting to swim to the shore, but it was obviously too late. Because that great white shark was already less than 100 meters away from her. A distance of 100 meters, for a level 4 demon, was nothing at all. Seeing this, the child's mother didn't care about begging for help and shouted, "Child, don't be afraid, Mom is here to save you." With that, she frantically ran towards the river. The people next to her then hurriedly stopped her, advising, "It's useless for you to go, you can only die together. You guys let go of me, I want to save my child, I can't live without her." The child's mother struggled frantically. The surrounding people were all gloomy, looking at the tiny figure in the center of the river in a complicated manner. What a small little life, but they could only watch her disappear. At this time, the great white shark was already less than 50 meters away from the child, and the crowd could even see the great white shark opening its terrifying bloody mouth, revealing its sharp teeth shining brightly in the sunlight. Alas, it's over, everything is over. Everyone's gazes carried a hint of intolerance. However, right at this moment, two figures scurried towards the river at the same time. The crowd first froze, then exclaimed, "That's Instructor Xia Lan Xia." Then they looked at the other figure and let out another shocked cry, "That's Tang Yen? What's he going for?" The crowd exploded. They could understand that Xia Lan chose to go and save someone. After all, Xia Lan was an awakened at the realm of qi refining. But how did Tang Yen, a guy who hadn't even reached the qi refining realm, also run to save someone? This is to think that a small child is not enough for that shark to stuff its teeth, especially go up to add some meat? The crowd cursed in their hearts. The two silhouettes that came out were naturally Tang Yen and Xia Lan. Tang Yen and Xia Lan spotted each other at the same time, and a trace of shock appeared on their faces. Then Xia Lan frowned and said in a deep voice, "Tang Yen, the shark is very strong, you're no match, you go back first, I'll go save the others." Saying that, her speed accelerated by a few points. Tang Yen smiled bitterly as he heard this. This great white shark's strength is not only very strong, it is a level 4 demon, comparable to the existence of the realm of the Hotian. He understood that Xia Lan was doing this for his own good. But the key thing is, Xia Lan is also not a match for this great white shark. And it was still on water, it was highly likely that the great white shark would swallow it in one bite. But he was different, maybe his real strength was not much stronger than Xia Lan, but he had the system. Ding, recommend host to exchange martial arts, 1 read crossing the river. 1 read crossing the river, 2000 points. A high-level martial art created by Grandmaster Dharma. After learning it, you can walk on water as if it were flat. Redeem 1 read crossing the river. Without the slightest hesitation, Tang Yen said in a deep voice. Ding, 1 read crossing river redemption successful, 2000 points deducted. A sudden surge of majestic information surged into his mind, and Tang Yen instantly comprehended 1 read crossing the river. Without the slightest hesitation, he picked up a branch on the bank and threw it into the river. The people on the bank he suddenly toward the river tree branch are ahead of Blackline. This bastard is trying to use the tree branch to scare people away from the great white shark? However, the next moment they stared in unison. Only to see that after Tang Yen threw the tree branch into the river, he suddenly ducked his foot on the ground and his body flew towards the river. Just when the crowd thought he was going to fall into the river, they saw his 2 feet land firmly on top of the branch floating on the river. Instantly, that branch was like an oversized wattage engine, carrying Tang Yen towards the little girl with a whoosh. 666. What kind of operation is this, Nima? Seems a bit familiar. The crowd marveled for a while. To be able to fly on the river with a tree branch, this was too powerful. Immediately, someone's eyes lit up and exclaimed, "I know. Legend has it that Grandmaster Dharma folded a reed to cross the river back then. I didn't think that he would actually be able to beat Tang Yen." Upon hearing this, everyone was suddenly enlightened. Then their gazes instantly became burning and worshipful. That was a reed crossing the river, a legendary martial art, and they had actually seen it with their own eyes. Maybe Tang Yen can really save that child. At this moment, such a thought suddenly arose in everyone's hearts. 1 reed crossing the river was worthy of being an advanced martial art. Tang Yen felt as if he was flying on the water, his speed was strangely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he surpassed Xia Lan. Xia Lan was using her internal energy to gather on her toes, which allowed her to briefly fly on the water. But doing so was very draining of internal energy, and it wasn't fast. And when Xia Lan saw Tang Yen fly past her with a whoosh, a trace of shock that she couldn't hide clearly appeared on that charming face. 1 reed crossing the river? Her sexy lips slightly opened as she looked at the figure in front of her, unbelief in her eyes. 1 reed crossing the river, this was an ancient martial art, but it had been lost for a long time. But now she had seen this lost martial art on her student? How could this not make her surprised? It seems that this little guy still has a lot of secrets in him. Xia Lan smiled bitterly. She had thought that she had pretty much understood this student of hers, but from today, it seemed that Tang Yen hadn't even used his full strength when he fought Jiang Mubai. It was a terrifying conclusion. Gotta find a chance to properly test this guy, she thought silently in her heart. Then she didn't chase after him either, because she knew that her speed on the water was simply no match for Tang Yan's, and going would be in vain. And naturally, Tang Yan didn't know that he had already been targeted by Xia Lan, the beautiful tutor. At this moment, he had already arrived in front of the little girl. At the same time, the great white shark was only 10 meters away from him. Without any hesitation, he pulled up the little girl and held her in his arms, his toes tapped on the tree branch, and the person had already leapt into the air with the little girl. Roar! At the same time, the great white shark let out a roar. Then opened its mouth, leapt up from the river, and bit Tang Yan in the air. Seeing this, Tang Yan's face changed, and he let out a low gulp, ladder cloud zone. His toes tapped sharply in the air a few times, his figure once again rising tens of meters. But the great white shark was in hot pursuit, its huge body completely jumped out of the river water. At this time, the crowd also saw its face clearly, the mouth is unable to stop pumping cold air. At this time a great white shark of at least 50 meters, huge body covering the sky, the moment it opened its bloody mouth, the sharp teeth in the sunlight appeared unusually cold. Their gazes stared tightly at Tang Yan in the air, their eyes all nervous. If this was bitten by a bite, there was absolutely no way to survive. At this moment, Tang Yan was already 60 to 70 meters in the air, but he only felt a cold sweat all over his body, because underneath him was that bloody mouth, and he even felt the breath of death. The little girl in his arms also seemed to feel the danger, her small body hugged Tang Yan vigorously, but did not cry out. Perhaps in her mind, this would affect this big brother who had saved her. Just as Tang Yan was about to use his inner strength to raise himself some more, the great white shark seemed to run out of upward impulse, and fell into the river with a rumble, shaking the river water towards both sides. And Tang Yan was also falling rapidly towards the surface of the river. Looking at the choppy surface of the river, Tang Yan knew that the moment he landed on the surface of the river was the time for the real great escape. Chapter 90, Stupid Girl. Stupid Girl. Watching Tang Yan fall from the air with the little girl in his arms, the hearts of the crowd were clenched together. Because they had seen that the great white shark in the river had opened its mouth once again, biting at Tang Yan and the little girl. Be careful, quickly dodge. The crowd shouted. At this moment, they had forgotten everything, and all that was left in their eyes was the figure falling from the sky on the river. This was an era that lacked heroes. When the little girl encountered a life-threatening situation, most people chose to retreat, because they were afraid of taking their own lives, so they could only watch that young life about to be lost in the shark's mouth. But this does not mean that there are no heroes in this era. And everyone chose to retreat, some despair, that not quite upright, but let a person's heart in awe of the figure stepped on a dry branch, in the waves under the waves, ride the wind and save that small life. That, in a nutshell, is a hero. Whether in the past, present or future, people have always worshipped heroes. But to be a hero, one always has to take on dangers that others are not able to take on. Just like now. Bull hero. Tang Yan cursed in his heart. He had already seen the teasing and cruelty in the eyes of the great white shark at the bottom. Perhaps it hadn't even used its full strength, but rather felt that he was just a fun toy that would brutally kill him when it had had enough. Some cold sweat had already appeared on his head, hero he did, but how to resolve this crisis right now? Seemingly sensing the uneasiness, the little girl holding Tang Yan's neck lifted her head, those round eyes timidly looking at him, carefully saying, "Brother, you put me down, I'll go to distract the sharks, and brother, you'll just hurry up and run." The little girl's tender voice carried incomparable seriousness. Perhaps in a child's world, whoever treats her well, she will like. In the little girl's mind, when she was most helpless, it was Tang Yan who saved her from the water, so Tang Yan was the one who was good to her. So when she saw the terrifying great white shark, she still said that she lured away the great white shark and told Tang Yan to run. Tang Yan, however, froze. The reason he chose to step in was purely because the person who fell into the water was a child. In his opinion, if it was an adult floating on the river, he probably wouldn't have stepped in to rescue him. This was because carrying an adult to avoid the attack of a level 4 awakened beast was something that even he found difficult enough. He was not a heartless person, but he would likewise not do anything foolish. But what he did not expect was that this little girl who was only 7 years old would say these words. At this moment, he suddenly felt that it was worth it for him to do so. So he smiled and asked, "What's your name?" As if infected by the smile on his face, the little girl's face also revealed a hint of a smile, and she said crisply, "Brother, my name is Lu Hanyao, everyone calls me Yao Yao." Upon hearing this, Tang Yan laughed out loud and said, "Yao Yao, don't worry, brother won't let you lure away the sharks." Today, I'm going to see just how strong is a level 4 demon? Yao yao, hold brother tight. With a loud reminder, Tang Yan's body spun strangely in the air a few times and landed 10 meters away from the great white shark. His toes tapped on the water surface, and his body jumped like a ghost on the surface. As for Yao Yao, she was clinging to Tang Yan's neck, her little head already buried in his arms. But the great white shark in the water was a level 4 demon, and already had some powerful abilities. So Tang Yan had just pulled away from the great white shark, when an icicle suddenly rose in front of him. The icicle was more than 10 meters high, in the shape of a cone, and the spikes at the top reflected colorful colors in the sunlight, but Tang Yan didn't find it beautiful. Instead, he felt a chill in his heart. If it wasn't for his sharp reflexes, he estimated that he had already been skewered on this icicle. He didn't think that his body that was strengthened by the golden bell mask would be able to withstand the power of this icicle. Before he could react for a moment, Tang Yan felt another icy breath coming from under his feet, and almost without thinking, ladder cloud vertical opening instantly, his body drastically shifted a meter. He had just left his spot when another sharp icicle rose from the water. The people on the shore had already looked dumbfounded. By the time they reacted, they drew a breath of cold air in unison. At this moment, the river had almost become a world of ice, with one sharp icicle standing proudly, and between these icicles, a figure ghostly shuttled, dodging one icicle after another that gushed out from the river. Look at this energy fluctuation, this is a level 4 awakened beast. At this time, a tutor called out with a face full of horror. The moment these words came out, the entire room once again retched. Although they didn't know what level 4 stood for, just by looking at the ice pillars on the river, they had the urge to shiver. The most crucial thing was the weaving figure in the icicles. It was only now that they reacted to the fact that Tang Yan had actually dodged for so long without losing under the attack of a level 4 awakened beast. How shocking was this? Even those tutors gulped. They asked themselves, if they were to face this great white shark, would they be able to last this long without losing? The answer was no. They probably wouldn't last more than a few minutes before this icicle poked through their bodies. That was why their gazes towards Tang Yan became somewhat unable to hide their shock. They hadn't felt the fluctuation of internal force from Tang Yan's body, which meant that a little guy who was refining chi was actually able to hold out for so long under the attack of a level 4 awakened beast. This was undoubtedly the most terrifying. Xiaolan was also looking a bit dazed, then she reacted and rushed towards the river. No matter what, Tang Yan was her student, she couldn't watch her student fight alone no matter what. She catalyzed the internal energy in her body and slammed her palm at the underwater great white shark. The invisible palm force flew out, striking above the water surface with a booming sound. Roar! The great white shark was obviously struck by the palm and let out an angry roar. Then the crowd only saw the entire surface of the river suddenly rise up with a piercingly cold aura, under which the surface of the river began to rapidly freeze, and an icicle emerged like it didn't need any money. The speed was several times faster than before. Seeing this, Tang Yan almost spat out blood. Yelling at Xiaolan, he said, "You stupid girl, doing everything to help." Although he had been dodging the great white shark's attacks, he was also looking for a chance to get out of the air with the help of the great white shark teasing him. Seeing that he was about to get close to the river, he could rush to the shore. As long as he reached the shore, he didn't believe that this great white shark would chase him to the shore to fight with him. But at this time, Xiaolan intervened, instantly enraging the great white shark. This is good, the great white shark is angry, and no longer have the heart to play with him, but instead began to use its full strength. This damn, Tang Yan was about to curse his mother. As for Xiaolan, she was directly scolded silly by Tang Yan. "You said I'm a silly girl?" Xiaolan pointed at her nose with some disbelief. "You're not a stupid chick. It's stupid chick. Old me is going to get out of the trap with great difficulty, but now it's good. You've enraged this person, this time both of us will be finished." Seeing that Xiaolan actually cared about her calling her a stupid chick at this time, Tang Yan's nose almost didn't get crooked as he dodged the icicles while cursing. Xiaolan's face flashed a trace of shame and anger, her own good intentions to help, but was scolded, and also scolded her stupid. This let her heart cannot help but give birth to a strange feeling. This feeling is actually not annoying? Good perverted feeling. Xiaolan muttered in her heart. But she didn't refute Tang Yan's words, because she also realized that she seemed to have helped, because the speed of that icicle had obviously accelerated, and it still enveloped her. She didn't have time to think more, and she also began to dodge continuously. Xiaolan had obviously practiced light martial arts, so despite appearing to be in a bit of a mess, she managed to dodge those icicles. This stupid woman. Seeing this, Tang Yan once again cursed. His eyes flickered. Because he felt that the speed of these icicles was getting faster and faster, he was already a bit overwhelmed now, because so far he had completely relied on the dexterity of one reed crossing the river and ladder clouds longitudinal to dodge, and hadn't used his internal strength at all. But at this rate, he would not be able to support himself sooner or later. Whatever, exposure is exposure. As long as he doesn't perform the Luohan fist and golden bell shroud, no one should be able to recognize his identity. Thinking of this, his figure violently stopped in place. And when the people on the shore saw this, they all froze. Chapter 91 Swallowed in one bite. What's he doing, Tang Yan? Why did he stop? Quickly dodge it. The icicles are coming again. It's over, Tang Yan must have no strength left, it's over. Too bad. The crowd jumped anxiously when they saw Tang Yan actually stop at this time. They had seen the speed of that icicle before. If this was accidentally stabbed, it was very likely to be directly stabbed through the heart. Xiaolan also realized that Tang Yan had stopped, thinking that he didn't have the strength anymore. A trace of guilt flashed in her eyes. If it wasn't for her rushing out, Tang Yan wouldn't be in a crisis. She gritted her teeth and rushed over in Tang Yan's direction. Even if she was injured herself, she had to save Tang Yan. However, Tang Yan was suddenly drawing a circle in front of himself with his hand, striking a taiji pose. Then a taiji pattern suddenly rose from his back. Boom! At that exact moment, an icicle rose from the soles of his feet. Tang Yan took a slight step back, both palms launched out, the taiji pattern behind his back rotated rapidly, and the sharp icicle was directly shattered by his palm. And a loud boom was emitted. Ice shards flew all over the sky as if it was snowing. And at this moment, it was as if time had stood still. Everyone looked at the rotating taiji diagram behind Tang Yan, and one by one, their eyes widened. Taijiquan, this was a martial art that everyone recognized. But to condense a taiji diagram, there was only one possibility, and that was to possess internal power. Possessing internal power? Wasn't that an ability only possessed by awakened ones at the realm of qi refining? Could it be that Tang Yan he has actually reached the realm of qi refining? The scene exploded at once. Everyone's eyes were wide and filled with shock. How many days had it been? They were still hovering at the bottom stage of body refining. Tang Yan he actually had already refined qi? Didn't they say that this guy's talent was trash? I just want to ask, is there such a powerful trash? A place on the shore. Xiaoro slightly opened his small mouth with a look of surprise, murmuring, Tang Yan, he's an awakened in the realm of qi refining? Although Xiaoro knew that Tang Yan might be very strong, she had never thought that he was actually a qi refining powerhouse. Turning her head, she realized that Hua Yuel's small face was calm, as if she had already known it. She was instantly somewhat dazed. No wonder Hua Yuel wasn't worried at all when Tang Yan fought against Jiang Mubai, so it turned out that she had already known his true strength? Unable to help it, she recalled a sentence Hua Yuel had said back then, Sister Xia, you mustn't be fooled by what that Tang Yan guy shows, that guy is just a ventriloquist. Sure enough, quite a belly knocker. Xiaoro nodded seriously, muttering in her heart. If it wasn't for the fact that Xiaolan had stepped in, causing Tang Yan to inexorably use his internal force, who would have known that he hadn't used his full strength at all in his battle with Jiang Mubai? Nope. How about not even using half of his strength? Xiaolan was also startled, and with a single distraction, she was almost stabbed by an icicle. Hastily dodging the rising icicles, her beautiful eyes fixed on Tang Yan's body before she said quietly, I didn't expect that I would actually have a student at the realm of qi refinement. Tang Yan, on the other hand, rolled his eyes. He didn't care that Xiaolan was his mentor right now. He didn't have any good feelings towards this silly girl. Originally, he didn't even need to expose his inner strength, but it was because of this stupid chick that caused his strength to be further exposed. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't split up right now, he would have to catch the chick and give her a hard spanking before saying anything. It was so damn infuriating. Without answering Xiaolan's words, Tang Yan's body was surging with internal energy. His Tai Chi fist was continuously performed, breaking one icicle after another. And he was slowly walking towards the shore. Xiaolan also discovered his intentions, and her face became serious, taking the initiative to come to his side and deal with these icicles with him. Tang Yan didn't say anything, and was considered to have acquiesced. It was Yao Yao in his arms that raised her head and looked at Xiaolan by his side, asking softly, Sister, are you Big Brother's girlfriend? You're so pretty looking. Tang Yan and Xiaolan froze at the same time. Xiaolan's eyes rolled back in her head and giggled, Little friend, yes, elder sister is elder brother's girlfriend, but recently elder sister and elder brother have quarreled, and elder brother is ignoring me. She broke up an icicle while revealing a pitiful expression. Yao Yao, on the other hand, looked towards Tang Yan and crisply said, "Big brother, why are you ignoring your girlfriend?" Tang Yan's face darkened as he said in a deep voice, "Don't listen to her nonsense, big brother, I don't have such a stupid girlfriend." The smile on Xiaolan's face froze. Giggle giggle. Yao Yao on the other hand giggled, tilted her head and looked at Xiaolan and said, "Sister, I know why, big brother said that you're stupid, that's why he's ignoring you." Xiaolan instantly had the urge to vomit blood. Tang Yan, on the other hand, was happy. Little girl divine mending ah. Not giving Xiaolan a chance to move back, Tang Yan said to Yao Yao in his arms, "Yao Yao, don't talk first, big brother will take you to the shore." Oh. As soon as she heard Tang Yan say that, Yao Yao instantly closed her mouth and buried her head into his arms again. Tang Yan, on the other hand, raised his eyebrows at Xiaolan in triumph. When Xiaolan saw this, her silver teeth clenched. No one had ever called her stupid, but today it was by her own student. "Tang Yan, you wait for me," Xiaolan muttered indignantly in her heart. At this moment, Tang Yan and Xiaolan were already less than 10 meters away from the shore. Those icicles suddenly stopped. However, Tang Yan and Xiaolan instantly tensed their bodies and stood still, not daring to move. Because they both felt like they were locked in by a powerful aura. It was as if as long as they moved, they would suffer a raging storm of blows. And this powerful aura originated from the bottom of the river. Obviously, this great white shark had sensed their intentions and wanted to finish them off completely. But neither side made the first move, and instead, they were in a stalemate. When the people on the shore saw Tang Yan and the others suddenly not moving, they were first a bit bewildered, but then as if they understood something, a trace of worry flashed in their eyes. In this kind of situation, whoever moved first would leak out the cracks, and it would lead to a different outcome. Has the principal been notified yet? A tutor frowned around and asked another tutor beside him. The principal is on his way here. The other mentor nodded, his face serious. The great white shark in the river was no longer something they could deal with. Even the old Taoist priest who had drifted away could not do anything about it. After all, when killing the giant catfish, that old Taoist priest had already expended most of his internal energy. Even if he came back, it would not help. The only way was to notify the more powerful awakened to come and help. So immediately, someone notified Ouyang Hua, the principal of the Animal Management Academy. Unfortunately, Ouyang Hua wasn't at the academy, but was farther away, and it would take a while to rush over. So they could only pray that during the time Ouyang Hua rushed over, the two sides remained at a standstill. However, the heavens were always not to one's liking. Just at this time, a light laughter was suddenly heard. "Hee hee, it's quite lively here." The crowd heard the sound and looked, but saw the shore somehow more a man with a straight body. The man looks handsome, with a smile, but the crowd felt that this smile how to see how fake. Behind the man, was followed by a dying old man, the old man's eyes half open, half closed, a look of any time may pass. And this man was none other than Du Quang. Du Quang had come long ago. The reason why he hadn't appeared was that he was naturally looking for the right time, and right now, wasn't it the right time? The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile as he said to the old man behind him, "Elder Fu, take this awakening beast." "Yes. Young master." The old man nodded slightly, and with a sway of his body, he had arrived at the surface of the river, and with a strong and incomparable aura emerging from his body, he slapped his palm at the surface of the river. When the group of tutors saw this, they exclaimed at the same time, "Hotian Powerhouse." Then their faces changed and they shouted, "Stop!" Tang Yan and Xiaolan's faces also became incredibly ugly at the same time, as they had already sensed that the great white shark at the bottom of the river had begun to move the moment the old man struck. "Where is this douchebag from?" Glancing at Du Quang on the shore with a sneer on his face, Tang Yan cursed in his heart. He knew that he couldn't deal with a level 4 demon that had gone berserk no matter what. So he didn't have time to think about it, gritted his teeth, and directly threw Yao Yao in his arms towards the shore, shouting under his breath, "Catch it!" There were a bunch of awakened people on the bank. Seeing this, immediately someone flew to catch Yao Yao. And right at this moment, the river's surface suddenly surged with monstrous waves, and a mouth as big as a black hole bit down towards Tang Yan and Xiaolan. Xiaolan's face became incomparably gray. She knew that she couldn't run away anymore. However, right at this moment, Xiaolan suddenly felt a tightness around her waist, and then a low voice entered her ears, "Hold me tight." Then her eyes were black, and she was directly swallowed into the mouth by a great white shark. Chapter 92 Mr. Huang. The sudden scene caused the crowd to see Tang Yan and Xiaolan being swallowed by the great white shark in one gulp before they could react. "Who is your excellency? Do you know that you allowed this powerful man to make a sudden move?" causing our Animal Management Academy's tutors as well as students to lose their lives in the shark's mouth? When they reacted, there were immediately tutors who angrily questioned Du Kwang. Although these tutors were furious, they didn't dare to make a direct move, because a person with the entourage of an awakened at the Hotian realm must be of great importance, and it wasn't something that a small tutor like them could afford to mess with. Du Kwang, however, smiled disdainfully and said, "Aren't there just 2 people? Don't worry, it's their honor that they sacrificed for my Tendu Huang family, and afterwards, someone from our Huang family will naturally negotiate with your school about compensation." Tendu Huang family? The faces of the several tutors changed, and then fell into silence. Tendu Huang family, before the aura recovery, was a martial arts family known for cultivating qi. After the aura recovery, the Huang family's powerful awakened people sprung up like bamboo shoots. In just a month or so, 2 Hotian awakened people had been born, and the qi refining awakened people had even reached dozens. Moreover, many people from the Huang family held relatively important positions in the Animal Management Group, and although they were also members of the Animal Management Group, after all, they were weak, and they were only a small tutor, so they couldn't afford to mess with people from the Huang family at all. So when Du Kwang reported his identity, they fell silent. Alas, Tutor Xia and that Tang Yan are considered to have sacrificed for nothing. Unable to help it, they sighed in unison in their hearts. Heroes, it wasn't that good to be one. Seeing these tutors stop talking, Huang Gongzi disdainfully skimmed his mouth. However, 2 people's lives, which is as important as the level 4 awakened beast? Du Kwang didn't care in his heart, but instead looked towards the river full of excitement. Because when the great white shark swallowed Tang Yan and Xiaolan in one bite, it had already revealed a break. That Hotian realm old man then seized the opportunity and launched a fierce attack. For a while, the old man had the upper hand, and the great white shark was beaten and roared angrily, a stream of blood continuously gushing out from its body, staining the river surface red. It was obvious that the great white shark had been injured. The excitement in Du Kwang's eyes became even more fiery. As long as he took in this level 4 awakened beast, his status in the family would definitely be raised another step. As for whether or not he can tame this awakened beast, oh, if it is sensible, then naturally the best. If you don't know what to do, then you can only kill it. Level 4 awakening beast all can be a treasure, and I heard that more than 3 level awakening beast will be born a crystal core. This crystal core is filled with horrible aura, simply as a super treasure. The Duanmu family did not precisely obtain a crystal core, thus hard to create a Hotian realm of the awakened person. So no matter how much it cost him, he was going to take this level 4 awakened beast. Thinking of the Duanmu family, Du Kwang laughed coldly again and muttered, "I heard that a so-called heavenly paradise has been discovered over at Tang Mountain? All the major forces have gone in to explore the treasure? What a bunch of fools. Not to mention whether or not there are really treasures inside. Even if there are, don't you think about whether or not you have the life to come back? After all, the scouts that were sent in are all lost." Saying that, he shrugged his shoulders, a relaxed smile spreading on his face. "This is good, they all went to that what heavenly paradise, there will be no one to grab this level 4 awakening beast with me." Just as he was getting a little carried away, suddenly a stone flew head-on and hit him on the forehead. Who? Du Kwang froze, and then his face quickly clouded over. Someone actually took advantage of his distraction to hit him with a stone? Truly not knowing how to die. At this time, a voice that was clear with anger in it suddenly rang out, "You bad man. You're the one who harmed Big Brother." But he saw a puffy little loli standing not far away, staring angrily at Huang Gongzi with a pair of big eyes. It was none other than Yao Yao, who had been thrown ashore by Tang Yin. When Du Kwang heard this, the gloomy color on his face intensified as he stared at Yao Yao and said in a cold voice, "Little friend, didn't your parents teach you not to throw things around? Since they haven't, then I'll teach you a good lesson for your parents." Saying that, a trace of sardonic smile appeared on Du Kwang's face as he walked over to Yao Yao's face and kicked at her. And when Yao Yao saw this, a look of horror appeared on her small face. She didn't understand why this big brother in front of her was so bad, while the big brother who saved her was so good. Just when Mr. Huang's foot was about to kick on Yao Yao's body, an icy breath flashed by, and then a wall of ice suddenly blocked in front of Yao Yao. Du Kwang kicked on top of the ice wall didn't move, while he stumbled. Who the hell is it again? Du Kwang only felt anger in his heart as he roared. No one answered him, all that answered him was dozens of ice picks. The piercing coldness caused him to shiver, then his face changed drastically as he hurriedly rolled in a doggy style and dodged to the side. Bang bang bang! The ice comb landed on the place where he originally stood, piercing into the ground a few meters deep. He could imagine that if he had slowed down a bit more, this ice cone would have definitely pierced through his body. Just thinking about this made him break out in a cold sweat. Someone was trying to kill him. He hurriedly raised his head to look, but he saw that at some point there was a delicate-looking little beauty in front of him, and even at his first glance, he had a surge of amazement. But he quickly suppressed this stunning and asked with a frown, "You want to kill me?" The little beauty's face was like frost, and she said coldly, "I won't kill you. When he comes back, he will definitely personally kill you." Him? Du Kwang froze slightly, somewhat puzzled. But his eyes were full of vigilance. This little beauty in front of him should be an innate awakened with ice ability. He was not an opponent. The little beauty, however, did not pay any more attention to him, but squatted down and stroked Yao Yao's head. A hint of smile appeared on her icy face, saying, "Don't worry, no one dares to bully you anymore." Yao Yao but deflated her mouth, suddenly cried, "Big brother, he died." "Oh. Was killed by this bad guy." Saying that, she pointed her finger at Huang Gongzi. The little beauty slightly froze, then laughed, "Don't worry, Big brother didn't die." And this little beauty was naturally Huo Yule. When Tang Yan and Xiaolan were swallowed by the great white shark, she and Xiaoro became alarmed and were ready to strike. But the little bunny Yuer stopped them, then said in a milky voice, "And la, master, he's fine." Xiaoro and Huo Yule stopped at once, their eyes looking at the little bunny in confusion. The little rabbit then rolled in Xiaoro's arms and found a comfortable position to lie down, then said, "The master told Luan Jia when he was swallowed by that big guy, that he was swallowed on purpose, so that Luan Jia could tell you not to worry." At that time, Xiaoro and Huo Yule were stunned by the little rabbit's words. However, when they saw the bunny's faithfulness, they believed it, so they didn't act rashly, but waited at the back. But they didn't expect the scene in front of them to happen. That's why Huo Yule couldn't help but strike. When Yao Yao heard that Tang Yan was actually fine, she couldn't help but widen her eyes and said in surprise, "Really? Big brother and big sister, they're all fine?" Huo Yule smiled and nodded. "Oh, that's really great. Big brother is fine." Yao Yao instantly cheered. To the side, when Du Kwang heard their conversation, the corner of his mouth revealed a touch of mockery. He thought, who was this little beauty talking about? It turned out to be that unlucky guy who was swallowed by the great white shark. Huh? What kind of joke is this? You're still fine after being eaten? You haven't woken up yet? However, he did not say anything more. At the moment only he is a person, is not the opponent of this little beauty. Wait until Fu Lao to take that awakening beast. He came to N City just in time, has not opened needed this little beauty to be their own door to the door. Huang Gongzi coldly laughed in his heart, his eyes flashed with a lustful gaze. Chapter 93 Properly Bad. Tang Yan let Jaws swallow it on purpose? That's right, he did it on purpose. From the moment the great white shark used its full power, he knew that he was absolutely no match for this great white shark. Moreover, a dusha bag had suddenly appeared, making that Hotian realm old man make a move, completely enraging the great white shark. In this situation, unless he played all his cards, he probably wouldn't be able to get away. But his purpose was not to get away, but to subdue this great white shark. So when the great white shark opened its mouth and bit at him, he suddenly had a change of heart. Since he couldn't beat this guy, and it wasn't good to do it outside, why not just go inside the great white shark's stomach? Of course, if anyone else did that, the consequence would definitely be one word, that is dead. Well, it was 3 words, but that didn't matter. Because he had a system. When he was swallowed into the mouth of the great white shark, he hurriedly called out in his mind, "System. Ding, recommend host to exchange equipment, Nano Junction. Nano Boundary, an advanced protective boundary from the distant future, with a sturdy appearance and perfect breathing system that can resist most gravity extrusions as well as corrosion. Note, this item is disposable and will be scrapped after use." How could Tang Yan care so much at this moment? Hurriedly saying in his mind, quickly. Redeem the Nano Boundary. Ding, Nano Boundary exchange successful. Deduct 2,000 points. As soon as the system's voice fell, Tang Yan felt a glowing transparent shield rise around him, wrapping him and Xiaolan in it. And the great white shark's teeth just happened to fall, biting on top of the nano boundary, but it didn't bite through, and just made a cackle of an unpleasant sound. The great white shark bit several more times, still did not bite through, so directly swallowed the nano boundary together. Looking at the boundary that didn't have the slightest damage, and then looking at the only 300 points he had left, Tang Yan was suddenly a bit moved. If it wasn't for Xiaohei's sudden upgrade this morning, which gave him an extra 3,000 points, he wouldn't have the points to exchange for one reed crossing the river as well as this nano boundary. Shen Mengmeng is really my lucky star, he said with some sighs in his heart. More than once, he felt that letting Chen Mengmeng become a demon breeder was the wisest choice he had ever made. It was truly so powerful. What is this? Just as he was blindly sighing in his heart, Xiaolan's voice suddenly came over. At this moment, this delicate tutor's face was a bit pale, but her eyes were full of shock as she pointed at the nanoboundary and said. Hearing Xiaolan's voice, Tang Yan then reacted. Without hesitation, he stretched out his hand and fiercely slapped her buttocks a few times. The sound was incomparably loud. Xiaolan was shaken, then broke away from Tang Yan's hand around her waist, and that delicate face became blood red. Tang Yan, you dare to hit me there. Xiaolan glared at Tang Yan with some shame and anger, her gums on the verge of crunching. This asshole actually dared to slap her forbidden place that had never been touched by anyone, and this person was still her student. Tang Yan rolled his eyes and pointed around. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have ventured here. Xiaolan then remembered that she was in the belly of a shark, and glared at him hatefully before savoring the meaning of his words. She asked suspiciously, Are you saying that you ran into the shark's stomach on purpose? Of course, Tang Yan wouldn't reveal his purpose, so his eyes rolled darkly before he suddenly sighed. He looked at Xiaolan with a deep gaze and slowly said, Actually, when the great white shark was biting towards me, I was able to dodge it alone. Hearing this, Xiaolan frowned and asked, Then why didn't you dodge? Tang Yan's gaze deepened as he carefully looked at Xiaolan's delicate face and said, If I dodge away, what about you? If I dodge away, what about you? Xiaolan's heart suddenly jumped. Her? She thought to herself that she wasn't capable of dodging the great white shark's maw. In other words, Tang Yan had risked being swallowed by the great white shark for her sake? As soon as she thought it was for this reason, her heart couldn't help but make another jump. There were only two reasons why a man would be willing to risk so much for a woman. The first reason was for his mom, and the second reason was for the woman he liked. Could it be that he? Xiaolan's eyes suddenly fluttered a little. With her condition, there was never a lack of suitors, but this was the first time someone was willing to risk their life for her to be swallowed by a shark. Xiaolan, why are you pining for spring? But then she was alarmed and cursed herself. She was actually almost touched by her own student to the point of getting horny. Just thinking about it made her blush a little. Although her mind forced herself not to think wildly, the way she looked at Tang Yan was obviously different from before. After all, Tang Yan had been swallowed into the shark's stomach in order to save her. So what now? She asked with some bottomlessness. The voice was actually a bit soft and sticky. This her previous style was simply a world of difference. At least when Xiaolan said this, she herself wanted to find a crack in the ground. And after Tang Yan's little eyes glanced at the blush on Xiaolan's face, he almost burst out in joy. He felt that he was really properly bad. But he couldn't show it. Instead he sighed and said, I can't do anything else. I don't know how long this thing can last. But dying like this, I have no regrets. Well, the commotion outside was quite loud. The great white shark should still be fighting with that Hotian realm old man, and it was not convenient for him to make a move right now. But hearing it in Xiaolan's ears was different. No more regrets? Does he mean that there are no regrets if you die with me? Xiaolan thought silently in her heart. An unspeakable feeling suddenly surged in her heart, a feeling that made her want to cry a little. Ever since she was young, she had lost her mother, and her father had treated her lovingly. In that family where people could even eat people for the sake of profit, she couldn't feel an ounce of warmth. So she had developed the habit of disguising herself since she was a child, forcing herself to smile, traveling in different places with her intelligence, and dealing with people with different minds. But these people with different minds, especially the men, had one more thing in common, and that was to get her into bed. She understood these people's dirty minds very well, so she was always on her guard and escaped crisis after crisis. For this reason, her heart had long been filled with fatigue. Later on, the aura of heaven and earth suddenly revived, and a powerful energy suddenly appeared in her body, and then later on, she realized that this power was internal power. That's right, without any cultivation, she suddenly had internal power. She didn't know why, but being used to hiding it, she didn't say anything to anyone, and as the yuan-chi of heaven and earth became more and more dense, and the secrets of the awakened became public, she also learned about her realm, the realm of refining chi. At that moment, she felt even more different, so she hid the secret even deeper. Until one day, because she intentionally divulged some of her abilities, she was discovered by the Animal Management Group and became a member of the Animal Management Group, and after spending nearly a month in the Animal Management Group, she was assigned to the N-City Animal Management Academy and became a tutor. She was also thus temporarily detached from that filthy place. So, although she was all smiles and flirtatious every day, but that was all in disguise. In fact, she was a very lonely and cold person. Sometimes, the environment really had a great influence on a person. But today she was suddenly touched by Tang Yan. This boy who was 5 years younger than herself was actually swallowed by a shark for her, and listening to the words, she would have no regrets if she died with her. She suddenly raised her head, then under Tang Yan's incredibly stunned gaze, kissed him on the lips. Forced kissed. Tang Yan felt the sudden softness coming from his lips, and his entire being was stunned. Honestly, he just wanted to tease Xiaolan a little bit, because he was indeed infuriated by this silly girl before, so he thought of teasing her a little bit. But she didn't expect Xiaolan's reaction to actually be so intense, directly drawing him out of his first kiss. But before he could feel it carefully, Xiaolan separated. The delicate face was flushed at the moment, looking unusually lovely. Tang Yan touched his lips and said with some annoyance, "You compensate me for my first kiss. Still haven't felt it properly and left. This silly girl is also too irresponsible." He muttered in his heart in dissatisfaction. Put. Xiaolan, on the other hand, snorted out a laugh. Then, as if nothing was wrong, she faintly said, "You're going to die anyway, this kiss is considered a dying reward for you." After saying that, she only felt a wave of relief. It's good to die like this, hopefully she won't be so tired in her next life. But the next moment, her eyes widened. Because she realized that Tang Yan was taking off his clothes. Chapter 94, Conquering the Great White Shark 2-in-1. Tang Yan, what are you doing? Seeing Tang Yan suddenly undressing, Xiaolan's eyes widened and she drank with some caution. Although she had kissed Tang Yan just now, it was a momentary impulse after being moved in a desperate situation. She wasn't a loose person, on the contrary, she was still a very conservative person in her bones, otherwise she wouldn't have needed to be so tired all these years. So when she saw that Tang Yan was actually undressing, she was instantly on guard. She was well aware of her charms, and in this desperate situation, it wasn't impossible for Tang Yan to do something assholeish. However, Tutor Xia, what's wrong with you? Tang Yan asked with a puzzled expression as he looked at Xiaolan, who was biting her lip with a wary eye. As he spoke, Tang Yan took off his already shattered top, then took out a new one from his spatial ring and put it on. When resisting those icicles, the clothes on his body had long since been impacted beyond recognition by those ice shards. And Xiaolan almost didn't vomit blood when she saw that Tang Yan actually just changed his clothes. Feeling that my old lady was just crooked alone just now? Xiaolan's face revealed a hint of shame and indignation. However, when she saw the hidden smile in Tang Yan's eyes, something seemed to have instantly dawned on her mind as if she understood something. Her eyes narrowed vainly as she said coldly, "You're playing with me?" At this moment, she suddenly became incomparably calm. From the moment she was swallowed into the shark's stomach until just now, her heart had been in a tight state. It wasn't her fault, because any individual who met that situation just now wouldn't be calm. So for a moment, she lost her composure, and only then did she believe Tang Yan's words. Now once she calmed down and saw the smile in Tang Yan's eyes, she immediately felt that something was wrong. How long had she only known Tang Yan? How long had she known Tang Yan, and how long had she known him? How was this unrealistic? She never believed in love at first sight. Because she felt that the so-called love at first sight was, to put it bluntly, love at first sight. The only explanation was that Tang Yan had his own agenda. As soon as she thought of this, she couldn't help but get a little fired up. Just now, her own nymphomaniac look and behavior had been seen by Tang Yan. This guy might be laughing at her in his heart. Tang Yan's expression stiffened slightly when he heard Xiaolan's cold voice. In his heart, he exclaimed. Isn't she a silly girl? How did she react so quickly? Tang Yan's heart was a little fuzzy. So he smiled awkwardly and said, that instructor Xia, the scenery here is so nice, Xiaolan expressionlessly looked at the surroundings. It was all undigested food, and it was already considered strong in the heart to look at it and not vomit. You purposely got swallowed by this great white shark for your own purpose, right? After a moment of silence, she slowly asked. Hearing this, Tang Yan shrugged and said, Indeed, I do have my own purpose, but it's also true that I couldn't bear the thought of you dying in the shark's mouth, Mentor Xia, before I decided to take this risk. Xiaolan froze, then her face softened. That was right, no matter what Tang Yan's purpose was, he had indeed saved himself. This was undeniable. It's just that this guy actually tricked me and took advantage of me so much. This is also an undeniable fact. She muttered somewhat grudgingly in her heart. Turning to Sai, she asked, What should we do next? Since Tang Yan had come in on purpose, she thought that there must be a way to get out, so she could only pin her hopes on her. Wait. Tang Yen just said one word. Listening to the rattling outside, there should still be a fierce battle going on, so he couldn't make a move yet, he could only wait for the right moment. But fortunately, this nano boundary not only had a perfect breathing system, it also seemed to have a perfect balancing system, at least up until now he couldn't feel any wobbling. Xiaolan, on the other hand, nodded and didn't say anything. At this moment, the battle outside had already entered a white heat. That old man was worthy of being an awakened person of the Hotian realm, his internal force was incomparably strong, and his powerful martial arts were unceasingly performed, beating the great white shark with roars of rage. And the great white shark is not vegetarian, although was beaten all over the body, but is still fierce. Ice ability to cast the whole system, nearly 1,000 meters in a radius have become a world of ice. The crowd of onlookers watched and shouted, "This is simply like a science fiction movie, incomparably shocking." Finally, in a fierce clash, the old man and the great white shark each separated. The old man drew a soft sword from his waist and poured in his internal energy. The soft sword began to emit a buzzing sound, and a powerful aura continued to spread out from its body. Split sky one sword. A hoarse voice issued from the old man's mouth. The soft sword in his hand became straight and blossomed with a brilliant light before slashing at the great white shark in the river. This sword was truly ferocious. Due to the sword wind, the crowd only felt a stinging pain in their skin. And when this sword landed on the surface of the river, the ice shattered, and the river water quickly separated, revealing the immense great white shark inside. Seems to feel the crisis, the great white shark whole body emerges ice blue light, around gathered dozens of meters thick ice layer. Boom! The sword chi collided with the ice layer, emitting a deafening sound. The ice layer then quickly shattered, and the sword chi's speed did not decrease as it landed on the great white shark's body. Ow! The great white shark was struck by the sword chi, and the fins on its back were directly chopped off, letting out a miserable cry of ow, as blood gushed out in a desperate manner. The old man, on the other hand, stumbled, clearly having exhausted himself somewhat. Seeing this on the shore, he hurriedly shouted, "Elder Fu, that has been seriously injured, quickly knock it out." Fu Lao nodded, his figure flashed again, coming to the seemingly dying great white shark, and slapped his palm against its head. However, right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Only to see the great white shark suddenly rise up and bite at Fu Lao. That Fu Lao also did not expect this great white shark still have the strength, too late to dodge, can only hastily transported the internal force against the great white shark. The great white shark's eyes showed the color of cruelty, regardless of everything, bit on top of Fu Lao's arm. Ah! Only to see that Fu Lao let out a miserable scream, one arm was directly bitten off, and blood sprayed out a long way. The great white shark, on the other hand, flew out and then fell into the river, quickly swimming towards the distance. It actually ran away. When Du Kuang saw this, his eyes were full of unwillingness, but Elder Fu had already lost one of his arms and had no power to fight again, so he could only watch the duck in his hand fly away. "Elder Fu, are you alright?" He hurriedly came to the old man's body and asked with concern. Elder Fu's face was pale, he used his internal force to seal the blood flow, but the heartbreaking pain was still causing his face to tremble continuously. He did not answer Du Kuang's words, but sat down and meditated for a while, which made his face better. He stood up and hoarsely said, "Young master, let's quickly leave." Upon hearing this, Eunuch Huang also knew that the mission had failed and that this place was not suitable to stay for long, so he helped Elder Fu and wanted to leave. However, just at this time, a cold voice came out, "He hasn't returned, you can't leave." But it was Huo Yule with a cold face, blocking the way of the two of them, the ice ability on her body looming. Du Kuang's face was grim as he said to Elder Fu, "Elder Fu, grab this chick and go together." "Humph." Fu Lao nodded without the slightest hesitation, and one of his remaining claws grabbed at Huo Yule. Although he was currently heavily injured, he was after all at the Hotian realm, and it was still very easy to deal with Huo Yule. Huo Yule felt the harsh aura coming from the old man's body, and her small face suddenly changed as she hurriedly used her ice ability to resist. But after only half a breath of effort in blocking, she was easily cracked by old man Fu. Seeing that Elder Fu's hand was about to grab Huo Yule's neck, at this time, a soft white light suddenly appeared, causing Elder Fu's body to lurch. Only to see that beside Huo Yule's body, a slender figure suddenly appeared, with gusts of white light continuously emerging from her body. It was none other than Xiao Ro. Light system power? Elder Fu was slightly stunned, and then he said in surprise. As for Du Kuang, when he heard Elder Fu's words and then looked at Xiao Ro's appearance, his heart was suddenly filled with evil thoughts as he said in a deep voice, "Elder Fu, take her away as well." Elder Fu nodded slightly and hissed, "Brightness-based power is indeed rare, little girl, come with the old man." As he said that, his inner strength shook, and the surrounding light was instantly dispersed, while Xia Rou's face turned a little white. Sister Xia! Seeing this, Hui Yul instantly stepped forward and asked worriedly, Sister Xia, are you alright? Xia Rou shook her head, her face grave, and said, I'm not his opponent, find a chance to run. Run? Even though I'm injured, it's still easy for me to take you guys down. A cold smile appeared on Fu Lao's pale face. As the words fell, his figure suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, he had arrived in front of the two, slapping at their shoulders, and they instantly flew out, incapacitated. Young master, take them and let's go. Elder Fu immediately said. Upon hearing this, a trace of an excited smile appeared on Duke Huang's face as he bumbled towards Hui Yul and Xia Rou. The surrounding people had anger in their eyes, but none of them dared to step forward. This is because Elder Fu's gaze is sweeping over them, the warning in his eyes obvious. Although they wanted to go up and yell stop, not everyone had the courage to brave death. So they were silent once again. Among the belly of the great white shark. From the moment the great white shark escaped, Tang Yan's eyes violently flashed with a glint. Here comes the opportunity. He suddenly spoke. Startling Xia Lan, who was fuming at the side, she queried, What? Tang Yan didn't answer her, but tilted his head and laughed, Little shark, you're hurt aren't you? But there was no answer. Tang Yan didn't care, but pretended to look back and forth, then his tone became incomparably surprised, Aya, little shark, look at what you've eaten, it's a mess. You know that messy eating is bad for digestion. As he said that, he stretched his arms and laughed, It just so happens that I have a set of ancestral digestive techniques here, do you want me to help you digest it? After saying that, his body's internal energy surged and he punched at the nanoboundary. Nothing happened to the nanoboundary, but it hit hard on top of the stomach wall. Roar! An agonizing roar came from outside. And the stomach wall spasmed. Tang Yan, however, was full of excitement, Little shark, look, my ancestral technique is effective, look at you screaming out in comfort. Xia Lan on the side of the open wide sexy little mouth, a brain of black lines, that is clearly the pain screamed out okay? Tang Yan, on the other hand, the colorful porcelain internal force surged, and several more heavy punches hit the nanoboundary, while the nanoboundary ruthlessly hit on top of the great white shark's stomach wall, and the painful great white shark couldn't help but roar angrily. Hee hee, little shark, aren't you grateful to me? After all, I'm helping you digest. Tang Yan raised his head and said with a smile. With that, he stretched his feet again and said, Not only do I have massage techniques here, I also have foot massage techniques, so let me give you a try, how about it? Human, what the hell do you want? Just as he was about to move his feet, an angry roar suddenly sounded in his stomach. Then he saw a bright crystal suddenly appear. It was a prismatic crystal, and within the crystal was a small miniature shark, which was currently staring angrily at him. System, what is this thing? Tang Yan froze and asked in his mind. Ding, this is called a spirit crystal, all level 3 and above demons will be born with spirit crystals in their bodies, the spirit crystals are rich in terrifying aura, providing energy for the demons, the little shark you see is the cohesion of this great white shark's innate energy, with it, the great white shark can continuously absorb the aura and enhance its strength. So magical? Tang Yan drifted off, some surprise in his eyes. But on his face was an incomparably pure smile, Brother Shark, I don't want a what? I'm just seeing you eat everything and thought to help you digest it. Upon hearing this, a trace of humanized anger appeared in the eyes of the little shark, help it digest? Can this human still be shameless? So without saying a word, the light in its eyes flashed, and a large amount of stomach acid suddenly gushed out from its surroundings, pouncing towards the nanoboundary. But obviously, there was no use at all. Tang Yan, however, called out in horror, Brother Shark, look, your stomach is all eaten up, it's all bubbling with green water. No, I have to treat you as soon as possible. Saying that, he kicked on top of the nanoboundary. There was a muffled thud. Tang Yan's kick was a solid one, and the nanoboundary hit hard on top of the stomach wall, almost sinking in. Ow! A miserable cry came from the little shark's eyes, which were filled with pain. Seeing that Tang Yan was still going to move his foot, it hurriedly said, Human, stop. Quickly stop. Can't I just let you guys out? Let us out? Tang Yan froze, then shook his head vigorously and said, This can't be done, I'm a person who likes to do good deeds the most, seeing that the situation in your stomach is so bad, Brother Shark, I still want to help you get a good treatment? A good cure? When it thought of the intense pain just now, the little shark's whole body couldn't help but tremble, its eyes full of panic. It felt that this human was simply a devil. Even Xiaolan, who had long been stunned at the sight, had a black line. She had finally seen what is called shamelessness. Tang Yan, on the other hand, hemmed and hawed, "Brother Shark, since you don't have any opinions, I'll start." Saying that, he went down with a few more kicks. The great white shark was in pain. It shouted, "Stop! Human! What the hell do you want?" Tang Yan stopped this time, and he looked at the small shark in the spirit crystal with a smile. "I'm asking you, are you convinced? Serve or not?" A fierce light flashed in the little shark's eyes, which then faded away before it spoke. "Human, I'm convinced. I'm convinced. I'll let you out now." Tang Yan waited for a while and didn't hear the system's beep, and instantly knew that this guy was lying to him. So he didn't say a word and directly fought violent tai chi in the nanoboundary. The internal force was constantly vibrating and the punches were powerful, causing the nanoboundary to constantly hit on top of the stomach wall. And the great white shark wailed in pain. The mouth began to say words of pleading for mercy. After a while it began to curse and threaten. Half an hour later, it had no voice. "It hurts already, cannot speak." Only then did Tang Yan listen down and asked again, "I ask you, serve or not?" The little shark didn't speak, its eyes all struggling. Seeing this, Tang Yan raised his fist again. The small shark's eyes were full of panic. It opened its mouth somewhat weakly. "Serve. This shark is really convinced." At the same time, "Ding, congratulations to the host, for subduing a level 4 demon, the great white shark. Gained 5,000 points. Ding, congratulations to the host, demon space, upgraded, current remaining space 2130. Ding, congratulations host, shopping mall, upgraded, host can check it anytime." A series of system beeps escalated in his mind, and Tang Yan was finally relieved. Tang Yan opened the mall and found that the commodities inside had indeed been updated once again, and the commodities on it were obviously quite a bit better than before, and even though the points for each commodity exchange had turned out to be 5,000, he felt that it was all worth it. "Master." At this time, a slightly cordial voice suddenly came. Tang Yan took a look and realized that the spirit crystal had flown outside the nanoboundary, and the little shark inside was wagging its tail and looking at him with incomparable meekness. Early submission would not have suffered so much well. Shaking his head, Tang Yan helplessly said. The little great white shark, on the other hand, drooped its head in aggravation. "Let us out." Waving his hand, Tang Yan said. "Oh." The little great white shark gave a glutinous promise, then opened its mouth, and the walls of the surrounding esophagus parted to make way. Tang Yan, on the other hand, controlled the nanoboundary and rolled out. Soon, he had appeared above the river. And the nanoboundary on his body turned into crumbs with a bang, sinking to the bottom of the river. Tang Yan looked towards his surroundings and realized that he was no longer near the pretty bridge, thinking that this guy had already escaped far away. Looking at the great white shark at his feet that was looking at him with a pitiful face, Tang Yan contemplated for a while, and still didn't take it into the demon space, but said, "Go back to your own place, and don't just show up in the human world." This guy's fins were all dried off, his appearance was miserable, but he wasn't worried. The recovery power of a level 4 demon was incomparably terrifying. These injuries were estimated to be recovered in just a while. As for Tang Yan's words, the subdued great white shark naturally wouldn't object. With a muffled it dived into the bottom of the river and swam towards the direction of the sea. "Let's go, Tutor Xia." Watching the great white shark go far away, Tang Yan glanced at the dumbfounded Xiaolan and said indifferently. Chapter 95, You're going to die a horrible death. By the pretty bridge. Stop. A stern shout suddenly rang out from the crowd, causing Du Quang's footsteps to lurch. Du Quang turned his head, but saw a man standing out from the crowd, who was currently looking at him with an angry expression. "What? You're not trying to heroically save a beauty, are you?" Du Quang was not angry, but looked at this man who walked out with a smile on his face and said lightly. Wu Hao laughed bitterly in his heart and muttered, "Little Yanzia, for the sake of your daughter-in-law's safety, brother, I'm putting up a fight." The man was naturally Tang Yan's nemesis, Wu Hao, who had seen Hui Yule being injured by the old man at the back, and that this surname Huang had even had crooked thoughts. He finally couldn't help himself, and with a clench of his teeth, he stepped forward. Although this would most likely offend this mysterious Huang Gongzi, he couldn't just sit back and do nothing, could he? For one thing, he also knew Hui Yule and had a good relationship, and secondly, for the sake of Tang Yan, he naturally knew about those rumors in the school. At first he didn't believe it. After all, he knew Hui Yule's arrogant little temper. But he often saw Hui Yule and Tang Yan walking together, so naturally he believed it. So no matter what, he couldn't just stand by and watch the surname Huang take someone away. So he said angrily, "Your Excellency, as a man, bullying two girls, don't you think it's too much?" Too much? As if he had heard a heavenly joke, Du Quang laughed out loud, and then his face became incomparably cold with a domineering manner as he mocked, "What are you? What qualifications do you have to speak to this young man?" Wu Hao's face was immediately suffocated red. He was at least considered a rich young master. When had he ever suffered such an insult? So he said with a gloomy face, "I don't care what your status is, no matter what, today, you won't be able to take them away." "That's right." As soon as his words fell, a low voice came from behind him, but he saw a thin man slowly walk out, standing side by side with Wu Hao. Su Hongwon? Wu Hao looked at the skinny man next to him and froze slightly. He also knew about Su Hongwon. It was because in his battle with Han Xiujie used external force to defeat him, which led to everything that happened later. He had thought that this Su Hongwon should be considered Tang Yan's enemy, but he hadn't expected that he would actually stand out at this time and face this Du Quang together with him, which couldn't help but make him feel surprised. Su Hongwon nodded slightly, but didn't explain anything. And the reason why he stood out was naturally for Tang Yan. It was because he felt that he owed something to Tang Yan. Han Xiujie had played a dirty trick on him but let Tang Yan take the blame, making his heart feel bad. Although Tang Yan had defeated Jiang Mobai, the debt in his heart hadn't diminished. Now that he saw Tang Yan's rumored girlfriend Hui Yule being bullied, he stepped forward without thinking. "Whether or not I can successfully stop it, at least I don't owe you anymore," he thought silently in his heart. With Wu Hao and Su Hongwon standing out, someone behind him also immediately said, "That's right, you don't want to take someone away in front of so many of us." As the saying goes, many people are bold. Once someone stood out, they were naturally not afraid. Even if this surname Huan's background is big again, it's hard not to still be able to take so many of them. However, a light laughter as suddenly came, but as Huang Gongzi is full of disdain to look at them, said faintly, "If I have to take people away? You have the guts to try." The crowd shouted angrily. Du Quang was not amused, but looked around and said, "I know what's in your minds, it's just relying on the number of people and thinking that I can't retaliate afterward, right?" The crowd was silent, but their eyes did not budge at all. Du Quang but suddenly laughed coldly, "That's right, there are so many of you, it's true that I can't retaliate one by one, but what if 10 of you suddenly have something happen? After all, now is the peak season for awakened beasts to come out. If 10 of you are suddenly eaten, that would be too much of a pity." And saying this, he paused for a moment, then said with a smirk, "How are you guys sure that you yourselves are not among these 10 people?" When these words came out, the faces of the crowd suddenly changed. Yes, it was true that he didn't have the means to retaliate against so many people, but he could completely find a few random people from amongst them to retaliate against. At that time, who among them would be able to resist his retaliation? What's more, they couldn't be sure if the person being retaliated against would be themselves. However, there were still some people who unwillingly shouted, "You are committing a crime by doing this. Aren't you afraid of the sanctions of the law?" Ha. Upon hearing this, Du Quang suddenly laughed out loud, his laughter full of mockery, and then looked at him as if he was looking at a little cutie. Generally looking at him. "Little brother, you are stupid, aren't you? Have you not comprehended the cruelty of the awakened world by now? This is the era of aura revival, the era of the weak and the strong. Didn't your teachers teach you that? In this era where you could face death at any time, you talk to me about the law? Don't you think you're hilarious?" Du Quan's open-hearted laughter filled everyone's ears, but it silenced everyone. Yes, this was no longer the peaceful era of the past. This is an era full of danger. At any time there are powerful awakened beasts to take your life. In this era, if you still want to use the previous thinking to survive, then it is very likely that you will die without even knowing how to die. So the crowd fell silent again, and instead of the unity they had before, their eyes became evasive. All individuals are afraid of death, and they are no exception. Seeing this, Du Quang disdainfully skimmed his mouth, then placed his gaze on Wu Hao and Su Hongwon, and said indifferently, "Do you guys still want to stand up for these two chicks?" At those words, Wu Hao's face changed, then he clenched his teeth and said, "Unless you step over my dead body, I will definitely not let you take them away." Su Hongwon didn't say anything, but only made a posture of attack. The attitude was obvious. Seeing this, Du Quang's face finally became incomparably gloomy, and he still wanted to say a few words. But Elder Fu, who was on the side, spoke out, "Young master, don't talk nonsense with them, we must leave here as soon as possible." One of his arms had been bitten off, and although he had stopped the blood with his internal force, it was still incomparably painful and needed to be treated as soon as possible, and secondly, he was worried that something would change. Upon hearing this, Du Quang also understood something and nodded, saying, "Then, I'll thank Elder Fu for solving these two annoying flies." Elder Fu only nodded indifferently, and his figure suddenly disappeared in the next moment. Wu Hao and Su Hongwen were startled at the same time and hurriedly made a defensive stance, but they were just a small body refining awakened person. How could they be the opponent of the Hotian realm's Fu Lao? Therefore, just after their defense posture was made, they already flew out, and then ruthlessly fell on the ground, not knowing whether they were alive or dead. Bah! A waste is a waste. What's the point of pretending to be a hero? Seeing this, Du Quang spat disdainfully, then a wicked smile appeared on his face as he walked towards Hui Yul and Xiaorou. Although he hadn't caught that level 4 awakened beast, he had met a little beauty, and the absolutely beautiful woman who possessed the power of the light system, so let's consider it a little compensation. Thinking of this, he became even more excited and grabbed towards Hui Yul and Xiaorou with both of his hands. However, just as his hands were about to touch the two, a cold voice suddenly sounded in his ears. "If you touch them, I guarantee that you will die a horrible death." The voice was cold with an incomparable anger suppressed, causing him to uncontrollably shiver. Chapter 96: The Bad Old Man is Bad. The icy voice caused the crowd to freeze and turn to look in the direction the voice came from. Du Quang similarly turned around and looked behind him. Two people appeared behind him at some point, a man and a woman, the man with a gloomy face and the woman with a charming face. "It's you guys? Aren't you guys dead?" A flash of shock appeared on Du Quang's face, and there was some disbelief in his eyes. He had seen these two people being swallowed into the belly of the great white shark with his own eyes, so how did they suddenly appear in front of him again? The crowd beside him even let out a cry of shock. "Tang Yen? Tutor Xia?" That's right, these two people were none other than Tang Yen and Xiaolan. However, at this moment, Tang Yan's heart was filled with rage. Originally, after he had subdued the great white shark, he was ready to go back, but the little rabbit ewer had suddenly appeared, and then told him all about what had happened after he had been swallowed into the shark's stomach. So he immediately rushed back, only to see the scene just now. And at this time, Du Quang also reacted from his initial shock and his face became calm once again. "I didn't expect to not die even after being swallowed by a shark. It seems that there are indeed two tricks. How about it? Come to our Tian Du Huang family, we are more than willing to accept geniuses like you. Treatment and whatnot is negotiable." Du Quang said with a smile, not caring in the slightest about the anger in Tang Yan's eyes. Instead he began to solicit. Perhaps in his opinion, even if Tang Yan was alive, so what? It was just an awakened at the realm of qi refining, what big waves could it make? Treatment and whatnot is really negotiable? Tang Yan sniffed, but suddenly laughed and asked. Hearing Tang Yan's words, the surrounding people were stunned, and then a trace of contempt flashed in their eyes, originally thinking that Tang Yan had appeared in order to save Hui Yi and the girls, but he didn't expect to actually be seduced by a word from others? Du Quang had just casually thrown out an olive branch, but he didn't expect Tang Yan to actually agree to it? This made him a bit surprised. Still, he nodded his head and said, "That's right, the treatment guarantees your satisfaction." Such a young realm of qi refining, if he really recruited him, it would be blood money. Still full of smiles, Tang Yan said, "Then can I make a request now?" Du Quang waved his big hand and said boldly, "Feel free to mention any request. Is it money or beauty?" "I want..." The smile at the corner of Tang Yan's mouth grew brighter, but his eyes were icy cold. "Your life." The words just fell, Tang Yan suddenly disappeared in place. Seeing this, Elder Fu's face suddenly changed as he shouted, "Young master, be careful." With that, his figure also violently disappeared. Boom! In the next moment, a violent collision sound suddenly rang out. However, he saw that Tang Yan had already clashed palms with Elder Fu, and both of them retreated a step each, while Du Quang stumbled, then sat on his butt on the ground. On his head, a strand of hair was slowly drifting down, but it was a handful of hair that had been chipped off by a forceful qi that had almost hit his head. A cold sweat fell from his forehead, only he himself knew how close he was to death just now. If that strong qi had been lower, his head would have definitely opened up. The moment he thought of this, he was a burst of fear. So he shouted, "Elder Fu, kill him!" Elder Fu glanced at him and didn't speak, instead looking at Tang Yan with a grave expression. "Old mongrel, get out of the way." Tang Yan, on the other hand, said in a cold voice. Elder Fu frowned slightly, a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. This young man actually dared to call him an old mongrel? According to his previous temperament, he would definitely let this brat know what it meant to respect the old and love the young. But now that he had been heavily injured, he couldn't utilize 50% of his strength, so he didn't have the certainty to kill Tang Yen either. So he faintly said, "Young man, let the people be spared. Besides, some people are not something you can mess with, so why look for the trouble of killing yourself?" Spare the man and spare the man? Tang Yen was suddenly infuriated by this old man's shamelessness. Looking at the unconscious Huayul several people lying on the ground, it was obvious that it was this old guy who did it, and now he actually said that he would spare others? Without any nonsense, the earth escape technique was instantly opened, and his figure suddenly disappeared in place. Elder Fu was first stunned, and then he said something bad, and hurriedly turned around to look. However, he saw that Tang Yen had already appeared behind him at an unknown time, and he was carrying a person in his hands, none other than Du Kuang. "Let go of the young master." Elder Fu was shocked and angry as he shouted. Tang Yen was holding Du Kuang's neck in his hands and ignored Fu Lao. Instead he said, as if muttering, "You're right, this is an era of the weak and the strong. Accidents can happen at any time, such as being eaten by an awakened beast." Upon hearing this, Du Kuang's face revealed an incomparable look of horror, but he was unable to speak as he was choked by Tang Yen, and only kept signaling with his eyes towards Elder Fu. On the other hand, Elder Fu's face was gloomy, not daring to act rashly, because he knew that a chi-refining awakened person wanting to snap a person's neck was but an instantaneous matter. Hee, a lot of hairy crabs have appeared there. Just at this moment, someone suddenly exclaimed. The crowd looked towards the surface of the river, but they saw that 7 huge hairy crabs had appeared there at some point, and these hairy crabs climbed up from the river before crawling in front of Tang Yen. Then the crowd saw that those hairy crabs used their huge pincers to clamp down on Du Kuang's legs. Tang Yen, on the other hand, suddenly jumped up and screamed, "Oops, what a big crab, it's scaring people to death." With that, he let go of Huang Gongzi's neck, while the 7 hairy crabs suddenly swarmed up, and then carried Huang Gongzi and ran into the river. The crowd was dumbfounded. "Help! Fu Lao! Help!" It wasn't until the terrified cries of Du Kuang were heard that they reacted. Then the faces became a bit odd. And when Elder Fu saw this, he was shocked and roared, "Let go of the young master." With that, he was about to chase after him. But a figure was in front of him. "This old master, you should be an awakened of the Hotian realm, right? I'm a person who respects the old and loves the young the most, and I'm also very good at learning. Since you're a senior, why don't you teach me a few moves?" Tang Yen said with a smile. For his part, Elder Fu said angrily, "Get lost." Saying this, he slapped his palm at Tang Yen. Tang Yen didn't have any fear, instead he laughed and said, "Good timing, thanks for teaching Elder." Saying that, he fought with Elder Fu, and for a while, vigor flew across the air. And at this time, Huang Gongzi has been dragged into the river by 7 hairy crabs, the whole person disappeared. Fu Lao was anxious, one hand launched a fierce attack on Tang Yen, but Tang Yen was not the slightest bit afraid, seeing the moves, a hand of Tai Chi actually by him to fight the tiger. Soon, 5 minutes passed. Elder Fu suddenly stopped attacking, but that face was already so gloomy that it was about to drip water. "You killed the young master," Fu Lao said gloomily. Tang Yen was stunned, then he shouted, "You bad old man is bad, don't just accuse people, okay? When did I kill your young master? Your young master was clearly dragged into the river by those hairy crabs, on what grounds can you say I killed him? If you don't believe me, everyone can testify for me." With that, Tang Yen turned his gaze to the crowd. The crowd was slightly stunned, then they loudly agreed, Right. Don't you wrongly accuse people, okay? We all saw it, it was clearly those hairy crabs that killed your family's young master." "That's right, didn't your young master just say that? This world is a dangerous place, and you can be buried in the mouth of the awakened beasts at any time, how could you forget that so quickly? That's right, those hairy crabs must be starving, and your young master happens to have tender skin, so he was carried off to eat them." For a while, the crowd shouted, all of them with a flash of pleasure in their eyes. God knows how annoying that Du Kuang's arrogant appearance was just now that they saw him being pulled into the river by the hairy crabs, after such a long time, he must be dead beyond death, they couldn't mention how smooth their hearts were. Tang Yen see this, is full of innocence, "You have seen, so many people are for me to testify, you cannot accuse me." "You?" Fu Lao's eyes were filled with anger. But for a moment, he was unexpectedly unable to refute. Those hairy crabs appeared too bizarre, and the target was clearly their young master. He was clear that these hairy crabs must have been instructed by this Tang Yen, but he had no evidence. Yet he grunted coldly, "Fine, even if it was that group of hairy crabs that harmed the young master, but you just prevented me from saving our young master. What explanation do you have? Tang Yan, but with an aggrieved face, said, I've said that I'm a good learner. Seeing that senior you're strong in martial arts, I couldn't help but ask you for a few lessons. If it's really because of this that I delayed saving your family's young master, then the kid is here to say I'm sorry. You, Elder Fu only felt his blood rushing up and almost didn't pass out of breath. He had seen shameless ones, but he had never seen such a shameless one. Sorry? A sentence of sorry you are gone? Chapter 97. I admire your shamelessness. What a sharp-tongued brat. Old Man Fu's nose was almost not crooked with anger. But he also knew that in his current state, it was simply unrealistic to take down Tang Yan. So he snorted coldly, no matter how you try to weasel your way out of this, it's already a fact that you killed the young master, and the Tendu Huang family won't let you off. Tang Yan frowned slightly, although he didn't know what this so-called Tendu Huang family was all about, but listening to this old guy's tone, he should be quite bullish. Although he wasn't afraid, it was a troublesome matter. Just as he was thinking about whether or not to sink this old guy into the river along with him, a cold snort was suddenly sent into everyone's ears. Humph, injuring my student and now making threats, do you really think that your Tendu Huang family can cover the sky with one hand? As soon as the voice fell, an upright figure suddenly appeared in front of the crowd. Headmaster! You finally came! Upon seeing this figure, a tutor immediately shouted excitedly. The person who came was none other than the principal of the Animal Management Academy, Ouyang Hua. When Elder Fu saw Ouyang Hua, a trace of scorn flashed in his eyes, but he still said, Ouyang Hua, this brat killed our young master, can't it be that you're still thinking of harboring him? Ouyang Hua, on the other hand, laughed lightly, speaking as about evidence, how come I heard that your family's young master was dragged into the river by 7 hairy crabs? Or do you have proof that those 7 hairy crabs were instructed by my students? Fu Lao's face changed uncertainly, but he was dumbfounded. Although a clear-eyed person would know at a glance that those 7 hairy crabs and Tang Yan couldn't be separated from each other, but so what? He simply has no direct evidence to prove that the 7 hairy crabs were instructed by Tang Yan. This was like being dumbfounded and unable to speak. Seeing that Elder Fu couldn't say anything, Ouyang Hua instantly sneered, since you have no evidence, then let's talk about the matter of you injuring my student. Saying this, he pointed at the several people lying unconscious on the ground, and said in a cold voice, others may be afraid of your Huang family, but we, the Ouyang family, are not afraid of it. If you, the Huang family, don't give us, the College of Animal Management, an explanation, then I don't mind making a big deal out of this. I'm sure that there are quite a number of people in the Animal Management group that don't see eye to eye with you, the Huang family, right? Hearing this, the corners of Elder Fu's mouth twitched as he said in a grim tone, yes, we can give you an explanation for injuring those little guys, but this brat called Tang Yan, there's no way our Huang family will let him go. Ouyang Hua's eyes narrowed vainly, his body releasing a regal pressure, a hint of dominance in his tone as he said, then I'll put out the word as well, Tang Yan is my Ouyang Hua's student, if you guys dare to touch him for a moment, you're just messing with me, messing with my Animal Management Academy. You. Killing intent filled Fu Lao's eyes, but he didn't dare to act rashly. If someone else said these words, he definitely didn't care, but this person in front of him was Ouyang Hua, the principal of N City Animal Management College, but also the future heir of the Ouyang family. Even their Huang family had to pay attention. So he coldly glanced at Tang Yan and said, kid, you wait. Saying that, he grunted and turned around. Ouyang Hua didn't stop him either, just watched him leave with the coldest of smiles. Tang Yan watched Fu Lao leave, a cold light flickered in Tang Yan's eyes, but did not stop him. Sometimes, putting in a long line is the only way to catch a big fish. It looks like this Huang family is quite strong. It's just that I don't know if their family has any higher-level demons. The surrounding people, on the other hand, looked at Ouyang Hua with adoration on their faces and called out, Headmaster is mighty. Ouyang Hua, on the other hand, was smilingly surveying Tang Yan. It's a good thing you didn't personally kill that Huang family guy, otherwise even I wouldn't have a reason to bail you out. Saying that, he paused for a moment, patted Tang Yan's shoulder and whispered, Kid, I appreciate your shamelessness, well done. A trace of black lines flashed across Tang Yan's forehead, but he still laughed, thanks, principal. At the same time, he was also a bit puzzled, reasonably speaking, although he had met Ouyang Hua a long time ago, Ouyang Hua was meeting him for the first time, but why was he speaking for himself so much? Could it really be because, as he said, he was his student? Tang Yan was not convinced of this statement no matter what. And as if he knew what was in Tang Yan's mind, Ouyang Hua smiled faintly and said, I've heard Elder Long talk about you, you're very good. After saying that, he spared a glance at the bunny Yule on his head, and then turned to leave. Elder Dragon? Tang Yan was slightly stunned, then he thought of the drowsy old man on the first floor of the library. It's him. No wonder. A sudden realization dawned in his mind. In this case, I'm considered to owe Yang Hua and that old man Long a favor? Shaking his head, Tang Yan no longer thought much about it, but came to Hui Yueli and Xia Rou's side, checked their condition, and found that there was no major problem, they had only fainted. After channeling some internal energy into their bodies, they opened their eyes. Hui Yuel saw Tang Yan as soon as she opened her eyes, and immediately let out a sigh of relief, saying, I knew you were fine. Then she gritted her teeth and said, Where's that guy? She was naturally referring to Du Kuang. Tang Yan smiled and pinched her little face, saying, Don't be so impulsive in the future, if it wasn't for me coming back in time, you'd have been abducted by someone else and sold. Saying that, he paused for a moment and continued, that Du Kuang, well, I don't know if it's bad luck or what, the river suddenly ran out 7 hairy crabs, presumably starving, so they dragged him into the river. What bad luck? Hui Yuel dissatisfiedly slapped Tang Yan's hand away, but listening to Tang Yan's gloating words, how could she not know that this was definitely his trick, and a hint of smoothness appeared on her small face. Tang Yan, on the other hand, turned his gaze to Xia Rou and said with an apology, I'm sorry for dragging you into this. This matter had nothing to do with Xia Rou in the first place, but this girl still righteously stood out and confronted and awakened at the Hotian realm. If it wasn't for the fact that she had watched things go wrong and let the little bunny Jade go to him in advance, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Xia Rou, on the other hand, smiles softly and says, I can't watch them bully you. Hui Yuel then looks at Xia Rou with a face full of emotion. Cough. At this time, a painful cough suddenly came from beside him, but it was a cough from Wu Hao, who had also been beaten unconscious. Tang Yan walked over and laughed, Don't pretend. Upon hearing this, Wu Hao instantly opened his eyes and cursed with a laugh, Your kid is heartless. For your daughter-in-law's safety, brother, I've put my life on the line. Hearing Wu Hao's words, Xia Rou and Hui Yuel's faces flushed at the same time. Obviously, they both thought that Wu Hao was talking about himself. Tang Yan, on the other hand, was crying and laughing a little. It seemed that this die-hard friend of his was also misunderstanding. However, he didn't explain, but said seriously, Thanks a lot. Wu Hao froze, then skimmed his mouth, then hugged Tang Yan's thigh as he said blearily, When did you kid become a great expert in the realm of qi refining? No, you'll have to cover me in the future. Tang Yan rolled his eyes, this bastard was still so unorthodox, so he said, Alright, let me take a look at your injuries first. Wu Hao, on the other hand, smiled playfully, Don't worry, I'm fine, at least I'm a body refining 5th stage expert now. Although that old guy's hand was very heavy, but it was unloaded by me for most of the force, it's nothing. Saying that, he looked at Su Hongwen, who also woke up beside him and said, You have to thank him this time. At that time there were only the two of us who stood up. He was also injured as a result. A hint of surprise flashed in Tang Yan's eyes, and he just wanted to say something. But Su Hongwen was the first to say, You don't need to thank me. At that time, Jiang Mubai looking for trouble from you was not my intention, this time the two of us are considered even. Saying that, he covered his shoulder and stood up to leave. A trace of shock appeared on Tang Yan's face, then he realized what Su Hongwen meant. Very interesting fellow. The corners of Tang Yan's mouth lifted slightly, his eyes flickering with light, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Chapter 98 Really Love You. 8 o'clock in the evening. Most of the students went back early, but Tang Yan didn't leave, mainly because Yao Yao's mom had to treat him to dinner in order to thank him for saving Yao Yao, that's why he delayed for so long. Tang Yan didn't refuse. After dinner, Yao Yao's mom asked for his contact information, and gave him a big red envelope, saying it was a small token of appreciation. Tang Yan accepted it with a smile on his face, but secretly slipped it to Yao Yao when she wasn't looking. Looking at the color of the sky, Tang Yan came alone to the pretty river and waited quietly. Not long after, 7 hairy crabs climbed up from the water, calling out to him affectionately, Master. Tang Yan looked at the 7 little guys and nodded with satisfaction. At first, because of laziness, he had placed these 7 little guys in the river, but he hadn't expected them to mix into the pretty river, and they had even done him a big favor today. Where's that guy? Tang Yan asked with a smile. He was referring to Du Kuang. In fact, although he ordered the 7 hairy crabs to drag Du Kuang into the river, he didn't let them kill him because he still had questions he wanted to ask this guy. However, the 7 hairy crabs glanced at each other, and then said cautiously, Master, when that human was dragged into the river by us, he was hijacked and eaten by a level 1 big black fish. A few black lines flashed across Tang Yan's forehead, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Looks like this guy deserved his fate. Tang Yan smiled bitterly. He hadn't expected this Du Kuang to be so unlucky that he was actually eaten by a fish. Forget it, it's not your fault. Tang Yen waved his hand and said. Then he looked at the 7 hairy crabs, which were still level 0. Then he thought of Chen Mengmeng. At Chen Mengmeng's place, the demons all upgraded very quickly. If he sent these 7 guys as well, it would be a huge pile of points. As soon as he thought of this, a trace of excitement flashed in Tang Yan's eyes, and with a wave of his hand, the 7 hairy crabs were put into his demon space before heading to Chen Mengmeng's villa. When he arrived outside the villa, Tang Yan felt that something was wrong. The door of the villa was cracked open, seemingly kicked open with violence, and the sound of a man's moaning came from inside from time to time. Tang Yan frowned and hurriedly walked into the villa. Then he saw a picture that made his eyelids flutter slightly. Only to see a row of people kneeling down in the middle of the villa. These people were currently covering their asses with both hands, moaning in pain, and there was also an eagle hiding in the corner shivering. Behind them, Big Black had a cold face and drank lowly, Diamond Millennium Kill. A middle-aged man was instantly hit, tears flowing, his face wrinkled to a piece. As soon as he saw this middle-aged man, Tang Yan's face became a little odd, because this person he recognized, it was He Lingfeng, the head of the Yi family. In front of them, there stood Chen Mengmeng and a bunch of little ones. The little ones were all watching this with great interest, except for Chen Mengmeng, whose face was a little pale. Tang Yan could sense that Chen Mengmeng seemed to be injured. Tang Yan. At this time, Chen Mengmeng also spotted him and called out at once. Tang Yan nodded, but didn't say anything as he stepped forward and grabbed her hand. Chen Mengmeng was stunned by Tang Yan's sudden action. Her eyes flickered a bit, but she didn't resist. You're injured, and why are you so weak? Tang Yan asked with a frown. Now that Chen Mengmeng was his ace demon breeder, he definitely had to be concerned. With that, he began to instill internal energy into her body, while her face slowly became rosy. Chen Mengmeng looked at Tang Yan's caring look, and somehow her heart warmed, then slowly told the story. Chen Mengmeng had been injured by a level 3 eagle, and He Lingfeng had brought people to chase her here. He Lingfeng had thought that Chen Mengmeng would not be able to fly this time, but he did not expect that when he entered the villa, he was blocked by a fat cat. So in an extremely bad mood, he kicked at the big fat cat. The result was predictable. The big fat cat was now a level 2 demon. Would it be kicked by He Lingfeng? So his body immediately had a few more scratches. He Lingfeng immediately knew that the big fat cat was an awakened beast, but he wasn't afraid because behind him was a level 3 awakened beast sent by Du Kuang. So he respectfully asked that Lord Eagle to make a move. Only then did the eagle walk forward proudly, sizing up the big fat cat with disdain. Bullying a small cat, it was too easy. And so it had a tragedy. Behind the big fat cat suddenly appeared a row of demons, several of which were level 3 demons. After a fat beating, the arrogant Lord Eagle obediently came to the corner and drew a circle. As for He Lingfeng and the others, they were a bit miserable, because Big Black said it hadn't practiced Diamond Millennium Kill for a long time. After listening to Chen Mengmeng, Tang Yan's expression towards these guys became a bit compassionate. Isn't it good to be a shrunken head turtle? You have to chase them here. Are you happy now? Who are you? At this time, He Lingfeng suddenly opened his mouth and asked. At this time, He Lingfeng's face was ashen, his heart icy cold. In any case, he did not expect that things would turn out like this. Chen Mengmeng that suddenly became an innate awakened, not to mention, but also how could there suddenly be so many powerful awakened beasts around? And having so many awakened beasts, why didn't she bring them to directly sweep away their He family? Until Tang Yan appeared, he understood everything in a flash. These awakened beasts should all belong to this young man. Chen Mengmeng must have also turned into an awakened with his help. But who exactly was this young man? Why did he possess so many awakened beasts? When Tang Yan heard this, he said smilingly, He family head, it's normal that you don't recognize me, but you'll soon know who I am. After saying that, he snapped his fingers, and the beautiful girl on the side suddenly bumbled up, first showing off her abs to He Lingfeng, and then her figure suddenly grew larger, becoming as tall as an adult in the blink of an eye. Seeing the suddenly transformed groundhog, He Lingfeng was like being struck by lightning. The image of learning to bark like a dog in the meeting room at first instantly sprang into his mind. Looking at the smiling young man again. It was you. It was you. He Lingfeng roared angrily. The hell knew how he had gotten through those days? The ridicule of countless people made his heart feel like it was being eaten by millions of ants. He didn't want to find the person behind the video and torture him in the cruelest way possible. However, when the person behind the video stood in front of him, he sadly realized that he was being tortured in an even more cruel way. The chrysanthemum part is already unconscious, and the hell knows if that gorilla has AIDS. Tang Yan snapped his fingers and laughed. Congratulations, you got it right. There's a reward. The big black behind him instantly understood, and delivered another diamond millennium kill. And He Lingfeng finally rolled his eyes and fainted. Seeing this, Tang Yan didn't have any sympathy, but looked at Chen Mengmeng. What are you going to do about it? Chen Mengmeng bit her lip and didn't speak, but the killing intent in her eyes was obvious. Tang Yan instantly understood her thoughts and walked into the villa without a word. He believed that Chen Mengmeng would solve it. Half an hour later, Chen Mengmeng walked into the villa. Tang Yan saw a hint of relief on her face and asked, "Solved it?" "Aha!" Chen Mengmeng nodded, then her eyes met his and said, "Thank you." Without this man in front of her, she wanted to take revenge. Her hope was incomparably slim, but today she personally solved her enemy. Tang Yan shook his head and said, "It's all been said. It's a fair partnership between us, you don't need to thank me." Chen Mengmeng didn't say anything, just looked at him with a stubborn gaze. Tang Yan laughed bitterly, knowing that this chick had a somewhat stubborn temper, so he hastily changed the subject and said, "Just now I saw that Little Blackhead has upgraded, what's going on?" He was also indeed curious. Little Black had only been upgraded for a short while, but it had upgraded again. There must be some reason for this. Chen Mengmeng sniffed and thought for a moment. It should be related to the Demon Shadow Decree. The Devil Shadow Decree? Tang Yan was puzzled. Aha! Chen Mengmeng nodded, explaining, "I've already reached the first layer of the Devil Shadow Resolve, and the darkness system power in my body seemed to have changed a bit, so I tried to channel that power into Xiaohei's body, and then it upgraded." Tang Yan froze. There was such an operation? Doesn't that mean that when your power is restored, you'll be able to help other little ones upgrade again? Tang Yan asked. It should be. Chen Mengmeng nodded. In that case, wouldn't there be another large amount of points about to be credited? As soon as he thought of this, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha. Mengmeng, you are truly my lucky star. I really love you. With that, he hugged Chen Mengmeng's head and kissed her forehead under her stunned gaze. Then both of them froze. Chapter 99 Peak Chi Refining. Do you believe me when I say I didn't do it on purpose? Only after a long time did Tang Yan laugh sardonically. Chen Mengmeng's eyes stared straight at him, slowly shaking her head, her vermilion lips slightly opening. Don't believe it. Tang Yan covered his face and fled. This woman, too honest. Looking at Tang Yan's somewhat flustered back, Chen Mengmeng's face revealed a hint of redness, turning the corner of her mouth to hook up a trace of arc, little virgin. Arriving at the villa's courtyard, Tang Yan saw the little ones heckling and laughing badly around an eagle, while that eagle was like a little girl who had been raped, shivering and trembling, those sharp eyes full of panic at the moment. Tang Yan walked up and chided, "You guys, how can you bully people?" Saying this, he grabbed the eagle's neck and threatened, "Give you two choices. First, pull out all your fur. Second, submit." The big fat cat and the other little guys immediately took a step back and pretended not to see it, obviously, for their master's hooliganism. They had already experienced it long ago. The eagle was pinched and rolled its eyes, its heart was full of devastation. Think it eagle adult in the yellow family time, that is also a big man-like existence, those humans see it as not a nod and bow. But now? This human is a rogue. Feeling the large hand on his neck, the eagle thought sadly in his heart. Have you thought about it yet? Tang Yan said with a smirk. The hands tightened a few more points. Big Black on the side carefully reminded, "Master, you're going to strangle it to death." Oh, sorry. Tang Yan then realized that the eagle in his hands was already rolling its eyes. Releasing his hand, the eagle went limp on the ground, breathing heavily. I ask you, are you convinced? Tang Yan ruffled one of its feathers, casually playing with it. Hesitation flickered in the eagle's eyes. The next moment, one of its feathers was roughly plucked away by Tang Yan. The eagle's tears almost came out. It looked at Tang Yan in horror, because at this time Tang Yan had already ruffled a bunch of its feathers. Convinced? Tang Yan asked with a smile. Mom, come out and see the devil. The eagle shouted loudly in its heart. Once the fear in his heart arose, it was like a river draining out of control. Serves. The eagle drooped his head and whispered. Ding, congratulations to the host, for subduing a level 3 demon, the eagle. Gain 2,000 points. Listening to the system's beep in his head, Tang Yan burst into a frown. Touching the eagle's head, he laughed, from now on, you'll be called Little Gigi. Big Fat Cat and the other demons all gave the eagle a sympathetic look. The days of being dominated by the great demon king had finally come. Little Gigi drooped his head and accepted his fate. Tang Yan nodded with satisfaction, glanced at the villa, and with a wave of his hand, the 7 big hairy crabs were released by him from the demon space before he walked towards the outside of the villa. He believed that Chen Mengmeng would take good care of them. It was already 12 o'clock at night when he returned to the rental house. Tang Yan sat cross-legged on the bed, his breath long and languid, and suddenly said, "System, redeem the 3rd layer of the 9 Yang Divine Power." Ding, the 3rd layer of the 9 Yang Divine Skill is successfully redeemed, deducting 5,000 points. A majestic internal force suddenly surged into his body, and at the same time, a whole lot more information appeared in his mind. This internal force came with such ferocity that the clothes on his body were instantly shattered, but Tang Yan looked as if he didn't feel it. His face was calm as he let this internal force vibrate in his body. About half an hour later, Tang Yan's eyes suddenly opened, a brilliant light shot out from his eyes, the aura on his body reaching its peak before slowly dissipating. Tang Yan shook his hand, feeling the majestic internal force within his body, a trace of regret on his face. Peak Chi refining. It's a pity that I didn't reach the Hotian realm. Tang Yan smashed his mouth and muttered. He had thought that after redeeming the 3rd layer of the 9 Yang Divine Power, he would step into the realm of the Hotian, but it was clear that he had underestimated the difficulty of the Hotian realm. And he was only just barely reaching the peak of Chi refining right now. However, he wasn't the type to suffer, and only regretted it for a while before putting it behind him and taking a shower and going to bed. The next day, Tang Yan had just gotten up not long before the system's beep sounded. Ding, congratulations host, 7 hairy crabs upgraded to level 1, gaining a total of 5,250 points. Tang Yan was first stunned, then he was overjoyed. He knew that handing over those 7 guys to Chen Mengmeng was the right choice. See, it's only been one night and they've been upgraded. Seeing the points rise to 7,550, Tang Yan couldn't help but feel a burst of joy. The next few days were unusually calm. The imagined retaliation of the Huang family did not come, which made Tang Yan feel a little disappointed. Monster space is not easy to expand. The road 30 is the lack of monsters time. This Huang family actually seems like nothing happened, did not come to the door. However, Tang Yan was also able to guess some of the reasons. Presumably Ouyang Hua's deterrence had worked. In this regard, of course, Tang Yan will not think that the Huang family will stop, just did not find the right opportunity. But Tang Yan was not afraid. If the Huang family made a move on him at this time, he might still have some trouble, but the longer he delayed, the less he was afraid. Because he has a system, his strength cannot stop forever. Another thing was that the He family had completely collapsed. He Lingfang died, even the body cannot be found. He family overnight into panic, coupled with that one day to kill you. He family 1 blood red letters, let them days like years, so these people began to pack things ready to escape. But as soon as they stepped out of the He family villa, they disappeared. No one knows where they went, or they have disappeared from this world. These days, Tang Yan could always see Chen Mengmeng in a daze, and he knew that it wasn't a sense of emptiness after a great revenge, but because of her brother Chen Haoyu. Chen Haoyu hadn't heard from her since he parted ways with her, and he hadn't seen anyone alive or dead. Tang Yan and Chen Mengmeng mentioned, let her go to find her brother. But Chen Mengmeng refused. That day, Chen Mengmeng's eyes were firm and bright, but also said in inexplicable words. She said, it was his chance that he lived, and when he died, I had already avenged him. And I, too, am no longer me, I am just a shadow. Saying that, her figure hid into the darkness, seeming to really be a shadow that always hid behind the sunlight. Shadows were devoid of feelings. At that instant, Tang Yan inexplicably had a wave of sadness. This girl whose family was broken, even though she had avenged her blood, she had ultimately chosen to stay with the darkness. So for the next few days, Tang Yan too was living an extremely leisurely life. Since he exposed his inner strength, he obviously felt that the gazes of the people around him became different. There was scorn, there was worship. The only thing that was missing was the previous mockery. Most people were bullies who feared the existence of the soft and the hard, and they would always subconsciously try to curry favor with you and fear you when you displayed a stronger strength than him. Tang Yan was unsurprised by this. On this day, Tang Yan had just arrived at the library when he was blocked by Xiaolan. This woman was always so sexy. Although she was always in uniform, she couldn't stop her already ripe body. Normal men couldn't help but feel a hint of fire in their hearts when they saw her. Since being swallowed by jaws together until now, the relationship between them seemed to have become somewhat ambiguous. Even though Xiaolan herself kept giving herself hints that Tang Yan had his own agenda, and it was only on impulse that she kissed this man, no, boy, who was 5 years younger than him. After all, this wasn't an era where kissing someone meant you had to marry him or not. It was an era of openness where getting laid could be described as a one-night stand. But no matter how the era changed, but a woman's mind was hard to guess, at least Xiaolan had an indescribable feeling in her heart when she looked at Tang Yan, whose eyes fluttered as soon as she saw him. The shock Tang Yan gave her was too much. Even now, she didn't understand why the great white shark suddenly obeyed Tang Yan's command. Was it just because of that threat in the shark's stomach? She didn't believe that a level 4 awakened beast with a super high IQ would not know to release them before counterattacking. But in fact, it didn't. This had to make her curious, and she knew that Tang Yan had a lot of secrets on him. She also knew that finding ways to know other people's secrets was an immoral thing to do. Yet she couldn't help it, so she found the little man. "There's a special gathering, interested in checking it out?" she asked with a smirk. Sometimes a beautiful woman would make a man in heat swoon. Likewise, a man full of mysteries would make a curious woman willingly sink. What's more, this man wasn't all that ugly. Chapter 100 Grievance. If it was said that women were made of water, then Xiaolan must be the kind of water that was almost full. Every time Tang Yan saw her, he couldn't help but think that it was said that women with big breasts and round asses were good at giving birth, so Xiaolan must be able to give birth to twins. A special gathering? How special? Tang Yan stared at Xiaolan's face and asked suspiciously. Her face didn't have the slightest blemish, delicate but with a flirtatious look. Especially those eyes of hers, as if they were Su-Daji from myths and legends, capable of seducing people's souls. Xiaolan was aware of her own charm, and she could always feel the gazes of those men who wanted to swallow her up. But she didn't hate Tang Yan's gaze, because although Tang Yan's gaze was also a bit fiery, it wasn't as nasty as others, as if she was just looking at a rare treasure, admiring it but not greedy enough to want it for herself. So she smiled and said, "This gathering is organized by the Animal Management Group. Only those who are innately awakened or those who are refining chi and above are able to participate. Inside, as long as you offer generous conditions, no matter if it is a gong method or an awakened beast, it is possible to buy it." There are demons and monsters. Tang Yan's eyes lit up, automatically ignoring the gongfa. He didn't lack merit laws or anything, but he lacked demons. "Where is this rally?" Tang Yan said with interest. "Follow me." After leaving the school gates, Xiaolan led Tang Yan through the city, and according to the speed of the two of them, they also flew for nearly an hour before arriving in front of a building. Looking at the towering mansion in front of him, Tang Yan was somewhat stunned. Tianfeng Mansion. The tallest building in N City. He had thought that the so-called rally should have taken place on a street, but he hadn't expected it to actually be in the Tianfeng Mansion. Seeing the shock on Tang Yan's face, Xiaolan lightly laughed. "The people who came to this rally are all guys with some strength, and their vision is also very high. If the rally location was chosen in a shabby place, no one would come." Only then did Tang Yan realize. Soon, they arrived inside the building and took the elevator directly to the top floor. Just as they exited the elevator door, they were stopped by two men in suits. "Both of you, please show proof of entry," one of the suited men said. Xiaolan handed over a sign, and the suited man immediately said respectfully, "Instructor Xia, please enter." Saying so, he placed his gaze on Tang Yan again. Tang Yan rubbed his nose and remembered what Xiaolan had said before he came, so he waved his hand and a piece of flame was waved out by him. Innate fire awakened. The two bodyguards glanced at each other, then respectfully said, "This gentleman, please." "Thank you." Tang Yan nodded and exited the elevator with Xiaolan. "You're such a monster." Walking side by side with Tang Yan, Xiaolan said quietly. Obviously a rank 0 inferior talent, yet in a short period of time he had reached the realm of chi refining, and had also awakened the power of the fire system. What was this, not a monster? Tang Yan shrugged but didn't answer her. Instead he couldn't wait to push open the door in front of him and walked in. Seeing this, Xiaolan's mouth quirked and she followed. Opening the gate, inside was an empty field, and there were already quite a few people. Some of these people were wandering around, while others had set up ground stalls. The ground stalls were decorated with items such as secret manuals, weapons and other items, and there were also people with some animals in front of them. Only these animals were emanating a strong might. They should be demons without a doubt. Seeing him and Xiaolan walk in, these people just glanced at him and moved their gazes away, to the point where they paused on Xiaolan's body for a while longer. This woman was really so beautiful. Many people gulped at that plump figure. Xiaolan seemed to have long been used to these gazes and didn't care at all. Instead she came to Tang Yan's side and said, "Anything here can be traded as long as both sides have agreed on a price, so you can take a look to see if there's anything you like." "Aha!" Tang Yan nodded, his eyes already scanning over those demons. And after giving a few more words of explanation, Xiaolan walked towards another place, thinking that she also had something she wanted to get. Tang Yan, on the other hand, wandered around the hall. But after wandering for more than 10 minutes, he was somewhat disappointed to find that there weren't many high-level demons here at all. The highest level demon he met was a level 2 demon, an earthworm. The selling price actually reached $10 million. Tang Yan instantly thought of his group of douchebags, and thought cheerfully that he was also a hidden billionaire. But now the level 2 demon he already cannot look at, not to mention that the earthworm is 3 meters long and a meter wide, pestering the guy who sells earthworms as a rub, see his goosebumps are up. Since there was nothing he wanted, Tang Yan became disinterested. Turning to survey the people here. During this period of time, there were again quite a few people here, some of them were innate awakenings, some were chi refining awakenings, and Tang Yan even saw a few strong people in the realm of the Hotian. And city really does have hidden dragons and tigers. Tang Yan sighed in his heart. Just one rally and so many powerful guys had come, one could tell how many other strong people hadn't revealed themselves in the shadows. And just as he was sighing, there were noisy sounds coming from the front. Tang Yan vaguely heard Xiao Lan's voice. Frowning, Tang Yan walked over in the direction of the noise. This is clearly what I saw first, why did you sell it to her? With a frosty face, Xiao Lan looked ahead and said coldly. In front of her stood an alluringly dressed woman. The woman had curly hair, wore heavy makeup, her attire was revealing, her white skin was just exposed in the air, the surrounding people watching glanced at her from time to time, the desire in their eyes was undisguised. But the woman did not care, on the contrary, straightened her chest, looked at Xiao Lan, sneered, why? Of course it's because I offered a higher price than you. If you don't have money, don't learn people to come out and pretend to be a big spender. This spirit ginseng, 5 million, I'll take it. The woman teasingly looked at Xiao Lan, a trace of jealousy flashed in her eyes as she looked at her face that was obviously much more delicate than her own. Sometimes, jealousy makes people crazy. The woman was also considered a beauty, but compared to Xiao Lan, it was obviously not a grade, and because of this, the woman decided to make a move to cut off the money. Of course, she also did need this ginseng filled with spiritual qi. Xiao Lan was exasperated by the woman's words, and instead, she turned her gaze to the boss selling the spirit ginseng. The boss of the spirit ginseng seller was a lewd middle-aged man. His gaze kept scanning over Xiao Lan and the woman, gulping from time to time, his eyes filled with lewdness. Slutty. Obviously, this guy was probably thinking of something inappropriate for children. Feeling Xiao Lan's gaze, the boss then slightly narrowed his gaze and laughed. This young lady, you are the first to look at this ginseng is right, but the other young lady bid a little bit higher, you see? I'm also a small business, naturally the highest bidder gets it. But we've already negotiated the price. Xiao Lan was a bit anxious. Upon hearing this, the woman but skimmed her mouth and said disdainfully, $3 million just to want to buy this plant of such a large spirit ginseng, it's really a poor man's mind of picking up leaks. With that, she waved her hand and said, alright, my time is limited, boss, help me pack this spirit ginseng, I'm still in a hurry. When the boss heard this, he said with a smile, alright? Compared to the beauty, the boss obviously cared more about money. After all, with money, he could get more beauties. Xiao Lan, on the other hand, was gloomy, biting her lips and not saying anything. 3 million was already her entire home base at the moment, there was nothing she could do about it. When the woman saw this, a hint of smugness appeared on her face, so what if she looked prettier than her? It is still a poor bastard? However, just at this time, a faint voice suddenly sounded, wait, I'll offer 6 million for this spirit ginseng. Then, a figure appeared beside Xiao Lan. Tang Yan? Xiao Lan was somewhat stunned. Tang Yan nodded slightly and turned to look at the woman with a smile. It's you? After the woman saw Tang Yan's face clearly, she was first stunned, then her face turned gloomy. Originally, I wanted to wait for some time before looking for you, but I didn't expect you to actually send yourself to the door. It's really a narrow road between enemies. The woman was no one else, it was precisely Zhangli who had been smacked away by Tang Yan in the beginning. Chapter 101, Are you messing with me? Tang Yan also didn't expect to meet Zhangli here. For Zhangli, this woman, Tang Yan didn't have any good feelings, so after hearing her snarky words towards Xiao Lan, he couldn't help but stand out. Boss, since the highest bidder wins, I'll offer $6 million for this spirit ginseng, are you selling it? Ignoring Zhangli, Tang Yan looked at the stall owner with a smile and said. The stall owner was obviously a very shrewd master. As soon as he saw Tang Yan walk out, he instantly knew that his chance to get rich had come. Men knew more about men than anyone else, especially in front of a beautiful lady, and always couldn't help but express themselves. So he pretended to be contemplative, looked at Zhangli, and said, this lady, that gentleman bid 6 million, you see this? Never underestimate a woman's climbing heart, especially in front of a woman who was more beautiful than her. This kind of climbing heart will be amplified without limits. Sure enough. When Zhang Li heard this, she instantly exploded as she coldly grunted, $7 million. I'll take this spirit ginseng. Tang Yan just wanted to speak, but was pulled back by Xiaolan, who whispered, Tang Yan, there's no need to fight with this kind of person, this spirit ginseng is more than this price. Tang Yan froze, then patted her hand, signaling her to rest assured, and once again turned his gaze to the boss, faintly saying, $10 million. The moment these words came out, not only the stall owner and Zhang Li, even the people watching around them froze. $10 million? This spiritual ginseng is worth $5 million at most. This guy actually offered $10 million, is his brain broken? Who knows? Maybe he's stupid and has a lot of money, so he threw away $1,000 just to get a smile from a beauty? Tisk, $10 million, enough for me to go to Dabaojan for several years. The crowd whispered. Tang Yan, however, as if he didn't hear it, just looked at Zhang Li with contemptuous eyes, following her tone. Don't come out to pretend to be a big spender if you don't have money, only 10 million, can't you take it out? Zhang Li angry face red, but do not dare to raise the price again, because she only brought 7 million, and here is a hand over one hand, so she did not dare to raise the price. And at this time, a low figure but suddenly came, I bid 11 million. The crowd followed the sound and looked, but they saw a fat man of more than 200 pounds slowly walking towards them. The fat man was about 40 years old, with little hair on his head, and his body's meat trembled, to the point that it was also somewhat comical. As soon as she saw the fat man, Zhang Li's face was instantly delighted, and she hurriedly walked up, delicately saying, My dear, you're finally here. People were about to be bullied to death just now. Saying that, she also deliberately hugged Fatty's arm and rubbed against it. Fatty's face swung, and his fat hand suddenly pinched on Zhang Li's buttocks, saying, Don't worry, I'll get you back. Thank you, dear, tonight people are at your disposal. Oh, Zhang Li's eyes looked like they were dripping with water, and she did not avoid the gazes of the crowd, fuming. Little wavy hoof. Fatty's face also showed a hint of lewdness. Slutty. Turning to the boss, he said, This spirit ginseng, $11 million, I'll buy it. At those words, the boss almost went crazy with joy. Jealousy. A great opportunity to get rich. So he looked at Tang Yan with a smile and said, This gentleman, do you think you want to raise the price? The fat man arrogantly glanced at Tang Yan, but his eyes couldn't stop glancing at Xiaolan. It was clear that this guy didn't really want to help Zhang Li get back his favor, but rather aimed at Xiaolan. Tang Yan's face was torn, seemingly hesitating. Seeing this, Zhang Li knew that the opportunity to hit his face had come, so he once again mocked, A poor man is a poor man, you can't get your hands on just $11 million? It's really pathetic. Saying this, he looked at Xiaolan and shook his head, I thought your man was still a rich man, but I didn't realize that just like you, he is a poor man. Xiaolan's face was gloomy, this woman was simply a mad dog, having to come up and bite you for no reason. So she whispered to Tang Yan, let's go, we can't compete with them. And as if Tang Yan had been stimulated, his face flushed red and said, What's the point of leaving? I'll offer $15 million. I don't believe it, you will still bid higher than me? The fat man was stunned, his face was also a bit hesitant. $15 million to buy a spiritual ginseng worth $5 million, how to calculate how to lose. But as soon as he saw Xiaolan's angelic face and devilish figure, he was thrilled again. That's right, of course he wasn't doing it to get back at Zhang Li, but for Xiaolan. Although Zhang Li was beautiful, but compared to Xiaolan, it was still one heaven and one earth, not a class at all. That's why he stood out, in order to show off his financial power. Which beautiful woman doesn't love money? He believed that Xiaolan was no exception. As soon as he thought of this, his eyes flickered a few times, and he clenched his teeth and said, I'll offer $20 million. The surrounding people were in an uproar, looking at Fatty as if he was looking at a stupid ex. $20 million, they could buy 4 such spirit ginsengs. After the fat man finished, he seemed to be much more relaxed, looking at Tang Yan with a smug look, Kid, I'll offer $20 million, if you can't afford it, don't hold out in front of this beauty. Saying that, he then looked at Xiaolan and made a gentleman's salute, saying, This young lady, my humble self, Zhu Dechang, president of Large Intestine International, it's an honor to meet you. After pretending with money and then declaring himself, he believed that any woman would be impressed with him. But not a moment later, he felt that something was wrong. Because he suddenly saw that both Tang Yan and Xiaolan had smiles on their faces, just looking at him with smiles on their faces. He frowned slightly, having a bad feeling. And at this time, the boss rubbed his hands together and said to Tang Yan, This gentleman, the price has now reached $20 million, you see. Tang Yan waved his hand smilingly. Where was that angry look just now? Only to hear him smile. Since this Mr. Zhu really likes this spirit ginseng, then I'm not in a good position to take it away from him, so let him have it. Hearing this, a trace of regret flashed in the boss's eyes, but then he was happy again. $20 million. Enough for him to splurge for a long time. So he came to Zhu Dichang and said, "This boss is really generous. May I ask if you're going to swipe your card or exchange it with an equivalent item?" And Zhu Dichang looked at the derisive smile on Tang Yan's face. How could he look so wrong? Then, as if he thought of something, he fiercely stared at Tang Yan and said in a low voice, "You tricked me." Tang Yan looked surprised and said, "Why did this Mr. Zhu say that? You deliberately raised the price, didn't you?" Zhu Dichang was already turning blue at this point. The more he thought about it, the more likely it was. This kid had just looked enraged, but now he was suddenly all smiles, the derisive cutie in his eyes. It was all visible. Tang Yan, on the other hand, shrugged his shoulders and said, "I really don't know what you're talking about. But I still quite admire General Manager Zhu. $20 million to buy a broken spirit ginseng, it really requires a lot of courage." Although Tang Yan didn't admit it, the mockery in his words was obvious. So the surrounding people's faces instantly became a bit odd together. They were all human-like characters. How do they not know that Zhu Dichang was tricked by Tang Yan? For a while, the crowd looked at Zhu Dichang's gaze became gloating. This guy really is colorful. I do not know how to become the president? While this time the boss was in a hurry, he hurriedly said, "This boss, please also pay the money." These words were like a knife stabbing into Zhu Dichang's heart, causing him to almost not spurt out a mouthful of blood. But he knew even more that here, yet he couldn't make a move, so he gave Tang Yan a hateful glance, swiped his card, picked up the spirit ginseng, and hurriedly left the hall with Zhang Li, whose eyes were full of resentment. Seeing Zhu Dichang and Zhang Li leave, Tang Yan and Xiaolan looked at each other and smiled. Is this considered a heart-to-heart? Tang Yan looked at Xiaolan and asked with a smile. Xiaolan rolled her eyes. That girl, Yuer, told me that you're a ventriloquist. Originally I didn't believe it, but I believed it when I was at Pretty River that day. The smile on Tang Yan's face instantly froze. He knew this chick was still holding a grudge about the incident in the shark's stomach. But I'm also a victim, he thought indignantly. Why is a woman's first kiss precious and a man's worthless? He felt that he had been generous by not letting Xiaolan take responsibility. Chapter 102. Not only a devil, but a rogue. As it turns out, enduring for a while calms the wind and waves, while taking a step back makes one more angry the more one thinks about it. Tang Yan and Xiaolan were stopped by a group of people when they left Tianfo Mansion. The leaders were naturally Zhu Dichang and Zhang Li. Behind them stood a dozen or so bodyguard-like people, all of them exuding a strong aura, obviously all awakened without a doubt. Zhang Li had a teasing look on her face, while Zhu Dichang's gaze was greedily scanning over Xiaolan's body. Then he turned his gaze to Tang Yan and said, "No one has ever dared to fool me like this, kid. Now I'll give you two choices. The first is to kneel down and apologize. The second is for me to break your legs and you apologize again." Is there a third choice? Tang Yan touched his nose and bargained. Zhu Dichang froze, then laughed loudly. Good boy. Has the guts. There is a third option. It depends on whether you're willing or not. Oh? Tang Yan curiously said, what is the third choice? The third choice is to let this beautiful lady beside you have dinner with me tonight, as if it's not a fight, he said with a smirk. The easiest way to get a woman whose heart belonged to you was to shatter the image of her beloved. Once Tang Yan agreed, it would be the same as abandoning his woman, so what did this kind of man need him for? It would be even simpler for him to hold on to the beauty at that time. When Zhang Li heard this, a trace of jealousy flashed in her eyes, but she knew she couldn't show it. Because she was also just a mistress. It was Tang Yan who looked at the fat man in front of him with surprise, not realizing that this guy wasn't as stupid as he appeared to be. So Tang Yan's gaze went to Xiaolan. Xiaolan said indifferently, I'm not available tonight. Tang Yan sniffed and squirmed a bit, saying, she's not available, why don't I accompany you tonight? I like eating the most. But the bodyguard behind Zhu Dichang immediately sprayed. However, when they saw their own boss's murderous gaze, they immediately held it back. The corner of Zhu Dichang's mouth twitched as he said coldly, looks like you've already given up on the third option? Saying this, he waved his hand, and the bodyguards behind him instantly understood and surrounded towards Tang Yan and Xiaolan. Wait. Tang Yan suddenly opened his mouth to stop. Zhu Dichang sneered, what? Backpedaling? Or are you prepared to kneel down and apologize on your own accord? Tang Yan didn't answer his words, but looked around and said, "There are too many people here, let's find a place with fewer people and talk." The sudden jump caused Zhu Dichang and the group of bodyguards to freeze in place, looking at each other in disbelief, forgetting what they were doing with each other. Immediately, Zhu Dichang reacted and laughed, "Good boy, have the balls." Saying this, he waved his hand and said, "Go. Find a secluded place." Then a group of people came to a deserted alley. Zhu Dichang took out a cigarette, lit it, took a beautiful drag, and then said, "I know what you think in your heart. The people who are able to participate in this rally are not ordinary people, so you must have two brushes. However, it doesn't seem useful to me." After saying that, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from his body, which reached the 7th level of qi refining before slowly stopping. Xiaolan's face became grave. Although she expected that this fatty should have some skills, she did not expect that he was actually awakened at the 7th level of qi refining. Her current realm was only at the 5th level of qi refining, so it would be difficult to deal with the 7th level of qi refining. As for Tang Yan, she only thought that he had just reached qi refining not long ago, so it was even more unlikely that he would be a match for this fatty. So she immediately condensed her qi and transmitted her voice, "I'll hold him off later, you go first, I'll find a chance to escape myself." As if he had read her mind, Zhu Dichang heatedly laughed strangely, "Little girl, don't think about those little thoughts of yours, it's better for you to obediently accompany me for a meal and then do something you love to do." Saying that, he winked at his bodyguard, while his obese body suddenly became incomparably agile at this moment, rushing towards Xiaolan. In his perception, Xiaolan's aura was clearly much stronger than Tang Yan's, so he had to settle this woman first. Seeing this, Xiaolan could only resist Zhu Dichang's attack with all her might. On the other hand, Zhangli swung out a piece of water arrows along with the other bodyguards to launch an attack on Tang Yan. However, with the strength of these people, how could they help Tang Yan, who was at the peak of qi refining? Tang Yan's hands drew a circle, taiji pattern came out of the air, and he was like a wolf into the flock in general. A palm fall will be a person was knocked to the ground. In just less than 10 seconds, everyone was lying on the ground groaning. Zhu Dichang and Xiaolan's side was also attracted by the commotion on this side, and both sides quickly separated. As Zhu Dichang looked at the bodyguards lying on the ground, the corners of his mouth twitched a few times before he looked at Tang Yan with a grim expression. "I didn't expect you to actually be an expert, this is a bit of a surprise to me." Saying that, his eyes suddenly blossomed with a glimmer of essence, then his figure steeply disappeared into thin air. The next moment it had appeared in front of Tang Yan, slapping at his chest. "I really don't know how such a large tonnage fatty could have such a fast speed." Tang Yan, however, didn't panic, but instead did a 4-2, easily blocking this slap of his, turning to fling a slap at his face. Zhu Dichang froze, stupidly covering his face, which already had an additional bright red slap on it. He also didn't expect how he was suddenly hit. "How dare you hit me?" When he reacted, he stormed out. With a somewhat twisted face, he growled. Then he only saw him suddenly gather a powerful internal force and hit towards Tang Yan once again. Splat! But before his hand could touch Tang Yan threw another slap at his face. Zhu Dichang was once again confused. Because this time, he had taken precautions, but he still didn't see Tang Yan's movements. "Bastard, I'll make sure you die." He twisted his face and continued to growl. Slap! Another slap, causing one of his teeth to fly out. "You!" Slap! Snap! Slap! Without giving him a chance to speak, Tang Yan's slaps fell like rain, and in the blink of an eye, Zhu Dichang's face had swollen into a pig's head. And he was also paralyzed on the ground, already unable to speak in pain. Seeing this, Tang Yan then stopped, squatted down and looked at him with a smirk. "Now we can talk about choices." Looking at Tang Yan's grinning appearance, Zhu Dichang only felt a chill run through his body. The hell knows what he went through just now? Didn't this guy's hand hurt at all? Didn't they say that forces act on each other? Whoa. This person was simply a devil. "What do you want?" he asked cautiously. Because as soon as he spoke, a sharp pain came to his face. "Give you two choices." Tang Yan stretched out two fingers and said indifferently. "First, become a eunuch. Second, I'll help you become a eunuch." Zhu Dichang wailed and asked, "Is there a third choice?" "There is." Tang Yan nodded. "Robbery. Hand over all the valuable things you have on you." Upon hearing this, Zhu Dichang and the group of bodyguards didn't dare to hesitate, and hurriedly pulled out all the valuable things they had on them, including the spirit ginseng. "That's all?" Tang Yan squinted at Zhu Dichang and said indifferently. Zhu Dichang hurriedly nodded and said, "It's all here." Snap! Without saying a word, Tang Yen slapped him on the face and said coldly, "You think I'm blind? What do the clothes on you say?" Zhu Dichang finally cried. "Mama, this person is not only a devil, but also a hooligan." A group of people looked at me, I looked at you, and finally couldn't resist Tang Yan's smirking gaze, and began to take off the clothes on their bodies one by one. Bah! Xiaolan spat lightly from the side and turned her gaze to the side. When everyone had stripped down to nothing, Tang Yan nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly waving his hand, a fire dragon appeared out of thin air, burning those clothes clean in the blink of an eye. Taking the spirit ginseng and some gold and silver jewelry in his hands, he looked at their desperate gazes and laughed. "Don't look at me with such gazes. This clothing thing is a liability. I'm just helping you guys eliminate the liability, so you guys have to thank me. Right?" Smiling, he revealed a line of white teeth that looked exceptionally dazzling in the sunlight. Zhu Dichang and the others winced in unison and nodded their heads busily. The way he smiled was terrifying. Chapter 103 Xia Yuanheng. "What are you looking at me like that for?" Tang Yan said somewhat helplessly. After leaving the alley, Xiaolan's gaze towards him became a bit odd, as if he had a flower on his face. "I think that aside from the disadvantage of being dark, you have another advantage." Xiaolan stroked the hair on her forehead and said seriously. "What advantage?" Tang Yan's eyes lit up. Could it be that this woman had discovered her manliness? Xiaolan glanced at him and faintly said, "Rascal." Of course, being more roguish than a rogue when faced with a rogue is an advantage. Seeing Tang Yan being blocked from speaking by himself, Xiaolan smiled and said, "This woman was smart. She didn't ask Tang Yan why he was able to easily defeat an awakened at the 7th level of Qi practicing, but tried to change the topic. Everyone had their own secrets, and although Tang Yan was willing to show his strength in front of her, it didn't mean she could get to the bottom of it. This would only suffer Tang Yan's resentment for nothing." Tang Yan shrugged and took out the spirit ginseng, handing it to Xiaolan. "You should really need it, right?" Xiaolan didn't make any pretense and took the spirit ginseng. Her eyes flirtatiously swept him a glance and said, "Is this considered a token of love? Do you want your sister to give her body to you?" Tang Yan almost covered his face and fled. This woman, she herself was a rogue, and said he was a rogue? Cluck 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 cluck. Looking at Tang Yan, whose face was suffocating red, Xiaolan couldn't help but giggle, and then seriously said, "I'll take the spiritual ginseng, just as if sister owes you a favor." She didn't refer to herself as a teacher anymore. In fact, Tang Yan's current strength was probably even higher than hers, and she couldn't be Tang Yan's teacher. Tang Yan smiled, not refusing. This thing called favors was amazing. Maybe you wouldn't be able to use it in your life. Maybe it could run out and help you when you were in trouble. He was also happy for a Qi refining awakening to owe him a favor. "It's going to be a month soon. Are you going to enter the sharp class or join the animal management group?" Xiaolan suddenly asked. According to the strength Tang Yan had shown, there was actually no need to enter the pointy class. Of course, she was only asking. The decision still rested with Tang Yan himself. Tang Yan, on the other hand, was curious. "Can I join the animal management group now?" Xiaolan nodded. "Of course you can. As long as you reach the realm of Qi refinement or become an innate awakened, you can apply to join the animal management group. Only before joining, you still need to pass a few rounds of tests, the results of which will determine your status in the animal management group. If you have excellent results, becoming a captain and team leader is not impossible." "What are the benefits?" Tang Yan asked. Compared to these false ones, he cared more about what he could get. Xiaolan gave him a strange look in her eyes, but still said, "There are naturally benefits. Joining the animal management group will allow you to obtain a large amount of cultivation resources. But it is to face all kinds of dangers. As you also know, powerful awakened beasts are coming out all over the place nowadays, and some of them have even taken over the mountains, and the members of the animal management group are the ones who have to fight against these awakened beasts and prevent them from coming out to destroy them. Opportunity and danger always coexisted, just like there was no free lunch under the sky. If you wanted to get something, you always had to lose something. But it was different in Tang Yan's case. After he heard that he was going to face the powerful awakening beasts, he wasn't scared. Instead, he was extremely excited. The terrifying and powerful awakened beasts in other people's eyes were just a pile of points in his case. Points were so cute, how could they be terrifying? Looks like it's time to make a trip to the animal control group, he thought silently in his heart. In a spacious office, Zhu Dichang was rubbing potion on his bruised face, grimacing in pain from time to time. In front of him, there stood a middle-aged man, a man with a handsome appearance, in a straight suit, holding a glass of red wine in his hand, savoring it. Seeing Zhu Dechang grinning in pain, he laughed. How does it feel? Zhu Dechang made some blank stares. You should personally try that kid's slap. The middle-aged man was not amused, but asked, how do you feel about that kid? Zhu Dechang's hand rubbing the medicine paused, then gritted his teeth. That kid is a hooligan. Indeed. The middle-aged man nodded deeply. When he arrived, he found a group of people led by Zhu Dechang naked. Naked and hiding in the alleyway shivering, this could indeed only be done by hooligans. Seeing this, Zhu Dechang angrily said, also, Xia Yuan Hong, didn't you say that kid only just stepped into the realm of qi refining? But Laozi, a qi refining 7th layer, was powerless in his hands. Is this what you call just entering the realm of qi refining? In the future, you'll never want to ask me to help you act again. Xia Yuanheng, that is, the middle-aged man showed a trace of embarrassment on his face, put down the red wine in his hand and said, Old Zhu, wasn't it not that I didn't have the time to investigate in depth before I asked you to step in and help? Besides, in N City, I only have the best relationship with you, who will you help if not me? That kid seems to be getting close to Xiaolan, I'm worried that Xiaolan will be cheated. Who knew that kid was so powerful? Zhu Dechang rolled his eyes wildly, then laughed. I think that kid is quite good too, he has such strength at such a young age, why do you have to get on his bad side? Humph. Xia Yuanheng grunted and said, it's also fortunate that kid has some skills, otherwise he would never want to get one step closer to Xiaolan. The man my daughter has her eyes on can never be a loser. So, I received this beating for nothing? Zhu Dechang said somewhat grudgingly. Xia Yuanheng despised, you can totally find him to take revenge. Zhu Dechang immediately shrunk his neck, he did not want to be stripped naked by that rascal for the second time. However, this also saves me from having to think of another way to send that spirit ginseng to little Lan. Xia Yuanheng said with a sigh of relief. On the other hand, Zhu Dechang sighed and said, in fact, you can completely deliver that spiritual ginseng to her personally, I'm sure she will be very happy. Xia Yuanheng's face stiffened, then he took a deep breath and said, she won't accept it. It was me who was negligent all these years, or else that girl wouldn't have had such a frosty relationship with me. For his part, Zhu Dechang comforted, it's not entirely your fault, you were also trying to protect her. Xia Yuanheng shook his head, clearly not wanting to talk about this matter anymore, and instead said, do you know why I came to Wen City this time? Isn't it for Xiaolan? Zhu Dechang asked suspiciously. Xia Yuanheng was silent for a while and sighed, I'm very relieved that little Lan is here, this time I came to Wen City mainly for that agreement from 20 years ago. Could it be that they are still unwilling to let go of sister-in-law? Zhu Dechang's face changed. Xia Yuanheng's face was gloomy as he said, for that position, what else can they not do? Now that the 20-year deadline has come and gone, there is absolutely no way they will let go of this opportunity. Zhu Dechang patted his shoulder fearfully and comforted, have you already found your sister-in-law? Not yet. Xia Yuanheng shook his head and said, but I think there will be results tomorrow. If there's anything you need, just ask. Zhu Dechang said boldly. Old Zhu, hard work. Xia Yuanheng smiled gratefully. What kind of relationship do we have? Do you still need to use the word hard work? But just don't let me be acting in the future. After saying that, the two of them smiled at each other. Right, what about that woman called Zhang Li? As if he had thought of something, Xia Yuanheng asked. Don't worry, it was originally a pawn, use it up and throw it away. Chapter 104 Isn't it too soon? After separating from Xiaolan, Tang Yan was ready to go to Chen Mengming's villa to take a look. But just then, his cell phone suddenly rang. Taking it out, he found that it was actually Xia Ro calling. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes, he still pressed the answer button. Is it Tang Yan? Sure enough, as soon as the phone was connected, Xia Ro's soft voice came from inside. Listening to that voice that was gentle to one's bones, Tang Yan's mood seemed to have become a little better as he asked, why did you remember to call me? After Tang Yan cured Luo Yulian, Xia Ro and him exchanged phone numbers, but this was still the first time the two had ever talked, so Tang Yan was inevitably a little curious. There was silence on the other side of the phone for a moment, just when Tang Yan couldn't help but make a sound, a low voice came out, do you have time now? The voice was weak and inaudible, if it wasn't for Tang Yan almost stuffing the phone into his ear, he really couldn't hear it. There is. Tang Yan said with a smile. He knew that Xia Ro definitely had something to look for him, but this extremely gentle girl was extremely easy to be shy, which was why her voice was so small. He could completely imagine that on the other end of the phone, Xia Ro must have already blushed. Hearing him say that he had time, Xiaoro was obviously relieved before slowly saying, "My mom said that last time was too hasty and didn't entertain you properly. This time she wants to re-invite you to have a meal to show her appreciation. Will you? You come?" Hearing this, Tang Yan instantly thought of the scene at Xiaoro's house. Luo Yulian had obviously misunderstood the relationship between him and Xiaoro, and had been inquiring about him, and had even kept pinching food for him at the dinner table, making him so uncomfortable. Feeling Tang Yan's silence, Xiaoro's side whispered, "If you don't have time, you cannot come." Tang Yan smiled bitterly. He had said he had time. If he said he didn't have time now, wouldn't he be slapping himself in the face? So he said, "All right, where shall we rendezvous?" Hearing Tang Yan's promise, Xiaoro was again relieved. She was also being chanted by her own mom, who had no choice but to make this call. It wasn't that she didn't want to thank Tang Yan, on the contrary, Tang Yan had saved her mom's life, it had long been remembered in her heart, and she thought of repaying it all the time. It was just that her character was such that it made her unable to express it in words. So she said, "In front of the school, I'll wait for you." After hanging up the phone, Tang Yan thought for a moment, still not willing to let the other girls wait more. The transportation technique was instantly opened, heading in the direction of the school. Half an hour later, he walked out from a dark place and found Xiaoro already waiting there. "Waited long, right?" Tang Yan walked up and said with a smile. Xiaoro shook her head and looked at her watch. "It's almost time, let's go directly to the hotel. My mom should already be waiting there." When Tang Yan heard that he still had to go to the hotel, he immediately said, "Actually, there's no need to be so troublesome, just eat something randomly." He knew that Xiaoro's family was not particularly wealthy. As if she knew Tang Yan's thoughts, Xiaoro laughed, "Don't worry, it's still easy for awakened people to make money." Since Tang Yan had cured Luo Yulian, Xiaoro didn't have to search for resources to treat her mom, plus her awakened identity, it was still very easy to make some money with one mind. Tang Yan was seen through and smiled awkwardly, saying, "I won't be polite then." Xiaoro smiled and didn't mind, then led Tang Yan to take a cab to a 5-star hotel. Luo Yulian and Xiaoro had already passed the phone call, and had already been waiting at the entrance, and when she saw them getting down from the cab, she immediately greeted them with a smile. "Little Tang you can come." As soon as they came up, Luo Yulian pulled Tang Yan warmly and said. It could be seen that Luo Yulian's conditioning after recovering from a serious illness was obviously good, and not as skinny and bony as before, but became red-faced, and Tang Yan could also tell from her face that she must have been a beauty when she was young. Of course, one couldn't give birth to a beauty like Xiaoro if she wasn't a beauty. "Auntie, how have you been recently?" Tang Yan felt Luo Yulian's enthusiasm and asked shyly. "Good. Auntie is fine. This is also thanks to you, little Tang," Luo Yulian said smilingly. For Tang Yan, she was obviously more and more satisfied, then pulled Tang Yan's hand and walked towards the hotel saying, "Let's go, Auntie has already booked a box inside, let's eat while having a good chat about you and Roro's affinity." Ga. Tang Yan and Xiaoro were instantly dumbfounded. Tang Yan was afraid that he had misheard, digging his hands into his ears, then said, "Auntie, what did you just say?" Xiaoro's face was scarlet, and she was also staring straight at Luo Yulian. Luo Yulian, on the other hand, had a puzzled look on her face as she said, "Talking about your marriage? You guys don't need to be shy, when Auntie was your age, she was already pregnant with Roro." Tang Yan laughed bitterly and glanced at Xiaoro, seeing that she was also looking at herself, but as soon as she saw his gaze, she instantly avoided it. "Auntie, isn't this too fast?" Tang Yan said weakly. Xiaoro instantly widened her eyes, looking at Tang Yan with an incredulous expression. Luo Yulian, however, joyfully said, "Not too fast, not too fast, wait for one day to call your parents up, and then we'll set a date together to finalize this matter first." Such a capable son-in-law cannot let go. Between words, they have come to the reserved box. Luo Yulian smiled, "You two chat first, Auntie let them go to serve food." With that, she walked out of the box. Thus only Tang Yan and Xiaoro remained in the box. Xiaoro just stared at Tang Yan with a smile on her face and didn't say anything. Tang Yan's old face turned red. "That, just now I was also just dealing with Auntie, can you believe it?" He laughed dryly. "Don't believe it." Xiaoro blushed, but still shook her head. Tang Yan almost wanted to hit his head on the table. Fainted to death and forget about it. How was this woman so honest too? The atmosphere was a bit ambiguous for a while. Xiaoro seemed to be the first to be unable to stand it, saying, "I'm going to the restroom," and hurriedly leaving the box. Looking at Xiaoro's back, the corner of Tang Yan's mouth revealed a smile. Where was the embarrassment just now? Although Tang Yan had never been in love, but he had never seen a pig run before? He naturally see out Xiaoro although he has some good feeling, but absolutely cannot talk about like, and he for Xiaoro. People like beautiful things, he is no exception. Xiaoro not only looks beautiful, but also from her care of sick Luo Yulian, is also extremely filial, character, not to mention, gentle and quiet. Such a girl is simply the best candidate to be a wife. Such a perfect girl he would be willing to watch her finally into the arms of others? I believe that a man is not willing. That's why when Luo Yulian said to talk about the marriage between them, he only returned, "Isn't this too fast?" Of course, he didn't think that he could really settle anything with Xiaoro, but rather it was a kind of test. A kind of testing of Xiaoro's attitude. Fortunately, Xiaoro did not seem to object. But likewise, there was no consent. So he also knew his position in Xiaoro's heart. Friends and above, lovers and below. And the vast majority of this was gratitude towards him. Because he had saved Luo Yulian, this was what made Xiaoro feel differently about him from others. Still have to work hard, strive to hug home to meet my parents in the new year. Tang Yen muttered in his heart. Hands are quick, hands are slow, he still understood this truth. After waiting in the box for a while, but not seeing Xiaoro and Luo Yulian come back, Tang Yen felt something was wrong. So he opened the door of the box and walked out. But he saw that many people had gathered in the hall at some point, and Xiaoro and Luo Yulian were among them. Frowning, Tang Yen walked to Xiaoro's side and asked softly, "What happened?" Xiaoro froze, and when she saw Tang Yen, she slowly said, "Just now I came out to go to the restroom, and found that there was a quarrel here, and my mom was also among them, so I came up to see what was going on. The manager here suddenly asked us to return the box and go to the hall to eat, but then would double the compensation. Said there would be an important guest coming in later who needed the box. But everyone disagreed, so there was a fight." Tang Yen dawned, feeling that this hotel was a bit unorthodox. Even if there were important guests coming in, they couldn't let others return the box to come to the hall, even if it was double compensation. But most of the ones who could come to eat at a 5-star hotel weren't poor hosts, so naturally, they wouldn't agree to it. So it is arguing, and even some people took out the phone, claiming to let the hotel closed. And at this time, the manager suddenly said loudly, "Everyone, the important guests who came this time are the teachers and students of S City Animal Management College. They are representing S City Animal Management College to have a sparring match with our N City Animal Management College, and they have suddenly descended on our hotel this time, but we don't have enough boxes, so we can only ask everyone to make it convenient and have more patience." Chapter 105. Who's really a bear child? 2 in 1. As soon as the manager's words came out, the hall was instantly plunged into silence. Immediately afterward, someone cursed angrily, "Are you going to let us exit the box just because of this? Is there such a thing as you doing business like this?" The Animal Management Academy's name was bluffing, but that didn't mean that everyone was afraid of it, let alone the fact that this was a delegation from the S City Animal Management Academy. That's. On what grounds should we be asked to return the box? Are the students of the Animal Management College superior to us? If you don't give us an explanation, this won't end today. The crowd clamored loudly. And that manager had a cold sweat seeping out of his forehead at this moment, almost crying. Of course he knew that kicking a guest out of the box was a very stupid behavior, because it would greatly damage their hotel's reputation and even cause an irreparable disaster. But he couldn't do anything about it. The order from above was just like that. He was just a manager, all he could do was to obey the order. In his heart, he is also the S City Animal Management College. That group of people cursed all over, early to come, late to come, have to come now, to come before, also do not say hello, otherwise there will not be so many broken things. As the only 5-star hotel in this area, their business is still very hot, and the boxes need to be booked in advance. But they didn't expect a sudden notice from above, asking them to vacate some boxes to entertain a group of special guests. But their boxes are already full, temporarily vacate the box, also only to drive some customers out. Let's hope that the above will be able to suppress this matter. He sighed in his heart. So he made a stern face and said loudly, "You can complain, but now immediately exit the box. The double compensation promised to you will be honored immediately when you exit the box." The crowd exploded at once, and someone yelled, "We won't withdraw, let's see what you can do to us." The manager seemed to have anticipated this situation and said into the intercom, "Security, there is a disturbance here." Then a group of security guards came over with batons, surrounding the crowd in the center, and the crowd was instantly dumbfounded. Xiao, what now? Seeing this, Luo Yulian's eyes flashed with a trace of worry, and she couldn't help but look at Tang Yen. Xiaoro similarly looked towards him, even though she was also unawakened. At this time, a man standing beside her would always be treated as the backbone. Tang Yen, on the other hand, let out a sigh. No matter what time it is, where there are people, there are struggles, struggles for fame, struggles for profit, struggles for face. And now it was a struggle between awakened and ordinary people. However, just at this moment, a burst of giggling suddenly came from outside the door. Then a group of student-like people were seen walking and carrying a flag. On top of the flag was clearly written a line that read, S City Animal Management College Delegation. As soon as the manager saw this flag, he immediately walked up and said with a smile, "You are the student representatives of the S City Animal Management College, right? I am the manager of this hotel, my surname is Lee, everyone can call us Manager Lee." The one carrying the flag was an older-looking student, and should be the representative of this group of students. Is the box ready?" The old adult student nodded, his face didn't fluctuate in any way, and said indifferently, "It's ready, it's in the box on the second floor, everyone please follow me." The manager said respectfully. With that, he prepared to lead the way in front. Seeing this scene, the group of people surrounded by the security guards instantly became upset, and someone shouted, "That's our box, why should we give it to them?" But just as he finished speaking, he was stopped by a security guard with a threatening look. Those students were obviously stunned and turned to look at the manager, and the student representative at the head asked, "What's going on here?" The manager wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and explained, "You all came too suddenly, and we don't have enough private rooms here, so we have temporarily decided to discuss with these guests and give up the private rooms. Of course, we will also make double compensation, they should understand." Upon hearing this, the students were suddenly enlightened, and a trace of pride could not help but appear on their faces. Ever since they became students of the Animal Management Academy, it was as if their status had been elevated by more than one notch, and no matter where they came, they would always be warmly entertained. It seemed that this time was no surprise. As for whether it was proper to do so, they, on the other hand, naturally ignored it. Wasn't this something that should be done? The student representative in the lead also only frowned before nodding. "In that case, lead the way." "All right, this way please." The manager smiled and extended his right hand. When the crowd saw this, their mouths trembled with anger, but they couldn't do anything about it, they were just ordinary people who couldn't fight the awakened. "You bunch of bad guys." But right at this moment, a childish voice rang out. But it was a small child being held by a parent who threw the milk tea in his hand towards the group of students. The milk tea tumbled in the air, and a large amount of milk tea spread out. Even if the group of students were all awakened, they couldn't avoid it, and for a while, they were splattered with milk tea. "I just bought a grass mud horse t-shirt." Hiss. Slimy, so disgusting. Whose little kid is this, so unqualified? The parents must come out and apologize. That's right, must apologize. A group of students were splattered by the milk tea and shouted loudly. Then they all gathered around, angrily accusing the child who threw the milk tea. The little child seemed to have never experienced this kind of scene, and was scared and hid in the arms of his parents and cried. Seeing this, the manager came up in a cold sweat, pointing at the child's parents. "How did you teach your child? How can you let your child act so rudely?" The child's parents were also a bit alarmed. Although they weren't bad, they were just ordinary people, and their child suddenly offended so many awakened people, they didn't know what to do. In my opinion, it's useless to just rely on talking to a bare child like this, we have to make him learn a lesson. At this time, the student wearing a grass mud horse t-shirt suddenly said, and then with a flash of his figure, he had already arrived in front of the small child, and then grabbed the small child out of the parent's arms, and lifted it up in the air. When the parent saw this, his face changed and he shouted, "You let go of my child." With that, she was about to rush up to grab the child. But she was facing a group of awakened ones, so just as she rushed out, she was stopped by an invisible barrier. No matter how much she knocked, she couldn't move. Seeing this, the student wearing a grass mud horse sneered, "It's because of the overindulgence of you parents that there are so many bare children. Are there still fewer troubles because of bare children breaking into trouble nowadays? But when bare children break into trouble, you guys just make excuses, saying that the children are small and scolding them twice. As a result, the bare children still get into trouble as usual? Since I met him today, I will definitely teach this bare child a good lesson for you guys." After the grass mud horse student finished speaking, his eyes suddenly turned cold and he slapped the child in his hands. Seeing this, the child's parents showed horror and shouted, "Don't!" Those students saw this, but none of them stopped it. Instead, they looked at this scene with a cold smile on their faces. The bare child was about to deal with him in a bearish way. However, just as the grass mud horse students were about to hit the child in the face, they were grabbed by a large hand. Don't you think it's excessive to deal with a child like that? Then, a voice that could not be heard with any emotional fluctuations reached everyone's ears. Only then did they realize that in front of the straw mud horse student, a person had appeared at some point, and at that moment, this person was blocking the straw mud horse student's hand. The group of students immediately narrowed their eyes, with a trace of doubt in their eyes. Because they didn't even realize how this person appeared. The straw mud horse student was also stunned, and then he was furious. Who are you? Who I am isn't important, what's important is it appropriate for you to bully a small child like this? Tang Yan asked indifferently. The grass mud horse student grunted coldly, this bare child threw milk tea on so many of us, shouldn't I teach him a lesson? Moreover, this kind of bare child just owes discipline, only by beating him up will he know what it means to respect people next time. This statement immediately drew the approval of a group of students. Right. The way to deal with bare children is to beat them up. Otherwise next time, who knows if they will do something that will hurt the world? They shouted. Tang Yan pondered for a moment and nodded, what you said is somewhat reasonable. A hint of a smile appeared on the grass mud horse student's face. Pa! However, before his smile dispersed, a loud slapping sound suddenly rang out in the hall. Then, the crowd saw that the straw mud horse student's entire body flew out before falling to the ground with a loud bang. They saw a clear slap mark appear on the straw mud horse student's face. Wow! All the students were in an uproar, and then someone angrily screamed at Tang Yan, who are you? How can you just hit someone? Many students had regal auras emerging from their bodies, pressing towards Tang Yan, ready to rush up and teach him a lesson. But they were blocked by the man who was in charge. My name is Peng Su, head of the delegation of the S City Animal Management Academy. May I ask who you are and why you injured the students of our school? The man named Peng Su said with a grave expression. He could feel that the guy in front of him seemed to be awakened, and was quite strong, which was why he stopped his classmates from going up and theorizing. Tang Yan, however, wasn't the least bit intimidated by the crowd's aura, and instead handed the children in his arms over to their parents before he turned his head and looked at him quizzically. You asked me why I hit him? Peng Su frowned, but still nodded his head and said, that's right, if your excellency doesn't give us an explanation, I can't let your excellency leave. The group of students behind him all rubbed their fists and stared at Tang Yan with unkind eyes when they heard this. In particular, the grass mud horse student who had been dumbfounded by Tang Yan reacted and growled at Tang Yan, bastard. You dare to hit me? Saying that, he was about to rush up to fight for his life, but was stopped by a look from Peng Su. It could be seen that this Peng Su was very prestigious. Under a look from him, he immediately stopped moving, only his eyes were still glaring at Tang Yan, as if he wanted to eat him up. Tang Yan, however, was full of innocence. Wasn't it you guys who said that dealing with bare children means beating them up and hurting them? I did it, why are you guys still blaming me? Peng Su's frown deepened, and his tone turned a little colder as he said, it was clearly that kid who splashed us with milk tea. What are you doing hitting my classmate? What did I hit him for? As if he had heard something funny. Tang Yan snorted coldly, his aura steeply surging. Berserk aura gushed out from his body, crushing towards the crowd. Realm of Qi refining. The crowd of students exclaimed in shock. One after another raised their Qi to resist. Peng Su was similarly gloomy, making a defensive stance towards Tang Yan. He didn't think that he could actually run into a Qi-refining realm awakened person even for a meal. Tang Yan, however, swept a glance at them and said in a mocking tone, you guys also know that bare children are hateful, huh? But what about you guys? Before you guys came, these boxes had already been booked. But when these people were kicked out of the boxes and made available to you, what was your attitude? Taken for granted? Or did you feel that this was the way it should be? If you were also ordinary people, and you were suddenly kicked out while eating, how would you feel? Angry? Ranting and raving? I'm afraid you'd be fighting for your lives already? Look at the way you all dress up. Just because you become awakened, you've forgotten about propriety, righteousness, honesty, and shame? Have you forgotten the fundamentals of being a human being? Bare children? I think you're a bunch of uneducated bare children, right? The crowd in the hall had closed their mouths at some point, leaving only Tang Yan's faintly mocking voice, but it caused all the students to turn red in the face. Peng Su was similarly stunned, thinking of how he felt when the manager said that he had asked the others to let out the box for them just now. He had felt it was natural at the time, it just seemed like the right thing to do, there was nothing wrong with it. But it was only when Tang Yan said it that he was shocked. Right, what was the reason why the kids spilled their milk tea? It wasn't because they were occupying the box? In that case, What was the difference between what they did and what the bear child did? You guys, is it wrong for me to teach the bear child a lesson? Tang Yan looked at these people and sneered. The eyes of the crowd dodged a little. Bastard! How dare you hit me, go to hell! However, right at this time, that grass mud horse student had come in front of Tang Yan at some point. A pistol suddenly appeared in his hand, and without thinking, he struck at Tang Yan's head. Bang! Gunshots rang out, everyone's eyes widened and their faces were horrified. Tang Yan, however, did not have any panic. His hands drew a circle in front of him, a Tai Chi diagram appeared out of thin air, while the bullet hit the Tai Chi diagram with a ripple, but then it rotated with the Tai Chi diagram. Boom! Then, only to see Tang Yan's figure suddenly disappeared, and in the next moment, he had arrived in front of the grass mud horse student, and kicked him in the chest, and his entire body flew out, and then crashed into the wall with a roar, his eyes closed, and he didn't know whether he was alive or dead. Murder! I don't know who yelled out. Those students' whole bodies suddenly tightened, all staring at Tang Yan vigilantly, their faces grave. Pang Su was also startled, and hurriedly came to the side of the grass mud horse student to check his condition. Realizing that he wasn't dead, he was instantly relieved. But then his face also became ugly, because the grass mud horse student's condition was not optimistic, with several broken ribs all over his body and his breath hanging in the air. It was obvious that he was seriously injured. And he was the representative of this group of students. Now that a student was injured, he naturally had to take responsibility. So he looked at Tang Yan with a grim expression and said, "Is your excellency's hand not too heavy?" Tang Yan looked at him with a smile on his face and said, "If it wasn't for the fact that I still have a few tricks up my sleeve, that shot of his just now would have killed me. Shouldn't I have fought back?" Pang Su's breath stuttered. He naturally knew that what Tang Yan said was true, but he couldn't admit it, because if he didn't do something, these students were afraid that their impression of him would be greatly diminished. So he grunted coldly, "No matter what, you've injured our City Animal Management College students, you have to give us a statement, or else you won't be able to leave today." As the words fell, a terrifying aura also emerged from his body, and he was actually at the realm of chi refining as well. Seeing this, the other students simultaneously showed their faces with indignation, and in unison, they made an attacking stance towards Tang Yan. In this society, speaking the truth was very unpopular. This guy actually said that they were bear children. It was really detestable. Although they also recognized in their hearts that there was some truth in what this guy said, but who would want to admit it to their faces? If they admit it, wouldn't they also admit that they are a bear child who doesn't know how to be polite and has forgotten the fundamentals of being a human being? What a nasty fellow! They thought in their hearts. Looking at these people's stance of fighting for their lives, Tang Yan was also infuriated. Then he grimaced, "Do you think that with this amount of strength you have, you can stop me?" Hearing Tang Yan's words, a student immediately said back, "Then you think you're the only one who's in the realm of chi refining?" As the words fell, another man with a shady face walked out and stood beside Peng Su, the aura on his body actually reaching the realm of chi refining as well. This man was the cousin of the grass mud horse student, and at this moment, seeing that he was about to make a move, he immediately stood out, his eyes glaring icily at Tang Yan. All of a sudden, there were two more chi refining realm awakened ones on the side of City Animal Management College. They instantly became excited and shouted at Tang Yan, "That's right. Don't think you can come out and do whatever you want just because you're at the realm of chi refinement. If you don't give us an explanation today, don't even think about leaving." The crowd was raging. At this time, Xiaoro also sensed that something was wrong and silently walked up, standing with Tang Yan and holding her ground against these students. When the crowd saw Xiaoro, their eyes obviously lit up, and their eyes towards Tang Yan became a little jealous. It was obvious that they mistook Xiaoro for this annoying guy's girlfriend. Such a nasty guy would also have such a beautiful girlfriend? It was really God's blind eyes. Now, you are given two choices. One is to compensate the medical expenses and apologize. The second is that we beat you to the same level as my cousin. At this time, the man with a gloomy face spoke. Tang Yan's eyes narrowed vainly as he faintly said, "What if I say no?" The atmosphere became abnormally heavy after he spoke those words. A battle seemed to be on the verge of breaking out. Chapter 106 Headmaster Dongfeng. Just as Tang Yan and a group of City Animal Management College students were at a standstill. On the top floor of the hotel, two silhouettes stood side by side and were silently looking down. "Oh Yanghua, is this how you welcome us?" Suddenly, one of the silhouettes spoke. "What? Heartbroken?" Oh Yanghua said indifferently. "Being heartbroken isn't so bad. Each and every one of these little brats has swelled up uncharacteristically since they became students of the Animal Management Academy. It's not bad to give them a lesson." Only, what I'm curious about is that you intentionally let this hotel kick out those guests and let them clash with my students, but how are you sure that kid will make a move? Oh Yang Hua smiled mysteriously before saying, that's why a trigger is needed. The figure beside Oh Yang Hua suddenly turned his head, revealing his face. This was a man about the same age as Oh Yang Hua, except that he looked rather unkempt, with a beard that looked like it hadn't been shaved for a few years, his hair was disheveled, and a good shirt was worn crookedly by him. The whole person looks like a strange uncle. The man looked towards the kid who splashed milk tea and said, is it him? Oh Yang Hua didn't say anything, just shrugged his shoulders, but the man knew he had guessed right. The man stared at Oh Yang Hua with a smile on his face and said, when did even you, Oh Yang Hua, like to play this? Oh Yang Hua glanced at the man and said if he had a point, don't you think this world is still too lacking in passion? Why don't we find a few pretty MMs to join us tonight? The man froze, and then hemmed and hawed with a strange smile. A few black lines flashed across Oh Yang Hua's forehead, then said breathlessly, this kid is a good seedling. The man glanced at Tang Yan, who was emitting a strong aura below, then shook his head and said, although this little guy has already reached the realm of qi refining, and can be considered a genius, he's still a bit short compared to the children of those qi refining families. Before the recovery of spiritual qi, there were qi refining clans that existed, and they mastered subtle martial arts with complete legacies and huge resources. Now that the aura had recovered, they were like the favorites of the heavens, progressing at a rapid pace, and within a short period of time, they had long since pulled away from others by a large margin that they could not even catch up with in a lifetime. Hearing the man's words, Oh Yang Hua wasn't surprised, but said, he ran out safely from the belly of a level 4 awakened beast. It was the man's turn to be surprised, his eyes looked at Tang Yan in amazement and said, looks like this kid has something. Then, as if he thought of something, he fiercely looked at Oh Yang Hua and said, you don't want him to enter that so-called cave of heavenly bliss, do you? Why not? Although it's full of dangers, there are countless opportunities there as well, so why can't he go in? Not only that, all the students will have the chance to go in by then. Although the Animal Management Academy has now been created and gotten quite a few awakened people, humans are still too weak, while those awakened beasts are endless. If we don't put up a fight at this time, when will we do it? Oh Yang Hua's face was grave as he slowly said, without experiencing life and death, how can one become a true warrior? The man was silent, then suddenly asked, then why did you make this mess today? Don't you think that it's a very honorable thing for my students to beat up your students so much that they can't fight back? Upon hearing this, Oh Yang Hua's face suddenly revealed a hint of smugness, and his voice became pleasant. The man's face turned green and he growled lowly, Oh Yang Hua, do you want to fight? Oh Yang Hua skimmed his mouth full of concern and glanced down below. I wouldn't suggest a fight with you, but if you don't go down, your students will really be beaten up by my students. The man sniffed and looked towards the bottom, realizing that at this point, both sides were already at swords drawn, and it looked as if they were about to fight. So with a cold snort, he directly jumped down from the top floor. Tang Yan was just about to give these bear children a lesson when he saw a bearded uncle descend from the sky, blocking them in the middle. When the group of students saw this uncle, their eyes lit up and called out, Principal Dongfang. Well, what's going on here? The man addressed by the crowd as Principal Dongfang nodded and asked in a feigned puzzled manner. Upon hearing his inquiry, someone immediately pointed at Tang Yan and said angrily, he injured our classmates. Saying so, he let out the unconscious grass mud horse classmate. Principal Dongfang glanced at the grass mud horse man before asking, why did he hit him? The crowd froze, somewhat speechless. This was not really easy to explain, because in the end, it was still their fault. Principal Dongfang, however, snorted coldly and said, thinking that you're superior just because you've learned some skills? Next time I come across this kind of situation, all of them will give me a roll and get out. The crowd of students held their faces red, but they didn't dare to have any retort. They didn't expect their own principal to know everything long ago. But then his words turned again, his gaze suddenly looking towards Tang Yan, coldly saying, but my students can only be educated by me. If you injured my student, you must give me an account. Tang Yan had still had a hint of goodwill towards this Eastern principal, but he didn't expect to turn his face away in a split second. But he wasn't a soft persimmon to be pinched whenever he wanted. So he narrowed his eyes and said, Principal Dongfang, right, since you already know everything, then I guess you must also know that it was that guy who shot at me first, right? Principal Dongfang bristled and said, then aren't you fine? But my student was knocked unconscious by you. Tang Yan was speechless. Now he finally understood, emotionally this one was a rogue headmaster But he wasn't in a hurry, instead asking, then what is Principal Dongfang going to do? What to do? Principal Dongfang gave a hefty laugh. The figure suddenly disappeared. Tang Yen was instantly startled. Because he actually didn't see how this Eastern principle disappeared. Not being able to think too much, his body's internal force erupted steeply, and his taiji stance was drawn out, forming a well-defined line of defense. At the very moment he pulled his stance apart, the figure of Principal Dongfang suddenly lurched, blasting a fist at him. The speed of this punch was so fast that Tang Yen had no time to dodge it, and could only passively resist it. The fist struck his arm as if it had been hit by a 100 mph truck. Tang Yen only felt a gust of air, and his entire body flew backwards. But he hadn't flown out far before Principal Dongfang's figure reappeared. Another fancy free punch. Tang Yen took a deep breath, his ladder cloud vertical stance stepped up, his figure became erratic, and Principal Dongfang's punch was actually dodged by him. Good boy. Seeing this, Principal Dongfang let out a low shout, his attack speed steeply doubling. Tang Yan's pressure suddenly increased dramatically, he couldn't dodge it, he could only resist it. For a time, the entire hall continuously emitted thumping sounds. Ro, go help little Tang. At this time, Luo Yulian came to Xia Ro's side and said anxiously. When Xia Ro heard this, she couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Why didn't she want to help? The key was that she couldn't help. If she wasn't mistaken, that Eastern principle should be an awakened at the Hotian realm. If he rashly went up, not only would he not be able to help, but he would instead become a burden to Tang Yen. When she thought of this, her heart felt a little bad. Tang Yen had saved her mom, and she had always wanted to return the favor. But Tang Yen was getting stronger and stronger, and she realized that maybe there was no way for her to repay him at all. It seems like it's time to be more attentive to cultivation, or at least not to be left behind by him too much. She thought silently. And at this moment, Tang Yen was also suffocating. He had long seen that this Eastern principle was an awakened of the Hotian realm, so he had also been silently wary of him. Sure enough, this guy took a shot at him. But what made him vomit blood was that this Eastern principle did not use his full strength against him at all. Instead, he had been suppressing him with very stable attacks, making it impossible for him to break free or win. It was as aggrieved as being locked in a cage with a canary. Old bastard. What the hell do you want? So he cursed in a low voice. Hearing Tang Yen cursing himself, Principal Dongfang didn't get angry, but instead hemmed and hawed and laughed strangely. I don't want to do anything, I just see that you're not happy and want to play with you. Tang Yen almost used a small tactic like spitting on him. But thought better of it, he was afraid of not having as much saliva as this asshole. So his eyes turned, and he suddenly said to Jade Child in Demon Space, Jade Child, didn't you say that you recently comprehended a new ability? The little rabbit Jade Child was hugging a gold chain and gnawing on it. When she heard this, she immediately nodded and said, that's right, Luinjia can make guys weaker than Luinjia unable to move. Then how many seconds can you make this guy stop? Tang Yen looked at Principal Dongfang and asked. Bunny Jade thought for a moment, then said, he's very strong, 1 second at most. 1 second. Tang Yan's eyes narrowed, then the corners of his mouth hooked into an evil arc as he muttered, 1 second is enough. Seeing the corner of Tang Yan's mouth suddenly reveal an evil smile, Principal Dongfang subconsciously felt bad and wanted to withdraw. But right at this moment, Tang Yan let out a low gulp, do it. Just as the voice fell, a strange fluctuation suddenly spread out. Principal Dongfang's body paused violently in the air. The arc of Tang Yan's mouth became even more pronounced as he angrily shouted in his heart, 1,000 years. Kill. A pair of golden gloves suddenly appeared above his hands. Tang Yen clenched his hands, his middle and index fingers together, and magical power began to coalesce above them. His figure strangely arrived behind Principal Dongfang, and his 2 fingers stabbed out with precision. Ow! Immediately afterward, an earth-shaking scream violently erupted from Principal Dongfang's mouth, echoing in the hall for a long time. At this moment, everyone subconsciously tightened their legs and took a step back as if they had seen a ghost. And at this moment, Principal Dongfang was pale, his legs intensified, his hands covered his buttocks, and his mouth shivered for a while.